Chapter 1. The Odd Bureau of Fortunate Fate. My head aches terribly, where am I? The pain radiating from the back of her head roused Xiyan from her slumber. As she gradually opened her eyes, she was greeted by a blinding expanse of pure white light that, oh, poor child. You were meant to be the chosen one of destiny, destined to be bound to the three phrases to make men spend 180,000 for me system, embarking on a journey towards the pinnacle of life, attaining both love and wealth. Regrettably, due to an error on the part of our staff, during the transmission of the binding system, an unfortunate accident caused a severe injury to your head, resulting in excessive cerebral hemorrhage and your untimely demise, and on behalf of all members of the Bureau of Fortunate Fate, I sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry. Following the sound, Xiyan beheld a woman clad in a white ancient costume reminiscent of a television drama. She possessed 6 pairs of resplendent wings and a halo gracing her head, bowing apologetically in Xiyan's direction. Her words triggered a recollection of the events that led to this moment. It was a blissful Saturday for any office worker, with temperate weather and radiant sunshine. As a food enthusiast, Xiyan, with a rumbling stomach, made her way to a street lined with snacks, preparing for a culinary spree to alleviate the stress accumulated over 5 days of work. Just as she relished a plate of skewered chicken at a mere yuan per stick, ready to seek out the next stall, a sudden excruciating pain struck the back of her head. Amidst the gasps of the surrounding crowd, her eyelids grew heavier, and she fainted to the ground. In the final moments of her consciousness, a thought lingered. Why hadn't the aunt selling takoyaki set up her stall today? As her memories faded, Xiyan regarded the now upright and oddly dressed woman, inquiring, "Are you implying that I am already dead? That I perished due to your staff's negligence?" Gazing at Xiyan, who wore an expression of disbelief, the woman gently nodded and replied, "But rest assured, as the current director of the Bureau of Fortunate Fate, I have sent the negligent staff member to the 18th level of hell for punishment." Pausing for a moment, the woman whom one might refer to as the director continued, "As compensation for your misfortune, you shall have the opportunity to choose a world of your liking for rebirth and become bound to our system, emerging as a victor in life." The 18th level of hell sounds terrifying, Xiyan mused. Upon hearing that the one responsible for her death had been punished and that she was granted a chance for rebirth, she unhesitatingly declared, "I accept your compensation." Xiang's life had been relatively tragic. Abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage due to a congenital heart condition, she was fortunate to be taken in by a kind-hearted elderly matron who raised her with love, funding her surgery through charitable donations, and nurturing her through her education. Upon reaching her senior year in college, the old matron sadly passed away, leaving Xiyan without any familial ties in this world. Nevertheless, Xiyan was a profoundly grateful soul after entering the workforce. She made it a point to donate a fixed sum each month to the orphanage, aiding its continued operation. Whenever she found herself with spare time, she would volunteer to teach her younger peers the art of singing, dancing, reading, and painting. Now that she had the opportunity to choose a world she cherished and live anew, she was determined to seize this moment. Upon receiving Xiang's consent, the director discreetly exhaled in relief. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Xiyan and retrieved a tablet from the angelic halo above her head, presenting it to Xiyan. With a tone that shifted from casual to solemn, she began, "This tablet contains background introductions to various worlds. Please select one that you wish to explore. Remember, once you make a choice, it cannot be altered." Nodding, Xiyan accepted the tablet and saw the screen displaying a CG sequence. Bizarre flesh-like creatures swimming through the starry void, cloaked zealots offering sacrifices of flesh to receive divine gifts, and as darkness fell, whispered murmurs echoed in the ears of mortals, transforming them into monstrous, gelatinous forms in the blink of an eye. Gazing at this unsettling CG, Xiyan swiftly swiped right, eager to explore the next world. After scrolling through over 20 realms, she finally encountered the one she longed for, the primordial world woven from ancient Chinese myths. The screen depicted a giant azure egg rotating atop a 36-petal blue lotus amidst a swirling chaos of black and white. With a crack, the giant egg split open, and a colossal, naked figure emerged. Wielding a massive axe, the giant cleaved through the chaos, causing pure essence to rise and form the heavens, while turbid energy descended to create the earth. Yet, the titan succumbed to exhaustion, his body transforming into all that exists in the world. Then, the scene darkened, revealing a magnificent Xiyan bounding across the land, a dragon soaring through the waves, and a phoenix gliding through the air, leaving behind its melodious call. A grand palace appeared amidst the clouds, and, as a bell tolled, The voice of an elder resonated from within. I have attained sanctity and shall lay down the 3,000 avenues. In the purple mist palace, the image froze with the elder's voice, and Xiyan found herself lost in thought. Every person from Huaxia harbored dreams of seeking immortality and wisdom. If she were to be reborn in the primordial world, would she not become a celestial being capable of commanding the very forces of nature? With this thought in mind, Xiyan turned to the director, who wore a dignified smile, and declared, "Director, I have made my choice. I wish to enter the primordial world." "Congratulations on your choice," the director said, her eyes twinkling as she observed Xiyan, still entranced by her fantasies, with an expression reminiscent of infatuation. She continued, "Since you have chosen the primordial world, I shall select a suitable system for you." Once again, the director reached into her halo, retrieving a small, winged white orb. She placed the orb into Xiyan's hands, saying, "This is the strongest sage under heaven system, which will assist you in becoming a distinguished entity in the primordial world." An immortal sage, Xiyan joyfully accepted the system bestowed upon her by the director, only to discover that, apart from its radiant glow, it possessed no remarkable features. The director, noticing Xiyan's perplexity, patiently elucidated, "This system has been meticulously crafted at great expense by our Fortunate Life Management Bureau. While it may presently appear to be nothing more than a luminous trinket, it will automatically activate and bind with you once you traverse into the designated world, providing assistance in various aspects of your journey." She then added, "When you are ready, simply double-tap your chosen world with your finger, and you will be instantly transported there." Xiyan nodded in acknowledgement, promptly shoving the system into her clothing pocket before extending her right index finger towards the screen. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Her finger inadvertently slid, landing on the next world. In a state of panic, she attempted to swipe left to return to the primordial world, but in her fluster, she accidentally tapped twice. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from her form, and her body disintegrated into countless particles, merging into the tablet. Observing the vanishing Xiyan, the director, oblivious to her erroneous election, nodded in satisfaction and murmured, "I hope you can realize your dreams in the primordial world." Chapter 2. Please don't come near me. The Supreme Sage system under the Heavenly Tao has been activated. Bound individual, Xiyan. Hello, hello, hello. Greetings, host. I am a Supreme Sage under the Heavenly Tao system. Registration number M2333. You may call me Little M. It is a tremendous honor to collaborate with you in this world. I shall assist you in ascending to the pinnacle of life and dominating the primordial world. As a token of our initial meeting and the foundation for your endeavors in the primordial world, you have received a dazzlingly cool starter gift pack, the Root Wheel with sparkling effects. By spinning the wheel, you will randomly draw your birthplace roots in the primordial world, securing a new identity within this realm. Rest assured, dear host, as a treasure system crafted by the Fortunate Life Management Bureau, the roots within the wheel are of the utmost quality, guaranteed to make you the envy of all from the moment of your birth. Now, are you ready to accept your starter gift pack? The system's cacophonous voice roused Xiyan, who had just been reborn into this new world. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, while the seemingly playful glowing toy system fluttered its tiny wings, dancing before her. The mischievous emoticons on its screen continued to scroll incessantly. Despite the system's seemingly unreliable appearance, its words provided Xiyan with a modicum of reassurance. Given the unexpected mishap that occurred while she was interacting with the tablet, she was uncertain whether she had truly arrived in the correct world. However, since the system claimed to aid her in dominating the primordial world, it seemed she had indeed entered a realm steeped in ethereal splendor. Host, are you hearing my words? Oh no, Little M feels neglected. The system's voice resonated once more in Xiyan's ears. She smiled faintly and spoke, "Hello, Xiao M. I apologize for my momentary distraction. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiyan, but you may call me Xiao Shi. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously." "Indeed, Xiao Shi. You are a most amiable host. By the way, are you prepared to receive your novice gift pack?" "I am ready." As soon as Xiyan uttered these words, an enormous, resplendent golden wheel materialized before her, radiating divine light that accentuated its extraordinary nature. On this wheel, apart from a jade pointer, it was divided into numerous sections that a cursory glance revealed familiar names, such as Chaos Demon God, Fiery Red Lotus, Merit Golden Lotus, and Colorful Bodhi, prompting her to marvel at the exceptional pedigree of this fortunate system. That moment, Xiao Mi's voice echoed again. The novice gift pack has been delivered. The host may begin the draw by silently intoning Cho Cheer Draw. Shocher, Xiyan murmured in accordance with Xiaomi's guidance. The golden will commenced its clockwise spin, gradually slowing down after a considerable duration, until the jade pointer settled upon a verdant region. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the foundation, Primal Green Lotus. System Encyclopedia. The Primal Green Lotus is transformed from a seed of the 36th grade Genesis Green Lotus that nurtured Pangu. It possesses innate, formidable defensive capabilities and an inexhaustible vitality, making it an unparalleled choice for cultivating the path of life. Xiao Shi, congratulations on acquiring an exceptional foundation. Xiao M is truly delighted for you. It is now time to enter the primordial world. After I count down from 5, your journey will officially commence. So please prepare yourself. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A dazzling white door abruptly appeared within the pitch-black expanse where Xiyan stood. Her body, seemingly without her volition, moved toward the luminous portal. As she stepped through, she felt a sudden distortion, and her vision was enveloped by blinding light. In an endless plain, a serene azure lake lay nestled within the earth, akin to the planet's eye, quietly set upon the ground. The water mirrored the sky's blue and clarity, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment to form a breathtaking tableau. Layer upon layer of emerald lotus leaves blanketed the pond, gently swaying with the breeze, creating rippling patterns upon the surface. Delicate lotus blossoms peeked shyly between the green leaves, their pink petals layered like the ethereal skirts of fairies, dancing gracefully. The unique fragrance of the lotus wafted through the air, imbuing the passing breeze with a sweet aroma. At the heart of this lake, a budding green lotus swayed gently in the wind. Its size dwarfed the surrounding lotuses, exuding a distinctive charm. That moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly spilled forth from the crevices of the azure lotus, and, shortly thereafter, the petals began to slowly unfurl, gradually expanding until they formed a magnificent 12-petal azure lotus. As the azure lotus blossomed, a peculiar fragrance overwhelmed the delicate scent of the lotus, swiftly spreading and enveloping the surroundings. At the center of the azure lotus lay a naked woman, curled up with her eyes tightly shut. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate as jade, her figure exquisitely curved, exuding an irresistible allure. After a brief moment, her fingers stirred slightly, and she gradually opened her eyes. Those bright, emerald orbs sparkled like the azure lotus itself, emanating a serene clarity that drew one in, making it impossible to resist. Her long, raven hair cascaded over her fair body like a waterfall, draping over her shoulders and adding an air of mystery and seduction. It appeared as though she were adjusting to this new form, moving somewhat awkwardly as she slowly rose from the azure lotus. This young girl was Xiyan, reborn into a new life. With the aid of the system, she was born as a congenital Dao body, requiring no additional time to assume human form. Where's this? I remember the azure lotus should have been born atop Mount Buzhou. Xiyan curiously surveyed the flat expanse around her, starkly contrasting with her envisioned birthplace. Just as her confusion deepened, the once tranquil waters beneath her began to stir. As the water churned, a series of enchanting women with various hair colors gracefully emerged from the depths. These women, akin to the enchanting fairies of Western legends, possessed breathtaking beauty and alluring figures. Each smile and glance was utterly captivating. They gazed with curiosity at the newly born Xiyan, seemingly oblivious to their own nakedness, as they flocked closer to her 0.6 bodies, as pure as snow, encircled Xiyan tightly, leaving her with no escape. Faced with this unexpected and provocative scene, she, who had never even dared to step into a public bathhouse, was utterly at a loss, her mind blank. The sight of these alabaster forms filled her vision, and an inexplicable wave of shyness and panic surged within her. She hastily repeated in her mind, "They are merely large white radishes, just large white radishes," in an attempt to regain her composure. However, the palpable warmth emanating from her surroundings, distinctly different from the external temperature, rendered her self-hypnosis futile. In the throes of tension and embarrassment, Xiyan could not help but let out a piercing scream. "Don't come any closer!" Chapter 3. Nymph? Is she a sister of Puff? Xiyan's scream caused the women surrounding her to flinch. Instinctively taking a step back, that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Accompanied by Xiyan's cry, a crimson, spindle-shaped crystal deep within her soul suddenly radiated a brilliant light, followed by an invisible wave of energy surging forth from her body. This immense force sent the 6 naked women flying away. Everything transpired so abruptly that Xiyan herself was taken aback by the commotion emanating from her being. She could not help but exclaim, "What is happening? What on earth is going on?" The 6 women, propelled by the force of Xiyan, hastily summoned their divine power to communicate with the waters beneath them. 6 columns of water surged forth, supporting their bodies and aiding them in maintaining their balance. I could see that moment. A fair-skinned woman, adorned with cascading golden curls reminiscent of rolling wheat, suddenly knelt upon one of the water columns. The other 5 women promptly followed suit, mirroring her actions. With her gaze averted, as if she dared not meet the eyes of the being before her, the golden-haired woman spoke in a solemn tone. "O newly risen goddess, we beseech your forgiveness. For our presumptuous intrusion, our actions, born of curiosity, were indeed disrespectful. We humbly request that you retract your divine power and absolve us of our transgressions." The words of the golden-haired woman roused Xiyan from her state of bewilderment. She lifted her gaze and beheld the 6 women, who had previously encircled her, now positioned 5 meters away, kneeling in trepidation and offering their respects. The words of the golden-haired maidens contained a term that piqued Xiang's curiosity: goddess. This unfamiliar appellation stirred a sense of bewilderment within her as she pondered their words, attempting to decipher their identities. A goddess? It seemed that such a designation for female immortals did not exist in the primordial world. Why did this group refer to me in such a manner? Yet, observing their alluring and almost ethereal appearance, she speculated that they might be newly transformed beings of the demon clan. Xiang contemplated this notion in silence, her conviction growing stronger with each passing moment. After all, it was often the case that creatures of the demon clan, upon attaining sentience, retain certain primitive traits and might not regard clothing as essential. Indeed, it seemed plausible. Perhaps their habitual existence in beastly forms rendered them indifferent to attire. Xiang nodded inwardly, affirming her deductions. Meanwhile, the 6 maidens watched the silent Xiang with rising trepidation. As the most fragile entities of the Greek mythological realm, even a newly born goddess was not someone they could afford to offend. They had begun to brace themselves for the worst. "Very well, I forgive you," Xiang addressed the 6 maidens before her, although she had experienced a moment of fright. It was not a matter of great significance, and she had no intention of holding these demon beings accountable. After all, who would chastise such enchanting celestial beauties over a trivial incident? However, despite her forgiveness, Xiang remained curious about their true natures. Thus, she boldly expressed her inquiry. "While I recognize that my question may be rather presumptuous, I am genuinely eager to learn what race you are and how you have taken form." Upon hearing that the goddess had absolved them, the golden-haired maiden felt a surge of relief, though she was soon left bewildered by Xiang's next inquiry regarding race and transformation. What could those terms possibly mean? Thankfully, she sensed the goddess's deep curiosity regarding their identities. After a moment's contemplation, she responded to Xiang's question. "Esteemed goddess, we are the nymphs born of these waters." Nymphs? What are they? Are they akin to pastries? The food-loving Xiang couldn't help but conjure images of delicate, soft, and creamy eclairs upon hearing the term nymph. And as her mind wandered, her mouth involuntarily watered. Observing Xiang lost in thought once more, the golden-haired nymph assumed that the newly born goddess had yet to fully receive the world's intent. Thus, she elaborated, "Nymphs are spirits born from flowers, grass, trees, and other elements of nature. We often dwell in mountains, fields, springs, and seas, symbolizing beauty and the essence of nature." Nymph's words abruptly drew the absent-minded Xiang back from her culinary reverie. Realizing her current disheveled state, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily wiped the remnants of drool from the corners of her mouth. Having just returned from her daydream, she instinctively dismissed terms like spirits and silently mused. So, they are flower demons and tree demons, these enchanting creatures of botanical transformation. No wonder they are so beautiful and gentle in nature. At that moment, the voice of the golden-haired nymph echoed once more. "Esteemed goddess, may we be so bold as to inquire your revered name? As a gesture of apology for our prior impudence, my sisters and I wish to serve you faithfully." Upon finishing her words, she lifted her gaze, her hopeful eyes locked onto the resplendent goddess before her. In the realm of Greek mythology, nymphs without the protection of a supreme deity often faced harassment and persecution from unscrupulous male gods, living in constant fear of being targeted by a powerful entity. Therefore, the emergence of a new goddess was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. They yearned for her acceptance and the sanctuary she could provide. Are they seeking to become my named disciples? Good heavens, I have only just come into existence and have yet to grasp my current status. How could anyone wish to take me as their master? Is it because I appear formidable? Yet, I have not even seen my own reflection. Xiyan, misunderstanding the nymph's desire for servitude as a call for apprenticeship, did not intend to acquiesce to this unexpected request immediately, as she had only just met them and was unaware of their true circumstances. Thus, she opened her mouth, intending to respond to their inquiry about her name. My name is, but just as she began to speak, her words faltered, as if caught in a web of confusion. It then dawned on her that she had yet to bestow upon herself a new name in this primordial world. However, her original name was quite lovely. Perhaps she should simply retain the name Xiyan. Contemplating this, Xiyan opened her mouth once more, and just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, an unseen force enveloped her. Without her volition, her voice emerged. I am Lotus, born from the lotus flower. All the lotus flowers in the world are but my incarnations. I am the goddess of Lotus. Chapter 4. I am flabbergasted. Where is the promised primordial world? In the twilight of the evening, or rather, as Lotus uttered her revered name within this realm, a surge of crimson light flickered forth. Countless stems emerged from the water's surface, blossoming into delicate buds. And the tender lotus flowers swiftly filled the entire expanse, transforming it into a vast ocean of pink. Concurrently, in a mysterious realm woven solely of black and white, a pair of eyes, radiating boundless wisdom, gradually materialized from a resplendent nebula. As the gaze shifted, those eyes appeared to penetrate all barriers, ultimately resting upon Lotus. An intriguing child, welcome to your arrival. A deep voice imbued with infinite compassion resonated from the nebula. No sooner had the words been spoken than a blinding white light transcended the confines of space and time, descending with the precision of lightning into the very essence of Lotus's soul. With a thunderous boom, Lotus, standing upon the azure lotus platform, felt a dull roar reverberate within her mind. A violent pain akin to an explosion erupted within her head as torrents of knowledge and memories abruptly flooded her consciousness, with countless scenes flashing before her like cinematic vignettes. Enduring the agony, Lotus devoted time to untangling the chaos of information, and upon completing this arduous task, she finally comprehended her whereabouts. At this moment, she had not traversed to the longed-for primordial world, but instead found herself in the realm of Greek mythology, a world utterly distant from the primordial chaos. Oh heavens! The world of Greek mythology. A lamenting cry emanated from the depths of Lotus's heart, for she understood that in the world of Greek deities, there existed no semblance of ethical morality. In this world, there exists no concept of ethics or morality. Beauty has become a primordial sin. Whether in pursuit of beauty, individuals engage in numerous transgressive acts, regardless of their affections. Little M, can you hear me? The tremulous voice of Lotus resonated within her heart, and suddenly, a luminous sphere materialized before her. Here I am. Dear she, what do you summon me for? Little M gleamed with delight. Have you noticed anything amiss? Lotus inquired. Not at all. My system is functioning perfectly. Have you uncovered a potential bug? Little M. I must convey unfortunate news. We have traversed incorrectly. We have arrived in the realm of Greek mythology. Wait, what? Little M's radiance intensified as it swiftly activated its scanning function. After a brief examination, it confirmed Lotus's words. They had indeed crossed into the wrong world. What is happening? Wait for me. I will contact the technical department of the Fate Management Bureau immediately. With that, Little M hastily departed, vanishing from Lotus's sight. The nymphs, kneeling in reverence, expressed astonishment upon witnessing the extraordinary sight of the lotus-filled pond. The golden-haired nymph spoke with utmost sincerity. Esteemed Lotus, goddess born of the lotus, I beseech you to accept me and my sisters. We shall pledge you our unwavering loyalty. Ah, very well. A bewildered Lotus instinctively accepted the golden-haired nymph's declaration, only to realize the gravity of the situation as the words escaped her lips. She hastily attempted to clarify, but the golden-haired nymph interjected. Thank you, Goddess Lotus. Joy and gratitude illuminated the faces of the 6 nymphs. Possessing ethereal beauty, they had previously endured various forms of harassment from different male deities, leading them to band together for safety. Now, everything had changed. They finally had a protector in the form of a goddess. Seeing the gratitude in the nymph's expressions, Lotus found herself at a loss for words. She thought, it's all your fault for your careless tongue. This has led to a grave misunderstanding. Yet, how could I bear to reject these poor nymphs? Reflecting on this, Lotus gazed at the 6 nymphs still kneeling and spoke softly. No need for thanks. Please rise. As the nymphs stood, Lotus continued. By the way, I still do not know your names. Would you be so kind as to share them with me? Of course. It is my honor. The golden-haired nymph inclined slightly. I am Ellis, a water nymph. Following Elise, the other nymphs sequentially introduced themselves. They were the vivacious red-haired Cynthia, the emerald-eyed Belial, the azure-haired and eyed Dorices, the embodiment of tranquility and serenity, Saluya, and the petite Nilia. Elise, Cynthia, and Belial softly repeated the names of the 6 nymphs, their tongues almost tangling in the complexity of the names. Fortunately, perhaps due to her newfound divine nature, her memory had significantly improved. After reciting these names once, she was able to match each name to the corresponding nymph before her. Xiaoxi, I have returned. At that moment, Xiyan suddenly appeared from the air, reappearing before Belial. Xiaoxi, I have just received feedback from the technical department, but the results are not very promising. I have some unfortunate news to share with you. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Belial already sensed the answer. After all, the head of the Fortune Management Bureau had previously stated that once a choice was made, it could not be altered. Thus, she inwardly communicated with Xiyan. Does this mean that the outcome cannot change the chosen world, and I must remain in the current Greek mythological realm? Indeed, Xiaoxi. Moreover, since the system was matched during the world selection, I cannot adjust it to align with the current Greek mythological world. Although a sense of regret lingered in her heart, she resolved to embrace her circumstances. Having been granted a rare opportunity for rebirth, even if it were in an erroneous world, she would strive to live the life she desired. Consequently, Belial silently affirmed, It's all right, Xiyan. Even in the Greek mythological world, we can still shine brightly and reach the pinnacle of our lives. Yes, Xiaoxi, I will do everything in my power to assist you. We will succeed. Chapter 5. Such beauty, such blue, such distant skies today marked the second day of Belial's presence in the Greek mythological world. With the sudden influx of knowledge and memories in her mind, she began to acquire a preliminary understanding of the power levels within this realm. In the realm of Greek mythology, the pinnacle of martial prowess is represented by the primordial order, the creator of the world, the primordial deity Chaos. Following Chaos are the 5 primal gods birthed from this entity: Gaia, the goddess of the earth; Tartarus, the god of the abyss; Erebus, the god of darkness; Nyx, the goddess of night; and Eros, the god of love and desire. The remaining deities are categorized into 4 tiers based on their strength. Revered as those of great divine power, moderate divine power, lesser divine power, and feeble divine power, newly manifested and endowed with the divine essence of the Lotus. Lotus finds herself at the very bottom of the hierarchy, classified among the feeble divine powers. As for the nymphs who accompany her, they can merely be referred to as sprites or fairies, their combat prowess insufficient even when compared to the lesser divine beings. It dawned upon Lotus why the 6 nymphs, including Iris, had previously regarded her with such trepidation and why they sought her protection so earnestly. Drawing from the knowledge within her mind, Lot has learned that every deity, regardless of their might, possesses a temple that serves as their sanctuary. Within these sacred abodes, deities can not only enhance their recovery rate of divine power, but also receive an augmentation of their strength, enabling them to wield abilities far beyond their usual capacities. With this understanding, Lot has commenced the endeavor of constructing her own temple, having frequently engaged in the creative mode of a sandbox simulation game in her past life. She was brimming with architectural designs. After careful consideration, she ultimately settled on a quaint and elegant traditional Chinese architectural style. Thus, she summoned the 6 nymphs to assist her in procuring the necessary materials for the construction, while she pondered the ideal location for her edifice. After approximately half an hour, the 6 nymphs, living up to expectations, utilized their divine powers to transport an abundance of timber, stone, and even a plethora of exquisite crystals, agates, and emeralds. In her previous life as a beleaguered office worker, Lotus had never encountered such a dazzling array of precious gems. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she approached and delicately caressed each stone, whispering to herself, I am wealthy. I am affluent. I shall become a prosperous lady. The 6 nymphs observed their main deity treating these gems with such reverence, bewildered by her reaction, as in their perception, these jewels were merely commonplace, shimmering stones, not particularly rare treasures. However, witnessing their deity's exuberance, they refrained from voicing their confusion, standing quietly to the side as Lotus rolled joyfully amidst the pile of gemstones. In the midst of a dazzling array of gemstones, the goddess Rhodes suddenly became aware of the 6 nymphs beside her, their eyes reflecting a mixture of embarrassment and astonishment. Realizing that her recent behavior had been rather unbecoming, a stark deviation from the grandeur expected of a deity, she swiftly extricated herself from the pile of treasures. A couple of coughs served to mask her discomfort, and she addressed the nymphs, stating, "Ahem, since we have gathered all the necessary materials, let us formally commence the construction of the temple." Upon receiving their nods of agreement, Rhodes began to manifest the architectural blueprint she had envisioned. She meticulously divided it into 6 parts and entrusted each segment to the nymphs, subsequently assuming the role of a foreman, guiding them in utilizing their divine powers to assemble the building materials in the designated location. After a bustling morning of labor, once the final piece of timber was placed precisely as Rhodes had directed, an exquisite pavilion emerged amidst the sea of pink lotus flowers. This structure, embodying the traditional Chinese wooden mortise and tenon design, adorned with flying eaves and intricately carved floral patterns, radiated an elegance reminiscent of the Jiangnan water towns. Hooray! Mission accomplished. I truly am an exceptional designer. Even the Pritzker Prize would surely honor me. Rhodes exclaimed, her admiration for the temple, imbued with an unmistakable Eastern essence, growing with each glance. The 6 nymphs beside her were equally astonished by the completed edifice. They had witnessed many divine temples, some grand and majestic, yet none could compare to the singular beauty of their goddess's sanctuary, a marvel unlike anything they had ever seen or could have conceived. At that moment, Rhodes tilted her head, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her features with a flourish of her right hand. She summoned the remaining timber with her divine power. A flash of crimson light enveloped a plaque that floated gracefully into the air. With her hand as the quill and divine energy as the ink, she inscribed the 3 Chinese characters upon the plaque. With a wave of her hand, the plaque soared through the air, settling elegantly above the entrance of the temple. At the moment the plaque was unveiled, Romies experienced an unexpected surge of inspiration. She delved into the depths of her soul and beheld, beside the scarlet divine emblem adorned with a lotus mark, an unfamiliar, earth and brown divine emblem spinning with remarkable grace. Could this be a new divine emblem? Romies gasped in astonishment and immediately connected her divine power to this sudden manifestation. Before her, magnificent temples, opulent palaces, and solemn shrines flashed in rapid succession. And Romies comprehended the entirety of the situation. This divine emblem was bestowed upon her by the world will as a reward for her unprecedented creation of an architectural marvel within the realm of Greek mythology. Overjoyed, Romies could scarcely believe that merely 2 days into her arrival in the world of Greek mythology, she had already acquired 2 divine emblems. Could this signify the dawn of her prosperous days? In the courtyard of the Azure Lotus Pavilion, having unexpectedly gained joy from the construction of a temple, Romies reclined on a wooden chaise longue, leisurely gazing at the drifting clouds in the sky. As she admired the exceptionally pure azure sky, a rare sight from her past life, Romies couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful, how blue, and how distant is the sky." While observing the heavens, Romies suddenly noticed that the sky above her was inexplicably receding, with an increasing elevation. Gazing at this anomalous spectacle, she gasped in surprise. She swiftly rose into the air for a closer inspection and witnessed the mountains rising abruptly from the ground, continuously growing and elevating the sky above her. Suddenly, the once clear sky was shrouded by layers of dark clouds, and a reluctant yet feeble voice resonated from the heavens, reaching Romies' ears. "I, the great king of the gods, the sovereign of the sky, Uranus, cast down a curse. My valiant son Cronus, your fate is destined to mirror mine. The divine throne you seized from my grasp shall ultimately pass to your son." The voice, reverberating through the skies and the earth, gradually faded as the heavens distanced themselves from the embrace of the earth. Having dabbled in Greek mythology, Romies suddenly recalled a tale associated with the name Uranus. Chapter 6. Where did the celestial court come from? In the legends of Greek mythology that Romies had once perused, the earth goddess Gaia united with her offspring, the sky god Uranus, and together they birthed 12 powerful deities known as the Titans, each governing different realms. Thus, Uranus ascended to the throne as the king of the gods. However, due to Uranus's tyrannical reign and his excessive demands on Gaia, the earth goddess ultimately grew weary of him. Consequently, Gaia conspired with the Titans to overthrow Uranus's despotism. The outcome was that Uranus's youngest son, the god of time, Cronus, wielded a sickle to sever Uranus's masculine symbol, defeating his father and becoming the new king of the gods. Romies had not anticipated that only on the 2nd day of her sojourn in the world of Greek mythology, she would witness such a significant shift in power. Fortunately, at that moment, she was merely a small fry. This event had little bearing on her. and instead illuminated the timeline for her, allowing her to discern the current progression of the Greek mythological world. Just as Romes was reflecting on the tale of Uranus, a shimmering golden light flickered, and Little Im suddenly appeared before her. "Dearest Xiaoxi, did you miss me?" exclaimed Little Im, making a dazzling entrance once more. Romes, cradling the glimmering Little Im, responded, "Indeed. It has only been a few hours, yet I long for our adorable Little Im. Hee, I knew you'd be the best, Xiaoxi." After engaging in a fixed session of playful antics and seeking affection, Xiaoem finally revealed the reason for its sudden appearance. A new task has been detected. The host is requested to decide whether to accept the task. Task: the formal establishment of the Heavenly Court. The host is to proceed to the Heavenly Court to attend the celebration banquet and present a gift to the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Task rewards: Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure X1, Spirit Gathering Pill X5, Experience Pill, Beginner, X5. Xiaoem's words left Luodisai in a state of silence. After a moment of speechlessness, she finally inquired with a tone of skepticism, "Xiaoem, are you certain that this world possesses a heavenly court?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure about that either," came the response. Under the scrutiny of Radhis, the somewhat guilty Little Im responded, yet it proceeded to elucidate the rules governing the emergence of tasks. It explained that when the system detects significant events that impact the progression of the world, it will automatically issue tasks, allowing the host to decide whether to participate, along with generous rewards. However, dear Xiaoxi, your situation is rather unique. Due to the system's incompatibility with the traversed worlds, the tasks released may not align with actual circumstances. Nevertheless, I, Little Im, genuinely sense the occurrence of a significant event in the world, which prompted the issuance of this task. Xiaoxi, ponder carefully whether there have been any events akin to this task. Perhaps we can engage in a similar occurrence to fulfill the current task. As Little Im spoke, its voice gradually dwindled. Radhis rolled her eyes in exasperation and unceremoniously tugged at Little Im's tiny wings. Yet, Little Im's words ignited a possibility in her mind. Just as the position of the Divine King changed hands, Little Im presented the task, thus establishing an undeniable connection between the two. Furthermore, the so-called Heavenly Court in the primordial world is also referred to as the Demon Court, an organization established by Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai to lead the demon race, who are themselves known as the Demon Emperors. The situation of the Divine King in Greek mythology appears to mirror this. In essence, the Divine King is the leader of the gods, and the abode of the gods can be likened to a heavenly court within the Greek mythos. Contemplating this, Radhis felt a surge of clarity and took pride in her astuteness and imaginative prowess. She then inquired of Little Im, will there be any penalties for not fulfilling the task after accepting it? Of course not. Our good Fate Management Bureau's system is designed to guide the host to the pinnacle of life. How could it impose penalties on the host? Upon receiving Little Im's assurance, Radhis, with a spirit of experimentation, declared, "Then I shall accept this task." Xiaoxi, have you conceived of a method to accomplish this task? Well, I shan't reveal that to you. You'll find out in due time, Xiaoxi teased, remaining coy despite Little Im's playful pleas and antics. Radhis refrained from divulging her plans, recognizing that she could not guarantee their success. Should she fail, it would be utterly embarrassing. After accepting the task, Radhis summoned Iris to inquire about the current residence of the Divine King. In response to the inquiry from the chief deity, Iris, who was unaware of the transition in the Divine Kingship, replied based on her knowledge, "Esteemed Goddess Radhis, the Divine King resides on Mount Othries, where numerous deities, including the 12 Titans, have established their temples. When feasts or significant events occur, the gods depart from their respective domains and converge upon Mount Othries." Radhis nodded, signaling Iris to depart, and once again fell into contemplation. Although she had discerned the location of the Divine King's abode, she faced several dilemmas. Firstly, she was unaware of the precise direction to Mount Otris. Secondly, she lacked a legitimate reason to ascend the mountain and present a gift to the Divine King. Thirdly, even if she had a reason, she remained uncertain as to what offering would be appropriate. These uncertainties weighed heavily upon Radhis, and despite her fervent mental exertion, she could not devise a solution. Consequently, she silently opted for the most resolute course of action, to relinquish her worries. Since she could not conceive a plan, she decided to set these concerns aside and seek other pursuits. However, what to engage in? Lost in thought, Radhis suddenly glanced at her attire. A garment she had fashioned from the lotus leaves plucked from the lake, a makeshift creation that barely qualified as clothing. Curiously, in this world, The concept of covering one's body seemed rather nebulous. The 6 nymphs she had taken in had always maintained a state of complete nudity. Despite Radha's repeated entreaties to find something to shield their bodies, the nymphs had no such intentions. Instead, they believed that this was the most natural state of existence. However, having only recently arrived in the realm of Greek mythology and having yet to encounter other beings, she was uncertain whether they shared the same proclivity for nudity as her nymphs. This train of thought sparked an idea within Radha's. Could she create suitable and aesthetically pleasing garments for herself and the nymphs? Chapter 7. I am a diligent little weaver. With this notion in mind, Radha immediately began to contemplate the preparations necessary for garment making. Foremost among these was the fabric, the foundation and essence of any clothing. Yet, in the world of Greek mythology, ready-made fabric was surely non-existent. Thus, it fell upon Radha to create it herself. When the subject of weaving arose, the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl flashed into her mind. As a child, she had been deeply enchanted by the story of the weaver girl who spun fabric from clouds and mist. Inspired by her, Radha resolved to emulate the weaver girl's methods, hoping to weave exquisite fabric from the very essence of clouds. After formulating her initial ideas, Romis promptly resolved to take action. She stepped out of the Xiyan pavilion and gazed upon the lake adorned with pink lotus flowers. Following her naming of the pavilion, she artfully borrowed a line from Xiyan. Only the green lotus and the red lotus to bestow an elegant name upon the lake she had created, Lotus Lake. Due to the sun's rays and the ambient temperature, coupled with abundant moisture, a delicate mist often enveloped Lotus Lake, providing Romis with the essential materials needed for her fabric making. A crimson light flickered from Romis' hand, transforming into a porcelain vase. Gently, she cast the vase into the air and infused it with divine power. Instantly, the opening of the vase manifested a powerful gravitational pull akin to that of a black hole, causing the mist hovering over the lake to stir and be drawn incessantly into the vessel. After completely absorbing the mist, Lotus contentedly summoned back the porcelain vase that hovered in the air. Such a considerable disturbance on the lake's surface could not escape the notice of the 6 nymphs residing nearby. They emerged one by one, curiously observing the actions of the deity. Under the gaze of the nymphs, Radha embarked on her next endeavor of weaving. With a graceful motion of her right hand, she summoned a piece of wood, which, under the influence of divine power, she skillfully sculpted into the shape of a spindle. Following this, she gently shook a porcelain vial, conjuring forth a wispy cloud of mist. Like the celestial weaver from Eastern mythology, she tentatively harnessed her divine energy to manipulate the spindle, causing it to dance through the mist. Before long, a translucent fog began to coalesce into threads of pure white. The threads, resembling sinuous dragons, meandered and gradually entwined around the spindle, enveloping it completely. The birth of these threads marked a promising beginning for Radha's foray into garment making. After a moment of joy, she resolved to persevere, swiftly depleting her collected mist to produce a substantial quantity of white threads. With threads in hand, Radha commenced her preparations to weave them into fabric. She envisioned the design of an ancient wooden loom in her mind, channeling her divine power to transform the leftover timber from the temple into a rudimentary loom and shuttle. Standing before the loom, she inhaled softly and initiated the most critical step of weaving. She carefully introduced the threads made from the mist into the loom, arranging them in a traditional warp and weft manner. With deft control, she maneuvered the loom, threading the weft through the warps and interstices. As the rhythmic clattering filled the air, the separate strands gradually converged, taking on the semblance of fabric. In no time, several pristine white cloths materialized before Radha's. Elated, Radha accepted the freshly woven fabric, reveling in its cotton-like softness. Overcome with admiration for her own craftsmanship, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Radha, you truly are a little genius." However, such a delightful achievement was not meant to be enjoyed in solitude. She tossed the fabric towards the onlooking nymphs, launching into an exuberant proclamation. "Oh dear, I have inadvertently created such exquisite cloth. Come, feel its softness and lightness." Ellis quickly reached out to catch the fabric Radha had thrown, and instantly, she felt as if the clouds above had materialized at her fingertips. The sensation was so enchanting that she shared this wondrous creation with each nymph, all of whom were captivated by this unprecedented marvel. The red-haired Cynthia could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Esteemed deity, what purpose does this fabric serve?" "Oh, you shall find out soon enough." Radha teased the nymphs, then summoned the white fabric back from Cynthia's grasp, commencing her garment-making task. She estimated her body's measurements and, wielding her divine power as a quill, began sketching a draft on the fabric in the style of ancient Greek Haydn. After meticulously reviewing her draft, Lotus began to wield her divine powers to cut the fabric into several segments, following the lines she had previously sketched. Ultimately, she transformed her divine energy into a needle and commenced the delicate task of stitching the cut fabric together. Through her relentless efforts, a simple yet elegant and sacred white gown soon materialized before her. Gazing at the final product, which she had painstakingly crafted, a radiant smile spread across Lotus's face. Without hesitation, she shed the rudimentary garment fashioned from lotus leaves and adorned herself with the exquisite gown that could truly be called clothing. As the lake's waters transformed into a full-length mirror, Lotus eagerly beheld her reflection. The fitted white gown accentuated her graceful figure, while her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying with the breeze, exuding beauty and elegance. Her fair skin and delicate features, with eyes as clear and vibrant as emerald waters, complemented her subtly upturned lips, emanating an air of noble charm. In this moment, she truly embodied the essence of a goddess. Enraptured by her own beauty, Lotus twirled in front of the mirror, reveling in her appearance. The 6 nymphs, who had gathered to witness her splendor, found themselves equally captivated by her allure. They couldn't help but fantasize about donning garments akin to those of their divine mistress. Noticing the nymphs' enchanted expressions, Lotus instantly grasped their unspoken desire and was more than willing to fulfill the little wishes of her beloved nymphs. With divine energy radiating around her, she gracefully moved her hands like a fluttering butterfly, and the rhythmic sound of the loom echoed once more. Drawing upon her prior experience, Lotus skillfully crafted 6 exquisite gowns that resembled works of art, each with its own unique form. With a flick of her left hand, the 6 gowns soared through the air towards the nymphs, magically draping themselves upon their forms. In that instant, the nymphs' breathtaking beauty and alluring figures were not concealed by the garments. Rather, they were accentuated, liberating them from the era of nudity with Lotus's assistance. Chapter 8. A jug of fruit tea. At the moment the 6 nymphs donned their garments, a crisp chime resonated from the depths of Lotus's soul. A verdant divine essence began to materialize from translucence to solidity, lingering beside the divine essence of construction, subtly inclined towards fusion. Peering into the depths of her spiritual being, Lotus felt a harmonious resonance emanating from both the divine essence of construction and this nascent divine essence. Instinctively, she enveloped the 2 divine essences with her divine power. Instantly, the earthy brown construction divine essence and the vibrant green new divine essence began to twirl like the yin-yang symbol, drawing nearer until they ultimately merged flawlessly, giving birth to a brand new divine essence adorned with myriad textures. Eagerly, Lotus channeled her divine power to communicate with this amalgamated divine essence. Unveiling its mysterious veil, it was a divine essence of craftsmanship. Unwittingly, Lotus had ascended to the status of the goddess of craftsmanship. The emergence of the craftsmanship divine essence surged a wave of abundant power within her, enveloping her in a sensation akin to basking in a hot spring. A profound thought blossomed in her heart. She had transcended, with dominion over both the Lotus and craftsmanship divine essences. Lotus officially joined the ranks of those wielding diminished divine powers. She comprehended why the construction divine essence had suddenly fused with the verdant divine essence. It turned out that the latter had autonomously emerged as the textile divine essence after Lotus crafted the garments. Weaving, rooted in threads, entails the processes of spinning and weaving to create fabric, while construction, grounded in bricks, stones, and timber, involves various structural assemblies culminating in edifices. Both disciplines share intrinsic commonalities, utilizing diverse production tools to process various raw materials and semi-finished products, ultimately transforming them into completed works, thus naturally giving rise to the divine essence of craftsmanship. The appearance of a more potent divine essence, coupled with Lotus's elevation, intensified her already joyous spirit, prompting her to eagerly gather the 6 recently adorned nymphs to organize a celebratory banquet. The 6 nymphs unhesitatingly acquiesced to Lotus's request, sincerely bestowing blessings upon her ascension. For the greater the power of their divine master, the more protection they would receive, ensuring their safety. On a bright morning, radiant sunlight filtered through the mist over the lake, casting its glow upon the Xiyan pavilion. Lotus languidly reclined on a chaise in the courtyard, caressing her flat abdomen, lost in contemplation. Today marked the 3rd day since her arrival in the realm of Greek mythology. The previous day's celebratory feast, constrained by circumstances, had featured only the fruits harvested by the nymphs from nearby groves. Though the fruits of the Greek mythological world were plump, sweet, and juicy, possessing an indescribable special flavor, Lotus, as a top gourmand of the empire of gluttony, found such rudimentary fare insufficient. Her mind incessantly conjured visions of delectable dishes crafted from fruits, fruit salads, tangy delights, sweet soups, and four-fruit soups, among others. Yet, the aspirations were grand, yet reality proved to be starkly unyielding, constrained by the limited resources of the world of Greek mythology. Her desire to create culinary delights seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Frustrated, she seized a bunch of grapes that lay beside her and began to savor them. The delicate skin of the grapes burst upon contact with Lotus's teeth, releasing a sweet and tangy juice that filled every crevice of her mouth. With the comfort of sugar, her troubled heart began to lighten. As she relished the exquisite, translucent grapes, a new idea ignited in her mind, rekindling the resentment she had momentarily suppressed regarding her culinary ambitions. Thus, Lotus promptly rose from her reclining position and summoned the most composed and knowledgeable of the nymphs, Iris. She inquired, "Dearest Iris, learned one, are you aware of a plant whose leaves or stems can brew a water imbued with a unique flavor that balances bitterness and sweetness?" After a moment of contemplation, Iris nodded in response to Lotus's eager gaze. "Noble goddess, you must be referring to the leaves of iron grass. Nymphs from distant lands have previously exchanged these leaves with us for some lotus flowers. I believe I still have some in my possession." "How marvelous!" Lotus joyfully interrupted Iris, embracing her and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. The warmth and subtle fragrance emanating from the goddess caused an unexpected blush to creep across Iris's face. She hastily extricated herself from Lotus's embrace, lowering her gaze as she said, "I shall fetch them for you at once." In a flurry, she vanished from Lotus's sight like a fleeting breeze. Watching Iris dash away with such speed, Lotus wore a perplexed expression, pondering, "Have I just acted in an uncharacteristic manner? Why does Iris flee as if she has encountered a cat?" Thus, amidst Lotus's confusion, Iris swiftly returned with the iron grass leaves. Accepting them from Iris's hands, Lotus quickly cast aside the recent events and immersed herself in the creation of her grand vision. She would craft a refreshing summer fruit tea within the realm of Greek mythology. With the semblance of tea now in her possession, the next step was to test the flavor of the iron grass infusion. Lacking dominion over fire or temperature, Lotus resorted to the most primitive method of striking flint to kindle a flame. Under the influence of divine forces, a slender wooden stick began to rotate upon a sturdier log. Before long, black smoke billowed from the junction of the two pieces of wood, and flickering sparks began to appear. As Lotus blew gently towards the newly emerged flames, she added dry grass and twigs into the mix, and in an instant, vibrant red flames surged forth, elevating the ambient temperature significantly. The divine essence of craftsmanship shimmered, transforming a segment of stone before Lotus into a stone pot. She placed the pot atop the newly ignited flames and poured in the dew she had collected from lotus leaves. Before long, a bubbling sound emanated from the pot, with dense bubbles rising from its base as the dew began to boil. Observing this, Lotus grasped a small handful of iron grass leaves brought by Iris and sprinkled them into the boiling water. After a period of simmering, the fragrant aroma of the tea wafted through the air. "Success!" Lotus exclaimed inwardly. Extinguishing the flames, she allowed the iron grass tea to cool slightly before conjuring a wooden cup and spoon. Gently, she ladled a spoonful of the tea into the cup and tentatively took a sip. The familiar flavor instantly danced upon her palate, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. With the tea prepared, it was time to focus on the fruits. Lotus first crafted a wooden barrel, then meticulously washed the grapes, apples, pears, pomegranates, and citrus fruits gathered by the nymphs. She peeled, sliced, and shelled them with care before tossing them all into the barrel. With a flick of her right hand, the cooled iron grass tea transformed into a stream of water that soared from the pot into the barrel brimming with fruit. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the impatient Romies scooped up the fruit tea from the wooden barrel with a wooden cup. A wave of fragrant fruit aroma mingled with the rich scent of tea instantly captivated her palate. The sweet freshness of the fruit harmonizing beautifully with the bitterness of the tea leaves, bestowing upon Romies a unique sense of refreshment. She drank the cup of fruit tea in one go, unable to suppress a sigh of delight. How much more refreshing this would be with ice. Chapter 9. Let me thank you in the tranquil afternoon. Warm sunlight dispersed the mist that enveloped the lake, bathing the lotus lake in golden hues. The shimmering waves danced upon the surface as Romies, clad in white, wove through the sea of lotus flowers. With a wicker basket crafted from reeds slung over her left arm, she gently caressed the lotus pods at the center of the flowers, plucking tender, verdant lotus seeds. Once the basket was filled to the brim, the diligent Romies paused her labor, weighing the heavy basket in her hands, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Since the morning's triumph with the fruit tea, Romies had been determined to seek out ingredients to create delectable dishes to satisfy her culinary cravings. Thus, surrounded by a sea of lotus flowers, she swiftly set her sights on the inexhaustible supply of lotus seeds in the depths of Lotus Lake. Fresh lotus seeds could be enjoyed raw as a snack or transformed into various delicacies, such as lotus seed paste cakes and sweet soups. Just the thought of such delights made Romies' mouth water uncontrollably. Just as she was lost in her culinary reverie, the arrival of Ellis jolted her back to reality. Romies, goddess. The goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, has come to pay a visit. Ellis fluttered before Romies, her tone tinged with urgency. Mnemosyne. Romies gasped in astonishment. Realizing that the goddess of memory was one of the 12 titans born of the primordial goddess Gaia and the sky god Uranus, a revered goddess of immense power. The unexpected visit from the goddess of memory caught Romies off guard. She had no idea how she could be connected to such a titan. However, there was no time for contemplation. She must attend to this divine guest immediately or risk failing in her duty as a host. Alicia danced ahead, leading the way, while Rhodes followed closely behind. After traversing much of the Lotus Lake, Rhodes caught sight of Mnemosyne standing on the shore. Her body adorned with simple drapery entwined with emerald vines, her chestnut hair cascading gracefully. The other 5 nymphs stood tensely beside her, scarcely daring to breathe. As Rhodes approached the lakeside, an overwhelming aura emanated from Mnemosyne, akin to a torrent, nearly suffocating her. Perhaps sensing Rhodes's unease, that formidable presence dissipated in an instant, allowing Rhodes, under Alicia's guidance, to reach the shore. Mnemosyne could not help but appraise Rhodes, who had just arrived, before offering a gentle smile and bowing slightly. In a soft voice, she said, "Dear Goddess Rhodes, greetings. Please forgive my unannounced visit. I hope my presence has not caused you too much inconvenience." Mnemosyne's polite and warm smile alleviated Rhodes's initial apprehension, allowing her heart to relax completely. In response, Rhodes hurriedly returned the bow and smiled, saying, "Esteemed Mnemosyne, the illustrious goddess of memory, I am truly delighted by your visit. Please accompany me into the temple, so that I may extend my hospitality." Mnemosyne nodded with a smile. And under Rhodes's guidance, she soon arrived at the Azure Lotus Pavilion, situated in the center of the lake. Upon gazing at this unprecedented structure, which exuded an air of solemnity and elegance, Mnemosyne could not suppress a gasp. She turned to Rhodes and exclaimed, "Dear Rhodes, I have never seen such a magnificent temple among any of the deities. Is this your masterpiece?" Rhodes nodded, leading the goddess of memory into the courtyard, and began to explain, "Indeed, Goddess Mnemosyne, this building is of my own design, for which I have been granted a divine rank in construction. That is well deserved. I dare say, no deity in this realm understands the art of building better than you." Mnemosyne expressed her genuine admiration for Rhodes, significantly enhancing Rhodes's standing in her eyes. At that moment, Alicia approached the goddess of memory with a wooden cup, filled with the fruit tea Rhodes had prepared that morning. Observing Mnemosyne's curious expression as she accepted the cup from Alicia, Rhodes smiled and introduced, "Esteemed Mnemosyne, this is a fruit tea crafted from iron grass and various fruits. It possesses a unique aroma and a light, refreshing taste. I hope you will enjoy it." Under the introduction of Mnemosyne, she delicately sipped the fruit tea, and the harmonious blend of fruity fragrance and the subtle aroma of tea instantly enveloped her palate. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she consumed the entire cup in one go. Relishing the refreshing aftertaste, Mnemosyne couldn't help but shower compliments upon her companion, exclaiming, "Oh, dearest Ray, the flavor of this fruit tea brings me more joy than the finest wine from the sacred mountains. Your ingenuity astounds me." "You flatter me, Goddess Mnemosyne," Ray humbly replied. As she gazed upon the modest and courteous Ray, Mnemosyne's fondness grew. Suddenly, she gently raised her right hand, and a radiant light flashed, revealing a transparent gemstone that materialized in her palm. Upon closer inspection, one could observe wisps of mist swirling within the gem. Extending her right hand towards Ray, Mnemosyne softly stated, "Dearest Ray, please accept this token of our meeting." "Thank you, Goddess Mnemosyne." Ray responded gratefully as she accepted the mysterious gem from the hands of the goddess of memory. Fortunately, Mnemosyne began to elucidate its purpose. "This gemstone harbors my memories. When you encounter difficulties, activate it, and my memory shall emerge to assist you." Upon learning of the gem's function, Ray once again expressed her gratitude. "Esteemed Amosani, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. After all, this gemstone is the first gift I have received in this world, and my very first treasure. Dearest Ray, there is no need for such formality." Mnemosyne smiled and continued, "In truth, I have come to you seeking a favor." Seizing the opportune moment, the goddess of memory finally revealed the reason for her unexpected visit. "A favor from me?" Ray echoed, unsure of how her modest divine powers could assist such a titan. "Indeed," Mnemosyne nodded, then pointed towards Ray. "I wish for you to help me create a garment as beautiful as the one you wear." It turned out that Mnemosyne had come to know of Ray's existence when she chanced upon Cynthia, who was gathering fruits in the forest. Instantly captivated by the unique and ethereal elegance of Cynthia's attire, which she had never before encountered, Mnemosyne inquired about its origin. Upon learning that the exquisite garment was crafted by the divine Romes, Mnemosyne immediately requested Cynthia to guide her to this skilled goddess, eager to pay a visit in the hope that Romes would create a piece for her as well. Upon hearing the request from the goddess of memory, Romes suddenly realized that Mnemosyne was captivated by her remarkable artistry, which had compelled her to seek a personal audience. In that moment, Romes's confidence soared to unprecedented heights, and she silently exclaimed within her heart, "How truly exceptional I am. Even the Titans are drawn to my craftsmanship. I am, without a doubt, the goddess of artistry in ancient Greece. Wait, it seems I indeed hold that title." Unbeknownst to Mnemosyne, who appeared calm before her, Romes was experiencing a tempest of emotions within. Mnemosyne continued, articulating the generous reward she would offer. "Dearest Romes, should you choose to accept my request, I will not only provide you with a substantial reward, but I will also invite you to join me at the celebratory feast on Mount Atris, where I shall proclaim your extraordinary talents to the pantheon." The words of the goddess of memory struck Romes's heart precisely, akin to a pillow offered just as one begins to drift into slumber. Previously, she had been troubled, lacking a valid reason to ascend to the divine mountain for the banquet. Yet now, the opportunity had presented itself. "Of course, dear Mnemosyne, I would be delighted to fulfill your request." Romes readily agreed, for crafting a garment for the goddess of memory was a task well within her capabilities. Simultaneously, she could not help but reflect, the art of nonchalance truly does not deceive me. Everyone should swiftly join the cult of leisure. Witnessing Romes's enthusiastic acceptance, Mnemosyne was overjoyed. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, she stood to take her leave. "Beloved Romes, I must return to Mount Atris to continue my duties. Once the garment is completed, do not forget to contact me using the memory gem. Goddess Mnemosyne, I shall not see you off. Rest assured, you will receive my good news within 2 days." Romes rose and offered a slight bow in farewell to the goddess of memory. Mnemosyne nodded in return and then turned, soaring into the sky, gradually vanishing from Romes's sight. After bidding farewell to the goddess of memory, Rotes planned to commence the creation of her garment. However, considering that this attire was intended for Mnemosyne and would be worn to showcase at the grand celebration among the gods, Rotes resolved to transcend the confines of the mist-woven threads. She aimed to seek out a more diverse array of materials to weave a fabric that was vibrant and opulent. Chapter 10. The most dazzling of the banquet above the clouds. For majestic steeds, their wings elegantly spread and their bodies resplendent in pure white, raced through the sky, drawing a chariot crafted entirely of gold. Clad in a flowing white gown adorned with delicate pink lotus patterns, Rotes curiously leaned over the edge, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the earth, a perspective she had never before experienced. Beside her, adorned in a long dress of deep green embroidered with golden patterns, the mature and elegant Mnemosyne gazed affectionately at Rotes, who was curiously observing her surroundings. This exquisite garment was the result of 2 days of Rotes's labor and creativity. The primary fabric of the gown was intricately woven from threads derived from lotus leaves and vines, while delicate golden filigree traced opulent and enigmatic designs across the length of the dress. Upon beholding this masterpiece, which embodied Rotes's immense dedication, Mnemosyne instantly fell in love with it and eagerly donned the attire. In gratitude, she bestowed upon Rotes an abundance of various gold and silver jewels, along with a selection of rare gemstones imbued with divine power. 3 days after Mnemosyne received her garments, which is today, she donned the new attire as per their agreement and extended an invitation to Roches to accompany her to the celebration of the Ascension of the new divine king at the sacred mountain of Otritis. Under the swift gallop of the divine steed, the two goddesses swiftly arrived at the towering heights of Mount Otris. The majestic horse neighed, and the golden chariot came to a steady halt at the summit, from which the goddesses gracefully descended. Mnemosyne, ever considerate, walked slightly ahead of Rotes, guiding her with gentle gestures, while Rotes followed the footsteps of the goddess of memory. Her curiosity piqued as she beheld the legendary abode of the gods. The pinnacle of the mountain was enveloped in layers of mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Golden sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a holy and beautiful halo upon the mountaintop. In the distance, a magnificent palace loomed, exuding an air of sanctity and grandeur. The exquisite nymphs busily flitted about, some bearing goblets of fine wine, others carrying fresh fruits, all making their way to the garden where the divine banquet was to be held. As they drew nearer to their destination, the joyful laughter of the gods grew ever louder. From afar, a dense throng of people could be seen gathering in the garden, adorned with vibrant blossoms. For Rotes, who had never witnessed such a grand spectacle, a mix of nervousness and anticipation welled within her. After all, this would be her first chance to behold the deities that existed only in myth. At that moment, the amiable goddess of memory seemed to sense Rotes' anxiety. With a gentle smile, she extended her delicate, lily-white arm, softly reassuring Rotes, "Dear Rotes, do not be afraid. Take my hand. It may bring you some comfort. Trust me. Relax and relish in this joyous celebration." As Rotes grasped Mnemosyne's arm, feeling the warmth radiating from the goddess, her racing heart gradually eased. She realized she should embrace a spirit of enjoyment for this, her inaugural divine banquet. With measured grace, the two goddesses entered the banquet scene. The instant Rotes and Mnemosyne stepped into the garden, time itself seemed to pause, the laughter and merriment abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards the two enchanting goddesses, including those of the reigning god, Cronus, the god of time, and his wife, Rhea, the goddess of time, exposed to the gaze of the deities. Rotes maintained an outward composure, her lips curving into an unanticipated perfect smile. Yet, within her heart, a frantic plea echoed, "Help. Please, stop looking at me. I am but a mortal. I am frightened." The goddesses present were initially taken aback by the exquisite garments worn by the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, and the goddess of craftsmanship, Lotus. Their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief, they were soon overtaken by an overwhelming desire. For every woman is naturally inclined to pursue beauty. It is worth noting that in the current realm of Greek mythology, the goddesses have very limited ways to conceal their bodies. Some opt for simple leaf coverings, while others may use intricately woven vines to shield their modesty. A few goddesses even choose to remain entirely unclad. In contrast, the garments donned by Mnemosyne and Lotus not only boasted exquisite design and meticulous craftsmanship, but also perfectly embraced the feminine form, accentuating their allure and charm. Comparatively, the previous coverings appeared starkly rudimentary and coarse. While the goddesses gazed upon the two with admiration and yearning, the male deities, in addition to their astonishment, harbored a hint of desire. Some cast avaricious glances towards the entwined goddesses, their eyes sparkling with longing, subtle smiles playing on their lips as they began to murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, the queen of the gods, Rhea, seated beside the newly appointed king, Cronus, broke the silence, exclaiming with admiration, "Welcome, my dear sister Mnemosyne, and this unfamiliar goddess before me. I cannot help but be captivated by the garments you wear. They are truly a marvel of craftsmanship." Upon hearing the queen's praise, Mnemosyne smiled gently and, with a courteous gesture, led Lotus forward to pay their respects to the esteemed king and queen. "We honor you, noble king and queen," she said. Then, Mnemosyne withdrew her arm from Lotus's grasp and presented Lotus to the assembly, stating solemnly, "Allow me to introduce. The beautiful attire I wear is the creation of this talented goddess before you." With this introduction from the goddess of memory, Lotus became the center of attention once more. She strove to quell her inner nervousness as she gracefully approached the thrones of the king and queen. Slowly kneeling and performing a gesture of utmost reverence, "I extend my highest regards to you, esteemed king and noble queen." King Cronus and Queen Rhea nodded slightly, acknowledging her salute. Rising, Lotus turned towards the other deities, offering a gentle bow. Then, with a melodious and clear voice, she proclaimed, "I was born from the lotus, and all the myriad lotuses in the world are my incarnations. The lotus is me, and I am the lotus. I am skilled in construction and weaving, and my exquisite craftsmanship has earned me the favor of the divine patron of artisans. I am Lotus, the goddess of the lotus and craftsmanship." At this moment, The name of Rithis was first recognized by the deities of Greek mythology, marking her official ascent onto the stage of this mythical realm, where she became a pivotal cog in the machinery of history. Chapter 11. You have a new order. Please take note. The goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, guided the illustrious Rithis to her seat, and soon a throng of goddesses approached her like ravenous wolves drawn to their prey, eager to raise their goblets in her honor. They surrounded Rithis with fervent enthusiasm, subtly suggesting that she, too, could craft such exquisite garments for them. Under the successive toasts of the goddesses, after consuming several cups of rich wine, a faint blush unexpectedly adorned the fair cheeks of Rithis. The effects of alcohol gradually alleviated her tension, allowing a sense of relaxation to wash over her. Unbeknownst to her, she had forged camaraderie with several unfamiliar goddesses and had unwittingly acquiesced to numerous commitments that she would later regret upon sobering up. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the slightly inebriated Rithis, the goddess Mnemosyne, seated beside her, could not help but smile slyly, harboring her own intentions as she lifted her wine glass and began to set a trap for Rithis. The joyous banquet proceeded fervently amidst laughter and the fragrance of wine. And soon, prompted by an unknown deity, the festivities transitioned to the segment of presenting gifts to the newly appointed god King Kronos and Queen Rhea. An array of exquisite wines, ornate crowns, and various gifts were offered by the deities to the divine couple. Witnessing this spectacle, Rithis, now feeling the effects of intoxication, compelled herself to regain her composure, for she had not forgotten the purpose of her attendance. As the other deities completed their gift-giving, Rithis, now thoroughly sober, gracefully approached the thrones of the god King and Queen. Her entrance captured the attention of numerous deities, all eager to witness what novel and unique gift this goddess of craftsmanship would bestow. Esteemed god King and Queen, Rithis elegantly bowed, and in that moment, a flash of crimson divine light enveloped her, revealing a splendid crystal vial nestled in her palm. This vial, entirely transparent, emanated a mysterious and enchanting glow. Within its crystalline confines, a delicate pink liquid flowed gently. With reverence, Rithis presented the crystal vial before Rhea, declaring, "Esteemed Queen, this is a gift I have prepared for you, a bottle of perfume I have meticulously crafted." Perfume? Rhea queried, her brow slightly furrowed, echoing Rithis' words with a hint of confusion. Clearly unfamiliar with the concept of perfume, Rithis smiled and nodded, yet refrained from immediately explaining its nature. Instead, she delicately removed the cap of the crystal vial. Instantaneously, a subtle and elegant fragrance of lotus blossomed forth from the vial, swiftly permeating the entire banquet hall. The deities felt as though their faces had been caressed by a gentle spring breeze, and under this fragrant baptism, those who had been hazy with intoxication gradually regained their clarity. They widened their eyes, greedily inhaling the refreshing aroma, their faces illuminated with expressions of rapture. Rhea, seated closest, too, was irresistibly drawn to the alluring scent, her expression reflecting surprise and delight. This lotus perfume was indeed the gift Rithis had painstakingly devised for the celebratory banquet. In her quest to create the perfect perfume, she devoted an immense amount of energy. Fortunately, with the assistance of the divine craftsmanship, after 2 failed attempts, Lotus discovered the optimal method for concocting the fragrance under the prevailing conditions and immediately set about applying it. First, she sought out dozens of the finest and most fragrant lotus flowers from the tranquil Handan Lake. With great care, she harvested them and returned to the courtyard of the Xiyan pavilion. There, Lotus meticulously arranged the freshly picked lotus flowers, one by one, on a wooden steaming tray. She then gently positioned the tray atop a stone pot filled with dew collected from lotus leaves. Next, employing the ancient technique of friction to kindle a flame, she skillfully ignited a fire beneath the stone pot. As the flames danced, a rhythmic bubbling sound emanated from within the pot, the joyful noise of the dew being heated. Soon, the dew began to boil, and a fragrant steam rose, carrying with it delicate aromas. The fragrant vapor ascended, caressing each petal of the lotus flowers in the steaming tray, gradually coaxing out the aromatic essences contained within. At that moment, Lotus concentrated her spirit, wielding her formidable divine powers to precisely control the fragrant steam, guiding it into another vessel. As the steam cooled, the stone pot filled with a mixture of oil and water imbued with the essence of lotus blossoms. Once again, Lotus invoked her divine abilities to deftly separate this mixture, extracting the purest lotus essential oil. Following this, she approached the carefully selected crystals that the nymphs had transported to the courtyard. She scrutinized each piece meticulously, ultimately choosing the most exquisite, translucent crystal as her container. With the gentleness befitting a precious artwork, she skillfully sculpted the crystal into an exquisitely ornate bottle. Finally, Lotus filled the crystal vessel 2/3 full with the lotus leaf dew, then added her meticulously crafted pure lotus essential oil. Under the influence of her divine power, the two elements blended flawlessly, giving birth to a bottle of lotus perfume. The scene then shifted back to the banquet. After all the deities experienced the fragrance of the perfume, Lotus gently closed the lid of the crystal bottle and respectfully explained to the delighted goddess Rhea, "Esteemed goddess, you may occasionally spritz this exquisite perfume, crafted from lotus flowers, upon yourself. The delicate scent of lotus will envelop you, allowing you to feel as though you are immersed in a sea of blossoms. Furthermore, this fragrance aids in calming the spirit, alleviating tension, and instilling a sense of tranquility and relaxation. Additionally, it possesses properties that promote restful sleep, enhancing the quality of your slumber. I sincerely hope you will cherish it." As she spoke, Lotus presented the crystal bottle into Rhea's hands. Rhea, captivated, gently shook the crystal bottle, her face alight with appreciation as she gazed upon the perfume. With a radiant smile, she tenderly addressed Lotus. "Dearest Lotus, you truly embody the essence of the goddess of craftsmanship. Your creations are always so innovative, exquisite, and astonishingly delightful that I cannot help but adore them." Nearby, the god king Kronos, observing Rhea's joy, also wore a smile. He then turned to Ratiz and said, "Ratiz, I am grateful for your gift that has brought forth such a beautiful smile on the goddess. Therefore, I shall grant you the rare opportunity to reside upon the divine mountain. It is known that only deities of intermediate divine power have the privilege to establish a temple on the sacred mountain, securing a permanent residence." Although Ratiz was unaware of the regulations governing the divine mountain, receiving such a generous return from the god king left her astonished. She gratefully responded to Kronos, "Thank you, great god king Kronos." In the admiring gaze of the deities, Rotius returned to her designated seat, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, as she settled in and surveyed her surroundings, her smile abruptly faltered, and a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. "Wait, is something amiss? When did this table become so crowded? How could there be so many goddesses gathered beside me?" Rotius mused to herself. At that long table, which was originally intended to seat merely 12 deities, the number of attendees had inexplicably multiplied severalfold. Moreover, the newly appeared faces were all goddesses whom she had never encountered before. Upon seeing Letitia's return, these goddesses immediately donned cordial smiles, eagerly lifting their goblets as they approached her, a scene reminiscent of Letitia's own entrance to the banquet. Under the exuberant greetings of the goddesses, Radha's accepted cup after cup of exquisite wine, her mental state growing increasingly hazy. The words of the surrounding deities buzzed around her like mosquitoes, and with a dazed expression, Radha's responded intermittently, I will. After yet another goblet was downed, the scene before her began to blur, and ultimately, she could no longer withstand the onslaught of alcohol, collapsing heavily onto the long table, losing consciousness. Chapter 12. To my astonishment, I am related to an exquisite innate treasure. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility above the Qinglian pavilion, as memories from before her intoxication surged into Radha's mind like a tidal wave. She instinctively grasped her hair, bowing her head in anguish. An unseen storm cloud loomed above her, casting a vast shadow. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Radha. If only she could return to the past, she would unhesitatingly traverse back to the banquet and deliver 2 resounding slaps to her own face. "Master, what has transpired?" Upon hearing Radha's scream, Iris rushed into the room, observing the dejected figure of the master god, who huddled in the corner with her head cradled in her hands. Iris inquired with deep concern. Ratiz, with a sorrowful expression, lifted her gaze to Iris and, in the calmest tone, uttered the most dreadful words, "I wish to die. I truly wish to die." "No, master, you must not despair." Upon hearing Radha's reply, Iris disregarded everything else and immediately lunged toward Ratiz, grasping her hands tightly while exclaiming, "Cynthia, Belial, come quickly. The master seeks to end her life." Under the comforting presence of Nymph, the stormy emotions of Lotus gradually subsided. She lay languidly on a deck chair in the courtyard, her expression one of utter despondency, as she extended her hand to meticulously count the debts she had amassed. 1, 2, 321, 2,229, 30. "Oh my heavens! How long must I endure this?" Lotus lamented to the heavens once more. Merely by attending a single banquet, she had unwittingly incurred a staggering 30 orders. which included 20 dresses of various designs and 5 bottles of Lotus perfume. The root of this predicament lay in her overly fanciful imaginings of the deities from Greek mythology, which led her to unwittingly accept these debts while inebriated, succumbing to the nefarious influence of those wicked goddesses. Although Lotus yearned to deny the existence of these orders, each one was a commitment made by her own lips. She had no desire to become a traitor to her word, and thus silently bore the consequences of her loquaciousness. With a heavy heart, she quietly sighed. Alcohol truly wreaks havoc. At that moment, she made a resolute vow deep within her soul. She, Lotus, would never again touch a drop of alcohol. She would steadfastly become a vanguard against intoxication. Just as she was lamenting, a flash of golden light appeared, and a diminutive figure with tiny wings, Little M, made a grand entrance amidst a dazzling spectacle. Dear Little X, congratulations on completing your task. Little M is here to present your reward. Originally, the reward was to be bestowed immediately upon task completion, but Little X, your performance yesterday was rather, Little M's words struck a painful chord within Lotus, prompting her to swiftly grasp Little M's wings with both hands and assertively declare, I warn you. Do not mention yesterday's events again. I'm sorry, Little X. I realize my mistake. May I be released now? My wings hurt. Amidst the relentless wails of Little M, Lotus released her grip on the delicate wings, placing her hands on her hips as she glared at the now liberated Little M, who flitted about in joyous freedom. Observing Lotus's lingering expression of discontent, Little M resolved to promptly distribute the rewards and then vanish from Lotus's sight, avoiding any further misfortune. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task assigned by the system, attending the celestial banquet and presenting a gift. Rewards received: 1 exquisite innate spiritual treasure, 5 focus elixirs, and 5 beginner experience elixirs. The backpack system is now unlocked, and the rewards have been dispatched to the host's inventory. Please check to receive them. Upon the announcement of the mission's success, before Lotus could fully comprehend the situation, Xiyan vanished instantaneously amidst a golden light, leaving no trace behind. Lotus could only twitch her lips in silent exasperation. She had intended to inquire about the usage of the backpack, but it seemed to have fled faster than a rabbit. It appeared that she would have to explore its functionalities on her own. Thus, with a mindset of tentative curiosity, Lotus mentally intoned, as if invoking a system, open the backpack. Ding. Host's backpack has been opened. Current storage slots available, 3,100. A transparent panel adorned with grids appeared before Lotus. Except for the first 3 slots shining with golden light, the rest lay in utter darkness. She glided her finger across the panel, sequentially examining the rewards. Purification Pill X5, an essential remedy for travel, capable of cleansing all negative conditions and maintaining clarity of mind. Experience Pill Beginner X5, crafted from the essence of various rare materials, it can slightly enhance one's cultivation and expedite breakthroughs in realms. Supreme Primal Spirit Treasure Chest. Do you yearn for top-tier spiritual treasures? No need for 998 or even 98. Simply open the chest to obtain an exquisite primal spiritual treasure that will safeguard your path to growth. After a cursory glance at the descriptions of the first 2 pills, Lotus focused all her attention on the Supreme Primal Spirit Treasure Chest. It is worth noting that within the Honghuang world, the number of Supreme Primal Spiritual Treasures is but a mere 100, and each celestial being possessing such treasures is renowned. How could Lotus not be captivated? Consequently, she swiftly swiped her finger, clicked on the Supreme Primal Spirit Treasure Chest, and opted to use it. A grandiose melody suddenly resonated in her ears, and a beam of golden light cascaded down from the heavens, landing directly before her. Witnessing this ceremonious spectacle, Lotus silently wished, akin to unboxing a mystery gift, grant me a formidable treasure. Grant me a formidable treasure. Ding. A crisp and lingering tone resonated, and the majestic background music abruptly ceased. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the supreme primal spiritual treasure she had drawn revealed its true form. A bronze cauldron, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura, materialized in the space where the golden light had vanished. Surrounding the cauldron was a faint aura of purple mist, within which glimpses of magnificent dragons and phoenixes in flight could be discerned. At the center of the bronze cauldron's bottom lay a carving of 2 yin-yang fish, embracing to form a Tai Chi symbol. The exterior of the cauldron featured 8 equally divided faces, each adorned with the symbols and characters of the primordial 8 trigrams, signifying 8 natural phenomena. 2 ears stood on either side of the bronze cauldron, symbolizing the dualities of heaven and earth, as well as the yin and yang energies. Her stout legs supported the body of the cauldron, representing the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, or the 4 elements of water, fire, wood, and metal. Gazing at the imposing bronze cauldron before her, a wave of familiar warmth surged within Razith, compelling her to step forward and reach out to touch its surface. As her fingers made contact with the cold bronze, an influx of information flooded her mind, revealing the source of that inexplicable affinity. This bronze cauldron was, in fact, the Xiyan cauldron, transformed from the primordial lotus seed of creation, and Razith's true essence was the 12th grade green lotus, born from the very same lotus, in a sense. This Xiyan cauldron was indeed her relative. Chapter 13. A bounteous offer. Setting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Razith began to meticulously recall the descriptions of the Xiyan cauldron from the primordial world. The Xiyan cauldron, a supreme innate spirit treasure, was said to be held by the venerable Hongjun, possessing the power to suppress fate and refine all things. Capable of reverting postnatal items to their original essence and recreating the primordial. It was with the aid of the Xiyan cauldron that Nuwa had forged the colorful stones, achieving great merit in her endeavor to mend the heavens. Furthermore, the Xiyan cauldron was renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, making it a top-tier treasure for protection. With this thought, Razith's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly caressed every intricate detail of the Xiyan cauldron, all the while thinking, "My dear relative, you are truly a magnificent treasure." It must be said that the Xiyan cauldron resonated harmoniously with Razith's current divine essence. Its innate refining abilities perfectly complemented her craftsmanship divinity, leading her to ponder the delightful and innovative creations she could potentially manifest with it. At that moment, while fondling the Xiyan cauldron, Razith suddenly caught sight of twinkling starlight emanating from the center of the cauldron. Driven by curiosity, she reached into the sparkling area and grasped a handful of soil that shimmered like stars in her palm. How peculiar! Why is there soil inside the Xiyan cauldron? Could it have accidentally flown in during the distribution of rewards? As she examined the handful of soil, a look of confusion crossed her face. Initially, she speculated that the soil was a result of a mishap during the reward allocation process. However, its twinkling appearance suggested it was not ordinary soil, leaving her puzzled. A gentle breeze wafted through, and as it blew, a small portion of the soil she held slipped from her palm and fell to the ground. In that seemingly ordinary moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The soil that landed on the ground began to grow in response to the wind, rapidly spreading outward. In but a fleeting moment, a mound of earth, towering alongside the illustrious Romies, manifested before her. Moreover, this earthen hill showed no signs of ceasing its growth. It continued to expand at an astonishing rate, threatening to engulf the entire courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Romies was struck with alarm, and without a moment to ponder, she hastily channeled her divine power onto the mound, endeavoring to subdue its relentless proliferation. Fortunately, her divine energy proved effective. The once frenzied mound gradually calmed under her influence, with the protruding portion slowly retracting, ultimately reverting to a mere clump of soil, once more resting within the palm of Romies. Sighing in relief, a name of great renown from the primordial world swiftly surfaced in her mind: the Nine Heavens soil. Romies was astonished by the system's generosity. Not only had it bestowed upon her the Xiyan cauldron, but it also included this invaluable treasure in a buy-one-get-one free offer. According to legend, the Nine Heavens soil is a divine earth capable of infinite growth. It was from this very soil that Nuwa crafted humanity as figures. And it was also utilized by Du in his endeavors to tame the floods, marking it as a premier treasure in the primordial realm. The acquisition of these two remarkable items instantly brightened Romies' spirits. The debts incurred from her past intoxication seemed trivial in comparison, as a profound sense of happiness enveloped her, inspiring her to compose a poem. Ah, what a grand cauldron! Wow, so much soil. Ha! Such is my delightful mood. Revitalized and filled with joy, Romies eagerly immersed herself in the creation of her orders, deciding to commence with the production of 5 bottles of Lotus perfume. Drawing upon her previous experience, she found herself far more adept at crafting the fragrance. After a bustling morning, 5 exquisite crystal bottles, filled with a delicate pink liquid, stood proudly before her. In the creation of these perfumes, Romies conceived a novel idea. She realized that the garments and fragrances in her possession were immensely popular, which ignited her entrepreneurial spirit. She resolved to embark on a venture within the realm of Greek mythology, establishing a brand that would be uniquely her own. Naturally, this was merely a preliminary concept, and the potential for success remained uncertain. However, one imperative action loomed before her. Given that her perfumes and garments were poised to grace the hands of goddesses, and considering the abundance of deities capable of crafting similar products in the world of Greek mythology, Romies recognized the necessity of safeguarding her intellectual property. Thus, she decided to design a trademark that would not only signify the creator of her products and enhance her visibility, but also lay the foundation for her future business endeavors. Without hesitation, Romies plunged into the design of her exclusive trademark. Undoubtedly, the lotus flower emerged as the most fitting emblem of her current identity. As the goddess of the lotus, she presided over the entire pantheon of Greek mythology's lotus, an unparalleled identity that no other deity could replicate. Consequently, she chose the lotus flower as her trademark without a moment's doubt. Infused with her divine power, 5 elegant azure lotus blossoms were imprinted at the heart of the crystal bottle. Beneath the lotus, 2 grand characters inscribed in standard Kai script read Xiyan, a name she has chosen for her brand. After completing the brand imprint, Romies transformed once more, embarking on her journey as a messenger, determined to deliver these 5 bottles of perfume into the hands of their rightful owners. The recipients of these exquisite fragrances are none other than her most cherished deities, Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory; Phos, the goddess of radiance; Hemera, the goddess of daylight; Selene, the goddess of the moon; and Thalassa, the goddess of the sea. Among these divine beings, Mnemosyne, Hemera, and Phos temporarily reside atop Mount Atris. Selene dwells within the temple of Hyperion, the god of light. Yet her presence graces the night sky, a luminous beacon when evening falls. Thalassa, the most elusive of the 5, resides within the distant ocean of Oceanus, encircling the world, making her the hardest to locate. Thus, following a sequence from the simplest to the most challenging, Romies sets forth towards Mount Atris. Previously, she had traveled in the divine carriage of Mnemosyne, reaching the mountain from Lotus Lake in nearly 10 minutes. Now, relying on her own flight, fatigue enveloped her before she had traversed half the distance, her divine energy dwindling perilously. Reluctantly, Romies paused her advance, gracefully descending from the clouds, choosing to return to the earth below for a brief respite. Chapter 14. A celebration of life. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows and illuminating the serene forest. Romies sat quietly upon a massive stone platform, her eyes closed, as if merging with the surrounding nature. With each gentle rise and fall of her chest, the divine energy permeating the forest flickered like fireflies, gathering from all directions to encircle her, dancing rhythmically with her breath. As she inhaled, the luminescent divine energy surged into her being, replenishing her parched reservoir of divine power. After a few moments of adjustment, Romies felt her depleted energy gradually revitalizing, allowing her to restore her state of being, basking in the flow of this newfound strength. At last, she slowly opened her eyes. With a soft exhale, Romies mused, "I never imagined that flying could be so taxing on divine energy. The carriage of Mnemosyne is truly remarkable, swift, and energy efficient. It seems I must craft a personal chariot for myself in due time." Restored to her peak state, Lotus rose to her feet and stretched her body, deeply reminiscing about the modern conveniences of air travel and high-speed rail from her previous life, her heart filled with myriad emotions. Divine power emanated from Lotus, enveloping her as she ascended slowly toward the heavens. Our petite courier was about to embark on her delivery journey once more. As Lotus soared into the air, the distinct sound of deer calls suddenly resonated from the forest below, not the usual serene and tranquil calls, but rather laced with urgency and anguish, signaling that the owner of the sound was in peril. Drawn by the harrowing cries, the kind-hearted Lotus decisively abandoned her original delivery plans to seek the source of the noise, determined to uncover the truth of the situation. Following the sound carried by the wind, Lotus soon discovered its origin. Before her lay a magnificent white stag, weakly resting beneath the shade of the trees, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Its face bore a human-like expression of anguish. As Lotus approached, she noticed the stag's abdomen was distended, indicating it was with child. However, its condition was dire, as crimson blood trickled from its rear, pooling beneath it and staining its fur a mottled scarlet. Alas, it was in the throes of a difficult labor. Lotus quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and hurried forward, placing her hands gently upon the stag's snowy coat. A crimson glow radiated from her palms, flowing continuously into the stag's body. With her aid, the stag's expression of suffering began to ease, and gratitude shone in its large, human-like eyes as it delicately licked Lotus's hand, expressing its thanks to the goddess before it. Seeing the stag's condition improve, Ratiz released a long sigh of relief. Ignoring the bloodstains on the stag, she cautiously extended her hand to gently caress its swollen abdomen, hoping to facilitate the birthing process. Simultaneously, she offered encouraging words. "You can do it. Keep going." However, events did not unfold as Ratiz had anticipated. Her hand resting on the stag's abdomen sensed a sudden, intense contraction from within. The once calm stag began to tremble violently, emitting even more anguished cries that echoed like a mournful lament, tears streaming from its eyes. The abrupt turn of events caught Ratiz off guard, her heart tightening in sympathy with the stag's pain. In a hurried attempt, she summoned the divine energy within her, channeling it ceaselessly into the body of the sacred deer. Yet, the sole method that Ratiz could conceive had now lost its efficacy. Despite transferring a significant portion of her divine power to the creature, it continued to cry out in agony. As time elapsed, the deer's cries grew ever fainter, eventually fading into silence. Its once raised head now lay completely on the ground, eyes tightly shut, with only the rhythmic rise and fall of its body indicating the faintest signs of life. What to do? Witnessing the imminent loss of several vibrant lives before her was a source of profound anxiety for Ratiz. She frantically summoned her system backpack, hoping to discover something useful from her existing inventory. Eureka! A fragrant, emerald green pill appeared at her fingertips. It was the Tranquility Pill, a reward obtained from a task issued by the system. The purpose of the Tranquility Pill was to eradicate all negative effects. Although she was uncertain if the complications of childbirth fell under the category of negative effects, there were no other options available. With a heart full of desperation, Ratiz hastily placed the Tranquility Pill into the deer's mouth. Upon entering, the pill swiftly transformed into a warm current that flowed through the deer's body, nurturing it continuously. Under the influence of the pill, the unconscious deer slowly reopened its eyes and gradually lifted its head, the grimace on its face easing. Witnessing its effectiveness, Ratiz, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved 2 more Tranquility Pills and administered them to the deer. Gradually, the deer's expression of pain vanished entirely, and vitality returned to its form, allowing it to shakily rise to its feet. With it standing, 3 soft thuds resonated as 3 newborn fawns, still enveloped in their membranes, tumbled into the world. The mother deer swiftly turned, extending her tongue to lick away the remnants of the membranes from her offspring. As the amniotic fluid was expelled, the 3 vibrant lives let out their first cries, announcing their arrival into this realm. Watching the successful birth of these new lives, an indescribable emotion surged within Ratiz. Her eyes brimmed with a unique blend of tenderness and warmth, and hot tears cascaded down her cheeks, slowly dripping onto the earth below. At that moment, a miracle transpired. Where her tears fell, tender sprouts defiantly broke through the soil, akin to seeds of hope. These fresh green shoots spread outward from Ratiz, creating a verdant expanse. A cerulean lotus quietly manifested upon her forehead, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged within her, replenishing the divine energy she had nearly exhausted. Deep within her soul, 2 new divine essences quietly came into being. Unbeknownst to her, compelled by fate, Ratiz, like a marionette, unconsciously opened her mouth, and a solemn voice resonated from her lips, echoing across the heavens. Resilient life creates miracles. The world shall pay homage to the birth of new life. I am Rhodeus, the goddess of vitality and childbirth. Chapter 15. Escaping the primitive age, 3 newly born fawns frolicked towards Rhodeus, the goddess who spoke vows. Playfully, they tugged at the hem of her gown, eagerly anticipating a response from the benevolent deity. The commotion stirred Rhodeus from her reverie, awakening her to the profound sensation of 2 new divine essences pulsating with vibrant life deep within her soul. She couldn't help but ponder, are divine essences produced in bulk? How is it that I have acquired 2 more so swiftly? Today marks the 7th day since Rhodeus formally entered the realm of Greek mythology, and within this brief span, she has obtained 4 divine essences, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. It is essential to note that Rhodeus had always believed divine essences to be rare treasures, which is why so many nymphs cannot advance to become deities. However, upon recalling that she is the chosen child of fate by the Bureau of Fortune Management, Rhodeus felt a sense of rightful assurance. Perhaps this is all the design of destiny, she mused internally, then gazed down at the 3 fawns still playfully gnawing at her garment. As she looked upon the 3 adorable creatures, their pure white coats radiating an endearing charm, Rhodeus felt her youthful spirit awaken. Her emerald eyes, reminiscent of serene lakes, transformed into shapes of affection as she bent down and enveloped the mischievous fawns in her embrace. The three delightful fawns nestled comfortably against her, showing no signs of struggle. Instead, they rested their forelegs upon her arms, extending their heads with wide, curious eyes. Savoring this newfound perspective from above, revitalized, the divine stag let out a melodious call, gracefully approaching Rhodius. In her gaze filled with wonder, the stag pressed its forehead against hers. A brilliant light erupted from the connection, and an indescribable sensation surged within Rhodius. In that instant, she realized that the stag had acknowledged her as its master. With the successful bond established, the stag nuzzled Rhodius's neck in delight. The plush sensation sending delightful shivers through her, leading her to burst into joyous laughter. High above the clouds, Rhodius sat side saddle on the back of the divine stag, cradling the three playful fawns. The stag trod steadily, leaping and bounding through the void, and in a mere moment, the towering Mount Atres emerged before Rhodius. The presence of the stag filled her with immense joy. She marveled at her fortune. Now, she finally possessed her own steed, no longer needing to expend divine energy to traverse the skies. Rhodius had truly transcended the primitive age and stepped into a prosperous era. The divine stag emitted a long, resonant call, gradually slowing its pace to a halt atop the sacred mountain. Lotus gently placed the fawn cradled in her arms upon the stag's back, instructing it to wait patiently. She then made her way to the temples of memory, radiance, and the goddess of daylight, presenting the lotus-scented perfume she had crafted into the hands of the deities. Upon her return to the stag's location, the three dusk goddesses, the Hesperides, had already scattered their vibrant twilight hues across the sky, the lingering glow of sunset casting a golden sheen upon the stag's pristine white coat. The divine stag lay quietly upon the ground, while three fawns languidly nestled on its back, their eyes half closed in sleepy yawns. Observing the drowsy trio, Lotus offered a tender smile, first gently caressing the soft brow of the stag before carefully cradling the three fawns in her arms. She swayed them gently, softly humming the lullaby once sung to her by the old headmaster. In the enchanting melody of Romi's sweet voice, three little deer gradually closed their eyes in her warm embrace, surrendering to the delightful dreams conjured by the god of slumber, Hypnos. As the final note lingered in the air, Romis gracefully resumed her position upon the back of the divine stag. With a gentle pat on the stag's back, she signaled it to commence their journey. The pure white stag lifted its front hooves, rising effortlessly, and then, in the embrace of the golden sunset, soared into the sky, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. In the profound depths of the underworld, Nyx, the supreme primordial deity who governs the night, cast her veil at the entrance of the realm of shadows. The inky veil, drawn by divine power, ascended slowly into the heavens as a soft breeze caressed it, while darkness began to consume the golden sky, heralding the arrival of the nocturnal world. Above in the night sky, Romis, seated gracefully upon the stag, awaited the arrival of the moon goddess, Selene, with patient anticipation. The delicate tinkling of bells resonated through the air, and soon Romis beheld a radiant luminescence approaching from ahead. This light, unlike the blinding brilliance of the sun, exuded a serene and pure clarity, embodying the essence of the moon's glow. As the moonlight drew near, the figure within the radiance became discernible, adorned with a luminous crescent crown, encircled by a golden halo, and draped in a gentle, snow-white veil. Selene was guiding her chariot drawn by two snow-white divine bulls. The tinkling of bells emanated from the golden bells around the bulls' necks. And as the moon chariot traversed the heavens, the luminous moonlight cascaded down upon the tranquil earth, illuminating the inky darkness of the night. The divine stag approached the moving chariot with graceful strides, emitting a resonant call. Upon hearing the stag's call, Selene commanded the bulls to slow their pace. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the stag making its way toward her, revealing a look of intrigue. "Greetings to you, dear Selene, goddess who brings light to the night." The stag came to a gentle halt before the moon chariot, and Romis, rising slowly while cradling the three still sleeping fawns, offered her respectful salutation to the moon goddess. "Ah, dear Romis, it is indeed you," Selene exclaimed, her expression tinged with surprise as she bowed slightly in courteous acknowledgement of Romis' greeting. "What brings you to the night sky?" It is known that the deities prefer to immerse themselves in the dreams of Hypnos rather than engage in activities during the night. Rising, Selene posed her inquiry to the goddess before her. "I have come expressly for you, Selene," Romis replied with ease, gently placing the fawns upon the soft back of the divine stag. She then produced the lotus-scented perfume she had meticulously crafted. "The perfume you requested has been completed," and I am here to present it to you. Lotus gently presented a crystal vial to Selene. With delight, Selene accepted the vial and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Oh, dear Lotus, you are truly considerate, even going out of your way for me. Please accept my sincere thanks and this humble gift. A radiant orb, shimmering like the purest moonlight, materialized in Selene's hand. With a delicate gesture, the sacred orb fell into Lotus's grasp. As he felt the chilling touch of the orb, a look of curiosity illuminated Lotus's features. Selene, ever attentive, kindly addressed his intrigue. This is composed of pure moonlight, the essence that belongs solely to the moon. I hope you shall cherish it. Chapter 16. Oh, the sea, all water. A snow-white divine deer gracefully leaped through the silvery moonlight from the night sky, ultimately landing in the courtyard of the Xiyan pavilion. The goddess Rhodes bid farewell to the moon goddess and returned to her sanctuary, preparing to visit the ocean goddess Thalissa, who resided deep in the vast sea the following day. The essence of craftsmanship flickered within Rhodes's soul as emerald lotus leaves, tender green vines, and withered yellow hay coalesced in her hands, transforming into various shapes. With a flash of white light, a modest yet soft and cozy deer nest was born in her grasp. She placed the nest beneath a robust red maple tree in the courtyard. The divine deer, with curious eyes, tentatively lay down in the nest at Rhodes's gesture. The nest, imbued with the fragrance of plants and a gentle, comforting softness, instantly captured the heart of the divine deer, which happily emitted cheerful calls. The three sleeping fawns were awakened by their mother's voice. They opened their drowsy eyes, sliding down their mother's back and snuggling against the warm belly of the divine deer, quickly drifting back into slumber. The divine deer lovingly gazed at her offspring and, after letting out a gentle call towards Rhodes, slowly closed her eyes, succumbing to the embrace of sleep after a long day. The full moon hung high in the night sky, while the god of sleep, Hypnos, spread his pure white wings and soared through the air, scattering stardust along his path. All living beings in the world entered the realm of dreams, and the tranquil peace of night descended. The goddess of daylight, Hemera, unveiled the veil of night cast by her mother Nyx, while the dawn goddess Eos waved her hands, dispersing the splendid morning light across the horizon. Golden rays emerged from the east, gilding the earth in a luminous glow. Awakening from a night of delightful dreams, Rhodes rose early. For today, she would journey to the distant ocean to visit the esteemed ocean goddess Thalissa, the embodiment of salt water and the sea. After savoring a warm bowl of lotus seed porridge, the fragrance and subtle sweetness filled her mouth, warming her stomach and uplifting her spirits for the day ahead. Mounting her prepared divine deer, she reluctantly bid farewell to the three little ones frolicking in the nest, as they were too small to accompany her. Thus, Rhodes set forth on her journey to the ocean. The divine deer galloped through the mist, and after a morning's passage, Rhodes arrived at the edge of the Greek mythological world, transformed by Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth. On the vast expanse of the azure sea, the divine deer gently descended with Rhodes upon the sandy shore. The damp sea breeze tousled her thick, dark hair and elegant gown. Having lived inland in her past life and never having seen the ocean, Rhodes was captivated by the magnificent waves before her. She inhaled deeply, the unique saltiness of the sea filling her nostrils, offering her an entirely new experience. Eagerly stepping into the sea, the icy water swiftly enveloped Rhodes's delicate ankles. Sensing the soft touch of the sand beneath her feet, she could not help but exclaim, "Oh, the sea, you are all water." After expressing the tumultuous emotions swelling within her, Rhodes turned to the divine deer and said, "Little White, find a shaded spot to wait for me. I shall return shortly." Little White was the name Rhodes had whimsically bestowed upon the divine deer, despite its somewhat casual sound, reminiscent of names given to certain barking creatures. The deer accepted this name with gratitude, recognizing it as a gift from its savior, Rhodes. Incidentally, its three offspring also received their names: Little One, Little Two, and unsurprisingly, Little Three. It must be said that our illustrious goddess Rhodes is perhaps not the most adept at the art of naming. Having entrusted Little White, Rhodes gazed upon the ocean, a realm she had never before ventured into, and her heart began to race. Although her years of observing the animal kingdom had afforded her a fundamental understanding of the sea, the prospect of plunging into its depths as an inland dweller who had never witnessed its majesty filled her with trepidation. Taking a deep breath and steeling herself, Rhodes resolutely closed her eyes and leapt forward, her form soaring amidst the white waves, vanishing instantly into the vast expanse of the ocean. As the icy waters enveloped her, Rhodes mentally prepared herself, counting softly, 1, 2, 3, before gradually opening her eyes. A breathtaking tableau, unlike anything she had ever seen, unfolded before her, instantly dispelling her anxiety. Sunlight filtered through the water's surface, casting a gentle glow upon a vibrant underwater garden composed of coral reefs that shimmered with a soft luminescence. Various fish darted freely among the intricately layered corals, their scales glistening with hues reminiscent of precious gems. Green seaweed swayed gracefully with the rhythm of the waves, performing a delicate dance atop the fine white sand, creating an underwater meadow. Enormous white pearl clams were scattered throughout, with dense bubbles rising from their shells, producing a gentle gurgling sound. A fish adorned with fiery, radiant red scales spotted Rhodius, the unfamiliar visitor, and, curious, swam towards her, circling around her form. Rhodius smiled at the inquisitive fish, extending her hand, and the creature obligingly settled in her palm. In the exchange of wide-eyed wonder, bubbles suddenly erupted from the fish's mouth, playfully bursting against Rhodius's face and creating a series of soft popping sounds. Instead of anger, Rhodius met the mischievous fish with amusement, speaking in a teasing tone. "Dear little one, do you know where the temple of the sea goddess Thalassa is located?" That said, she did not expect to glean any answers from the fish. With the assistance of the memory goddess Mnemosyne, Rhodius learned that the temple of the sea goddess lay in the ocean's deepest recesses, though its precise location remained elusive to her. Fortunately, the ocean was home to numerous deities, including the primordial god Oceanus and the sea goddess Tethys, who had sired the 3,000 Oceanids. Thus, Rhodius's plan was to inquire of these divine beings or the oceanic goddesses for guidance, hoping they would illuminate her path. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Rhodius's words, the fish in her grasp emitted a faint red luminescence. It swam out from her hand, gliding forward while casting glances back at Rhodius, seemingly urging her to hasten her pace. Understanding the fish's intent, Rhodius was astonished and, albeit somewhat perplexed, followed the shimmering creature as it led her deeper into the ocean. Chapter 17. I curse thy lungs. As Rhodius descended further, the radiant sunlight bestowed by Helios gradually vanished, supplanted by the soft glow emitted by corals, shells, and various marine life, which became the sole source of illumination in the abyss. Unbeknownst to Rhodius, a massive shadow lurked nearby, trailing her lithe form. Above the shadow, a pair of crimson eyes gazed hungrily at the graceful goddess before it. Several robust tentacles undulated behind it, propelling its enormous bulk forward, ensuring it remained closely behind its prey. Skillfully navigating through an underwater cavern in pursuit of the fish, Rhodius suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Alert! She turned around, and with the aid of the coral glow within the cave, she found no other creatures present. What was this inexplicable sensation? Perhaps she was merely overthinking, Rhodius mused silently. After casting a couple of glances behind her, she turned back and accelerated her swim to catch up with the fish, which had already distanced itself from her. After an indeterminate passage of time, the guide fish abruptly ceased its movements. Rhomes displayed a look of confusion, and as she approached to discern the cause, she raised her gaze to behold a magnificent temple materializing not far ahead. This colossal edifice was entirely adorned in a resplendent blue, embellished with exquisite seashells, coral, and delicate conchs scattered throughout its structure. At its pinnacle, a large, lustrous pearl was exquisitely enshrined, emanating a dazzling light that illuminated the temple, casting a radiant glow that rivaled the sun's brilliance even in the abyssal depths of the ocean. Gazing upon the temple, suffused with a rich maritime essence, Rhomes understood that her destination had been reached. She gracefully glided beside the fish and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "I am deeply thankful to you, dear child. Please allow me to bestow upon you my blessing." A verdant divine light materialized in Rhomes's hand, the essence of vitality illuminating her very soul. "I, Rhomes, goddess of vitality, bestow this blessing upon my guide. The seeds of life shall bloom into eternal blossoms, and the vigor of existence shall accompany you always." As her words resonated, the verdant light transformed into countless emerald specks, merging within the fish's beings, enhancing its life force under Rhomes's benediction. The fish joyfully swirled around Rhomes before swimming back in the direction from whence it came, casting glances back at her while releasing a flurry of bubbles. "Until we meet again." Rhomes understood its sentiment and waved farewell to her temporary guide. After casting one last look at Rhomes, the fish turned and gradually faded into the darkness. Having bid adieu to the fish, Rhomes took a moment to adjust her slightly disheveled attire from the swim. Once satisfied with her appearance, she began to glide gracefully towards the temple of the sea goddess. Just then, an imposing tentacle stealthily emerged from behind her. "Ah!" Romies cried out in surprise, completely unprepared as the robust appendage ensnared her, yanking her forcefully backward. The immense power at her waist caused her stomach to churn violently, a wave of nausea surging up her throat. In that moment, a haughty yet lewd voice echoed in her ear. Ha ha ha, beautiful goddess, at last, I have captured you. Suppressing the queasiness rising within her, Romy struggled to turn her head, only to find a colossal octopus leering at her with unabashed greed. The lustful glint in its eyes evoked a primal revulsion within her. An inferno of rage ignited in Romy's heart, though she longed to strike down the tentacled fiend. The overwhelming aura of its presence suggested that its divine power far surpassed her own. Moreover, her divine essence was not of a martial nature, prompting her to reconsider her approach. Thus, she resolved to temporarily evade confrontation, intending to invoke the name of the sea goddess to frighten away this loathsome creature. How audacious! Do you not recognize this as the temple of the sea goddess Thalassa? How dare you act with such impunity and commit transgressions against me? With a fierce glare, Roshis fixed her gaze upon the octopus creature and spoke with indignation. Do not presume to wield the name of the sea goddess to intimidate me. Know that I am the offspring of the perilous Ketos and the wrathful forces. My grandfather is the illustrious sea god Pontus, and my grandmother is the exalted primordial deity Gaia. In these waters, I fear no one. The octopus creature boasted, casting a derisive glance at Roshis, seemingly mocking her ignorance and inadequacy. Unable to endure such derision, Roshis, already aflame with fury, did not hesitate to strike, vowing to shatter the loathsome creature into 1,000 pieces, even at the cost of her own life. Xiyan, Roshis cried, as the ancient vessel burst forth from her system's inventory, hurtling towards the octopus's forehead with the swiftness of a lightning strike. A thunderous boom erupted beneath the sea, sending shockwaves that disrupted the tranquil waters. Roshis felt the tentacles binding her waist loosen, and she witnessed the octopus creature propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against a rocky outcrop and stirring up a maelstrom of sand and debris. Roshis gasped, astonished at the might of the Xiyan, which had sent the moderately powerful octopus creature spiraling so far with a single blow. She could not help but exclaim, truly, it is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Emboldened by her success, Roshis was not inclined to relent. She maneuvered the Xiyan once more, swimming towards the direction the octopus had been flung. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding crashes reverberated throughout the ocean as Roshis wielded the Xiyan like a battering ram, relentlessly striking the creature's form. A piercing shriek echoed as the octopus contorted under the relentless blows, swiftly succumbing to silence. You deserve this. Surely, you shall not revel in your triumph now. Kind-hearted as I am, I shall escort you to meet the Grim Reaper Thanatos. Roshis taunted the unconscious octopus, channeling divine energy into the Xiyan. The already massive bronze vessel grew in size, transforming into a small mountain. Descend, she commanded, and with a resounding crash akin to thunder, the weighty impact reverberated through the ocean depths, echoing endlessly. The entire underwater realm trembled in response. The sea boiled, and bubbles surged forth. With a singular, powerful strike, the immense Xiyan crushed the octopus monster into a mere pulp. Chapter 18. The ruthless goddess of craft. The commotion instigated by Lotus inevitably drew the attention of the sea deities. As the nearest entity to the scene of the disturbance, the sea goddess Thalassa, who had been peacefully slumbering in her temple, was abruptly awakened. Casting aside her composure, she rushed from the sanctuary, her divine power coalescing in her hands as she swiftly entered a state of battle readiness. Upon exiting the temple, Thalassa beheld the goddess Lotus, whom she had encountered at the banquet of the gods. At that moment, Lotus stood before an enormous vessel the size of a mountain, cursing vehemently. Recognizing the familiar goddess, Thalassa retracted her divine energy and swam towards Lotus, her expression one of curiosity. Dearest goddess of craft, what brings you here? Thalassa inquired, gently placing a hand on Lotus's shoulder. Lotus turned to find the sea goddess, her hair a shimmering blue reminiscent of the ocean. She hastily ceased her tirade against the octopus monster and, with a swift change of demeanor, donned a friendly smile, bowing politely to Thalassa. Greetings to you, esteemed sea goddess. Observing Lotus, who had shifted from fury to graciousness, Thalassa could not help but smile faintly. She posed a question to the goddess of craft, clearly linked to the recent upheaval. My dear Lotus, do you comprehend what just transpired? What could have caused such turmoil beneath the waves? Upon hearing Thalassa's words, Lotus, eager to unburden herself, recounted the events that had unfolded. After sharing her tale, Lotus appeared to recall something and cautiously inquired of Thalassa. By the way, Thalassa, the octopus monster claimed to be the offspring of Cedo and Forces, and it seemed to have some connection with the sea god Pontus and the earth goddess Gaia. Do you think they will seek retribution against me for slaying it? You acted rightly, Lotus, Thalassa affirmed, praising her actions before addressing Lotus's concerns. You need not fret. Those were merely its boastful claims. Cedo and Forces have spawned numerous sea creatures, and it was but an inconsequential one among them. They shall not trouble you. As for the esteemed deities Pontus and Gaia, they would never take action against you for the disgraceful deeds of that sea monster. Should they learn of its vile actions under their name, they would cast it into the abyss of Tartarus, a fate far worse than death. With Thalassa's reassuring words, Lotus felt her anxieties dissipate. Ah, that's right, she suddenly exclaimed, as a magnificent crystal vial materialized in her hands, nearly forgetting the purpose of her visit. Wow! Thalassa joyfully accepted the crystal vial, her smile blossoming as she gazed upon the radiant pink liquid within. Gratefully, she remarked, "So, you made the journey to the ocean solely to present me with this exquisite perfume? You have truly endured much for me. If you would allow it, please visit my temple and permit me the honor of hosting you as a token of my appreciation." Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Lotus too sought a place to rest, and thus graciously accepted Thalassa's invitation. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Thalassa retracted her magical vessel, and the two beautiful goddesses linked arms, gliding gracefully towards the temple of the sea goddess. As the figures of Lotus and Thalassa faded from view, a tremor from the ocean depths stirred the hidden deities, who revealed themselves from the shadows. Among them were the venerable sea deity Nereus, with wise eyes that spoke of ages, the stunning god Thomas, with golden hair and azure gaze, embodying the marvels of the ocean, and the mother of the 3,000 Oceanids, the compassionate sea goddess Thetis, radiating maternal warmth. Nereus addressed his fellow deities. Did you witness that? The craftsmanship of the goddess was indeed extraordinary. That vessel, capable of altering its size at will, is something even my wisdom has never encountered, truly a marvel. Indeed. This goddess of craftsmanship defies appearances. I had assumed her talents were limited to the peculiar, yet her combat prowess is astonishing. The creature birthed by her artistry deserved its fate. Had I arrived later, it would have been in dire straits, and I would have unleashed the fury of the sea goddess upon it. Thetis expressed indignantly, her maternal instincts roused by the thought of such disregard for life. At the divine banquet, I found myself quite enamored by this miraculous goddess. Her every action today has captured my heart entirely. I cannot resist the urge to confess my admiration, Thomas declared, lost in reverie, harboring secret affections for the land-bound wonder. My dear brother, I advise you to temper your affections. I doubt you can win the favor of this enigmatic goddess. Her aspirations seem far removed from the pleasures of romantic entanglements. Nereus cautioned gently, casting a discerning eye upon his infatuated sibling. Very well, esteemed brother, Thomas replied, crestfallen. Although he held great admiration for Lotus, he respected Nereus's wisdom, which was characterized by kindness, fairness, and insight. Thus, he resolutely abandoned the one-sided affection that had never truly begun. After sharing pleasantries, the three oceanic deities bid farewell, and tranquility once more enveloped the depths of the sea, restoring the initial silence and peace. Invited with warmth by the ocean goddess Thalassa, Lotus indulged in a plethora of exquisite marine delicacies, savoring flavors unknown to the land. She amassed a treasure trove of oceanic wonders, lustrous, sizable pearls, uniquely shaped corals, and distinctively formed shells. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude to the ocean goddess Thalassa, Lotus prepared to bid farewell. As the gracious host, Thalassa summoned the power of the ocean, and in an instant, towering waves surged forth, returning Lotus from the depths of the sea to the surface. Upon spotting Lotus emerging from the water, the little white creature, resting in the shade of the beach, sprang to its feet, emitting joyful sounds of delight. Lotus approached the little white one, her feet dancing upon the waves, gently caressing its fur and relishing its warmth and softness. Once comfortably seated upon the little white one's back, it took to the skies, stepping into the void and soaring towards the clouds, traversing through the mist as they gradually distanced themselves from the sea, heading towards home. Chapter 19. Digging Lotus Roots. In the early morning, a delicate mist enveloped the Lotus Lake, while gentle raindrops fell upon its surface, creating rippling patterns. Lotus hovered above the lake, continuously channeling divine light into the waters, which penetrated the depths to reach the roots of the lotus flowers. Tender, white lotus roots began to rise gracefully from the mud, landing in the wooden barrel at the shore. Once the barrel was brimming with the roots, Lotus ceased her illumination of the lake. With a flicker from the divine essence of the lotus within her soul, countless fresh shoots emerged from the mire, and in a mere moment, the lake blossomed anew with delicate pink lotus flowers, replenishing what had been harvested. Utilizing her divine powers, Lotus transported the filled barrel of lotus roots back to her courtyard. After a day filled with mild adventure, she decided to embrace her inner gourmand and prepare a delightful feast to reward herself, transforming once more into a little chef as she embarked on her culinary journey. The 6 nymphs heeded Lotus's instructions, meticulously removing the impurities from the lotus roots and carefully detaching the joints where the roots connected. Using her divine powers, Lotus transformed a large stone into an ancient Eastern mortar and pestle. The meticulously processed lotus roots were transported into the mortar by the nymphs, the rhythmic sound of pounding resonating continuously as the pestle, under Lotus's command, relentlessly crushed the lotus roots. After approximately half an hour, the originally unevenly sized jade-green lotus roots had been reduced to fragments the size of small pebbles. These crushed pieces were then placed into a pre-prepared stone mill, where appropriate amounts of clear water were added. Under the influence of divine power, the stone mill began to turn slowly, and the delicate lotus pulp gradually flowed into the wooden barrel below. This process is known as grinding the pulp. The prepared lotus pulp was placed into a specially crafted cloth bag by Lotus, who summoned Hello to continuously rinse the bag, stirring the lotus fragments until clear water was expelled. The rinsed lotus pulp was allowed to settle, with the fine lotus residue floating on the surface removed. The settled powder was transferred to another wooden barrel, diluted with clear water, and allowed to settle again, repeating this process 1 to 2 times until the lotus flower appeared white. The cloth bag was hung between 2 red maple trees for rinsing, and the settled lotus flower was placed inside the bag. Next, they simply awaited the action of gravity to drain the remaining moisture from the lotus flower. The nymphs watched curiously as Lotus engaged in this intricate procedure, unaware of what kind of delicacy could emerge from such a multitude of steps. With a heart full of questions, the golden-haired Elise inquired, "Esteemed goddess, after undergoing such a complex processing method, what delightful dish will the lotus roots ultimately become?" In response, Lotus turned her head, gazing at the 6 eager faces, and smiled softly, maintaining an air of mystery. "It's a secret. You will know once the preparation is complete." While waiting for the lotus powder to drain, Rhodius was not idle, for she had 30 garment orders awaiting her skilled touch. The loom creaked rhythmically under her divine influence, continuously weaving beautiful fabrics that gradually took shape, transforming into exquisite garments under Rhodius's deft hands. The morning swiftly passed, and 10 splendid outfits materialized in her possession. Given that it took Rhodius 2 days merely to deliver 5 bottles of perfume, it was evident that she could not personally hand over these 10 garments to the goddesses in less than 5 or 6 days. In a bid to enhance efficiency and facilitate future commercial endeavors, Rhodius decided to assign tasks to her 6 nymphs, training them to become her exclusive couriers to alleviate her burden. Thus, the inaugural Rhodius training workshop commenced. The 6 nymphs obediently formed a line before her, each holding a leaf to jot down key points from the forthcoming training. "Dear nymphs, I have a somewhat challenging task for you. Are you confident in your ability to accomplish it?" Rhodius, channeling the spirit of a business lecturer, began with an invigorating address. "Yes," the 6 nymphs replied in unison, albeit uncertain of the significance behind their divine leader's words, yet they responded enthusiastically to Rhodius's call. "Excellent." Observing the nymph's spirited demeanor, Rhodius nodded approvingly before formally initiating a training seminar entitled Safe Travel, Efficient Delivery. She passionately elaborated on essential topics such as selecting the quickest routes, interacting courteously with clients, and ensuring personal safety while fulfilling their duties. The nymphs listened intently, deeply moved, and filled their leaves with notes. As Rhodius concluded her final remarks, the training session officially came to a close. Applause erupted as the 6 nymphs clapped enthusiastically for Rhodius's captivating lecture. Thank you all." Rhodius, embodying the spirit of a performer, graciously bowed to each nymph in gratitude, marking the conclusion of this unprecedented yet not entirely unique training session in the realm of ancient Greek mythology. With the theoretical portion complete, the practical segment soon began. Under Rhodius's expectant gaze, the 6 nymphs received the 10 completed garments from her hands, embarking on their inaugural delivery journey along the pre-discussed routes. Time flew by, and the sunset quickly painted the sky in vibrant shades of orange and red. At that moment, Rhodia stood at the entrance of the Xiyan pavilion, resembling a concerned mother eagerly awaiting the return of her nymphs. "Divine One, we have returned." Cynthia's vibrant voice resonated, followed by the appearance of 6 nymphs before Rhodis. Observing the nymphs who had successfully completed their task, Rhodis beamed with a sense of satisfaction. She beckoned the nymphs to enter the courtyard, where 7 wooden bowls were neatly arranged on a wooden table, each filled with the lotus powder that Rhodis had painstakingly prepared. "Oh my!" the 6 nymphs exclaimed, captivated by the crystalline, rosy-hued lotus powder in the bowls. Under Rhodis' guidance, they gently scooped a spoonful with wooden spoons, their hearts brimming with anticipation as they brought it to their lips. The moment it touched their tongues, the warm, delicate lotus powder melted instantly between their teeth, releasing the subtle fragrance of lotus intertwined with a sweetness that was neither cloying nor overwhelming. All the weariness from their afternoon's toil vanished in an instant. Spoonful after spoonful, the bowl quickly emptied, leaving the nymphs enchanted by this novel delicacy, lingering in its delightful taste long after, witnessing the sheer enjoyment on their faces. Rhodis couldn't help but smile genuinely. Chapter 20. The goddess Nymph of the Greek world through the collaborative efforts and harmonious synergy of Rhodis and the nymphs. The remaining 20 garments produced by the Xiyan pavilion were successfully delivered to their respective owners, and Rhodis finally settled her accounts. However, unbeknownst to Rhodis, the superior quality of her garments and perfumes, coupled with swift delivery, led the goddesses who received the items to spontaneously promote them to their friends. Word spread rapidly, igniting a desire among numerous goddesses to place orders with Rhodis. Even some male deities were not exempt from this trend, as they sought to present the most fashionable gifts in the realm of Greek mythology to win the hearts of their beloved goddesses. In the courtyard of the Xiyan pavilion, after 2 days of labor, Rhodis, now free from her debts, reclined comfortably in a sunbed, basking in the gentle yet radiant morning light bestowed by Helios, the sun god. Suddenly, the familiar melody of a childhood song echoed in her ears, startling her into an upright position. Golden shards cascaded from above like snowflakes, harmonizing with the tune of the newsboy song, as the long-missed Little M appeared before her. Ding ding. Little M has made a sparkling entrance. "Xiaoxi, do you like the background music I chose for my debut?" "Oh, it's you, Little M. Your unexpected music truly took me by surprise. However, I must admit, the BGM you've selected is quite delightful, evoking fond memories of my childhood." Rhodis gently patted Little M's tiny wings and embraced it, resuming her position on the comfortable sunbed. "I'm glad you like it. Little M has come with a new task to announce." "Oh, a new task?" Rhodis echoed, realizing it had been over a week since the last task was assigned. She wondered what recent developments in the world of Greek mythology had prompted the system to detect a new mission. With eager anticipation, Rhodis addressed Little M. "I can hardly wait to accept the new task. Please unveil it." "All right, Xiaoxi. The task is about to be issued. A new task has been detected. Please choose whether to accept it." Task: assist the goddess Nymph in achieving her path to enlightenment, as she seeks to create a unique new species. Help Nymph in the creation of humanity and support the newly born for 3 days. Task rewards: Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure X1, Intermediate Experience Elixir X5, a significant amount of virtue, and an increase in Nymph's favorability. "Ah, Nymph!" Rhodis exclaimed in astonishment. For Nymph, revered as the mother of humanity, is a well-known figure among the people of Xiyan, a saint of profound virtue within the celestial order. After her moment of awe, Rhodis fell into contemplation. Although she had perused a few Greek myths in her past life, most of the details had faded from her memory, leaving her unaware of any deities akin to Nymph who had created humanity within the realm of Greek mythology. This dilemma left Rhodis at a crossroads, uncertain whether to undertake this task that seemed entirely perplexing to her. After much deliberation, she ultimately resolved to accept the mission, reasoning that failure would not bring her any punishment. It was a harmless endeavor. "I accept this task," she declared to the Little M nestled in her arms. With a flourish, the task was successfully accepted, and little Cece encouraged her. "All right, Little M, thank you for your encouragement." Rhodis affectionately ruffled the adorable wings of Little M. "Oh dear, Cece, you always mess with my wings. You'll ruin them at this rate." After a brief complaint, Little M's form transformed into particles of light and vanished from Rhodis' embrace. Observing the somewhat petulant Little M, Rhodis mused internally, "This time you were quick to escape." But next time I shall double the affection on those delightful little wings. As she passed through the courtyard, Elise witnessed Radha lounging on a chair with an oddly mischievous expression. She quickly concealed her presence and stealthily maneuvered past Radha towards the entrance. Once outside, the tension in Elise's body dissipated as she exhaled a sigh of relief. She murmured softly to herself, what could the supreme deity be contemplating to exhibit such a sinister expression, oblivious to the misunderstanding her demeanor had caused? Radha remained lost in her daydreams of teasing little M. After a satisfying reverie, she rose from her chair, brimming with determination to seek opportunities to fulfill her task. High above the clouds, Radha reclined on the back of Little Bai, aimlessly drifting along. She gazed down at the unfolding events on the earth, hoping to discover the target of her mission. Little Bai strolled leisurely across the cloud layers, and as they passed over a valley, Radha, keenly observing the ground below, suddenly spotted something intriguing. She called out to Little Bai, stop. With a chirp, Little Bai complied and gradually halted. Radha, who had been lying on Little Bai's back, straightened up and focused intently on the peculiar actions of a male deity within the valley. The deity, with golden hair and golden eyes, possessed a countenance that, while not conventionally handsome, emanated an aura of intellectual depth. At that moment, he was bent over, kneeling on the earth, his hands tirelessly kneading a clump of mud. Under his deft hands, a lifelike clay sculpture resembling a cow soon took shape. Observing his creation, the divine figure smiled, parting his lips to gently blow a breath towards the sculpture before him. A flicker of mysterious light emerged from his mouth, penetrating the form of the clay masterpiece. Subsequently, a miraculous scene unfolded. Under the influence of this enigmatic glow, the sculpture gradually expanded, shedding its earthen shell to reveal flesh and blood. With a low moo, a vibrant cow materialized before the divine figure. Witnessing such an extraordinary event, Lotus was filled with exhilaration. It is worth noting that in the tales of the primordial world, the goddess Enwa created humanity from the essence of the earth, paralleling the feats of the divine figure before her. She was nearly certain that he was the target she had been seeking. Thus, she gently patted the back of her companion, Xiaobai, who, understanding her intent, trotted lightly towards the valley where the unfamiliar divine figure resided. Chapter 21. My play with clay in Greece beneath the azure sky. A radiant goddess descended from the heavens aboard a sacred stag. The divine figure, engrossed in his clay crafting, noticed this unexpected visitor and set down his clay. Rising slowly, he greeted her, greetings, O unfamiliar deity. I am Lotus, the goddess of craftsmanship. Please forgive my unannounced intrusion. Gracefully dismounting from Xiaobai's back, she offered a polite bow to the divine figure before her. Dear Lotus, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have witnessed your exquisite artistry at the banquets of the gods. I am Prometheus, the seer of foresight. The golden-haired, golden-eyed divine figure revealed his identity as the eldest son of Iapetus, the sole god among the 12 titans. Lotus pointed curiously at the cow leisurely grazing on the ground and inquired, Prometheus, I have just witnessed your transformation of clay into life. It is truly wondrous. How did you achieve this? I inherited the soul power from my father. When I bestow a soul upon the clay, it becomes a living being, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp crack. The once vibrant cow shattered into pieces, reverting to mere clay. As you can see, while the power of the soul can awaken the inanimate, it is insufficient on its own. They lack the essential vitality. Only when the soul and flesh are united can true life emerge. Lowering his gaze to the earth strewn with soil, Prometheus furrowed his brow and let out a deep sigh. Life, oh, how it stirred within the heart of Rithes, a tumult of emotions. Was it the whim of fate or mere coincidence that she, the newly appointed goddess of vitality, played an indispensable role in Prometheus's endeavor to create life? A hesitant voice broke through the silence, and Prometheus looked up to see Rithes, who seemed poised to speak, yet held back. In truth, I am the goddess of vitality. Instantly, Prometheus's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixed his gaze intently upon Rithes. Startled by the intensity of his gaze, Rithes felt a shiver run down her spine, as if every hair on her body stood on end beneath his unabashed scrutiny. The soil in Prometheus's hands morphed continuously, taking the form of a delicate creature, and soon, a lifelike clay deer emerged from his palms. With the mysterious essence of the soul imbued within it, the deer emitted a joyful call, prancing around Prometheus, resembling the creature named Xiaobai. Having accomplished his task, Prometheus cast an expectant glance towards Rithes, filled with hope. Responding to his anticipation, Rithes' divine essence pulsated within her, and a vibrant green light burst forth from her hands, enveloping the clay deer. In an instant, an invisible wave radiated from the deer, and Rethys perceived its vitality intensifying, indistinguishable from that of true life. "We have succeeded," Prometheus exclaimed in exhilaration, extending his arms to embrace Rethys in celebration. However, noticing the mud splattered across his form and the dirt-clad hands he bore, Rethys, without a moment's hesitation, summoned the Xiyan Ding to shield herself from Prometheus. The clang of the Xiyan Ding against Prometheus resonated with a thunderous sound as golden stars whirled above his head, causing a large bump to swell on his once smooth forehead. "Ah, how it hurts!" Prometheus cried out, crumpling to the ground, clutching his forehead in agony. Observing his disheveled state, Rethys, feeling a pang of guilt, swiftly withdrew the Xiyan Ding. In the curious gaze of Xiaobai, she hurried behind it, using its form to obscure her presence and diminish her visibility. Under the influence of divine power, the swelling on Prometheus's forehead gradually diminished. He rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, and soon spotted the timid Lotus hiding behind the little white creature. With a gaze filled with profound sorrow, he looked at her. Sensing Prometheus's discontent, Lotus cleared her throat softly and emerged from behind the little white creature, decisively seizing the initiative to shift the conversation. "Prometheus, look at how lively this newborn fawn is. Let us hasten to create other fascinating forms of life." Lotus's words successfully diverted Prometheus's attention. As he gazed at the frolicking fawn, a joyful smile spread across his face. He returned to his previous position, bent down, and began to knead the earth. From Prometheus's hands emerged a plethora of clay sculptures, soaring eagles, fluffy sheep, and massive brown bears, each a testament to his creative prowess. Observing his actions, Lotus felt an irresistible urge to join in. She too squatted down, scooping up a handful of soil to unleash her own creativity. With deft hands, she fashioned clay representations of auspicious koi, gentle golden monkeys, the food-loving Yangtze alligator, and the adorably clumsy giant panda, all embodying the essence of Eastern charm. As she admired the row of perfect creations before her, Lotus felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment akin to that of a great artist. Once the clay sculptures were complete, the two deities united once more to breathe life and soul into their creations. With each passing moment, their collaboration grew more harmonious, and in no time, a diverse array of animals populated the valley, creating an ambience reminiscent of a grand zoo. As the number of creatures swelled, Prometheus issued a heartfelt decree: "My beloved children, depart from your birthplace and seek out a new environment conducive to your existence." The chorus of bleats, moos, and howls erupted simultaneously, forming a symphony of life. They cried out in farewell to their creators, Prometheus and Lotus, and galloped off in various directions to seek out habitable new territories. Reluctantly bidding farewell to the animals, Prometheus suddenly pondered deeply, lowering his head in contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to Lotus and then to himself, and spoke. "Dear Lotus, I have just conceived a bold idea. Why not create a new race in the image of the divine?" In her heart, Lotus pondered deeply. Prometheus's words had unveiled the essence of her primary mission. Humanity was on the verge of taking center stage in the annals of history, destined to become its unparalleled protagonists. Chapter 22. Humanity. The clay in Prometheus's hands gradually assumed a human form. As the features were completed, a figure resembling Prometheus himself, crafted from clay, emerged from his grasp. The powers of soul and vitality were infused into the clay figure by Prometheus and Lotus, respectively, under the expectant gazes of the two deities. The outer shell of clay shed away, revealing a naked male who slowly opened his eyes, stretching his limbs and surveying the unfamiliar world with curiosity. Witnessing the successful birth of the first true human, Lotus was filled with joy. It signified that she had accomplished half of her mission. All that remained was to assist the newly born humanity in navigating the next 3 days, after which she would successfully complete the task assigned by the system and reap substantial rewards. What exquisite innate treasures might await her? Could it be one of the 5 element flags, or perhaps one of the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity? Lotus found herself lost in reverie over the system's rewards. Suddenly, a cry from Prometheus jolted Lotus back to reality. Following the sound, she beheld the once vibrant human now devoid of life in his eyes. With a crackling sound, his body shattered, reverting to a mere puddle of clay. Staring at the clay on the ground, Lotus's mind was awash with questions. She turned to Prometheus and inquired, "What has happened? Everything went smoothly when we created other animals. Why has it suddenly failed now?" However, Prometheus was unable to provide an answer to the inquiries posed by Rodius. He shook his head and, gazing at the soil beneath, fell into deep contemplation. After considerable reflection, both deities could not discern the crux of the issue, prompting them to resolve to repeat their previous steps in hopes of uncovering the reasons for their failure. Regrettably, their second attempt also culminated in disappointment, with neither deity detecting any anomalies. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a cycle of repeated endeavors. Once again, failure weighed heavily upon Prometheus as he stared at the earth, his expression grave, while Rodius bore a similarly dismal countenance. This marked their 30th unsuccessful attempt. Despite the abundant patience and remarkable intellect of both deities, the relentless string of failures and the inability to uncover their causes swiftly extinguished their previously buoyant spirits. An invisible gloom began to envelop the two gods, casting a pall over the entire valley under the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Prometheus and Rodius. Taking a deep breath, Rodius endeavored to regain her composure. Unable to identify the source of their failures, she resolved to explore a different avenue, seeking insights from the tale of while creating humanity. In the tapestry of primordial myth, the story of Nw's creation played through Rodius's mind like a revolving lantern, and to her surprise, she uncovered a glimmer of inspiration. Could it possibly be that? She murmured to herself, her system backpack appearing before her. With a flick of her finger, she retrieved a wondrous gift from the Xiyan Ding, the miraculous soil of the 9 heavens. As she scattered a handful of this divine soil upon the ground, a mound of clay, reaching half her height, materialized before her as if summoned by her thoughts. Prometheus, try using the soil before you. Rodius called out to the still-dazed Prometheus. Hearing her words, Prometheus lifted his gaze toward Rodius, only to behold a massive mound of clay that had mysteriously appeared in front of her. Driven by curiosity, Prometheus approached the earthen mound, and as he drew near, he noticed a flicker of starlight intermittently shimmering within the soil. It was evident that this earth was unlike any ordinary soil. It was certainly no mundane substance. Dearest Rotes, what material is this soil? Prometheus inquired of Rotes. Unsure of how to explain the ethereal essence of the 9 heavens soil, Rotes could only respond vaguely. It is a special type of earth that I have discovered. It possesses extraordinary qualities that ordinary soil lacks. To give it a try. At the urging of Rodius, Prometheus approached the earthen mound formed from the 9-day rest of the soil and extracted a handful of earth, drawing upon the experience of his previous failures. Within mere moments, a vividly lifelike clay figure took shape. As Prometheus crafted the clay figure with this enigmatic material, a tremor of anticipation surged within his heart. He sensed that this endeavor might indeed culminate in success. With this hopeful expectation, he inhaled deeply and gradually exhaled his soul's essence towards the figure. Observing Prometheus's actions, Rodius followed suit, channeling a vibrant life force from her hands into the clay form. As their combined energies infused the figure, the layer of clay that enveloped it began to flake away, revealing skin as pale and delicate as that of an infant. As the new life's eyes fluttered open, an inexplicable joy surged from the depths of every being within the realm of Greek mythology, a jubilant chorus echoing the will of the world. Though this nascent being possessed a tall stature, his eyes sparkled with the innocent clarity of a child, brimming with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. He first extended his arms, savoring the strength and agility of his body, and then cautiously took his first steps, tentatively moving forward. Initially, his gait appeared somewhat clumsy. Yet as time passed, he gradually mastered his balance and rhythm, beginning to traverse the valley with growing ease. With continuous attempts and practice, his strides lengthened, his pace quickened, and he moved with an increasingly graceful and agile presence. As the speed of his strides reached its zenith, he could no longer resist the urge to spread his arms wide, reveling in the embrace of the wind and the warmth of the sun, his face radiating with happiness and contentment. We have succeeded, Prometheus. We have truly succeeded, he murmured, gazing at the perfect creation that ran freely. Tears of joy streamed down his cheeks as he was overcome with emotion in that moment. Observing the weeping Prometheus, Romes no longer held disdain for the dirt upon him, and instinctively enveloped his dear companion in a warm embrace. With the first successful example at hand, the path of creation for Prometheus and Romes became increasingly smooth. After a morning filled with industrious efforts, countless lives were birthed through the harmonious collaboration of the two deities. Looking upon these new beings, indistinguishable from the gods themselves, Prometheus turned to Romes and gently proclaimed, "Romes, I wish to bestow upon this entirely new race a name. I shall call them humans. Chapter 23. O Fate. The moment the word human escaped Prometheus's lips, the verdant essence of life within Romes's soul spun rapidly like a top, the mysterious azure lotus mark reappearing upon her smooth forehead. The primordial power of the 12th grade creation azure lotus was awakened, and a rich aura of life surged into the ever-rotating essence of life. Under the infusion of the primordial force of the azure lotus, the divine essence of vitality was filled to the brim, spilling forth as a cascade of life energy that resonated with a melodious tinkling sound. It commenced its gentle flow from the soul, coursing through the body of Rotiais, nourishing every part of her being. Rotiais felt an indescribable lightness envelop her, as if she had become one with the surrounding nature. Her skin transformed, becoming exquisitely smooth, while her emerald eyes sparkled with vibrant luminosity. When the stream of life finally reached the last untouched recess within her, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged from her heart. She inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. With her breath, a rich vitality surged forth from her being, swiftly permeating the entire valley. All living creatures within the valley were infused with this vigor, leading to a frenzied growth and reproduction, manifesting a scene of exuberant life. Trees in the valley sprouted new branches, their leaves becoming denser and more verdant. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, exuding delightful fragrances. Fruits hung heavily from branches, tantalizingly ripe. The divine power within Rotiais, once akin to a mere spring, expanded into a torrent, allowing her to transcend the threshold of lesser divine power and descend into the realm of moderate divine strength, becoming a pillar of existence within the realm of Greek mythology. The newly born humans in the valley also thrived under the nurturing influence of Rotiais' life force. Forever liberated from disease and aging, their already lengthy lives extended by decades. Rotiais, congratulations! Breathing in the lingering vitality in the air, Prometheus bestowed his heartfelt blessings upon his partner's ascension. Thank you, Prometheus. My elevation would not have been possible without your assistance. As the miraculous transformation within her gradually settled, Rotiais emerged from her state of unity with the heavens, returning to reality. After expressing her gratitude to Prometheus, she turned her gaze towards the newly born humans, who stared at her with innocent eyes, pondering her responsibilities. She spoke, Prometheus, these newly born humans have just arrived in this world. They require a teacher to impart the fundamental laws of survival. I wonder if I might have the honor to undertake this crucial role? Although Rotiais played an indispensable part in their creation and could have directly assumed the duty of teaching humanity, she chose instead to seek the counsel of Prometheus, the other creator of humankind, who was equally capable of fulfilling this role. Of course, Rotiais, I believe that as the goddess of craftsmanship, you are the unparalleled choice to guide humanity. Upon hearing the words of Lotus, Prometheus's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, and he nodded with a smile, unhesitatingly acquiescing to her request. Subsequently, he turned to bid farewell to the newly emerged humanity and Lotus, for he was to journey immediately to the sacred mountain of Athres to report back to the divine king, Cronus. It was revealed that the process by which Prometheus created life was not a mere happenstance, but rather a decree from the king of gods. Cronus, perceiving the vast Greek world as overly monotonous with only deities and divine beasts in existence, commanded Prometheus to engender a new array of life forms to enrich the tapestry of the world. As a visionary prophet, upon receiving this command from Cronus, he glimpsed a fragment of future insight, sensing that all of this was intricately woven into the fabric of fate, and thus he willingly accepted this formidable task. Under the auspices of fate, he encountered the equally guided Lotus. Together, these two deities forged the myriad beasts and the nascent race of humanity. During this transformative process, he sensed the once stagnant boundaries of his power gradually loosening, offering a glimpse of ascendance into a realm of formidable strength. Now that the task was complete, he was poised to return to the sacred mountain of Athrodis. Prometheus harbored a lingering concern, fearing that in his hasty departure, these newly formed humans might flounder aimlessly, akin to headless flies. To his astonishment, Lotus presented an unexpected request, which delighted Prometheus, aligning perfectly with his own desires. Thus, unburdened by worries, Prometheus soared toward the divine mountain, leaving Lotus to safeguard their shared creation of humanity. After bidding farewell to Prometheus, Lotus turned to gaze upon the bewildered humans. Pondering how to fulfill her teaching mission, Lotus, devoid of direction, chose to draw inspiration from the primordial world, recognizing the many connections between the two realms. As she contemplated the developmental journey of humanity in the primordial world, The names of three illustrious ancestral figures surged into her mind. The Flamebringer, who discovered the art of friction fire, granting humanity the means to ward off beasts, combat the cold, and prepare sustenance. The Nest Builder, who emulated the avian art of construction using grasses, wood, and stones to create the first human dwelling. And the Garment Maker, who fashioned rudimentary clothing from animal hides and plant materials, marking a significant stride towards civilized society. By serendipity, Lotus, once favored by the divine for her skills in weaving and construction, excelled in the very crafts of textile creation and shelter building. Moreover, fueled by her passion for culinary delights, Lotus had long ago employed the ancient technique of friction fire within the realm of Greek mythology. In a sense, she had already embodied the virtues of the three foundational ancestors of human civilization. Ah, fate, how wondrous you are, having experienced such serendipitous coincidences. Lotus could not help but marvel at the power and mystery of destiny, elevating her perception of the Bureau of Fortune Management, which governs the fortunes of all worlds. Simultaneously, she felt an irresistible allure toward this extraordinary realm of fate. Perhaps I might endeavor to acquire a divine essence related to destiny? However, such aspirations were for a future time. Her foremost duty now lay in guiding the newly emerged humanity. Thus, Lotus dispelled her sighs and impractical thoughts from her mind and turned her gaze towards the valley, which had flourished and transformed into a picturesque paradise under the influence of her life-giving essence. She promptly determined her plans. Chapter 24. The diligent teacher Lotus. Sunlight filtered through layers of mist, cascading upon Lotus's lustrous, ebony locks. The newly emerged humanity, clad in garments woven from the very fibers of nature. Though simple, they provided adequate coverage, sat in a circle on the grass, their curious eyes fixed upon the movements of their divine mentor. This goddess, of course, was none other than Lotus, who had taken upon herself the noble task of guiding humankind. The first lesson she imparted was the art of crafting clothing from available materials. For humanity had entered this world in a state of vulnerability, their flesh starkly visible. To Lotus, their bare forms were overwhelmingly present, compelling her gaze to remain above their necks, lest she encounter sights unfit for her eyes. For the sake of her own comfort and mental well-being, Lotus unhesitatingly prioritized the teaching of garment making. Perhaps due to the precious essence of the 9 heavens from which they were formed, this group of humans, though unable to wield divine powers, proved to be exceptionally intelligent and dexterous. With merely a single demonstration from Lotus, they swiftly mastered the skill of clothing creation with remarkable proficiency. After resolving the issue with her attire, the tension in Lotus's neck finally subsided, allowing her to relax. She then procured a sturdy piece of wood and a dry twig roughly the length of her forearm, embarking on the teaching of humanity's second essential survival skill, firemaking. With a sharp stone, she carved a notch into the wood and fashioned the tip of the twig into a point. Lotus positioned the pointed end of the twig against the groove in the wood and began to rotate it rapidly with both hands. As the twig spun, dark marks began to emerge in the wood's groove, accompanied by a faint scent of charring. A wisp of gray smoke rose slowly, and a flicker of red light appeared where the twig met the wood. Lotus continued her motions, bending down to gently blow on the emerging sparks. An orange-red flame suddenly sprang to life, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, adding the pre-gathered dry grass and twigs to the burgeoning flames. There was a resounding whoosh as the tiny flame rapidly transformed into a roaring fire, crackling and popping, casting an orange glow upon the faces of Lotus and the gathered humans. "Behold, this is fire," she proclaimed. "It is warm and bright, capable of illuminating the darkness laid by the goddess Nyx and driving away the beasts that lurk in the shadows. Yet it is also merciless. A moment's inattention can transform its searing heat into the scythe of Thanatos, consuming vibrant life." Pointing to the blazing flames, Lotus earnestly explained the dual nature of fire to the humans, however, lacking direct experience with its benefits and power. The expressions on their faces reflected a blend of confusion and curiosity. Thus, she gestured for them to approach. The humans, with intrigued gazes, cautiously made their way toward the fire, and as they drew near, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth that was markedly higher than the ambient temperature, granting them insight into half of Lotus's teachings. Then, the first brave soul emerged, a human who had gazed at the dancing flames for a prolonged moment, unable to resist the urge to reach out and feel the fire's texture. Ah, how painful! The first daring individual paid the price for his reckless curiosity. instinctively retracting his hand from the flames with a cry of distress. With this vivid example before them, the wise humans finally grasped the full meaning of Lotus's words, imprinting the duality of fire deeply within their hearts. Under the arrangement of rondas, humanity was divided into groups of 5, embarking on the practice of creating fire by friction. Owing to their remarkable learning abilities, they mastered the art of igniting flames after merely a few attempts. As the practice concluded, the radiant Egel, the weaver of crimson clouds Arithia, and the duskbringer Hespera Retosa, the 3 goddesses who preside over twilight, eagerly commenced their duties, gradually transforming the once azure sky into a tapestry of red and gold. The night belonging to Nyx was fast approaching. Before imparting architectural skills to humanity, Ramtis swiftly wielded her divine powers, uprooting robust trees that morphed into timber under her influence. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wooden houses, crafted with mortise and tin and joints, sprang forth, culminating in the emergence of a quaint village. Having feasted upon the sweet, succulent fruits that adorned the valley, several roaring bonfires were ignited. The satiated humans retreated into their homes, gently closing their eyes. Above in the night sky, the handsome deity of sleep unfurled his pristine wings, as was his custom, bestowing sweet dreams upon the creatures of the earth. Suddenly, an unusual feedback resonated, as an unprecedented being linked into the realm of dreams. Hypnos halted in the night sky. As the sovereign of dreams, he swiftly pinpointed the source of the anomaly. Driven by profound curiosity, Hypnos decided to temporarily abandon his current task and accelerated towards the extraordinary occurrence. Above the valley inhabited by humanity, the deity of sleep descended gracefully. Observing the flickering bonfires below and the peculiar houses that housed a strange race, resembling deities, now enmeshed in dreams, Hypnos mused within himself, how curious. From whence has this new race emerged? Ramas, who had yet to succumb to slumber, sensed the arrival of the unfamiliar deity. With a heart full of questions, she ascended into the sky, spotting the unfamiliar male god hovering mid-air, his wings folded behind him, lost in contemplation. Greetings to you, Ramas articulated politely, before carefully scrutinizing the figure of Hypnos as he turned to face her. You must be Hypnos, the weaver of dreams for all beings dwelling in the realm of the dead. Having seen him traverse the night sky on numerous occasions, Ramtis felt a sense of familiarity with this deity, despite their lack of direct interaction. Upon recognizing Ramtis, Hypnos recalled their brief encounter, promptly returning her greeting. Oh, greetings to you, skilled goddess of craftsmanship. It is indeed you. I have witnessed your grace at the banquet of the gods, and would very much like to commission some exquisite garments from you as a gift for my beloved mother. Nyx. Hypnos, the offspring of the supreme primordial deities, the night goddess Nyx and the god of darkness Erebus, was one of the rare twin-born deities, with his brother being the winged god of death, Thanatos. Chapter 25. How can one eat the bunny? Of course, it is my honor. Upon hearing that Hypnos, the god of sleep, intended to present garments of his creation as a gift to Nyx, the goddess of the night, Lotus was overwhelmed with joy. It is worth noting that Nyx is a paragon of strength within the Greek pantheon, revered and esteemed above all. Should her discerning eye favor his attire and subsequently herald it, the commercial empire he harbored in his heart would undoubtedly advance at an extraordinary pace. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hypnos, unable to contain his curiosity, posed a question to the seemingly closely connected Ratas regarding the new race residing within those houses. Dear Ratas, could you enlighten me about the nature of this new race? Noticing the curiosity brimming in Hypnos's eyes, Ratas nodded and succinctly recounted the tale of herself and Prometheus, the creator of humanity. Ah, I see, Hypnos remarked. You and Prometheus truly are remarkable. Creating life is no trifling matter, let alone an entirely new race. Upon hearing of the significant endeavors undertaken by the two deities, Hypnos couldn't help but express his genuine admiration. Then, he continued, casting a smile toward the humans below, allow me to bestow upon their birth a splendid dream. With his pristine wings fully unfurled, the unique powers of the god of sleep converged into a resplendent sphere of light within his hands. As he tossed the sphere skyward, it erupted like fireworks, showering luminous sleep powder that descended upon the souls of each human. The sound of gentle snores soon filled the air, as the slumbering humans felt their consciousness gently drifting down, akin to feathers floating through the air, ultimately succumbing to the idyllic realm crafted by Hypnos. The sun god Helios, guiding his golden chariot, raced across the sky, casting warm rays upon the valley and awakening those who had enjoyed a night of sweet dreams. Blessed by the god of sleep, the newly awakened populace felt invigorated, as if imbued with boundless energy. Since Lotus had already constructed the houses the day prior, she opted not to elaborate on the building process, but rather encouraged the humans to explore and create a shelter of their own design, based on the existing template. The astute humans, after careful observation, quickly grasped the fundamental principles of mortise and tenon construction and organized themselves into 3 groups: felling trees, processing timber, and erecting the dwelling. The morning passed swiftly, and through their collective efforts, a wooden house was born, though somewhat rough and humble compared to Lotus's creation. It was built entirely by human hands without divine intervention. Lotus gazed upon the humans who had embraced teamwork with satisfaction. Having resolved the essential issues of clothing and shelter, she decided to expedite the teaching of food procurement. For humanity, sustenance is paramount. Unlike the deities, they lack divine powers as a source of energy, making food and drink indispensable for the continuation of life. After determining the theme she would impart that day, Lotus quickly fell into contemplation. Presently, she succinctly classified the primary methods by which humanity procures sustenance into 4 categories: foraging, hunting, agriculture, and animal husbandry. Agriculture and animal husbandry could be grouped into a larger category, distinguished only by their focus, one centered on flora, the other on fauna. Foraging and hunting rely entirely on nature, existing solely at the mercy of the elements. Should one find themselves unable to locate wild fruits, vegetables, or game, the only fate awaiting humanity is starvation. In contrast to the unrelenting extraction from nature, self-sufficient agriculture and animal husbandry represent a path towards sustainable development. Although the growth of crops and the breeding of animals are also subject to the whims of nature, the scope for human intervention is vastly greater compared to the previous 2 methods. With these 4 approaches clearly delineated in her mind, Lotus promptly defined the primary focus of her forthcoming lecture. She summoned those who had already partaken of lunch, commencing a new round of instruction. Since humanity had learned from its inception to gather wild fruits and vegetables for sustenance, Lotus chose to bypass the topic of foraging, diving directly into the art of hunting. A skilled craftsman must first sharpen their tools. Thus, suitable weaponry is indispensable in the hunting process. Before her lay stones, wood, vines, and various other materials. In order for humanity to learn, she refrained from employing divine powers, opting instead to utilize her own hands to process and assemble these materials. With deft fingers, Lotus navigated through the assortment of resources, and within a short span, the scattered items had largely vanished, replaced by formidable stone axes, sharp stone spears, and rudimentary bows and arrows. Subsequently, Lotus picked up each completed weapon, demonstrating their respective uses to humanity. Soon, as they beheld the powerful instruments in the goddess's hands, the primal instincts within their blood surged to life, prompting them to eagerly gather the remaining weapons from the ground, emulating Lotus's motions. Each of you must master at least one method of weapon creation and usage, she declared, observing the humans in practice. The astute individuals quickly rose to the occasion, delivering a satisfactory performance in response to her expectations. With the preliminary preparations complete, Lotus's divine power functioned like a radar, continuously scanning the surrounding environment and relaying information about nearby life forms. Ultimately, she settled on a burrow of rabbits as her target, leading the throng of humans forward. She concurrently elucidated the selection of prey and the techniques of hunting. As they approached the area where the rabbits resided, she utilized her divine powers to veil the humans' presence, preventing them from startling their quarry. The bow she had crafted appeared in Lotus's hands. She preferred this method of long-range attack to the confrontational nature of close combat. In her previous life, while engaging in a certain fair 5v5 competitive game, she excelled in the roles of marksman and mage, both capable of inflicting significant damage from a distance. Gazing at a family of rabbits leisurely grazing on the grass, Lotus murmured to herself, "Oh, little bunnies, please remain still. Do not blame me." As she silently recited these words, her hands remained deftly in motion, her bow drawn taut like a full moon. The arrow released like a shooting star. With impeccable timing, she loosed an arrow that whizzed through the air, striking a plump white rabbit with precision, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the humans who surrounded her. Employing her divine powers, Lotus retrieved her quarry, lifting the lifeless rabbit in her hands. She addressed the onlookers. "This is the essence of hunting. Having secured one rabbit, Lotus chose not to capture them all, adhering instead to the principle of sustainable practice, leading the group of humans toward their next destination. In this manner, no creature suitable for human hunting in the vicinity of the valley escaped Lotus's grasp. Throughout the process, she showcased invaluable skills such as camouflage techniques, trap setting, and tracking, greatly benefiting those who followed her. As the sun dipped below the horizon after a busy afternoon, Lotus returned to the beautiful valley, accompanied by humans, each bearing their own spoils. A campfire was kindled, and the game, having undergone the processes of plucking, bleeding, and evisceration, was placed over the crackling flames to roast. Even as their stomachs began to rumble with hunger, the humans offered the first morsel of food to their goddess, who had selflessly guided them over the past 2 days. Amid the envious gazes of the assembly, Lotus delicately placed a sizzling, oil-laden piece of roasted rabbit meat into her mouth. With a gentle bite, a crisp sound resonated as the tender flesh released an explosion of savory juices, filling her entire palate. A rich, unadulterated aroma of meat, devoid of any seasoning, wafted between her lips and teeth, lingering enchantingly. The day's labor was swiftly alleviated by the delectable morsel, and as she savored the succulent rabbit meat, a timeless phrase from a past life emerged in her mind. Rabbits are so adorable. How could one eat a rabbit? Please, bring me another. Thank you. Observing the goddess in blissful enjoyment, the ravenous humans could no longer contain their hunger, surging forward to swiftly devour the already roasted fare. As the day drew to a close amidst the joyous bonfire feast, Lotus lay on the grass, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the night sky. She recalled a famous quote from Zhu Ziqing's hastily, "Those who have left, those who have come. What does it matter how hurriedly they pass between the coming and going?" Chapter 26. The 3-day period has ended. Welcoming the goddess back, the dawn goddess Eos cast the woven light of morning across the sky from the eastern heights. The resounding crow of the rooster echoed through the valley, awakening both the slumbering humans and the goddess Lotus. Her fair hands splashed a handful of cool stream water onto her cheeks, invigorating her spirit. After consuming a crisp and sweet apple, Lotus, filled with vitality, commenced preparations for her final day of lessons. Today, she would impart the skills of planting and animal husbandry to the humans. For Lotus, the latter was easily managed. During yesterday's hunt, she had captured several suitable creatures for domestication, one of which was the rooster that had served as the morning alarm. In the welfare institution of her past life, the elderly headmaster raised numerous chickens and ducks to provide the children with the essential nutrition required for their growth. During festive occasions, the generous headmaster would often slaughter chickens and ducks as a celebratory feast, a time that brought immense joy and anticipation to children like Lotus. As a well-behaved child, Lotus frequently assisted the headmaster in caring for the poultry, thus acquiring considerable expertise in their rearing. However, when it came to livestock such as cattle and sheep, she possessed little practical experience, having only gleaned theoretical knowledge from agricultural programs on television in her previous life. Consequently, she could impart her poultry-raising techniques to the humans, while her teachings regarding livestock would be limited to the most fundamental principles, leaving further development to human ingenuity. As for the cultivation of crops, it is well known that farming is an innate skill embedded in the very essence of every Chinese person, and Lotus was no exception. Although this task is generally straightforward, the challenge lies in the saying that a clever housewife cannot cook without rice, despite her wealth of agricultural experience. Without seeds for various crops, she found herself unable to fully express her abilities. Among the few deities known to Romis, perhaps the only one is the god of growth, Krios, one of the 12 titans, who governs agriculture and possesses the seeds of all earthly crops. Regrettably, Romis has no connection with this esteemed titan, and thus, she is left to gather seeds from the various fruit trees and unknown wild vegetables that flourish in the valleys. As for the starchy crops she is most familiar with, such as rice, wheat, and potatoes, those that provide swift satiety, she is yet to discover their existence within the realm of Greek mythology, leaving her to hope that humanity, in its quest for expansion, may one day uncover them. After all of humanity gradually awakened, Romis summoned them to a grassy meadow not far from the valley stream. As on the previous day, various materials were piled before her. With the assistance of the divine craftsmanship, an array of agricultural tools, including hoes, rakes, and wooden plows, materialized before the assembled crowd. Today, Romis, having shed her long skirt for a more practical ensemble of hastily woven shorts and short sleeves, grasped a farming tool, and led humanity in their inaugural attempt at cultivating the land. First, using hoes and rakes, they cleared the weeds and prepared a patch of land. Then, she harnessed a wooden plow to a wild ox, which had been gently trained by Romis. The docile creature, still bearing the psychological imprint of the goddess's presence, obediently advanced through the fields. The plow turned the compacted soil into a loose, fertile bed, allowing organic matter and moisture from the depths to rise to the surface, thereby facilitating quicker nutrient absorption for the roots of future crops. Once the plowing was complete, the next task was to rake the soil. Romis guided humanity in using rakes to turn over the untouched layers of soil, alternating their movements in both horizontal and vertical directions to smooth the land for planting. Handing the collected seeds to the people, Romis stood beside the field, instructing them to scatter a handful of seeds at regular intervals to achieve optimal planting density. As all steps concluded, Romis clasped her hands together, gently closed her eyes, and channeled her divine energy to commune with the essence of growth within her soul. With the infusion of her power, a tender green orb gradually gathered in her palms, releasing a refreshing aura that permeated the entire valley. Subsequently, Romis gently tossed the vibrant orb into the sky. It ascended slowly before instantly bursting into countless green droplets, cascading down like a torrential rain of life, showering the freshly sown seeds. Awakened by the call of the goddess of vitality, the dormant seeds broke through the soil, and tender green shoots swiftly blanketed the newly cultivated land. Under the nurturing force of vitality, the crops grew at an astonishing rate, transforming into robust plants almost instantaneously. What was once an expanse of bare earth was now adorned with lush greenery, presenting a vibrant tableau before all, marking humanity's triumphant foray into agriculture. As noon approached, everyone gathered together to enjoy their lunch, each person holding the fruits and vegetables they had personally cultivated, their faces radiating satisfaction. Romis quietly observed from the side, her heart swelling with joy as she watched the people revel in their bountiful feast. Today's luncheon proved to be exceptionally delightful, both for humanity and for Romis, as it was imbued with effort, perspiration, and a yearning for a life of beauty. Following a hearty meal, the 3-day tutorial led by teacher Romis culminated in its final lesson. To avert pollution of the valley's streams, Romis guided humanity to a forest distanced from water sources, to serve as a breeding ground while commencing her teachings on husbandry methods. Given the ample food supply currently available in the valley, there was no necessity for humanity to provide periodic feeding for the poultry and livestock. In light of the prevailing circumstances, Romis opted for an entirely natural free-range approach to farming, focusing on instructing humanity in the construction of shelters for the nocturnal creatures' repose. For the poultry, Romis chose to weave their nests from willow branches. Under her patient guidance, humanity adeptly grasped the willow twigs, mimicking the deliberately slowed pace of the goddess's demonstration, meticulously crafting clean and comfortable nests. Subsequently, she led them to place the intricately woven nests, resembling bamboo baskets, in thickets and shrubs for enhanced concealment. A layer of branches and leaves was spread over the nests, and soft dried grass was placed within, thus establishing a cozy abode for the fowl. As for the cattle and sheep, humanity busied themselves under Romis's direction. They selected sturdy timber and firmly drove it into the ground at measured intervals, forming a circular enclosure. Subsequently, they constructed horizontal crossbars between the posts to further bolster the enclosure's protective capabilities. Above the enclosure, humanity has ingeniously constructed a wooden shed, mimicking the shape of a roof, using timber and hay to shield their livestock from the elements. Upon the conclusion of the practical activities, Romis selectively extracted theoretical knowledge pertinent to the current circumstances, articulating in simple yet profound terms the invaluable insights derived from 5 millennia of Chinese agricultural wisdom, imparting them generously to the Greek populace. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Romis announced the formal end of her class. Observing the eager, thirsting eyes of her students, a smile graced her lips. With gentle words, she spoke, "My beloved children, whom I have nurtured with my own hands. We have shared countless beautiful moments over these brief 3 days. Witnessing your transformation from ignorance to mastering essential survival skills fills my heart with joy and pride. However, I am acutely aware that true growth necessitates your independence in facing the world. Thus, despite my reluctance, I have decided to part ways, allowing you to explore, learn, and develop on your own. Remember, no matter the challenges you encounter, unity is the greatest solution. I look forward to our next meeting, where I hope to be greeted with even greater surprises and achievements. Forge ahead, and may your future be illuminated with brightness and hope." A melodious call of a deer resonated, startling the humans who were still absorbing the goddess's words. They gazed upwards to behold a divine stag, radiating a sacred light, gracefully descending from the heavens. The selfless goddess, who had imparted so much knowledge, effortlessly alighted upon the stag, which let out a gentle call before ascending slowly into the sky, gradually vanishing from sight. Only then did the humans awaken from their reverie, realizing that their esteemed goddess had departed, and that their forthcoming lives would rely on their own hands to shape them. Chapter 27, Where the Heart Yearns. There lies home as the divine stag soared through the skies with Romies. A peculiar sensation emanated from the depths of her soul as they distanced themselves from the valley inhabited by humans. A warm current surged into her boundless reservoir of divine power, reminiscent of a flowing river. The sudden change bewildered Romies. She swiftly tapped into her divine essence to connect with her soul, discovering that her artisan divinity had inexplicably grown in stature, now comparable to that of the vitality divinity, adorned with ethereal luminescence upon its surface, exuding an extraordinary aura. Realizing that she had achieved a breakthrough, Romies murmured to herself in astonishment, never anticipating that her artisan divinity had quietly ascended to the realm of intermediate divine power. This unforeseen advancement was intrinsically linked to Romies' experiences over the past 3 days. During the 3 days dedicated to enlightening humanity, Romies, with the assistance of the deity of craftsmanship, fashioned an array of weapons, agricultural tools, and various everyday items, novelties that were astonishing within the realm of Greek mythology. Each new creation contributed a measure of experience to the deity of craftsmanship. And through this gradual accumulation, the deity grew increasingly robust and resplendent. By the final day, the amassed divine power erupted with great force, facilitating a triumphant breakthrough, a process emblematic of quantitative change culminating in qualitative transformation. At this juncture, Romies, who presided over the domains of Lotus, craftsmanship, vitality, and midwifery, had successfully advanced 2 of her divine aspects beyond the realm of intermediate divine strength. Her current prowess positioned her at a level that was moderately superior within the entirety of the Greek mythological universe. This enhancement in her abilities dulled the sorrow of parting from humanity, and with a heart full of joy, she and her companion, the little white creature, finally returned to their long-abandoned sanctuary. In the courtyard of Xiyan Pavilion, the lonely 6 nymphs gathered together to amuse the 3 little deer, who had been callously forsaken by Romies. Iris turned to her 5 companions and inquired, "It has been 3 days. When do you suppose our divine master will return?" The fiery-haired Cynthia, visibly irked, retorted, "Our master has been gone for so long without a word, leaving us 6 and the pitiful 3 to guard this empty abode. When she returns, I shall not speak to her for 3 days." The gentle Selahia, stroking the pouting Cynthia's hair, smiled softly and said, "Do not be upset. The divine master must have pressing matters to attend to. Our duty is to maintain the temple well and await her return." Cynthia, her face marked by discontent, looked up at Selahia, about to voice her thoughts when the 3 little deer, previously rolling on the ground, suddenly sprang to their feet, vigorously calling out to the sky as if invigorated. Noticing the peculiar behavior of the little deer, the 6 nymphs, filled with curiosity, raised their gazes to the heavens to discern what had captured the attention of the 3. Soon, they beheld a shimmering white point streaking across the starry night sky like a meteor, drawing ever closer to the Xiyan Pavilion. With the incessant calls of the little deer, Iris quickly grasped the significance of the sight and joyfully exclaimed, "It is our divine master. The master and the little white creature have returned." As her words faded, Xiaobai gracefully descended from the heavens, alighting above the Xiyan Pavilion. Before she could stabilize her stance, Lotus eagerly leapt from her back. The moment her fair feet touched the ground, the nymphs could no longer contain their yearning and rushed towards her, enveloping Lotus in a tight embrace. "Goddess, where have you been? I've missed you so much." Cynthia, who had just moments ago been sulking, transformed her expression into one of sheer lament, being the first to dive into Lotus's arms, weeping uncontrollably upon her shoulder. The trio of little ones, undeterred, utilized their petite stature to weave through the legs of the nymphs, ultimately arriving beneath Lotus's skirt, tugging at the hem in hopes of capturing her attention. All right. Cease your tears. I apologize, dear ones. My abrupt departure was my fault. and I assure you it shall not happen again." Lotus reassured each of the 6 nymphs with a heartfelt embrace, continually comforting the sobbing assembly. At that moment, she felt the gentle tugging at her skirt. Drawing her gaze downward to discover the long-missed trio, their sparkling eyes beseeching her, revealing an unmistakable message of longing and a desire for affection. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot about you." Lotus bent down, scooping the 3 little ones into her arms. Surprised by their weight, she marveled at the trio of fawns nestled against her. Had they truly grown so much in just 3 days? In comparison to humans, the growth of animal offspring is inherently swift, and even more so for the mythical beasts of this realm. In a mere 3 days, the 3 fawns had considerably matured, their weight noticeably increased. Suddenly, Xiaobai, descending gently from the void, emitted a short, urgent call, prompting the once quiet trio in Lotus's embrace to stir restlessly. Clearly unable to suppress their longing after 3 days of separation, Lotus swiftly cradled the 3 fawns and approached Xiaobai. In the gentle gaze of the little white creature, a tender expression emerged as it extended its rosy tongue, diligently grooming the fur of the 3 small ones. Despite being drenched in their mother's saliva after several days apart, the 3 little ones showed no signs of disdain. As if in silent agreement, they wriggled out of the embrace of the little white creature, climbing onto its head and sliding down its sleek, smooth fur to its soft and comfortable back. The little white creature, bearing the 3 small ones, emitted joyful chirps and then suddenly soared into the sky. Unlike when it carried the little ones before, this time it dashed through the air over the Lotus Lake with an unprecedented speed. The 3 small ones, exhilarated by this novel and thrilling experience, let out a flurry of excited cries. The silvery moonlight bathed the face of Romies, who watched the fleeting shadows left by the little white creature in the night sky. Listening to the frantic calls of the small ones carried by the wind, she glanced at the 6 nymphs before her, who had calmed their excitement. In a moment of reverie, she was transported back to the nights spent in the orphanage, sitting with her friends in the courtyard, eagerly listening to the old headmaster recount tales of Nuwa mending the sky, Hoi shooting down the suns, and Chang'e flying to the moon. This thought brought a blissful smile to Romies' face, her lips moving in a soft murmur, soon drowned out by the raucous cries of the small ones. Perhaps this is the essence of family. Chapter 28. The blind box gotcha machine. The spindle danced amidst the mists, eventually landing in Romies' hands. Satisfied, she stowed the pure white threads woven from the clouds into her system backpack. Stretching her limbs, she realized that she had amassed a collection of threads spun from unexpected materials such as clouds, moonlight, and starlight. The reason for her extensive thread collection was the promise she made with the god of sleep, Hypnos, a few days prior. She intended to craft a garment for Nyx, the supreme primordial deity, ruler of the night. Given that this was to be presented to the highest being in the Greek mythos, apart from the creator god Chaos, Romies poured her heart and soul into the endeavor. She was determined to create an exquisite piece that would leave Nyx utterly captivated and forever etched in her memory. "I have a little donkey that I never ride. One day, on a whim, I decided to ride it to the market." A cheerful lullaby echoed in the tranquil morning. Upon hearing this melody, so incongruous with the Greek mythological world, Romies knew that little M was about to make an appearance. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips, as she remembered how little M had dashed away like a rabbit during the last task announcement. A golden lotus slowly materialized before Romies, and as the petals unfurled, a small golden orb with tiny wings gently emerged from its center. "Dear little little M." Before little M could finish its opening words, Romies swiftly pulled the petite figure into her embrace, playfully rubbing its little wings while donning a mischievous grin. "Hee, weren't you quite the runner? Why aren't you running away this time? Submit to my gentle assault." Little M desperately seeks to escape the clutches of Romies, yet her efforts invariably culminate in failure. Overwhelmed by the disparity in strength, little M ceases her resistance, softly weeping as she reluctantly succumbs to Romies' tender torment. It is only when Romies' wrist grows weary from her caress that she finally releases little M's delicate wings. As soon as Romies loosens her grip, little M fervently flaps her wings, darting away from Romies' grasp. A look of dismay appears on little M's display screen, as she flutters her wings and vociferously exclaims at Romies, "You wicked Xiaoxi! You wicked Xiaoxi! Those who bully little M are all villains. I shall report to the authorities. I will file a complaint with the director." In response to little M's feeble threats, Romies crosses her arms and lets out a disdainful laugh. The once vibrant little M falls silent, her expression of grievance looping endlessly on the screen. As the moments pass, the diligent little M suddenly remembers her purpose for appearing. Reluctantly, she hovers before Romies, her tone laced with melancholy. Congratulations, host, on completing the system-assigned task, aiding Nymph in the creation of humanity and supporting the newborns for 3 days. Reward: Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure X1, Intermediate Experience Pills X5, a substantial amount of merit, and Nymph's affection has increased. For reasons unknown, the affection boost appears ineffective. The rewards have been allocated to your inventory. Please check. Upon finishing her announcement, little M instinctively distances herself from Romies. Observing little M's fearful demeanor, Romies cannot help but chuckle softly, pondering to herself, "All right, it's time to appease little M. Little M, I apologize. It was my fault. Please forgive me." Romies pleads. Hands clasped together, her large, watery eyes blinking earnestly at little M. After a moment of internal conflict, little M ultimately approaches Romies, haughtily declaring, "You must promise not to bully little M like this again." "Of course, little M. I swear by the heavens, I shall never torment you again," Romies asserts, raising 4 fingers skyward with utmost sincerity. Seeing Romies' earnest expression, the soft-hearted little M chooses reconciliation, willingly flying into her embrace. Radha's gazed down at the small M nestled in her arms, a triumphant expression gracing her features. The gullible little M remained oblivious to the subtle flaws in her words, merely assuring Radha's that she would not torment her again. Yet, who could guarantee that this would be the last time? As Radha's once more flashed a mischievous smile, small M felt an unsettling sense of deception creeping in, but recalling the sincerity in Rothus's oath, it ultimately failed to see through her cunning scheme. After teasing small M, Radha's opened her system backpack to review the rewards she had acquired this time. Her first focus was the considerable amount of merit she had gained. In the primordial world, merit was a well-known treasure. It was through the immense merit of creating humanity that Nymph attained sanctification. Similarly, the 2 saints of the West secured their paths to the Tao by making 48 grand vows, preemptively drawing upon merit to achieve the status of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Beyond enhancing one's strength, merit possesses numerous remarkable applications. It can neutralize karma and remain untouched by causality. Those with profound merit can even evade calamities, enjoying eternal peace. Contemplating this, Radha grew increasingly curious about the potential of merit, this versatile asset in the primordial world, hoping to uncover its benefits within the realm of Greek mythology. Merit, undergoing a transformation for unknown reasons. Merit is wonderful, merit is marvelous, merit is extraordinary. A product born from the alignment with the world's will. Possessing the power to defy fate, it can enhance the fortune of its possessor in mysterious ways. The more merit one accumulates, the greater their fortune will be. So strive diligently to collect merit. As she read the system's description of merit, Rothus's joy knew no bounds. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to play a song celebrating good fortune, for who wouldn't wish to be free from misfortune and surrounded by luck at all times? Satisfied, she turned her attention to another significant reward, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Eagerly, she swiped her finger to open the treasure box within her backpack and selected to use it. Unlike the previous occasion, marked by grand music and dazzling golden light. Upon her selection, a cacophony reminiscent of arcade games filled her ears. With a thunderous sound, a massive gacha machine descended from the heavens, landing perfectly before her, while a shimmering golden coin appeared in her hand. The system certainly had its quirks, Radha couldn't help but remark as she approached the scene. Swiftly, she inserted the coin into the gacha machine slot and turned the lever. The machine whirred to life, the capsules within clattering noisily, and with a final chime, it abruptly halted. A golden capsule slid down the chute, and with a heart brimming with excitement, Radha bent to retrieve it, twisting it eagerly in her hands. With a crack, the capsule opened, releasing a brilliant golden light, followed by the sudden appearance of blooming azure lotuses. Gradually, a cerulean treasure flag soared upward, revealing its true form amid the myriad of azure lotuses. Chapter 29. Maternal Love and Filial Piety in a High-End Game. Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Flag. Radha gasped in astonishment, for the resplendent treasure flag before her was one she knew intimately, being one of the most renowned artifacts among her numerous relatives. The primordial 5 directions flag, crafted from the 5 leaves of the Genesis Blue Lotus, stands as a top-tier defensive treasure in the vast primordial world. Each of the 5 flags represents a distinct essence: the Western Cloud Realm's pure color flag, the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure flag, the Northern Xiyan Yuan water control flag, the Southern Li Di flame light flag, and the Central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, symbolizing the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. When all 5 flags unite, they can form the formidable 5 elements Great Formation, where the powers of the 5 elements circulate in harmony. Even a sage would find it challenging to breach this defense, making it the most powerful protective array in the 3 realms. Although the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure flag is merely one of the 5, it possesses remarkable defensive capabilities and offers various benefits such as calming the mind and repelling malevolent forces, marking it as a premier treasure in the primordial world. This very flag was once wielded by one of the 2 saints of the West, Xiyan, who achieved great feats with its power. Elated by her acquisition of such a treasure, Rat eagerly extended her right hand, and the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure flag, seemingly sensing her presence, gracefully floated into her palm. As she gazed at the shimmering blue lotus patterns adorning the flag, Rat, the incarnation of the 12th grade Genesis Blue Lotus, found herself increasingly enamored. After thoroughly admiring it, she reluctantly stored it away in her system backpack. In the afternoon, while humming a cheerful tune, Rat skillfully operated the loom to weave the prepared silk threads into vibrant fabrics. Just then, deep within her soul, the long-dormant, birthing divine essence began to whirl frantically. What is happening? The peculiar sensation emanating from her soul left Rat bewildered. She paused her weaving, channeling divine energy into the birthing essence, and instantly, her emerald eyes sparkled as a vivid scene unfolded before her. Atop the towering Mount Otritus, within the magnificent hall of the God King, the previously dignified goddess Rhea, whom Rat had seen at the divine banquet, was now drenched in sweat, lying weakly on the bed and emitting anguished cries. Meanwhile, the God King Kronos wore a grave expression, gazing at Rhea's noticeably swollen abdomen with an indescribable look in his eyes. Is the goddess facing a difficult labor? Observing the live transmission before her, Rithis understood immediately the cause of the birthing deity's distress. It sensed that the child soon to be born from the goddess was in peril, thus urging Rithis to fulfill her midwifery duties. Even deities can experience difficulties in childbirth. Rithis murmured to herself, unaware that within the realm of Greek mythology, the offspring of gods must continually absorb their mother's divine power to sustain their development and the formation of their own divinity. The more formidable the deity, the greater the divine energy required from the maternal figure. As the offspring of the king and queen of the gods, their innate divine power was indeed formidable, which explained the queen's predicament. Watching the agonizing visage of the goddess Rhea on the screen, Rithis, sharing the bond of womanhood, felt a profound empathy and was anxious to extend whatever assistance she could. However, she was oblivious to the proper utilization of the birthing deity's powers that resided deep within her soul. Fortunately, the divine essence responded to Rithis' confusion, erupting in a dazzling radiance that eclipsed other divine auras. Rithis felt as though an extraordinary conduit had been established between herself and Rhea, enabling her divine energy to traverse this passage directly into Rhea's being. Sensing the shift and hearing the genuine and poignant cries of pain, Rithis wasted no time and immediately infused her divine energy, endowed with the birthing deity's powers, into Rhea. As Rithis' energy flowed into her, Rhea's agonized cries gradually subsided, and her expression transformed from one of torment to relief. A radiant red light began to emanate from her distended abdomen, and with a fervent cry of Rhea, a sphere of crimson light erupted from her womb, morphing into human form. As the brilliance faded, Rithis beheld a pristine and adorable infant girl floating in the air, gently sucking on her own fingers. Both Rithis and Rhea exhaled in unison, relieved at the successful arrival of Cronus and Rhea's first child, facilitated by Rithis' assistance. The birthing deity's essence within Rithis gradually quieted, and the live broadcast before her dissipated. The final image she beheld was of Rhea tenderly cradling her newborn, lovingly proclaiming, "Your name shall be Hestia." How wonderful it was to have done a good deed. With a smile gracing her lips, Rhomtis murmured to herself, feeling a profound sense of joy at the prospect of aiding in the birth of a new life. Her curiosity was piqued for this child, whom she had yet to meet but had assisted from afar. However, it would not be long before the God King Kronos would host a grand banquet on the divine mountain to celebrate the arrival of his first offspring. allowing her the opportunity to behold the newborn goddess, Hestia, up close. As Rometis pondered the perfect gift for Hestia, an unexpected flutter of emotion coursed through her, followed by a heart-rending wail that echoed from the direction of Mount Atris, reverberating throughout the realm of Greek mythology. The gods were startled by this agonizing cry, turning their gazes toward the mountain. Rometis recognized the sound all too well. It belonged to Rhea, the goddess and mother who had just received her assistance. What calamity had transpired? Rometis' expression turned grave as she descended into contemplation. Her first thought was that something had befallen the newly born Hestia, perhaps even a tragic demise. Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion, for in the world of Greek mythology, deities were immortal and indestructible. Even a newly born goddess could not be so fragile. With this possibility eliminated, Rometis found herself momentarily perplexed. After much reflection, she resolved to summon her divine power to activate the birthing aspect of her divinity in hopes of manifesting a vision of Hestia once more. Just as she prepared to act, the very ground beneath her began to tremble, and a voice, resounding with fiery authority, erupted from the earth, proclaiming to the heavens, Well, Kronos, my valiant son, do you dare to strip my beloved daughter of her rights as a mother? Do not forget how your father met his end. Dear Gaia, my revered mother, the events unfolding are under my control, and your concern is unwarranted. I kindly ask you to return to the temple and continue your slumber. Came Kronos' retort. Audacious. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the earth constricted Rometis' throat, nearly rendering her breathless. In her line of sight, a terrifying wave of power shot forth from the ground toward the sky, while the God King in the heavens countered with his own divine might, resulting in a stalemate of formidable forces. Very well, Kronos, remember your actions today. Do not underestimate the wrath of a primordial deity, a mother scorned. Moments ago, the formidable power that had matched the God King was abruptly shattered, sending his attack spiraling towards the heavens. A muffled groan resonated from the sky, marking the conclusion of this tumultuous battle between mother and son, as both the earth and the heavens returned to a serene tranquility. Chapter 30. The fisherman never returns empty-handed. The fierce dispute between the God King and the Earth Mother had come to an end. From their exchange, Rhodius gleaned pivotal insights. As dormant memories surged into her consciousness, she recalled a significant tale from Greek mythology, one steeped in sorrow, triggered by the succession of deities. The former God King, Uranus, had bequeathed a curse to the new ruler, Cronus. His reign would inevitably be usurped by his own offspring. Fearful of this curse, Cronus harbored a dangerous notion as his wife, Rhea, approached her time of labor. He resolved to imprison his children within himself, thwarting Uranus's malevolent prophecy. Thus, consumed by the curse, Cronus lost his sanity and devoured 5 of his children with Rhea. This frenzied act drove a wedge between the once loving couple, leading the gentle Rhea to rise in defiance after the birth of yet another child, heralding the dawn of a new era. Reflecting on this legend, Rhodius felt a profound sense of sorrow. The adage a tiger does not eat its own cubs seemed utterly contradicted by Cronus, who, in his quest for power and dominance, did not spare his own flesh and blood. Is power truly so paramount? Rhodius murmured to herself. As one abandoned by her own parents, she yearned for familial bonds, struggling to comprehend Cronus's mindset while empathizing with Rhea's plight. The initial joy she felt from aiding the birth of new life and her anticipation for Hestia had dissipated, overshadowed by recent events. Although simmering with indignation, Rhodius found herself powerless to rescue Rhea and her daughters from their torment. Engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness that weighed heavily upon her heart, plunging her into a deep melancholy. Dappled sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon Rhodius's face, yet the comforting rays could not dispel the turmoil within her. The events concerning Hestia lingered in her mind, shrouded in a cloud of low spirits. Resolving to transform her sorrow into appetite, she sought solace in culinary delights to mend her aching soul. Emerging from the Chinglian pavilion, Rhodius beheld the lake adorned with blooming lotus flowers and directed her gaze towards the carefree fish frolicking among the lily pads in the tranquil waters. In the time when she and Prometheus co-created all things, she had preserved a variety of fish species that she had meticulously sculpted. These diverse aquatic creatures were brought back to the Lotus Lake to enrich its biodiversity, and now it was time for the harvest. The divine energy gathered within Loti's palms as she prepared to harness it to capture a black fish, but suddenly she halted, dispersing the amassed power with a graceful wave of her hand. Instead, She retreated to the courtyard where she found a suitably sized stick, attaching a silk thread to one end, thus crafting a rudimentary fishing rod. Approaching the lake's edge, she knelt on the ground, using a small spade to turn over the soil, unearthing a heap of plump earthworms. With patience, Lodi mixed the excavated worms with the moist earth, forming a sizable mud ball. She then gazed at the rippling surface of the lake, stirred by the movement of fish, and precisely cast her carefully prepared bait into the water, a technique known to seasoned anglers as baiting the spot. As the mud ball dissolved upon contact with the water, the worm swam freely, attracting a multitude of fish to gather around. Selecting the most succulent worm, she suspended it at the end of her silk line, aiming for the recently baited area. With a deft flick of her wrist, she cast the line and settled quietly on the grassy bank, awaiting the eager bite of a fish. Fishing upon the rocky shore, with the clear waters reflecting her tranquil spirit, became a means for her to cultivate inner peace and empty her mind. Lodi hoped that through this pastime, she could adjust her mental state while simultaneously procuring a catch to satiate her hunger, achieving a dual purpose. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, the morning had passed. Lodi, transformed into an angler, held her fishing rod in one hand and a basket in the other, humming a cheerful tune as she flew toward the azure Lotus pavilion. Within her basket, a large, plump black fish flailed energetically, a reward for her morning's efforts. Although only one fish had willingly offered itself as her catch, the process of fishing had gradually uplifted her spirits as the bright sunlight streamed through her fair skin, illuminating her heart and dispelling the clouds that had lingered over her thoughts. Skillfully igniting a fire, she skewered the freshly cleaned black fish on a stick, propping it over the flames. With one hand, she turned the fish while the other gently rubbed the fuzzy forehead of a small creature beside her. The other two, obediently squatting at her feet, gazed longingly at the aromatic grilled fish, drooling profusely, feeling a damp sensation at her feet. Lodi glanced down to find the drool from the three little ones had pooled into a shallow stream, trickling past her. She could only manage a silent smirk, internally questioning, isn't a deer supposed to graze on grass? Why are these three little ones so captivated by my grilled fish? Is this perhaps the extraordinary nature of the divine deer? The aroma of the grilled fish intensified, and before I knew it, the 6 nymphs and Xiaobai had already settled beside Ratiz, their eyes eagerly following the movements of Ratiz as she turned the fish. The sounds of gulping echoed around as they salivated. The legion of food lovers was fully assembled. All right, it's time to eat. Hooray, my lord. I can hardly contain my excitement. Yay, yay, Ratiz, engrossed in her grilling, turned to see the entire assembly of Qinglian pavilion members had gathered around her, anxiously awaiting the delectable dish in her hands. Oh, you all. Ratiz chuckled helplessly, realizing her plan to monopolize a grilled fish had failed. She rose and placed the beautifully grilled fish, its skin golden and crisp on both sides, onto a wooden table in the courtyard. Using her divine power, she divided it into 11 uneven portions, placing them into different vessels, with the largest portion cunningly positioned nearest to herself. All right, the fish is divided. You may eat. No sooner had she spoken than Ratiz swiftly seized the plate before her, a triumphant expression adorning her face. My lord, this is cheating. Indeed, my lord. You are so wicked. Yay, 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 yay. Humph, this fish was caught and grilled by my own hands. Naturally, I shall indulge in the largest portion, Ratiz proclaimed, observing the indignant faces of the nymphs and the Xiaobai family, reveling in her triumph. She then paid no heed to the ensuing fervent scramble for the remaining fish, deftly picking up a piece with her chopsticks and placing it in her mouth. The succulent juices flowed as her teeth sank in, the fish skin crisp and golden, while the flesh remained tender within. As she savored the exquisite flavors, a blissful smile graced Ratiz's face. Chapter 31. Ferrymen of the underworld. Steaming little dumplings rained down from the heavens. Golden roasted duck soared through a cotton candy sky. Glistening dompa pork raced across a chocolate earth. Savory grilled squid swam in a sea of milk tea, and atop a delectable caramel pudding, Ratiz leapt joyfully, landing softly as if the pudding were a massive trampoline. This was the dream realm belonging to the gourmet Ratiz. Ah, dreams are truly delightful. Having had her fill of play, Ratiz descended from the caramel pudding, not forgetting the reason she had maintained her lucidity during slumber. Hypnos, Hypnos, please respond. I call upon you. Ratiz shouted to the sky, and suddenly, the cotton candy heavens parted, revealing the god of sleep, Hypnos, who descended gracefully, his pristine wings unfurling before Ratiz. My dear Lotus, I heard your call and rushed to you. Is the outfit I crafted for Mother complete? Hypnos inquired expectantly. Indeed, Hypnos. A beautifully crafted gift box appeared in the hands of Reese, specifically designed for the garments intended for the goddess of night, Nyx. This exquisite packaging belonged to the luxurious offerings of the Xiyan pavilion. As she extended the gift box to Hypnos, the god of sleep, he merely cast a curious glance and refrained from taking it immediately, instead gazing at Reese with a look of perplexity. Dearest Reese, he began, due to my obligation to bring slumber to all living beings, I am unable to return to the underworld at this moment. Might I entrust you with the task of personally delivering this gift to my mother? Upon hearing Hypnos's request, Reese was momentarily taken aback. Embracing the principle that the customer is paramount, she gently nodded in agreement to fulfill his wish. Of course, it would be my honor to meet the goddess Nyx in person. However, Hypnos, I am uncertain how to navigate to the underworld. Nor do I know the location of the temple of the goddess of night within it. Hypnos looked at Reese, who had readily accepted his request, with gratitude. Rest assured, my realm of dreams is interconnected with the underworld. It is indeed a part of it. The exit from the dreamscape serves as the entrance to the underworld. Once I guide you out of the dream, you shall instantly arrive in the underworld, where my mother, the goddess of night, Nyx, resides atop the vast plains. You will certainly find her temple there. Aha, so the realm of dreams is part of the underworld, Reese mused quietly to herself, unwittingly acquiring a fascinating tidbit of knowledge. She then turned to Hypnos and nodded. Very well. Hypnos, I shall trouble you to escort me to the underworld. A divine light surged forth from Hypnos's hands, descending upon the chocolate earth beneath Reese's feet. A portal, large enough for a single person, was torn open. Before Reese could comprehend the situation, she was drawn into this dreamlike abyss reminiscent of Alice's descent into Wonderland, vanishing in an instant. As Hypnos bid farewell to Reese, he intended to depart, but suddenly noticed the extraordinary nature of her dreamscape. Observing the myriad of fantastical and unseen delicacies materializing within the dream, he found himself muttering, so, the goddess Reese possesses such a passion for culinary delights. But what are these peculiar foods? Do the deities of the earthly realm indulge in such fare? Residing perpetually in the realm of the underworld, the god of sleep, Hypnos, inadvertently found himself in a predicament. Under the impression that the food he encountered was a delicacy from the world above, he was seized by a desire to savor the culinary delights of the earth. The scene shifts to our protagonist, Lotus, who, feeling an unsettling sensation of weightlessness, plummeted as if submerged in water, traversing one dream after another, enveloped in a damp embrace, ultimately descending into a world shrouded in darkness. Coughing softly, Lotus felt as though countless ants were crawling over her, rendering her quite uncomfortable. She vowed never to endure such a disorienting experience of falling from the dream realm into reality again. A crimson glow emanated from her palms, coalescing into a sphere of light that pierced through the oppressive darkness. Before her stood a formidable bronze door, intricately adorned with ancient, enigmatic engravings. She could barely discern the words underworld, death, and soul amidst the complex designs. Surely, this must be the gateway to the underworld, but how was it to be opened? As she caressed the cold surface of the door, Lotus pondered for a moment, then exerted a forceful push. The heavy door groaned and creaked as it swung open. To her surprise, it truly was a simple matter of pushing. She had anticipated some other mystical method. With a silent scoff, she stepped into the unknown world of the underworld. Traversing a lengthy path, the sound of rushing water reached her ears. After advancing a few more steps, she beheld a wide river obstructing her way. Pale hands emerged from the inky depths, sending a shiver down her spine. It was indeed fitting for the underworld to possess such a sinister river. Just as she prepared to soar over the chilling waters, an ancient voice halted her movement. Strange goddess, cease your actions at once. Any being attempting to traverse the Acheron River shall plummet and be eternally imprisoned within its depths, tormented by unending suffering. The elder's words compelled Lotus to halt her flight. With a racing heart, she descended to the riverbank, finally understanding the source of the ghostly hands reaching from the water. Only my fairy may navigate these waters unhindered, the elder continued. Greetings, strange goddess. I am Xiyan, the ferryman of the underworld. Lotus turned to behold an elderly man, his face adorned with a bushy beard, slowly rowing a weathered wooden boat toward the shore. I am grateful to you, Xiyan, ferryman of the underworld. I am Lotus, the goddess of vitality and craftsmanship. She bowed respectfully to Xiyan, acknowledging his kind warning and introducing herself. Ah, the goddess of craftsmanship. I am familiar with you. As Xiyan, grasping the oar, suddenly recalled something, he mused. Although I did not journey to the divine mountain to partake in the feast of the gods, my brother, Hypnos, the god of sleep, has informed me that you are a goddess of remarkable skill, having crafted many wondrous artifacts. Upon hearing the name Hypnos, Lotus paused momentarily. She glanced at the elderly figure of Xiyan before conjuring an image of the undeniably handsome Hypnos. It was difficult for her to reconcile their likeness as brothers, for they resembled more a father and son. Despite the inner voice of skepticism that arose, Lotus maintained a cheerful demeanor and began to elucidate the purpose of her visit. Indeed, Xiyan, I have come to the underworld at the behest of Hypnos, to present a gift to the esteemed goddess of night, Nyx. A gift for mother? Xiyan softly echoed Lotus's words. Then, observing her smiling visage, he too donned a grin. In that case, let us hasten aboard my ferry, so that I may transport you to the shores of the river Styx. Thank you, Xiyan. Following his guidance, Lotus carefully stepped onto the seemingly rickety vessel. Do not be deceived by my old companion's dilapidation. Crossing the Styx without it is utterly impossible, Xiyan chuckled, sensing Lotus's apprehension and offering an explanation. Indeed, it is quite marvelous, Xiyan. It is evident that you hold a deep affection for this ferry. From Karen's proud gaze, Lotus discerned the profound bond he shared with the vessel. Of course, this is a gift from Mother, Xiyan declared with pride. The ferry had been crafted specifically for him by Nyx, once she had discerned Karen's divine essence and duties, thus he treasured it dearly. Upon learning that it was personally fashioned by Nyx, Lotus instantly elevated her perception of the worn wooden craft. As she contemplated her imminent audience with this supreme deity of Greek mythology, she curiously inquired of Xiyan, Dear Xiyan, with the legendary goddess so close at hand, my heart is quite anxious. Could you share with me what manner of deity Nyx truly is? Oh, dear Lotus, you need not worry. Mother is a gentle and benevolent goddess. Her demeanor is as tranquil and elegant as the night itself, emanating a serene aura that instills peace in all who encounter her. Every deity that meets her is touched by her kindness. She embodies the most beautiful and splendid essence in this world. Although Romies believed that Karen's words contained a degree of boasting born from his affection for his mother, she ultimately grasped that the goddess of the night, Nyx, must indeed be a remarkably gentle deity, which alleviated much of her inner tension. Chapter 32. The overbearing goddess embraces me. The creaking old wooden boat swayed upon the seemingly endless river Styx. Romies leaned over the bow, gazing at her reflection in the dark waters, and posed a question that had long weighed on her heart to the now familiar Xiyan. Dearest Xiyan, you navigate this river daily, ferrying souls to the realm of the dead. Do you not grow weary of such a monotonous existence? In contrast to Romies's carefree spirit, many deities in the world of Greek mythology, like Xiyan, are bound to fulfill their duties each day. She was deeply curious whether such a repetitive routine would not foster a sense of rebellion within them. Certainly not, Romies. Fulfilling one's duties and maintaining the stability of the world is the price of a deity's power. Deities and the world share a symbiotic relationship. When one suffers, so does the other, and when one flourishes, the other does as well. Karen's words prompted Romies to enter a brief period of contemplation. She gained a newfound understanding of the relationship between deities and the world. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense, considering the opportunities that had granted her divine status. Each advancement in her power had been a result of aligning with the world's development. The will of the world played an exceedingly crucial role in recognizing and appreciating her. The sound of the boat's bow gently touching the riverbank broke through her thoughts. The swaying ferry had reached the far shore of the Styx. Kind-hearted Xiyan pointed with his paddle towards the distant plains and spoke. The temple of your mother lies deep within those plains. Should you lose your way, you may inquire with the benevolent lampades. They will guide you. Lampades, indeed, is the collective term for the nymphs of the underworld. Unlike their earthly counterparts, born from the natural elements, the lampades emerge from the perpetual gloom that envelopes the realm of the dead, possessing a unique beauty characterized by their deep violet skin and striking features. Xiyan, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Slowly stepping off the ferry and onto the riverbank, Romies lifted her skirt, turned to Xiyan, and bowed deeply to express her heartfelt gratitude. You are too kind, Romies. It is my honor to contribute to a gift for your mother. Xiyan smiled, then waved farewell to Romies, once more grasping the paddle and leisurely steering the ferry back to where he came. Oh dear. Upon the ferry, Xiyan suddenly exclaimed, Oh no. I forgot to inform Reese. The temple of her mother forbids flying at high altitudes. I hope she won't be so unfortunate. Unbeknownst to Reese, who had bid farewell to Xiyan, a series of events was unfolding. At that moment, she was harnessing divine power, gracefully ascending into the sky. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the farther one sees. From her lofty vantage point, Reese gazed into the distance and indeed beheld a grand temple shrouded in a delicate veil of black mist. This must be the temple of the goddess of night. With the hints from Hypnos and Xiyan, Reese was utterly convinced that this extraordinary temple was the abode of the night goddess. Thus, she urged her divine power and soared toward her destination. As she traversed the thick black mist, a sudden, piercing scream escaped Reese's lips. The divine energy enveloping her abruptly ceased to function, and she began plummeting from the sky like a falling star. "Help! I'm going to die!" Panic-stricken, Reese cried out, desperately attempting to reignite her divine power. But to no avail. Instead, her descent accelerated further. "It's all right. Do not fear. The gods are immortal." In her helplessness, Reese decided to relinquish control, comforting herself inwardly as she slowly closed her eyes, bracing for the impending pain. Fortunately, the anticipated violent collision with the ground did not occur. Suddenly, Reese felt her rapid descent slow, her body swaying gently in the air like a feather, ultimately landing in a warm and soft embrace. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice whispered in her ear, accompanied by a soothing fragrance that enveloped her senses. Reese opened her eyes in bewilderment, meeting a pair of deep, inky black eyes, as beautiful as the night itself. Beneath a delicate veil of black gauze, the goddess's exquisite visage was partially concealed, adding an aura of mystery to her presence. "How beautiful," Reese thought, captivated by the goddess's gaze, and inadvertently voiced her innermost feelings. "Thank you for your praise." The goddess, her red lips veiled by a dark shroud, bore a slight smile as she gazed at the flustered Rotas in her embrace. The goddess's unexpected response caused Rotas to realize the implications of her earlier words, and her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In a moment of sheer embarrassment, Rotas quickly buried her head within the goddess's bosom, attempting to escape the awkwardness of the situation. Yet, she soon recognized that this overly intimate posture only exacerbated her discomfort, rendering her as stiff as a steel beam. Observing the adorable demeanor of Rotas, the goddess could no longer contain her laughter and gently released her hold, allowing Rotas's feet to return to the ground. Regaining her composure, Rotas bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude to the unfamiliar goddess before her. "I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" "You need not thank me, dear child. I am Nyx, the goddess of the night," she replied. A gasp escaped Rotas's lips, causing Nyx's tension to momentarily rise, her speech becoming slightly stammered. Amused by Rotas's anxious expression, Nyx shook her head with a smile. The essence of the night emanated from her fingertips, enveloping Rotas's brow, as a tranquil aura descended upon her mind, alleviating her nervousness and restoring her to a state of calm. "My dear child, it seems you have yet to introduce yourself," Nyx remarked playfully to the now composed Rotas. Rotas quickly knelt in reverence, addressing Nyx with utmost respect. "Supreme primordial deity, great mistress of the night, esteemed goddess Nyx, I am Rotas, the embodiment of the Lotus, and the goddess presiding over craftsmanship and vitality." "Rotas," Nyx repeated softly, "what a name as beautiful as you are." She then extended her delicate right hand, gesturing for Rotas to rise. "So, my dear Rotas, have you come to my temple seeking my assistance?" Chapter 33. The pomegranate by the roadside. Upon hearing the inquiry from the goddess of the night, Rotas promptly opened her system backpack and retrieved an exquisitely packaged haute couture gift box, presenting it to Nyx. "Esteemed goddess Nyx, this is a gift specially commissioned for you by Hypnos, the god of sleep. As Hypnos must fulfill his duties and cannot return to the underworld for a while, he entrusted me to deliver this gift into your hands." Nyx, with a gaze filled with curiosity, cautiously accepted the intriguing gift box from Rotas. She gently untied the ribbon adorning the box and slowly lifted the lid. In an instant, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Black smoke billowed forth from the box, gradually transforming into a night sky. Twinkling stars clung to this celestial canopy, while a radiant full moon hung high, casting a soft glow and creating a breathtaking scene of a starry night. The goddess of the night, Nyx, was entranced by this sudden illusion. Although this celestial vision was merely a manifestation of simple divine power, it subtly encompassed the essence of the night, the moon, and the stars. Never had any deity depicted the night so vividly, let alone Rhodius, who was entirely unrelated to the domain of darkness. Intrigued, Nyx pondered how this skilled goddess of craftsmanship had achieved such a feat. Esteemed goddess Nyx, I wonder if you find this gift to your liking? Rhodius inquired cautiously, observing the perplexed expression on the goddess of the night's face. Hearing Rhodius's words, Nyx, still mesmerized by the illusion, turned her gaze toward the box, where she found a meticulously folded piece of black fabric. What is this? She wondered as she slowly extracted the fabric from the box and gently unfolded it, only to discover it was an elegant and exquisite black gown. Golden threads intricately outlined elaborate patterns upon the gown, while stars twinkled across its surface, resembling a dazzling constellation. Upon gazing at the gown, Nyx instantly comprehended everything. The recently manifested night sky was, in fact, a materialization of this very garment. Dearest Rhodius, this gown is truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Your artistry is unparalleled. Nyx could not help but exclaim, her curiosity piqued once more. However, why do I sense the essence of the night, the moon, and the stars within this gown? How did you accomplish this? Respected goddess Nyx, Rhodius replied with a smile. The fabric of this gown is woven from the mists of the night sky that I gathered, while the golden patterns are crafted from the moonlight bestowed upon me by the moon goddess Selene. Lastly, the twinkling stars are comprised of fragments of stardust. Thus, this gown, tailored specifically for you, is imbued with the essence of the three elements you mentioned. Upon hearing Rhodius's explanation, Nyx could not contain her admiration, showering her with effusive praise. The more she gazed at the gown and its creator, Rhodius, the more she found herself enamored. In a flash of divine light, the goddess of the night eagerly donned Rhodius's masterpiece. Rhodius retrieved a copper mirror she had crafted and held it thoughtfully before Nyx. As Nyx admired her reflection, the gown accentuated her graceful curves and enhanced her already elegant and mysterious aura, eliciting a genuine smile from her. Dearest Rhodius, may I take my leave first? I cannot resist sharing my beauty at this moment with Erebos. Nyx hurriedly spoke to Remes, and in an instant, a divine light flashed, causing the goddess of the night to vanish without a trace. Erebus, the sovereign of darkness and one of the primordial deities, is both the brother and husband of Nyx. What a truly affectionate couple. Remes could not help but exclaim, especially after having recently witnessed the tragic event of the king of gods consuming his own child. The love between Nyx and Erebus rekindled her faith in love. Realizing that the goddess of the night would not reappear anytime soon, Remes offered a resigned smile, gently shaking her head before departing from the confines of the Temple of Darkness. Having come to the fabled realm of the underworld, Remes resolved to seize the opportunity to explore this world of the deceased, far removed from the earth, wondering what kind of scenery awaited her. Aimlessly wandering across the vast plains, a desolate atmosphere enveloped her. Unlike the vibrant life on Earth, the underworld was devoid of animals, and even plants were exceedingly rare. Occasionally, the souls of a few animals would pass by, casting curious glances at her. It was then that Remes, relying on the keen perception bestowed by her essence as the goddess of life, detected a faint trace of vitality not far ahead. Finally discovering a living entity in the underworld, she joyfully soared toward the synth's location. Upon reaching her destination, she beheld a sturdy pomegranate tree standing atop a massive stone, its crimson fruits hanging heavily from branches adorned with only a few sparse green leaves. A peculiar radiance shimmered across the bountiful pomegranate fruits. Under the influence of some mysterious force, her innermost desires were stirred, and she could not help but swallow hard, immediately yearning to taste the pomegranates of the underworld. She pondered whether these fruits, born of this realm, would possess a unique flavor distinct from those found on Earth. With this thought in mind, Remes sprang into action, her scarlet divine power swirling around her as a hefty pomegranate fell from the branch into her hand. As she peeled away the fruit's outer shell, the sweet aroma of the pomegranate burst forth, revealing glistening, plump seeds before her eyes. Unable to resist, she extended her slender fingers, picking up a seed and placing it into her mouth. The pomegranate's signature sweet juice exploded on her palate, and a look of blissful enjoyment graced her face, one that only exquisite flavors could evoke. Captivated by the luscious, juicy pomegranate, Remes immediately gathered a handful of seeds, preparing to indulge herself further. Just then, a clear male voice echoed from afar, tinged with urgency. Halt. Daughter of the earth, quickly discard the pomegranate in your hand. The sudden sound roused the enchanted Rhodes, causing her to hastily drop the pomegranate in her hand. Could it be that I have stirred trouble? This pomegranate tree surely has an owner. Overwhelmed with anxiety at the thought of having consumed something that belonged to another, she quickly turned to gaze in the direction of the sound. A figure appeared, approaching her from afar, and she could not help but display a look of astonishment, for this unexpectedly arrived deity bore a striking resemblance to the god of sleep, Hypnos. The distinctions between them were subtle. This god possessed more pronounced and austere features, and his hair and wings were a rich black, reminiscent of the goddess of night. Unlike Hypnos's white, could this be Hypnos's brother, the god of death, Thanatos? Familiar with Hypnos, Rhodes immediately deduced the identity of the unknown deity. As Thanatos descended gracefully before her, Rhodes, realizing her transgression, bowed deeply and promptly offered her apologies. I am deeply sorry. I had no knowledge that this pomegranate tree had an owner. I should not have indulged in its sweet, fragrant, and utterly captivating fruit. No, that is not quite right regardless. I apologize. Please accept my sincere apologies. As Thanatos touched the ground, he was met with the goddess's rather irreverent apology. Understanding that he had been misinterpreted by this unfamiliar goddess, Thanatos quickly replied, "There is no need for apologies. This pomegranate tree does not belong to me." Upon hearing that the pomegranate tree was not under the dominion of the god of death, Rhodes straightened up, her demeanor shifting dramatically. She cast a regretful glance at the pomegranate now soiled with dust, then turned her ire towards the true source of her troubles, indignantly exclaiming, "Then why did you make me discard the pomegranate? Do you not understand that wasting food is a disgrace?" Thanatos, taken aback by Rhodes's fierce presence, retreated 3 steps and cautiously began to explain, "It was out of goodwill that I sought to advise you. From your appearance, it was clear that you are a goddess of the earth, unaware of the unique properties of the underworld's pomegranate. It possesses an irresistible allure, and should you consume 3 of its seeds, you shall be transformed into a deity of the underworld, never to return to the realm of the living." Thanatos's words awakened Rhodes's memories, and she glanced down at the pomegranate, recalling the tale of Persephone, the goddess of spring, who had consumed the pomegranate of the underworld and thus became the wife of Hades, the lord of the underworld. Realizing she had wronged Thanatos, Rhodes's fierce aura dissipated, and she awkwardly touched her neck. After a moment of internal conflict, she finally murmured, "I apologize, Thanatos. I was mistaken in my judgment. It was all my fault." Thanatos waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence, before curiously inquiring, "Strange goddess, it seems we have not met before. How do you know my name?" "Oh, I see. I am acquainted with Hypnos, the god of sleep, and upon observing your striking resemblance to him, I immediately recognized you as his twin brother," explained Romeos. "By the way, I am Romeos, the goddess of craftsmanship and vitality." "Indeed, you are the illustrious Romeos, the legendary figure," exclaimed Thanatos, the god of death, who had just been awed by Romeo's commanding presence. "You have come to present a gift for Mother, have you not? As an elder brother." Thanatos was well aware of Hypnos' commission to Romeos for crafting a gift for Nyx. Yes, the gift has been delivered to the goddess, and she is exceedingly pleased, unable to restrain herself from boasting to the dark god Erebus. "Truly, that is characteristic of Mother," Thanatos remarked, covering his face. However, Hypnos would undoubtedly be overjoyed to know that his heartfelt gesture has been appreciated by her. Chapter 34. The unresolved enigma of heredity and gratitude, and as a form of recompense to Romeos, Thanatos willingly assumed the role of guide, introducing her to the wonders of the underworld. Unlike the earth, the surface of the underworld is devoid of rugged elevations. It consists of vast, undulating plains, across which flow 5 rivers that never run dry. These are the river Acheron, the river of pain, which Charon ferries across at the entrance to the underworld; the river Cocytus, surrounded by whales of anguish; the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, where the famed soup of oblivion is brewed; the river Phlegethon, ablaze with molten lava and flames; and the river Styx, governed by the ocean goddess Styx, the river of hatred. After touring the 5 distinctive rivers of the underworld, Thanatos led Romeos to the edge of the realm, to a seemingly bottomless chasm from which eerie cries emanated, chilling the soul. This, Thanatos pointed to the chasm before them, his expression betraying fear, is a forbidden ground for the gods, a prison for the damned, the most terrifying place in existence. This is the endless abyss of Tartarus. Upon concluding his introduction, Romeo summoned her courage and cast a glance into the abyss below. Just a fleeting gaze sent shivers down her spine, causing her body to tremble slightly, her arms prickling with goosebumps. She instinctively stepped back, her mind racing. Truly, this is the legendary Tartarus. May I never find myself descending into that abyss, she silently mused, unaware that in the not-so-distant future, she would intertwine with the fabled deity of Tartarus, becoming a frequent visitor to the depths, under the diligent guidance of the free spirit Thanatos. Ratiz concluded her tour of all the attractions in the five-star scenic area of the underworld. She bid farewell to Thanatos and boarded Charon's wooden vessel once more, traversing the Acheron River and passing through the gates of the underworld, finally returning to the world above. Although she had grown accustomed to the desolation and pervasive aura of death that characterized the underworld, the long-forgotten vitality of nature on Earth compelled Ratiz to exclaim, "Oh, Mother Earth, I pay homage to you." On a tranquil afternoon, in the courtyard of the Qinglian Pavilion, Ratiz cradled 3 fawns in her arms, anxiously watching the ever-gurgling Xiyan Kuanding, awaiting the results of her very first alchemical endeavor. Indeed, Ratiz was embarking on the path of alchemy. As for the sudden inspiration behind this endeavor, it stemmed from her burgeoning commercial empire still in its incubation phase. Due to previous orders for perfumes and garments, Ratiz had received generous gifts from various deities. Furthermore, the exquisite high-fashion gift from Nyx, the goddess of the night, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, had bestowed upon her a plethora of unique materials from the underworld. Consequently, Ratiz found herself with a mountain of rare resources, nearly filling her system's inventory to capacity. Faced with this dilemma, she pondered how to swiftly utilize some of these materials, thus birthing her idea of alchemy. Alchemy is no trivial pursuit. The intricate balance of materials and the mastery of the flame have confounded many aspiring practitioners of this mystical art. Fortunately for Ratiz, these challenges posed no obstacle, as the Qian Kuanding possessed the remarkable ability to refine all substances into pure energy, rendering the concept of material compatibility irrelevant. Moreover, as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuanding was equipped with an extraordinary temperature control system, alleviating Ratiz of any concerns regarding the heat or timing. All she needed to do was place the materials into the cauldron and await the emergence of the elixir. That said, Ratiz still felt a wave of anxiety regarding her inaugural attempt at concocting an elixir, for she was entirely unversed in the ways of alchemy. She had only heard whispers of advanced potions like the 9-turn golden elixir and possessed no ready-made recipes. Thus, the ratios and selections of her ingredients relied solely on her personal preferences, leaving her uncertain of what peculiar concoction she might produce. Suddenly, a crisp chime resonated, and the Qian Kuanding began to shake vigorously before settling into stillness. A delicate aroma wafted from the cauldron, enveloping Ratiz and the 3 fawns. Mistaking it for a delectable dish, the eager little creatures emitted sounds of excitement, wriggling in Ratiz's embrace, desperately attempting to escape and be the first to savor the anticipated delicacy. Sensing the commotion in her arms, Ratiz reluctantly set aside her alchemical aspirations and turned to the trio of small gluttons, explaining, "Be still, my darlings, this is not a treat. It is medicine. Medicine." Upon hearing that the delicacies within the cauldron were not to their taste, the 3 little ones immediately lost their sparkle, ceasing their playful antics and succumbing to a dispirited demeanor. Amused by the expressions of disappointment on their faces, Ratiz shook her head with a resigned smile. Revealing a tender affection, she retrieved a plate of chilled lotus root cake she had prepared earlier from her backpack, gently placing the 3 little ones on the ground and presenting the cake before them. "What can I do with you? Go on, eat up," she encouraged. Instantly, the trio gathered around the plate, devouring the lotus root cake voraciously. Ratiz couldn't help but remark, slow down. I wonder who you inherited your gluttonous traits from. Even Xiaobai wouldn't eat like this." Just as she was about to continue her teasing, Ratiz suddenly fell silent, a wave of guilt washing over her. She found herself murmuring inwardly, "Oh no, could it be that they inherited my gluttony because they were born with my assistance?" The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting Ratiz to swiftly banish this absurd thought from her mind. Feeling guilty, she redirected her focus, leaving the 3 little ones to their feast and approaching the Qinkuan cauldron instead. With her divine power in motion, 8 fragrant, glimmering elixirs soared from the cauldron into Ratiz's palm. Examining the elixirs closely, she discerned nothing particularly remarkable about them. So she decided to store the 8 elixirs in her system backpack, intent on utilizing the identification function to discover the results of her initial alchemical endeavor. Opening her system backpack, she located the compartment housing the elixirs and gently locked her finger onto them. As her gaze descended, she began to scrutinize the system's annotations. 8 treasures, 8 immortals elixir, premium extracted from the essence of various heavenly treasures. This elixir is formed through a miraculous combination of pure energy. Consuming it will instantly restore the user's magical power, enhance their vitality, and temporarily elevate their strength, transforming them into a fully buffed being. Chapter 35. Do not waste new tears on old sorrows. Another mournful wail echoed from the direction of Mount Otris. Rada shook her head and let out a long sigh, for this marked the 4th time she had heard the weeping of the goddess Rhea since the birth of Hestia. This lamentation signified that the 4 children Rhea had borne had all fallen into the grasp of the god King Cronus. Initially, Rates felt sympathy for Rhea's plight, thinking that if Rhea was so tormented by the fate of her own flesh and blood, why did she not sever ties with the god king and escape this tragic marriage to preserve her life and that of her children? Yet, Rates quickly came to realize that she was viewing the marital dynamics of the Greek world through a modern lens. In the later narratives of Greek mythology, even though Zeus, the king of the gods, indulges in numerous extramarital affairs, fathering an array of illegitimate offspring, Hera, the goddess of marriage and family, chooses to endure this betrayal, contravening her divine duties. Instead of confronting Zeus, she redirects her fury towards his lovers and their progeny. This pathological and dysfunctional marital dynamic may be attributed to the legacy of Cronus and Rhea. With a sigh of resignation, Remes resolved to dismiss these matters that were not her concern and summoned her steed, White, mounting its back with grace, shaking its forelegs in readiness. White soared towards the clouds, heading towards the valley inhabited by humans. Despite having bid farewell to humanity and vowed to withhold her assistance, Remes remained deeply concerned for the beings she had painstakingly created, yearning to observe in secret whether their lives had progressed in an orderly fashion as per her teachings. During her absence, diminishing her pace, White gradually descended upon a cloud, and Remes leaned forward, gazing down at the valley below. The human settlement had undergone a remarkable transformation since her last visit. The rudimentary wooden huts she had initially constructed were now beautifully renovated and rendered comfortable through the diligent efforts of the humans. They had even erected a spacious warehouse, designed for the storage of various agricultural products. Intrigued, Remes employed her divine powers to peer through the roof into the warehouse. The sight before her elicited a smile of satisfaction. The warehouse brimmed with fresh eggs, chicken, duck, and goose, as well as an array of animal pelts and fresh milk. These were the fruits of human labor, a testament to their improving livelihoods. Suddenly, the jubilant sounds of exultation reached her ears. Turning her gaze, Remes beheld a hunting party returning to their dwelling, their spirits high as they triumphantly carried a massive wild boar, a symbol of their victory. This formidable creature was sufficiently large to satiate the entire human tribe. Upon their return, they entrusted the boar to the chief cook, who skillfully singed away the bristles with a flaming torch before disemboweling it. Subsequently, they positioned the enormous boar over a roaring fire, roasting it to perfection. Just as the boar turned a golden brown on both sides, Remes noticed an unusual action. One of the humans struck 2 stones together, producing a crisp, resonant sound. At the sound's emergence, the other humans paused their tasks and quickly formed a neat line before the roasted boar. Remes finally discerned the purpose of this stone clapping. It was the signal for the meal to commence. Previously, she had mistakenly believed it to be a mysterious ritual. A skilled cook, akin to a butcher carving meat, divided the massive boar into nearly equal portions, distributing them to the lined-up humans. However, the keen-eyed Remes noticed that in addition to the nearly equal portions of pork, there was an extra, notably large serving of pork being carried on a wooden tray by an individual towards a nearby house. Shortly thereafter, Remes beheld an unexpected divine figure, Prometheus, who emerged slowly from the dwelling. He accepted the roasted pork from a human's hands, uttering a word of gratitude, and then, sensing something, abruptly looked up to the sky, offering Remes a friendly smile. Initially taken aback, Remes, hovering above in the heavens, reciprocated the smile, realizing that this far-sighted prophet was currently residing among humans. The last vestige of her concern for humanity dissipated, and she gently patted her companion, the little white creature, signaling it to change direction and depart from the human settlement. As for Prometheus's sudden appearance in the human abode, it traces back to the moments following Rome's departure. After reporting back to the god King Kronos, Prometheus, unable to shake off his worries for humanity, whom he regarded as his own children, pondered deeply and made a significant decision. He would choose to live among them. Thus, he bid farewell to his father, the sole deity Iapetus, his mother, the goddess of renown Clymene, and his brother, the foreseeing Epimetheus, and ventured into the valley where humans dwelt. Today marked the 5th day of his cohabitation with humanity, leaving the human valley without a clear destination, unlike the early returning Romes, who commanded her little companion to meander about. They leaped over towering mountains and traversed rushing waters, finally resting beneath a grand tree, sheltered in the shade. Romes idly gazed at the distant beautiful scenery while absently clutching a blade of grass. At that moment, a furtive figure caught her attention. The individual appeared secretive, cloaked in a voluminous cape that obscured their features, while tightly clutching an indistinct object swathed in cloth, glancing furtively around as they advanced. Romes followed the direction of the mysterious figure's movement and soon discerned the silhouette of Mount Otris in the distance, indicating that the figure's destination was indeed the sacred mountain. Through her divine perception, Romes distinctly sensed the robust life energy emanating from the object in the woman's arms, recognizing it as an extraordinary treasure. Thoughts of theft, robbery, violence, and various crimes swirled in Romes' mind, conjuring an elaborate narrative akin to a public service drama from a law and order channel. As a righteous child of Xiyan, how could Romes turn a blind eye to such nefarious behavior? In an instant, Romes transformed into a detective, reminiscent of a certain reaper known as the Mihuatown detective, swiftly propelling herself towards the mysterious figure, prepared to confront the perpetrator with the intention of eliciting a confession. Halt. Raise your hands. Confess, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and you will face harsh consequences. Quickly reveal your crimes. In a flash of divine light, Lotus materialized before the enigmatic figure. The Xiyan Kuan-Ding held aloft in her hand, poised to strike at the criminal before her. The sudden appearance of Lotus startled the mysterious person, who, upon witnessing Lotus's intent to attack, hastily removed her hood and exclaimed, "Lotus, don't be rash. It's me, Goddess Rhea." Upon recognizing the familiar visage of the woman before her, Lotus, who moments ago bore a fierce expression, was taken aback. She quickly retracted the Xiyan Kuan-Ding that was about to descend upon Rhea, her disbelief evident as she stammered, "Goddess, how is it you? Why do you wear such peculiar attire?" In response to Lotus's inquiry, Rhea appeared equally flustered, clutching an indistinct object tightly to her chest as she stuttered, I came out to clear my mind. Yes, to clear my mind. I donned the cloak to avoid detection by the other deities." Upon hearing Rhea's explanation, Lotus immediately comprehended the situation. The goddess must be despondent due to the cruel actions of the god King Kronos, seeking solace in the world outside. Empathizing with Rhea's plight, Lotus, driven by a spirit of altruism, unceremoniously pulled Rhea down to sit upon the grass, initiating an intimate session of psychological counsel. "Esteemed goddess, dear Rhea, while this matter pertains to you and the god king, I feel compelled to voice my concerns. The sorrowful cries that have echoed from the sacred mountain are truly heartbreaking. I have longed to offer you my assistance, yet my own frailty has hindered me from rescuing you from despair. Now, I seize the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. I cannot fathom whether, after enduring such torment, you still harbor any romantic illusions regarding Kronos. But I implore you to open your eyes to reality. Consider the fate of the children yet to come. Do you wish for them to relive the tragic destinies of your previous 5 offspring? Will you endure a life of humiliation and burden? Rhea, rise up. Rebel for your happiness, for the sake of your flesh and blood. Break free from the clutches of Kronos and embrace a new life. Even without the god king. Even if you forsake the throne of the goddess, I have faith that as one of the great 12 titans, you can lead a fulfilling existence. One that surpasses the joy you once knew." As Lotus spoke passionately, her fists clenched in fervor, she raised her arms in encouragement towards Rhea. Unbeknownst to her, these words struck a chord deep within the goddess's heart. Tears streamed down Rhea's cheeks as she contemplated Lotus's impassioned speech. Resolute, Rhea decided to open her heart and confide in Lotus. "Lotus, I am grateful for your encouragement and for your willingness to consider my perspective. In truth, my venture into the world was merely a pretext. The true purpose of my outing is to fight for the life of the child within me, to challenge my fate, Rhea released her grip on the mysterious object she held closely, unveiling the cloth that shrouded it. In her hands lay a stone pulsating with vibrant life energy. This stone was a gift from my mother, the earth goddess Gaia, and represented the last flicker of hope for both me and the child I carried within. I intended to transform this stone into an image of my unborn child, thereby deceiving Cronus into swallowing it. Thus, my child would flourish, destined to defy the curse of Uranus, overthrow Cronus's reign, rescue his siblings, and pave a brighter future for us both. Rhea unveiled her concealed plan, much to the astonishment and relief of Remis. She had long perceived Rhea as a timid woman, too afraid to resist her fate, yet here was Rhea, fiercely battling for her destiny. Remis felt immense gratitude for Rhea's trust in confiding such a secret strategy to a mere acquaintance. However, Rhea's expression shifted to one of sorrow. Yet, I can only envision this outcome. Can this stone truly deceive Cronus? I harbor no certainty, though it exudes the essence of life. It lacks the primal aura and pure divine power bestowed upon a deity at birth. Still, aside from taking this gamble, I have no alternative. My future and that of my child are entirely entwined with this stone. Listening to Rhea's concerns, Remis suddenly had an epiphany. With unwavering determination, she turned to Rhea, wishing to contribute her own influence to the scheme. Rhea, if you trust me, might you entrust this stone to me? I can imbue it with the unique primordial essence that accompanies the birth of a new divine being. What? Rhea exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. Though doubt lingered in her heart, she observed Remis's confident demeanor. With no retreat left, Rhea chose to place her faith once more in this goddess who had bared her soul to her. Without hesitation, she relinquished the stone of life into Remis's care. Gingerly accepting the stone, Remis reassured Rhea, "Trust me, I will succeed." With a serious countenance, Remis retrieved the Xiyan ding from her satchel, solemnly casting the stone of life into its depths. She aimed to utilize the extraordinary ability of the Xiyan ding to reverse the innate with the acquired, thereby bestowing the stone with a primordial essence of its own. Rhea gazed in astonishment at the abruptly manifested divine tripod, her expression shifting to one of anticipation due to Lotus's peculiar behavior. She hoped that this goddess, who had once bestowed upon her a delightful surprise at the banquet of the gods, would once again conjure a miracle, granting her a magnificent surprise. Under the influence of Lotus's divine power, the Xiyan ding began to operate slowly. Although it possessed the extraordinary ability to reverse the natural order, this power was so formidable that it demanded an immense expenditure of divine energy from its wielder. Before long, Lotus sensed her reservoir of divine energy nearing depletion. The once unstoppable torrent had reverted to a mere handful of clear spring water, which too was on the verge of exhaustion. Fortunately, Lotus had an effective remedy for this predicament: the 8 treasures immortal pill she had concocted the previous day. A plump immortal pill soared from her system's inventory, landing perfectly in her mouth. Upon swallowing, the pill transformed into a powerful warm current that surged towards Lotus's parched divine energy reservoir. In the span of a single breath, her divine energy began to flow once more, gradually gaining momentum and hinting at the potential to converge into an ocean. With the immortal pill as her support, Lotus smoothly progressed in the creation of the Stone of Life. After consuming 2 more 8 treasures immortal pills, a crisp sound resonated as the Xiyan ding ceased to draw upon her divine energy and came to a halt. It was imperative that she succeeded. Lotus fervently repeated this thought within her mind, her heart racing as she channeled her divine energy to extract the Stone of Life from the tripod. Upon grasping the Stone of Life, Lotus joyfully shouted to Rhea, "We did it! We have succeeded!" At that moment, the Stone of Life in Lotus's hands had undergone a remarkable transformation. It gleamed with crystalline clarity, divine light swirling around it. Not only did it harbor pure life energy, but an aura unique to primordial deities emanated from the stone. If one were to rely solely on sensation rather than sight, any deity approaching would recognize this newly birthed Stone of Life as an infant god. Rhea's discerning eyes could not overlook the stone's transformation. Sensing the primordial aura radiating from it, she was overcome with joy and tears, rushing forward to embrace Lotus. With her head resting on Lotus's shoulder, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed intermittently. "Thank you. Thank you. You always bring me surprises. Thank you for being the savior of my life." Hearing Rhea's heartfelt gratitude, Lotus was also moved to tears. Gently lifting Rhea's face, she tenderly wiped away the tears from her eyes. smiling through her own tears as she said, "Dearest Rhea, do not waste new tears on old sorrows. The future that belongs to you and your child is bright, joyous, and fulfilling. Let the pains of the past remain in the past. Your tears now should flow only for the radiant future ahead. Your tears shall forever be tears of joy." Chapter 36. The birth of the fickle little radish enveloped in mist. The divine mountain of Othris witnessed Rome's harnessing the power of the life divinity to merge herself with the surrounding flora, concealing her presence. Anxiously, she paced back and forth, occasionally glancing upwards towards the summit of the mountain, awaiting the arrival of the goddess Rhea, for today marked the momentous occasion of the birth of Rhea's child. After an intimate exchange of hearts with Rhea, Lotus successfully became a crucial link in the Greek version of the substitution plan, orchestrated and conceived by Rhea herself. She was tasked with transporting Rhea's child to the distant island of Crete, situated across the vast ocean. There, the ocean god Oceanus and the sea goddess Thetis, both deeply concerned for their sister, had established a protective spell to conceal the child's essence. Only under such enchantment could Rhea's offspring navigate the treacherous waters of fate and grow up in health and safety. Gazing at the mountain's peak, Lotus felt a surge of anxiety. Why had there been no news for so long? Surely Rhea had not encountered any misfortune. The delay in the arrival of her messenger led her to entertain the worst possible scenarios. In her palm, the ultimate defensive treasure, the Eastern Azure Lotus banner, materialized, ready to assist her in a swift ascent to the divine mountain to rescue Rhea and her child. Fortunately, her fears remained unfounded. In just a few breaths, Rhea's furtive figure appeared at the foot of the divine mountain. Before Lotus could utter a word, Rhea thrust her peacefully sleeping child into Lotus's arms, hurriedly entrusting her with the words, "Everything is in your hands. His name is Zeus." Without a moment's hesitation, Rhea soared up the mountain, not daring to linger. Cradling the slumbering Zeus, Lotus understood that every second was of utmost importance. She swiftly summoned her divine power and accelerated towards the horizon, aiming to escape the mountain's confines to evade the suspicious gaze of the god-king Cronus. Upon her escape from the mountain, her loyal steed, Little White, swiftly bore her away at an unprecedented speed, racing towards the direction of Oceanus, leaving only a fleeting white shadow in the sky. With the utmost dedication of Xiaobai, Lotus reached the edge of the earth, at the ocean's shore, in merely half the time it had taken during her previous visit to the sea goddess Thalassa. Under the guidance of the long-awaiting god of bees, Melissus, she successfully arrived at the secluded and tranquil island of Crete. At the moment she truly set foot on the island of Crete, the taut nerves of Rometis finally relaxed. She understood that under the protection of the divine couple of the ocean, Zeus had indeed survived this perilous ordeal. The handmaidens of Rhea, known as the Idaean goddess Adrastea and her sister, cautiously took the swaddled Zeus from Rometus's hands. As Rhea's most trusted confidants, they would bear the significant responsibility of raising Zeus. Gazing at the infant, who was blowing bubbles through his nose with drool at the corners of his mouth, Rometis smiled with a maternal tenderness. It was difficult for her to fathom that this delicate new god would one day overthrow the reign of Cronus and ascend as the new king of the gods. A green light enveloped Zeus's brow, a blessing from the goddess of vitality. Rometis hoped that before he learned of the harsh truths of existence, little Zeus could grow up unburdened, healthy, and safe. At the fervent invitation of the bee god Melissus and the goat goddess Amalthea, Rhetus indulged in a cup of honey-infused goat's milk on the island of Crete, allowing her to once again savor the long-lost sweetness that had eluded her for so long. The benevolent bee god, witnessing Rhetus's delight in honey, waved his hand generously, bestowing upon her a jar of his personally crafted royal jelly and a swarm of buzzing bees. After gently placing a kiss upon Zeus's forehead, Rhetus bid farewell to the other deities on the island, mounting her little white horse and returning to the Azure Lotus Pavilion. Upon her return to the temple, Rhetus yearned to immediately share the successful news of the plan with Rhea. However, she realized that such a revelation was premature, as Rhea was still entangled in her struggles with Cronus. Any rash actions on her part could jeopardize the final hope of Rhea and Zeus. After careful contemplation, Rhetus devised a clever plan. She summoned Iris and presented her with a bottle of lotus perfume, explaining that it was a gift for the goddess Rhea. "This was my refined fragrance, possessing a more enduring and captivating scent. Please, deliver it to the goddess Rhea on my behalf. I am certain she will cherish it greatly." At the banquet of the deities, it is a well-known fact that the fragrant lotus perfume has captured the admiration of the goddess, to the extent that even the king of gods bestowed a reward upon Rithis. Thus, when she presented her newly developed product to the goddess, it appeared flawless. And in fact, other deities might perceive it as a means of currying favor with her. Unbeknownst to Iris, who was unaware of the secret plans between the supreme god and the goddess, she unhesitatingly accepted this task, which held significant meaning for Rhea. Yet was an ordinary gift mission for her. With eager anticipation, Rithis watched Iris depart. After an exhilarating morning, Rithis decided to find something to occupy herself and calm her thoughts. Conveniently, she had a matter at hand that required her attention, the small bees gifted by the god of bees, Meligius. Though she had never kept bees before, Rithis, a regular viewer of lifestyle programs, understood that a beehive was indispensable for beekeeping. While bees could build their nests without human intervention, their hives typically featured only a small entrance and exit, which posed a challenge for Rithis when it came to harvesting honey. To collect honey, she would have to disturb the bees' home, so she opted for an artificial beehive. With the activation of her craftsmanship divinity, Rithis skillfully constructed a beehive consisting of 10 frames. A body, a base, entrance blockers, a secondary cover, a lid, and dividers. She placed the beehive beneath a red maple tree in her yard, facing the deer nest of Little White's family. Subsequently, Rithis opened her backpack and retrieved the small bees she had previously stored within. Indeed, the system backpack could accommodate living creatures, although there were size and time limitations. If a living being remained inside for more than 12 hours, it would perish. The bees buzzed excitedly as they flew out from the backpack, beginning to flit around the courtyard of the Qinglian pavilion to familiarize themselves with their new surroundings. This unusual sound captured the attention of 3 little ones, who curiously approached Rithis' feet, watching the bees dance in an infinity pattern above them, emitting soft coos. Chapter 37. The exceptional teacher Rithis' re-employment gathered in the courtyard. Rithis, the 6 nymphs, and Little White's family savored the lingering rich sweetness on their lips. The royal jelly crafted by the god of bees indeed lived up to its illustrious reputation. Rothmis sighed inwardly, eagerly anticipating the day when her little bees would produce honey. Alas, the lotus flowers, lacking nectar glands and offering only pollen, rendered the splendid blooms of the pond unable to serve as a source for honey. Her desire to taste lotus honey was swiftly dashed. The industrious bees were compelled to venture farther each morning to gather nectar from distant blossoms, returning hastily at dusk, like diligent workers leading a 9-to-5 existence. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled Rothmis's ears. Turning her head, she noticed a small bee hovering before her, and from its abdomen emanated a familiar voice. "Goddess Rothmis, please come to Crete for a meeting." It was the voice of Meligius. Surprised by the unexpected summons from Crete, Rothmis couldn't help but speculate whether Zeus had encountered some unforeseen trouble. As a pivotal figure in Rhea's plan, Zeus could not afford any mishap. With a heart full of suspicion, Rothmis mounted her steed, the little white horse, and sped towards Crete. Upon reaching the island, the divine deer found solid ground, and a child, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, immediately changed direction to run towards Rothmis. Behind the child, a breathless Adrastea shouted, "Stop, Zeus, come back." Upon reaching Rothmis, Zeus first reached out to gently stroke the soft fur of the little white horse. Then, with his large, watery eyes, he stared curiously at the unfamiliar goddess and asked, "Big sister, where do you come from? I've never seen you before." Under the gaze of the small child, who barely reached her knee, Rothmis felt herself enveloped in a sweet, rosy haze. Unable to resist, she extended her arms and embraced Zeus, tenderly uttering a phrase beloved by elders in Huaxia, "Little Zeus, I am Rothmis. I once held you when you were just a child." "Really?" Zeus tilted his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Then why don't I remember?" Just then, Adrastea caught up with Zeus, and, seeing him contentedly nestled in Rothmis's embrace, she sighed with relief. She stepped forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and began to voice her troubles. "Goddess Rothmis, I have long awaited your arrival. Please help us. We are all being tormented by Zeus." From Adrastea's words, Rothmis learned the full extent of the situation. The growth of the divine being is nothing short of astonishing. In a mere span of 7 days, Zeus transformed from a drooling infant, blissfully slumbering in his cradle, into a mischievous rascal, despised by both dogs and cats alike. Observing Zeus's rapid maturation, the 2 goddesses of Mount Ida conspired to impart upon him some valuable knowledge. laying the groundwork for his future ascension to kingship. However, the inherently divine and tempestuous little Zeus, endowed with the power of thunder, could hardly remain still. The moment the two goddesses showed any lapse in attention during their lessons, the playful Zeus would swiftly escape, refusing to return no matter the entreaties. Furthermore, due to his divine heritage, his speed rivaled that of lightning, leaving the goddesses not only unable to catch him, but also exhausted from their futile efforts, drenched in sweat after each pursuit. After several tumultuous days, Adrastea and Ida, motivated by their sense of responsibility towards Zeus and wearied by his mischievous antics, resolved to hire a more sagacious and accountable deity as mentor for him. When considering which gods in the entire realm of Greece possessed extraordinary wisdom, Prometheus, the seer, and Metis, the goddess of wisdom, were undoubtedly recognized by many as the ideal candidates, a sentiment echoed by the nymphs of Mount Ida. Although they had identified suitable candidates, a new dilemma arose. Regardless of whether Prometheus or Metis would accept Zeus as their pupil, they dared not reveal his existence to outsiders for reasons of safety and confidentiality. Thus, this splendid idea had yet to be implemented before it was dashed. At this juncture, the goat goddess proposed an alternative. Why not seek the assistance of the goddess Remis? I believe this whimsical deity, renowned for her creations of numerous novel wonders, surely possesses exceptional wisdom. Almathea's suggestion illuminated Ida's thoughts, and they simultaneously marveled at their oversight of this goddess. Thus, the scene unfolded where the god of bees was dispatched as a messenger. Upon learning the true reason for her summons, Remis hesitated briefly before reaching out to pinch Zeus's cherubic face, agreeing to undertake this arduous task. Adrastea's countenance brightened instantly, and she eagerly rose to share this delightful news with her dear sister, Ida. Meanwhile, upon discovering that Remis would become his teacher, the little Zeus, with a twinkle in his eye, was flooded with a myriad of clever schemes. Although he instantly took a liking to the goddess who bestowed upon him a warm, affectionate smile, Zeus resolutely decided to employ all his cunning and wit to resist her and strive to reclaim his freedom and joy. Thus, a question arises: can our diminutive Zeus truly achieve his desires? The answer, of course, is in the negative. Naive as he is, Zeus could never fathom that Remis harbored within her form a modern soul. Having endured 12 years of diligent study and the trials akin to crossing a rickety bridge amidst a throng of soldiers during the grueling examinations, Remis feared not disobedient pupils. She had myriad methods to impart the efficacy of a traditional education upon the young Zeus. After dining with the cheerful family of Adrastea and the somewhat melancholic little Zeus, Rhodius departed early, plunging into the newly constructed treehouse nestled high within a towering tree, where she commenced preparations for the first lesson of the upcoming school year. In the tranquil night, Rhodius diligently penned her thoughts, and under her astonishing speed of writing, the first supplementary textbook in the realm of Greek mythology, entitled The Young Prodigy of Greece, First Edition, swiftly came to life in splendid form. This comprehensive tome encompassed a vast array of topics, ranging from fundamental knowledge to profound philosophy, and covered various question types, from multiple choice to simple essays. It was truly a labor of love from Rhodius. Beholding the completed work upon her desk, Rhodius wore a confident smile, assured of her ability to deftly manage the little Zeus. Chapter 38. The First Day of School. I'm feeling emo. Zeus as dawn broke and the goddess Eos painted the horizon with the first light of day. Rhodius appeared in Zeus's chamber. Observing the slumbering figure of Zeus, she mischievously reached for his little dairy Zeus. It's time to wake up. The sun is already shining on your backside. You must rise. While playfully tapping his rear, Rhodius mused to herself. Little Zeus's bottom is delightfully soft. The sensation is quite pleasing. Under the relentless onslaught of Lotus's dragon subduing 18 palms, Zeus let out a soft grunt, slowly opening his still sleepy eyes and murmuring languidly, "Is it so late? I shall rise at once." As the little Zeus rubbed his eyes and followed Lotus out of the door, he immediately sensed something amiss. The sky was merely a dim haze. The figure of the goddess of daylight was still clearly visible, and Helios's golden chariot had yet to embark. Where, then, was the sun that Lotus had claimed was warming his dairy? Realizing he had been deceived, Zeus quickly awakened. Before he could utter a word of protest, Lotus scooped him up and soared to a patch of grass. The early bird catches the worm. Let us invigorate ourselves. Now, follow my lead. Ready, set, 1, 2, 3, 4. With her arms outstretched above her head, Luotissi began to march in place while executing the calisthenics deeply ingrained in the muscle memory of every student from Huaxia. The abruptness of it all left Zeus in a daze, yet he instinctively mirrored Luotissi's movements, surprisingly completing an entire set of exercises alongside her. Once the warm-up concluded, all traces of sleepiness vanished from Zeus, his mind becoming alert. Seeing the clarity return to his eyes, Luotissi nodded approvingly. Then, without granting him a moment to react, a flash of divine light enveloped them, and they found themselves within a classroom she had fashioned to resemble a middle school setting. Dumbfounded, Zeus complied with Luotissi's command, obediently taking a seat at a wooden desk. Before him appeared a test paper titled Basic Knowledge Assessment. Please complete the test before the sand in the hourglass runs out. The countdown begins now, Luotissi announced, placing an hourglass on the desk. As the sand began to trickle down, she exited the classroom to prepare for the upcoming lesson. Zeus stared vacantly at Luotissi's retreating form, then lowered his gaze to the test paper, skimming over the questions. 1. Multiple choice. Which of the following pairs is correct? A. Cronus, king of the gods. B. Iapetus, god of the ocean. C. Themis, goddess of memory. D. Thanatos, god of death. 2. Fill in the blanks. The ocean that surrounds the world is called. The relationship between the seer Prometheus and the later knowing Epimetheus is. 3. Short answer. Name 5 primordial deities and their domains. Name the 3 couples among the 12 titans and their domains. After a cursory glance at the paper, Zeus was immediately consumed by the urge to flee. What in the world was all of this? Since Luotis has already departed, I could escape without her noticing. Even if she did, she would be unable to catch up with me. With this thought, Zeus promptly leaped from the wooden bench and strode towards the ajar door. As the entrance loomed closer, the scent of freedom filled the air, and Zeus quickened his pace, breaking into a run. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and Zeus, dazed and stunned, fell to the ground, clutching his forehead. In disbelief, he gazed at the flickering azure lotus patterns at the doorway, his soul questioning, "What is this?" As we journey back to the time when Rhodius constructed this classroom, she decisively wielded one of her 2 treasured artifacts, the Eastern Blue Lotus Banner, to establish a binding barrier around the premises, preempting the scenario described by Adrastea regarding Zeus's potential escape. While the Eastern Blue Lotus Banner was primarily adept in defense, its capacity to ensnare was equally formidable, especially against the newly born and still tender Zeus. With the aid of the treasured flag, no matter how much Zeus flailed, he was destined to remain ensnared within Rhodius's grasp. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Undeterred, Zeus once again charged towards the entrance, only to collide head-on with the Blue Lotus barrier. He attempted various methods to breach it, all culminating in failure. Realizing that conventional tactics would no longer suffice, Zeus's mind whirled, and he conjured a new scheme. Dark clouds suddenly gathered above the classroom, and as the divine essence of thunder within him surged, he unleashed a massive bolt of purple-gold lightning, aimed directly at the wooden structure of the classroom. Zeus intended to shatter this confinement with sheer brute force. However, the overconfident Zeus did not anticipate that the seemingly fearsome purple-gold lightning would strike the Blue Lotus barrier without even stirring a ripple. On the contrary, the Eastern Blue Lotus Banner absorbed and diffused the lightning's power, growing increasingly robust. Glimpses of purple electricity flowed through the myriad lotus patterns, rendering the barrier even more formidable. Witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, a despondent Zeus resigned himself to his fate, returning to the wooden desk to commence the foundational assessment assigned by Rhodius. The commotion caused by Zeus could not escape the notice of the other deities on the island. Initially, Adrastea and her companions feared that Rhodius would be unable to manage the mischievous Zeus. To their astonishment, the notorious trickster had indeed been subdued by Rhodius. Alleviating the anxieties that had weighed upon the gods, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and the hourglass perched upon Zeus's desk had run dry. Rhodius appeared punctually at the classroom door, only to find Zeus slumped over the desk, his spirit momentarily detached from the realm of Greek mythology, wandering towards distant galaxies. With a gentle cough, Rhodius summoned Zeus back from his reverie, and he immediately straightened in his seat. Amused, she shook her head and, despite the lamenting gaze of Zeus, who seemed to accuse her of being a villain, she collected the assessment papers and began to meticulously review each question. To Rhodius's surprise, although Zeus was mischievous and lacked focus, he demonstrated a remarkable understanding of the intricate relationships among the gods, answering approximately 80% of the questions correctly. This indicated that he had indeed absorbed much from the teachings of the goddess of Mount Ida. This unexpected outcome caused Rhodius to arch an eyebrow. And as she regarded the upright Zeus, she could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly, he is destined to be the next king of the gods. Chapter 39. The capricious Zeus. Based on the results of this preliminary assessment, Rhodius felt a renewed sense of confidence in Zeus's future academic journey. She firmly believed that under her guidance, Zeus would undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional graduate, excelling in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects. Little Zeus, burdened with a school bag, was met with Rhodius's sharp gaze. Taking his hand, she hummed the famous Chinese song Reading Boy, leading the reluctant Zeus into the barrier established by the Eastern Xiyan treasure banner. Unlike the morning's purely theoretical lessons, the afternoon's curriculum consisted of practical classes, which, according to Rhodius, were adored by children. Drawing upon her earlier conversation with Xiyan, her personal experiences, and corroborating her findings with several close goddesses, Rhodius formulated a methodology to enhance divine power, clarify responsibilities, and practice diligently. With her hands forming the lotus seal, blossoms of blue lotuses appeared like falling stars before vanishing into the air, thereby activating the Xiyan barrier. Zeus, she announced, the afternoon class is officially commencing. First, I want you to ponder a question intimately linked to you. What is thunder and lightning? What purpose do they serve? Caught off guard by Rhodius's inquiry, Zeus opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. As the deity governing thunder and lightning, these elements were innate to him, as intrinsic as his own limbs. He had never contemplated the essence of thunder and lightning or the implications they bore. Not surprised by Zeus's silence, Rhodius understood that this question posed a considerable challenge for one who had only recently come into existence. It matters not if you cannot respond, she reassured him. I now ask you to reflect on the question at hand, continuously harnessing the power of your divine thunder. In the process of your practice, seek the answers. When you discover them, this class will conclude. During a prior conversation with the goddess Xiyan, Rhodius discovered that, out of concern for the god king Kronos, they were generally prohibited from allowing Zeus to frequently wield divine power. As the goddess of vitality, Rhodius immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of vibrant energy coiled within Zeus upon their first encounter, a force that had been accumulating and intensifying alongside his physical growth, even threatening to overflow. This peculiar circumstance led her to form a reasonable hypothesis regarding the root of Zeus's hyperactivity. It seemed that as Zeus matured, his inherent divine power expanded with his physical development. However, his pent-up energy remained suppressed due to external constraints, resulting in an inability to find inner tranquility. Consequently, Rhodius resolved to take advantage of the practical lesson to facilitate Zeus's release of this internal energy while simultaneously imparting to him the profound essence of thunder, thereby achieving a dual purpose. Moreover, with the presence of the Eastern Blue Lotus banner, coupled with the divine techniques orchestrated by the oceanic deity couple, Zeus's manipulation of thunderous forces was confined within the bounds of Crete Island, allowing him to unleash his power freely without the concern of attracting the attention of other deities, particularly that of the god king. Upon hearing that he could indiscriminately wield the power of thunder, Zeus, having endured the trials of the morning's examination, found this lesson to be far from unbearable, even somewhat delightful. The violet lightning danced in his hands as dense storm clouds gathered in the sky. With a mere command, bolts of lightning descended, scorching the earth beneath him to a charred black. The release of divine power enveloped Zeus in a sensation of unparalleled exhilaration. At last, he had found an outlet for his pent-up energy, continuously summoning the forces of thunder as the roar of thunder reverberated across the island. The once fearsome lightning transformed into a playful companion in Zeus's hands, morphing into a fierce tiger that roared, and then into a soaring dragon that circled around him. Observing the exuberant fun Zeus was having, Rhodius kindly reminded him, "Do not forget to ponder the questions I pose to you." However, her voice was swiftly drowned by the cacophony of thunder, failing to reach Zeus's ears. With a resigned shake of her head, Rhodius decided to let him first expel the long-suppressed energy within, as the last remnants of his pent-up power erupted from Zeus's hands. Taking the form of a thunderball that crashed into the sea, he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. A rumbling from his stomach soon enveloped him in a wave of hunger. Thus, the diminutive Zeus promptly resolved to seek sustenance to fill his empty belly. Just as he lifted his foot, preparing to depart, he noticed Rhodius leaning against a nearby tree, observing him with an amused glint in her eye. After an afternoon of unrestrained play, Zeus suddenly recollected that he was still in class. And Rotius had previously issued a task. The lesson would not conclude until he unearthed the answers to her inquiries. Gazing upwards at the encroaching twilight, the world around him seemed to freeze in that very moment. Zeus appeared as though he had been turned to stone, his expression one of utter stupor. It felt as if a mere whisper of wind could shatter his form into a myriad of fragments, dissolving him into the ether. Observing Zeus's dazed demeanor, Rhodius wore a hint of a smile as she approached him. She gently placed her hand upon his shoulder and said, "The hour grows late, and I am aware of your hunger. Therefore, we shall conclude today's lesson here. However, the task you owe me must be addressed with an answer in tomorrow's class." Though Zeus had not fulfilled her assignment, Rhodius had achieved one of her objectives, to allow his pent-up divine energy to be released. She also noted the rumble of his stomach, prompting her to end the session early and save the pursuit of her next goal for the morrow. Upon hearing Rhodius's words, the petrified Zeus's complexion gradually regained its hue. He dashed forward and embraced her leg, playfully exclaiming, "Teacher Rhodius, I always knew you were the best. You must be the kindest and most beautiful goddess in the world." Under the playful gaze of Zeus, Rhodes could not resist the temptation to touzle his soft hair. A cunning smile crept across her face as she presented him with a meticulously crafted Greek primer she had labored over during the night. Upon feeling the weight of the book in his hands, Zeus, who had just been indulging in playful antics, instantly became alert. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, "Teacher Rhodes, what is this?" "This," Rhodes replied, crossing her arms, "is your favorite assignment from the most benevolent and beautiful goddess in the world. You must complete pages 1 to 5 by tonight and bring it to class tomorrow, for I shall review your progress." Chapter 40. The inappropriateness of intimacy between genders. The sky erupted in a furious roar as a purple-golden thunder dragon descended from above, effortlessly reducing a grand tree to ashes. The residual lightning cascaded to the earth, transforming into countless hissing serpents, a harbinger of destruction. Dark clouds gathered, and the thunder's voice morphed into a signal for torrential rain, which poured down in sheets while electric sparks danced freely through the air. The dangerous interplay between lightning and nitrogen birthed a marvelous chemical reaction, causing plants to flourish, becoming ever more vibrant and lush, a testament to the life-giving power of thunder. Contemplating the seemingly disparate, yet intimately connected outcomes of thunder, the astute Zeus swiftly presented Rhodes with a satisfactory response. "Teacher Rhodes, I believe I have found the answer. Thunder embodies both the wrath of the heavens and the heartbeat of life. Its might is formidable, representing divine retribution, yet it also summons storms, bestowing vitality upon all." Upon hearing Zeus's answer, Rhodes first expressed surprise, followed by a warm smile of satisfaction. She gently stroked Zeus's head and said, "My dear Zeus, your capacity for understanding exceeds my expectations. I believe that with your newfound clarity regarding the role of thunder, you shall grow rapidly and emerge as a formidable deity." Teacher Rhodes, Adrastea, and the others have also expressed similar sentiments. "Why do you all wish for me to mature so swiftly? Despite the endless lessons and assignments, I find the present moment to be the most joyful of my life. I do not wish to grow up." Observing the perplexed expression on Zeus's face, Rhodes felt a tumult of emotions. After a moment of inner conflict, she decided to share a fragment of information with him. "My dear Zeus, it is because, far beyond the horizon, there exist challenges awaiting your conquest." "Challenges? Do they pertain to my father and mother?" "Adrastea and Sister Ida are the children of Melissus and Amalthea, yet they have never revealed to me the identities of my divine parents. I cannot believe I am merely a child sprung from stone." Rhodes opened her mouth to speak, unsure of how to address the sensitive issue of Zeus's lineage. She realized, to her astonishment, that little Zeus had already begun to question his origins. However, she understood that he was still too frail to confront the harsh truth. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "My dear Zeus, though I am your teacher, I cannot immediately resolve your queries. All that you seek to know shall naturally be revealed to you on the day of your coming of age. Promise me, do not pursue the answers to the enigmas any longer. At times, unveiling the truth too early is not a blessing." "Very well, Teacher Rhodes, I understand. I shall await the day when you are willing to share everything with me." Little Zeus nodded obediently, acquiescing to Rhodes's request. Rhodes bent down and gently kissed the forehead of the diminutive Zeus. Instantly, Zeus felt a warmth envelop his cheeks, a rosy hue blossoming across his fair complexion. He quickly stepped back, awkwardly addressing Rhodes. "Teacher Rhodes, could you please refrain from kissing my forehead?" Mauritius said that only gods and goddesses who share mutual affection would kiss. Although Zeus harbored great fondness for her, such gestures were not permissible. Hermes was amused by Zeus's words, unable to suppress her laughter. Her mirth grew ever louder, cascading into a joyful uproar. Eventually, under Zeus's earnest gaze demanding an explanation, Hermes stifled her laughter and elucidated the meaning of a kiss. Little Zeus. A kiss is not solely a privilege of gods and goddesses. It can also convey greetings, blessings, affection, and care. My kiss is a manifestation of a guardian's affection and concern for a younger one, and you may accept it with ease. Realizing the blunder he had made, Zeus's already flushed cheeks burned even hotter. To alleviate his embarrassment, he stomped his foot and feigned anger, exclaiming, "It's all Mauritius's fault. That mischievous rascal." Thus, Hermes remained on the island of Crete for a full week. During these 7 days, Zeus accompanied her in both theoretical and practical lessons by day, and completed the assignment she bestowed upon him by night. Through her new teachings, Zeus developed a unique understanding of the world and mastery over his divine powers. Moreover, the title of Little One no longer suited him. In just a week, it was as if he had ingested a growth hormone. His height had surged from barely reaching Hermes' knees to now standing at her chest, transforming him into a lad of 13 or 14 years. On this day, as usual, Hermes prepared to head to the classroom to commence a new day of lessons when suddenly, a familiar yet increasingly peculiar children's rhyme from Xiyan echoed in her ears. The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me. The little birds chirp early, early, early. Why do you carry a bomb on your back? The reimagined nursery rhyme abruptly halted as the long-absent little M appeared before Hermes. Perhaps aware of Hermes' current status or simply aligning with the children's song, Little M sported a mini backpack nestled between its tiny wings. "Little she. I'm back," it exclaimed. "Isn't my carefully crafted outfit just perfect for the occasion?" Due to Hermes' prior vow not to bully Little M again, she refrained from any mischievous actions and gazed greedily at its delicate wings, saying, "Little M, you look absolutely adorable today. That little backpack suits you perfectly. It's simply marvelous. Little M must be the most adorable system in the world." Hee hee. "Thank you for the compliments, Xiaoxi. One must remain humble. One must remain humble." Under the effusive praise of Xiaoxi, Xiao M's spirits soared to remarkable heights, its little wings flapping with a frequency that could almost rival the rotors of a helicopter. However, it was time to address the matter at hand. "Xiaoxi, today the system has issued a special mission. I wonder if you have accepted it. Time-sensitive mission. Gather intelligence on the Wu clan. The Wu army is quietly rising, subtly showing tendencies to oppose the Celestial Court. As a member of the Celestial Court, you are requested to secretly visit the Wu clan's base within 3 days to investigate their current status. Mission rewards: Random Divine Ability 1, Experience Elixirs, Intermediate, 5. The time-limited mission piqued interest, yet the nature of the Wu clan remained a mystery. Although Lotus was eager to undertake this unique exploratory task, she encountered a slight obstacle, as she had no knowledge of which specific group in Greek mythology corresponded to the Wu clan. Chapter 41. Candidates for the Wu clan. Thus, Lotus is intended to start with the characteristics of the Wu clan to discern which race in the realm of Greek mythology best aligned with their traits. Firstly, in the ancient legends, the Wu clan was said to be born from the blood of Pangu, possessing only physical form without a spiritual essence, thus unable to cultivate the mainstream path of severing the 3 corpses, and instead following a path akin to Pangu, proving one's worth through sheer strength. Among the many Wu, 12 were the first to emerge, bearing most of Pangu's essence within them. They were known as the 12 Ancestor Wu and served as the leaders of the clan. This immediately reminded Lotus of the 12 Titans in Greek mythology, exhibiting an astonishing numerical coincidence. However, this notion was quickly dismissed, as the Titans had been aligned with the demon race in previous missions, and their mastery of various divine arts undeniably indicated they were not merely the physically cultivating Wu clan. Continuing along the line of physical cultivation, Lotus soon thought of the mighty giants, the 100-handed Cinemanes and the one-eyed Cyclops. Yet, these giants, deemed unattractive, fell out of favor with Uranus and were unfortunately cast into the abyss of Tartarus by the former king of the gods. With both ideas discarded, Lotus found herself at a loss, pondering once more the role the Wu clan played in the primordial world. The Witch clan, rulers of the earth, and the Demon clan, sovereigns of the skies, are eternal adversaries, each striving to usurp the other and become the singular dominion over the realms of existence. Thus, The cataclysmic war between witches and demons was poised to erupt, igniting the third great calamity of the primordial era, culminating in a tragic stalemate that left both factions decimated. In the wake of their strife, humanity seized the opportunity to ascend, emerging as the principal actors on the stage of the cosmos. It is evident that within the primordial world, the Witch Clan stands as the unrelenting nemesis of the Demon Clan. Transitioning to the realm of Greek mythology, they can be likened to a race that stands opposed to the deities of Mount Olympus. The adversary of the gods, the contemplative Eretrice, delved into her thoughts, sifting through the fragments of Greek myths that lingered in her memory. Eventually, she unearthed the renowned figure from Greek mythology, Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters. Typhon, offspring of the earth goddess Gaia and the abyssal deity Tartarus, towers higher than the heavens, his visage a terrifying amalgamation reminiscent of the ultimate chimera. He boasts a multitude of dragon heads, eyes ablaze with fiery crimson, a tongue black as night, oozing venom, and immense, dark wings. Furthermore, his entire form is cloaked in impenetrable feathers, rendering him invulnerable to both blade and flame. In the annals of Greek mythology, Typhon and his consort, Echidna, the mother of all monsters, begot a multitude of fearsome beasts. Among these were the infamous multi-headed dragon, Ladon, the nine-headed serpent, Hydra, the three-headed hound, Cerberus, the fire-breathing chimera, and the colossal Nemean lion, all of which attained legendary status within the mythos. The most significant of Typhon's deeds was leading his monstrous army against Mount Olympus, where he nearly usurped the throne of the king of the gods. Ultimately, he was vanquished by the united might of the deities and imprisoned in the endless abyss of Tartarus. Remarkably, although these creatures lacked divine essence, they possessed power commensurate with the gods. Typhon, the father of monsters, could contend with Zeus, who had ascended to the throne of divinity, relying solely on his physical form. Thus, they undoubtedly epitomized the characteristics of the witch clans. However, Romes harbored a modicum of doubt regarding Typhon and his monstrous legion. As they emerged on the historical stage during the era of the Olympian gods, conflicting with the timeline of the current deities of Otritus. Contemplating this, Romes meticulously revisited the task issued by the system, which stated, "The witch clans are quietly rising, exhibiting a subtle trend of opposition to the heavenly court." This indicated that the witch clans had not yet surfaced in the open and only held a slight enmity towards the gods, aligning with the timeline of Typhon's monstrous progeny. While some details remained debatable, Romes was increasingly convinced that the beasts represented the witch clans of the primordial world. Little M, I have made my decision. Please assist me in undertaking this task. Congratulations, host, on accepting the current mission. The time for this task has commenced, and you have 72 hours remaining. Dear Little She. A gentle reminder from Little M, time-limited tasks possess a unique singularity. It is imperative to complete the task within the stipulated time frame to earn rewards. Should you inadvertently exceed the limit, the task will be deemed a failure and will not reappear. Therefore, Little She, you must carefully plan your time. Alright. The most adorable Little M in the world. Thank you for your reminder. No need for thanks. It is my duty as the system. The task has been issued, and my mission concludes here. I shall return to the system space now. Until next time, Little She. After bidding farewell to Xiao, the extravagant golden light effects that Xiyan had always adored re-emerged. Golden fireworks ascended, transforming into myriad particles of light, gradually enveloping Xiyan's figure until it faded away. One cannot help but wonder what the developers of Xiyan were thinking, as it seems to revel in such ostentatious displays. After witnessing the spectacle of Xiyan's departure, Lotus could not suppress her sarcastic remarks. At that moment, in the technical development department of the good Fortune Management Bureau, a man wearing goggles, his back connected to a multitude of data lines, inexplicably sneezed. What is happening? Is my air conditioning set too low? He muttered, before immersing himself once more in the data development project. With the system's time-limited task now in effect, it signified that Lotus's tutoring of Zeus would reach a temporary conclusion. As per usual, she entered the classroom and announced to Zeus a piece of news that could not be more delightful for him. Dear Zeus, I will be away for 3 days. Before Lotus could finish her sentence, the exuberant young Zeus could not contain his excitement and leaped from his chair, exclaiming in joy. Realizing something, he promptly sat back down, adopting a facade of a diligent student as he gazed at Lotus. Lotus inwardly rolled her eyes. Having once been a student herself, she was all too aware of the jubilant excitement that filled students' hearts when a teacher took leave or went on a business trip. However, as an exemplary educator, She ensured that her absence for these 3 days would not impede Zeus's progress. A stack of thick materials and reference books appeared in her hands, and with a warm smile, she gently addressed Zeus. Dear Zeus, during my 3-day absence, you must diligently study the materials I have left for you. Upon my return, I will conduct an in-class assessment and pose questions to you, if you're unable to answer. Chapter 42. A night visit to the cave of Xiyan. The memory gem shone brilliantly in Lotus's hands, the remnants of Mnemosyne's memories manifesting in radiant light. Dear Lotus, have you summoned me because you encounter some difficulties? Lotus nodded at the ethereal figure of Mnemosyne and spoke. Esteemed goddess Mnemosyne, I have a query for you. Do you happen to know where Typhon resides? Upon hearing the long-forgotten name from Lotus's lips, Mnemosyne momentarily lost her focus, but quickly regained composure. According to my recollection, if all proceeds as expected, Typhon resides in his birthplace, the cave of Xiyan. However, she continued, Dear Lotus, why are you so intrigued by Typhon? It is well known that our great mother goddess, Gaia, harbors a deep disdain for her ugly and destructively wild offspring, and thus the gods generally shun him and seldom interact with him. Esteemed Mnemosyne, I happen to hear the name Typhon from elsewhere, which piqued my curiosity regarding this unfamiliar entity I had never encountered before. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Given the confidentiality of the system, Rhodes naturally refrained from mentioning the existence of the task, opting instead to weave a silent falsehood. Observing Rhodes's expression closely, the goddess of memory found no clues. Thus, she gently nodded and offered a kind reminder. Dear Rhodes, Typhon is inherently savage and possesses immense strength. Should you cross paths with him, it would be wise to avoid direct confrontation and strategically flee. I understand, Mnemosyne. I am grateful for your assistance. As Rhodes's words faded, the ethereal form of the goddess of memory gradually dissipated into the air, and the divine light upon the surface of the memory gem dimmed slightly. Upon learning of Typhon's lair, Rhodes summoned her divine power and ascended into the sky. Due to the unique nature of this mission, she chose not to bring along the conspicuous white creature, setting out alone instead. The night gradually consumed the dusky sky, and after a prolonged flight, Rhodes finally arrived at her destination, Mount Serenia. That night, the moon goddess Selene had taken a respite, and the lunar chariot was notably absent from the heavens, leaving the night goddess Leto, the ruler of the moonless night, as the sovereign of the evening. Although the absence of moonlight cast darkness upon the earth, it provided an opportune moment for Rhodes to gather intelligence. Without the brilliant moonlight to betray her presence, her path of stealth would be particularly favorable. The heavy sounds of snoring reverberated from the dense forest, and the thunderous snores suggested that their owner was of considerable size, channeling the essence of life. The cautious Rhodes seamlessly blended with her natural surroundings. Verdant vines transformed into serpentine forms, climbing to whisper in the goddess's ear, revealing to her that the forest concealed numerous fearsome monsters, with Typhon's dwelling lying deep within its heart. Grateful for the vine's guidance, the elusive Rhodes navigated through the thicket, skillfully avoiding the slumbering terrors, until she reached the forest's innermost depths. A dark and cavernous mouth loomed before Rhodes, starkly contrasting her diminutive form, which appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust against its gaping maw. She felt the terrifying essence of Typhon in that moment. The eastern azure lotus banner was summoned by Rhodes, and the blossoms encircling her quickly vanished. With the protection of this supreme defensive treasure, she steeled herself to enter the abyss-like cavern. A chilling breeze brushed against Rhodes's skin, causing her to shudder involuntarily as goosebumps rose upon her smooth flesh. In this darkness, light was painfully conspicuous, and with no other recourse, Rhodes could only advance in the manner of a blind person feeling their way through. As she ventured deeper, the cavern widened, and soon 3 unexpected paths obstructed her progress. With the assistance of the vital force, Rhodes found herself free from the need to beseech the goddess of fortune, Tyche, for guidance on which path to take. Instantly, she sensed 2 vibrant orbs of life energy emanating from the left passageway. Cautiously, she advanced along the cold, damp cave walls, and as she delved deeper, intermittent sounds, both painful and yet tinged with joy, occasionally reached her ears. What could be the cause of such phenomena? Filled with curiosity, Rhodes slowed her pace, her breath growing lighter, to the point that her presence became nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny. Through the feedback from the divine essence of vitality, Rhodes discerned she was drawing ever closer to the 2 energy entities, merely 10 steps away from witnessing their true forms. Taking a deep breath, She confirmed the normal activation of her Eastern Blue Lotus banner, ensuring that the life force surrounding her for concealment was intact. One deliberate step after another, she approached her ultimate destination. Another sound of pleasure resonated, followed by a heavy, labored breath akin to that of a revving engine. Hiding behind the rock wall, Lotus cautiously peered out towards the source of the sound. The first thing to catch her eye was a thick serpent's tail, its dark scales shimmering with a faint pink glow, granting her visibility. Soon, she beheld the tail tightly coiling around the waist of a giant whose features remained obscured. Gazing upward along the serpent's tail, she encountered a breathtakingly beautiful woman whose upper body resembled that of a human, her complexion flushed. An ambiguous pink aura wafted from the serpent's tongue as it flicked in and out, enveloping Lotus in an indescribable heat that rendered her uncomfortable. Oh no, Lotus thought. A sense of dread washing over her as the overwhelming life energy coursed through her body, swiftly suppressing the rising heat. In that moment, she finally comprehended the origin of the intoxicating sounds. Good heavens, is this truly the situation? How inappropriate. The crimson hue crept up Lotus's cheeks. The scene before her, a shocking tableau, struck a harsh blow to her innocent heart. As a pure maiden of over 20 years, she had neither tasted the forbidden fruit nor witnessed such indecorous sights. Silently, Lotus turned away, discreetly retracing her steps. She was no voyeur, unwilling to behold this jarring spectacle any longer. Not wishing to intrude upon another's intimate moment, and now aware of the identities of the entwined figures, she resolutely opted to hasten her departure from this place of scandal. Chapter 43, The Comprehensive Compendium of Greek Mythological Monsters, Part 1. Drawing upon her divine powers like a radar, Lotus confirmed the absence of danger outside the cave before stepping out from the shadows. One could only admire Typhon and Echidna, the progenitors of countless monsters, who seemed to labor tirelessly even during the night, a testament to their dedication. Upon emerging from the cavern, Lotus could not restrain her disdainful remarks. For the two ardent lovers entwined within were none other than Typhon, the father of all monsters, and Echidna, the mother of all monsters. It is said that Echidna is a nymph. Yet, how she differs from my 6 well-behaved and charming nymphs. Truly, the enchanting hue of the Lotus Lake produces only the most captivating figures. As she continued her musings, Lotus ventured deeper into the verdant woods. Having uncovered Typhon's clandestine progeny, or monstrosity, scheme, she seized this rare nocturnal opportunity to conceive a new ambition, to document the appearances of various creatures. Aspiring to compose a monumental work that would astonish the heavens and move the souls of the departed, a comprehensive bestiary of Greek mythological monsters. As the goddess of life, the flourishing wilderness felt like her second home. Unlike her cautious demeanor within the cave, she now walked boldly through the thicket in search of the creature's traces. Upon a colossal stone amidst the forest, Romies encountered her first target of the day, the 3-headed canine, Cerberus. At this moment, Cerberus lay languidly atop the boulder, emitting a thunderous snore, while drool trickled from its 3 basin-like mouths, splattering onto the ground with a hissing sound of corrosion. Within the vicinity of the stone, no weeds dared to grow, leaving the area desolate, an evident testament to the potency of its venomous saliva. Cerberus is a renowned figure in Greek mythology. After the defeat of Typhon, rather than being cast into the abyss, it became the formidable guardian of the underworld, earning the infamous title of the Hellhound. In numerous later films and literary works, Cerberus's presence is omnipresent. A classic novel Romies cherished in her past life, The Adventures of the Glasses-Wearing Nerd Against the Noseless Paralytic Serpent-Faced Man, features a depiction of the Hellhound, portraying it as a foolishly large dog that dozes off at the sound of music, taking cover amongst the vegetation. Romies conceived a daring idea. She would put the rumored lethargy of Cerberus to the test. However, it was impossible for her to reveal herself while playing music for Cerberus, so she resolved to employ the bluebell flowers instead. Vivid green energy flowed from her hands into the earth, and patches of bluebells blossomed on the barren ground. Romies picked up a stone, gauging its weight in her hand before aiming for the center head of Cerberus and hurling it forward with great force. The stone traced a beautiful parabolic arc through the air, striking solidly upon the head of the 3-headed beast with a resounding thud, interrupting its thunderous snoring and causing Cerberus to abruptly open its 3 pairs of crimson eyes. Though Romies' attack appeared formidable, it scarcely disturbed the creature's fur. The central head merely felt an unbearable itch atop its cranium. Why does my head feel so itchy? Pondered the middle head. It must be because you're unkempt and neglect washing your hair, hence the bugs. Indeed, indeed, chimed in the left head. You never fully submerged during bath time. Deserving of this plight. It's bad enough you're itchy, but now you've awakened us. How annoying. Three voices, similar yet distinct upon closer inspection, emanated from the mouths of Cerberus's heads, as the two outer heads chastised their unclean companion, concealed among the lush branches of a great tree. Romes was amused by Cerberus's banter, smiling as the divine essence of vitality shimmered. Establishing a connection with the sea of bluebells, she guided them to collide and chime melodiously, weaving a splendid symphony. Don't fall asleep. My eyes are closing, murmured one head. Stop talking. I too wish to slumber, yawned another, as they fell into a drowsy state. Under the harmonious symphony of the bellflowers, Cerberus succumbed to a drowsy state, and within mere seconds, the snores of the three-headed dog resonated through the air as he drifted into a sweet slumber. From beneath the tree, Lotus leapt down, amused by the sight of the colossal creature resembling a comedic figure. Quietly harnessing her divine power, she began to sketch the likeness of Cerberus on parchment, thoughtfully adding annotations beside the illustration. Name, Cerberus, three-headed dog. Gender, male. Rating, S. Appearance, a canine monstrosity of immense proportions, possessing three gargantuan heads, each adorned with a mouth full of sharp fangs. Its defensive capabilities are formidable, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. The texture of its fur is remarkably pleasant. Traits, 1. Each of the three heads possesses independent thought and relishes in banter. It is said that the central head is rather unkempt. 2. Its saliva contains a corrosive venom. Thus, it is inferred that any bite would lead to rapid decay of the wound, necessitating immediate amputation of the bitten area. 3. Its vulnerability lies in melodious music. Upon hearing harmonious tunes, Cerberus will fall into slumber within 5 seconds. With the first monster documented, Lotus could not resist gently caressing the three fluffy heads of Cerberus. With a sense of mischief, she smiled in satisfaction before setting her sights on the next target. The faint luminescence emanating from the crystals illuminated the entire cave, where the 100-headed dragon laden lay sprawled upon a bed crafted from a heap of gold, diamonds, emeralds, and crystals, soundly asleep. Occasionally, wisps of flame escaped from his nostrils with each breath, only to vanish into the air. Gazing upon the countless treasures within Layden's lair, Lotus's eyes sparkled with delight, transforming into golden coins. Oh my, so many treasures! Truly befitting of a dragon enamored with dazzling gems. This creature lives in sheer opulence. In the myriad of myths and legends from the West, the dragon has always been an insurmountable threshold. Dragons are categorized into various branches such as golden, black, and red dragons, each distinguished by their unique attributes and appearances. However, the 100-headed dragon Layden clearly does not conform to any of the conventional classifications that have emerged in later times. Generally, dragons are known for their lascivious nature and particular fondness for sparkling treasures, which has given rise to tales of dragon slayers venturing into the lairs of these formidable beasts to vanquish them, rescue princesses, and claim the immense wealth hoarded by dragons. As a hero draws forth his sword, the dragon, in a moment of introspection, reflects silently on a classic melody sung by a virtual diva, while stealthily extracting a lustrous sapphire from beneath the talons of the dragon Layden, cherishing it as a memento of his visit. It is said that the 100-headed dragon later became the guardian of the golden apples, and truly, Hera did make the most of its abilities. Nevertheless, its subsequent fate was indeed tragic, as it became a mere stepping stone in the journey of a certain demigod. While illustrating for Layden, the artist was suddenly reminded of the 12 labors of Hercules, who famously slayed the 100-headed dragon and retrieved the golden apples from Hera's orchard, thus earning his place among the heroes. Silently lighting a candle for the 100-headed dragon, Lotus began to annotate the illustration. Name, Layden, 100-headed dragon. Gender, male. Rating, S. Appearance, a terrifying dragon with 100 heads. Its colossal form casts an ominous shadow when its wings unfurl, instilling fear in all who behold it. Attributes: possesses fire-related abilities, capable of unleashing dragon breath from all heads simultaneously, a formidable force. Fancies all things that glimmer. Its lair brimming with an inexhaustible treasure trove of gold and jewels, a true embodiment of the affluent and handsome dragon. Chapter 44, Complete Compendium of Greek Mythological Monsters, Part 2. The tranquil surface of the lake mirrored the twinkling stars, illuminated by the glow of fireflies. Sensing the life force pulsating beneath the water, Rhodes took a deep breath and and submerged herself into the lake. The water stained Rote's fair, smooth skin. A sudden intense itch enveloping her as pea-sized blisters rapidly appeared all over her body, threatening to rupture further. In a state of panic, the Eastern Blue Lotus banner manifested countless blue lotuses, creating a barrier between the lake and Rote's. With the aid of the divine healing power of vitality, Rote's skin regained its luminous whiteness. To her astonishment, the water contained deadly toxins, nearly leading to her demise. Heart still racing, Rote's patted her chest, realizing the hidden peril concealed within the seemingly serene lake. Following the trace of vitality, she descended deeper, where a massive shadow loomed before her, a coiling serpent, uniquely branching into multiple heads where its own head once resided. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Rotes meticulously counted the serpent's heads, and upon confirming it possessed 9. The identity of the serpent became apparent, the malevolent 9-headed Hydra. Curiously, Rotes wondered why all of Typhon's offspring bore so many heads. Having encountered Cerberus, she couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. In the confines of the cave, her limited vision obscured her understanding that Typhon himself possessed over 100 heads, a trait passed down to his progeny, which was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, multi-headed serpents are a common motif in mythology. In Chinese lore, there exists a relative of the Hydra known as Xiyan, a serpent with 9 heads, while in Japanese mythology, the 8-headed and 8-tailed Yamata no Orochi is similarly renowned. Observing the Hydra, currently lost in the dreams of Hypnos, Rotes noticed a faint purple poison seeping from its 9 mouths, diffusing into the lake water and ultimately merging with it. Clearly, this was the source of the lake's toxicity, explaining the absence of any other life forms within its depths apart from the Hydra. This serpent indiscriminately polluted its surroundings, warranting a significant negative review. As the goddess of vitality, Rotes harbored a profound aversion towards Hydra's destructive actions, marking it with an emphatic cross in her mind. She withdrew a tome documenting the monstrous creatures, its pages filled with intricate annotations, and meticulously depicted Hydra's form with her divine power. Entirely oblivious to the fact that one of Hydra's heads was flicking its serpent tongue, subtly awakening. Through its flicking tongue, one of Hydra's heads detected a foreign scent in the lake's waters. Its milky membrane receded, revealing a pair of golden, slit-like eyes that locked onto Rotes, who was intently observing the creature's features. I was merely passing by. Do you believe me?" she stammered, meeting the icy gaze of the serpent's eye while retreating cautiously. However, Hydra had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With ferocity, it opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Rotes. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking echoed as Hydra's fangs clashed against the formidable barrier of the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner, the 2 venomous teeth shattering and plummeting into Rotes' palm. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Rotes hastily apologized, having inadvertently harmed Hydra's pristine fangs. Then, with a resounding thud, the Qian Kuan Ding descended from the heavens, striking the awakened head of Hydra and rendering it unconscious. The injury to one head instantaneously roused the remaining 8. But before they could react, the Qian Kuan Ding collided with Hydra's heads, producing 8 distinct tones in a cacophony of sound, leaving the poor creature utterly ensnared in unconsciousness. "I have already apologized, so your silence must mean you've forgiven me, right? Thank you ever so much," Rotes quipped with a mischievous glint, as a vivid new entry in her tome swiftly materialized under her divine influence. Name: Hydra, 9-headed serpent. Gender: male. Rating: S. Appearance: a serpentine monstrosity with 9 heads. The thickest part of its tail requires 6 adult men to encircle. Special abilities: 1. Dwelling in the depths of the lake, it is imbued with potent venom, releasing toxic fumes that alter the surrounding environment, making cohabitation with other beings exceedingly difficult. 2. Possessing acute sensory capabilities, it is sensitive to scents and heat, capable of discerning airborne scent particles through its tongue's flickering. 3. With a ferocious and violent temperament, it is non-communicative, its sharp, venomous fangs serve as its favored means of attack. Notably fragile, they may break with careless use, and whether they can regenerate remains to be seen. Farewell, little serpent. With the tome now complete, Rotes collected the fallen fangs of Hydra into her system's backpack, courteously waving goodbye to the unconscious creature before hastening back to the lake's surface. As the night deepened, Rotes, leisurely ascending the Kilahong mountain, was suddenly startled by a creature with a human head, lion's body, eagle's wings, and a serpent's tail, which leaped from the precipice to obstruct her path. "Strange goddess, why do you intrude upon this realm uninvited?" A deep, resonant voice emerged as the creature with a human head and lion's body seated itself before Lotus, inquiring with curiosity. I have become disoriented amidst the night sky, leading me to this place, where I await the awakening of the goddess of dawn. Observing this creature, which differed from the Hydra in its lack of immediate aggression and its capacity for friendly discourse, Lotus smiled as she responded, all the while discreetly directing the Chinkoan cauldron to circle behind the creature for her own safety. The Sphinx raised its gaze to the moonless night, nodded, and remarked, "Ah, I see. Indeed, the profound darkness can cause one to lose their way. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Sphinx." The Sphinx, the creature known for its riddles. Lotus mused internally. Before she could articulate a response, the Sphinx could hardly contain its desire to engage her in a riddle game. "Strange goddess, would you care to partake in a riddle with me? If you answer my question correctly, I shall depart immediately and will not divulge your presence in the realm of Xiyan Mountain. However, should you fail to answer, you must willingly allow yourself to be consumed by me." Upon hearing the Sphinx's words, Lotus pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I accept. Please pose your question." Intrigued by the Sphinx, often referred to as the wisest of beasts, Lotus was eager to discover the complexity of the riddle it would present. With the Chinkoan cauldron and the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner at her disposal, she felt secure, even in the event of an incorrect answer. "Then, strange goddess, answer me this. It never rests nor remains still. Silently it moves from one hill to another. It neither walks, nor runs, nor strides. In places where it does not exist, it is cool. What is it? Never resting, never still, neither walking nor running. What could it be?" Lotus murmured, repeating the Sphinx's question as she began to analyze it word by word. Starting with the concept of never resting and remaining still, she excluded all flora, fauna, and inanimate objects, directing her focus towards the natural landscapes that remained unexcluded. As sounds of nature, like flowing water, were eliminated, the answer of clouds and mist suddenly appeared in her mind. However, considering the final clue regarding the coolness of where it does not exist, Lotus realized it must also have a direct relationship with temperature. Weighing these characteristics, an answer lingered on the tip of her tongue. "The sun. It is the sun," she confidently proclaimed to the Sphinx. Upon hearing Lotus articulate the correct answer in such a brief span, the Sphinx displayed a look of astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "Strange goddess, you are truly the most astute deity I have ever encountered." Subsequently, the Sphinx rose and addressed Lotus, "Wise goddess, I shall honor my promise and depart at once." "Wait." Lotus intercepted the Sphinx, who was about to ascend the precipice. "Sphinx, might you allow me the honor of capturing your likeness?" she inquired. The Sphinx paused and replied, "Very well, goddess. In light of your effortless unraveling of my riddle, I shall grant your request." Like a great feline, the Sphinx obediently settled upon the ground. Lotus swiftly utilized her divine power to depict the Sphinx in her tome. It was her first encounter with a conscious model. Name: Sphinx, human-headed lion beast. Gender: male. Rating: S. Appearance: human head, lion body, eagle wings, serpent tail. Traits: 1. Proficient in climbing, capable of flight, endowed with considerable intellect. Does not initiate attacks, and can engage in meaningful communication. 2. Belongs to the lawful evil alignment, guided by a personal code of conduct, often varying her demeanor towards riddle solvers based on their success. 3. Means of attack remain unknown, speculated to utilize claws and fangs as primary offensive methods. Having cataloged the Sphinx, Lotus bid it a courteous farewell and proceeded towards her original destination, the summit of Mount Chirikian. At the steep pinnacle, a small mountain of bleached bones lay heaped, and atop this grim mound rested a colossal nest woven from withered branches. 3 giant eagles, 2 adults and 1 juvenile, were nestled within, their necks buried in their wings in slumber. Clearly, the accumulated bones were remnants of the eagles' past meals. Beneath one of the largest colossal eagles, unhatched eggs can still be observed. Given the scarcity of avian monsters in Greek mythology, Lotus swiftly recognized the identity of this eagle family of 3 and was reminded of her dear friend, one of humanity's creators, the great prophet Prometheus. This family of eagles, known as the Caucasian eagle, shares a profound connection with Prometheus. According to Greek myth, Prometheus was bound by Zeus atop Mount Caucasus for aiding humanity in stealing the fire. Each day, the Caucasian eagle would descend to feast upon his liver as a form of punishment. Contemplating her friend's grim fate filled Lotus with melancholy. She promptly inscribed this matter into her notes, determined to alter Prometheus's destiny and alleviate the suffering of humanity, thus averting a tragedy. Perched upon a smooth stone, Ratiz illustrated the majestic skeletal mountains and the Caucasian eagle family in her compendium. Name: Caucasian eagle, colossal eagle. Species: gender, male and female rating. Appearance: a gigantic avian monster. Traits: 1. A family unit consisting of 3, including unhatched chicks, equipped with sharp beaks and talons, residing atop steep mountain peaks. 2. Carnivorous, exhibiting a tendency to bring prey back to their nest for consumption, often accumulating the remains of their quarry as trophies near their dwelling. 3. It is surmised that their temperament is fierce, possessing the capability to combat from great heights. Maintaining distance and employing ranged attacks may prove an effective means of vanquishing them. Chapter 45. Super Transformation. Change. 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 After 3 days of relentless pursuit of the monsters surrounding Mount Chirikian, Ratiz even ensnared Typhon, the father of all monsters, and Echidna, the mother of all monsters. However, due to Typhon's extraordinary combat prowess, Ratiz could only observe from 100 meters away during the day when he emerged from his lair. Utilizing the divine essence of vitality to summon vines as her eyes, allowing her to depict Typhon's visage in detail within her compendium. Name: Typhon, father of all monsters. Gender: male rating. SSS appearance: possessing hundreds of dragon heads, standing approximately half the height of a mountain under normal circumstances. His form can soar to unimaginable heights in battle, cloaked in impenetrable feathers and adorned with a pair of jet black wings. Traits: 1. His physical strength is immense. With astonishing defensive capabilities, impervious to blades and bullets, a single punch can topple a small mountain, and his movements cause tremors in the earth. 2. His wings can summon a flesh-eroding tempest, his eyes emit searing flames capable of incinerating all, and his tongue secretes corrosive venom. 3. He is inherently lustful and possesses a brutal nature. His weaknesses remain unknown, and his combat strength is exceedingly high. Engagement is ill-advised. Organizing the meticulously hand-drawn and annotated compendium in order of combat prowess, Romies was immensely pleased with the creation of her first book, firmly believing it would be celebrated through the ages. Indeed, this proved to be true, as the comprehensive collection of Greek mythical monsters shone brightly during the epic clash between the pantheon of gods and the monstrous Typhon, later earning a revered place on the must-read list of demigod heroes. It occupied the top position, guiding and assisting illustrious champions such as Heracles and Perseus in vanquishing terrifying beasts, garnering unanimous acclaim from all. As the countdown on the system task interface concluded, Romies, having completed her 3-day reconnaissance mission, departed from the monster's stronghold and ventured into a secluded valley to claim her reward. Beneath the grand bridge, a flock of ducks swam by, and the classic children's song Count the Ducks resonated, heralding the jubilant entrance of Little M, who was accompanied by cheerful melodies. Good morning, little she. Are you feeling invigorated today? Upon noticing the system's notification of task completion, I could hardly wait to present you with your reward. During these past 3 days, Romies had stealthily taken advantage of many fluffy creatures, so she refrained from inflicting harm upon Little M, choosing instead to gently cradle it in her arms. Good morning, Little M. You are brimming with energy today as well. Of course, Little M sleeps a full 18 hours every day. 18 hours. Little M, are you a lazy pig? Well, Little M is not a lazy pig. It's just that the system space is exceedingly dull. Yes, that's it, Little M replied sheepishly. And without waiting for Romies' response, it promptly began to distribute the system rewards to divert her attention. Rewards are now being dispensed. Please check, host. As Little M's words echoed, a golden light descended from above, piercing directly into Romies' forehead. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, an enchanting vision materialized before her. A golden carp leaped from the water, transforming into a soaring eagle. The eagle glided through the skies before suddenly diving down, and upon touching the earth, it morphed into a land temple adorned with yellow walls and red tiles. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, threatening to topple the temple. With a flash of golden light, the temple vanished, and delicate white dandelions soared into the breeze, eventually landing atop a cloud. Countless radiant lights emerged from the cloud, revealing a spectral figure adorned with a purple golden crown, clad in golden armor, wearing cloud-soled shoes, and wielding a golden staff. His lips moved slightly, and his voice transcended the boundaries of time and space, reaching Romies' ears with clarity. I am the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine ability, the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, the power to transform oneself and others. To change from male to female, to age or rejuvenate, to grow larger or shrink, an extraordinary array of transformations, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Endowed with boundless wisdom, the enchanting images gradually faded as the system's announcement came to an end. Regaining her composure from the initial shock, Rozith tightly embraced the little M in her arms, exclaiming with excitement, "Ah, it's the great sage. I believe every child has experienced sitting obediently in front of the television during the summer holidays, engrossed in the endless reruns of the 1986 version of Journey to the West, and Rozith was no exception. The virtuous and courageous Sun Wukong was undoubtedly her childhood idol. She often engaged in simple cosplay with her friends from the orphanage, and Sun Wukong was the character everyone vied to portray. With a grass ring on her head and a twig in hand, one could transform into the great sage, accompanying Tang Sung on his journey westward. The 72 transformations were among the great sage's signature abilities, and unexpectedly acquiring such a power filled Rozith with immense joy. Unable to contain her excitement, she immediately employed the transformation technique. In a flash of white light, 3 deafening roars echoed, and the fearsome 3-headed dog, Cerberus, materialized right where Rozith had just been standing. Suddenly falling from Rozith's embrace, little M turned back in confusion, only to behold 3 terrifying gaping maws. It immediately flapped its tiny wings and fled in panic, shouting, "Help! There's a monster. Little Cece has been eaten. Who will save the poor little M?" The light, whimsical laughter, incongruous with the monstrous form, emanated from Cerberus's mouth. In disbelief, little M turned around and saw the dreadful 3-headed creature morph back into Rozith. "Whoa, little Cece, you wicked scoundrel. How dare you deceive poor little M? I shall sever ties with you." Realizing she had been tricked, little M cried out in outrage, chastising Rozith for her shameful behavior. "All right, I'm sorry. I merely wished to test my newly acquired powers. I had no intention of frightening you. I sincerely apologize to the world's best little M, and hope you can forgive me and not sever our friendship." Observing Rozith bowing in a sincere manner, little M huffed and puffed before finally accepting her apology. "Well, since little M has a forgiving heart, I want to cut ties with you for now. However, as compensation, you must give little M a 5-star rating in the upcoming assessment." "Assessment? What is that?" Rozith inquired curiously, having never heard little M mention such a thing. "Oh, did I forget to tell you?" Little M, who had just been so assertive, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "The assessment is when the Customer Service Department of the Good Fate Management Bureau sends a survey to the host after the system binds with the host and reaches a certain stage. This is to evaluate the system's performance and aid the Research and Development Department in continuously updating and optimizing the system's settings." "I see now." Although little M can sometimes be somewhat forgetful and a tad flamboyant, after such a lengthy acquaintance, Lotus has long regarded her as family. Moreover, she often teases little M. Thus, regardless of whether little M makes a request, she always bestows the most favorable evaluations. "Of course, I shall undoubtedly grant my beloved little M a 5-star rating. My little M is the most splendid system in the world." Oh, such sentimental expressions should remain unspoken, for they may indeed cause one to blush. Chapter 46. The hidden truth beneath the cool shade of a tree. A tall and handsome youth leaned against the trunk, his fingers playfully toying with his hair, which shone brighter than the sun, while he perused a thick tome, murmuring softly to himself, "Zeus, I have been searching for you for quite some time. So you were hiding here." Adrastea approached with a cup of goat's milk, ensuring he drank this gift from Amalthea. Perhaps it was the rapid growth typical of deities, or perhaps the potent essence of the goat goddess's rich milk. In just 3 days, Zeus had grown as swiftly as bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, now resembling a strapping youth of 17 or 18. As Adrastea took the empty cup from Zeus, she gazed at the young man who had surpassed her in height, and a smile of satisfaction graced her lips. Zeus had finally grown strong under their protection, fulfilling Rhea's trust. Yet, upon thinking of Rhea, Adrastea's smile faded, her lovely face gradually shrouded in sorrow. Noticing the change in Adrastea's expression, Zeus inquired, "Adrastea, what troubles you? Why the sudden frown?" In response to Zeus's question, Adrastea forced a smile. "It's nothing, Zeus. By the way, how goes the task that goddess Lotus entrusted to you? It seems she will be returning soon." Not yet prepared to reveal the truth to Zeus, Adrastea swiftly shifted the topic. The astute Zeus, naturally aware of her evasion, continued along her line of conversation, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, Adrastea. I have thoroughly memorized the materials left by our teacher. They pose no challenge to me." "Oh, is that truly the case, Zeus? I am greatly relieved." The voice emanated from a vividly colored butterfly, and in a flash of divine light, Lotus gracefully appeared before Zeus and Adrastea. "Teacher, you have returned." Upon seeing Lotus, Zeus immediately rushed forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Cough, cough. Zeus's enthusiastic greeting nearly left Lotus breathless, trapped in his bear-like hug. She felt as though she might faint from the intensity. As soon as Zeus loosened his grip, Lotus swiftly extricated herself from his embrace, leaving him with a puzzled expression, wondering what he had done wrong. In a moment of bewilderment, she silently retreated, maintaining a safe distance from him. Within the classroom, several questions posed by Romies were answered by Zeus without a moment's hesitation. Observing the spirited young man before her, she nodded gently and said, "Dear Zeus, I am astonished that you have completely absorbed and mastered the key points of knowledge I imparted. I believe there is little left for me to teach you." "Romies, are you implying?" Zeus exclaimed incredulously. "Indeed, Zeus. Congratulations on successfully graduating as an exemplary student. You shall forever remain my foremost disciple." With a resounding bang, the classroom transformed into a cascade of fireworks under Romies' divine influence. It was her chosen way to celebrate the splendid conclusion of both her teaching career and Zeus's scholarly journey. That night, by the warm glow of the campfire, Romies busily turned the various skewers crafted by the maidens of Mount Ida under her guidance. Golden honey dripped onto the skewers, bestowing upon them an enticing sheen. Fat sizzled and slid off the skewers, crackling in the flames, as the marvelous Maillard reaction took effect, filling the air with a delightful aroma that mingled the scent of char with a hint of sweetness. Romies greedily inhaled the enticing fragrance, evenly distributing the skewers among the divine beings present. With each bite, the sweetness of honey first captivated the palate, followed by the rich flavor of meat. As the piping hot juices flowed within, having not indulged in such culinary delights for quite some time, Romies wore a satisfied and blissful smile upon her face. The bright moon hung high, casting its serene light upon the 5 satiated deities. In this tranquil atmosphere, Adrast and Ida exchanged knowing nods with Romies. Turning her gaze towards Zeus, who was leisurely reclining on the grass, Romies adjusted her demeanor and spoke. "Zeus, in the blink of an eye, you have grown. There are certain truths that it is time for you to learn." Upon hearing Romies' words, Zeus, who had been chewing on a blade of grass, sprang up from the ground with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the unveiling of long-held secrets. "Dear Zeus, have you not always been curious about your father and mother? In truth, you are the child of King Cronus and Queen Rhea." Amidst the astonished exclamations of Zeus, Rhea unveiled the long-concealed truth. "Once, the former god King Uranus, upon being overthrown by your father, cast a malevolent curse. In his fear of losing power, your noble father, Cronus, disregarded your mother's wishes and cruelly devoured your elder siblings, imprisoning them for eternity. It is through the unwavering efforts of your mother and ourselves that you have managed to escape from this dire fate, thus acquiring the opportunity to grow in freedom. Our relentless guidance and stringent expectations are aimed at nurturing you into a deity of both wisdom and valor." Fixing her gaze intently upon Zeus, Rhodes posed the most pivotal question. "So, Zeus, are you willing to shoulder the heavy burden, to embrace the dual nature of both curse and prophecy, to overthrow your father's reign, and to rescue your wretched mother and unfortunate siblings?" Under the watchful gaze of Rhodes, Zeus felt as though his breath was nearly suspended. He had harbored numerous fantasies about his father and mother, yet he never anticipated that his lineage was fraught with such twists and turns. He could scarcely fathom the cruelty of his father, the god King Cronus. Until now, he had lived in a realm of joy and freedom, never having experienced such profound shock. An unprecedented anguish pierced his heart like a merciless sword, draining color from his entire world. Observing the struggling Zeus, Rhodes exchanged glances with the other 4 deities, each letting out a sigh. They understood how devastating this cruel truth was for Zeus. However, he was now of age and deserved to know it all. Rhodes stepped over the fire, approaching Zeus directly, and gently enveloped him in her embrace. Stifled sobs escaped her shoulders as she tenderly spoke. "Cry, Zeus. Allow your emotions to flow freely. The night is still long, and we shall remain by your side." Chapter 47. A bold idea. The east wind god, Eurus, fluttered his wings to summon the warm eastern breezes to the world. Gentle rains drifted in with the wind, nourishing the body of the earth goddess, Gaia, and awakening the 5 deities slumbering upon the grass. Rhodius brushed away the cold droplets from her face, rising from the damp grass to stretch languidly. The previous night, she had spent a long vigil with the other 4 deities from Crete, accompanying Zeus as he grappled with the newfound truth until dawn. When they finally succumbed to the dreams woven by Hypnos, suddenly, the voice of teacher Zeus rang out, prompting all 5 deities to turn their gazes toward him. And all of you, I have made my decision. I shall bear my responsibility and overthrow the reign of the god-king Cronus. Zeus's impassioned declaration jolted Rhodius and the others from their lingering dreams. Excellent. You can surely do it, exclaimed Adrastea and Ida, each unable to contain their joy as they embraced Zeus. Melissus, Amalthea, and Rhodius stood nearby, their faces illuminated with delighted smiles. After freshening up, the 6 deities once again gathered around the now extinguished campfire, deliberating over yet another formidable challenge. Although Zeus had taken on this monumental burden, the god-king Cronus was not easily vanquished. It was likely that even the united efforts of Rhodius and her companions might not inflict the slightest harm upon him. Furthermore, the mountain of Othries housed many deities who could guarantee that they would not side with Cronus, aiding him in opposing the already disadvantaged Rhodius and her allies. Beset by the conundrum before her, Rhys remained at a loss for a viable plan, despite the aid of her memories from a previous life. Although she was aware that Zeus ultimately triumphed, the intricate details eluded her recollection, prompting Rhys to shake her head in resignation. Adrastea surveyed the silent assembly of deities and broke the stillness, suggesting that since no one had any immediate ideas, their best course of action would be to continually enhance their own powers. After all, as 6 deities of moderate strength, they could hardly make a significant impact. Adrastea's assertion was indeed valid. However, despite their limited prowess, they could seek to ally with more powerful gods. I am confident that some deities harbor grievances against the rule of the god-king and his actions. Why not attempt to forge alliances with them? Proposed the goat goddess Amalthea. It was noteworthy that the divine technique cloaking the aura of Crete was orchestrated by Oceanus, the god of the sea, and Thetis, the sea goddess. Perhaps they could serve as a gateway to finding allies. Amalthea's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. The more deities that joined their ranks, the smaller the gap in power between them and Cronus would become. Yet, which god should they seek to recruit? Rhys mused, stroking her chin, contemplating a subtle approach to gauge Mnemosyne's sentiments, the deity she was most familiar with. Opening her system backpack, Rhys intended to retrieve the memory gem within. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of her meticulously crafted compendium of Greek mythological creatures, and a bold idea surged forth in her mind. Of course. How did I not think of this sooner? Everyone, Rhys called, lifting her gaze towards the other 5 gods still lost in thought. I have a daring proposal, and I wonder if you might be inclined to hear it? 5 pairs of inquisitive eyes focused on her. With a slight smile, Rhys eloquently unveiled her ingenious scheme of cunningly luring in the unsuspecting, much like a mantis preying on a cicada. In the dense forests of Mount Chiron, Rhys bent down. Curiosity piqued, and gently stroked the sleek mane of the Sphinx, who lay unconscious from a blow to the head by the universe cauldron. She then attempted to fit its colossal body into her system backpack. In a flash of white light, the Sphinx's massive form vanished from sight. Success! Rhys exclaimed, gazing at the now-filled compartments of her backpack with delight. Alakazam, hocus pocus, goddess transformation. Rhys recited the incantation she hardly needed with a sense of ritual. Instantly, her lithe figure underwent a transformation, and in the blink of an eye, Rhys disappeared, replaced by the Sphinx now secured within her backpack. Oh dear, that was terrifying. Walking on 4 legs is quite a challenge. Lotus, or rather now referred to as the Sphinx, tentatively took 2 steps forward. Having never experienced the art of quadrupedal locomotion, she nearly lost her balance, tumbling ungracefully. After numerous challenging attempts to adapt, the Sphinx finally discovered the secret to walking on 4 legs. With a delightful shake of her tail, she strode confidently out of the dense forest, heading toward the direction indicated by the divine radar, where Typhon awaited. Oh, Sphinx. Good morning. Where are you off to? Inquired the Nemean lion, ambling curiously beside her, as both were hybrid creatures resembling lions. The Nemean lion and the Sphinx shared a close camaraderie. The Sphinx, glancing at her greeting companion, frantically recalled the illustrations from her bestiary and soon remembered his name. "Good morning, Nemean. I am on my way to see our great father." "I see. In that case, I shall not accompany you. Just the thought of being under his watchful gaze makes me feel quite uneasy," the Nemean lion confessed, his expression betraying a hint of fear. Though all creatures were offspring of Typhon, they harbored a deep respect for their formidable and cruel father, preferring to avoid unnecessary encounters with him. "Very well then. Farewell, Nemean." "Farewell, and may fortune favor you, Sphinx." Traversing through the thicket and crossing a gentle stream, the Sphinx soon beheld Typhon's broad back, resembling a small mountain. Uncharacteristically, he was not engaged in his usual harmonious endeavors with Echidna, but sat alone by the water's edge, busily consuming something. As the Sphinx approached, she discerned that Typhon was tossing several plump wild bulls into his mouth with the casualness of snacking on seeds, relishing each bite. "Father, I hope my unexpected arrival does not disturb your delightful repast." The Sphinx inhaled deeply, cautiously advancing to the immense figure of Typhon, and spoke delicately. Upon hearing her voice, Typhon lowered his gaze and, upon recognizing his most astute offspring, paused his feasting. Fixing his intense stare upon the Sphinx, he inquired, "Sphinx, what brings you here?" Chapter 48. Master of subterfuge under the formidable powers of the earthly transformation, even Typhon, the father of all beasts, could not rival the disguise of Lotus. Thus, the Sphinx commenced the execution of her meticulously crafted scheme. "Esteemed father, during my recent foray upon the earth, I inadvertently overheard several deities discussing your affairs." "Oh?" Typhon set down the wild bull he had been grasping, intrigued. "What did those vain deities, cloaked in beauty and buoyed by Mother's favor, have to say about me?" "Aha!" Sensing the unmistakable disdain Typhon harbored for the gods, the Sphinx secretly reveled in her triumph, yet maintained a faade of composure as she recited her preordained script. "They spoke of how, despite your esteemed lineage as the offspring of two primordial gods, you remain unappreciated, forever relegated to this remote expanse, while the sacred mountain is reserved solely for those exquisite deities." A colossal shadow descended, prompting the Sphinx to instinctively retreat. With a resounding crack, Typhon's hand obliterated two wild bulls into mere pulp. Did they truly dare utter such words? Hundreds of crimson eyes fixated on the Sphinx, tendrils of flame flickering in Typhon's gaze. Under the weight of this immense pressure, the Sphinx prostrated herself, trembling as she declared, "Indeed, how could I ever deceive you? My great father, curse those gods." Simple-minded and fueled by rage, Typhon unhesitatingly accepted the Sphinx's words, his fury igniting within his eyes. Moreover, the Sphinx resolved to stoke the flames of his wrath further. "While I sought sustenance, I was also subjected to unwarranted assaults by the deities, who proclaimed that such grotesque creatures are unworthy of existence in this world." With an uncontrollable roar, Typhon unleashed a thunderous bellow, and a multitude of searing fireballs erupted from his fiery gaze, scorching the very air around him. A small hill was instantaneously reduced to ash beneath the onslaught of the fireballs. "Tell me, who are those deities? I shall capture them as my sustenance." Typhon bellowed furiously at the Sphinx. "Father, forgive me, for I do not know the names of those wretched deities. However, from their words, it is evident that not only these few, but many other deities harbor similar sentiments." The Sphinx, her anxiety palpable, gazed at the crimson-faced Typhon. "Father, may I speak candidly?" "Speak," Typhon roared. "Those detestable deities scorn us so, yet in terms of lineage and combat prowess, we are not inferior to those merely adorned in beauty. Indeed, we may surpass them in many respects. If King Kronos could ascend to the throne of the gods and reign supreme, then why, with a lineage more noble and strength greater than his, can you not claim the seat of the god king and reduce those wretched deities to our servants?" Gazing at Typhon, who fell into silence upon hearing his words, the Sphinx revealed a cryptic smile. This was indeed a crucial element of Romes's enigmatic scheme. Upon gazing at the compendium she had meticulously crafted, Romes was struck by a brilliant idea. She would alter the timeline of Greek mythology, advancing the war between the Olympian gods and Typhon. Under the leadership of Cronus, the gods would engage in a fierce struggle against Typhon. Meanwhile, her faction, aligned with Zeus, would remain in the shadows, biding their time until both adversaries were locked in a battle of attrition, allowing them to vanquish both Cronus and Typhon in one fell swoop. This strategy would not only resolve the predicament concerning Rhea and her offspring, but also shift the monumental conflict that Zeus would eventually face onto Cronus. achieving a most favorable outcome. Thus, leveraging her unique ability, the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, Romies chose to infiltrate the ranks of the monsters, sowing discord between Typhon and the gods while inciting Typhon to launch an assault on Mount Othries. Which creature would be most suited for this endeavor? Surely, it would be the Sphinx, renowned as the Sage of Monsters. Romies was convinced that the intellectually simplistic Typhon would heed the counsel of his most astute progeny, and indeed, it transpired as she anticipated. Under her persuasive rhetoric, Typhon gradually fell prey to the trap she had meticulously laid. The sudden interjection from Sphinx Typhon disrupted Romies' inner machinations. She lifted her gaze to meet the serious countenance of Typhon. You are absolutely right. I shall ascend to the throne of the God King and make those deities who scorn us our subservience. At that time, the entire world shall be our dominion. With his grand proclamation concluded, Typhon unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. The monsters, drawn by the sound, surged towards him like a tide. Once they had gathered, Typhon recounted the intelligence gleaned by the Sphinx and his grand vision to his offspring. To Romies' astonishment, nearly all the monsters concurred with Typhon's ambitions, eagerly sharpening their claws in anticipation of heading to Mount Othries to engage the gods in battle. Children, do not be hasty, a beguiling voice interjected. The enchanting mother of all monsters, Echidna, approached Typhon, her serpentine tail trailing behind her. My dear Typhon, I wholeheartedly endorse your vision. However, the gods are not to be trifled with. We must devise a long-term strategy. Only through meticulous preparation can we truly ignite the flames of war. Romies had not anticipated that the seemingly ornamental Echidna possessed such intellect, yet this aligned perfectly with her plans. Until her own strength, along with that of Zeus and his allies, was adequately augmented and suitable allies secured, she preferred to delay the onset of this monumental conflict. Under the persuasion of Echidna, Typhon nodded and commanded all the monsters to prepare for battle. He then embraced Echidna's waist and ventured into the cave. Meanwhile, the Sphinx, in the guise of Hermeses, seized the chaos to depart from Mount Chiron, but the true Sphinx remained imprisoned within the confines of the system's back. Until this affair reached its conclusion, Hermeses would not liberate the Sphinx, leaving it to languish in the darkness of the system's repository for a time. To avert Typhon's suspicions, Hermeses employed her divine powers alongside the transformative ability of the earthly fiends, transmuting a grand tree into the likeness of the Sphinx. Through her divine essence, she could remotely control the movements of the faux Sphinx, thereby achieving her clandestine objectives. Chapter 49. The pinnacle of social oblivion within the Green Lotus Pavilion, the golden-haired Elis and the demure Selûi were engrossed at their respective looms. Under their meticulous manipulation, the rhythmic clatter resounded as warp and weft intertwined, giving birth to two exquisite fabrics. Receiving the cloth from her sisters, the petite Nelia adhered closely to the teachings of the supreme deity, diligently engaging in pattern-making, cutting, and sewing. Under her deft hands, a magnificent black and white gown was fashioned and presented to Hermeses. Examining the intricate details of the gown, Hermeses beamed with satisfaction. Dear nymphs, congratulations on your successful debut. Yay! Elis and Selûi exchanged high-fives in celebration, while Nelia joyfully leaped in place. At that moment, the sound of deer calls echoed, and three young fawns, now nearly the size of Little White, approached, bearing Cynthia, Beliar, and Doriches. The three nymphs received their respective packages from Hermeses, then mounted the divine deer, soaring off in different directions. It increasingly resembles a commercial enterprise. It seems we are one step closer to the goal of a commercial empire. Hermeses mused silently. After completing her task of sowing discord, she returned to the long-absent temple, where the nymphs remaining there informed her that during her absence, numerous goddesses had visited, hoping to commission Hermeses to create beautiful garments for them. The sudden influx of orders was attributed to the esteemed goddess of night, Nyx. Adorned in a magnificent haute couture gown, Nyx has shed her former reclusive demeanor, frequently venturing from the underworld to partake in gatherings of the deities upon the earth. Each time Nyx graces an event in her ethereal gown reminiscent of a starry night, she invariably captivates the attention of the gods, becoming the focal point of the festivities. As a dutiful embodiment of elegance, she inadvertently reveals that her exquisite attire is the creation of the goddess of craftsmanship, Lotus. Consequently, Lotus, already renowned among the goddesses, experiences a resurgence in her career. Her unwavering pursuit of beauty has rendered the possession of garments bearing the Xiyan label a fervent desire among many deities. They journey from distant realms to Lotus' temple, only to discover that she has been away for quite some time. However, these aesthetic-minded goddesses do not relent. They convey their names and desires to the nymphs, hoping for their assistance in relaying messages to Lotus. Faced with such an influx of orders, Lotus, preoccupied with the impending conflict between Zeus and Cronus, finds herself overwhelmed. Thus, she organizes the 6 nymphs into 2 divisions, the 3 led by Iris, known as the Garment Department, where she imparts her knowledge of textile and garment creation, and the 3 led by Cynthia, dubbed the Logistics Department, who, alongside their small companions, form the first courier team in the realm of Greek mythology. As she bids farewell to the nymphs in their divine steeds, Lotus gathers her thoughts. For a special order necessitates her personal delivery. "Little White, we must set forth," she exclaims, patting her companion. With the joyous call of the deer, she gracefully mounts its back, as Little White raises its front hooves and glides effortlessly into the heavens, heading northward. The further south they traverse, the colder the air becomes, prompting Lotus to summon a protective shield of divine energy against the biting winds. Gradually, a landscape clad in silver unfolds before her. As the verdant hues of the earth fade into an endless pallor, the snowflakes descending from the sky dance like delicate sprites, gently settling upon the ground, ultimately merging with the vast expanse of this silvery realm. This marks Lotus's first encounter with the icy beauty of the Greek mythological world, and her destination is none other than the heart of this frost-laden realm, the temple of the ice sea goddess, Xiyan. Unlike the oceanic depths of Oceanus that Lotus has previously encountered, the ice sea, true to its name, is entirely shrouded in a blanket of white ice and snow, resembling a colossal, smooth mirror embedded within this frigid world. Surrounding the ice sea is a vast expanse of whiteness, devoid of any signs of life, save for the occasional seabird that breaks the profound silence. The temple of the ice sea goddess, Xiyan, is perched upon a solitary white bone island in the midst of the icy expanse. When Lotus leapt from the back of her steed, Little White, the creature galloped freely across the snow-laden landscape, resembling a wild stallion released from its confines. Soon, the all-white Little White became engulfed in the vast, unending blanket of snow, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, rendering it invisible even to Lotus. "Oh, it's just snow. What's there to make such a fuss about?" Lotus murmured softly. Nevertheless, she was utterly captivated by the enchanting world of ice and snow. Unable to contain her delight, she spread her arms wide, emulating the iconic gestures of Queen Elsa, and began to sing that world-renowned melody. Let it go, for in this frozen realm, I fear no foe." She then commenced to frolic freely in the snow. Her melodic voice echoed across the desolate island, prompting Xiyan to emerge from her temple, her heart filled with curiosity. Which deity sings so sweetly? It was unexpected for any other divine being to venture into the northern realms. The harsh climate of the far north, coupled with the scarcity of life, had deterred most deities from visiting, leaving Xiyan long devoid of the company of unfamiliar gods. Following the sound, she beheld a radiant goddess joyfully singing amidst the snow, instantly recognizing the skilled craftswoman, Lotus. What brings the goddess of craftsmanship to the ice sea? Could it be that the garments I commissioned have finally been completed? With this thought, Xiyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she eagerly flew before Lotus, greeting her warmly. "Welcome to the ice sea, dear goddess Lotus." The sudden appearance of Xiyan silenced Lotus's song, and as she realized that her previous actions had not gone unnoticed, a flush of crimson crept over her ears. An emotion known as social death began to envelop her heart. Oh no, must the ice sea goddess be so elusive? My reputation is at stake. Taking deep breaths to regain her composure, the embarrassed Lotus forced a smile as she responded to Xiyan's greeting. "Thank you, dear Xiyan." Chapter 50. The Awakening of the Goddess of Spring. Having awkwardly exchanged pleasantries, Xiyan's voice rang out once more. "Dear Lotus, may I inquire what brings you to the ice sea this time?" The keen-eyed Lotus noticed a glimmer of anticipation and desire in Xiyan's azure gaze, instantly comprehending her thoughts. With a knowing smile, Lotus retrieved the crystalline ice and snow gown from her system's backpack. "Dear Xiyan, the order you entrusted to me has been completed. Pray, do let me know if this garment meets your expectations." Lotus gracefully handed the flowing gown to Xiyan, who gazed in disbelief, her mouth agape. In an instant, with a flash of white light, she eagerly donned her new attire. The solid ice before Xiyan transformed into a lustrous mirror, as she delicately lifted the hem of her gown, twirling elegantly before the reflective surface. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, cascading upon her, harmonizing with the icy fabric of her gown, refracting a spectrum of colors that accentuated Dion's ethereal beauty. Like a delicate butterfly in flight, she spun joyfully in place, reveling in her delight and contentment. Finally, she halted, her gaze fixed upon Lotus with a look of near reverence, and with heartfelt sincerity, she declared, "Dearest Lotus, though you have undoubtedly heard countless similar accolades, I must still express that your hands possess extraordinary skill. This gown is nothing short of a masterpiece, each detail showcasing your unparalleled creativity and talent. It resonates with my heart so profoundly." Observing Dion's exquisite figure and radiant smile, Lotus felt a surge of joy, relieved that her creation had not been in vain. "Your satisfaction is all that matters, beloved Dion. The beauty of the garment is secondary. It is your own beauty that enhances it immensely." At the warm invitation of Dionysus, Rhys eagerly made her way to the temple constructed of ice and snow. Upon entering the sanctum, Dionysus suddenly realized something. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly cast her gaze towards Rhys, apologetically saying, "Dearest Rhys, please forgive my rudeness. It has been so long since a deity has graced my abode that I possess nothing to offer you in terms of food or tea. I sincerely apologize." "Not at all, Dionysus," Rhys replied, waving her hand dismissively at the flustered goddess. "Allow me to share with you a delicacy I have crafted myself." Presenting a delicate lotus root cake from her system's backpack, she urged, "Please, indulge in this treat." As the soft, sweet cake melted in her mouth, a look of astonishment crossed Dionysus's face. "Rhys, what is this exquisite creation? It is truly unforgettable." With a gentle smile, Rhys explained, "This is a cake made from lotus roots harvested from the lotus lake where I reside." "Lotus roots? What are those?" Dionysus inquired, her curiosity piqued. Rhys patiently introduced her to the lotus flower and its edible roots. In a flash of divine light, Dionysus summoned a lotus flower using her divine power, presenting it to the goddess of the icy seas. Examining the unfamiliar blossom in her hands, Dionysus initially beamed with joy, but her expression soon darkened. "How wonderful, Rhys, that your home is filled with such beautiful life. Yet here in the north, all I see is an endless expanse of white." Listening to Dionysus's lament, Rhys couldn't help but question, "Dionysus, does nothing grow in the north?" Dionysus nodded gently. Indeed, in the dawn of creation, the north thrived under the nurturing gaze of Gaia, the earth goddess. However, with the advent of ice and snow, all life gradually withered away, and the desolate white consumed the last vestiges of green. The north has since transformed into a world of white. I once endeavored to bring seeds from the warm south, hoping to cultivate them in the north. Yet, due to the thick permafrost and harsh conditions, my seeds met with inevitable failure, and thus, I abandoned this fanciful notion. That is truly a pity." Rhys lamented for Dionysus's fruitless efforts. If only there were a way to rekindle the vitality of the north. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with inspiration as she exclaimed in dismay, "Oh dear, how could I forget? I am the goddess of vitality." She turned to Dionysus, her eyes shimmering with excitement, and playfully asked, "Dionysus, would you like to witness a miracle of life?" Under the enigmatic gaze of Rhodius, Dion found herself nodding involuntarily. In an instant, Rhodius grasped her hand and led her beyond the temple. Suspended in midair, Rhodius surveyed the frost-laden expanse below, then slowly closed her eyes. The essence of life surged within the depths of her soul, her divine power penetrating the thick blanket of snow to reach the buried seeds hidden beneath the frozen earth. "How remarkable! Life truly demonstrates an indomitable spirit," Rhodius mused silently, for those seeds, whether remnants of ancient times or those sown by Dion, had not yet entirely lost their vitality. Each seed harbored a faint flicker of life force. "O resilient life," she proclaimed in her heart, "by the name of the goddess of vitality, I bestow my blessing. May the vigor of life return to this land." Suddenly, Rhodius's tightly shut eyes sprang open, her emerald gaze radiating divine light. The vanished azure lotus symbol reappeared upon her brow, and a tremendous force of vitality emanated from her, radiating outward across the snow-blanketed isle. In an instant, the long-dormant seeds began to awaken under the influence of this life force, bursting forth with renewed energy. Tender green shoots valiantly pushed through the soil, traversing the hard, frozen ground concealed beneath thick layers of snow. With their delicate yet resolute forms, they broke through the icy accumulation, dotting the stark white expanse with vibrant green. As Rhodius consumed a precious elixir, her divine power surged further. Plants emerging from the snow began to grow with fervor, and in mere moments, The years of accumulated ice and snow covering the isle vanished entirely, once more enveloping the landscape in lush greenery, revealing the resurgence of life. This is utterly miraculous. Xiyan, the goddess of the ice sea, gazed in awe at the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Rhodeus continued to channel her divine energy, a profound sense of destiny enveloping her. Compelled, she declared solemnly to the world, I create a season known as spring. When the days of spring arrive, I shall awaken all dormant life. All things shall revive. Warmth will return to dispel the cold, and green shall reclaim the earth. I am Rhodeus, the goddess who governs spring. Chapter 51. The Ascension of the Spendthrift Player across the realms of sky, sea, earth, and the shadowy depths of the underworld. The voice of the world's consciousness resonated within the souls of all deities. From that moment forth, a season named spring emerged as the rhythm of the world's operation. A jubilant celebration belonging to all living beings. The tender green essence of spring descended slowly from the heavens, merging into the brow of Lotus. In an instant, the northern lands quaked violently. A verdant tide engulfed the white ice and snow, as the breath of spring enveloped the vast, icy world, continuously spreading into the distance. Upon the earth, both animals and plants were invigorated by this burgeoning vitality. Wherever the breath of spring caressed the land, life flourished, flowers bloomed in abundance, and fish and birds thrived, painting a vibrant tableau. In the isolated temple, slumbering deities were awakened by the essence of spring. The green-clad goddess manifested upon the earth, an overwhelming vitality filling the air. She smiled benevolently, her gaze following the direction of spring as it stretched toward the distant north, bestowing blessings upon the deity that brought life to the land. The power of the earth goddess transcended the shackles of space, accurately infusing Rhodeus's being. An ancient, distant breath of life erupted from the depths of her soul. The tender green essence of spring and the emerald vigor of life radiated a dazzling brilliance under the influence of this essence, the two divine essences resonating with one another, quickly intertwining, subtly hinting at a trend of fusion. Unaware of the unfolding events, Lotus felt the ceaseless source of divine power within her expanding. As myriad streams coalesced into an oceanic force, her presence surged, ultimately halting at the threshold of formidable divine strength, tantalizingly close to ascension. Alas, observing this momentum, she had anticipated a smooth transition into the realm of profound divine power. However, she found herself descending gently from the ether, her feet returning to the earth. Overwhelmed with regret for this rare opportunity, success was so near, yet it eluded her by that final step. Such a feeling was indeed disheartening. My dear Lotus, thank you for gifting me this miraculous experience of life. Approached Xiyan, adorned in a gown of ice and snow, her voice filled with gratitude. This was the first time she had witnessed vitality in the once frozen northern realms since her inception. Your admiration is my greatest honor, Lotus replied with a slight bow. I must also thank you for helping me realize this rare opportunity. No, the credit is not mine. Xiyan hastily waved her hand. Perhaps this is merely the guidance of the fabled Moirai, the Fates. Moirai, the three goddesses of fate, the supreme primordial deity, daughter of Nyx, the mistress of night, governs the destinies of all gods in the world. The mention of fate once again enveloped Lotus in a reverie. Perhaps this was the true meaning of what the chief referred to as the child of fortune, an existence favored by destiny. After a prolonged silence, the despondent Lotus adjusted her mindset, returning to her former self, a lover of witty banter. Yet, if I am indeed the child of fortune, why must I be hindered on my path to ascension? How outrageous. With a hint of irritation, Lotus quietly opened her system backpack, seeking solace for her fragile spirit through her provisions. What delectable treats shall I indulge in? Jerky, lotus seed soup, fried lotus root, and experience elixirs. Wait, experience elixirs? Lotus gazed in astonishment at the dust-covered experience elixirs, beginner, 5 in experience elixirs, intermediate, 10 within her backpack, as if she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Oh my heavens! It is indeed a case of finding light in the shadows. How could I have forgotten such extraordinary treasures? Lotus was instantly filled with regret. Previously, she had been so captivated by the spiritual treasures and divine powers from her task rewards that she nearly disregarded the experience elixirs. Had it not been for this serendipitous search of her backpack, she would have continued her oblivion. Fate, I misjudged you. It turns out you have been so kind to me. All my grievances are due to my own blindness, failing to recognize the gems before me. Apologizing to the fate she had just rebuked, Rodas began to extract all the experience elixirs from her backpack, uncertain of the precise enhancement these elixirs could provide. Rodas consumed them one by one, much like munching on sunflower seeds. How delightful, akin to savoring sweet jelly beans. As Rodas chewed on the experience elixirs, her eyes sparkled. She had not anticipated that this potent elixir would also possess a delightful flavor. After consuming 5 beginner experience elixirs, she felt a gentle warmth in her abdomen, and the previously stagnant source of her divine power began to stir. A promising omen. Let us continue indulging. Sensing the changes within, Rodas's eyes gleamed with joy, and she turned to consume the more potent intermediate experience elixirs. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. After downing 10 intermediate experience elixirs, Rodas felt an overwhelming heat surging through her body, akin to being swarmed by a multitude of ants. Unable to contain herself, she let out a howl towards the heavens, accompanied by her exclamation, deep within her soul. The divine essences of spring and vitality began to merge like 2 blobs of slime, inexplicably joined by the Lotus divine essence that had been birthed alongside her. The 3 divine essences clung tightly together, radiating vibrant hues of crimson, emerald, and tender green, ultimately coalescing into a deep green light. A new divine essence, entwined with branches and leaves, manifested within the depths of Rodas's soul, forged from the primordial forces of the 3 divine essences. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves echoed from within Rodas as her source of divine power transformed into an endless ocean. The previously stagnant energy surged forth, breaking through the shackles of her realm, as Rodas officially ascended into a realm of formidable divine power. The birth of a new, powerful deity has brought forth joy from the world's spirit, manifesting wondrous phenomena across the cosmos. Ethereal blue lotuses descend from the heavens, entering the bodies of animals and plants, transforming into the purest essence of life energy, thus extending their lifespans in an instant. Concurrently, due to the intrinsic nature of this divine power, all creatures residing within the natural realm have become aware of the existence of Rithis, the newly ascended goddess of nature. In an instant, the gaze of the gods converged upon the distant northern frontier, which, after a prolonged period of desolation, has now transformed into the most vibrant locale in the world thanks to Rithis' emergence. Chapter 52. Spring has arrived. How far can winter be? The series of transformations occurring within Rithis left Dionysus, who stood nearby, gradually petrified, ultimately shattering at the moment Rithis successfully ascended to her formidable divine power. I am witnessing a genuine miracle, Dionysus thought, her eyes fixated on Rithis. Although Rithis stood right before her, she found herself instinctively overlooking Rithis' presence, as if she had seamlessly merged with the surrounding flora, akin to a being that had naturally taken root in this realm. With her elevation to a realm of great divine power, Rithis' face nearly froze in a smile. Haha, I have finally reached the strongest echelon. Aside from the Creator and the primordial gods, I can now proudly claim my place as a significant deity. As she savored the energy bestowed by her divine nature, Rithis was astonished to discover that the 3 divine essences, initially consumed as embryos, had not dissipated but instead were embedded within her nature divinity. She remained a goddess of vitality, spring, and lotuses, capable of separating these aspects if she so wished. However, the authority of her nature divinity proved more potent and expansive. Thus, she would be honored as the goddess of nature, while the other divine essences would generally not be referenced in non-specific contexts. Congratulations once again, our newly minted goddess of nature, dear Rithis. The series of miracles unfolding around you has left me utterly astounded. Perhaps this will become an indelible memory for me. Upon uttering these words, Dionysus gazed at Rithis with an expression brimming with admiration, clearly having idolized her. Thank you for your kind wishes, Rithis replied, slightly curtsying to express her gratitude. Straightening up, she looked at Dionysus, who effortlessly displayed her admiration, and smiled warmly. Dear Dionysus, as a token of my appreciation, I wish to bestow upon you another grand blessing. Embracing the principle of sharing benefits, where one feasts while another partakes of the broth, the audacious Rodius, amidst the domain of others, intended to seize the moment and bestow upon Dion an opportunity. Long before she ascended as the goddess of spring, Rodius had conceived an idea. The 4 seasons represent the objective cyclical changes of nature throughout the year. In the realm of Greek mythology, Rodius had already heralded the arrival of spring, while the other 3 seasons remained ungoverned by any deity. As the goddess of the icy seas and the ruler of snow, Dion was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate to embody the essence of winter. With such thoughts in mind, Rhodius continued, "Dearest Dion, I have created a season named spring, a time when all life awakens. Undoubtedly, with awakening comes the question, is there not also a time when all things lie in slumber?" Listening to Rhodius, Dion gradually fell into contemplation, her thoughts drifting back to the world blanketed in silver before Rhodius's arrival. The frigid ice and snow stifled the growth of life. Seeds lay dormant deep within the earth, and creatures succumbed to a prolonged slumber. Was this not the season of repose for all? Perceiving that Dion was beginning to grasp the concept, Rhodius smiled and stepped back, patiently awaiting her friend's ultimate realization. "I shall create a season called winter. When winter descends, all beings shall enter a state of rest, and everything shall fall into slumber. The biting cold shall supplant warmth, and a white veil shall adorn the earth until the arrival of spring. I am Dion, the goddess who governs winter." The chilling winds howled as snow returned to the northern realms, the icy white consuming all greenery. The north was once again enveloped in a world of frost. Snowflakes danced down, and the silvery essence, glimmering with a cold light, merged with Dion's brow. Thus, another goddess of the seasons was born, heralding the existence of the duality yet unity of spring and winter. The latest transformation in the north left the gods, whose gazes had not yet shifted, in profound silence. In the span of a mere half-day, they had witnessed the birth of spring, the arrival of nature, and the return of winter, a miracle unparalleled in the annals of Greek mythology. In the depths of the underworld, Clotho, the weaver of fate, gently spun her spindle. Crafting the threads of destiny, Lachesis, the distributor of fate, measured the lengths of these threads, and Atropos, the cutter of fate, wielded her scissors to determine the end of life. Suddenly, the three fates, engrossed in their tasks, ceased their work, their gazes piercing through the river of fate directly towards Rhodius and Dion. "It appears that this goddess, not subject to our dominion, has once again stirred the waters," intoned Clotho with a mature and steady voice. "Indeed, she is a most extraordinary goddess, truly favored by fate," came the harmonious response. "He, I dare say she embodies the essence of a goddess of fate more than we do. Do you think she may one day tread the path of destiny?" A tinkling sound, as delicate as silver bells, emanated from the farthest end. "Who knows? After all, we remain unaware of her fate." Clotho gently shook her head, letting out a resigned, bittersweet smile. "Ah, indeed, that is true. Well then, let us return to our labors." With the elder sister's command, the temple of fate once again descended into tranquility. The three goddesses of fate, having indulged in a moment of reflection, resumed their sacred duties, weaving the intricate and unfathomable tapestry of destiny. "My dear Dion, it is now my turn to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, the newly appointed goddess of winter," Lotus exclaimed, offering genuine accolades to Dion, who had just regained her composure from her ascension. "My beloved Lotus, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. With the blessings of the winter deity, the once lesser goddess of the icy seas had successfully ascended to a being of moderate divine power. Her divine trajectory altered under Lotus's influence. No, as you have rightly said, there is no need for thanks. This is all guided by fate," Lotus replied, gently shaking her head, echoing Dion's previously uttered philosophy of destiny. "Yes, it is all a matter of fate's design." A radiant smile graced Dion's face as she approached Lotus, extending her arms to embrace the goddess before her tightly, silently whispering in her heart, "Regardless of everything, thank you, my dear Lotus." Chapter 53. A chicken in the chicken stew bidding farewell to the goddess of winter, Dion. Lotus sought out the mischievous little white creature frolicking in the snow. Adjusting her posture, she gracefully settled upon its back, and together they soared through the air, departing from the snow-laden, frost-bitten north. Upon returning to the azure Lotus Pavilion, the six nymphs diligently fulfilled their designated roles, engaged in the creation of garments and the transportation of goods. Through their unwavering efforts, azure Lotus apparel had become an essential possession for the goddesses. Meanwhile, the god of bees, Meligius, conveyed delightful news to Lotus through the gifts of the swarm he had bestowed upon her, through their relentless endeavors. The divine couple of the ocean, among the Titans, and Themis, the goddess of justice, have consented to join forces. Furthermore, the four progeny of Styx, the goddess of the underworld, Nike, the goddess of victory, Kratos, the god of strength, Phobos, the god of passion, and Bia, the goddess of violence, have, under their mother's guidance, traversed from the distant realms of the underworld to align themselves with Zeus's faction. Additionally, informed by the insights of the Sphinx, who has been appointed as a military strategist through her transformation, Typhon, the father of all monsters, has determined the timing for the assault on Mount Otreus, set to commence 5 days hence. The formidable army of creatures stands poised, ready to advance toward the throne of the God King. Everything unfolds as she desires, progressing favorably. A smile graces the lips of Ra-Tiz, who, in celebration of this string of joyful events and her ascension to a more potent realm of power, resolves to prepare a sumptuous feast as a reward for herself. Yet, what should she create? Ra-Tiz ponders, stroking her chin, her thoughts drifting to the jubilant sounds of drums. The crackle of firecrackers, vibrant red banners fluttering in the air, and throngs of people during the Spring Festival. As the dawn of a new year and a time for family reunions, the Spring Festival holds unparalleled significance for the children of Huaxia, and it is the day most cherished by young Ra-Tiz. During this festive period, she would follow the esteemed elder director and her companions to explore the bustling temple fairs. Among the myriad of culinary delights, one dish has become an indelible obsession from her childhood: beggar's chicken. The mere thought of it evokes a torrent of saliva. The persistent calls of the vendors resonate, enticing passers-by with the heavenly aroma of beggar's chicken that wafts through the air, even reaching Ra-Tiz from afar. However, due to budget constraints, she has always had to reluctantly depart from the stall without indulging. This dish, which she has never tasted yet has forever lingered in her memory, has become a profound longing for the young Ra-Tiz. In her adult years, the bizarre tales circulating about beggar's chicken lacking any actual chicken, coupled with its increasingly outrageous prices, have kept her from experiencing the flavor that exists only in her imagination. So it is decided. Beggar's chicken it shall be. The memories of her childhood rekindle, and the cravings within her belly can no longer be contained. As she wipes the drool from the corner of her mouth, Ra-Tiz sets her sights on today's guest of honor. With the assistance of the nature deity, praised by Ra-Tiz for its simplicity and efficiency, a plump hen arrives at her doorstep, falling into her grasp. After skinning the hen and removing its innards, Ra-Tiz washes and dices apples, oranges, and peaches, stuffing them into the hen's cavity. Then, she applies the latest honey from Qinglian Pavilion onto the hen's exterior before wrapping it meticulously in large lotus leaves from Handan Lake. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled gazes of the nymphs, Ra-Tiz begins to play with clay, blending mud and water to create a thick, suitable slurry. Ra-Tiz patiently applied it onto the lotus leaves. As she continued her task, 6 pairs of delicate, alabaster hands unexpectedly joined the muddy endeavor. The air resonated with their melodious laughter, and by the time the slurry had completely enveloped the leaves, both Ra-Tiz and the nymphs found their hands stained black, with inexplicable muddy imprints adorning their fair faces. Gazing at the unremarkable lump of mud before her, Ra-Tiz couldn't help but reflect. The last time I played with mud was alongside Prometheus, crafting the world and humanity. Who would have thought that these divine hands, which once breathed life into clay, would ultimately serve as the hands of a humble chef? Despite her musings, she felt a surge of anticipation for the creation of her own mud-baked delicacy. Employing her mastery of the fire-starting technique, Ra-Tiz kindled a roaring flame and buried the mud ball within its warmth, patiently awaiting the transformative effects of time and heat to infuse the dish with a unique flavor. While the mud dish cooked, Ra-Tiz busied herself by gathering the 6 nymphs. Under the watchful eyes of the family of 4, she commenced the preparation of a dessert. Today, they would create the fabled childhood treat, candied hawthorn, a simplified version. The term simplified version was apt, for Ra-Tiz, living in the realm of Greek mythology, lacked the magical crystalline sugars such as rock candy or granulated sugar. The only sweetener at her disposal was the honey crafted by her industrious little bees. As she directed the nymphs to skewer hawthorn and various fruits onto wooden sticks, she simmered the fragrant honey in a stone pot. Unfortunately, the syrup derived from the honey lacked sufficient viscosity, resulting in the fruit skewers being adorned only with a sparse coating of translucent syrup. Once completely dried, it was no surprise that the anticipated crispy, translucent sugar shell had failed to materialize. Ra-Tiz contemplated, perhaps I should seek out sugarcane to expedite the processing of cane sugar in the future. However, the nymphs and the family of Little White, unfamiliar with candied hawthorn, surprisingly reveled in this imperfect version of the treat. The delightful sweetness of honey combined with the tartness of the fruit created a perfect balance that captivated their palates. Just as they indulged in their pre-meal dessert, Ra-Tiz's long-awaited mud-baked delicacy emerged triumphantly from the fire. Wow! Oh! Yay! Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Romy shattered the parched, cracked earthen shell, revealing an intact lotus leaf package within. As she delicately untied the silk thread binding the lotus leaves, the fresh fragrance reminiscent of early summer in Xiyan mingled with the sweet aroma of fruit, combined with the rich scent of the chicken, instantly enveloping the courtyard. A faint gulp echoed from an unknown source, followed by a cacophony of swallowing and the rumbling of hungry bellies resonating throughout the courtyard of Qinglian Pavilion. Utilizing divine power, Romy's deftly disassembled the two aromatic beggars' chickens into bite-sized pieces. Ignoring the scalding heat of the freshly cooked meat, she eagerly grasped a large chicken leg and savored it with fervor. The tender, juicy flesh danced in her mouth, allowing Romy's to finally relish the elusive flavor of beggar's chicken she had longed for since her childhood. Chapter 54. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. The leisurely moments slipped away in the blink of an eye, and before she realized it, 5 days had passed. Through messages relayed by the Sphinx, Romy's learned that Typhon intended to launch an assault on Mount Otris under the cover of night. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Wow, teacher, your temple is truly unique and beautiful. Zeus, accustomed to life on Crete, was filled with a sense of wonder akin to that of a child entering a grand garden for the first time. As he excitedly examined Qinglian Pavilion, genuine admiration spilled forth from his lips. Are these little ones the offspring of Bai? What are their names? Zeus inquired, gently stroking the 3 curious little ones who approached him. Caught off guard by her own choice of seemingly charming names, Romy's felt a pang of embarrassment. If she were to reveal that she had named them Xiao Yi, Xiao Air, and Xiao San, names that appeared casual yet were indeed quite arbitrary, her carefully cultivated image as a knowledgeable and stern teacher before Zeus would be utterly shattered. All right, Zeus. Enough of your inquiries. The most pressing matter now is to prepare for the battle ahead. Adrastea interjected, her piercing gaze silencing Zeus's curiosity. In that moment, unawares to Adrastea, her timely intervention elevated her stature in Romy's eyes, who silently began to regard her as a guardian angel. Using the excuse that the 3 little ones were simply too plump, Romy sent away the 6 nymphs, instructing them to take Bai and his family for a stroll. In the courtyard, the 5 deities of Crete reconvened with Romy's, embarking on discussions regarding the conflict among the divine beings. Aptly named by Romy's as the struggle of the divine beasts, Zeus's triumph. The strategic plan unfolds as the deep night quietly descends. The sacred moon hanging high in the sky. Under the exclusive influence of Hypnos, the god of sleep, the noisy world succumbs to tranquility. In this moment of universal slumber, a thunderous sound suddenly emanates from the direction of Mount Chiron, as countless bizarre creatures, with myriad heads and tails, run amok across the land, stirring up an unending cloud of dust. A colossal shadow obscures the radiant moonlight. Typhon spreads his enormous wings, leading a host of flying monsters, including the 100-headed dragon Ladin and the Caucasian eagle, sweeping through the night sky, occupying it entirely without leaving a single gap. This is Typhon. What are they planning? Above in the night sky, Selene, the moon goddess, commanding her chariot, abruptly orders the divine bull to halt upon witnessing the monstrous army that darkens the sky. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented panic, Selene exclaims, "Oh no, they are heading towards the sacred mountain." Without a moment's hesitation, she urges the divine bull to hasten towards the mountain. Faster! We must hurry. A calamity is imminent. Beads of perspiration trickle down the moon goddess's smooth forehead, wishing in that moment to transform into a shooting star and descend directly upon the summit of the sacred mountain. However, even as the divine bull exerts its utmost strength, Selene ultimately arrives behind the monstrous horde, which steadily approaches the foot of the sacred mountain, ready for war. At Typhon's command, a tide of creatures surges forth onto the mountain, and the brutal conflict officially begins. How astonishing! The grand spectacle is about to unfold. Perched upon the sturdy branches of a great tree, 6 deities quietly observe the astonishing number of monsters passing beneath them, under the protection of the natural divinity of Lotus. Not a single creature perceives their presence, not even Typhon, the father of all monsters. Amidst the tension that thickens the atmosphere, only Lotus can hear the melodious tune that suddenly breaks the ominous silence, as Xiao gradually materializes in a golden glow. Xiao Shi, the system task has been released. Please choose whether to accept. Sensing that Lotus is currently unable to speak, Xiao M, usually lively, simply explains the reason for her appearance. Campaign task, the Lich War. A tempest brews, calamity has arisen between heaven and earth, and the warring factions of the Liches and the Demons have chosen this night to clash officially. As an esteemed champion of the Demon Clan, the host is tasked with slaying members of the Lich tribe to earn campaign points and steer the war towards victory. Task reward: campaign points store activation, limited time, a wealth of merits, and an increase in Demon Clan prestige level. Is this truly happening? Upon hearing the task announced by Little M, Lodi could not help but smile wryly. Initially, her intention was merely to bide her time and seize the opportunity to vanquish Kronos and Typhon. Yet this task compelled her to partake in an extraordinary war. Although she could opt not to accept the mission, the rewards promised within the task were undeniably tempting, particularly the artifact that could enhance fortune. Moreover, the limited-time faction point shop was equally alluring. After much contemplation, Lodi gritted her teeth and resolved internally, "I shall accept the task." With the task successfully accepted, she remarked, "Since you cannot speak, Little M, I shall take my leave," in a manner seemingly designed to provoke Lodi. Little M's exit was the most magnificent it had ever been. A golden door opened in the air, and ethereal steps extended slowly downward from it. Enveloped in a holy glow as Little M ascended the stairs, ultimately vanishing within the door. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Lodi could muster no further commentary aside from a few sighs. After calming her tumultuous emotions, she turned to the remaining 5 deities. "Everyone, since we are to launch a surprise attack at a crucial moment, why not join this battle together? This way, we can better seize our chance." Realizing she had no choice but to engage in combat, Lodi was determined that the other deities should not relish the passive enjoyment of merely observing. She concocted a reasonable rationale to entice them into the fray alongside her. "What my teacher said holds merit. Let us participate in the battle." As Lodi's most devoted disciple, her cherished student Zeus agreed to her proposal without hesitation, and the other 4 deities nodded in accord. Thus, the 5 deities of Crete, shielded by Lodi's divine essence, trailed behind the monstrous army, advancing toward the majestic divine mountain. Chapter 55. The divine law descending from the heavens. Fiery orbs descended from the sky like meteorites, crashing upon the summit of the divine mountain, incinerating all in a searing blaze that reduced everything around to ashes. Awakened from their slumber, the astonished deities were enveloped by the powers of time as the devastation wrought by Typhon was restored to its former state through the might of time. The proud king of the gods manifested from the heavens, casting a disdainful gaze upon the throngs of monstrous hordes, then addressed Typhon with unabashed contempt. "Foolish Typhon, what do you intend? Do you seek war with the gods?" "Humph." Typhon let out a derisive snicker. "Put aside your arrogant demeanor, O king of the gods, nay. I should refer to you as the former king, for your throne is destined to fall into my grasp." Without granting Kronos a moment to react, Typhon unfurled his wings and summoned a bone-chilling tempest, surging directly towards the king. Yet, before this fierce gale could reach Kronos, it was dissipated by the relentless passage of time. With a voice that reverberated from the sky to the earth, Kronos declared, "Gods, let the battle commence." Before his words had fully dissipated, he brandished the cursed scythe, tainted with the blood of the sky god, and engaged in a fierce struggle with Typhon. At the behest of the god king, the deities unleashed their divine powers, launching into a brutal battle against the relentless horde of monsters. The god of souls, Iapetos, clenched his fists as a ferocious tiger, lunging towards him, suddenly fell silent, collapsing into a puddle of soft mud, although its corporeal form remained vibrant. Its soul had already perished. The 100-headed dragon, Ladon, exhaled a torrent of dragon fire, incinerating the vine armor enveloping the god of growth, Clithios, and leaving charred marks upon his body. Radiating an overwhelming brilliance, Hyperion, the deity of light, blinded the monsters with his dazzling glow, rendering their vision a void of white. The luminous goddess, Thea, wielded her staff in unison with her husband's assault, continuously summoning orbs of light to strike the erratically thrashing monsters. In stark contrast to the exhilarating frontline, Rhodes, trailing behind the monster army, reveled in delight. Activating the earthly transformation, Rhodes morphed into an enchanting, snow-white nine-tailed fox. Gracefully navigating through the crowd of monsters, deliberately slowing her pace, she approached a solitary serpent creature, which, oblivious to her presence, continued to slither towards the battlefield. Suddenly, 8 robust vines erupted from the soil beneath the serpent, leaving it no chance to react. The vines twisted and entwined, binding it tightly before dragging it into the earth, transforming it into fresh nourishment. Kill the Witch Clan, 1 faction points. echoed the system's voice in Lotus's ear. She clicked her tongue, unable to suppress her inner critique. Really? Only 1 point for slaying a monster? This system is so stingy, as the faction points store would only unlock upon mission completion. She remained unaware of the point costs for items within. Nonetheless, the more points, the better. Thus, Lotus adjusted her solo kill strategy and devised a more efficient approach. Positioning herself in front of 8 monsters, the nine-tailed fox raised her paw, gesturing towards the woods on the left. She began issuing a false command. Everyone, hold on a moment. The Sphinx informed me that there's a shortcut nearby to reach the front line faster. You should take that route. 8 monsters came to a halt, their simple minds readily believing their companion's warm suggestion. Without hesitation, they changed direction. Romus revealed a sly smile and began to replicate the tactic, luring the monsters into the nearby woods. Vines twisted, thorns protruded, and beautiful flowers opened their gaping maws, while stout trees transformed into robust tree men. The monsters' wails were swallowed by the melodious chimes of the bellflowers, and for Romus, the celestial notifications rang like heavenly music. Kill which clan 8. Faction points 8 kill which clan 10. Faction points 10 kill which clan 25. Faction points 25. As she watched her points steadily increase, a satisfied smile graced her face. However, this was merely the beginning, as she craved something more thrilling. Have you heard of the technique that descends from the heavens? A bronze cauldron abruptly floated above the clouds, expanding in size until it resembled a small mountain. With a thunderous roar, this mountain-sized cauldron plummeted from the sky, causing the divine mountain to tremble, and the hundreds of monsters at the rear were instantly reduced to mere pulp under the immense force. Kill which clan 175. Faction points 175. Now, this was more like it. The Xiyan cauldron proved to be formidable, with points soaring into the triple digits. Romus joyfully waved her 9 fluffy tails behind her. Subsequently, atop the divine mountain, a tremendous sound echoed every 10 seconds, and the number of advancing monsters began to dwindle. Despite the commotion created by the Xiyan cauldron, the gods and monsters in the main battlefield were engaged in a fierce struggle, oblivious to Romus's antics. Thus, the unimpeded Xiyan cauldron continued to provide Romus with points, propelling her score into the 4 digits, while Romus utilized the Xiyan cauldron to amass points. The battle between Typhon and Kronos intensified. The cursed scythe effortlessly pierced through Typhon's tough, feathered exterior, leaving behind numerous gaping wounds that oozed dark, unhealable blood, staining the earth beneath him a deep crimson. In contrast, while the divine king Kronos appeared unchanged on the surface, his pallor had markedly deepened since the onset of the battle, a testament to his relentless use of temporal power to mend his own body. Cough, I underestimated you. Typhon gasped, clutching the bleeding wound on his shoulder. Humph, I advise you to surrender immediately. I might spare your life out of respect for the 2 primordial gods. The cursed scythe glimmered menacingly as Kronos' eyes glinted with malice. Then we shall see if you possess that capability. Hundreds of crimson eyes locked onto Kronos, and a barrage of fiery beams erupted from Typhon's gaze, hurtling towards Kronos. Rewind. A vast surge of temporal divine power emanated from Kronos, causing the incoming flames to reverse course, ultimately returning to the depths of Typhon's eyes. With a piercing scream echoing through the air, the multitude of eyes belonging to Typhon wept crimson tears as if pricked by countless sharp steel needles, and he could not suppress his anguished wail. Meanwhile, Kronos, having employed the formidable art of temporal regression, appeared as pale as parchment, his forehead glistening with beads of cold sweat. Overcome by weakness, he sank to the ground, unable to maintain his composure. Not far away, the oceanic god couple, feigning a battle with the Sphinx, took note of the situation between Kronos and Typhon. They exchanged a fleeting glance with the Sphinx and began to stealthily move towards Kronos. Receiving the Sphinx's cue, Rhodia ceased her delightful game of whack-a-mole, activating her perceptive abilities to inform Zeus and his companions of the current predicament through the flora. She redirected her course, hastening towards the battlefield where the God King and Typhon clashed, marking the true commencement of their scheme. Chapter 56. Uranus. I shall return. A subtle tremor emanated from the hands of the goddess of violence, Bia, and the god of zeal, Phoros. An odorless and colorless essence began to waft between Kronos and Typhon, sowing the seeds of violence and competitiveness deep within their hearts. The already bloodthirsty God King and the father of all monsters were gradually overtaken by an overwhelming desire for combat, their rationality dissipating as they eagerly plunged into a new round of battle, seeking to satiate their thirst for conflict. Time wore on, Fierce winds howled, cold light flickered, and venom sprayed forth as Kronos and Typhon became increasingly engrossed in their skirmish. Unbeknownst to them, this relentless struggle was draining their bodies and depleting their primordial essence. "Father, I come to aid you." A furious roar erupted as the Sphinx broke free from the grasp of the oceanic gods and lunged directly at King Kronos. Kronos let out a derisive laugh, casually hurling his cursed side like a boomerang without looking back. With a sickening crack, the Sphinx's head fell, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Grasping the cursed blade stained with the Sphinx's blood, Kronos wasted no time in raising the scythe to strike at Typhon. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The wrath of nature, the divine essence of nature, swirled rapidly, and an immense divine power radiated from Rhodeus. Countless vines erupted from the ground where the Sphinx's blood had flowed, surging forth to ensnare Kronos and Typhon tightly together, bound by the creeping tendrils. Typhon let out a furious roar, his fiery gaze gathering strength, seemingly intent on incinerating the vexing vines. However, the vigilant oceanic god, Okeanos, and the goddess of the deep, Tethys, denied him the opportunity. "Source of water. Imprisonment." Two voices echoed simultaneously as the essence of water surged forth. Thick dark clouds gathered atop the divine mountain, and torrential raindrops cascaded down, extinguishing the flames Typhon sought to unleash. Concurrently, a mighty water serpent formed from the converging streams, entwining with the vines to firmly bind the struggling god king and Typhon. The cold rain washed over Kronos and Typhon's faces, awakening their rationality. Kronos, recognizing the familiar divine power emanating from the oceanic gods, sensed something was amiss. He desperately summoned the primordial force of time, hoping to revert the battlefield to its prior state. Just as he was on the brink of success, a commanding female voice rang out, "Time, heed my command." The goddess Rhea, possessing half the primordial power, abruptly appeared beside the sea goddess, raising her staff of time to disperse the hard-won strength that Cronus had gathered. "Damn it, Rhea," Cronus roared as he turned toward her, only to receive a cold and unfeeling glance from the goddess. "What are you all trying to accomplish?" A sense of dread surged within Cronus as he desperately sought to comprehend why his wife and siblings had suddenly turned against him. However, before Cronus could receive a response, the goddess of justice, Themis, wielding a scale in her left hand and a sword in her right, materialized beside him and Typhon. "I declare, those who stand before me shall lose their divine power and be stripped of their abilities." A golden light emanated from Themis's divine sword, enveloping Cronus and Typhon in the order she established, instantly rendering all of Cronus's divine power and all of Typhon's abilities into nothingness. Suddenly, amethyst-hued lightning danced within the dark clouds, as a handsome youth floated in the air, terrifying bolts of lightning gathering in his hands. "To my long unmet, beloved father, please accept this tribute from your child." Boom! A vast thunderstorm descended from the heavens, enveloping the bound Cronus and Typhon. The sheer force of the tempest causing Rhoetus and others nearby to instinctively step back. At that moment, the battling gods and the monstrous army ceased their conflict, gazing in disbelief at the heart of the storm. As the violet lightning dissipated, a pungent odor began to permeate the surroundings. The once mighty god king and the imperious demon king had lost their former grandeur. Both appeared utterly transformed, their skin reduced to charred remnants. A violent cough erupted from Kronos, now resembling a humanoid coal figure, followed by a retching sound as 6 orbs of varying colors expelled from his mouth. 5 of these orbs morphed into 5 strikingly beautiful young men and women beside him. The robust Poseidon, adorned with azure curls, the pale and stern Hades, reminiscent of an ancient icebox, the enchanting Hera with her golden locks and graceful form, the voluptuous Demeter, her golden hair flowing like waves in the wind, and finally, Hestia, the red-haired daughter of Rhea, delivered by Leto. The last green orb flickered briefly before transforming into a stone imbued with vibrant life energy, resting quietly upon the earth. The emergence of these deities caused Rhea's tears to flow uncontrollably. She could no longer contain her longing for her children. She rushed forward, embracing her newly revived offspring. Zeus descended from the heavens, stepping forth to embrace the mother he had never met and his siblings. This poignant scene brought tears to the eyes of Leto as well. Kronos, the humanoid coal, gazed at his weeping family, murmuring to himself. In that moment, he comprehended everything. The child he had devoured was, in truth, a stone cleverly disguised. Today's assault by Typhon aimed to rescue the child swallowed within him, His wife, children, and even his siblings had all turned away from him. Father, was this your feeling at that time? Is this the price one pays to ascend to the throne of the God King? The essence of the God King's power emerged from the palm of Kronos, who quietly regarded this emblem of ultimate authority, reflecting upon the curse left by Uranus, and suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yet, I do not regret it. None shall wrest it from my grasp. I am forever the God King. The primordial force of time began to ignite, and Rhea, weeping as she embraced her children, was the first to sense the anomaly. But before she could speak, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of Kronos. He had ignited his essence, detonating the power of the God King. The earth trembled violently. Mount Othries began to sway dangerously, and the peaks, personified by the mountain god Urea, started to collapse one after another. The strength supporting the heavens diminished, causing the sky to tilt and gradually descend towards the earth. The audacious voice of Uranus rang out. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Kronos, my beloved wife, my children. Prepare to welcome my return. Chapter 57. Typhon. Has anyone ever cared for my feelings? As the heavens teeter on the brink of collapse, the tumultuous divine powers roam across the earth. The mountain deity, Urea, lies in a state of deep unconsciousness, while the sky and the earth seem poised to intertwine once more. The sun and moon draw ever closer to the ground, and the oceans encircling the world surge forth, stirred by the forces of gravity, unleashing tumultuous waves. The sun god Helios and the moon goddess Selene urgently establish contact with the primordial powers to delay the relentless pressure of the celestial bodies. The ocean deities, united, command the torrents, temporarily calming the raging floods. The earth goddess Gaia appears atop the sacred mountain, her formidable earthly power bestowed upon the precarious Mount Otris, stabilizing it with firm resolve. Her gaze, heavy with concern, is cast towards the heavens as she commands, Uranus, swiftly retreat from the earth. O my revered mother, my beloved wife, how I yearn for you, yet you wear a countenance of disdain. The figure of Uranus emerges from the sky, gazing tenderly at Gaia with a smile, declaring, now, I shall be eternally intertwined with you. You can never escape my embrace. The shattered authority of the divine king flows into Uranus's hair, coalescing into a silvery crown. A triumphant smile graces Uranus's face as he is crowned once again as the king of the gods. The deities watch in disbelief, while the weakened Cronus descends into madness, exclaiming, I have destroyed the power of the king. It is impossible. This cannot be. Uranus gazes disdainfully at his most cherished son, mocking, foolish Cronus. Have you sat upon the throne of the divine king for so long without realizing that a part of my celestial essence has always lingered within that power? Otherwise, how could I bear to relinquish my authority and willingly distance myself from the earth? This is merely an illusion I crafted to mend the rift in the source. I had intended to await the fulfillment of the curse, to reclaim the throne when your offspring took your place as the divine king, detonating the authority of the king. Yet, your dull-wittedness has bestowed upon me a delightful surprise. I owe you my gratitude. From the words of Uranus, the gods finally comprehended the entirety of the situation. They were utterly unprepared for the insidious cunning of the former king of the gods, who, at the cost of damaging his very essence, had woven such an intricate web of deceit. A vast surge of divine power emanated from the sullen-faced Gaia, causing the earth to resist the encroaching sky. However, Uranus was not one to be trifled with. With a disdainful snort, he began to compel the heavens to descend, resulting in a stalemate between the two deities who were simultaneously mother and son, as well as husband and wife. Witnessing this, the gods, unwilling to see Uranus reclaim his dominion, unhesitatingly channeled their divine energies into Gaia, collectively resisting the proud sky god. In the midst of this urgent moment, the voice of little M unexpectedly resonated in the ears of Ratis. This time, he forsook the classic background music and dazzling effects, simply appearing in all his ethereal splendor. Detecting a distortion in the fabric of the world line, a special mission was issued. As the heavens teeter on the brink, the battle between the necromancers and the liches gradually approaches its conclusion. Yet, amidst their conflict, the two factions had inadvertently destroyed the pillar of heaven, causing the sky to collapse, the earth to descend into chaos, and living beings to suffer grievously. As the bearer of the cosmos cauldron, it is incumbent upon the host to reconstruct the pillar of heaven and resolve the current crisis. Mission rewards: a random avenue of the 3,000 great Tao reaching the status of de Luo Jin Xiyan, vast merits, and worldly prestige level on, little she. The situation is critical. will you accept the current mission? Although Lotus had no prior encounter with Uranus, witnessing his unscrupulous and lawless demeanor left her no choice but to act. Without hesitation, she accepted the formidable task. As the notification of successful mission acceptance from Little M echoed, Lotus began to ponder deeply. In the primordial world, Gong Gong had furiously struck the unyielding mountain, tearing open a great rift in the sky, resulting in the heavens tilting to the northwest while the earth remained unfilled to the southeast. The sun, moon, and stars were displaced, and waters mixed with dust returned to their origins. Ultimately, it was the goddess Nymph who severed the limbs of the giant Ao from the northern sea, gathered the 5 colored stones, and used the cosmos cauldron to forge the pillar of heaven and the stones to mend the sky, thus averting a calamity. Now, in the realm of Greek mythology, the good news is that the sky has not yet leaked, and under the control of the gods, no severe consequences have yet arisen. The bad news is that the Greek world lacks the giant Ao from the northern sea, and Lotus finds herself bereft of the essential materials needed to refine the pillar of heaven. What should be used as the material for the pillar? As Lotus stroked her chin, she began to survey her surroundings, hoping for a discovery. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the unconscious figure of Typhon, the father of all monsters. Typhon, with a formidable physique, towers in battle. Recalling the notes from the Greek mythology monster compendium, Lotus's eyes lit up, filled with greed as she regarded Typhon. Could he not serve as the perfect material for refining the pillar of heaven? Oh, Typhon, you shall finally have the opportunity to perform a noble deed. I shall ensure that your good name is remembered by future generations. Upon discovering a solution, the goddess Romis felt a surge of clarity and purpose. She confidently approached the goddess Gaia, who was currently engaged in a struggle against Uranus, seeking her assistance. Esteemed Gaia, I am Romis, the goddess of nature. To be brief, I possess a method to separate the sky from the earth once more. I require your help to delay time, preferably to weaken the power of the sky god. Upon hearing this, Gaia, who was fiercely contending with Uranus, turned to Romis with a meaningful glance. Recalling the blessings she had once bestowed upon this goddess and realizing she had no other recourse, Gaia nodded in agreement, replying, I understand, Romis. I shall entrust you with the key to victory in this war. You must not betray my expectations. Subsequently, she cast her gaze upon the most formidable deities among the pantheon closely linked with the sky, the god of space, Ether, the god of stars, Astraeus, and the thunder god Zeus, who, despite being of moderate divine strength, was a key figure in Uranus's curse. Space, stars, and thunder, while Uranus is presently preoccupied, swiftly communicate with the source and vie for Uranus's dominion over the sky. Whoever succeeds will become the new sky god. The 3 deities, suddenly called upon, felt a wave of elation. This was an extraordinary opportunity. The sky was a crucial element of the world, and whoever claimed its authority would reign as the mightiest among the primordial gods. Heeding Gaia's directive, Ether, Astraeus, and Zeus promptly launched their assault on the essence of the sky. Meanwhile, Romis had approached the unconscious Typhon, silently lighting a candle for him. Then, under the astonished gazes of the gods, she retrieved the Xiyan Kuan Ding, laboriously tossing Typhon's massive form into the bronze cauldron, thus commencing the refining process. Chapter 58. The Pillar Enchantment Plan to forge a weapon. Essential tools are required. The Xiyan Kuan Ding, equipped with a temperature-regulating mechanism, gradually came to life under the influence of Romis' divine power. The cauldron's surface was adorned with intricately carved depictions of vibrant flowers, birds, fish, and insects, with dragons and phoenixes emerging as wondrous manifestations. Even Typhon's formidable physical form could only reluctantly dissolve into a pool of the purest energy within the cauldron, unaware of the events unfolding until the very end of his life. However, the people of Greece would surely remember his great contributions. After consuming an all-encompassing elixir, the energy derived from Typhon, under Romis' guidance, gradually differentiated into 4 evenly sized embryos, drawing forth the myriad of rare treasures from her system's inventory. Lotus unhesitatingly cast them all into the cosmic cauldron. Having undertaken such a monumental responsibility, she was determined to excel. The elemental forces of fire, earth, wind, and thunder surged and evolved within the cauldron, and soon, 4 ethereal pillars capable of infinite extension soared into Lotus's palms. As she beheld the 4 pillars, now reduced to the size of silver needles, a triumphant smile graced her lips. In homage to the primal world and driven by her own desires, Lotus meticulously carved the totems of the four sacred beasts, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, onto each pillar, intending to position them according to the cardinal directions of east, south, west, and north. Meanwhile, during her crafting of the pillars, three deities vying for the essence of the sky made significant strides. The powerful deities of the cosmos and the stars each claimed a portion of the celestial essence, while the moderately potent Zeus emerged as a dark horse, seizing two portions of the sky's power. With the loss of celestial essence, Uranus's control over the heavens began to wane, and the sky subtly showed signs of rising once more. Seizing this opportune moment, Lot has set forth to position the celestial pillars at the four corners of the world. Atop the highest peak of the eastern mountains, she planted the azure dragon pillar. With her divine power guiding it, the pillar ascended like the Rui Jingu Bang of the great sage, steadily elevating the eastern reaches of the sky. Once the distance between the heavens and earth nearly returned to its former state, Lotus withdrew her divine energy and proceeded to her next destination. On the southern shores of the vast ocean and the desolate western lands, Lotus replicated her method, erecting the vermilion bird and white tiger pillars to raise the southern and western skies. Finally, she journeyed to the northern realm, blanketed in ice and snow, where she had previously ventured. By the icy seas, under the watchful gaze of the winter goddess Xiyan, the black tortoise pillar gradually ascended, ultimately aligning with the other three pillars. Thus, the heavens were elevated, restoring a safe distance between the earth and sky. But lo, whose doing is this? Uranus's resentful voice echoed from above, unwilling to face defeat once more. In a shocking turn, he ignited the essence of the sky, a torrent of divine power flooding into his being. The heavens, which had been so painstakingly lifted, began to bear down upon the earth once more, causing the celestial pillars to sink slowly. Oh no! Lotus gasped in alarm, her face darkening as she witnessed the descending heavens. Forcing herself to regain her composure, she pondered how to resolve the pressing dilemma. The most straightforward solution would be to reinforce the four celestial pillars. However, she had exhausted all her precious materials. What resources remained for her to utilize? Lost in thought, Lotus felt increasingly despondent, her heart heavy with the thought, am I destined to face failure in my first task? Is there truly no other way? Observing Lotus's distress, Xiyan, unable to offer tangible assistance, encouraged her with a heartfelt shout. Cheer up. Lotus, you can do it. Upon hearing the encouragement from Dionysia, Lotus managed to muster a faint smile. She nodded respectfully at Dionysia and was about to plunge back into her thoughts when suddenly her gaze began to flit restlessly over Dionysia, as if a revelation had struck her. After glancing once more at the divine essence residing deep within her soul, Lotus clenched her fists and exclaimed joyfully, Eureka! She hurriedly approached Dionysia to share her plan. Once their conversation concluded, and for the sake of world stability, Dionysia nodded resolutely and moved to the black tortoise pillar, where she solemnly pledged to the will of the world. I am Dionysia, the goddess of winter. I decree that the northern pillar shall symbolize winter, and it shall carry out my winter duties. The immense power of ice and snow surged from within Dionysia into the black tortoise pillar, causing the totem engraved upon it to glow with a silvery light. The pillar, now infused with a portion of winter's essence, erupted with astonishing strength, lifting the suppressed corner of the north back into place. After a hurried farewell to Dionysia, Lotus ascended once more to the peaks of the eastern mountains. Like her counterpart, as the goddess of spring, she too proclaimed to the world, I am Lotus, the goddess of spring. I decree that the eastern pillar shall symbolize spring, and it shall fulfill my spring duties. Vigor and vitality flowed from Lotus into the azure dragon pillar, which shone with a tender green radiance, restoring it to its rightful position, much like the black tortoise pillar. Indeed, Lotus' intention was to empower the four cardinal pillars with the seasonal forces that had become the laws of the world, thus resisting the oppression of Uranus. After all, no matter how formidable the sky god may be, he could not contend with the immutable laws of existence. Regrettably, as the deities of summer and autumn had yet to be born, the vermilion bird pillar and the white tiger pillar lacked the divine strength to support them. Lotus could only hope that the essences of spring and winter would withstand the pressure exerted by the sky god. Fortunately, fortune favored Lotus once again. With the stabilization of the black tortoise and azure dragon pillars, the vermilion bird and white tiger pillars, having shed some of their burden, successfully resisted the might of Uranus. Thus, the four cardinal pillars genuinely assumed their celestial responsibilities. Atop Mount Otritus, Uranus, who had been desperately holding on, suddenly felt the sky slip from his grasp. In his despair, he watched as the heavens gradually ascended, returning to their rightful course. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Zeus, having already siphoned off 2 portions of celestial power, boldly soared into the high skies. Before Uranus could react, Zeus infused the vast thunder into his very essence. Uranus let out a cry of agony as Zeus took advantage of this perfect moment to absorb the remnants of celestial power that had dwindled due to Uranus's own fiery demise. With a thunderous roar, the heavens echoed, and the divine essence of the sky began to shift. At that instant, Zeus, now possessing the most celestial power, emerged as the new god of the sky. Chapter 59. Gather around, share the fruit. The violet-hued thunder transformed into a colossal dragon, weaving through the inky clouds. As the resounding roar of thunder reverberated from the heavens to the earth, this was a tribute to its new master. Empowered by the celestial forces, Zeus transcended the threshold of moderate divine power and ascended into the realm of formidable divinity. The divine crown, embodying the authority of the god king, descended from the once dormant hair of Uranus into the hands of Zeus. However, rather than seizing this splendid opportunity to crown himself as king, he entrusted the divine authority to Gaia, the goddess of the earth, wishing for the new position of god-king to remain determined by the primordial deities. With the divine authority in her grasp, Gaia gazed at Zeus with a tender smile, her brown eyes reflecting her admiration for this second-generation titan who wielded the fierce powers of thunder and sky. Zeus, you have done well. Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed Gaia, Zeus replied politely, bowing in acknowledgement of her praise. At that moment, Rebirth, having secured the heavenly pillar, returned triumphantly. As her figure appeared atop the divine mountain, all deities cast upon her gazes of admiration, fervor, or envy. The exalted Gaia stepped forward, affectionately taking Rebirth's hand, showering this newly appointed goddess of nature with countless accolades. Dear Rebirth, your wisdom and bravery have truly impressed me. As the greatest contributor to this endeavor, you rightfully deserve my reward. A resplendent golden vial, adorned with hundreds of precious gemstones, materialized in Gaia's hands. This is the vessel of life, the divine artifact bestowed upon me by the great chaos at my inception. It can summon an endless spring of life, ensuring the perpetual propagation of all beings. Now, I entrust it to you, hoping you will honor its esteemed legacy. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Rebirth reverently accepted this significant treasure from Gaia, feeling its spiritual essence rivaling that of the primordial tripod. Her heart swelled with uncontainable joy. What a magnificent prize she had acquired. Once the rewards were bestowed, Gaia's loving gaze swiftly turned icy. She cast her eyes upon Cronus, who had succumbed to madness from the immense shock, and with a voice that resonated throughout the world, she condemned the unworthy god-king. Foolish Cronus, you have stripped Rhea of her rights as a mother, cruelly devouring your own flesh and blood. You recklessly destroyed the divine authority, plunging the earth into chaos and subjecting all living beings to turmoil. Your crimes are unforgivable. Then, Gaia turned her gaze to the sky, where Uranus remained in a daze. Arrogant Uranus, your eternal solitude has not enlightened you to the reasons for your failure. Rather, it has exacerbated your pride and treachery. Your obstinacy has ultimately led to this dire consequence. My dear brother, ruler of the abyss, Tartarus, come forth swiftly and cast these 2 sinful deities into the endless void, bestowing upon them eternal torment. Crimson, icy eyes abruptly appeared atop the sacred mountain, and an aura of the abyss swiftly enveloped the sky. The colossal monsters trembled in fear, some even leaving behind pools of yellow stains beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the situation among the deities was equally dire. Those of insufficient strength found their bodies weakening, their faces pale, as beads of sweat cascaded down uncontrollably. Even formidable gods like Rhea felt a profound terror emanating from the depths of their souls. A deep, hoarse, and merciless voice resonated from the abyss. As you wish, Gaia. The all-consuming black hole replaced the blood-red gaze, drawing the powerless Cronus and Uranus directly into its maw. With the disappearance of those eyes, the terrifying majesty that shrouded the summit of the sacred mountain began to dissipate. After vanquishing these 2 instigators, Gaia turned her attention to the monstrous army assaulting the mountain. Though she harbored disdain for these grotesque beings, their conflict with the gods was of little concern to her. She gazed upon Echidna, the mother of all monsters, who remained paralyzed by fear, and commanded, Echidna, swiftly return your offspring to Chiron Mountain. Obeying Gaia's decree, Echidna trembled as she coiled her robust serpentine tail, leading her monstrous army away from the Othries mountain at a breakneck pace, not daring to look back. As she watched the retreat of the monstrous horde, Gaia turned to the assembly of deities, poised to make a momentous decision that would shape their fates henceforth. Now, let us determine the rightful heir to the throne of the Divine King. Her gaze swept over the faces of the gods, finally singling out the 6 children of Rhea. Uranus had once cast a curse upon Cronus, signifying that fate had begun its selection at that very moment. The throne of the Divine King could only belong to the offspring of Cronus and Rhea. Upon hearing Gaia's pronouncement, the deities, who yearned for the kingship, were instantly cast into gloom. Despite their deep-seated reluctance, they dared not oppose the decree of the supreme primordial goddess. Yet, there was only one throne of the Divine King. Whom do you believe shall govern this exalted seat of power? Gaia inquired, casting her eyes upon the 6 deities, including Zeus. This unexpected dilemma left them momentarily speechless, none daring to speak first. In this stillness akin to stagnant waters, Hermes, deeply influenced by the essence of Huaxia civilization and well-versed in the wisdom of equity over scarcity, formulated a notion of relative justice. She broke the silence, addressing Gaia with reverence. Might you lend me your ear? Gaia, who held profound admiration for Hermes, turned her gaze toward her and nodded without hesitation. As the sovereign of all gods, the ruler of the world, and the nominal overseer of the skies, the earth, the seas, and the underworld, could the position of the divine monarch be divided into 6? The heavens, the seas, and the underworld could each claim one part, while the vast and populous earth could dominantly hold 3. In this manner, all 6 deities would adhere to the course of destiny, each enjoying the powers of the Divine King. Hermes's proposition illuminated Gaia's understanding, presenting a beacon of hope to the 6 deities who found themselves in indecision. While the rights were to be evenly distributed among the 6, it was essential to designate one sovereign with the highest authority. Within these realms, the skies could oversee both the earth and the seas, and could also perceive the depths of the underworld. Hence, I propose that the deity who governs the skies shall hold a relatively elevated status among the 6 divine kings. Upon hearing Gaia's words, the 6 deities nodded in agreement, endorsing her suggestion. Thus, Gaia divided the scepter of divine kingship into 6, transforming it into 6 magnificent crowns. Poseidon, as the god of water and earthquakes, you shall command the boundless ocean. A crown shaped like waves of azure gracefully settled upon Poseidon's head, who, touching the emblem of authority, beamed with joy. Hades, you shall preside over the world's wealth. Therefore, I designate you to the relatively barren underworld. As compensation, I shall grant you the assistance of night and darkness. As you wish, Hades replied, and seeing no dissent, Gaia nodded with satisfaction, placing the thorny crown enveloped in death's essence upon his brow. Turning her attention to the 3 enchanting goddesses, Hestia, Hera, and Demeter, she stated, You 3 sisters shall jointly govern the vast earth, and I shall bestow upon you certain powers of the land. A crown woven with flowers and vines descended upon the heads of the 3 beautiful goddesses, who bowed in gratitude for the generosity of the earth goddess. Finally, as the newly appointed master of the skies, Zeus, you are deserving of the crown that belongs to the heavens. The silver crown gracefully settled upon Zeus's radiant golden locks. Thus, the 6 new sovereigns of the world were born. Chapter 60. The sudden wealth of Lot is high above the clouds. The radiant goddess sat gracefully upon the back of a divine deer. She raised a magnificent treasure vessel, from which an endless stream of life-giving water cascaded down to the earth, rich with vitality. This nourishing rain healed the wounded land, washed away the tumultuous divine forces, and rejuvenated the innocent beings. This deluge, conjured by Lotus, persisted for 3 full days. With the aid of the life-giving vessel, the earth returned to its rightful path, flourishing once more in vibrant splendor. As her feet touched the ground, a gentle breeze enveloped Lotus, a tender caress from nature itself. In the azure sky, a small white boat floated, adorned with a sweet-scented osmanthus tree, while a rabbit frolicked to the soothing melodies that filled the air. Yet, Lotus felt an unsettling chill. A wave of dread washed over her. Instinctively, she glanced down to reassure herself that she was not atop a mountain. Allowing her anxiety to ease, was there still a chance in this lifetime? The thought was too overwhelming. For the mere mention of a small white boat conjured memories of the terrifying bald man from her past. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped vessel descended from the heavens. With little M standing at the bow, awkwardly reenacting a scene from Titanic amidst the background music of the small white boat. Little Shiva, I am. Watching this embarrassing spectacle, Lotus could only manage a wry smile. The breeze in her arms transformed into a fierce wind, toppling the small white boat and morphing it into a true Titanic. As the white vessel capsized, little M flapped its tiny wings and flew to Lotus's side, beginning the age-old tradition of lamentation. Wah, little she, you've ruined the beautiful ambience I created. Is your beautiful ambience merely an English rendition of a foreign classic in a nursery rhyme? You certainly have a unique taste, Lotus retorted with precise sarcasm. The typically loquacious little M fell silent under Lotus's sharp wit, resorting instead to a display of tantrums. Lotus seized the flailing little M, holding it firmly in her embrace. Now, don't forget, I'm waiting for you to grant me my task rewards. This is the first time 2 task rewards will be issued together. After several unsuccessful attempts to escape Lotus's grasp, little M chose to remain obediently in her arms. Heeding her words, it ceased its antics and began to distribute the rewards for the 2 significant tasks. Campaign task, Lich War special task. The heavens are falling successfully completed. And now the rewards for the accomplished tasks will be issued. Ding. The limited time campaign points shop is now open. Current host points, 4,500. A vast amount of merit has automatically been added to the host's previous accumulation. Please check your status. Prestige among the demon race and the world has been enhanced. And congratulations to the host for earning the title of World Friend. The rewards began to materialize. The host should now collect them. A jade dish, as large as a bright moon, appeared before Lotus following the system notification, shimmering with endless brilliance, manifesting the myriad paths of existence. The jade dish of creation. With a single glance, Lotus recognized this as the supreme treasure overseen by the venerable Hongjun, a vessel containing the essence of the 3,000 avenues. In that moment, she momentarily forgot the rewards of her task, her gaze fixated on the chaotic jade plate, drooling in anticipation, and she could not help but wish aloud. Oh, esteemed director, might you bestow the chaotic jade plate into my hands? Alas, the busy director of the Bureau of Good Fortune did not hear Rothus's fervent wish. Even if she had, she would have feigned ignorance. Rothus's hopes were dashed when one of the avenues within the chaotic jade plate surged into the depths of her soul. Around it, golden divine essence materialized in her spirit, and driven by curiosity, Rothus reached out with her divine power to commune with it, unable to suppress a fit of maniacal laughter. Perhaps buoyed by the auspicious force of virtue, one of the 3,000 avenues, the law of luck, acknowledged Rothus as its master. And this nascent divine essence was the manifestation of the law of luck, a blessing that belonged to the realm of fate Rothus had long desired to enter. The small M nestled in her arms looked up at the nearly frenzied Rothus, timidly inquiring, Xiao, what has happened to you? Are you all right? However, immersed in her elation, Rothus paid no heed to M's concern. At long last, her long-cherished wish had materialized, and how could she not be ecstatic? In that moment, she radiated as the goddess of fortune, presiding over blessings within the domain of fate. This unexpected delight left Rothus in a state of exhilaration that lingered long after. After taking 5 deep breaths, she finally regained her composure and turned her attention to the other significant aspect of her reward, the faction points shop. Silently invoking the opening of the points shop, a dazzling light instantly blinded her eyes. 15 top-tier innate spiritual treasures filled the first page of the exchange shop, and above them loomed a premier innate weapon, steeped in a thick aura of bloodshed, the God-slaying spear. Undoubtedly, Rothus's gaze was drawn first to the God-slaying spear, and then she noticed the numeral 1 followed by 4 zeros. Quietly, she shifted her gaze downward, examining the 15 innate treasures. The heavenly book, the earthly book, the human book, the fiery red lotus of karma, and the central Wuji yellow banner, each name she uttered brightened her eyes further. For these were all renowned spiritual treasures in the world of the primordial chaos. Their exchange points, in comparison to the God-slaying spear, were rather accessible, with merely 2,000 points. She could acquire any one of them as a family heirloom, to be passed down through generations as a top-tier spiritual treasure. Though Rothus yearned to claim all the treasures for herself, her pockets were not sufficiently laden. She could only lament her inability to ensnare more monsters to amass a wealth of points. After much contemplation, Rothus deftly exchanged one of the 3 books. The Book of Humanity, along with the Southern Flame Banner of the Eastern Qinglian treasure flag. Upon receiving these two resplendent spiritual treasures, Rodas began to peruse the subsequent pages of the exchange shop. Elixirs, talismans, divine abilities, and various celestial materials were all available. But what captivated her attention the most were several innate spiritual roots: Huangjongli, the 6 roots of clarity bamboo, and the Fusang tree, each attainable for merely 500 points. Faced with these 3 esteemed entities, all revered within the top 10 innate spiritual roots, Rodas did not hesitate to redeem her remaining 500 points for the Huangjongli. Presided over by the primordial heavenly venerable in the world of the primal chaos. As a connoisseur of delicacies, she could hardly contain her imagination of how delectably sweet and tangy this celestial fruit would be. Chapter 61. The authentic brew of ancient methods. The towering Huangjongli stood majestically in the courtyard of the Qinglian Pavilion, its dense foliage intertwining to form a vast green canopy that shielded the scorching sun while casting a deep shade over the courtyard. Rodas sat on a small stool, propping her chin in her hands, lost in reverie as she gazed at the innate spiritual root before her. When she had exchanged for the Huangjongli, filled with anticipation, and planted it in the courtyard, the system's annotations arrived belatedly. Huangjongli, innate spiritual root, named for the yellow character present in both its flowers and fruits. Its growth cycle is slow. It blossoms once per yuan period, and only after 3 yuan periods may it be consumed. It is rumored that merely inhaling its floral fragrance can enhance one's Dao attainment by 10,000 years, if fortunate enough to consume one. One could instantaneously attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal, becoming a sovereign amidst the heavens and earth. No wonder such a precious innate spiritual root only costs 500 points, Rodas murmured to herself, realizing the wait ahead. Why did she say this? It all stemmed from the lengthy growth period of the Huangjongli. It is known that 1 yuan period in the primal chaos world is equivalent to 129. 600 years in the modern calendar, meaning that to taste the Huangjongli, Rodas would have to wait a staggering 518 for 100 years. Unlike the practitioners in the primal chaos, whose cultivation is measured in millennia or even tens of millennia, one wonders whether the world of Greek mythology would even exist after such a protracted wait. It is no surprise that in Journey to the West, Xinyuanzi instructed his attendant to only provide Tang Sung with 2 ginseng fruits, forbidding any excess. For such rare celestial fruits are exceedingly precious. As Rodas rose from her stool, she sighed in resignation. Since she had no hope of tasting the Huangjongli, she resolved to seek out other culinary delights to comfort her long-anticipated yet ultimately unfulfilled cravings. As she wandered, Rodas suddenly paused, struck by a thought. Reflecting on her previous musings about the ginseng fruit, she recalled how Guanyin had revived the ginseng fruit tree, toppled by the Monkey King, with the divine water composed of the sun, moon, and stars from her willow bottle. If the divine water of the 3 lights could restore a withered ginseng fruit tree, might it also promote the growth of innate spiritual roots? Rodas pondered silently, and suddenly her eyes brightened. She turned her body and approached the Huangjongli. The life elixir, bestowed upon her by the earth goddess Gaia, was drawn forth. Although she lacked the legendary 3 divine waters, she possessed the universally acclaimed life spring water. The rich vitality contained in this life spring water was precisely the remedy required for the growth of plants. The clear spring water flowed gently from the life elixir, gradually permeating the root system of the Huangjongli. It absorbed this concentrated essence of pure vitality, and instantly, the branches and leaves of the Huangjongli radiated a vibrant green light. Soon, visibly, new branches sprouted and green buds unfurled, marking the commencement of its slow growth. Although the Huangjongli had only produced new branches and had yet to blossom, this indeed indicated that the life spring water had a genuine effect on promoting the growth of innate spiritual roots. Since the life spring water was inexhaustible and perpetual, Rodas decided to continuously nourish the Huangjongli with vitality day and night to hasten its maturation. With a grand gesture, Rodas constructed a sloping stone platform beside the Huangjongli. She secured the life elixir atop the stone platform, allowing the life spring water to flow gently downwards into the soil beneath the Huangjongli. However, Rodas was aware that moderation was key, fearing that the Huangjongli might succumb to the overwhelming irrigation of the life spring water. Thus, she infused the life elixir with divine power to regulate its outflow. Selecting the most suitable rate, a joyful expression of accomplishment graced Rodas's face. This sensation was utterly delightful. Having resolved her concerns, Rodas hummed a whimsical tune, intending to indulge in a swim amidst the sea of grapes. Recently, a vast expanse of wild grapevines near Handan Lake had yielded an abundant harvest. During her spare moments after fulfilling clothing orders and delivery tasks, 6 nymphs, led by Xiaobai's family, had gathered several large bowls of freshly ripened grapes. Radha's delicately picked up a plump grape, glistening like a purple gem, and placed it in her mouth. As her teeth met the grape's skin, sweet juice burst forth, and the refreshing tanginess spread across her tongue. Before long, having devoured numerous clusters of grapes, Rothus's rosy lips were stained with a delicate shade of purple from the grape juice. Although the grapes produced in Greece were exceptionally sweet and delectable, indulging too much inevitably led to fatigue. Thus, the consequence was that despite enduring several rounds of destruction, the grapes gathered by the nymphs still filled 3 large basins. However, the apprehensive Romis, having grown weary of the fruit, adamantly refused to take another bite. Yet, as a daughter of Huaxian, the instinct to conserve food was ingrained in Romi's very being. She could not allow the 3 basins of grapes to go to waste. Consequently, she opted for a swift solution to the surplus, winemaking. A large wooden vat, capable of accommodating a dozen individuals, was placed in the courtyard. Utilizing her divine powers, Romis meticulously washed the remaining grapes before pouring them all into the vat. Soon after, 6 nymphs, their expressions filled with curiosity, followed Romis' lead and leaped into the vat, engaging in the most ancient method of processing grapes, treading them underfoot. Initially, the peculiar sensation beneath their feet left the nymphs feeling quite awkward. Romis, who had only seen such practices on television and never experienced them firsthand, found it equally strange. However, after a period of stomping, they gradually began to feel exhilarated and discovered an unexpected sense of release. Thus, Romis and the nymphs began to frolic and play while treading the grapes. Observing from the sidelines, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd graders watched with envy as Lotus and her companions reveled in their merriment. Unable to contain their desire to join the frolic in the wooden tub, they yearned to leap in and partake in the joyous play. In response, Lotus bestowed upon them a gentle yet firm warning, declaring, "You shall not enter." She directed a fierce glare at the 3 persistent onlookers, issuing an ultimatum. "Should you dare to slip in while my attention wanes, I shall roast you and feast upon your tender flesh." After all, she had no wish to discover white deer fur in the wine she had crafted herself. Under the looming threat of Romis, the trio had no choice but to retreat beneath a nearby red maple tree, mimicking Romis and her companions as they began to tread upon the earth beneath their feet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays cascaded upon the 7 pairs of feet already stained with the purple juice of grapes. Through the diligent efforts of Romis and the nymphs, a basinful of grapes was thoroughly trampled. Employing divine power, Romis channeled the mixture of juice from the base of the wooden basin into a stone pot. With a gentle simmering, a rich aroma of grapes began to waft through the air until the bubbling sound became incessant. Romis then commenced the filtration of the boiling grape puree using a cloth bag. Once the impurities were cleared away and the grape puree had cooled, she transferred it into several sealed large wooden barrels, leaving only the miraculous passage of time to bestow upon it a unique flavor. Chapter 62. The Divine Martial Arts Tournament, Part 1. A cacophony of lively sounds erupted from the summit of Mount Olympus, heralding the current god King Zeus, who, under the influence of Romis, embraced the philosophy of bidding farewell to the past and welcoming a new life, relocating the sacred domain of the gods from Atris to Mount Olympus. The former gods of Atris were thus transformed into a new generation of Olympian deities, now gathered atop the divine mountain to celebrate an event named Welcoming the New Era, envisioning the future in honor of the newly appointed god King Zeus. The azure lotus patterns shimmered subtly under the radiant light of the sacred white garments, as a goddess with a luminous smile gracefully approached, instantly capturing the attention of the assembled deities. Seated upon the throne of the god king, Zeus wore a joyful expression. Though his heart brimmed with excitement to personally greet his mentor, he remained bound by the dignity and decorum befitting a god king, waiting for Romis to offer her initial salutation. Observing the poised demeanor of her esteemed disciple, Romis beamed with satisfaction. She slightly inclined her body and respectfully addressed him. "Congratulations to you, the newly appointed god king, the great Zeus." Zeus raised his hand and replied in a commanding tone. "Thank you for your presence, goddess of nature. Please, take a seat." No sooner had his words left his lips than Zeus, having momentarily feigned seriousness, mischievously winked at Romis when he perceived that no one was watching. As you wish, Romy stifled a laugh, maintaining a decorous expression as she seated herself beside the goddess Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. At their table, all present were deities of formidable power. Opposite Romy's, the newly ascended Prometheus greeted her, a familiar face after a long absence. Dearest Romy's, it has been far too long. Indeed, Prometheus. Our last encounter was merely a fleeting glimpse from afar amidst the clouds, Romy's replied, reflecting on how entangled she had become in various matters, lamenting that she had not visited the human settlements in quite some time. Thus, she turned to Prometheus, who had long resided among humanity, and inquired, "How fare the humans?" Upon the mention of humanity, a proud smile adorned Prometheus's face as he nodded, succinctly conveying to Romy's the current state of the human race. As humanity proliferated, their population evolved from a mere 100 to thousands, and the once humble valley could no longer accommodate such a multitude. Consequently, human tribes began to migrate outward, establishing their own villages in various corners of the world. Yet, despite departing from their birthplace, the nostalgic humans, after much deliberation, resolved to designate the valley as a sacred site. Every spring, those who had left would return to their place of origin to celebrate grand feasts. Simultaneously, some chose to remain in the valley, erecting statues of Prometheus and Lotus at its heart, venerating them as the ancestors and guardians of humankind. Upon hearing of humanity's progress, Lotus felt a swell of emotion, tears welling in his eyes, not from sorrow, but from a profound pride and joy akin to a mother's love for her child. Celebrating humanity's achievements, the melodious tolling of bells resonated, signaling the arrival of the invited deities, as the beautiful nymphs gracefully navigated among the gods, bearing richly aromatic food and wine. Heavenly voices filled the air with enchanting melodies, while the nymphs, with their graceful forms, danced jubilantly, laughter and cheer echoing throughout the divine banquet. Unlike the other gods indulging in merriment, Lotus, having suffered the effects of alcohol at past feasts, resolutely declined the toasts offered by many deities. As a true Epicurean, she engaged in a delightful battle with the exquisite dishes laid before her, eager to savor the delectable flavors of Greece. Amidst the laughter and revelry, time swiftly passed, and the banquet began to draw to a close. As the host, Zeus surveyed the not yet sated deities and, with a spark of inspiration, devised a plan. "Silence, please," Zeus proclaimed, tapping a silver spoon against a golden chalice, producing a harmonious sound that captured the attention of all. "Today, as we gather in such splendid company, let us partake in an amusing post-dinner activity to enhance our enjoyment." "O esteemed king of the gods, what intriguing activity do you propose?" inquired the ocean god Xiyan, stroking his white beard while holding a goblet. With a sly smile, Zeus replied, "I shall name it the Divine Combat Tournament." In a magnificent display of divine power, an arena rose from the mountaintop, and the goddess of justice, Themis, took her place at the center as the appointed judge. "I hereby declare the inaugural Divine Combat Tournament officially underway." The audience erupted in thunderous applause as the deities gathered, their eyes fixed upon the arena. The first contest commenced with a vivid entrance, as the eternal blazing sun descended to the ground. The sun god Helios grasped his golden spear and began to whirl it, igniting the sacred flames that danced upon its shaft. This spectacle was aptly named the fiery wheel by the enthusiastic Romys, who watched in delight. Suddenly, the melodious sound of flowing water resonated, as torrents surged forth from the arena's floor, gradually coalescing into a human form. The exquisite sea goddess Thetis emerged from the waters, raising her arms with a flourish, causing the surging waves to soar into the heavens. With a graceful leap, Thetis landed upon the crest of the waves, casting a playful glance at Helios in the arena. The first duel was thus between the sun god Helios and the sea goddess Thetis, while Romys joyfully munched on homemade fruit crisps, eagerly anticipating this clash of fire and water. Helios, feeling slighted by Thetis, initiated the attack. He sprang from the ground, hurling his spear, engulfed in sacred flames, towards Thetis, who stood upon the waves. The sharp spear pierced her chest with an unstoppable force, instantly evaporating the waves she had summoned into a cloud of white steam that enveloped the arena. Before Helios could revel in his success, the first splash behind him transformed into the smiling visage of Thetis. The flowing water in her hands morphed into a hardened blade, aimed directly at Helios's neck. The sudden dampness at his back alerted Helios to the imminent danger, prompting him to hastily move forward to evade Thetis' strike. Yet, the cunning sea goddess would not afford him such an opportunity. The steam that filled the arena materialized into countless water serpents that ensnared Helios's feet. As Thetis approached him leisurely from behind, her water sword poised at his throat. "Dear Helios, you are still too young," Thetis remarked, a triumphant smile gracing her delicate features. "In a fair contest, I may not rival your explosive power, but you have made a grave error by allowing the steam to pervade the arena. Each droplet of water is my essence, and with your assistance, I can manifest in every corner of this mist, commanding it to launch attacks upon you, thus seizing control of the battle. Ah, young sun god, there is still much for you to learn." Chapter 63, The Divine Martial Arts Tournament, Part 2, The Goddess of Victory, Nike, sounded the horn to declare the end of the match, while Themis, the Goddess of Justice, raised her scales to announce the final result. In the first contest, the sea goddess Thetis emerged victorious. Tisis lifted her skirt, gracefully curtsying, while the ocean deity, Oceanus, led the applause that erupted amidst the continuous sounds of clapping and cheering as the second group of competing deities took to the stage. The once azure sky was suddenly enveloped in inky darkness, stars twinkling as countless celestial bodies emerged in the night, their shimmering lights converging upon the ground to form the visage of Astrius, the god of the stars, who ascended first, wielding his staff as the lord of the astral realm. In stark contrast to Astrius's grand entrance, the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, approached with a serene smile, her steps delicate, as the happiest memories within her mind were awakened. In that ephemeral moment, the entire arena fell into a profound silence, the gods captivated by joyous recollections, unable to extricate themselves from their reveries until Mnemosyne spoke, breaking the enchantment. "I hope you go easy on me, my dear Astrius." "You are too modest, Mnemosyne," Astrius replied, waving his hand as numerous mysterious glyphs materialized beneath his feet, indicating his readiness for battle. Waking from her blissful reverie, the goddess Rhodes set aside her snacks and began cheering for her dear friend, the goddess of memory. Upon hearing Rhodes's voice, Mnemosyne turned and smiled at her, then fixed her gaze on Astrius, signaling the commencement of their duel. A wave of energy surged, and suddenly, a myriad of ethereal figures appeared around Mnemosyne, each one a manifestation of her past memories. Witnessing this, Astrius's expression turned serious. He decisively intervened to disrupt the goddess of memory's mitosis. "Stars, fall," he commanded. His silver staff radiated brilliance, and from the night sky above, a multitude of meteors, both large and small, began to rain down upon Mnemosyne. In the face of such relentless onslaught, Mnemosyne resolutely abandoned the manifestation of her memories, prompting the 59 incarnations that had already emerged to simultaneously conjure divine arts to withstand the barrage of stars. The radiance in each memory goddess's hands began to coalesce towards the heavens, forming a colossal light shield that thwarted Astrius's assault. Then, the 60 memory goddesses, now united, began to transition into an organized formation. 30 goddesses maintained the light shield, while 20 retreated to chant their spells, and 10 wielded luminous blades, launching a direct offensive against the god of stars. Meanwhile, Mnemosyne concealed herself among her identical manifestations, leaving no one to discern her true self. A colossal eye materialized above Astrius, as he activated the wisdom of the stars, seeking to unveil Mnemosyne's location. Concurrently, starlight coalesced beside him into arrows, which, equipped with homing capabilities, began to shoot towards the 10 memory goddesses advancing with determination. At this moment, the moire, responsible for chanting the divine incantations, were fully prepared. Countless transparent tendrils disregarded all obstacles and penetrated the mind of the god of stars. His gaze suddenly became vacant, as a torrent of chaotic memories engulfed him, leaving him unable to discern reality from recollection. The opportunity had arrived. Within the squad maintaining the luminous shield, the moire revealed their true forms, raising their light swords without hesitation and lunging towards the god of stars. Just as the goddess of memory was on the brink of triumph, Themis had already prepared to unleash a triumphant cheer. Suddenly, the eye of wisdom above Asterius awakened the god of star sanity. The moire were mere inches away, and with no time to contemplate, Asterius unleashed a formidable divine technique, Starfall Impact. The powerful shockwave sent the moire flying, causing her 59 avatars to instantly dissolve into shadows. Likewise, Asterius was not unscathed. He was thrust back several meters, leaving deep imprints in the ground. "Cough, I concede." The moire, lying on the ground, struggled to raise her upper body to address Themis. With her avatars obliterated and the damage from the shockwave, she had lost her combat capability. Continuing the battle would be utterly futile, and she decisively chose to end the confrontation prematurely. The god of stars approached the wounded goddess of memory with guilt, while Themis appeared in the center of the arena, announcing the results of the second match. In the second round, the god of stars, Asterius, emerges victorious. Whistles mingled with cheers once more, and as the two titans withdrew, the deities of the third round revealed their identities through their entrance. A thick miasma of death surged from the ground, transforming into countless wailing spirits. Their piercing cries drowned out the cheers of the gods, assaulting their ears. A pentacle, symbolizing magic, materialized in the air, and from it emerged Hecate, the goddess of magic and ghosts, cloaked in black and wielding a torch, towering above the multitude of spirits. Amidst this eerie tableau, a gentle spring breeze swept through, coaxing tender green shoots from the earth. The vibrant life dispelled the lingering miasma of death, as the sprouts continued to branch and grow, ultimately blooming into a kaleidoscope of beautiful flowers. In this fragrant sea of blossoms, a colossal blue lotus gradually unfurled. And from within it, the audience member Rhodius emerged with a smile, nodding in greeting to Hecate. The third round of combat featured a duel between Hecate, the queen of ghosts from the underworld, and Rhodius, the sovereign of nature who awakens life, a confrontation embodying the themes of life and death. The divine essence of fortune shimmered, and before the battle commenced, Rhodius began to bestow upon herself the blessing of luck. Upon witnessing the scene, Hecate, her exquisite visage concealed beneath her cloak, bestowed a subtle smile upon herself. Emulating the actions of Lotus, she too enveloped herself in a layer of fortuitous enhancement. Indeed, Hecate was likewise a deity presiding over fate, embodying the triad of opportunity. The simultaneous augmentation of their destinies by the two goddesses resulted in an inconsequential distinction. The enhancements rendered were indistinguishable, bringing both deities back to the same starting line. Dearest Lotus, are you prepared? In stark contrast to the phantom swirling around her, Hecate's voice resonated with a clarity akin to that of a lark. My dear Hecate, I believe I am ready, Lotus replied, offering a confident smile to the cloaked figure of Hecate as the impending clash between the two goddesses loomed. Chapter 64, The Divine Martial Tournament, Part 2. No sooner had Lotus spoken than the goddess, commanding a myriad of spells, commenced her incantation, accompanied by a rapid, somber chant. A skeletal dragon, its eye sockets ablaze with cerulean flames of the soul, erupted from the pentagram staff. It unfurled its wings, unleashing a torrent of annihilating black flames towards Lotus. Ah, yet another summoner, Lotus mused, her gaze fixated on the formidable skeletal dragon. But how fortuitous, for I too possessed the art of summoning. Countless tendrils surged from the earth, intertwining to form layered wooden shields to withstand the terrifying black flames. Verdant energy emanated from Lotus's hands, rising in the wind and transforming into the visage of the Eastern Azure dragon behind her. In the air, the sinuous, elongated five-clawed Azure dragon locked eyes with the ominous skeletal dragon, as life-giving dragon breath and the deathly black flames began to clash. Lotus and Hecate launched into another offensive. Nature, reveal your might. A surge of divine power radiated from Lotus, instantly transforming the arena into a vibrant realm of flora and fauna, enveloped in a symphony of birdsong and blossoms. Yet beneath this enchanting facade lay an undercurrent of peril. As a gentle breeze swept through, the beautiful flowers scattered their fragrant pollen, and an uncanny aroma wafted towards Hecate. She suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, threatening to lull her into slumber. Realizing she had fallen prey to the enchantment, Hecate quickly held her breath and summoned a formidable hurricane with her magic, scattering the pollen and beginning to dismantle Lotus's natural barrier with reckless abandon. At that moment, a robust tree swung its branches, directly dissipating the tempest conjured by Hecate. Subsequently, they hefted massive stones from the ground and hurled them towards her. Annihilate. Three eerie black voids materialized behind Hecate, voraciously consuming the incoming boulders. The pentagram array beneath her feet radiated a blinding light, as an overwhelming aura of dread swiftly enveloped the arena. Death, the ultimate destination, awaited. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth from three enigmatic black holes, transforming into hideous specters that advanced towards Romes. In their wake, all life withered, vitality extinguished. As the dynamics of the arena shifted, now belonging to Hecate, gazing at the approaching army of the undead, Romes formed intricate hand seals, and a profound life force emanated from her palms, manifesting as tiny fireflies. These seemingly feeble sparks, upon alighting on the specters, ignited into a roaring blaze of vitality. This verdant flame, a natural antidote to the deathly energy, spread rapidly among the ranks of the undead. In mere moments, this innate fire, which countered the undead, reduced the specters summoned by Hecate to mere ashes. With a thunderous roar, the ethereal flames of the colossal skeletal dragon extinguished, its massive frame collapsing with a cacophony. The life force coalesced into a verdant dragon, achieving a triumphant victory. It expended its remaining strength in a torrent of dragon's breath directed towards Hecate. Hecate's countenance grew grave as she narrowed her eyes slightly and began to chant an elaborate and lengthy incantation, accompanied by her sonorous recitation. A strange and frigid gale suddenly swept through the arena, enveloping it in a chilling embrace. An ancient, heavy bronze door, tightly bound with chains, began to rise slowly from the ground. Romies, taken aback, instantly recognized it as the gateway to the underworld. With a creaking sound, the door Hecate summoned opened a narrow fissure, releasing an aura unique to the underworld that began to permeate the arena. A tremendous, insatiable pull emanated from the crack, as the dragon's breath was swallowed without a ripple. Under the force of this overwhelming suction, Romies found herself uncontrollably drawn towards the gateway. In desperation, she summoned vines to anchor herself to the ground. Regrettably, this method proved only a temporary measure, as the robust vines began to snap one by one with a tearing sound. Failure was imminent. She needed to devise a means to close the gateway to the underworld. In this critical moment, Romies' mind sharpened, and after racing against time in contemplation, she conceived a brilliant idea. Since you crave to consume, then I shall allow you to feast to your heart's content. A grain of celestial soil, imbued with the essence of the 9 heavens, appeared at the fingertips of Romies. With a gentle flick, the soil was propelled towards the gates of the underworld. In an astonishing turn of events, the voracious gates, which had consumed the celestial soil, suddenly jammed, losing their insatiable pull. Through the crevice, one could discern a massive stone that had effectively sealed the gates, rendering them inoperable. Embracing the principle of seizing the moment, Romies swiftly approached Hecate, who was momentarily taken aback, utilizing the lingering gravitational force to her advantage. At the instant the celestial soil blocked the underworld's entrance, a concentrated life force coalesced in Romies' palm, manifesting as a formidable orb of light that struck Hecate directly. A resounding explosion reverberated through the arena as black smoke and yellow dust enveloped the space. When the obscuring haze dissipated, Hecate was revealed, pale and gasping for breath, seated upon the ground with her right hand pressed against her chest. Unscathed, Romies moved forward to assist Hecate, channeling revitalizing energy from her hands into Hecate's body, healing the wounds inflicted. The outcome was unmistakable as the figure of Themis, the goddess of justice, reappeared at the center of the arena. With the conclusion of the third match, I declare the victor to be Romies, the goddess of nature. Though still somewhat weakened, Hecate embraced Romies, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Romies. What a spectacular battle that was." "Indeed it was, Hecate," Romies replied, returning the embrace warmly. As the adage goes, one does not truly know another until they have clashed. Through this confrontation, the two previously unfamiliar goddesses began to forge a bond, the brilliance of friendship shimmering between them in their tight embrace. Hand in hand, they returned to the audience, as Romies and her newfound companion enjoyed the subsequent battles together. The duel between Selene, the moon goddess, and Eos, the dawn goddess, culminated in the elder moon goddess's victory. Poseidon, the god of the sea, unleashed a tempest to defeat the swift meteor goddess Asteria, while Phoebe, the goddess of light presiding over the Delphic oracle, and Thea, the mother of light, reached a stalemate. After 9 thrilling rounds of divine combat, Zeus ascended to the center of the arena to announce the conclusion of the contest. The inaugural divine martial arts tournament has been successfully completed. Thank you to all participating deities and the gods who fervently cheered. We shall meet again at the next tournament. Chapter 65. The rescue of the big-headed doll. Romies cradled the neck of her plush companion, Little White, resting her chin on its soft head, yawning in boredom. Having departed from Mount Olympus, she had no intention of returning to her temple just yet, so Romies and Little White began to meander aimlessly across the earth. As they wandered, the sounds of commotion reached Romies, who had been meditating with her eyes closed. Unbeknownst to her, she and Little White had stumbled upon a human village. What a coincidence! Previously, her discussions with Prometheus at the banquet had ignited within her a longing to observe humanity. And now this unexpected encounter presented an opportunity to fulfill that desire. Rydas commanded her companion, the white deer, to halt, and with the power of her transformative abilities. The sacred goddess instantaneously morphed into a hunched old crone. She then pointed at the white deer, which, with its lustrous coat, instantly transformed into a dark, scruffy donkey. Thus, the donkey, invigorated by its inaugural metamorphosis, ambled along, carrying the old woman towards a nearby human village. As Ridus approached, she noticed a group of 20 or 30 robust men, their faces etched with urgency, pacing anxiously. They occasionally gazed into the distance, as if anticipating something momentous. Upon spotting Ridus, who was riding the donkey, they swiftly converged towards her, encircling her without hesitation. Even Ridus, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a flutter of anxiety at being suddenly surrounded by so many. She was about to inquire about the situation when an aged voice resonated from the rear of the throng. "Make way, make way." The crowd parted, revealing an elderly man leaning on a cane, who approached Ridus with deliberate slowness, scrutinizing her with keen eyes before speaking. "Pray tell, are you the aid sought by Zelveth?" Amidst the hopeful gazes of numerous onlookers, the elderly woman, a manifestation of Romies, shook her head and rasped, "I am unfamiliar with the Zervis you speak of. I am merely a passerby." Upon hearing Romies' words, the anticipation in the crowd dimmed instantaneously, disappointment etched upon every face. This prompted Romies to curiously inquire, "What troubles have befallen your village?" An elder, leaning on his cane, was about to respond when a robust man from the crowd interjected, "It is my wife, Hynia. She encountered a misfortune during childbirth. The situation is dire, and Zervis, the swiftest in our village, has gone to seek aid from a nearby settlement. We mistook you for the assistance he summoned." "How fortuitous this is," thought Romy silently. "Who better to address the trials of childbirth than I? The ancient Greek goddess of midwifery?" With a smile gracing her lips, she replied, "Though I am not the individual you anticipated, I possess considerable experience in alleviating childbirth complications. Perhaps I can be of assistance." As soon as the words left her lips, the earlier speaker's eyes brightened with hope as he gazed intently at Romy's, urging her eagerly. "Hurry, please. You must come this way. You must save my wife." Following the man named Oliphius, the young girl, rushed alongside him, ultimately arriving before a wooden house. Wails of a woman's agony emanated from within, while several older women stood outside the door, turning their heads away, unable to bear the sight inside. "Make way, make way. I have brought help," Oliphius shouted, dispersing the crowd gathered at the doorway. With frantic urgency, he grasped Romy's hand, who had just leaped down from and charged into the room, oblivious to whether the elderly guise she wore could keep pace with him. "Child, I understand your urgency, but do exercise a measure of patience. As I am indeed an elderly woman, being dragged by you feels as though it might take half my life away." Reluctantly pulled into the room by Olophiel, Rhodius could not help but mentally lament. However, upon seeing Hania drenched in sweat, her irritation dissipated, replaced by a grave concern as she approached to assess the situation. Deep within her soul, the essence of the birthing deity emanated a soft radiance. Rhodius's emerald green eyes, akin to X-rays, scanned Hania's pronounced belly. Swiftly discerning the predicament at hand, it became evident that all of Hania's suffering stemmed from the oversized circumference of her unborn child's head, which rendered normal delivery through the birth canal exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the condition of the fetus was dire. Prolonged failure to deliver had caused its complexion to turn a disturbing shade of purple, indicative of oxygen deprivation. Without hesitation, Rhodius advanced, placing her hands upon Hania's abdomen, allowing the divine essence of childbirth to shine forth. Accompanied by Hania's anguished cry, the long-imprisoned infant finally emerged into the world. However, despite the successful delivery, the newborn remained in peril due to oxygen deficiency. Unperturbed by the blood, Rhodius positioned the infant face down across her thigh and began to gently pat its back, employing her divine power to clear its airways. Through her relentless efforts, the first cry of a newborn echoed into the world, delivered by the capable hands of Romies, who beamed with joy at the salvation of a life. Within the confines of the dwelling, the weary Hania cradled her well-fed child in a deep slumber. Outside, Romies found herself once again besieged by a throng of villagers drawn by the sound, encircled in layers of admiration and gratitude. Among them, Oreuphel, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before her, fervently expressing his thanks for her assistance. With a sigh of resignation, Romies summoned strength beyond her years to help Oreuphel to his feet, who was reluctant to rise. Surveying the crowd, she posed a question that lingered in her heart. Had similar birthing difficulties befallen their village in the past? How had they managed such trials? An elderly woman responded affirmatively, recounting that not only their village but also neighboring ones frequently encountered such tribulations. The sole recourse was to seek the counsel of experienced elders. If no solution was found, then only the grim reaper awaited mother and child. Romies felt a deep sense of melancholy. Despite her intuition regarding the matter, the reality was far worse than she had anticipated. She could discern from the villagers that they were several generations removed from the robust progeny created from the primordial clay. Consequently, complications in childbirth, which had not plagued their forebears, had become a distressing norm for this generation. The arrival of new life often meant that both mother and child would tread perilously close to the threshold of death, with fortunate ones emerging unscathed, while the unfortunate faced dire fates. Recognizing this grim reality, Romies, as the goddess of childbirth, deemed it imperative to impart essential knowledge to humanity regarding the birthing process, to enhance the survival rate of newborns. Thus, addressing the bustling crowd, she pondered for a moment before declaring, "I shall remain in your village for 5 days. During this time, I will share with you fundamental birthing knowledge. I hope that regardless of age or gender, you will all learn what I teach and disseminate it to neighboring villages, alleviating the suffering and tribulations associated with the arrival of new life." In the span of those 5 days, apart from the necessities of eating, sleeping, and laboring, villagers of all ages gathered beneath a great tree to absorb Romies' teachings. She covered a range of pertinent topics, from the dietary and exercise regimens during pregnancy to the importance of a clean birthing environment, measures for warmth, breathing techniques, and the use of warm water for cleansing, all tailored to their current circumstances. On the final day, coinciding with another pregnant woman on the verge of labor, Romies selected several experienced women to engage in hands-on practice. Under her careful guidance, a pair of twins entered the world amidst the pride and joy of the women participating for the first time in the miraculous process of childbirth. Outside the village, amidst the reluctant and respectful gazes of men, women, and children, the old woman, an incarnation of Romies, mounted a little donkey, which had been subtly plumped up from the generous offerings of the villagers over the past few days. Addressing the crowd, she bid them farewell. 5 days have swiftly passed, and now I must set forth. I hope you will effectively disseminate the knowledge I have imparted to save even more new lives. As her words hung in the air, the villagers' faces transformed into expressions of astonishment. The donkey they had been feeding miraculously began to levitate, carrying the old woman gently into the sky. "It is a goddess. That old woman is indeed a goddess," Oraheel was the first to exclaim, having failed to notice any peculiarity during his brief time with Romies. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, was stirred to long-forgotten memories by the sight of Romies' departing figure. As a member of the second generation of humanity born from the sacred ground, he had been fortunate enough to hear the elders speak of the progenitor of humankind, the goddess named Romies, who, after imparting her wisdom, ascended into the distant skies upon a divine deer. How strikingly similar this was to the scene before them. In gratitude and reverence for this unnamed goddess, the men of the village toiled day and night, dedicating several days to erect a statue of the old woman riding the donkey in the village center. Lacking knowledge of her true name, they referred to her simply as the goddess of childbirth. Henceforth, whenever a woman was in labor, they would come before the statue to pray, seeking the goddess's blessing for a safe delivery of their children. With the widespread dissemination of childbirth knowledge, the name of the goddess of childbirth resonated throughout all human settlements, becoming the most steadfast and influential faith among women and children. Of course, at that moment, Romies was unaware of the legends that would arise in her wake. Once the little donkey soared into the heavens, she shed her disguise and noticed that it seemed slightly bloated compared to before her arrival in the village. Poking the donkey gently at the nape of its neck, she inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Little White, have you gained a bit of weight recently?" The little white horse bearing the weight of Rodimus emitted a series of short, urgent whinnies, protesting against her unfounded claims. However, the horse's body betrayed its true intentions, as it swiftly abandoned its leisurely pace and galloped towards the Lotus Lake, attempting to shed the unexpected weight that had recently accumulated. On this tranquil afternoon, Rodimus reclined comfortably in her chaise longue, languidly yawning. Having been burdened by incessant outings of late, she resolved to retreat into her cozy abode, embracing the life of a reclusive homebody. Yet, while her aspirations were grand, reality proved harsh. Just as she began to rub her cheeks with her hands, an icy, chilling aura pervaded the courtyard. Startled, Rodimus sat upright, shivering involuntarily from the sudden cold. Before long, her newly acquainted companion, Hecate, the goddess of magic and spirits, appeared abruptly before her, her expression fraught with urgency. "Oh no, Rodimus. A grave matter has arisen in the underworld." Without allowing Rodimus a moment to react, Hecate seized her and thrust her into a pentagram teleportation array, transporting them to the dark, sunless realm of the underworld. Upon stepping out of the teleportation circle, Rodimus was taken aback by the scene before her. Thousands of human souls, divine beasts, and animals were crowded before the ancient bronze gates of the underworld, desperately pushing against the door in hopes of entering the realm of the departed. Yet, the door, which Rodimus had once easily opened with her hands, now stood resolutely shut. No matter how fervently the souls struggled to create even the slightest opening. Confounded, Rodimus turned to Hecate, asking, "Hecate, what is happening? Is there a malfunction with the gates of the underworld?" To her surprise, Hecate regarded Rodimus with a mournful expression and softly replied, "Indeed, Rodimus. The gates of the underworld have been utterly damaged by a deity." "What?" Rodimus exclaimed in shock. Incredulity etched across her face. Which audacious deity would dare to damage the gates of the underworld? Do they not fear the wrath of the great goddess of night and the god of darkness? Who would cast them into Tartarus? With a wistful gaze, Hecate looked at Rodimus, who remained blissfully unaware, and in a barely audible whisper, uttered a statement that would inflict a profound emotional wound upon Rodimus. The god who has wrought havoc upon the gates of the underworld is not far away, but rather right before your eyes. Rodimus gasped, turning her head left and right, yet failing to discern the presence of any other deities. It was only when she turned back that she noticed Hecate's dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Suddenly, Rodimus grasped the truth, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. She extended a trembling finger towards herself and stammered, "Could it be that the audacious deity in question is me?" In the midst of Loti's astonishment, Hecate gently nodded and, with an undeniable tone, proclaimed, "Indeed, it is you, the audacious nature goddess, Loti." With a sudden thud, Loti collapsed to her knees, howling to the heavens and spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Chapter 67. I recruit security for the underworld. As she beheld the utterly shattered Loti, Hecate, the goddess of magic and souls, recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that during the divine competition, Loti had utilized a fragment of the nine heavens essence to unravel the portal to the underworld that Hecate had summoned, thereby securing victory in the contest. After the battle, Hecate assumed that the massive stone Loti had conjured to block the underworld's entrance would dissipate, thus she did not pay it much heed. Likewise, Loti believed that the portal to the underworld was merely a phantom conjured by Hecate, and therefore was indifferent to the fate of the nine heavens essence. Neither of them anticipated that the portal summoned by Hecate was, in truth, a genuine gateway to the underworld, and that the fragment of the nine heavens had not vanished with the conclusion of the duel. Rather, it had directly obstructed the entrance to the underworld, inciting chaos within. Under the report of King Hades, the goddess of night, Nyx hastily arrived at the gates of the underworld, intending to address this looming threat. The divine power of night coalesced in her hands, and a formidable blade of light struck directly at the colossal stone. However, contrary to her expectations of shattering rock, the nine heavens soil absorbed her divine energy and swelled rapidly like an inflated balloon. Both King Hades and Nyx fell into prolonged silence, observing the stone's unabated expansion. As the saying goes, to untie a bell, one must be the one who tied it. Thus, the deities of the underworld sent Hecate to summon the root cause of this chaos, the nature goddess, Rodius, to resolve the disturbances at hand. Upon hearing Hecate recount the events leading to this predicament, Rodius was filled with embarrassment. She promptly scrambled to her feet and, with a hint of guilt, exclaimed, it's all right. I will rectify this mistake I inadvertently made right away." The divine light surged from Rodius' hands, traversing the thronging souls like a tide, and passed through the heavy gates of the underworld, accurately landing within the forgotten nine heavens soil. In an instant, the once mountainous soil deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking back to its original gravel size. With this transformation, the gates of the underworld unexpectedly swung open with a thunderous crash, causing the souls at the forefront to stumble and fall, while those behind paid no heed and trampled over their fallen companions, eagerly jostling to enter the underworld. Fortunately, the departed souls could not perish a second time. The ones used as human cushions hastily scrambled to their feet, joining the frenzied throng. Observing the fortunate absence of casualties in this chaotic stampede, Rodius could not help but shout, "Slow down. Everyone, please slow down." Yet, her words fell like drops of water into the ocean, ignored by the souls. Faced with such a spectacle, Rodius could only force a smile. She then turned to Hecate. Unable to restrain her curiosity, and inquired, Hecate, are the souls of the underworld truly this fierce? The crisis that had troubled the underworld for several days was resolved. And with a sigh of relief, Hecate nodded, addressing Rhodeus' question. While a significant part of the reason was the prolonged closure of the underworld's gates, it was evident that prior to this, the souls had exhibited no semblance of order. Moreover, as the influx of souls into the underworld increased, such disorder had become the norm. With the continuous proliferation of beings created by Rhodeus and Prometheus, caused by various afflictions, adversaries, and accidents, the number of souls in the underworld had far surpassed previous levels, placing considerable strain on a realm that was not yet prepared. How could this be? Rhodeus pondered aloud. Do you know the ferryman of the river Styx, Xiyan? Hecate observed as Rhys nodded in understanding, and continued to explain that due to the limited capacity of Charon's wooden vessel, the souls yearned to occupy the front rows, eager to reach their place of rest as swiftly as possible. It was then that Rhys, gazing at the still tumultuous throng of souls, furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. She yearned to devise an effective solution to alleviate this harrowing scene in the life of a past existence, in order to avert congestion and unforeseen incidents. Both schools and communities would employ security personnel, be they guards or gatekeepers, to maintain order and address safety concerns. Might it be possible to assign a gatekeeper to the realm of the dead as well? As this thought crossed her mind, Lotus suddenly realized that while the Greek mythology does not feature a gatekeeper of the underworld, it does have a vigilant guardian in the form of a dog. This creature, known as Cerberus, the three-headed hound of hell, is the first monster chronicled in her comprehensive collection of Greek mythological beasts. Although the reasons for Cerberus not yet assuming his role in the underworld remain unclear, Lotus could expedite this process by securing him a steadfast position. With this notion in mind, she promptly began to share her ideas with Hecate, who, upon hearing Lotus's proposal, stroked her chin and found the suggestion exceedingly viable. Thus, she briefly parted ways with Lotus to seek the counsel of Hades, the current ruler of the underworld. As the souls before Lotus entered the gates of the underworld, Hecate returned with a joyful smile, proclaiming to Lotus, the lord of the underworld has consented to this notion. Upon hearing this, Lotus, who had once stirred chaos in Chiron Mountain and caused untold mischief among the creatures, eagerly volunteered, allow me to venture to Chiron Mountain and bring back Cerberus. Chiron Mountain, having lost its anchor with Typhon transformed into the pillar of heaven, saw the once dominant monsters abandon their home in search of suitable habitats across the globe. Only a few nostalgic creatures remained, choosing to dwell there, and Cerberus was one of them. On this day, young Cerberus joyfully rolled about in a muddy bog, coating himself in damp earth to shield against the scorching sun and the rising heat. As he lay sprawled on the ground, relishing the coolness, a flash of dark green light streaked across the sky, and a radiant goddess descended, landing upon his plump belly. As Cerberus opened his 3 pairs of eyes and beheld the goddess, a look of terror washed over him, for he instantly recognized her as Lotus, the formidable nature goddess who had forged his father into the 4 pillars of heaven during the great battle. Startled, Cerberus dared not breathe, transforming himself into a stone statue, silencing all movement. Observing Cerberus's petrified state, Lotus could not suppress a chuckle, and then gently addressed him, Cerberus, I have found you a splendid opportunity. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept this favor from me? Chapter 68, The Book of Tasks. Swiftly undertake this mission. After a cordial negotiation, whether it was the allure of the iron rice bowl or the submission to the imposing might of Romes, Cerberus, with its 3 heads nodding in agreement like a mortar pestle, consented to accept this special appointment from the underworld. Romes gently stroked Cerberus's fluffy heads and said, As per our agreement, I shall escort you to the underworld. I must now confine you to a rather dark place, but fret not. I will release you upon our arrival in the underworld. As Romes opened her system backpack, witnessing Cerberus obediently nodding in agreement, she waved her hand gently, securing him within the confines of the system's little dark room. Just as she intended to stow away the backpack and return to the underworld, she unexpectedly spotted the Sphinx, previously captured before the great battle, still silently lingering beside little Cerberus in the backpack. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about the Sphinx? Surely, he must still be alive, Romes thought, scratching her head in embarrassment. To avert any potential retribution from the Sphinx, she stealthily concealed herself atop a large tree, masking her presence. Once adequately prepared, she released the Sphinx from the confines of the system backpack. The blinding light compelled the Sphinx, who who had been in the little dark room for quite some time, to raise his forelimbs to shield his eyes. After adjusting to the brightness for a spell, he gradually opened his eyes, inhaling the long mist fresh air and surveying the familiar surroundings. Overwhelmed by emotions, the Sphinx, who had been unceremoniously confined in a pitch-black cell, could not help but shed tears of joy. Finally, I have returned to this world. Romies, observing the Sphinx weeping with joy, felt a pang of guilt and quietly invoked her divine powers, bestowing upon the Sphinx a blessing from the goddess of nature as a form of atonement for his prolonged captivity. Having completed this act, Romies ignited the magical scroll gifted by Hecate, and a pentagram teleportation array materialized beneath her feet. In an instant, she found herself before the familiar bronze gates of the underworld. Well, the teleportation scroll is truly a marvelous artifact. I must procure a few more from Hecate for future emergencies, Romies mused while simultaneously releasing Cerberus from the system backpack. Hecate, upon seeing the returning Romies, approached her with a smile, only to be startled by the unexpectedly enormous three-headed dog, Cerberus. Gazing at the imposing creature with its massive frame and sharp teeth, she could not help but exclaim, "Romies, you have made an excellent choice. This perfectly embodies the atmosphere of the underworld." Hearing Hecate's words, Cerberus proudly puffed out its chest, opened its three massive jaws, and drooled, the liquid hissing as it dripped to the ground, exuding an air of formidable authority. Aware of Cerberus's true nature, Romies refrained from exposing it and instead remarked approvingly, "With Cerberus present, the souls arriving in the underworld will surely adhere to the rules." Indeed, as Rhodius had anticipated, since Cerberus took residence in the underworld, serving as the vigilant guardian of its gates, he meticulously orchestrated the souls, ensuring they queued in an orderly fashion to pass through the entrance. Should anyone dare to contravene the regulations and attempt to cut in line, they would be met with the affectionate greeting of Cerberus's lethal claws and sharp fangs, as well as the experience of his toxic saliva, capable of corroding souls. Under his stringent watch, no perilous stampedes occurred at the gates of the underworld. However, that is a tale for another time. With the guardian selected, Hecate bid farewell to Rhodius and her newly appointed colleague, then proceeded to the palace of Hades to report back. Meanwhile, Rhodius, seizing the rare opportunity to explore the underworld, ventured beyond the gates, traversing the dim, sunless path to the banks of the Acheron River that spanned the realm. Upon exiting the path, Rhodius was taken aback by the scene before her. The riverbank, once desolate during her previous visit to pay homage to the goddess of night, was now teeming with souls, far exceeding the number she had observed at the gates. Xiyan, the ferryman of the river, stood on his wooden boat, impatiently bellowing, "No pushing. Form an orderly line to board." Yet, despite his voice rising several octaves, the souls paid him no heed, relentlessly jostling to board the dilapidated vessel. Witnessing this chaos, Rhodius felt a surge of anxiety, fearing the fragile boat might splinter under the weight of the souls. Just as she pondered this distressing scenario, a sudden burst of music, reminiscent of a heroic tale, filled the air, and a radiant little M appeared like a glowing bulb in the pitch-black underworld. Xiao Shi. Little M is here again." To shield her eyes from the blinding light, Rhodius discreetly raised her hand and implored, "For the sake of my eyesight, could you please lower your brightness, Little M?" "As you wish, Teacher Xiaoxi." Little M obediently dimmed his radiant aura and promptly flew into Rhodius's embrace, settling into a comfortable position as he began to articulate the purpose of his appearance. Sensing the fluctuations in the host's world, the system automatically issued the following task: resolve the soul crisis. The Battle of the Lich had finally concluded, yet the surge in souls presented a new dilemma for the world. Rhodius was requested to assist the Great Witch of Earth in embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation, which, for unknown reasons, had not materialized, to establish a reincarnation mechanism, construct the underworld, and alleviate the current crisis. Task rewards: randomly selected premium innate spiritual treasure 1, random talisman arts, and a substantial amount of merit. Upon hearing the system's assignment from Little M, Rhodius couldn't help but marvel at the system's intelligence. Truly a product of the Bureau of Good Fortune, capable of promptly sensing the unfolding events. Suddenly, she found herself lost in contemplation. Establishing a cycle of reincarnation was no trivial matter, and the underworld was beyond my jurisdiction. It would be unwise for me to meddle in its affairs. If I truly wish to undertake a significant transformation of the underworld, I would undoubtedly require the consent of the primordial deities Nyx and Erebus, as well as Hades, the Lord of the Underworld. This task was indeed fraught with challenges. just as Lotus hesitated over whether to accept this daunting mission. She felt an unusual stirring within her system's inventory. Upon opening the bag, she noticed that the Book of Humanity she had previously exchanged for was now radiating a brilliant light, as if it sensed something. Wasn't the book ultimately transformed into the ledger of life and death in the underworld? Suddenly recalling the book's purpose in the primordial world, Lotus gritted her teeth and resolved to take on this relatively arduous task. Chapter 69. The First Step of Transformation. The River Styx relief plan within the shadowy halls of the underworld palace. The exalted goddess of night, Nyx, the god of darkness, Erebus, and Hades, the supreme ruler of the underworld, were presently captivated like curious children, their eyes fixed intently on the demonstration conjured by Lotus's divine power. Indeed, with a heart full of trepidation, Lotus had arrived at the palace to present her grand transformation plan for the underworld to Hades. Having previously resolved the issue of the souls congesting the gates of the underworld, Hades, who held a favorable impression of her, displayed keen interest upon hearing her proposal. After all, as the newly appointed ruler of the underworld, Hades had yet to establish a clear direction for its governance and reform. And Lotus's comprehensive plan was akin to a timely solution to the persistent dilemma that had been troubling him. However, despite his nominal title as the Lord of the Underworld, there were still two other primordial deities of considerable influence, and Hades was obliged to seek their counsel. Thus, the scene at the beginning of this chapter unfolded. To present her plan more vividly, Lotus drew upon her extensive experience in creating presentations reminiscent of the top-tier formats in university group reports and crafted a stunningly detailed 4K ultra-high-definition presentation. She hoped that the vivid imagery, accompanied by her passionate narration, would pique the interest of Nyx and Erebus. As the final slide concluded, Lotus, slightly anxious, declared, "This concludes my plan for the transformation of the underworld. I wonder if the three of you would grant me the opportunity to proceed?" With Nyx leading the applause, the three deities offered Lotus their affirming claps. After a moment of contemplation, Nyx, who had formed a bond with Lotus through her exquisite gown, gently remarked, "Dear Lotus, your plan is remarkably comprehensive, and many of your ingenious ideas have truly impressed me. I shall cast my precious vote in your favor." Having garnered the affirmation of the goddess of the night, Nyx, Lotus wore a confident and gracious smile. She then turned her gaze towards the undecided Hades and Erebus. "I concur with Nyx's sentiments, and I wholeheartedly endorse your plan. I hope that under your transformation, the underworld will become orderly and harmonious, without a trace of doubt." The devoted Erebus cast his precious vote alongside Nyx, and aside from his admiration for Nyx, he held great esteem for Lotus as well. With 2 votes in favor, it now rested upon Hades to voice his opinion. Having already conferred with Lotus, the Lord of the Underworld nodded without hesitation. "I too agree with Lotus's vision. Do not hesitate to proceed." With all 3 votes secured, Lotus internally applauded her triumph, though she maintained an outward demeanor of decorum, slightly bowing to the 3 deities in gratitude. "Thank you for your support. I shall exert my utmost efforts to rejuvenate the underworld." At the banks of the Acheron River, Lotus, appointed as the master designer of the underworld by the supreme trio of deities, materialized above the throng of restless souls. Her divine power manifested as a translucent barrier, separating the clamoring spirits from the flustered ferryman, Xiyan. Lotus swiftly appeared beside Xiyan, initiating the first step of her transformation plan, the river's streamlining initiative. Securing Charon's consent, Lotus summoned the Xiyan cauldron, placing his long-serving, dilapidated wooden ferry within. The highly intelligent Xiyan cauldron, upon sensing Lotus's intentions, began the process of reshaping and fortifying Charon's vessel. With the familiar sound of completion ringing out, Lotus retrieved the transformed ferry, now unrecognizable, and set it upon the river's surface. A magnificent vermilion arched bridge spanned the eerie waters of the Acheron, its broad surface accommodating hundreds of souls traversing simultaneously. Dozens of lanterns flanked the bridge, casting a warm glow amidst the oppressive darkness of the underworld. An ancient-style pavilion stood at the bridge's entrance, a workspace meticulously crafted by Lotus for Xiyan. Respecting his divine duties, Lotus did not alter Xiyan's responsibilities, but instead devised a more relaxed method of ferrying souls. "Xiyan, come here. Allow me to elucidate your new responsibilities." Filled with curiosity, Xiyan followed Lotus into the pavilion, where he noticed a wooden box, completely enclosed except for a small opening at the top, positioned beside it. Additionally, a faintly discernible barrier loomed at the bridge's entrance. "Dear Xiyan," Lotus began her explanation, "henceforth, your task will be to sit in this pavilion and oversee that the souls deposit a silver coin into this box as a toll. Once the fee is paid, they may freely pass through the barrier and onto the bridge. Conversely, those who fail to pay will be halted by the barrier, regardless of their abilities. They shall not pass. Upon hearing the explanation from Lotus, Karen's eyes sparkled with delight as he joyfully applauded, exclaiming, "Splendid, Lotus! You have alleviated my burdens immensely. No longer shall I toil tirelessly ferrying souls, nor shall I struggle to maintain order. Moreover, I shall gain an additional source of income. My joyous life has finally arrived." Observing Karen's exuberance, Lotus smiled with pride, reveling in her ability to genuinely assist him in overcoming his challenges and extraneous tasks. Turning to the throng of souls gazing longingly at the great bridge, Lotus proclaimed, "Souls, henceforth, a single gold coin shall grant you passage across this bridge spanning the river Styx. However, as this is a newly instituted regulation, I shall make an exception this time, permitting you to cross the bridge and proceed to the realm of the deceased." With a flash of divine light, the barrier separating the souls was withdrawn, and the vast assembly of spirits, under the watchful eyes of Lotus and Xiyan, cautiously ascended the fairy bridge. Despite their multitude, the expansive bridge was more than capable of accommodating their presence. The earlier frenzy to be the first to cross had vanished. Each soul now had ample space to traverse the bridge freely, no longer needing to jostle for the scant few boarding slots. Witnessing the transformative change in the crossing process, Xiyan let out a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Lotus, saying, "Dear Lotus, should we not bestow a name upon this bridge?" "A name?" Lotus echoed, though she had already internally equated this bridge with the famed Nymph Bridge from the underworld. Nonetheless, she felt it prudent to devise a name more fitting for the realm of Greek mythology. "Xiyan, do you have any suggestions?" she inquired, sensing the spark of inspiration in Karen's gaze. "Let us call it the Soul Crossing Bridge." Chapter 70. The Transformation of the Second Stage. The soul judgment plan. A vast multitude of souls traversed the seemingly endless soul crossing bridge. Lotus took the lead, activating the teleportation scroll generously bestowed by Hecate, arriving at the far bank of the river Styx. Here, she was poised to initiate the second critical step in her grand plan for the transformation of the underworld. Armed with a portion of authority granted by Nyx, the goddess of night, Lotus commenced the monumental restructuring of the land. The expansive gray plains began to hum with energy, and a winding three-way junction unexpectedly emerged as the necessary route into the plains. A grand judgment platform rose majestically from the fork in the road, and the bewildered goddess of magic and spirits, Hecate, was summoned by Lotus to serve as a vital contributor. "Dear Hecate, would you care to lend your strength to the rebirth of the underworld?" Under the sparkling gaze of Lotus, Hecate sensed that an expectation of mischief loomed, yet, as a part of the underworld, she nodded in agreement, willing to contribute her efforts to the realm. "Excellent, Hecate." Lotus revealed a cunning smile. "Then let it be you who assumes the mantle of the great judge of the underworld." "What?" Hecate exclaimed. Though she was unaware of the true nature of this formidable title, it sounded exceedingly troublesome. Thus, she hesitantly inquired, "Is it too late for me to retract my decision?" "Indeed, it is far too late." Lotus decisively dismissed Hecate's desire to withdraw at the last moment. With a sense of urgency, she retrieved the long-suppressed tome from her system's inventory. Upon entering the underworld and sensing the aura of souls and death, the book radiated a brilliant glow. To the astonishment of both Lotus and Hecate, it transformed into a thick volume inscribed with the three characters for Book of Life and Death. Recognizing the unique circumstances of the realm, the book thoughtfully replaced the previously inscribed characters with Greek script. "Book of Life and Death?" Hecate murmured, softly articulating the unfamiliar name. She then turned to Lotus with a puzzled expression, seeking her explanation. Under the watchful gaze of Hecate, Lotus began to address her queries, elaborating on the responsibilities inherent to the position of the grand judge of the underworld. The Book of Life and Death embodies the laws of fate, chronicling the deeds and misdeeds of every being in existence, along with their mortal deadlines. As the grand judge of the underworld, Hecate, your role is to discern the merits and faults of the departed souls based on the records within this tome. Consequently, the souls will traverse divergent destinies according to your judgments. As for the nature of these varied outcomes, divine power emanated from Lotus's hands, manifesting three signposts at the three crossroads behind the judgment platform. The leftmost sign bore the inscription Elysium, a paradise designated for those whose virtues outweigh their sins or who are deemed innocent. This realm is a direct homage to the resting place of souls depicted in ancient Greek mythology. Lotus, harnessing the essence of vitality, has transformed this paradise. Elysium enjoys eternal spring, adorned year-round with verdant foliage and vibrant blossoms, serving as a terrestrial reflection within the underworld. A remarkable anomaly in its own right. Souls entering this domain will be granted permanent residency in Elysium, indulging in the blissful existence that follows death. Moreover, apart from choosing to reside in Elysium, souls also possess the option of reincarnation, returning to the earthly realm. However, the intricacies of this rebirth shall be discussed at a later time. Having spoken of Elysium, let us now turn our gaze towards the center, where the middle sign reads fire and lamentation. This is the designated path for souls whose transgressions in life outweigh their merits, yet bear comparatively lighter sins. The terminus of this route leads to the confluence of the fiery river Phlegethon and the river of lament, Poseidus, among the 5 infernal rivers. Those assigned to this location will endure the torment of both rivers, purging their sins to earn the chance for reincarnation. Finally, at the far right of the crossroads lies a sign that chills the spine and raises goosebumps, Tartarus. This is the ultimate fate for those burdened with grievous sins, where they will be subjected to ceaseless and eternal torment in that dreadful abyss. After hearing Lotus's vivid description, Hecate could not help but give a thumbs up. Her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Lotus, exclaiming, "Dear Lotus, how does your mind conceive such fantastical ideas? Has the goddess of wisdom, Métis, been bestowing blessings upon you since your inception?" "Thank you for your kind words, Hecate," Lotus modestly replied, "but these notions are not solely my own. They are a synthesis of insights drawn from the depths of ancient realms and the rich tapestry of Greek mythology interwoven together. As the saying goes, I stand upon the shoulders of giants." However, due to the myriad secrets surrounding her journey through time, she chose not to delve further into that topic. Instead, stating to Hecate, as the grand judge of the underworld, it is imperative to have an assistant. Thus, I have specifically sought out several formidable deities for you. As the words of Rhodes faded, the twin gods of death and sleep unfurled their wings and descended before her and Hecate. Following them were 3 additional goddesses, similarly adorned with wings, yet crowned with serpentine hair and weeping blood. These were the fearsome Furies, collectively known as the Erinyes, who instilled terror among the gods. They were Alecto, symbolizing unrest, Megara, representing enmity, and Tisiphone, signifying retribution. The terror these 3 goddesses evoked in the hearts of the divine stemmed largely from their origins. Born from the blood that fell upon the earth when the sky god Uranus was castrated, these goddesses emerged from the boundless wrath of the sky deity, endowed with formidable powers of vengeance. Rhodes, recognizing this, had implored Hades, the lord of the underworld, to summon these fearsome goddesses as assistants to Hecate, who would guide lost souls and administer punishment. Meanwhile, the brothers of death and sleep were tasked with harvesting the souls of those whose time had come, as recorded in the Book of Life and Death, thus allowing them to execute their duties with a coherent plan and heightened efficiency, rather than aimlessly wandering the earth. Chapter 71. The Third Station of Transformation. The reincarnation plan. Once Rhodes had elucidated the roles of the 6 deities, including Hecate, the first batch of souls successfully arrived at the judgment platform. Though newly appointed as the great judge of the underworld, Hecate, the goddess of ghosts, quickly found her footing. She sat before the judgment platform, exuding an overwhelming aura that instantly intimidated the approaching souls, causing their legs to buckle as they prostrated themselves before her. Heads bowed in silence. On the platform, a hefty tome of life and death began to turn of its own accord, intelligently revealing the basic information and deeds of the souls before Hecate. She promptly rendered her judgment based on their merits and transgressions. Those souls below, deemed to have more merits than faults, would enter the blissful realm of Elysium. Alecto, the Fury who represented unrest, immediately stepped forward, raising her torch high to guide the souls toward their destination. Observing Hecate's impressive display of authority, Rhodes smiled and expressed admiration to his dear friend, "My beloved Hecate, your commanding presence has taken me by surprise. It appears you are indeed suited for this position." "Do not jest, Rhodes. Just moments ago, the formidable Hecate blushed under the praise of Rhodes. Witnessing her companion exhibit such an authoritative demeanor evoked an indescribable sense of embarrassment within her. Perceiving Hecate's discomfort, Rhodes, who had experienced her share of social faux pas, instantly empathized with her feelings. With a gentle smile, she bid farewell to the deities before her, for she was about to embark on the most crucial phase of the grand transformation of the underworld, the establishment of the reincarnation system. This reincarnation system is the very heart of Romi's plan to adequately address the overcrowding of souls in the underworld. It relies on a cyclical mechanism that sends departed souls back to the realm of the living. This system not only alleviates the influx of souls into the underworld, but also breathes new life into the world, embodying a perpetually sustainable and efficient strategy for development. However, the legendary cycle of reincarnation is not easily established. In the primordial world, the Earth Mother sacrificed herself for the greater good, trading her life and freedom to create the 6 paths of reincarnation, while Romi's harbors boundless respect for the Earth Mother. The notion of sacrificing herself for reincarnation is one she cannot entertain, especially given the myriad of delectable cuisines and breathtaking vistas awaiting her exploration on Earth. Consequently, Romi's drew inspiration from the method of severing the 3 corpses in the primordial world and devised a compromise to undergo mitosis, allowing her avatar to oversee the reincarnation process. However, as she was only vaguely familiar with the method of severing the 3 corpses, she resolved to combine this with the idea of a soul artifact, inspired by a certain snake-faced deity, thereby creating a novel approach to embodiment. The chosen vessel for her avatar was the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Southern Flame Flag, and the mid-tier divine rank she attained by imparting knowledge of childbirth to humanity. Why select the childbirth deity? Because it is situated at the very end of the reincarnation cycle, serving as the final link that brings newborn souls into the world. Thus, this divine position, inherently tied to the path of reincarnation, became her unequivocal choice. With a clear intention in mind, Romi's immediately set her plan into motion. The Southern Flame Flag was summoned, and the temperature around her soared dramatically. Enveloped in blazing flames, Romi's remained immobile, as she was immersed in her benevolent thoughts. Throughout her life, every act of kindness she had performed unfolded in her mind. As the surge of goodwill enveloped her, Romi's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and she commanded the Southern Flame Flag before her with a decisive cry, "Sever!" At the sound of a command, the innate goodness of the Romi's people coalesced upon the sacred banner, and a spectral humanoid figure gradually materialized beside the flame-light banner in the southern expanse. Witnessing the effectiveness of the severing of the 3 corpses, Romi's was elated. However, recognizing that success still lay a distance away, she restrained her exuberance. Calming her tumultuous emotions, Romi's began to endure the immense pain brought forth by her fragmented soul, gritting her teeth as she infused a portion of her essence, mingled with the divine essence, into the ethereal figure. As the spirit received the soul and divine essence, it steadily became more corporeal. When a pair of deep violet eyes fluttered open, ripples of emotion surged within Romi's. She distinctly sensed her consciousness splitting, as if another being had suddenly taken residence within her body. Gazing upon the goddess before her, who bore a striking resemblance to herself, Romi smiled gently and spoke, "My beloved counterpart, I wish to name you Anastasia, signifying rebirth and resurrection. Would you be willing to accept this name?" "Thank you, dear Romi's. I am quite fond of this name," replied Anastasia, her silver hair cascading down as she bowed in gratitude to her original self. Under Romi's tender gaze, fully aware of her mission, Anastasia solemnly declared to the world, "O great world will, I am Anastasia, the goddess of childbirth born from the underworld. I aspire to embody reincarnation, perfecting the order of the cosmos. Reincarnation, as it is known, is the cycle of life and death. Souls traversing to the underworld may reignite the flame of life within this cycle. The beings of this world shall thrive under the protection of reincarnation, perpetuating existence and passing the torch of life. O world will, please heed my vow and grant me a sincere response, for I shall be the goddess of reincarnation." Anastasia's solemn oath resonated from the underworld to the vast earth, the boundless skies, and the oceans, even reaching the depths of Tartarus, which trembled at her declaration. Aside from the 3 deities in the underworld who were privy to Romi's incarnation plan, the hearts of the remaining gods were collectively filled with 2 perplexities. When did this unheard of goddess Anastasia come into being? And what, pray tell, is this concept of reincarnation? Those deities aware of Romi's identity as the goddess of childbirth were additionally burdened with a further query. What is the relationship between Romi's and this Anastasia? Regardless of the musings of the gods, after a considerable time following Anastasia's oath, the world will responded, sending a divine essence intertwined in black and white, cascading from the heavens into the soul of Anastasia in the underworld. A tremendous pressure radiated outward from her being as a colossal stone wheel, emanating an enigmatic luminescence, slowly rose behind her. This was the embodiment of reincarnation. Endowed with the divine essence of reincarnation, Anastasia ascended to a realm of formidable power, becoming a pivotal force within the underworld. Chapter 72. The conclusion of the journey in the netherworld. The birth of the god of reincarnation confirmed Lotus' conjecture. Under the inscrutable will of fate, Anastasia, the embodiment of reincarnation, and Hutu, the mother of the primordial earth, met with a similar destiny. As the foundation and essence of reincarnation, Anastasia was destined to remain forever confined within the small realm of the reincarnation platform, unable to leave at will. Fortunately, as Lotus's soul vessel and benevolent corpse, Anastasia could share visions and memories with her essence. Through Lotus's eyes, she could experience the myriad wonders of the world. The emergence of the goddess of reincarnation also brought advantages to Lotus. Although she and Anastasia possessed distinct consciousness, they were ultimately one being, and under certain circumstances, they could reunite. Thus, Lotus effectively wielded the immense powers of both nature and reincarnation, creating a synergy that transcended the simple arithmetic of 112. Her strength now placed her among the elite tier of deities with formidable powers. The birth of reincarnation naturally attracted countless gazes. However, due to the dark confines of the netherworld where the goddess resided, the deities above could not immediately seek news. Even Zeus, the king of gods, had to send a divine messenger to the netherworld to inquire about his brother Hades. Yet, as native deities of the underworld, nearly all the gods of the netherworld paused their tasks upon hearing Anastasia's oath, drawn by curiosity to the reincarnation platform. Nyx, the goddess of night, gazed into Lotus's dark eyes with unmistakable admiration, while Hades, the god of the underworld, exchanged knowing smiles with Lotus, both radiating joy at their success. Meanwhile, a small group consisting of Thanatos, Hypnos, Hecate, and Xiyan observed the two strikingly similar goddesses, whispering among themselves. Thanatos, why does this newly emerged goddess of reincarnation resemble Lotus so closely? Could she be a long-lost sister? Hypnos asked incredulously. In response, the god of death, Thanatos, gently tapped his brother's head and murmured, "Fool, haven't you heard? This is a newly born deity. How could she be Lotus's sister? Perhaps, instead, she might be her daughter." Upon hearing the god of death's speculation, Hecate, though equally puzzled, could not suppress a wry smile. "How can I say this kindly? We have only just parted from Lotus. Do you truly believe she could give birth to a daughter in such a brief span?" Meanwhile, the straightforward Xiyan, having listened to the inconclusive discussion among the three deities, boldly turned towards Lotus and inquired, "Dearest Lotus, this goddess of reincarnation, Anastasia, bears such a striking resemblance to you. Might I ask what your relationship is?" The Grim Reaper, the god of sleep, and the goddess of magic gazed in astonishment at Xiyan, who boldly posed a question to the principal figure. Upon hearing Karen's inquiry, Rhodes smiled faintly and, directing her gaze toward her friend, spoke enigmatically. "Would you like to know the nature of my relationship with Anastasia?" The four deities within Rhodes' line of sight nodded in unison. "Very well. Since you were so eager to learn, I shall divulge it." The four gods collectively held their breath, anticipating a revelation of extraordinary magnitude. However, Rhodes continued, "My relationship with Anastasia is a secret." The once anxious deities, who had hoped to uncover a grand mystery, found themselves deflated upon hearing Rhodes' words. Much like a punctured balloon. Observing their dismay, Rhodes wore a cunning smile, reveling in her successful ruse. She then turned her attention away from the newly ignited speculation of Hecate and the other deities, engaging instead in conversation with the three supreme gods of the underworld. "Esteemed goddess of night, god of darkness, and lord of the underworld, I have fulfilled my mission and brought to fruition all previously proposed ideas. I am confident that the underworld shall emerge revitalized as a result." "Dear Rhodes," Nyx's gentle voice resonated, "your actions have infused new vitality into the underworld we, along with Erebus, have created. We are immensely grateful for your contributions. Although you are not a deity of the underworld, I still regard you as an essential part of it. Whenever you encounter insurmountable challenges, know that you may seek assistance from me and Erebus at any time." The Lord of the underworld, Hades, likewise made a promise. "In gratitude for your aid, Rhodes, I shall bestow upon your incarnation, the goddess of reincarnation, Anastasia, the highest status. She shall hold the utmost authority in the underworld, second only to myself and the two primordial deities." "Thank you, Lord Hades." Standing silently beside Rhodes, Anastasia could not help but express her gratitude upon hearing Hades' promises. Thus, Rome's journey to the underworld concluded. Although initially summoned by Hecate to address the crisis involving the 9 days of rest, she inadvertently left a profound impact on the development of the underworld. However, little did Rome's anticipate that her significant contributions would also leave behind an unsolved enigma in the realm of Greek mythology. Nearly every deity who had encountered both Rome's and Anastasia would share a psychic bond, pondering the same question. Yet, the answer remained known only to Rome's herself and a few tight-lipped deities who would divulge nothing. As divine light flashed, a deep black hole abruptly appeared above the azure Lotus pavilion. Unexpectedly returning home after several days, Rome's emerged slowly from the void, stepping back into her warm abode. With a gentle wave of her hand, she stowed the key granted by Nyx, which allowed her free passage into the underworld, into her system's backpack. With this gemstone-shaped key, embodying the authority of the underworld, Rome's could traverse any corner of the realm at will. Rome's sudden arrival caused the busy nymphs to momentarily pause their tasks, accustomed to their divine leader's erratic comings and goings. They greeted her with smiles before returning to their duties, lacking the warm welcome that Rome's had envisioned for their long-awaited reunion. Even the Littleby family merely offered a few perfunctory chirps before resuming their playful antics. Witnessing this scene of indifference, Rome's clutched her chest and sighed. Lamenting how everything had changed, true heartache was not marked by loud disputes, but by such profound estrangement. Chapter 73. A string of spicy chicken skewers. The sound of a cork popping resonated, releasing a rich bouquet of fruit mingled with the robust aroma of wine that swiftly filled the air. Rome's greedily inhaled the fragrant atmosphere, her expression one of rapture. As the wine, crafted by her and the nymphs, was imbued with a unique flavor by the hands of Time, the greatest sorcerer, under the guidance of divine powers. The ruby-red wine surged forth from the wooden cask, tracing graceful parabolas in the air before finally cascading into the 7 cups and 4 saucers that had been meticulously arranged upon the wooden table. Bathed in the gentle embrace of sunlight, the members of Xiyan Pavilion found themselves enraptured within a sea of deep, purplish-red wine. After indulging in the exquisite nectar and adhering to the principle of moderation, Rodas resealed the cask containing the wine in the face of the dissatisfied protests from the 3 eager souls. Though this wine is truly delightful, do not succumb to gluttony, she cautioned. Moreover, as the wine continues to ferment, the next time we uncork it, you may very well savor an entirely different flavor. Under the enchanting influence of Rome's, the 3 majestic deer decisively relinquished their pursuit of fine wines. Their keen eyes fixated upon the wooden barrels, tongues lapping at their lips as they began to envision the exquisite flavors that would greet them upon the next uncorking of the coveted elixir. With a twinkle of amusement in her eye, Rome's gently shook her head at the deer, now completely ensnared in their daydreams. She then turned her attention to the bowl of olives, painstakingly harvested by the nymphs throughout the afternoon. Today marked a momentous occasion in the small kitchen of the Rome's household, for she was about to transform these olives into versatile olive oil, suitable for frying, sauté, and more. Once the olives were thoroughly washed, Rome's meticulously chopped the deep blue-black fruits, removing their pits. One might ponder, but aren't olives supposed to be green? Rome's, too, had initially harbored this misconception upon her first encounter with the olives of the Greek mythological realm. She had once believed these to be a peculiar variety of blueberries, never considering their true identity until the nymph's reminders and the familiar taste of olive oil from pizza rekindled her memory, confirming that these purple-black fruits were indeed genuine olives. It is worth noting an intriguing tidbit. The common green olives found in China belong to the Oleaceae family, while the black olives of Greece are classified under the Moraceae family. In terms of genetic lineage, the osmanthus, which shares the same family as black olives, is actually more closely related to them than green olives. Furthermore, the widely used olive oil is derived from black olives. Returning to Rome's oil extraction process, she poured the chopped olives into a stone mill that had long been dormant. With a surge of divine power, the stone began to spin rapidly, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Should a modern observer witness this spectacle, they might be reminded of the saying that wealth can compel even ghosts to grind grain. However, our Rome's possesses divine strength to set the mill in motion. As the stone ground the olives, the oily essence was pressed out, merging with the pulp and flowing through the mill's outlet directly into the wooden barrel position below, filling it to the brim. After filtering out impurities with a cloth bag, All that remained was to await the separation of oil and water within the barrel. Once the olive oil floated to the surface in its entirety, the task would be deemed a resounding success. While waiting, Lotus was not idle. She busily engaged with 6 nymphs, washing vegetables and cutting meat. Today, she had resolutely decided to recreate a dish that lingered on her palate until the very last moment before her transmutation. Spicy skewered chicken sold at a mere yuan per skewer. Skillfully igniting a flame, she immersed the prepared ingredients in boiling water, while the 6 nymphs deftly threaded the ingredients onto wooden sticks. Meanwhile, Lotus focused on concocting the essential crimson dipping sauce, as the allure of the spicy skewered chicken hinged upon this critical component. However, due to environmental constraints, she had to utilize locally sourced ingredients to craft a red oil with distinctive regional flavors. She poured crushed chili powder into a wooden basin, adding rosemary, fennel, pepper, and other aromatic spices, before generously sprinkling a handful of raw sesame seeds atop the mixture. In the meantime, the olive oil had completely risen to the surface of the mixture. Lotus carefully extracted it and stored it in a transparent crystal bottle. He added 2 spoons of freshly pressed olive oil to the blended spices, stirring them together before igniting the stove. Once the olive oil in the stone pot reached a temperature of 70%, he poured the first splash of hot oil into the wooden basin, awakening the essence of the chili and various spices, accompanied by the sizzling sound of the hot oil. A rich and complex aromatic blend instantly captured the attention of Nymph and Xiyan's family. However, at this stage, the red oil was not yet complete. Extinguishing the flame and allowing the oil to cool to a temperature of 40%, Lotus carefully lifted the stone pot and poured the hot oil into the wooden basin. Dense bubbles began to froth as he seized the moment to sprinkle in a handful of cilantro. As someone who feels they cannot live without cilantro, one of Loremus's aspirations is to cultivate this delightful herb in every corner of the world. Cilantro is a treasure bestowed upon humanity by the heavens, he proclaimed. He then added delicious chicken broth, mixing it well, followed by a touch of honey. Once this basin of glistening, aromatic red oil had cooled, Lotus immersed all of Ningfu's prepared ingredients within it. The enticing red oil enveloped the ingredients, gradually seeping into every corner, generously imparting its exquisite flavor to each component. Gazing at the alluring bowl of spiced chicken and inhaling the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, Lotus could not help but swallow hard. As the 6 Ningfu took their seats and Xiaobai's family's portions were ready, it was time to feast. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Rodius issued a command and eagerly grabbed a handful of lotus root slices, hastily shoving them into her mouth. The crispness of the slices resonated with a delightful crunch, while the assertive spiciness swiftly enveloped her taste buds. A symphony of various aromatic spices then erupted, dancing joyfully on her tongue. Having long been deprived of such tantalizing heat, Rodius could not resist the urge to indulge, consuming one skewer after another. In contrast to the unperturbed Rodius, the nymphs, experiencing the fiery flavor for the first time, were utterly captivated. Despite perspiring profusely and panting from the heat, they could not bear to relinquish their bowls of spicy chicken, thoroughly ensnared by the allure of chili. Little White's family shared in this fervor as well. In a matter of moments, hissing sounds echoed throughout the courtyard of the Qinglian pavilion, as the formidable appetites of the Germans led to the swift depletion of a large pot of spicy chicken. Chapter 74, Beautiful Sister. How I adore you. The radiant sunlight spilled through the window, illuminating the delicate features of Rodius, who stifled a yawn and rubbed her bleary eyes, struggling to rise from her bed. Perhaps it was due to the excessive dose of sleep powder administered by Hypnos the previous day that she appeared so drowsy at this moment. Although Rodius longed to indulge in further slumber, today marked a significant occasion. After a period of diligent effort, the newly appointed god King Zeus, having resolved the lingering issues left by Cronus, extended an invitation to the deities to convene a momentous meeting on Mount Olympus. However, the specifics of this gathering were as elusive as the enigmatic Zeus himself, who, like Rodius, had mastered the art of suspense. As Rodius tended to her morning routine, Hypnos, soaring alongside his brother Thanatos from the underworld to Olympus, could not suppress a sneeze. With a grave expression, he turned to the god of death and murmured, "Thanatos, surely there is a deity maligning me behind my back." Towering majestically, Mount Olympus was a rare sight, as nearly all deities capable of attending had gathered at its summit, save for those like the reincarnation goddess Anastasia, who could not leave their abodes. Even 3 of the primordial goddesses, Gaia, Nyx, and Erebus, were present among the assembly of gods. Deities. Zeus interjected, interrupting the conversations among the gathered gods. Rhodius, who had been happily conversing with her old friend, the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, fell silent and turned her gaze toward the imposing figure of Zeus, eager to hear what he had to say. The reason we have convened here today is to announce the birth of the new 12 Olympian gods. As Zeus's words resonated, 12 magnificent thrones gradually ascended behind him. The previously silent gods exchanged glances and once again began to engage in hushed yet fervent discussions, eager to discern which deities would claim the 12 seats of supremacy. Under the witness of several primordial gods, following deliberations among myself, Poseidon, and 3 others, we ultimately established the following list of 12 major deities. Zeus, the sovereign of the skies; Poseidon, the ruler of the oceans; Hades, the master of the underworld; Hestia, Hera, and Demeter, the overseers of the earth. The names of the first 6 gods were uttered by Zeus, and there was no dissent among the gathered deities, as it was anticipated that these 6, wielding the divine authority of the king of gods, would rightfully occupy a seat among the pantheon. The goddess Rhetus, who presided over nature, was engaged in speculation with Mnemosyne when she suddenly heard her name mentioned, causing her a momentary surprise. Mnemosyne quietly congratulated her. As the identities of the 10 major deities were unveiled, the tension on the faces of the assembled gods became increasingly palpable. They eagerly awaited to hear their names from Zeus's lips, for everyone aspired to be counted among this illustrious 12. Hecate, the mistress of magical secrets, gasped in astonishment. Clad in a dark cloak and having spent most of her existence in the underworld, she had never anticipated that one of the 12 deities, closely linked to the realm above, would include her. Upon hearing Hecate's soft exclamation, Nyx and Erebus exchanged knowing smiles, clearly indicating their influence in this matter. As for the final seat of divinity, before Zeus could continue, the sky above the sacred mountain suddenly transformed. A chariot drawn by doves descended gracefully from the heavens, revealing a goddess of exquisite beauty, adorned with lustrous golden hair and porcelain-like, flawless skin. As the gazes of the gods converged upon her, this unfamiliar goddess, Rhetus, remained unperturbed, seemingly relishing the attention bestowed upon her. With a perfect smile, she elegantly bowed to all present, introducing herself. "I am Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty." In an instant, both male and female deities present were captivated, their eyes reflecting adoration and infatuation as they gazed at the enchanting Aphrodite, entranced by her every gesture. Many male gods found themselves silently repeating her name, unmistakably smitten by this goddess they had only just encountered. Even Rhetus could not escape the allure of Aphrodite's beauty. Her thoughts racing. "Wow, this is the legendary goddess of beauty. Truly magnificent, I am utterly in love." Now, let us turn back the clock to the time before Zeus proclaimed the list of the 12 Olympians. Upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, where the male emblem of Uranus fell, the snow-white waves, resembling pearls, surged forth, casting a magnificent shell upon the golden shore. Beneath the warm embrace of the sun, a colossal shell gradually unfurled, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful goddess, who rose gracefully from within. As her bare feet touched the sandy shore, exquisite flowers blossomed at her every step. She was none other than Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, born from the male essence of Uranus. In truth, even before Cronus cast Uranus's emblem into the sea, Aphrodite had begun to gestate. However, for reasons unbeknownst to all, her birth had been long delayed. It was only after she had cultivated immense power within the shell that she could finally grace this beautiful world. Just as Aphrodite's curiosity beckoned her to explore the long-awaited realm, a chariot drawn by doves descended from the heavens, whisking her away to Mount Olympus. Sensing this moment, the 3 Moirai in the Hall of Fate exchanged knowing smiles. Fast forward to the present, Aphrodite observed the awestruck deities around her, enchanted by her beauty. With a playful wink, she reveled in the scene, for it was her divine duty to captivate. As the primordial gods beheld Aphrodite's emergence, their expression shifted, and they began to whisper among themselves. "The goddess of love and beauty," inquired Nyx, the goddess of night, to her elder sister Gaia, seemingly seeking confirmation of a thought. "Indeed, Nyx, it has not been easy for him to finally make an appearance," Gaia replied, nodding in affirmation, a fond smile gracing her features as she gently shook her head. With this contemplative exchange, Nyx summoned Zeus, whispering in his ear. Upon receiving his nod of consent, she exuded a sense of relief. "Ladies and gentlemen, Zeus's sudden proclamation roused the gods, who had been lost in the allure of Aphrodite's beauty. They turned their gazes toward the king of the gods. I announced that the final member of the 12 Olympians is none other than the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. Chapter 75. A false alarm for Rotes. Zeus's declaration sent ripples through the assembly, jolting the gods from the enchantment cast by Aphrodite. They looked up at Zeus in disbelief, questioning why he would bestow the last divine position upon this newly born goddess. Many began to speculate whether Zeus harbored ulterior motives regarding Aphrodite, while astute deities pondered the extraordinary attributes that must accompany a goddess of such formidable power. Among those who had noticed the whispered conversations of the primordial deities was Rotes, who advanced further than the others, speculating on the connections between Aphrodite and the primordial gods. She scrutinized the goddess of love and beauty, engaging in a mental tempest. What ties did Aphrodite share with the primordial beings, and why did Gaia, Nyx, and Erebus extend such protection over her? Could it be that she is the child of two primordial deities? It indeed seems plausible. Which two could they be? We can first eliminate the couple of the night, as the divine attributes of love and beauty do not align with their family's essence. The god of the abyss is equally improbable, leaving us with only Gaia. Love and beauty, love and beauty. My goodness, could it be that Aphrodite is the offspring of the elusive god of love, Eros, and Gaia? Rotes was taken aback by her own conjecture. As she continued along this train of thought, she felt the likelihood of her theory growing ever stronger. Unbeknownst to her, she had veered away from the path leading to the truth, forming a monumental misunderstanding about Aphrodite's origins. Under the watchful gaze of the gods, Zeus, amidst the tempest of public opinion, offered no clarifications, merely stating, "This is a decision made in concert with several primordial deities." He concluded the consecration of the 12 Olympians with a casual remark, swiftly moving on to the next agenda. Gods, in addition to gathering you here for the matters concerning the 12 Olympians, we have another equally significant endeavor today, to present to all beings in the world the resplendent image of the new gods of Olympus. Having gleaned the concept of making a bold entrance from Rotes, Zeus, along with his 5 siblings, deemed it essential to declare to the world the existence of the new pantheon centered around the 6 of them, thereby formally bidding farewell to the dark era of Cronus' reign and marking a splendid conclusion, as well as inscribing a fresh beginning for the vibrant gods of Olympus. Gods, follow my lead, manifest from the clouds, and engrave our magnificent image in the hearts of every living being. Under Zeus's command, all the deities atop Mount Olympus appeared amidst the clouds, and Rotes, as one of the newly anointed 12 Olympians, naturally stood in the front row alongside the 3 primordial gods. A resounding thunder echoed from the heavens, signaling all beings on earth to look up. Guided by the thunder, they collectively raised their gaze towards the sky, where they beheld hundreds of deities, each strikingly beautiful and diverse in form. Zeus's authoritative voice resonated across the land, the oceans, the underworld, and even the unfathomable abyss. We are the gods of Olympus, the new rulers of this world. Beings of the earth, behold the splendor of the gods. As Zeus's voice resonated, each deity, in unison, infused divine power into the essence of their souls. The vibrant hues of divine light painted the azure sky with a kaleidoscope of colors, while the clouds roiled, and the astonishing phenomena created by the divine realms intertwined and manifested in the air. The creatures of the earth, overwhelmed by this grand spectacle, prostrated themselves, offering their utmost reverence to the gods of Olympus. At that moment, a voice, tinged with a sense of weariness, echoed from the earth, reaching the ears of the gods. Rotius turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a look of astonishment, for it emanated from the sacred ground of humanity, the valley where the first humans were born. Esteemed gods of Olympus, please accept the bountiful offerings from humanity. May the magnificent deities generously bestow blessings upon us. And may you forever protect the human race that reveres you. As one of humanity's progenitors and a knowledgeable participant, even a planner of this divine event, the prophet Prometheus harbored a subtle intention. 7 days prior, he had delivered an oracle to the humans in the sacred land, urging them to seize this rare opportunity to win the favor of the gods and reap unimaginable benefits. Hundreds of slaughtered cattle and sheep lay upon the sacred white cloth, adorned with countless flowers and fruits, while milk and fine wine filled ornate golden goblets embellished with magnificent gems. Aside from Rotius, whose expression changed unexpectedly, the other deities displayed satisfied smiles at humanity's offerings. If one were to inquire why Rotus bore a different expression from the gods, it was not due to dissatisfaction with humanity's actions. Rather, it stemmed from a troubling memory. She recalled the significant event recorded in her notes during her quest to compile a comprehensive guide to the mythical monsters of Greek mythology, specifically the source of Prometheus's suffering, the deceitful nature of a sacrifice. Alarm bells rang in Rotus's mind. She feared that within the seemingly abundant offerings of meat, there might lie hidden, ulterior motives. Yet, being amidst the assembly of gods, she could not directly inquire with Prometheus. Thus, Rotus could only cast a serious gaze at Prometheus beside her, contemplating how to rescue her dear companion should the fabled tale unfold as feared. Sensing Rotus's unwavering scrutiny, Prometheus, mistaking her intense gaze for displeasure, wore a perplexed expression. He inwardly fretted, "Oh no. Is it because the humans did not seek Rotus's consent for their sacrifice to the gods that she is upset?" With that thought, Prometheus grew anxious. He extended his left hand, subtly poking Rotus's arm, hoping for a response. However, Rotus, lost in her own thoughts, remained oblivious to Prometheus's gentle gesture. As she struggled to devise a suitable plan, her heart raced with anxiety. "Oh dear, why does my mind fail me at such a crucial moment? Prometheus, please do not do anything foolish." As Romes anxiously pondered her lack of ideas, the mighty Zeus had already waved his hand, accepting the bountiful offerings on behalf of the gods. The delighted deities fulfilled their promises, bestowing their blessings upon humanity. It was only when she felt the divine radiance cascading from the gods around her that Romes suddenly realized that all her earlier concerns had proven unfounded. The offerings presented by humanity were genuine and untainted by deceit. A weight lifted from her heart. Romes clutched her chest and exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Oh my, what a needless fright I endured." Chapter 76. The science behind why one feels increasingly satiated after a meal. Perhaps it was the unexpected flutter of Romes, this little butterfly, that altered the course of events. In the original myth, Prometheus had deceived Zeus by wrapping bones in butter, moved by humanity's sufferings. But that ruse had not come to pass. Instead, humanity, having embraced Romes's sustainable practices in livestock farming, generously multiplied their intended offerings severalfold. After all, compared to the blessings of the gods, such gifts were trivial for the affluent. With her anxiety dissipated, Romes gazed upon the humans basking in divine light, her face gradually softening into a smile. Meanwhile, Prometheus, ever attentive to her expressions, was left bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. Scratching his head, he muttered softly, "Why has Romes suddenly smiled? Is she no longer upset?" Ah, the thoughts of a goddess are truly inscrutable. The grand event concluded with humanity reaping the utmost benefits, as the deities waved their farewells and returned to their respective sanctuaries. At the summit of the divine mountain, outside the verdant temple exuding a vibrant aura of life, Rotus was orchestrating the growth of plants as they gracefully ascended the intricately carved marble columns. This was her newly established nature temple atop Olympus. Traditionally, deities of medium strength and above were permitted to construct their own sanctuaries upon the mountain. However, Rotus, who had gained the privilege of residing on the divine mountain through Kronos' bestowal during the grand feast of the gods, had yet to indulge in this honor, even after ascending to a formidable level of divine power. While a significant part of this oversight stemmed from her having forgotten about the matter entirely, the primary reason was her habitual residence in the azure Lotus Pavilion, which rendered her visits to the divine mountain quite rare. Hence, she deemed it unnecessary to claim a space, preferring to allow another deity to benefit from a prime location. Nonetheless, as one of the 12 principal deities, it was indeed unbecoming for Rotus to lack her own temple on Olympus. In an effort to ensure her temple's architectural style harmonized with the surrounding sanctuaries, she abandoned the notion of constructing a Chinese-style edifice akin to the azure Lotus Pavilion. Instead, she opted to erect a temple that was quintessentially Greek in its natural design. As the final vine reached its designated position, Rotus gazed upon her meticulously designed masterpiece, her palms coming together in applause. "Ah, my taste continues to be impeccable, as always. I am truly deserving of my title as the goddess of craftsmanship." After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Rotus entered the newly constructed Temple of Nature, resolved to spend the night there. The veil of the goddess of night consumed the brilliant hues of twilight, as the profound darkness seized dominion over the sky, and Selene's chariot began its celestial journey. Beneath the radiant moonlight, Rotus, having savored the delightful delicacies prepared by the nymphs of the divine mountain, gently caressed her slightly rounded belly as she exited the temple. A crisp burp escaped her lips, startling her into a wary glance around. Relieved to find no other deities or nymphs present, she exhaled softly. Having endured several mortifying experiences, she was keen to preserve her dignified, though not truly, image in the eyes of the gods. Once more, she rubbed her satiated abdomen and embarked on a leisurely stroll atop the divine mountain, engaging in a post-meal promenade, a traditional digestive remedy. As she meandered along the winding cobblestone path, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the grand garden of Mount Olympus. Enveloped by the fragrant air, she willingly entered, inspired by the notion of a nocturnal garden exploration. Upon entering the garden, Rhodes discerned that the rich floral scent emanated from delicate yellow blossoms nestled within the low, verdant shrubs, bearing a name well known to daughters of Huaxia, the night-blooming jasmine. O night-blooming jasmine, I sing for you. O night-blooming jasmine, I ponder for you. She softly hummed this timeless classic, leisurely wandering amidst the ocean of flowers, accompanied by the luminous moonlight and twinkling stars. Suddenly, her keen senses detected faint whispers, prompting her to cease her humming. The sounds originated from beyond the nearby flower thicket. Driven by curiosity, Rhodes turned her direction towards the source, eager to discover which discerning deity, like herself, had chosen to revel in the garden's splendor at night. However, to her astonishment, upon reaching the source of the sound, she crouched low, blending her essence with nature, while instinctively covering her mouth to stifle an impending shout. For there, on the other side of the blossoms, her beloved disciple, the illustrious king of the gods, Zeus, was passionately embracing a woman whose features were obscured. Oh heavens, I merely came for a leisurely stroll, and now I've stumbled upon a couple in their romantic revelry. She lamented internally. What was intended as a light digestive walk has turned into an overwhelming feast of affection. How could Zeus conceal such depths of love from me, his most cherished minor? Within her heart, a fervent desire surged. She yearned to uncover the identity of Zeus's clandestine companion. As Zeus was Rhodes's exceptional and esteemed disciple, she could effortlessly recognize him by his silhouette even from 20 meters away. Even beneath the dual shroud of night and blooming flowers, she instantly recognized the male figure in that fervent kiss as Zeus bends. However, the identity of the female remained a complete enigma to her, igniting her insatiable curiosity to uncover the truth. The human penchant for curiosity is formidable. Even for the divine goddess Lotus, it was no exception. To catch a glimpse of Zeus's lover, she ensured her presence remained concealed and, undeterred by the potential risk of exposure, cautiously peered out from behind the foliage. As her line of sight ascended, Lotus first observed the chin of the female being tenderly held by Zeus, followed by their lips, intimately intertwined in a passionate embrace. Just as she prepared to gaze further upward, her eyes abruptly met the unmistakable violet orbs of the woman, as large as those of a cow. In that fleeting moment of connection, Lotus felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, her entire being frozen in shock, her eyes widened, her mouth agape. And she couldn't help but exclaim the name of the person before her. Hera. Chapter 77. Lotus. The dog food is truly delicious. The cool moonlight cascaded over the garden at night, illuminating the exposed Lotus and Zeus. As Hera regarded them with wide eyes, awkward expressions surfaced on their faces, and an eerie atmosphere began to envelop them, leaving the three deities in a prolonged silence, unsure of how to break the tension. Oh, how coincidental. Zeus and Hera, are you also here for a stroll in the garden? Perhaps due to the exceedingly strange ambience. Lotus, eager to alleviate the discomfort, blurted out the words before her mind could interject. The moment the words escaped her lips, she immediately regretted it, wishing she could strike herself twice across the face. Ugh, Lotus, are you out of your mind? What do you mean, are you also here for a stroll? You clearly saw them locked in a passionate kiss. Upon hearing the inquiry from Romes, both Zeus and Hera were rendered utterly speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Meanwhile, Romes herself found herself ensnared in a fervent self-examination, too preoccupied to pay heed to Zeus and Hera, which only exacerbated the already awkward atmosphere. Ultimately, it was our newly appointed king of the gods who spoke up, salvaging the situation that had plummeted into an icy silence. Dear teacher, since you have already witnessed this, I shall no longer conceal the truth. In fact, Hera and I have been in a relationship for some time now. However, due to our recent preoccupations with the mess left behind by Cronus, we have not seen each other for an extended period. Thus, we seized this opportunity with the assembly of the gods at Olympus, to clandestinely meet under the cover of night, in order to alleviate our longing for one another. Little did we anticipate that you would happen upon us. Zeus's words extricated Romes from her self-reproach. Embarrassed, she sheepishly touched her nose and remarked, I did not intend to disrupt your affair. I merely stepped out for a stroll to aid digestion after overindulging in food. Who would have thought that events would unfold so fortuitously? With the tension now alleviated, the awkwardness dissipated, and Romes, now an unintentional third wheel, settled on a garden bench. Observing Zeus and Hera, their fingers entwined, she listened to their tale while savoring the delightful spectacle of their affection. The romance between Zeus and Hera traces back to the downfall of their predecessor, King Cronus. At that time, the ruler of the skies, Zeus, would frequently fulfill his celestial duties, surveying the earth and seas. Their love story began during an extraordinary patrol. One day, as Zeus gazed down upon the exquisite realm from the clouds, reveling in the flourishing life below, a melodious laughter echoed from the earth just as he prepared to return to Mount Olympus. Intrigued by the sound, Zeus followed it. Discovering a beautiful golden-haired goddess dancing amidst a bed of flowers, this goddess was Hera. Though Zeus and Hera shared the same bloodline, they had not crossed paths for a considerable time since Gaia had heeded Romes' suggestion to allocate distinct domains among their 6 siblings. Upon encountering Hera after such a long separation, Zeus felt a playful urge to tease his sister. With a flash of divine light, he transformed into a petite and delicate lark, fluttering to her side. The enchanting melody emanating from the lark's beak harmonized with Hera's dance, shifting from the gentle flow of a clear spring to the delicate sound of pearls upon jade. Captivated by the charming bird that had suddenly appeared to accompany her performance, Hera paused her steps and extended her hand forward. The lark, embodying Zeus, gracefully alighted upon Hera's palm. Looking at the bird nestled in her hand, she tenderly spoke, Dear bird, thank you for your song. After speaking, Hera gently bestowed a kiss upon the lark, her warm breath, soft lips, and the unique fragrance that enveloped her utterly bewitched Zeus. He immediately freed himself from Hera's grasp, reverting to his original form. The sudden transformation startled Hera, and upon recognizing that it was Zeus who had playfully teased her, she could not help but step forward and affectionately deliver a playful tap to his forehead. My dear Zeus, how audacious of you to dare to tease me. Throughout his childhood, the only time Zeus had received a kiss on the forehead was from Lotus, given in a gesture of fondness and blessing. Hera's unexpected kiss pierced Zeus's heart like an arrow. His face flushed crimson, and his words began to falter. My dearest Hera, please forgive me. Hera found Zeus's flustered demeanor amusing, and with a gleeful smile, she opened her arms wide to embrace him. Oh, dear Zeus, I had no idea your voice was so melodious. Of course, I shall forgive you, for you are my most beloved brother. In the warm embrace of Hera, the inexperienced Zeus gradually developed feelings that transcended mere kinship, inevitably falling in love with Hera. Thus, our king of gods began to stray from his duties. After each inspection of the earth, he would seek out Hera under the guise of closeness, engaging in meaningful conversations with her. Hera, in turn, discovered through their exchanges that they shared numerous interests and aspirations, leading to an ever-deepening bond. From that moment on, they often met amidst a sea of blossoms, where their love began to bloom. Though the tale of Zeus and Hera's romance appears rather kitsch, reminiscent of the storylines from antiquated idol dramas that Romes had previously watched, she found herself captivated, occasionally gasping in surprise. She was utterly taken aback by her beloved disciples' innocence. Their love story was remarkably pure. Although she was already aware that Hera and Zeus would ultimately become husband and wife, Romes, coming from a contemporary background, found it somewhat difficult to accept the familial entanglements unfolding before her. However, considering that this was the realm of Greek mythology, where Uranus and Gaia could produce the 12 titans, the forbidden romance of Zeus and Hera seemed trivial in comparison. Reflecting on this, Romes, having embraced the love between Zeus and Hera, regarded the affectionate couple with a motherly gaze and, with a smile, posed a question that many elders in her homeland would ardently ask. Dear Zeus and Hera, may I inquire, out of curiosity, when do you plan to enter the sacred bond of marriage? Chapter 78. The sweet taste the golden solar chariot, drawn by the divine steed, let out a resonant cry as it traversed the sky. Romes stretched languidly as she emerged from the natural temple. Although she did not receive an answer from Zeus and Hera the previous night, their affectionate demeanor hinted at the arrival of good news. Moreover, aside from her hopes for Zeus and Hera's impending nuptials, She was brimming with anticipation for the debut of her newly acquired innate treasure, which, at that moment, was pulsating with red light within her system's backpack and would prove useful in Zeus's marriage. Beneath the azure sky, Romy sat gracefully atop her steed, the aura of her divine nature shimmering as her vast perception expanded from her center, enveloping the entire land. After a thorough exploration, she quickly pinpointed the target of her quest. Directing her steed to land beside a rushing river, Romy's beheld the tall, straight crops, their surfaces coated with a smooth, waxy layer glistening in shades of deep and light green, her desired sugarcane. With a wave of her divine power, she severed a mature stalk, and with a crisp crack, the air was filled with a refreshing and sweet fragrance. Peeling away the hard, scale-like exterior, the pure, jade-like flesh of the sugarcane revealed itself before Romy's. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed as she could not resist gently biting into the ivory-like sugarcane. In an instant, the sweet juice exploded in her mouth, overflowing and trickling down her throat, while Romy's delicately wiped the excess juice with her hand, her face radiating a blissful expression of pure enjoyment. Observing Romy's revel in her delight, Xiaobai could no longer contain its curiosity and yearned to taste the sugarcane as well. With an eager bounce, it scampered to the base of the freshly cut sugarcane, sinking its teeth into the sweet flesh. The delightful flavor enveloped its palate, prompting a crisp chirp of joy as Xiaobai finally understood the source of Romy's happiness. Having savored the entirety of the sugarcane's nectar, Romy's waved her hand, effortlessly storing the entire grove of sugarcane into her system's backpack. She then summoned a still engrossed Xiaobai, and they hastened back to Lotus Lake. Retrieving a substantial amount of sugarcane from her system, Romy's planted them along the shores of the lake, where divine energy transformed into nourishing rain, aiding the newly relocated sugarcane in adapting to their new home. Under the influence of divine power, the sugarcanes thrived, their roots quietly spreading through the soil, forming an extensive network beneath the ground. With the relocation of the sugarcane accomplished, Romy's eagerly returned to the courtyard, extracting the remaining stalks with zeal, determined to fulfill her earlier promise of making sugar. The 6 nymphs, upon hearing their deity's summons, set aside their tasks and gracefully approached. Under Romy's direction, they uniformly chopped the sugarcane, which had been effortlessly peeled by divine power, into small segments. These prepared pieces were then placed into a mortar previously used for making lotus powder. Accompanied by the resounding thud of the pestle, the sugarcane was repeatedly crushed, with the sweet juice gradually separating from the coarse fibers. Using an old cloth bag, the sugarcane juice was filtered to remove impurities, leaving behind a clear, radiant liquid exuding an alluring sweetness reminiscent of a mountain spring. At this stage, the process of sugar making had already achieved significant success. With the sugarcane juice successfully obtained, Romy's prepared to enter the crucial phase of boiling the sugar. Skillfully igniting a flame, she watched as the sugarcane juice began to simmer in the stone pot, the bubbling foam on the surface vividly indicating its rich sweetness. Under the fierce flames, as time progressed, the previously clear sugarcane juice gradually thickened, its color transforming from transparent to golden, ultimately becoming a deep brown syrup. Lotus gathered her long hair, which cascaded over her shoulders, and, wielding a long rod, began to stir the mixture in the stone pot, marking the final step in the sugar-making process. Pulling the sugar, she deftly lifted the boiling syrup with her rod, swiftly stretching it back and forth in the cool air, as the viscous syrup traced golden arcs in the air, gradually cooling and solidifying into a pliable and glossy form. After countless pulls and folds, blocks of alluring, crispy ancient-style brown sugar were created. Indeed, due to the more intricate process of white sugar production, which involves multiple purifications and decolorization to eliminate the syrup's pigments, Lotus, deeming such efforts unnecessary, opted instead for the simpler method that preserved most of the natural components of the sugarcane, resulting in a darker, richer brown sugar. Once the brown sugar blocks were completed, Lotus divided a large piece into 11 smaller portions, distributing them among herself, the nymphs, and the Bai family. The crispy sugar cubes shattered between their teeth, instantly transforming into a rich and delicate sweetness, imbued with the layers and depth bestowed by nature. This sweetness combined the fresh fragrance of sugarcane with the unique caramel notes developed during the cooking process, offering a richness distinct from honey, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. Setting aside a portion of the brown sugar to continue simmering, Lotus carefully placed the remaining blocks into a crystal jar for preservation. She then began washing the freshly picked hawthorn berries with the nymphs, determined to redeem herself today by crafting the perfect candied hawthorn. The nymphs skillfully strung the plump, lantern-like hawthorn fruits, while Lotus, attentive to the timing, quickly immersed them into the boiling brown sugar syrup, coating them in a thin layer. In an instant, the deep red syrup enveloped the hawthorn completely, and as it cooled and solidified, a string of candied hawthorn emerged, each adorned with a vibrant red shell. Lotus picked up 2 strings of candied hawthorn, gently rubbing them together. The sugary shell produced a crisp, delightful sound upon contact. Enchanted by this charming melody, she could not help but let saliva trickle from the corner of her mouth. Eagerly, she brought the candied hawthorn to her lips, the crisp sugar shell shattering under the motion of her teeth, releasing a rich yet not cloying sweetness that melted gently on her tongue like the warm sun beneath a blanket of fresh snow. Soon after, the tartness of the hawthorn began to unfold, its refreshing and slightly tangy flavor intertwining with the sweetness of the sugar, creating an indescribable balance, neither overly sweet nor excessively sour, perfectly awakening every cell of her taste buds. With each chew, the hawthorn's flesh gradually blossomed in her mouth, its unique fruity aroma and delicate fibrous texture contrasting with the sugar shell's fine, smooth consistency, as if performing a magnificent dance upon her palate. In that fleeting moment, Ramdas's thoughts seemed to traverse the tunnel of time, returning to a distant winter's day. She vividly recalled her younger self, a little girl, holding the hand of the elderly headmaster with one hand while tightly clutching a bright red, glistening candied hawthorn skewer in the other. Chapter 79, a special mid-autumn episode. Ramdas's banquet as the footsteps of Nyx, the goddess of night, echoed. The inky darkness gradually engulfed the sky and earth. This rare primordial deity, now appearing above ground, was tenderly entwining her arm with that of Erebos, making their way toward the temple of the banquet's host. In the sky, twinkling stars scattered their luminous light across the world. However, the moon, which should have shared the stage with the stars, mysteriously vanished. At that moment, our moon goddess Xiyan was in the Qinshui Pavilion by the Lotus Lake, undergoing a magnificent transformation at the hands of Ramdas. The delicate silver diadem atop Xiyan's head was removed, causing her long, raven-black hair to cascade down like a waterfall, freely draping over her shoulders. With one hand gripping a wooden comb, Ramdas gathered the fragrant tresses of the moon goddess, and under her skilled touch, a celestial bun composed of 3 hair loops gracefully emerged atop Xiyan's head. A jeweled hairpin, adorned with exquisite gemstones, was carefully placed among Xiyan's locks by Ramdas. Before the mirror, Xiyan gazed at her transformed reflection, unable to resist the urge to gently touch the cold gems on the hairpin, her curiosity prompting her to ask, "Dearest Ramdas, this hairstyle and adornment are truly unique and splendid. How did you conceive such a novel idea?" Although Ramdas longed to reveal that this was the wisdom of ancient Chinese sages, it was a secret she could not disclose. Thus, she replied vaguely, "This came to me in a dream. Yes, during a dream, I envisioned the attire of people from another world, and I materialized it from that vision. Now, Xiyan, let us not dwell on this. Let us change into our garments." In her past life, she had a keen interest in Hanfu, but lacked in-depth knowledge, thus having limited understanding of the various styles from different dynasties. Consequently, Ramdas could only rely on her impressions and draw inspiration from ancient costume dramas to create an elegant, albeit not entirely authentic, ancient-style fairy dress. With the assistance of Xiyan, Ramdas adorned the moon goddess, transformed into a human-shaped mannequin with layer upon layer of garments. Finally, gazing at Xiyan, who appeared resplendent from head to toe, exuding a touch of Eastern beauty, she could not help but exclaim, "Dearest Xiyan, your ensemble, complemented by your beauty, is truly magnificent." Meanwhile, as Ramdas and Xiyan busied themselves with their grand transformation, the 6 nymphs of the Qinglian Pavilion were equally industrious. They skillfully rolled the already steamed lotus paste into uniformly sized balls, subsequently encasing the lotus filling within a dough made from a blend of glutinous rice flour, sticky rice flour, and wheat starch, which had been previously steamed. Tightening the edges with their fingertips, they shaped the mixture into small round dumplings. Finally, they coated the dough with a layer of cooked glutinous rice flour and placed it into meticulously carved wooden molds prepared the night before. Gently inverting the molds onto the table, a translucent and glistening snow-skin mooncake was born. The goddess of winter and the icy sea, Dionysia, who had hurried from the northern realms, now served as a convenient and efficient humanoid refrigerator, exuding an aura of chill that enveloped the freshly crafted snow-skin mooncakes, bestowing upon them an extraordinary icy sensation. As the mooncakes were completed, the guests invited by Romis began to arrive in succession. Nyx and Erebus were among the first visitors to grace the occasion, alongside Selene and Dionysia. The generous and courteous couple of the night brought with them a special delicacy from the underworld, the details of which remain a mystery for now. It is worth mentioning that our lord of the underworld, Hades, was also on Romis's guest list, however, as the sovereign of the underworld. He recently found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of bureaucratic duties, leaving him with no spare moments to attend. At this moment in the underworld palace, having bid farewell to the mirthful and jovial reapers, Hypnos and Thanatos, Hades gazed forlornly at the mountain of paperwork piled on his desk, unable to suppress a lingering sigh that resonated through the hall. The ever-familiar Nyx and Erebus, brimming with curiosity, examined the yellow plum tree planted by Romis in the courtyard. Nourished by an unceasing stream of vitality from the fountain of life, they began to whisper amongst themselves. Nyx, what sort of plant do you think this is? Its vibrant life force surpasses even that of Gaia's golden apples. Erebus gently tugged at Nyx's smooth arm, inquiring softly, Dearest Erebus, I have never encountered such a plant either. Given its continuous nourishment from the fountain of life, it must be a rare treasure, perhaps known only to Gaia, the embodiment of the earth. As the two primordial deities engaged in conversation, Zeus, hand in hand with Hera, gracefully descended from the clouds, becoming the second esteemed guest to arrive. Following the revelation of their clandestine romance by Romis, Hera and Zeus conferred and, fortunately, chose to cease their concealment, publicly announcing their union to the pantheon of gods. And they had already initiated plans for their wedding. Subsequently, a procession of illustrious deities, including Thanatos, the god of death, Hypnos, the god of sleep, Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, Hecate, the goddess of magic and spirits, and Prometheus, the seer, among other renowned Olympians, filled the courtyard of the Qinglian pavilion to capacity. As the deities gathered, Romis, who had been preoccupied with the grand transformation of Selene, made her entrance into the courtyard. As the hostess, she proclaimed the commencement of the inaugural Mid-Autumn Special Banquet. Esteemed gods, welcome to my first hosted feast. I hope that today brings joy and delight to us all. This banquet was specially established for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although Romis resided in the realm of Greek mythology and was unaware of the actual date of the Mid-Autumn Festival in her homeland, she, through her observations of the moon's waxing and waning, selected the day of the fullest moon as the Greek observance of the festival, a gesture to express her longing for her homeland and loved ones. As Romis's words echoed through the air, melodious music began to play, and shimmering lights descended from the heavens. In a flash of divine radiance, Selene appeared in the courtyard, clad in ancient attire and cradling a pure white jade rabbit, commencing a graceful dance. The gods, never having witnessed Selene in such a form, were awestruck by her beauty and splendid garments, erupting in a harmonious gasp of admiration. As the music shifted, Selene, who had been dancing elegantly, suddenly paused and began to ascend towards the night sky. A resplendent full moon rose slowly behind her, accompanying her flight across the horizon. Moonlight poured down upon the courtyard, illuminating every corner and creating an ethereal ambience. The deities gazed upwards in unison, captivated by this Greek rendition of Chang'e's flight to the moon. With the moon restored to the sky, Chang'e, embracing the jade rabbit, descended to the mortal realm, partaking in the delicacies of snow-skin mooncakes with the gathered gods. As they savored the mooncakes and admired the luminous moon, a tinge of melancholy enveloped Romis's heart amid the joyous atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Festival. She wished for enduring companionship, pondering whether those far away in another world were faring well. As the goddess of night, Nyx, savored the sweet mooncakes, a sudden thought struck her, illuminating her with divine inspiration. She produced a bottle of exquisite dark red wine, a specialty from the underworld, and, under the curious gazes of the other deities, poured each of them a generous glass of her signature brew. Upon receiving the silver cup from Nyx, Lotus detected no extraordinary scent and, with a hint of curiosity, took a gentle sip to discern the flavor. To her astonishment, the moment the wine touched her lips, a symphony of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, exploded in her mouth. Overwhelmed by the experience, Lotus, already steeped in melancholy, found her emotions surging forth, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Though a small part of her tears stemmed from longing, the majority was a reaction to the wine's potent impact, which had been elicited by merely a sip. The other unsuspecting deities, who had indulged heartily, were now brought to their knees, wailing in genuine despair. Observing the scene of divine lamentations, Nyx shyly scratched her nose and murmured, "Oh dear, it seems my wine, brewed with 5 rivers of the underworld, is rather too potent. I must refine the recipe upon my return." Chapter 80. A special invitation from the abyss. Shall buy. Please cease your antics. The icy sensation on her face roused the slumbering Lotus. Struggling to open her drowsy eyes, she was startled into an upright position, believing the peculiar feeling to be the playful tongue of Xiaobai. To her dismay, the culprit turned out to be a slippery, gooey black slime. Lotus stared wide-eyed at the slime, which sported round, bean-like eyes, and a lengthy silence enveloped the room. Noticing the intruding slime's silence, Lotus broke the stillness with an inquiry. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my temple? Are you not aware that trespassing is quite impolite?" Though the slime appeared to be of little threat to Lotus, its lack of decorum incited her ire. Upon hearing her question, the slime's tiny eyes filled with a look of distress, and it awkwardly shuffled to a corner of the room, bouncing in place. Following the slime's movement, Lotus noticed a black envelope had mysteriously appeared in the corner of her room. Cautiously employing her divine powers, she brought the unfamiliar letter before her. Initially startled, her expression shifted to one of bemusement as she read the words inscribed. "Dear Lotus, I sincerely invite you to converse in the abyss." The signature at the bottom revealed the sender, Tartaros, the god of the abyss. Thus, the slime's identity became clear. It was evidently a courier dispatched by Tartaros to deliver the message. What on earth? Why would the formidable god of the abyss extend an invitation to me? I have had no interactions with him at all. How peculiar. In the depths of her mind, Lotus silently reflected on the harrowing pressure that had emanated from the abyss during the defeats of Uranus and Cronus. Although the true intentions of Tartaros, the god of the abyss, remained shrouded in mystery, she felt it would be unwise to outright refuse an invitation from a primordial deity. Moreover, her curiosity regarding this legendary abyss lingered. After a moment of contemplation, Lotus resolved to accept the unexpected invitation. She turned to the slime and spoke, "Esteemed messenger, I have perused the missive from the god of the abyss and have consented to his invitation. However, I am uncertain of the means by which I should traverse to the abyss." Lotus had only visited the entrance to the abyss, located in the underworld, under the guidance of the Grim Reaper. Yet, considering that this messenger hailed from the abyss itself, she felt compelled to inquire if there existed a more expedient method of access. To her astonishment, upon hearing Lotus's words, the slime bounded towards her, and in a moment of bewilderment, began to expand, ultimately engulfing her entirely. As the world spun around her, akin to being tossed into a washing machine for an hour, Lotus felt lightheaded. Once the disorientation subsided, she discovered herself standing before an ancient, solemn black temple. Could this be the sanctuary of the god of the abyss? Lotus yearned to pose a question to the slime that had brought her here, but it had vanished after consuming her, leaving her alone. Resigned, she approached the heavy obsidian door of the temple and politely rapped on its surface. "Greetings, may I inquire if this is the temple of Tartaros, the god of the abyss? I am Lotus, the nature goddess, here to fulfill my appointment." As her words echoed, the massive stone door creaked open, resembling a ferocious beast with its jaws agape, awaiting her entry. Lotus swallowed nervously, pondering to herself, why must the god of the abyss be so enigmatic? This is truly unsettling. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Lotus mustered her courage and stepped through the stone archway, entering the pitch-black sanctum. Suddenly, with a whoosh, eerie green flames flickered to life on either side of the temple, illuminating the space. It was then that Lotus beheld, seated upon the elevated divine throne, a pallid-skinned man with raven hair, exuding an aura reminiscent of a spectral king from a horror film. "Greetings to you, the supreme primordial deity, esteemed god of the abyss Tartaros. I am Lotus, the goddess of nature." Despite the palpable trepidation coursing through her, Lotus maintained her composure and offered a respectful salutation upon encountering the legendary god of the abyss. "Sit," came a deep voice from above. The dark throne gradually rose behind Lotus, prompting her to delicately adjust her gown and take a seat upon the divine seat. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire abyssal temple. After enduring the heavy stillness, Lotus could no longer contain herself and spoke first. "Esteemed," unexpectedly. An awkward moment ensued as Tartaros's voice coincided with hers, resulting in Lotus momentarily losing her composure, while Tartaros, though he parted his lips to speak, ultimately uttered not a single word. Thus, an even more peculiar atmosphere enveloped the two deities, transforming the abyssal temple into a terrifying arena of tension. Finally, the abyssal god, as the host, broke the silence. Please forgive me, Lotus. I have dwelled in the abyss for so long that I have not encountered another deity in ages, and thus, I am not particularly adept at conversation. Should I have shown any discourtesy, I hope you can understand. Tartaros's words revived the momentarily flustered Lotus. To avoid further awkwardness, she hastily responded, echoing the sentiment of the reclusive abyssal god. Esteemed Tartaros, rest assured, I comprehend your predicament. However, I am curious as to the purpose of your invitation for my presence. Chapter 81. Limited Time VIP Tour Experience Card of the Abyss under the Inquiry of Lotus. The god of the abyss, Tartarus, who had not spoken such a lengthy discourse in quite some time, gradually recounted the circumstances at hand. The reason for Lotus's invitation stemmed from her monumental renovation project for the underworld. This transformative initiative, akin to a seismic shift for the realm of the dead, brought about an unprecedented order and revitalization of both appearance and ethos. While the long-standing troubles of the underworld were resolved, it posed a considerable challenge for Tartarus's abyss. An influx of guilty souls surged into the depths, compounded by Zeus's decisive actions during this period, where he cast a group of Typhon's progeny and deities intent on usurping his reign into the endless abyss. These developments resulted in an unprecedented increase in the number of tenants within the abyss, with an ongoing upward trend. In light of this situation, Tartarus felt compelled to undertake a significant transformation of the abyss to better accommodate future developments. Thus, with a general notion but without a concrete plan, Tartarus sought a wise deity to assist in the renovation of the abyss, naturally considering Lotus, who had accomplished remarkable feats in the underworld, as his prime candidate. This led to the earlier scene of the slime delivering a message to Lotus. Upon hearing the narrative from the god of the abyss, Lotus felt a surge of interest. Previously, during the underworld's renovation phase, she had contemplated venturing into the abyss, but lacking any acquaintance with the legendary god of the abyss. She had to set her desires aside. Now that the principal had approached her directly, she was undoubtedly elated. Esteemed Tartarus, I would be most delighted to accept your request. However, as I am new to the abyss and do not possess a clear understanding of its entirety, I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. Therefore, may I request permission to first explore the abyss and create detailed schematics to provide insight and a foundation for the renovation project? Lotus inquired of Tartarus. Recognizing that such a transformative plan could not be executed impulsively, the preliminary exploratory efforts were of utmost importance. Her prior success in the underworld's renovation was largely due to her previous exploration under the guidance of the Reaper, which afforded her a clear comprehension of the realm. My dear Lotus, I am grateful that you are willing to undertake this formidable task. As an esteemed guest, you shall naturally possess the right to traverse the abyss without hindrance, and you may visit any places you desire. Divine radiance surged forth from Tartarus, descending into the palms of Lotus, transforming into an ebony gem, a limited-time abyss experience card bestowed by the god of the abyss. In order to avert a recurrence of the prior awkward encounter, Lotus graciously declined Tartarus's invitation to accompany him, opting instead to explore the abyss alone. Subsequently, like in the underworld, she planned to convey her renovation proposal to the god of the abyss in the form of a transmission. Upon exiting the abyssal temple, Lotus infused the black gem with divine energy and an elementary map of the abyss, with only its rough contours, materialized in her mind, allowing her the freedom to select her desired destination. As divine light flickered, Lotus found herself before three colossal bronze doors, the entrance to the abyss. The design of this grand portal bore a resemblance to that of the underworld's gates, yet she pondered whether the abyssal doors were guarded. Just as Lotus quietly muttered to herself, a thunderous noise erupted, and three gigantic figures emerged from the shadows, striding forth with heavy steps. Illuminated by the ghostly flames flanking the doors, Lotus discerned their forms. 50 heads densely clustered upon the upper bodies of the newcomers, and 100 muscular arms extended from their broad backs, creating a circular formation reminiscent of a muscular version of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. The name 100-armed giant swiftly surfaced in Lotus's mind. Perhaps sensing the aura of the god of the abyss emanating from Lotus, the 300-armed giants, towering over her by dozens of times, refrained from any untoward actions. Instead, they inquired in a hearty yet polite tone, "Greetings, unfamiliar goddess. We are the guardians of the abyss, Hecatonkars. Pray, what brings you to the entrance of the abyss?" It is rare for an innocent deity to appear here. Greetings, Hecatonkars. I am Rotius, the goddess of nature, summoned by Tartarus to undertake a transformation of the abyss. Might you be willing to share insights regarding your duties as guardians? Of course, of course. Upon hearing that Rotius had been commissioned by the god of the abyss, the expressions of the 100-armed giants brightened with eagerness. One of them, named Briareus, spoke in response to Rotius's inquiry. As guardians, our primary responsibility is not to prevent beings from entering the abyss, for few would willingly choose to come here. Rather, we remain vigilant against those attempting to escape, especially the tormented sinners who endure relentless suffering within the abyss. They yearn daily for a chance to break free. From the ensuing dialogue with Briareus, Rod has learned that the 300-armed giants had once been prisoners within this abyss. They had committed no transgressions, rather, they were condemned to suffer in this abyss due to the disdain of their biological father, Uranus. Alongside them in their punishment was their unfortunate brother, the Cyclopes. In comparison to their pitiable brother, the 100-armed giants were quite fortunate. Endowed with formidable strength and a robust constitution that rendered them immune to most divine spells. Thus, they garnered the favor of the god of the abyss, escaping their torment to assume the roles of guardians, securing a commendable position. Having endured the penalties of the abyss, the 100-armed giants naturally comprehended the anguish involved, allowing them to empathize with the condemned deities who constantly sought to escape their confines. However, as guardians, they would not jeopardize their responsibilities for such trivial empathy, for they had no desire to relinquish this hard-won livelihood in return to the abyssal punishments. Upon hearing Briareus's account, Rotis nodded gently, her mind already formulating ideas for the renovation of the abyssal entrance. Given that there were occasional jailbreaks by the condemned deities, it seemed prudent to establish a one-way mechanism at the abyss's entrance and to enhance the fortifications and management of the prison to prevent such occurrences in the future. While contemplating this, Rotis noted her plans in a small notebook. After bidding farewell to the 100-armed giants, she chose to delve deeper, intending to explore the prison cells where the criminals were held. Chapter 82, the exploration of a 5-grade scenic area through the map in her mind. Rotis discovered that the Greek abyss, much like the 18 layers of hell in Chinese legend, comprised various levels. However, according to the 100-armed giants, the current criminals were primarily concentrated within the first 2 layers, while the remaining endless abyss was generally vacant. Rotis felt a surge of inspiration regarding this situation. Nonetheless, her first course of action was to investigate the current state of the abyss. Thus, Rotis appeared, radiant and ethereal, in the legendary, horrific, and fearsome depths of the true abyss. Upon her arrival at the first layer of the abyss, she was immediately met with a wave of heat, akin to being cast into an inferno, as beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. Upon her entrance into the realm of punishment, she discerned the source of the searing temperature. Scalding, dark red magma flowed recklessly across the ground, while billowing black smoke permeated the atmosphere. Occasionally, fierce flames erupted from the depths, splattering the molten rock in all directions. Amidst this crimson ocean, stout stone pillars stood like sentinels amidst the magma. The souls cast into the abyss, along with monsters and deities of transgression, were bound in groups of 5 by robust iron chains to these pillars, enduring the relentless torment of the magma and fire. Their skin had turned a fiery red under the extreme heat, with the areas ensnared by the chains suffering grievous wounds. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded down, hissing as they met the molten earth below. Among this congregation of wrongdoers, Romes was unsurprised to encounter 2 familiar figures, Kronos, the god of time, and Uranus, the god of the sky, as favored offspring of Gaia, closely monitored by Tartarus. These once illustrious deities now found themselves at the very center of the magma, subjected to a punishment that Romes had aptly named the magma waterfall, which instilled trepidation even in her heart. Silently lighting a candle for them in her thoughts, Romes activated her teleportation once more, arriving at the second layer of the abyss. In stark contrast to the crimson sea of the first layer, the second layer of the abyss was enveloped in a world of silvery ice and snow. Upon this vast expanse of white ice, countless blue and white ice sculptures are scattered like pebbles upon the ground, each representing the condemned souls enduring punishment on the second tier of Tartarus. Their skin has been rendered a ghastly shade of purple and blue by the terrifying temperatures that plunge to at least -12 degrees. The fierce icy gales occasionally swirl across the frozen wasteland, relentlessly stripping flesh from their bodies and leaving behind a multitude of wounds upon these sculptures. Just the sight of it sends a shiver of pain through Ramtes, her arms covered in goosebumps. One cannot deny the ingenuity of Tartarus. Such a horrifying method of torment is no wonder that criminals would go to great lengths to escape. Truly, it is a frightful sight. After visiting the Abyss's first and second levels, both rated 5 stars, Ramtes, her knowledge greatly expanded, embarked on further exploration of the Abyss. With the aid of convenient teleportation, she traversed every nook and cranny except for the seemingly endless prison of the Abyss. Upon entering the completely darkened area leading to the first level, she encountered 2 unexpected forms of life. The first was a creature of the same lineage as the postman, a slime, conjured by Tartarus itself. These black slimes, never before seen by Ramtes, exhibited immense curiosity towards her presence, surging forth to encircle her completely. Amongst the nearly identical slimes, she recognized the messenger who had guided her there. Through careful observation, Ramtes discerned that these slimes appeared to play a unique role as decomposers within the Abyss. The horrific resentment and overwhelming hatred that overflowed from the punished criminals had become sustenance for these slimes, ensuring that such malevolence would not seep into the earth above and affect innocent beings. This revelation deepened Ramtes' respect for Tartarus. This taciturn primordial deity is, in truth, a god of profound thought. As for the second form of life she encountered, it was the 3 Cyclopes known as Polyphemus. Thanks to the plea of the 100-handed giants and their inherent lack of wrongdoing, Tartarus rescued them from the dreadful abyss, allowing them to live freely in this pitch-black realm. Due to the absence of light, the eyes of the 3 Cyclopes have gradually begun to atrophy. When Ramtes illuminated her surroundings with divine radiance, it provoked a torrent of tears from their large, single eyes as they struggled to adapt to the long-forgotten brightness. When considering the Cyclopes, Ramtes' mind immediately turned to their renowned skill in weapon crafting, recalling the thunderbolt of Zeus and the trident of Poseidon from Greek mythology. The invisible helmet of Hades was indeed crafted by the hands of the 3 Cyclopes. However, due to the arrival of the little butterfly, Hermes, the war between Zeus's siblings and Cronus reached an unexpected conclusion, resulting in the non-manifestation of the artifacts that rightfully belonged to them. Contemplating this, Hermes harbored the desire to recruit these 3 Cyclopes, for such skilled artisans capable of creating formidable artifacts were undeniably valuable. By enlisting their collaboration, she could potentially expand her endeavors into the realm of artifact creation. Thus, after engaging in a fruitful conversation with Cyclops, Hermes bid them farewell with satisfaction, returning to the Abyssal Temple, laden with her newfound insights. With a clear vision and plan in mind, Hermes swiftly composed over 50 pages of proposals, presenting her ideas to Tartarus in a manner akin to her previous demonstrations in the underworld for Hades and his kin. As Tartarus observed her vividly illustrated and intricately designed array of bizarre punishments and fanciful concepts, a glimmer of light emerged in his deep-set eyes. With a resounding clap, he approved Hermes' transformation plan, expressing his eagerness for its immediate execution. Emboldened by Tartarus' unwavering trust and anticipation, Hermes, who had recently relinquished her role as the designer of the underworld, was bestowed with the esteemed title of Abyssal Architect. Armed with the majority of the powers conferred by Tartarus, she embarked on a grand transformation of the Abyss, seamlessly blending elements of Chinese civilization, Western fantasy, and Greek characteristics. Chapter 83. The Cyclopes, pitiful, helpless, yet capable of consumption. First and foremost, she fortified the defensive mechanisms at the entrance of the Abyss, a crucial step in preventing the escape of the sinful deities. The Minotaur's Labyrinth, a colossal moving maze, replaced the 3 bronze gates and the endless dark expanse of the first layer of the Abyss. This design was inspired by the legendary Labyrinth of Minos from Greek mythology. The maze imposed flight restrictions, featured randomly shifting pathways, and incorporated indestructible barriers, all within a pitch-black realm. The probability of an entity successfully navigating through this maze approached near zero. To thwart any fortunate deities who might stumble upon the maze's exit, Hermes implemented a dual-layered security system for this moving labyrinth. The emerald green eyes of Hermes transformed into a mysterious shade of purple in an instant, as her once lustrous black hair was replaced by a cascade of pure white silver locks. The divine power of the goddess of reincarnation, Anastasia, was bestowed upon Hermes. A vast surge of divine strength emanated from the reincarnated form of Hermes, cascading into the exit of the labyrinth. Under the unyielding influence of the reincarnation force, Any being that approached the labyrinth's exit would be transported back to the original starting point, commencing a new cycle of rebirth. Hence, this labyrinth could truly be deemed a one-way passage. Meanwhile, the decomposers, slimes created by Tartarus, remained within this ever-shifting maze. In their new environment, they brimmed with curiosity, joyfully bouncing about and reveling in their playful antics. A portion of them, however, had been assigned by Romes to serve within the abyss. Empowered by the god of the abyss, they underwent a dramatic transformation, evolving from their adorable forms into ruthless enforcers, each participating in various forms of punishment across the different depths of the abyss. As the linchpin of this abyssal transformation, the endless prison was an undertaking too vast for Romes to remodel every layer of the abyss. Therefore, she took inspiration from the 18 layers of hell depicted in Chinese mythology and, with the assistance of the god of the abyss, Tartarus, meticulously delineated the distinct 18 layers of the abyss. The first and second layers were retained in their original forms, simply named the Magma Abyss and the Icefield Abyss, which would later serve as the places of punishment for souls guilty of arson, murder, and betrayal in their previous lives. The third layer is the infamous Tongue Removal Abyss. Souls guilty of sowing discord, slander, and deceit would be cast into this abyss. The transformed slimes, now endowed with robust arms, would forcibly pry open the mouths of the damned, seizing their tongues with scorching iron pincers, relentlessly pulling until the tongues were wrenched out. The fourth and fifth layers were designated as the Scissors Abyss and the Iron Tree Abyss, each featuring a unique interplay of torment. The souls who once engaged in acts of betrayal during their lifetimes shall encounter the true essence of treachery within these two layers of hell. Initially, in the Abyss of Scissors, colossal slimes, as large as hills, wielding enormous, razor-sharp scissors, will sever the limbs of the souls that arrive here. Subsequently, these incapacitated souls will plummet into the next layer, their backs impaled upon the iron trees, adorned with blades, enduring ceaseless torment. Given the exceedingly gruesome nature of the remaining 13 layers of punishment, I shall refrain from elaborating upon them, merely naming them for your reference. The Abyss of Sinister Mirrors, the Abyss of Steaming Baskets, the Abyss of Copper Pillars, the Abyss of Blade Mountains, the Abyss of Boiling Oil, the Abyss of Maggots, the Abyss of Stone Pressures, the Abyss of Mortars, the Abyss of Blood Pools, the Abyss of Skinning, the Abyss of Crucifixion, the Abyss of Stone Grinding, and finally, the Abyss of Saw Blades. These 18 uniquely characterized abysses have fundamentally transformed the previous state of having merely two forms of punishment, providing Tartaros, the god of the abyss, with a plethora of enriched choices, much to the delight of this primordial deity. Simultaneously, the various tortures instituted by Romes have endowed Tartaros with ample inspiration. With a mere wave of his hand, he conjured several more horrifying abysses. The divine power within Tartaros did not wane, evidently indicating a continuous inclination towards further creation. Upon witnessing this, Romes could only silently light a candle for the souls destined to enter hell in the future. Before long, propelled by the fervor of inspiration, the abyssal god's passionate creativity led to the doubling of the 18 layers of hell established by Romes, expanding it to 36 layers. Thus, the universally recognized 36 terrifying abysses, which could evoke tears from children merely at the mention of their names, were birthed from the collaboration of Romes and Tartaros. Upon completing the abyssal transformation plan, Romes declined Tartaros' generous offerings and instead requested the release of the Cyclopes imprisoned within the abyss. Faced with this seemingly trivial request, Tartaros readily acquiesced, not retracting his gifts but instead bestowing upon Romes the privilege of free passage in and out of the abyss, along with an ordinary black gemstone. However, do not be deceived by the unassuming appearance of this gem, for it harbors terrifying powers within. According to the god of the abyss, this gem was formed from the accumulated resentment and deathly energy of the abyss, long before the diligent slimes came into existence. Any deity lacking sufficient power who merely gazes upon it will be overwhelmed by infinite hatred, losing their sanity and becoming a puppet of vengeance. Upon acquiring this gem, Rhodius's first thought was that it would serve as an exceptional material for crafting. By affixing its terrifying effects to a divine artifact, she could undoubtedly create a weapon of astonishing power. After expressing her gratitude for the gift from Tartarus, Rhodius sought out the Cyclopes, and amidst their astonished expressions, she led them away from the endless abyss and back to the azure Lotus pavilion on the Lotus Lake, the 6 nymphs of the giant clan and the Bi family. Upon first seeing the Cyclopes, exhibited expressions of surprise and curiosity. They surrounded the simple-minded Cyclopes, incessantly asking them peculiar questions about their daily consumption. Due to the Cyclopes' enormous size, the azure lotus pavilion was insufficient to accommodate them. Thus, Rhodius utilized her divine craftsmanship to establish a wooden dwelling by the lakeshore, 10 times the size of an ordinary house, to serve as the Cyclopes' residence. Released from the darkness of the abyss and granted freedom in a clean, bright abode, the Cyclopes could not contain their tears of joy. They declared Rhodius to be their dearest friend and silently vowed to repay her kindness. As night fell, by the warmth of the bonfire, Rhodius watched in astonishment as the Cyclopes devoured 3 whole cows without any sign of satiation. She pondered silently. While being able to eat is indeed a blessing, at this rate, can I truly afford to sustain them? Chapter 84. The grand wedding of 3 bows and 3 oaths. The raucous sounds resonated from the summit of Mount Olympus, which had not long returned to silence, now once again bustling with the assembly of gods. Today, the deities gathered atop the divine mountain for a singular purpose, to witness the momentous wedding of King Zeus and Queen Hera. The 2 young lovers, who had unexpectedly revealed their relationship, were finally to celebrate their union, with countless gods offering their blessings to the first divine couple to achieve such a bond since the recent political upheaval. Within the garden of the divine mountain, clusters of luscious red roses bloomed, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, a gift from Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, for this wedding. The sound of trumpets and cannon fire filled the air as, under the enthusiastic gaze of the gods, Zeus, clad in a pure white robe, took the hand of Hera. Adorned with a magnificent veil encrusted with countless pearls and diamonds, her elegant white gown embellished with golden lily patterns. As they gracefully traversed the lavish red carpet toward the center of the garden, at the heart of the garden, Rhodius, resplendent in her attire, held a red embroidered ball adorned with dangling pearls, her face alight with joy as she beheld the approaching newlyweds. Beside her stood Rhea, the goddess of time, elegantly dressed in splendid attire, continuously dabbed at her burning tears with a handkerchief. One may wonder why Rhodius held a red embroidered ball in her hands. This tale begins with the recent task issued by the system. After resolving the crisis of the souls in the netherworld, Rhodius was bestowed yet another exquisite primordial spiritual treasure as a reward for her efforts, a wondrous artifact known as the red embroidered ball, which holds the power to govern the unions of the 3 realms and establish the sacred marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity. In the primordial realm, the red embroidered ball rests in the hands of the goddess Enwa, serving as a vital instrument of her divine merit. As long as the bonds of love persist throughout the universe, an endless stream of merit flows into the red embroidered ball. Meanwhile, the ambitious Lotus seeks to establish her own legacy of love within the Greek mythos, determined not to diminish the prestige of this exquisite innate treasure. Thus, she sets her sights on the wedding of Zeus and Hera, aspiring to create the first comprehensive wedding system in the Greek mythological world. By a stroke of fortune, just days before Zeus's grand nuptials, the system sensed the unfolding of events, and the long-absent little M emerged amidst a shower of rose petals, gleefully singing, "If you love me, spend time with me. If you love me, kiss me. If you love me, praise me. If you love me, hug me. My dearest Xiaoxi, it has been so long, have you missed me?" The sight of the adorably playful little M brought an involuntary smile to Lotus's face, as she realized she had indeed missed her long-lost companion. Habitually cradling little M in her arms, she gently stroked its soft, cotton candy-like wings and exclaimed, "Of course. After all this time, I've truly missed you. Hee hee, little M has missed you too." The moment I sensed the system's mission, I couldn't wait to dash out from the system space to see you. Is that so? Then I must reward you splendidly. With that, Lotus transformed into a whirlwind of affection, showering little M's delicate wings with kisses. The sudden onslaught from Lotus left little M both surprised and flattered. After much effort, it finally escaped her affectionate barrage and swiftly delivered the system's task, Destiny of Love. With the emergence of the red embroidered ball, the first seeds of love, quietly buried within the world, are about to bloom. Please, host, use the exquisite innate treasure, the red embroidered ball, as a foundation to orchestrate a destined love, establishing a marriage system to rectify the world's order and refine the path of love. Task reward, marriage certificate 1, and a substantial amount of merit. Upon hearing the system's description, Lotus, having already contemplated this endeavor, accepted the task without hesitation. She then made her way to Mount Olympus, successfully securing the role of wedding planner and officiant for Zeus and Hera. Given the setting within the Greek mythological realm, Lotus knew she could not impose the complex yet ceremonious wedding customs of China upon Zeus and Hera. Instead, she resolved to blend the unique characteristics of both Eastern and Western wedding traditions, crafting a marriage system that is distinctly Greek. Let us now return to the proceedings of Zeus and Hera's wedding. Two newlyweds, affectionately holding hands, slowly approached Lotus and Rhea amidst the blessings of those around them. They released their tightly clasped hands, standing face to face, awaiting Lotus's next instruction. Placing one end of the red embroidered ball in Zeus's hand and the other in Hera's, Lotus gazed at the two deities, whose eyes sparkled with love, and smiled as he proclaimed, "Today, Zeus and Hera are united as one, embarking on the sacred path of marriage. As devoted deities, they shall bow 3 times and make 3 vows, symbolizing their love and purity. For the first bow, they must pay homage to the great will of the world, establishing their vows to receive the blessings of heaven and earth." As Lotus's words echoed, Zeus and Hera, well prepared, lifted their gazes to the heavens amid the curious stares of the other gods, solemnly declaring their oath. "I am Zeus. I am Hera. Today, we pledge our vows to the great will of the world, willingly becoming husband and wife. From this day forth, we shall share the responsibilities and duties bestowed by marriage, remaining steadfast and true until the end of time." Once Zeus and Hera completed their vows, a vast golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the foreheads of the two deities. Under the witness of the world's consciousness, a firm and unwavering promise was established between them. While a subtle red glow flickered on the surface of the red embroidered ball, with the first bow and vow concluded, Lotus beamed with joy. For this signified that her plan had succeeded significantly, and she confidently proceeded to the next step. For the second bow, they would honor their esteemed parents, expressing gratitude for their upbringing, to receive their blessings. Since Kronos had been cast into the abyss as punishment, and neither Zeus nor Hera wished to encounter their tyrannical father, this part was omitted, and Rhea bestowed her blessings upon the newlyweds. Zeus and Hera faced Rhea together, bowing deeply. Rhea, gazing at her beloved offspring who were both siblings and spouses, tenderly spoke, "I acknowledge the union of Zeus and Hera and bestow upon them my heartfelt blessings. Their love shall forever shine under the witness of eternal time." A mysterious power of time emanated from Rhea's hands, enveloping the newlyweds in a golden glow, while the faint red light on the embroidered ball became increasingly vibrant. For the third bow, the couple would exchange their marital promises, receiving each other's blessings. "Dearest Hera, I, Zeus, vow that you shall be my only love throughout my life, and I shall cherish you as I did at the very beginning of our love." Hearing Zeus's words, Hera could not contain her tears, gazing deeply into his eyes as she choked out, "Beloved Zeus, I too promise you that I wish to spend the rest of my life with you, never to be parted." As the vows of Zeus and Hera resounded, a dazzling crimson light erupted from the red embroidered ball in their hands. Suddenly, Aphrodite, seated majestically, appeared transfixed, her demeanor altering as she gazed at the ball, lost in contemplation. Chapter 85. The peeping observer in the shadows. In this moment of extraordinary phenomenon, Lotus seized the opportunity to solemnly conclude the wedding of Zeus and Hera with a perfect denouement. With 3 bows and 3 oaths established, the celestial union was finalized. Zeus and Hera were officially wed, their promises as steadfast as the mountains and seas. As Lotus's words echoed, the soaring crimson light from the red embroidered ball gradually dissipated. Yet, the events did not conclude there. The wedding ceremony orchestrated by Lotus garnered the affirmation of the world's will, and a profound understanding arose simultaneously within the hearts of all living beings. Henceforth, the oaths taken towards heaven, parents, and each other became an integral part of the marital rite, with the world bestowing blessings upon all beings who adhered to this sacred process. Under the astonished gazes of the deities, 2 divine essences radiating a crimson glow gradually descended from the heavens. These essences represented the deities of marriage and fate. The essence of marriage soared directly toward the celestial couple, Hera and Zeus, who had adhered to the formal rites of matrimony. In a moment of astonishment on Hera's face, the essence merged with her soul, thus transforming Hera into the goddess who presides over and protects the sanctity of marriage. Conversely, the essence of fate embarked on an unexpected path, one that even the instigator, Lotus, could not have foreseen. Contrary to Lotus's expectations, the essence did not fall into her grasp. Instead, Upon sensing a familiar resonance, it flew straight towards the red embroidered ball held by Zeus and Hera, merging into it with a magnificent radiance. To the astonishment of the assembled deities, the red embroidered ball became the first artifact in the realm of Greek mythology to possess divine essence. As the rightful owner of the red embroidered ball, Hermes could intuitively feel that all fates within the Greek mythological world were now inextricably linked to the ball, granting it the power to govern destiny, akin to its role in the primordial world. Having fulfilled its mission, the red embroidered ball gracefully departed from between Zeus and Hera, returning to Hermes' hands. At that moment, holding the red embroidered ball, Hermes felt an odd sensation, with the ability to entwine fates and the addition of the fate ledger rewarded by the system. Was she not becoming the equivalent of the deity of love in Greek mythology? As the wedding ceremony concluded, a grand banquet commenced. Nymphs flitted between the tables, serving exquisite delicacies and fine wines, while Hera and Zeus busily traversed among the gods, receiving their blessings. The atmosphere was filled with clinking goblets and joyous laughter, creating a scene of vibrant festivity. Yet, rather than sitting contentedly in her seat to enjoy the feast as she typically would, Hermes felt an unsettling chill creep down her spine, goosebumps rising all over her body. Ever since the essence of fate had manifested, she had sensed a searing gaze fixed upon her without any pretense. However, whenever she attempted to locate the source of that gaze, it would abruptly vanish, only to reappear the moment she relinquished her search. It was not until the banquet officially commenced that the intensity of that gaze began to wane, though it still emerged unexpectedly, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Oh dear heavens, what is this situation? Am I being watched by something ominous? Radha inserted a piece of golden roasted lamb into her mouth, yet found it tasteless, for her mind was ensnared by a peculiar gaze, rendering even her most cherished delicacies incapable of soothing her anxious heart. In that moment of contemplation, an idea struck Rahis. The owner of that gaze must be a deity of formidable power, otherwise they could not have discerned her counter-surveillance so swiftly. With this in mind, she resolved to adopt a more subtle approach to ascertain whether she could succeed in her endeavor. Thus, while feigning delight in her meal, Radha silently bowed her head and discreetly communicated with the lush flora of the garden, employing them as her eyes to detect any divine presence covertly observing her vicinity. Several potent deities became her primary subjects of scrutiny. Through the various perspectives provided by the plants, Radha indeed identified a suspicious figure, a being she suspected to be Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, offspring of Eros and Gaia, one of the 12 Olympian deities. At that moment, Aphrodite was surrounded by a throng of attentive male deities, appearing to engage in merriment and revelry with them. However, through the low vantage offered by the foliage, Radha discerned that the goddess occasionally feigned shyness, turning her head and lowering her gaze. Yet her direction was consistently towards Radha's, and when she cast her eyes down, they subtly flickered in Rothus's direction. Why is Aphrodite, of all beings, taking such an interest in me? Radha pondered, bemused. Could it be that my divine essence has encroached upon the domain of love, inciting the displeasure of this goddess? With no clear answers, Radha could only speculate that she had inadvertently infringed upon some aspect of Aphrodite's authority, thereby inciting her ire. Nonetheless, uncovering the identity of the gaze's owner alleviated Rothus's trepidation, knowing who approached diminished her fear. After all, one must face challenges as they arise. Even if Aphrodite bore some grievance against her, the worst that could happen would be a theoretical discourse or, at the very least, a skirmish. With a significant weight lifted from her heart, Radha finally found the inclination to indulge in the sumptuous feast that Zeus had thoughtfully arranged for her, knowing her preferences. She devoured 2 large platters of food, letting out a soft belch, the sensation of fullness prompting her to retrieve a culinary remedy from her system's backpack, her homemade chilled sour plum soup. Following her nocturnal escapade that had inadvertently exposed Zeus's clandestine romance, Radha had resolved to avoid similar incidents by abandoning the notion of strolling to aid digestion. Instead, she had taken it upon herself to concoct a sour plum soup, known for its appetizing and digestive properties, which she stored in her backpack for future needs. Today was fortuitously the occasion when her creation would prove most beneficial. The deep crimson plum soup flowed from the crystal cup into the mouth of Hermes as the cool, sweet and sour flavors began to dance upon her tongue, igniting an uncontrollable secretion of saliva from the walls of her mouth, while her filled stomach quickened its pace of digestion. Just as Hermes indulged in the refreshing delight of the plum soup, a gentle voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "Oh, revered goddess Hermes, mistress of nature, it is an honor to finally meet you." May I have the privilege of sharing a drink with you? Turning towards the source of the voice, Romes beheld the enchanting figure of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Gracefully approaching her with a glass of red wine in hand and a poised gait reminiscent of a cat. Chapter 86. Astonishment. Does Aphrodite suffer from split-soul syndrome? Upon recognizing her visitor, Romes momentarily froze in surprise before donning a polite smile. After all, it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Although she was aware that Aphrodite was the one lurking in the shadows, she could not dismiss the courtesy of this goddess, who was also one of the 12 Olympians. Extending her crystal glass, half filled with exquisite wine, Romes clinked her cup against that of the now approaching Aphrodite. The two goddesses exchanged a knowing smile and drank heartily from their goblets. Contrary to Romes's expectations, after their toast, Aphrodite did not engage in any outrageous antics nor utter any inappropriate remarks. Instead, she seated herself beside Romes and began to share amusing tales of recent events in the grand wedding of the day. As the conversation turned to the vows exchanged between Zeus and Hera, Aphrodite subtly seized the reins of discourse, gradually steering the topic towards the crimson embroidery ball held by the divine couple. Dear Rotius, when Zeus and Hera pledged their vows, I could not help but shed tears. The profound affection between them is something even I, the goddess presiding over love, cannot help but envy. Indeed, dear Aphrodite, I believe that all the deities present at that moment would sincerely offer their heartfelt blessings to the divine couple. Rotius responded with a smile. Certainly so. By the way, dear Rotius, Aphrodite deftly shifted the conversation. Beyond the impressive vows of the divine couple, the precious artifact embodying the essence of marital bonds truly caught me by surprise. I have heard that this treasure belongs to you. Might I have the opportunity to behold its magnificence up close? Upon hearing Aphrodite's request, Rotius smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. Setting aside the fact that this crimson embroidery ball not only governs marital destinies but is also renowned as a formidable weapon. Should Aphrodite harbor any ill intentions towards it, she would certainly find herself at a disadvantage. Moreover, Rotius was curious to discern what schemes the goddess of love and beauty might be concocting. With elegance, Rotius retrieved the crimson embroidery ball from his system's repository, its delicate pearls and shimmering hues radiating a soft red glow. As he placed the artifact into Aphrodite's hands, her astonishment was palpable. As she caressed the ball, feeling the resonant power of love emanating from it, a faint smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, Rotius, ever vigilant of the goddess's demeanor, found himself increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom the meaning behind the smile that bore hints of both satisfaction and expectation. After meticulously examining the crimson embroidery ball, Aphrodite returned it to Rotius, leaving behind a cryptic remark. Dear Rotius, this artifact is of great value. I hope the power of marital bonds flourishes in your hands, and together, we can sow the seeds of love in the hearts of all living beings. With these words, Aphrodite rose, bestowing upon Rotius a courteous kiss on the cheek before bidding farewell, raising her goblet as she approached the assembly of male deities, welcoming their attentions and flattery. Rotius gently touched the cheek where Aphrodite had kissed him, feeling the lingering warmth and a faint scent of roses, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What could Aphrodite's words possibly signify? She seemed to harbor no animosity towards me. In fact, she appeared to quite favor my presence. Oh, how I detest such riddles. Why cannot she speak plainly? I must consult Nyx to discern the true nature of Aphrodite's intentions. At the wedding of the divine ruler Zeus, apart from Tartarus, which remained shrouded in darkness, and the seldom-seen goddess of love, Eros, the remaining primordial deities graciously attended the ceremony. The earth goddess Gaia presented Hera with a precious golden apple tree as a token of her blessings for the newlyweds. Scanning the lively assembly of deities, Rhodius spotted Nyx adorned in the gown she had meticulously crafted, reminiscent of a starry night. She promptly rose from her seat and quietly approached the goddess of night, who was deeply engaged in conversation with the Titans, gently tapping her on the arm. Sensing the unusual touch, Nyx turned her head to find Rhodius winking at her, clearly eager to communicate something of import. She nodded lightly in acknowledgement, then turned back with a warm smile, sipping her wine, and expressed her desire to temporarily excuse herself from the Titan's company. In a secluded corner of the banquet, Nyx regarded Rhodius, whose demeanor was cloaked in mystery. Uncertain of the matter at hand, Nyx waved her hand, enveloping them in the power of night, creating a barrier from the other gods. She then inquired, Dearest Rhodius, what troubles you? Have you encountered a dilemma? Realizing that the goddess of night had isolated them from the outside world, Rhodius, who harbored similar concerns, withdrew the natural power she had amassed. With a puzzled expression, she spoke to Nyx. Beloved Nyx, I wish to pose a perplexing question to you. Are you aware of the origins of the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite? Oh. Upon hearing Aphrodite's name, Nyx's expression shifted, and she gazed at Rhodes with curiosity, asking, what has prompted your sudden interest in Aphrodite? Has something transpired between you? Under Nyx's inquiry, Rhodes briefly informed the goddess of the night about Aphrodite's clandestine surveillance and her peculiar conversations with her. Upon hearing Rhodes's words, Nyx displayed an expression of realization. Pondering for a moment before addressing Rhodes, Dear Rhodes, I can reveal to you the lineage of Aphrodite. But you must promise me one condition. Do not disclose this secret to any other deities. Of course, Nyx, I shall keep this secret. Nyx's words deepened the intrigue within Rhodes, as she felt ensnared in a peculiar vortex, sinking ever deeper. With Rhodes's acquiescence, the goddess of the night nodded and proceeded to unveil a staggering revelation that left Rhodes astounded. In a certain sense, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, was not a deity at all. Rather, she harbored two souls within her being, one belonging to Aphrodite herself, and the other to my youngest brother, Eros, the god of love and one of the 5 primordial deities. Chapter 87. The inherent deficiency of Eros. From Nyx's lips, Rhodes learned a momentous truth. It was revealed that in the beginning, the primordial god Chaos, born from the pure interplay of light and darkness, created the world. However, having expended immense divine power, Chaos was compelled to fall into a deep slumber. Thus, he resolved to create several deities to govern and protect this still innocent nascent world. After the successive creation of the earth goddess Gaia, the god of the abyss Tartarus, the god of darkness Erebus, and the goddess of night Nyx, Chaos found his divine power nearly depleted. Yet, for the sake of the world's evolution and the perpetuation of all existence, he chose to overextend his divine essence, giving rise to the 5th primordial deity, the embodiment of all love, Eros. Exhausted of all his strength, Chaos left behind a few simple words before retreating into the depths of the world, succumbing to an eternal slumber. The 5 primordial gods then commenced their tasks as instructed by Chaos, diligently working to enhance the development of the world. Thus, this once hollow realm gradually became filled. Gaia embodies the vast expanse of the earth, nurturing the foundational elements of the world such as the sky and the ocean. Nyx and Erebus brought forth the underworld, giving rise to the cosmos, daylight, and other deities. Tartarus, on the other hand, descended to the world's extremities, constructing the abyss. The diminutive Eros chose not to create a separate realm. Instead, he opted to dwell upon Gaia's earthly manifestation, beginning to disseminate the power of love to the primordial gods and beings, fostering the propagation of all existence. Initially, the world flourished under the governance of the 5 primordial deities, progressing harmoniously. However, as time elapsed, the latent issues within the love god Eros began to surface. Born from Chaos's expended divine energy, Eros's power equated to merely half that of the other 4 primordial gods, and his soul harbored inherent flaws. This unstable soul rendered Eros's power frequently chaotic, causing the essence of love to slip from his grasp and permeate the world indiscriminately, leading to instances of disorder and unfavorable development for both him and the world. In a bid to rescue their smallest brother and restore completeness to his soul, Gaia, Tartarus, Nyx, Erebus, and Eros engaged in a 3-day council, ultimately devising an extraordinary plan that would leave even Rhodes in awe. The 4 primordial gods united to obliterate Eros's original physical form, subsequently extracting his flawed soul. Each deity then employed their divine powers to impose seals upon him, plunging Eros's soul into a state of eternal slumber. Their intention was to facilitate Eros's rebirth. As an immortal deity, Eros's body would, at the opportune moment, be reformed, allowing him to undergo a complete birth from the womb, thereby rectifying his soul's deficiencies and attaining wholeness. However, despite the plan's apparent reliability, even the mightiest of primordial gods could not predict the timing of Eros's rebirth. It could transpire within mere days, a few short years, or extend into the long wait of millennia. Fortunately, though Eros's corporeal form had perished, his soul remained intact. As the embodiment of love, the power of love, which had become an intrinsic aspect of the world's order, continued to operate ceaselessly. Moreover, due to Eros's weakened state, the previously tumultuous manifestations of love gradually settled into tranquility. Thus, the peculiarities surrounding Aphrodite found their explanation. Perhaps by the hand of fate, Aphrodite became the mother of the reborn Eros. His soul had taken refuge within her, which also elucidated her innate strength and her ascension to the status of the goddess of love. Furthermore, Romies. I too harbor speculations regarding the sudden closeness between you and Aphrodite, or rather, Eros, due to your remarkable feats at the wedding of Hera and Zeus. The divine entities of marriage and destiny were birthed, fostering the evolution of love's essence and inadvertently amplifying the power of Eros. This suggests that his emergence is hastening, and it is likely that he will soon re-enter this world. After listening to Nyx's words, Rotius became lost in contemplation. The thoughts of several primordial deities indeed resonated with the concept of reincarnation, which explains why Nyx and Erebus were so supportive of its inception. Moreover, I had mistakenly believed that Aphrodite was Eros's progeny. It turns out she is his mother. However, in the myths of the past, I recall that Aphrodite's child, the little god of love, was named Cupid, correct? This confusion arises from Rotius's memories, as the intertwined roots of Greek and Roman mythology momentarily ensnared her in a recurrent misconception from her previous life. In Greek mythology, Aphrodite's child is indeed the love deity Eros, whereas Cupid's name is derived from Roman mythology, where his mother corresponds to Venus. At this moment, all of Rotius's doubts and grievances regarding Aphrodite dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief that she had, unbeknownst to herself, established a favorable rapport with this primordial deity in utero. Consequently, Rotius successfully communicated with the 5 supreme primordial gods of the Greek mythological realm, forging substantial bonds. Furthermore, her current divine sovereign, Zeus, is his beloved disciple. Thus, it can be said that, unwittingly, I have amassed a notable network within the Greek mythological world, rendering me a person of considerable background and influence. Having dispelled the divine power enveloping her, Nyx bid farewell to Rotius, who was left with her questions answered, and rejoined the Titans in their revelry. Meanwhile, having indulged in sufficient feasting, Rotius sought out the kitchen, collecting delectable pastries crafted by the nymphs of the divine mountain. As the first wedding acknowledged by the world's consciousness, Rotius, concerned for her children, naturally wished to share this joy with everyone at the Xiyan pavilion. And since the current world lacks wedding sweets, she set her sights on the pastries instead. With 3 full trays of pastries tucked into her system's backpack, Rotius, satisfied after her sumptuous meal and the included takeaway service, bid farewell to the evidently inebriated Zeus and Hera and contentedly embarked on her journey home. Chapter 88. The walking treasure trove of Rotius. The sound of clanging metal resonated above the Lotus Lake for a full 3 days. When the incessant and jarring cacophony finally subsided, Rotius, filled with boundless anticipation, beheld the final product forged by the Cyclopes, exclaiming in admiration. This exclusive artifact crafted for Rotius was a divine staff measuring over 3 feet in length, meticulously sculpted from a precious piece of jade that radiated a gentle luster. A gentle radiance emanates from the verdant staff, as if the vitality of mountains, rivers, and flora converges upon its surface. Despite their rugged, robust exterior, the Cyclopean artisans possess exquisite craftsmanship. The lustrous emerald staff is meticulously adorned with patterns unique to nature. Subtle images of mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees seem to emerge and fade upon it, chronicling the essence of the natural world and its ever-changing beauty. At the pinnacle of the staff, a splendid lotus blossom is carved with great care to signify the identity of Rithys. Layer upon layer of petals, so vividly rendered, appear crystalline and translucent, reminiscent of a lotus blooming in the first rays of morning light, exuding a gentle golden glow. Nestled among these petals is a delicate pearl, replacing the traditional stamen. A soft green hue occasionally dances upon its surface, seemingly infused with the mysteries of life and the wisdom of nature. The base of the staff is ingeniously designed to resemble a section of tree roots, with intertwining tendrils that are both sturdy and aesthetically wild, enhancing its primal beauty. Upon these roots, one can faintly discern the intricate carvings of moss and vines, so lifelike that they evoke the ceaseless cycle and strength of nature. Furthermore, this artifact, known as the Nature Staff by the Cyclopes, possesses more than a singular form. Under the guidance of the giants, Rithys grasps the staff and channels her divine power into it. In an instant, the staff is enveloped in a green luminescence, its elongated form undergoing a transformation, gradually compressing into a sphere. When the light dissipates, the once 3-foot staff has vanished, replaced by a resplendent emerald bracelet. At the center of this verdant bracelet lies a deep black gemstone, the very stone of hatred gifted to Rithys by Tartarus, forged from the pure malice of the abyss. As the everyday manifestation of the staff, This emerald bracelet not only possesses the power to calm and focus the mind, but, due to the presence of the stone of hatred, also harbors the sinister ability to manipulate hearts and incite latent enmity. As Rithis adorns the cool emerald bracelet upon her left wrist, she gently caresses its smooth texture, her eyes reflecting boundless affection. Truly, mastery lies in specialization. Although I possess the exquisite treasure known as the Xiyan Ding, my rudimentary skills undoubtedly hinder my ability to forge such a remarkable artifact. The acquisition of this new treasure has significantly augmented the wealth of the affluent Lotus. Now, she wields the supreme innate spiritual treasure Xiyan Ding. Alongside the red embroidery ball and the Eastern Azure Lotus treasure banner, the life elixir bestowed by Gaia, and the recently acquired Nature Divine Staff. In addition to the Book of Mortals stored in the underworld and the Southern Li Di Yin Guang banner by the side of the Goddess of Reincarnation, one cannot help but acknowledge that she has become a veritable treasury of spiritual treasures. Were she in the primordial world, she would undoubtedly be the prime choice for the Western saints seeking to gain favor. After a moment of silent self-satisfaction and playful banter, Rod has first lavished praise upon the craftsmanship of the Cyclopes, intending to promote these three coveted items among the deities of Olympus. This would provide her with a lucrative new business venture, for regardless of the realm, the art of forging remains one of the most profitable professions. With this thought, Rod is, in a splendid mood, resolved to uncork the foot-crafted wine that had matured over time, its flavor now richer and more aromatic, to reward the hard-working Cyclopes who had forged her divine artifacts. Here, Rodis could not help but muse again. One wonders if all master blacksmiths have an affinity for fine wine. In numerous Western cinematic works from her past life, the dwarven blacksmiths are depicted as having an insatiable passion for exquisite wines, and the Cyclopes of Greek mythology are no exception. Their love for fine wine matches, if not surpasses, that of the dwarves. With a pop, the cork sealing the wine barrel was released, and the rich aroma enveloped the entire Qinglian pavilion like a delicate veil, filling the three eager vessels that had awaited the maturation of the wine since its last sealing with generous bowls of the exquisite vintage. The remaining 2 barrels were graciously gifted to the wine-loving Cyclopes, who, clutching the barrels, retreated to their humble abodes, drinking heartily until their faces flushed and they succumbed to inebriation. In the following days, Rod has enjoyed a leisurely existence, not overly burdened by tasks. With the marriage ledger in her right hand, chronicling the fates of all unions, and the red embroidery ball in her left, overseeing these connections, Rod has formally embraced her identity, transforming into the Elder of the Moonlit Night within the Greek mythos, embarking on a journey to intertwine the destinies of the gods, aiding them in finding their destined partners. Under the orchestration of fate and her clandestine machinations, her dear companions, the preeminent seers of the Greek realm, Prometheus and the goddess of wisdom Métis, fell deeply in love and became partners. Moreover, these divine beings gave rise to an unexpected entity, the illustrious Athena, who holds a pivotal position within the annals of Greek mythology. From the moment of her birth, Athena, as the cherished culmination of 2 extraordinary minds, possessed an intellect that eclipsed all other deities, and as she matured, her wisdom surpassed even that of her esteemed parents. Consequently, after subjecting Athena to a series of trials, the goddess Métis resolved to bestow upon her beloved daughter the divine essence of wisdom, thus elevating Athena to the esteemed role of the new goddess of wisdom, the unequivocal paragon of intellect in the realm of Greek mythology. When mentioning Athena, one cannot overlook the astonishing emergence of another pair of deities that captivated the attention of the observers, namely the god of light Apollo and the goddess of the hunt Artemis. This duo, originally destined to be born of the king of gods, Zeus, and the goddess of night, Leto, transformed into a formidable new pantheon due to the butterfly effect initiated by the aforementioned entity. Indeed, you heard correctly. This was a case of self-conception. In fact, self-conception is not an unprecedented phenomenon within the Greek mythological landscape. Many deities embodying attributes of age, decay, and deceit have been birthed solely by the goddess of night, Nyx. Chapter 89. The acrobatics of Helios. Aside from the exceptionally remarkable beings such as Athena and Apollo, numerous other deities have united under the guidance of fate to give birth to a plethora of powerful new gods, infusing the Olympian pantheon with vibrant new blood and ushering in a dynamic new era. However, amid the seemingly auspicious outlook, a clandestine undercurrent began to stir. The number of deities experienced an explosive increase, inevitably leading to overlapping domains and the specialization of divine roles, resulting in a gradual friction between the new and old gods within the same realm. Initially, these tensions were minor and inconsequential, maintaining a relatively tranquil state among the deities until a catastrophic calamity struck, irrevocably altering the dynamics among them and serving as a catalyst for profound changes in the world. It was an utterly ordinary day when Romes reclined in a rocking chair in the courtyard, savoring a moment of afternoon repose. In her dream, Ratiz was blissfully devouring a meat bun larger than herself, succulent juices oozing from the ruptured skin, the fragrant steam of scallions and meat wafting into her nostrils, compelling her to hasten her consumption. However, just as she was relishing her feast, Ratiz abruptly perceived a shift in her perspective, and to her horror, she discovered she had transformed into the very meat bun she was feasting upon. An indescribable heat engulfed her, and under the oppressive warmth, sweat began to cascade uncontrollably, pooling beneath her. Ratiz couldn't help but cry out in anguish, "No, please." The terrifying nightmare jolted her awake on the reclining chair, where she pounded her chest, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Yet, at that moment, an uncomfortable stickiness enveloped her. As she regained her senses, Ratiz realized that her hair was damp, and her entire being felt as if she had just emerged from a sauna, drenched in perspiration. Her clothes were so soaked they could yield a bucketful of water if wrung out. What is happening? Why does it feel particularly sweltering today? Has the wave of global warming reached the realm of Greek mythology? Utilizing her divine powers, she restored her body to a state of dryness, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Ratiz immediately gazed skyward, seeking to comprehend the unfolding events. The first glance sent a jolt through her. The once azure sky had morphed into a sinister shade of black and red, as if scorched by flames. The sun, which should have been high above, bestowing warmth and light upon all, now flailed erratically in the heavens like a kite severed from its string, wildly oscillating in a frenzied dance. What was Helios up to? Was he performing some sort of acrobatic display? The sun's aberration puzzled Ratiz. She could not fathom why the usually composed sun god was engaging in such antics. However, before she could ponder further, her innate nature as a deity began to whirl within her, emitting a dire warning. Through her connection to nature, Ratiz's countenance darkened as she sensed the alarming temperature. The fiery essence of the sun god was plummeting from the sky, rendering once lush greenery into mere ashes. The once thriving rivers began to boil and evaporate, while numerous animals succumbed to dehydration, transforming into desiccated corpses. The plight of humanity was equally grim, as raging flames ravaged villages, claiming those unable to escape directly into the embrace of death. Meanwhile, amidst the calamity, Xiyan appeared unexpectedly, devoid of background music or special effects. "Oh no, Xiaoxi. There is an emergency." In haste, the urgent and flustered little imp directly assigned a critical task to Ratiz. The emergency mission, the out-of-control sun. The mischievous little Jinwu had fled from Tang Valley without his father's permission, carelessly soaring through the skies and straying from his destined path. Relishing his newfound freedom, he inadvertently unleashed calamity upon the creatures of the earth. The host was to capture the runaway Jinwu, preventing the disaster from escalating further and saving the beings on the planet. The rewards for this endeavor included a supreme innate spiritual treasure, an innate spiritual root, and a plethora of merit. Concerned for the natural world, Ratiz swiftly accepted the urgent task after a brief account from the system. Unlike her usual banter with Little M, she took flight towards the horizon without delay. Although she yearned to confront the sun god Helios immediately, the pressing state of the natural realm left no room for delay. Mitigating the consequences of the disaster was her foremost priority. The life vial, originally placed in the courtyard of Qinglian Pavilion to nourish the Huangzhong Li, soared into Ratiz' hands. As she infused it with her divine power, the vial radiated a brilliant light, and a continuous stream of life-giving spring water began to pour forth. At that moment, a dense blanket of ominous clouds seized dominion over the sky, with violet and gold lightning dancing within, and the thunderous roar resembling a signal gun heralded a torrential downpour. The relentless flames of the sun god on the earth were doused by the deluge, prompting the god King Zeus to intervene upon noticing the anomaly. The life-giving spring water summoned by Ratiz cascaded from the clouds, intertwining with the rain, and soon the rich essence of life permeated every corner of the world. The goddesses Hestia, Demeter, and Hera, who govern the earth, also appeared, altering the terrain and reshaping the rivers. Collaborating with Ratiz, They directed the life-giving waters to the ravaged areas left by the divine flames. Gradually, the dormant vitality began to awaken, and tender new shoots emerged like radiant pearls from the ashes of the plants. Stimulated by the life-giving waters, these fresh green sprouts thrived and rapidly spread, reawakening the earth with vibrant hues of life. The injured animals, nourished by the life-giving waters, gradually regained their health. Their wounds healed, energy surged within them, and their vitality grew ever more resilient. The miraculous power also invigorated the cycle of life, hastening reproduction. Mother beasts became pregnant, and the frequency of new life being born surged, as lively little beings continuously entered this world, compensating for the immense losses wrought by the disaster. Under the collaborative efforts of the deities, the severe consequences wrought by this sudden calamity were alleviated. The disaster that plagued the earth was resolved, and the emerald bracelet abruptly detached from Rhythmos' wrist, transforming into a staff of divine nature over 3 feet in length. With fury radiating from her being, she grasped the staff and soared toward the sun, which continued to spiral out of control. She resolved to confront Helios, the architect of this chaos, and impart a lesson upon him. Chapter 90. The misfortunate demigod Phaeton's vast divine power surged forth from the natural staff, unyielding against the robust thorns of the sun god's fire, binding the golden chariot of Helios firmly in midair. Rhythmos' voice, laden with wrath, echoed from the distance. Helios, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? As the sun god, are you incapable of controlling your own chariot? However, as Rhythmos drew near and beheld the figure seated upon the chariot, she was taken aback to discover that it was not the familiar visage of Helios, but rather a young, unfamiliar deity, whose pallor betrayed panic, trembling legs, and hands that shook incessantly. Who are you? How did you come to occupy the sun god's chariot? Rhythmos demanded sternly, seizing the youth, who resembled a frightened rabbit, from his seat with forceful intent. In the midst of Lotus' inquiries, the young man, lost in spirit, finally reclaimed the soul he had long since misplaced due to fright. Gazing at the furious Lotus, he stammered, I am Phaeton, the son of the sun god. Phaeton? Lotus murmured, you are Phaeton. This familiar name awakened memories of her past life, and, merged with the catastrophic events wrought by the out-of-control chariot of the sun god, she recalled the tragic tale from Greek mythology born of vanity. Just as the primordial world faced the calamity of 10 suns in the sky, akin to the tale of the archer E. The world of Greek mythology also bore witness to disasters brought forth by the sun, epitomized by the story of Phaeton that Lotus was now experiencing. Let us rewind to that dawn before Lotus' afternoon slumber, when an unexpected guest arrived at the temple of Helios, the sun god, interrupting Helios' preparations to drive his chariot across the heavens. This visitor was none other than Phaeton, the child he had sired with the water nymph Xiyan. Upon seeing his long-absent son, a tender smile graced Helios' face. He set down the reins and hurried toward Phaeton, gently ruffling his hair and speaking softly. Phaeton, my dear child, how delightful it is that you have come to visit your father in the temple of the sun god. This brings me such joy. As Helios was occupied daily with guiding his chariot across the sky, Phaeton seldom had the opportunity to see him, rarely venturing to the distant temple located at the farthest edge of the world. Instead, he generally resided on the bountiful lands with his mother, Xiyan. Feeling the broad palm of his father caressing his hair, Phaeton, overwhelmed with emotion, could not suppress the tears that fell from his eyes. Observing this scene, Helios' expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he quickly inquired, What troubles you, Phaeton? Has someone wronged you? Under the watchful gaze of Helios, filled with concern, Phaeton recounted the trials he had faced and the purpose of his journey. Father, he lamented, the deities upon the earth mock me. They claim I am not the offspring of the mighty sun god Helios, but rather the child of my mother and an unknown wild man. It is worth noting that as one of the children of Helios, the sun god among the 12 Olympians, Phaeton was indeed unfortunate, for he had not inherited his father's formidable lineage but had instead leaned towards the blood of his mother, Xiyan. To clarify, Phaeton's mother was not the renowned goddess of the soul, the wife of Iapetus, and the mother of Prometheus, the exalted goddess Xiyan, one of the 3,000 Oceanids, but a water nymph sharing her name. Inheriting her bloodline, Phaeton possessed only a feeble divinity, slightly stronger than that of the nymph. As a being on the lowest rung of the divine hierarchy, many gods began to doubt Phaeton's identity, believing that the frail youth could not possibly be the son of the valiant sun god. Thus, in a bid to validate his identity, Phaeton journeyed to the sun god's temple, hoping to seek his father's assistance. Upon hearing his son's words, Helios felt a profound sense of paternal failure, guilt-ridden. He embraced Phaeton and gently reassured him, "Do not heed their foolish words, my dear Phaeton. You are indeed my true child, the offspring of Helios." To dispel the vile rumors, Helios proposed that Phaeton take something from him as proof, a symbol of his divine heritage. Deeply moved by his father's comfort, Phaeton realized he could choose the sun's sacred emblem, the radiant crown of the sun god, or a spark of divine fire to affirm his lineage. However, the relentless rumors and ridicule he had endured compelled him to seek something far more powerful to vanquish these inner demons. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Father, I wish to have your chariot of the sun." Taken aback by Phaeton's request, Helios replied with a hint of regret, "My dear Phaeton, the sun chariot is both my symbol and an integral part of the world's order. I fear I cannot grant it to you." Phaeton, overwhelmed by sorrow, began to weep. Witnessing his son's distress, Helios's heart softened. "However, I can allow you to accompany me as we traverse the heavens in the sun chariot, so that those who doubt you may witness our closeness." Helios's suggestion not only fulfilled Phaeton's desire, but also ensured the fulfillment of his own duties. Yet, despite being tempted by his father's offer, Phaeton felt an urgent need for an opportunity to prove himself, and so he gently shook his head, saying, "Father, I beseech you to grant my wish. Let me alone steer the sun chariot across the sky, for only then can I truly affirm my identity." Under the fervent entreaties of Phaeton, Helios, burdened by guilt, ultimately acquiesced to his request. However, in an effort to avert any unforeseen calamities, he imparted an irrefutable command to Phaeton: "You shall merely sit in the chariot of the sun, guided by the steeds, and refrain from any actions." Immersed in the exhilaration of piloting the sun chariot, Phaeton disregarded Helios's words, offering only a perfunctory nod before eagerly embarking on his celestial journey. Helios, watching Phaeton recede into the distance with a furrowed brow, murmured to himself, "May Phaeton heed my command. Under the guidance of the steeds, he should encounter no misfortune." Alas, Phaeton, heedless of his father's directive, veered the sun chariot off its ordained path, careening at a perilously low altitude. Intent on proving his worth to the deities who had once mocked him, under his reckless commands, the sun chariot spiraled out of control, igniting a tragedy that ought never to have transpired. Chapter 91. The ultimate fate of the misguided child, reflecting on the legendary tales of yore, combined with Phaeton's own narrative. Rhys interpreted the unfolding events with clarity. She gazed, somewhat incredulously, at the now timid Phaeton, unable to suppress her thoughts. "You unfortunate wretch! Have you not ensnared your father in your folly?" While Phaeton's enduring plight, beset by rumors and scorn, stirred Rhys's empathy, it did not absolve him of the catastrophic calamity he had wrought. Countless beings in nature had perished due to his impulsive actions, and for this alone, Phaeton undoubtedly faced the prospect of being cast into the abyss of Tartarus, subjected to eternal punishment. Moreover, his father, Helios, was equally complicit. His negligence and dereliction of duty could very well cost him his recently secured position as a deity, with inevitable repercussions to follow. Yet, all such conjectures were but Rhys's surmises, not solely within her purview to determine. This grave matter, entwined with the fates of the sky, sea, and earth, necessitated the activation of the newly established Council of the 12 Olympian gods, who would collectively deliberate upon the case. "Phaeton," she stated firmly, "you are acutely aware of the magnitude of your transgressions. We must make our way to Mount Olympus." Rhodes addressed Phaeton with a grave demeanor, to which Phaeton resignedly nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Rhodes, accompanied by the principal deity Phaeton and the sun chariot involved in the incident, made their way to the Pantheon on Mount Olympus. Zeus, the king of the gods, had been awaiting their arrival, having summoned the 12 principal deities for a forthcoming judgment meeting. Observing Phaeton, who followed Zeus into the temple with his head bowed, Rhodes let out a resigned sigh. As the other 10 deities had yet to arrive, she chose to remain outside the Pantheon amidst the blooming flowers, taking a moment to collect her thoughts in preparation for her speech during the assembly. At that moment, a wave of heat surged from the heavens as Helios, having recognized the grievous error his son had committed, hurried from the distant sun temple to Mount Olympus. Upon his arrival, Helios, visibly anxious, inquired of Rhodes, "The only deity in sight, Rhodes, is my son Phaeton well? He has not suffered any injuries, has he?" Rhodes, displeased by the sun god's immediate concern for his son while seemingly indifferent to the lives lost, could not help but retort, "Your son Phaeton is quite unharmed." But the beings on Earth have not been so fortunate. Hearing that Phaeton was safe, a heavy burden was lifted from Helios's heart. Though he soon felt embarrassed by Rothus's unreserved sarcasm. Looking at Rothus, whose expression conveyed disbelief at his words, he apologetically stated, "I understand the consequences of Phaeton's actions and acknowledge my own shortcomings. I shall not seek to absolve myself or my son from the sins we have committed. We shall face the consequences of our actions." Upon hearing Helios's sincere attitude, Rothus's anger began to dissipate slightly. "Helios, perhaps you should reflect on the role you have played in Phaeton's life as a father. Have you truly fulfilled your obligations?" After imparting a heartfelt admonition to Helios, Rhys turned and stepped into the pantheon. Meanwhile, the sun god, having absorbed Rhys's words, stood outside the pantheon, his expression grave, as if petrified, unable to move a single inch. Soon, the 12 Olympian gods congregated within the pantheon from the heavens, the seas, the earth, and the underworld. They took their seats high upon the divine dais, attentively listening as Phaeton recounted the unfolding events in a halting manner. Perhaps for the first time confronted with such a solemn assembly, Phaeton trembled mid-sentence, rendered speechless, prompting Rhys, who was already privy to the entire narrative, to reluctantly take over and narrate the remainder of the tale. Upon concluding the account, Zeus surveyed his surroundings and addressed the other 11 deities, urging them to share their opinions regarding the appropriate punishment for Phaeton. The hearth goddess Hestia, known for her fierce disdain for malevolence and her compassion for all living beings, was the first to speak, articulating a verdict that came as no surprise to Rhys. Given Phaeton's transgressions, he ought to be cast into Tartarus to face his punishment. After Hestia concluded her speech, several deities expressed their agreement, until the moon goddess Selene spoke up, introducing a dissenting voice into the assembly. "Esteemed deities," she began, "I do not seek to exonerate Phaeton for his transgressions, yet you are all aware that the root of this calamity lies in the unfounded rumors propagated by other gods. It was precisely under the weight of these baseless allegations that Phaeton ultimately committed his grave error. Therefore, I implore you to consider this aspect and to temper the severity of Phaeton's punishment, granting him a term for his exile in Tartarus. As Phaeton's dear aunt, Selene's proposal was naturally tinged with personal considerations. However, she did not deny Phaeton's guilt, nor did she seek to alter the irrevocable sentence of the abyss, but rather wished to transform his life sentence into one with a definitive duration, given the merit in the moon goddess's words. Several deities momentarily rallied in support of her proposition. Meanwhile, Rhoetus neither sided with Hestia nor with Selene, instead turning his gaze to Zeus, awaiting his verdict. After deliberating upon the opinions of the chief deities, Zeus reflected for a moment before rendering a judgment that was relatively just. Phaeton would immediately be sent to the abyss of Tartarus for punishment, yet considering his circumstances, the duration of this sentence would be set at 1,000 years. 1,000 years, Rhoetus mused, nodding gently at Zeus's pronouncement. This punishment aligned with her expectations. Zeus's ruling harmonized the situation's complexities while addressing the perspectives of both factions of deities, effectively holding Phaeton accountable for his misdeeds and establishing a precedent for similar cases in the future. After all, while Phaeton was sentenced to a term of imprisonment, a millennium was an extraordinarily lengthy duration for the divine beings of Greek mythology. By the time he endured this 1,000-year sentence, the world would have transformed beyond recognition, rendering the distinction between a life sentence and this term virtually meaningless for the young deity. With Phaeton's trial concluded, Helios, the sun god, who had been seated upon the principal throne, consciously stepped down to occupy the position vacated by Phaeton. Zeus's grave voice reverberated throughout the pantheon. Next, let the gods adjudicate the negligence of the sun god Helios. Chapter 92. Huang's only blossoms. And Luo-Tis hoped the process of judgment for the derelict sun god did not manifest the same divisive opinions as those surrounding Phaeton. With the unanimous agreement of the 11 principal deities, the sun god Helios was stripped of his esteemed position. As a form of punishment, Helios was condemned to remain within the confines of the sun temple, permitted only to traverse the skies in his chariot to fulfill his celestial duties. This de facto house arrest was to endure for a century. Helios's transgressions resulted in a vacancy among the 12 deities, drawing the covetous gaze of many gods. Among them was Apollo, the offspring of the night goddess Leto, who harbored ambitions for the divine seat, even that of the sun god. As a deity overlapping with Helios in the realm of light, Apollo commenced his scheming. However, these intrigues bore no relevance to our protagonist, Lotus. After resolving the troublesome matters, the system's rewards swiftly followed, this time presented through a marvelous spinning wheel. Inside the natural temple of Mount Olympus, Lotus gazed at the extravagant, dazzling wheel before her, silently closing her eyes to shield herself from the overwhelming opulence that threatened to blind her. The wheel bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain game notorious for its exaggerated rewards. With her eyes shut, Lotus spun the wheel by instinct, all the while inwardly critiquing the spectacle. As the grand and majestic background music abruptly ceased, the marvelous wheel revealed its final outcome. Perhaps sensing that Lotus already possessed 2 of the 5 treasure flags, the system bestowed upon her the northern mysterious water-controlling flag. Lotus gazed at the black treasure flag in her hand, which constantly transformed, evoking tumultuous waves, her face lighting up with joy, for it signified that her quest to collect the 5 treasure flags had surpassed the halfway mark. With only the central earthly yellow flag and the western plain cloud flag remaining, she would be able to form the legendary top-tier defensive formation of the primordial world, the 5 elements array of heaven and earth. As for the other reward, a random innate root, although the system did not grant her one of the renowned 10 roots, it did provide her with a highly practical affinity root, the marriage tree, further solidifying her identity as the deity of love. Now, with all the elements of the deity of love at her disposal, Lotus mused whether she should don a crimson robe when distributing romantic fates, or rather, embrace her identity as the deity of matchmaking. Determined to pursue excitement to the fullest, the newly anointed deity of matchmaking, Lotus, turned her gaze toward the wardrobe of the deity of love, immediately setting her plans in motion to craft a stunning red garment. She aspired to thoroughly cosplay the deity of love from the primordial world within the realm of Greek mythology, accepting the rewards bestowed by the system. With a heart brimming with joy, Lotus hurriedly made her way to Olympus, humming a cheerful tune as she flew toward the Lotus Lake. Just as she arrived above the lake, an unexpected and enchanting fragrance enveloped her. Following the scent, Lotus discovered that the azure lotus pavilion was surrounded by ethereal purple mist and shimmering golden light, presenting a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. What is this situation? Could it be that the world's will, acknowledging my myriad contributions, has specially evolved my temple, the abode of the deity of fortune, into a celestial realm? An insatiable curiosity enveloped her heart, filled with a myriad of peculiar conjectures. Romathis hastened her pace, swiftly gliding into the courtyard brimming with extraordinary phenomena. Within the courtyard, 6 nymphs, a family of 4, and 3 diminutive cyclopes were all gazing upward in unison, their collective gaze fixed upon a singular direction, the yellow zhongli, one of the 10 primordial spirit roots, which Romathis had plucked. Upon entering the courtyard, Romathis instinctively followed their gaze, lifting her eyes to the heavens, and at last, she discovered the source of these anomalies. 9 golden flowers, resembling lotus blossoms, shimmered ethereally amidst the verdant canopy of the towering zhongli. A soft radiance continuously cascaded from the 9 extraordinary flowers, bathing the courtyard of Xiyan Pavilion in a golden sheen. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the characters for zhong inscribed upon each petal, signifying its noble lineage. Ah, so the zhongli has blossomed, Romathis murmured, her gaze transfixed by the 9 petite golden flowers, which seemed incongruous with the grand stature of the zhongli. A wave of joy surged within her heart, for it was said that the zhongli would bloom once every millennium, and now, nourished by the waters of the spring of life, it had flowered shortly after being planted. This bodes well. It won't be long before I can savor the exquisite taste of the zhongli. The knowledge that it would have taken over 500,000 years to taste the zhongli once crushed Romathis, yet now her heart brimmed with elation. Oh, precious face! My mother's cherished treasure, my ability to taste the zhongli rests entirely upon you. The life-giving treasure bottle, employed by Rotes to rescue the earth, has returned to its designated throne. A gentle murmur resonates as the endless streams of life-giving spring water flow from the bottle, continuously nourishing the roots of the yellow-leaved pear tree. In celebration of this historic and joyous occasion, Rotes, who had long refrained from cooking, decided to prepare a seasonal delicacy for the members of Xiyan Pavilion, a Greek version of the 4 happiness meatballs. She skillfully processed the wild boars captured by the nymphs, setting aside several choice pieces of marbled pork belly while the remaining meat was prepared for grilling. catering to the hearty appetites of the Cyclopes. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed through the courtyard as Rhodes patiently minced the pork belly into a fine mixture. She then incorporated crisp lotus root, velvety egg whites, scallion ginger water, and a medley of spices, including pepper, stirring the mixture vigorously in one direction to achieve the perfect consistency. Once the mixture was ready, she rolled it into uniformly sized, plump meatballs. After heating olive oil in a stone pot to the perfect temperature, Rhodes carefully placed her handmade meatballs into the oil, the sizzling sound immediately filling the air. With a protective barrier conjured by her divine power, she shielded herself from the splattering oil. As the meatballs fried to a golden hue, Rhodes skillfully retrieved them, allowing the excess oil to drain. She then transferred the meatballs to another pot, adding the pre-prepared broth and simmering gently over medium-low heat. With the passage of time, the rich aroma of the meat began to envelop the courtyard. Once the meatballs were perfectly stewed, Rhodes arranged them neatly on a plate and thickened the remaining broth with a cornstarch slurry, finishing it with a drizzle of bright oil before pouring it over the meatballs. Gazing at the gleaming, aromatic For Happiness meatballs, though not strictly authentic, Rhodes restrained her impulse to indulge immediately, distributing the meatballs in groups of 3 to each family member. Once they were divided, she eagerly grasped one of the plump meatballs from her plate with chopsticks, splitting it in half before bringing a piece to her lips. The piping hot broth burst forth in her mouth, the tender pork harmonizing with the crisp lotus root, delivering a delightful dual texture. The deep, rich flavors developed through prolonged simmering danced upon her palate, prompting Rhodes to exclaim in delight, "Delicious!" Chapter 93. The Cyclops crowned as sales champion. The sound of clanging once again resonated over the waters of Lake Hondan, as the koi fish curiously gathered, their heads peeking above the surface to observe the industrious Cyclopes along the shore. Thanks to the fervent promotion by Romes, coupled with the fact that the artifact was a rare treasure among the gods of Olympus, a flurry of orders poured in within mere hours, prompting Romes to hastily conclude her promotional endeavors and retreat back to the Xiyan pavilion. With the well-being and health of the Cyclopes in mind, as well as to ensure the quality of the finished products, Romes, who prided herself as a conscientious employer, decided against overwhelming the Cyclopes with all the orders at once. Instead, she opted for a gradual approach, initially entrusting them with 6 pivotal orders from the supreme deities Zeus, Hera, Hades, and others, insisting that they pour their hearts into this endeavor to set a commendable precedent for the inaugural launch of artifacts from Xiyan Pavilion. The Cyclopes did not disappoint Romes' expectations. They transformed into ultimate artisans, dedicating every moment, save for meals and rest, to the forging process. After a total of 21 days, utilizing countless precious and rare materials, 6 magnificent artifacts imbued with divine radiance emerged from their skilled hands. First among them was an unparalleled artifact named Thunder, crafted for Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder. As Zeus had no particular aesthetic demands for his weapon, focusing instead on its formidable power, the Cyclopes fashioned a weapon that resembled lightning itself. This weapon, forged from the very essence of the storm, perfectly suited Zeus, possessing the ability to summon thunderstorms and amplify strength exponentially. A single strike could effortlessly devastate the world. The method of use bore resemblance to a boomerang, integrating functions of positioning, navigation, target acquisition, and retrieval into a throwing artifact. Next, the Cyclopes crafted a trident for Poseidon, the god of the sea, a weapon frequently depicted in various cinematic works throughout history. Beyond its inherent capabilities, this trident was an artifact of maximal offensive power, capable of effortlessly shattering mountains and cleaving the earth, embodying the might to rend the heavens and shatter the world. Moreover, the trident, infused with the forces of the ocean, could summon towering waves and unleash terrifying hurricanes and cataclysmic tsunamis at will. Following this, they created Hades' exclusive artifact, the Invisibility Helmet. As the supreme ruler of the underworld, Hades seldom ventured beyond his realm, indicating that this newly minted recluse rarely engaged in battle. Thus, he desired the Cyclopes to forge an artifact that prioritized functionality and practicality over sheer power. After discarding numerous proposals, the Cyclopes ultimately resolved to design an artifact embodying the ultimate principle of stealth for Hades. With the mere donning of this invisibility helmet, the wearer can completely conceal their form. Be it mortals, specters, monsters, or deities, none can penetrate its disguise. It stands as an exemplary artifact essential for stealth and self-preservation. Having concluded the introductions of the divine artifacts belonging to the three male gods, we now turn to the three female deities who govern the earth. As the goddess of the hearth, Hestia shares an inseparable bond with fire, thus the Cyclopes crafted for her a lantern that never extinguishes. This antiquated lantern emanates a warmth that comforts the heart. It not only absorbs all flames across the realm but can also instantaneously unleash a multitude of fire crows, creating an overwhelming sea of flames with the power to incinerate all. In stark contrast, the enchanting goddess of harvest, Demeter, sought an artifact intimately connected with grains. For she already possessed a remarkable artifact, the cursed scythe once belonging to the former god king Cronus. This scythe, with the ability to wither the earth and bring decay to all, was bestowed upon her by Gaia, who hoped that Demeter, capable of rendering the land fertile and ensuring bountiful harvests, could suppress the scythe's ominous power. Thus, for Demeter, who had no need for aggression, the Cyclopes fashioned a staff that accelerates the growth of all things, endowed with a feature to bring them to maturity with a mere touch, complementing her harvest powers. Lastly, we have our goddess of marriage, the reigning Queen Hera. Hera's fondness for opulence and her penchant for collecting shimmering treasures led Lotus to ponder whether she had unwittingly inherited the bloodline of dragons. Therefore, in accordance with Hera's tastes, the Cyclopes crafted for her an exquisitely luxurious diadem adorned with a plethora of splendid gemstones. However, do not be deceived by the diadem's outward beauty, mistaking it for mere monetary power. It possesses remarkable abilities of mental control. The wearer can amplify their mental prowess infinitely, subtly influencing the thoughts of their targets, wielding both crowd control and seduction as dual enhancements, a true divine artifact. Thus, 6 artifacts of diverse forms, formidable powers, and radiant splendor were born. Lotus generously rewarded the Cyclopes with a sumptuous feast for their monumental contributions. Subsequently, she journeyed to the divine mountain, the earth, and the underworld to deliver these artifacts to their respective masters. To Lotus's astonishment, the 6 deities who received these artifacts were akin to children delighted with new toys, frequently appearing unexpectedly in various corners of the world, brandishing their artifacts and continuously showcasing their might. Among them, the sea god Poseidon, resembling a flamboyant peacock, evolved to a degree that left Lotus speechless. So extravagant was he that even traversing a mere 100 meters required him to summon towering waves with his trident, standing atop the surging waters, brandishing his trident, and proceeding amidst the envious gazes of the other gods. Under the vigorous promotion of these 6 walking ambassadors, the numerous orders already held by Lotus multiplied significantly. Consequently, she felt compelled to announce that the Cyclops' energy was limited, and the forging of the divine artifacts required an extensive period. She urged everyone not to follow the trend blindly. However, her counsel did not yield the anticipated effect. As the gods unanimously expressed, it matters not. We have ample time and are willing to wait. The Cyclopes, who had garnered a substantial amount of advance payments for exquisite wines, found renewed vigor in their labor. Their insatiable thirst for wine propelled them to work even harder, prompting Lotus to intervene and implement a new regulation, limiting the creation of divine artifacts to 1 per month. Thus, the Xiyan Pavilion's novel venture achieved resounding success, and the industrious Cyclopes rightfully earned the title of sales champions. Chapter 94. The Overindulgent Dragon. Dear Lotus, are you in the temple? The voice called from the entrance of the Xiyan Pavilion. At that moment, Lotus, who was indulging in a delightful massage from Elise in the courtyard, curiously opened her heavy eyelids. How peculiar, she pondered, who could be visiting me on this vexing afternoon? As she approached the entrance, her expression transformed into one of astonishment, for the visitor was none other than Hera, the goddess still basking in the afterglow of her honeymoon. Oh, dearest Hera, it has been far too long. With warmth, Lotus embraced Hera, pressing her cheek against hers, and ushered her into the courtyard. What brings you to visit me? Is there something amiss? Under the curious gaze of Romus, Hera began to explain the purpose of her visit. Dearest Romus, during our wedding, the earth goddess Gaia bestowed upon Zeus and me a precious golden apple tree. Naturally, having received such a treasure, I have taken great care to place it within my temple. Recently, the golden apple tree has borne fruit, which should be a joyous occasion. However, as Hera spoke, a sudden thought struck her, and she hastily presented 3 radiant golden apples, glistening as if made of pure gold. To Romus, I almost forgot to bring these gifts. Accepting the 3 precious golden apples from Hera's hands, Romus gazed at the fruits born of this primordial essence of Greek mythology and couldn't help but reflect on the shortcomings of her own endeavors. "Oh, Huang Hongli, why do you falter so? The golden apples have matured and fruited, while you have merely begun to bloom. When shall I ever taste your fruits?" Having vented her grievances, Romis placed the golden apples into her system backpack and turned her gaze back to Hera, awaiting her further words. After bestowing the gifts, Hera continued recounting the tale surrounding the golden apples. "Initially, the tree bore 15 fruits, and I eagerly harvested 10 for my own use, planning to pick the remaining 5 the following day to offer to other deities. However, upon rising the next morning, I discovered that the remaining 5 golden apples had mysteriously vanished, evidently plucked by other divine beings. I promptly summoned my mother, the goddess of time, Rhea, to reconstruct the events, only to find that the theft was not the work of a single deity but rather a coordinated effort. After punishing the culprits, I was struck with the desire to relocate the golden apples to a more secure location. Thus, I have come to seek your counsel as the goddess of nature on any hidden places in the world suitable for housing the golden apple tree." Upon hearing Hera's tale, Romis fell into deep contemplation, her divine essence resonating within her soul, probing the world for a fitting sanctuary for the golden apples. After a thorough exploration of the natural realm, Romis indeed discovered a most suitable haven, a secret paradise reminiscent of the fabled peach blossom spring. The entrance to this hidden domain was, as described by Mr. Wulio, initially narrow, allowing passage for only one, but after traversing several dozen steps, it opened up into a sunlit valley filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. This secluded spot was undoubtedly the perfect place to safeguard the golden apples. Upon learning of the specific location from Romis, Hera's expression brightened. And just as she was about to bid farewell and return to the divine mountain to relocate the golden apple tree, Romis interjected, "Dearest Hera, while I have found you a wonderfully concealed location, there is always the possibility that other deities may inadvertently discover its existence. Therefore, I advise you to seek a suitable guardian for the golden apple tree to prevent any future thefts." What prompted Rhodes to propose this idea? It was the golden apple that reminded her of the illustrious Hercules and his legendary 12 labors, one of which involved vanquishing the fearsome multi-headed dragon, Lotus, to obtain this precious fruit. The tale of a hero battling a dragon is indeed a classic narrative. With this thought in mind, she suggested to Hera, indulging a whimsical desire within her. Upon hearing Rhodes's words, Hera nodded in agreement, finding merit in the proposal. However, she was at a loss for a suitable guardian. Sensing Hera's dilemma, Rhodes smiled gently and recommended a choice she had long contemplated. "Dear Hera, since you seem to lack a candidate for the task, allow me to suggest someone." This individual was none other than Lotus, the 100-headed dragon, offspring of the mighty Typhon. With his multitude of heads, he was practically born for the role of a guardian, and as a dragon, he had a particular fondness for shiny objects. I am certain he would be more than willing to guard the golden apple for you. But where can I find this 100-headed dragon, Lotus? Hera lamented. "Fear not, Hera. I will take care of this matter. You need only focus on relocating the golden apple," Rhodes declared confidently, taking it upon herself to seek out Lotus. In the long-forgotten Serenian Mountains, within the opulent lair of the affluent dragon Lotus, adorned with treasures of every kind, Rhodes shimmered into existence before Lotus, who was engrossed in a large ruby. The sudden appearance of a strange goddess put Lotus on high alert. He swiftly concealed the ruby within his abdomen and regarded Rhodes with suspicion, inquiring, "Strange goddess, why have you intruded upon my lair? Do you harbor designs on my treasures?" Rhodes merely smiled, offering no reply to Lotus's query. Instead, she retrieved a resplendent golden apple from her enchanted satchel and tossed it effortlessly into Lotus's massive claws. "Lotus, I wonder if you would fancy this precious golden apple." As Lotus beheld the shimmering fruit, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. The extraordinary aura emanating from the apple assured him that this was no ordinary item. Without hesitation, he stowed the golden apple among his collection of jewels, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Strange goddess, do tell me, where did you procure this golden apple?" Upon hearing Lotus refer to himself in such grandiose terms, Rhodes could hardly contain her laughter, realizing that this opulent dragon displayed the exuberance of a youthful dreamer. Noticing the apparent mockery in her demeanor, Lotus's visage flushed, and he straightened, declaring with authority, "Do not laugh. Strange goddess, please divulge the origins of this golden apple." Observing Radon's current demeanor, Rhodes stifled a laugh and spoke, "Radon, this golden apple is a wedding gift from the earth goddess Gaia to the divine King Zeus, and Queen Hera. Upon hearing that this golden apple was linked to the primordial deities and the king of gods, Radon was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if struck by a sudden revelation, he gazed at Ratiz with incredulity and exclaimed, "Mysterious goddess, could it be that you have pilfered this golden apple? Return it at once. You shall not frame Lord Radon. He is indeed a noble dragon." As Radon hurriedly rummaged through his belongings in search of the golden apple he had just concealed, Ratiz smiled and revealed her true intention. "Radon, this golden apple is not stolen. Rather, it was gifted to me by Queen Hera. I have come to propose a transaction. Would you be willing to serve as the guardian of the golden apple tree? In return, Hera has pledged that each time the tree bears fruit, you shall receive a resplendent golden apple." Chapter 95, The Golden Apple. Manifested as an energetic beverage, the generous terms offered by Ratiz prompted Radon to accept the position without hesitation. He brought all his treasures from his lair into the peach blossom spring, embarking on a settled life in the company of the golden apple tree. Having always been accustomed to a life of seclusion, Radon quickly adapted to his new role, finding immense happiness sleeping beneath the shimmering branches of the golden apple tree. After all, who could comprehend the joy of awakening each day to a sight of golden radiance? Moreover, it became his daily ritual to rise and check whether the golden apple tree bore fruit, as he fervently prayed for its early ripening to claim his well-deserved reward. Ratiz also looked forward to the eventual encounter between Heracles and Radon, eager to witness how the mighty demigod, without the aid of the celestial Titan Atlas, would triumph over this rather eccentric yet formidable dragon to secure the precious golden apple. Having resolved the matters of the apple's transplantation and guardianship, Ratiz returned to the Xiyan pavilion, content and ready to delve into the study of the 3 golden apples bestowed upon her by Hera. Through the item descriptions provided by her system's inventory, she quickly discerned the apple's significant purpose. Golden apple, the fruit of the primordial spiritual root of the golden apple tree in Greek mythology, imbued with potent life energy. Consuming it bestows eternal youth and vitality, granting immortality. Immortality, indeed, is a rare treasure for mortals. However, for beings such as us deities, why does this golden apple seem so trivial? Ratiz pondered silently within herself. As an immortal divine entity, she had no need for this elixir of life to prolong her existence. The sole benefit of the golden apple for her might be the preservation of eternal youth. Yet, when it comes to the matter of eternal youth, the life-giving water flowing from the life vial is evidently a superior alternative to the golden apple. Moreover, as Ratiz presides over nature, she is inherently brimming with boundless vitality, rendering the concept of aging almost irrelevant to her. Alas, such a splendid treasure, yet I find it unnecessary. Since the golden apple holds no distinction for Ratiz compared to an ordinary apple, merely a morsel to savor, she resolved not to squander it. Instead, she intended to bestow these 3 golden apples upon her fellow family members at the Xiyan pavilion. However, it was known that aside from Ratiz, there were 6 nymphs, 3 cyclopes, and a family of 4 from the Bai clan, totaling 13 individuals. Thus, the distribution of these 3 golden apples emerged as a conundrum. Not wishing to grapple with the mathematical dilemma of dividing 3 apples among 13 people, Ratiz opted for a more straightforward solution. She decided to transform the 3 golden apples into juice, so each person would receive a cup, thereby effortlessly resolving the perplexing distribution issue. Transforming into a human juicer, Ratiz wielded her divine power to effortlessly convert the golden apples into a large cup of juice, containing not a single drop of water, wholly comprised of the concentrated essence of the golden apples. She then evenly divided this nectar into 13 small cups and delivered them into the hands of each companion. Unbeknownst to them, the individuals who indulged in the sweet and tangy golden apple juice felt their fatigue vanish, replaced by an inexhaustible vigor. The 6 nymphs seized their tools and commenced a thorough cleaning of the courtyard. Meanwhile, a family of 4, the Bai family, began racing exuberantly around the sky above the Lotus Lake to expend their surplus energy. The 3 cyclopes, undeterred, swung their mighty hammers, immersing themselves in the forging process. Observing her companions, who had suddenly become invigorated and industrious as if struck by a surge of vitality, Rhodeus stroked her chin and mused. This golden apple juice resembles an energy drink, akin to the Red Bull of the Greek mythological realm. If only this golden apple juice could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly present a lucrative opportunity. However, events that transpired that evening swiftly extinguished Rhodeus's entrepreneurial aspirations. The imbibers of the golden apple juice found themselves with boundless energy, rendering even Hypnos's sleep powder ineffective. Throughout the night, as various sounds echoed from outside, Rhodius, typically a sound sleeper, succumbed to insomnia. When she appeared the following day, sporting dark circles under her eyes, she was astonished to find that her sleepless companions, far from sharing her fatigue, radiated vitality as though they had just undergone a rejuvenating spa treatment. With aching limbs and a foggy mind, Rhodius was filled with regret, internally lamenting, "Oh, how I wish there were a remedy for regret. Had I known, I would have diluted the golden apple juice with water to temper its potency." Thus, the effects of the golden apple persisted for 5 days and nights, until Rhodius, after much torment, finally enjoyed a long-awaited, blissful slumber on the 6th night, descending into the dreams woven by Hypnos. On a tranquil afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the slumbering Rhodius in warmth. After a long-awaited restful night, she struggled to rise from her bed and began her morning routine. Once refreshed, Rhodius reclined on a chaise in the courtyard, transforming once again into the matchmaker she had recently become enamored with. As she perused the marriage ledger in search of unions to facilitate, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a pairing that astonished her, the moon goddess Selene and the mortal Endymion. Rhodius could hardly believe her eyes, rubbing them to ensure she was not mistaken. To her utter disbelief, the ethereal Selene, who had garnered the admiration of countless deities, had formed a connection with a mere mortal. The red thread of fate glimmered in Rhodius's grasp, and through the divine guidance of the matchmaking deity, she clearly perceived a strikingly vivid bond between Selene and Endymion, indicating that they were not strangers but had, in fact, been in love for some time. Goodness! This is reminiscent of the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Could Selene truly be the first divine mortal couple in existence? After her initial surprise, Lotus transformed into an intrigued onlooker, becoming ensnared in the enchanting realm of Selene's domain. With a heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation, Lotus endured until the night presided over by the nocturnal goddess Nyx arrived, a time when the lunar goddess Selene would make her appearance. Without delay, she mounted her steed, the little white horse, soaring into the heavens, prepared to lie in wait for the appearance of the moon chariot drawn by the divine bull. Chapter 96, A Delightful Snack. A fondness for indulgence, the tinkling sound echoed from afar, and Lotus, concealed among the clouds, recognized it as the bell adorning the neck of the divine bull pulling the moon chariot. She immediately held her breath, concealing her presence to nearly imperceptible levels, while silently bestowing upon herself a stroke of good fortune through her divine grace. She waited patiently for the arrival of the moon goddess Selene. As the stunning goddess seated upon the silvery moon chariot passed before her, Lotus, perfectly hidden, signaled to her little white horse and followed at a distance behind the resplendent moon in the night sky. In her heart, she fervently implored, "Selene, you must go and meet Endymion. I beseech you, grant me the pleasure of this fresh delight." Selene, true to Lotus's hopes, completed her celestial rounds, symbolically fulfilling her duties. She commanded the divine bull to steer the moon chariot autonomously, while our ethereal and noble moon goddess, akin to a thief, cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Upon confirming there was no unusual presence, a blissful smile illuminated her face as she descended toward the earth, having successfully evaded Selene's gaze. Lotus exhaled a long sigh of relief. Heaven knows how tense she felt when Selene glanced in her direction. What a close call. At last, she had eluded Selene's scrutiny, and now she could relish the unfolding drama before her. Under the fortunate augmentation of luck, the paparazzo Romies skillfully evaded the scrutiny of the moon goddess. Cautiously, she trailed closely behind Selene, soaring from the clouds to the earth below. As her feet touched the ground, Romies felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her. Unlike her existence amidst the heavens, she, as the goddess of nature, could effortlessly blend into her surroundings on earth. Even the most exalted primordial deity might not unravel her disguise. Thus, she no longer had to fear Selene uncovering her presence. As the radiant little white creature frolicked on its own, the enchanting Rhodius followed closely behind the goddess Selene, enveloped by the forces of nature. Even upon reaching the earthly realm, Selene remained exceedingly cautious, occasionally pausing to glance back, yet she never discerned Rhodius's disguise. Thus, after traversing several hundred steps, Rhodius accompanied Selene to an uncharted valley. Within this profound gorge, she finally fulfilled her heart's desire and beheld Selene's beloved, the mortal man named Endymion. Rhodius's initial impression of Endymion was his luminescent white hair. This young man, appearing scarcely 17 or 18, possessed skin as flawless as white porcelain. His bright eyes, upon meeting Celine, curved into exquisite crescents, radiating an unmistakable joy and affection. A pristine set of teeth gleamed between his subtly smiling crimson lips, evoking the brilliance of pearls, while the moonlight cascaded upon his lustrous black locks, illuminating his finely sculpted visage, rendering him akin to an angel descended from the heavens. Ah, how beautiful! What a magnificent countenance! No wonder Celine fell for him. The moment Rhodius beheld Endymion, she comprehended why Celine was so enamored with this mortal. His handsome features were nothing short of the most perfect work of art, rivaling even Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, earning him the title of a beautiful god. Before Rhodius could recover from the stunning blow of Endymion's beauty, she witnessed him rise swiftly from the grass, a charming smile gracing his face as he approached Celine. The two, their eyes filled with love, embraced tightly, sharing a passionate kiss beneath the radiant moonlight. Gazing at this captivating scene, Rhodius found herself utterly speechless. A maternal smile blooming on her face as she silently cheered within, reminiscent of the bliss she felt in her previous life when she indulged in her own romantic whims. What a delightful sight, what a cherished moment. Rhodius gently rubbed her flushed cheeks, exclaiming in her heart, "Oh, Celine, how deeply you've concealed this. Had I not possessed the marriage ledger, I would have remained oblivious to your secret escapades, sneaking out each night for clandestine rendezvous with your charming pup." After a brief moment of silently criticizing her companions, Rhodius glanced at the increasingly intimate embrace and fervent kisses exchanged between Celine and Endymion. She discreetly raised her hands to cover her eyes, albeit symbolically, as her fingers were splayed wide, leaving ample gaps. Surely, they wouldn't engage in any inappropriate activities, would they? Fortunately, the scene Rhodius had anticipated did not unfold. The striking couple, after a tender exchange, clasped hands and settled on the ground, leaning into one another while engaging in soft conversation. Having thoroughly surveyed the unfolding drama, Rhodius resolved to withdraw gracefully, no longer wishing to be the glaring third wheel, but rather to grant the clandestine lovers the privacy they deserved. Reclining on the grass a fair distance from the valley, Rhodius gazed at the star-studded sky, striving to calm her fluttering heart. The realization that her usually aloof and regal companion had secretly found a partner brought an uncontainable smile to her face. "Rest assured, Celine, I shall keep your secret safe." Now a devoted fan of Celine and Endymion's romance, Rhodius genuinely hoped for their enduring happiness together. After such an enchanting night, her spirits soared. In the days that followed, she often used the red embroidery ball to monitor the progress of Celine's relationship. Observing the ever-thickening and increasingly radiant bond between them, Rhodius felt her own joy amplify. She frequently burst into melodious laughter under the curious gazes of the nymphs, leaving them to ponder whether their goddess had recently experienced a lapse in sanity. Yet, one could hardly blame Rhodius. After all, any deity witnessing the sweet love between Celine and Endymion would find it hard to contain their emotions. Ultimately, the allure of others' love stories often eclipses one's own romantic pursuits. Chapter 97. The stranger goddess in the human realm in the human city-state upon the plains, Rhodius, once again donning the guise of a donkey-riding old woman, commenced her daily observations of humanity. As one of the progenitors of humanity, she established a routine for herself. Every 2 months, she would venture into the realm of mortals to assess their current progress. It is noteworthy that, due to the widespread dissemination of childbirth knowledge imparted by Rhythmus, coupled with the blessings bestowed by the gods, the birth rate among humans had significantly surged, leading to an explosive population growth. With the construction of formidable defensive walls, human settlements gradually transitioned from scattered villages to densely populated city-states, marking the official onset of urbanization in the world of Greek mythology. Walking along the broad and immaculate thoroughfares, the lively calls of merchants on either side enveloped Rhythmus in a nostalgic reverie, reminiscent of the vibrant markets of her childhood, long unseen. Just as she was lost in her reflections, the jubilant commotion from a distance stirred her from her memories. Following the direction of the sounds, she beheld a gathering of several middle-aged women, laughing and chatting as they walked in unison. Intrigued by this scene, Rhythmus gently tapped her little donkey, transformed from a spirit, and it instinctively trotted toward the group of women. As she approached, now merely a step away from those seemingly engrossed in gossip, she opened her mouth and spoke in a kind and warm voice. "Young ones, wait a moment." The women, upon hearing Rhythmus's call, immediately paused, turning to look over their shoulders. When they discerned that the one who beckoned them was an elderly woman riding a donkey, the eldest among them replied gently, "Dear lady, is there something you wish to discuss?" With a smile illuminating the wrinkles of her aged face, Rhythmus replied, "I am merely curious. Are you all heading somewhere together?" "Ah, dear lady, it is evident that you are not from our city-state," the leader of the women began to explain patiently. "We are on our way to learn the art of weaving from Pallas, the most skilled maiden in our community." Upon hearing the mention of weaving, which was once her own craft, Rhythmus's interest was piqued. She amiably inquired, "Might you mind if I accompany you?" This old woman would like to witness the craftsmanship of the maiden named Pallas. "Of course, we wholeheartedly welcome your company." Thus, riding upon a humble donkey, Romy successfully infiltrated the ranks of the women, and through their conversations along the way, she was astonished to discover that these women shared a common identity. They were widows. Their husbands had met their untimely demise at the hands of ferocious beasts during hunts, succumbed to incurable ailments, or perished due to various unforeseen accidents. The absence of their spouses rendered these women's lives exceedingly arduous, as nearly every household had children to nurture. The loss of a primary breadwinner compelled these women to toil doubly hard merely to make ends meet. It was not until the arrival of a young woman named Pallas that their circumstances began to transform. Emerging from an unknown origin, Pallas selflessly established courses to impart various skills to eager learners, particularly widows like them, enabling them to create essential goods and exquisite crafts. Armed with newfound abilities, the living conditions of the women and their children saw a remarkable improvement, for which they were profoundly grateful to Pallas, frequently praying to the deities for the well-being and continued fortune of this benevolent young woman. After hearing the women's accounts, Romy's curiosity about this kind-hearted and resolute individual reached its zenith, and she could scarcely contain her eagerness to behold Pallas in her true form. Under the guidance of the enthusiastic women, after traversing a distance of about 100 steps, Romy's arrived before a spacious and brightly lit house, its doors wide open. She tethered her little white companion to a grand tree outside and, in a theatrical display, hunched her back and leaned on a cane as she entered the abode alongside the women. The expansive interior of the house boasted little in the way of furnishings. It housed merely 10 looms, which were even more rudimentary than those found in Romy's residence. A beautiful woman with golden hair and bright eyes sat before one of the looms, her deft hands skillfully operating the apparatus, revealing a fabric of intricate patterns that began to take shape. The sound emanating from the entrance drew the attention of Pallas, who was engrossed in her weaving. Turning her head, she greeted the newcomers with a radiant smile, pausing her work to rise from her seat. "Oh, you have arrived. Today, I shall impart my knowledge of weaving to you." It was then that Pallas noticed an unfamiliar old woman had unexpectedly joined the familiar group. She quickly approached Romy's and gently inquired, "Dear elder, have you come to learn the art of weaving as well?" Romy squinted her eyes, appraising Pallas before breaking into a bewildered smile. "Ah, young lady, I am merely a curious old woman, intrigued by the process of weaving. Might you allow me to sit nearby and observe closely?" "Of course, dear elder. Please take a seat." Pallas stepped forward, carefully assisting Romy's to a chair, and kindly poured her a glass of water before gathering the women to commence the formal lesson. As Pallas passionately demonstrated and explained the intricacies of weaving, Romy sat in contemplation, speculating on the name Pallas, one that she had never encountered before. Could it be a pseudonym for this goddess? Let me ponder which deities are adept in the craft of weaving. Indeed, from the moment Romy's laid eyes on Pallas, she realized that this kind woman was no mere mortal, but a divine being unlike any she had ever seen. Although Pallas had donned a disguise, the aura of divine power emanating from her could not escape the keen perception of Romy's, well-versed in the art of transformation. Thus, the bright room was distinctly divided into 2 realms, one bustling with the lively and boisterous atmosphere of Pallas's teaching, while the other remained tranquil, as Romy's quietly sought to discern and unravel the true identity of Pallas. In this distinctly contrasting yet unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere, time slipped away unperceived, as the dusk bestowed by Hesperides enveloped the azure sky, filtering through the window to cast a warm golden glow within the room. Chapter 98. Lotus. No, I do not wish to be an ant. The time for dinner had arrived, and Pallas's weaving class was drawing to a close. The women waved their farewells, leaving the expansive house with only Lotus and Pallas remaining. "My dear elder, it is quite late, and given your mobility issues, why not stay for a meal? I shall escort you home afterward," Pallas gently suggested as she approached Lotus. Lotus did not respond immediately. Instead, She smiled at Pallas for a moment before directly inquiring. Dear Pallas, I have never encountered your name among the gods of Olympus. May I ask which goddess has come to Earth incognito? Rhodas' straightforward question caught Pallas off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned by the revelation of her identity. Rhodas remained silent, her expression warm as she awaited Pallas's response. After a considerable pause, Pallas finally emerged from her astonishment, beginning to scrutinize the elderly woman before her, sensing the divine power that emanated from her, probing forward. Yet, despite her keen perception, the enigmatic figure who had unveiled her identity remained, in Pallas's eyes, simply a kind human elder. After attempting various means to penetrate the disguise, Pallas realized she had encountered a deity far more powerful than herself, and with newfound respect, she spoke. I greet you. I am the daughter of the great prophet Prometheus and the noble ocean goddess Métis, the goddess of wisdom, Athena. Divine radiance illuminated from Pallas, or rather, she should now be referred to as Athena, as she shed her disguise, revealing herself as a pure goddess adorned with golden hair and green eyes, crowned with a wreath of olive branches and clad in an elegant white gown woven with golden threads. Ah, so you are Athena. Rhodas exclaimed in surprise upon learning Pallas's true identity, astonished to discover that this goddess was the daughter of her companion Prometheus, and by lineage, Athena might even address her as aunt. Observing the graceful and stunning Athena, who embodied both valor and beauty, Rhodas smiled gently and transformed, discarding her own disguise. Upon witnessing Rhodas' transformation, Athena was taken aback, and with her dark hair and green eyes, coupled with the vibrant life energy that seemed to radiate from her, Athena swiftly deduced Rhodas' identity. You are the nature goddess Rhodas. In her first appearance devoid of the image of an elderly crone, Remes was addressed with the honorific you by all the deities except for her eldest disciple, Zeus. She could not help but reflect inwardly, lamenting, alas, I have indeed aged. This newly emerged deity is a full generation younger than I. Unwittingly, I have become akin to an elder sister among the gods. With a resigned shake of her head, she dispelled her musings and donned a warm smile, gently addressing Athena. Yes, dear Athena, I am Remes, the goddess of nature, an old acquaintance of your father, Prometheus. As Prometheus's daughter, Athena had certainly heard tales from her father about the creation of all things alongside Remes. From a young age, she had harbored immense respect for this powerful goddess. Thus, encountering the very deity who had a hand in humanity's creation filled her with a thrill akin to that of meeting a childhood idol. What has come over this child? Why does she suddenly appear so exhilarated upon hearing my name? Remes pondered, momentarily bewildered by the admiration that graced Athena's countenance. However, she chose to dismiss her confusion and instead began to commend Athena for her benevolent deeds. Dear Athena, through the accounts of those women, coupled with what I have witnessed today, I hold your actions in high regard. Both Prometheus and Métis would take pride in having you as their daughter. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed goddess Remes, Athena replied, her joy evident in her expression, overwhelmed by the praise from her idol. Upon hearing Athena's formal address, Remes felt a sense of discomfort and promptly encouraged her, saying, There is no need for such formality. We may refer to each other as friends. After Athena altered her appellation, Rhodas gazed at the darkening sky and began to urge Athena to fulfill her invitation to the elderly figure she had just portrayed, to take her in and prepare a meal. Athena nodded, and thus, at her own hearth, commenced the meticulous preparation of dinner for herself and Rhodas. Rhodas stood by, observing Athena, who, without employing any divine powers, busily worked at the stove, clearly having spent some time in the mortal realm. Curiosity piqued, she inquired about Athena's story. As Athena cooked, she recounted her reasons for descending into the human world. It transpired that after Athena matured, influenced by her father Prometheus, she developed a profound interest in the very race her father had crafted with his own hands. Consequently, under Prometheus's guidance, she ventured to Earth to experience life firsthand, ultimately deciding to emulate her father's actions by residing among humanity for a while. However, unlike the prophetic experiences of Prometheus, Athena chose not to reveal her divine identity but instead donned a disguise, content to live as a mortal woman named Pallas, embarking on an authentic life experience. During her time among mortals, she observed that many women in the city, having lost their husbands, were struggling considerably. Although they occasionally received aid from kind neighbors, the burden of raising children rendered such assistance nearly futile. Thus, Athena resolved to alter this dismal reality. She aspired to awaken the inherent strength within these women. empowering them to transform their own lives. Hence, as the goddess of wisdom, she began to translate her knowledge into practice, continually instructing these women and helping them discover viable means of subsistence. By the time Athena concluded her narrative, a simple yet heartwarming dinner had been prepared. Ripping a piece of bread, Rhodius dipped it into the richly adorned vegetable soup before savoring the soft, broth-soaked morsel, relishing the mingling flavors of wheat and assorted vegetables. He gave Athena a thumbs up, pleasantly surprised by the delightful taste of the humble dish, realizing that our wise goddess Athena possessed quite the culinary prowess, indeed reflecting the qualities of a true gourmet. Chapter 99. The trafficking of women by Hades. After bidding farewell to Athena, who had assumed the guise of Pallas, Rhodius resumed his observations of the human world for 2 more days. Satisfied with the flourishing progress of humanity, he shed his elderly visage and rode back to the Xiyan pavilion on his luminous white divine deer. In the ensuing days, Rhodius undertook a significant task to perfect the 4 cardinal pillars shaped by Typhon, the goddess Oxos, symbolizing the growth of summer, and the goddess Carpalus, representing the bountiful harvest of autumn, emerged in succession, thus gathering together the 4 deities representing the seasons. The cyclical changes of the seasons were officially established, with spring, summer, autumn, and winter commencing their eternal rotation. The Juke pillar by the southern coastal shores and the Baihu pillar in the desolate western lands have subsequently been imbued with the blessings of summer and autumn. Under the influence of the fundamental powers of the seasonal cycles, the celestial pillar that supports the heavens has become more robust and formidable, ensuring that the perilous state of a tilting sky shall no longer manifest within the realm of Greek mythology. Once the celestial pillar, representing the 4 seasons and cardinal directions, was formally established, the perceptive senses of Rhodius became even more refined, fostering an increasingly intimate connection with this world, a generous gift from the world's consciousness to the 4 goddesses of the seasons. Ah, Apollo, what an endearing deity he is! With so many threads of destiny entwined around him, I can scarcely count them all. I find myself uncertain as to which of these connections signifies his true soulmate. As Rhodius perused the love ledger, her attention was momentarily captured by the name of the radiant god Apollo. She was taken aback by the revelation that he was, without a doubt, a notorious philanderer, entangled in impure relationships with numerous goddesses, nymphs, and even mortals. Just as Rhodius intended to bypass the amorous Apollo and turn to the next divine entity, a sudden red light surged forth from the red-embroidered sphere, and an unexpected thread of fate intertwined itself with the love ledger, prominently revealing the names of Hades, the lord of the underworld, and Persephone, the goddess of seeds. Before Rhodius's eyes, in the realm of the underworld, the memories awakened by the allure of pomegranates led Lotus to gaze at the 2 names, silently contemplating. Is the tale of Hades and Persephone finally about to unfold? I nearly fell victim to those infernal pomegranates myself. Had it not been for the assistance of Thanatos, I might have become a deity of the underworld. By the way, Persephone is the daughter of Demeter, Hades' sister, which makes Hades her uncle. Ah, the intricacies of Greek mythology are truly bewildering. Having concluded her musings, Lotus began to search through the fragmented memories in her mind regarding Persephone. Although her knowledge was scant, she was aware that Persephone's disappearance had caused quite an uproar for her mother, the goddess of grain and harvest. Meanwhile, in the Xiyan pavilion, Lotus was lost in thought. While in the vibrant flower fields of a region known as Inna, the story of Persephone and Hades was quietly unfolding, with her brown hair cascading casually over her shoulders. The seed goddess Persephone held a magnificent bouquet of colorful blossoms to her nose. The rich fragrance instantly enveloped her senses, and a contented smile graced her face. The flowers were in splendid bloom, their aroma abundant and refreshing. Like a melodious nightingale, she spoke gently to the nymph beside her, expressing her belief that her mother would surely adore the bouquet she had gathered with her own hands. Today marked her monthly flower-picking day. As a goddess who cherished blossoms, Persephone would bring the nymphs to the most resplendent locations each month to collect beautiful flowers. Part of the bounty she would keep for her own enjoyment, while the rest would be presented to her mother, Demeter. Unbeknownst to Persephone, as she continued to gather flowers, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, observing her every move. The owner of those eyes was none other than Hades, whom Lotus had dubbed the Eternal Recluse. A peculiar sensation surged within Hades as he watched Persephone from afar, an unsettling feeling that swept through his entire being. He murmured softly to himself, "Could this be what love feels like?" Coincidentally, as the ruler of the underworld, Hades seldom graced the surface of the earth. However, A new decree issued by Zeus compelled him to leave the underworld monthly. As the heir to Lotus' legacy, Zeus had recently enacted a regulation for his siblings. The 6 divine rulers of the sky, earth, ocean, and underworld must convene once a month to share significant events, challenges, and obstacles encountered in their respective domains, reflecting on their experiences. Today happened to be the day of this collective assembly. As the meeting was set to conclude, Hades, who should have been driving his chariot of the underworld drawn by a skeletal horse wreathed in flames, found himself enraptured by a melodious laughter emanating from the earth. This enchanting sound seemed to possess an irresistible allure, diverting the lord of the underworld from his intended path, compelling him to pursue its source. Ultimately, he encountered the goddess Persephone, who captivated him at first sight. The sensation of love surged within him, causing an unusual flush to grace his pale visage. He yearned to rush to the goddess, proclaiming his admiration and asking if she would consent to be his bride. Visions of romantic fantasies flooded Hades' mind, and overwhelmed by this burgeoning emotion, he cast aside his reason. Transforming into a wisp of black smoke, he abruptly materialized before Persephone, snatching her onto his chariot amidst her startled cries. Suddenly, a dark chasm appeared upon the earth, and the flame-encircled skeletal horse leapt into it, plunging into the depths of the underworld. Upon returning to the familiar realm of shadows, Hades regained his lost rationality, reflecting on his recent actions with a wave of regret. He immediately resolved to return Persephone to the surface, yet he found himself at a loss for words to explain the circumstances to her. Thus, the lord of the underworld, enveloped in frustration, and Persephone, still reeling from her abrupt abduction, were ensconced in an eerie silence within the chariot, unaware of the skeletal horse's return to the palace of Hades. Chapter 100. Hades, may fortune favor you outside the palace of Hades. It was only after disembarking from the chariot that Persephone pieced together the events of the past few minutes. With a fierce expression, she glared at the god before her and demanded, "Strange deity, how dare you? Are you not aware that I am Persephone, daughter of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest? Your barbaric actions will surely invoke my mother's wrath." It was upon hearing Demeter's name from Persephone's lips that Hades realized the goddess he had fallen for was, in fact, the daughter of his own sister. Embarrassment washed over him, and he sincerely apologized. "Forgive me, Persephone, for my impulsive behavior. I shall return you to the surface at once." "Return me to the surface?" Persephone echoed, glancing around to discover she was in a realm devoid of azure skies, sunlight, lush greenery, and vibrant flowers, a dreary, lifeless world. The name of this legendary place flickered in her mind as she gazed incredulously at the god who had brought her here, exclaiming, "Is this truly the fabled underworld?" Hades nodded gently, explaining, "Indeed, this is the underworld, and I am Hades, its sovereign, the god of the underworld." Persephone let out a gasp, utterly astonished to discover that the enigmatic stranger who had abducted her was none other than her mother's brother, and moreover, the sovereign of the underworld. Upon hearing Persephone's exclamation, Hades displayed a hint of embarrassment on his countenance. He swiftly approached the chariot and politely remarked, "Persephone, please step aboard. I shall take you home at once." However, to his surprise, the very Persephone who had just been clamoring to return shook her head resolutely. Her innocent visage radiated an unmistakable sense of anticipation as she blinked her bright, sparkling eyes and inquired of Hades, "Might you show me the wonders of the underworld?" Upon discovering Hades' true identity, Persephone felt an immediate sense of relief, for she understood that as her nominal uncle and the supreme ruler of the underworld, coupled with his connection to her mother, Hades would neither dare nor desire to act inappropriately towards her. Conversely, having heard of the underworld from her mother for the first time, Persephone was filled with an unusual excitement. Eager to explore how this realm of spirits differed from the world above, under the charming assault of his beloved goddess, Hades found himself beset by an inexplicable itch in his heart. He hastily summoned his divine powers to suppress this peculiar sensation and, in response to Persephone's eager anticipation, acquiesced to her request. Thus, the noble king of the underworld transformed into Persephone's exclusive guide, leading her on a tour of the enchanting realms of the underworld. Unbeknownst to both Persephone and Hades, on the surface of the earth, Demeter was plunged into a frenzy over her daughter's sudden disappearance. Fresh from a council at Mount Olympus, Demeter learned from a nymph in her service that her daughter had been whisked away by a cloud of dark smoke. Enraged, Demeter unleashed the authority of the earth within her soul, her vast perceptions sweeping across the land as she resolved to find the audacious deity who dared to lay hands on her daughter. However, contrary to Demeter's hopes, Her divine essence traversed every corner of the earth without revealing Persephone's whereabouts. This deepened her anxiety. An unprecedented sense of urgency enveloping her heart as she feared for the safety of her cherished daughter. As the goddess of the earth, grain, and harvest, Demeter's rising distress began to affect all of nature. Vibrant flowers wilted, lush grasses turned brown, and trees shed their leaves. As the air grew thick with the scent of decay, consuming the earth's verdant beauty, the changes on the land were swiftly sensed by Rhea, the goddess of nature, who was startled into awakening from her ocean of memories. Caught off guard, she realized she had miscalculated the timing of Persephone's tale, believing it to be far off, yet it was unfolding now. Understanding the urgency, Rhea summoned the leisurely grazing wight to hasten towards Demeter's temple. As she ran, Rhea channeled her divine powers to restore the ailing earth, vibrant life spilling from her palms to counteract the encroaching decay, reviving the beleaguered land. Outside Demeter's temple, before White could steady itself, Rhea leapt from its back and called out urgently, "Demeter, gather your wits. I know the whereabouts of your daughter, Persephone." Inside the temple, Demeter had already retrieved the cursed sickle bestowed upon her by Rhea, once belonging to Cronus. Preparing to ascend the mountain and summon the gods of Olympus to locate her daughter and confront the bold deity who had taken her. Just as she was about to depart, she heard news of her daughter from outside the temple. Demeter swiftly exited, and upon seeing Rhea, she immediately inquired with great urgency, "Rhea, where is my daughter?" "Calm yourself, Demeter. Do not be so frantic." Upon witnessing the terrifying visage of Demeter wielding that dreadful cursed scythe, Rhodes swiftly interjected, urging her to temper her agitation. Fearing an inadvertent injury from Demeter, she hastily revealed, "Persephone is unharmed. She currently resides in the underworld." The mention of the underworld momentarily alleviated the heavy burden in Demeter's heart, but astonishment soon replaced it as she regarded Rhodes with incredulity. "The underworld? How could my daughter possibly be in the underworld? Is the deity who abducted her none other than the god of the underworld?" Rhodes found herself at a loss for words in response to Demeter's inquiry. To directly inform her that Hades had taken a liking to her daughter and spirited her away would surely provoke Demeter into a wrathful frenzy, wielding her cursed scythe to wreak havoc in the underworld. Thus, she refrained from answering Demeter's question directly, opting instead to escort her to the underworld where Hades could elucidate the matter himself. "Let us not tarry, Demeter. Allow me to guide you to the underworld to retrieve Persephone, the key to freely enter the underworld, gifted by the nocturnal goddess Nyx, manifested in her palm." She swiftly opened a passage that led directly to the throne of the underworld. Under her guidance, Demeter traversed the portal alongside her, arriving before the imposing and majestic palace of Hades. Gazing at the solemn grandeur of the underworld, Rhodes silently sighed, "Hades, may fortune favor you." Chapter 101. The eternal recluse encounters love. As Hades had already taken Persephone on an adventure throughout the underworld, Rhodes and Demeter did not find him at his palace. It was only through Rhodes' avatar, the goddess of reincarnation Anastasia, that they discovered Persephone, who stood before the reincarnation platform, curiously observing its workings alongside Hades, the architect of the turmoil. Persephone, Demeter, on the brink of madness from her daughter's disappearance, rushed forward and enveloped Persephone in a fervent embrace. Resting her head on her daughter's shoulder, she choked out, "My beloved daughter, in my quest to find you, I nearly plunged the entire world into chaos." "I am so sorry, mother," Persephone replied, holding her tearful mother tightly. As she caressed Demeter's flowing hair, she expressed her remorse, realizing that her brief absence had wrought such dire consequences. Meanwhile, Hades exchanged an awkward glance with Rhodes, who wore an expression of knowing, and nervously touched his nose, contemplating how to confront Demeter's wrath now that she had uncovered the truth. After an emotionally charged reunion, Demeter, having regained her composure, finally noticed the conspicuous presence of Hades. Connecting the dots with the nymph's words, she released her hold on Persephone and, with a grave demeanor, addressed the lord of the underworld, "Hades, why has my daughter suddenly appeared in the underworld? What is your involvement in all of this?" Hades averted his gaze from Demeter, feeling a pang of guilt. Lowering his head, he steeled himself and resolved to confess the entire truth to his sister. "It was all my fault. In fact, it was mother." The victim of this incident, Persephone, suddenly interrupted Hades, tugging at Demeter's arm. With an unwavering demeanor, she spun a tale, claiming, "This all began when I chanced upon Hades while gathering flowers. My curiosity about the underworld compelled me to beseech him for a visit." Demeter listened intently to her daughter's explanation, which starkly contradicted the nymph's account. She scrutinized Persephone, finding no signs of deceit, before turning her gaze back to Hades, who had clearly displayed a sense of unease. Hades, is this truly the case? Caught off guard by Persephone's defense, Hades felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Before he could gather his thoughts, Demeter's probing questions followed swiftly. He looked up at Demeter, only to notice Persephone winking at him beside her. Thus, our lord of the underworld acquiesced to Persephone's narrative, affirming the fabricated truth. Indeed, Demeter, I must apologize for not securing your consent before bringing your daughter into the underworld. As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation often remain oblivious, while bystanders possess clarity. Demeter failed to notice her daughter's covert glances towards Hades, reluctantly accepting this truth with skepticism. Meanwhile, Rhodius observed the silent exchanges between Persephone and Hades with keen insight, inwardly remarking, "Look at Persephone. She seems to have developed a certain fondness for her abductor, Hades. Is this not a Greek version of Stockholm Syndrome? Truly, one must not judge by appearances. I underestimated Hades, this eternal recluse. It appears he possesses a certain charm and cunning. The dark history left behind by Hades, a result of his impulsive actions, was artfully resolved with the cooperation of the victim, Persephone. Ultimately, the three goddesses, Rhodius included, rode in Hades' chariot, returning from the underworld to the realm of the living. Following this incident, Rhodius found herself simultaneously indulging in the sweetness of Selene and Endymion's romance, while vigilantly observing the dynamics between Persephone and Hades. With the aid of her informant, the goddess of rebirth, Anastasia, Rhodius learned that, in the time that followed, the once dutiful daughter of Demeter, Persephone, frequently seized moments of her mother's inattention to clandestinely rendezvous with Hades in the underworld. Witnessing their deepening bond, which threatened to rival that of Zeus and Hera, Rhodius sensed the impending arrival of yet another couple's joyous union. Indeed, as Rhodius had surmised, within a mere month, a shocking announcement rippled through the divine realm. Hades was to wed the goddess of spring, Persephone. However, few deities were aware that during this month, a matter of considerable magnitude almost jeopardized the blossoming love between Hades and Persephone. This predicament, which required Rhodius' diplomatic intervention for a resolution, stemmed from Demeter's vehement disapproval of her daughter becoming the queen of the underworld. Initially, upon learning of her daughter's clandestine affair with Hades, Demeter was distraught and resolute in her rejection of the union. Yet, through Persephone's persistent persuasion, the loving mother ultimately acquiesced to the marriage. Nevertheless, when faced with the prospect of her daughter leaving the earth to live in the underworld alongside Hades, Demeter stood firm in her opposition. She effectively confined Persephone within the temple, determined to sever the ties between her daughter and Hades. Unbeknownst to Demeter, the seemingly obedient Persephone made a remarkable choice for the sake of her love, secretly consuming 6 pomegranate seeds from the underworld, thereby forging an irrevocable bond with Hades that even primordial gods could not sever. Enraged by her daughter's actions, Demeter seized her cursed sickle and stormed into Hades' temple. Upon learning of the unfolding events from Anastasia, Rhodius swiftly descended into the underworld to intercept Demeter's drastic measures. Within the halls of Hades' palace, Demeter and Hades sat face to face in ominous silence, creating a tense atmosphere. Yet, Rhodius, at the eye of this familial storm, remained composed and assumed the role of an adept mediator, striving to resolve the conflict between her prospective son-in-law and his formidable mother-in-law. Under the persuasive influence of her eloquent tongue, Demeter ultimately reached an accord with Hades, signing the agreement alongside him and affixing their handprints as per the request of Roimus. Following this, Roimus offered prayers to the consciousness of the world, establishing 3 immutable tenets for the agreement: it shall not be altered, it shall not be violated, and it shall not be destroyed. The essence of this inaugural accord in the realm of Greek mythology can be succinctly encapsulated in a single sentence: Persephone possesses a dual identity at distinct junctures in time. For 6 months commencing with the arrival of spring, she embodies the goddess of seeds upon the earth, the beloved daughter of Demeter, while for the remaining 6 months, she shall be the cherished consort of Hades, the esteemed queen of the underworld. Chapter 102. Approaching the scientific realm of Greek mythology atop Mount Olympus. The joyous tidings of the union between Hades and Persephone had scarcely settled when another delightful surprise graced the divine realm: the arrival of Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging, the firstborn son of Zeus and Hera. The adoring couple, Zeus and Hera, naturally held great affection for their eldest son, while Roimus, Zeus's mentor, became the first deity to behold Hephaestus, apart from Zeus, Hera, and Rhea. In the sanctuary, Roimus gazed upon the slumbering infant in Hera's arms, marveling at the dark-skinned Hephaestus and pondering, "Oh, dear little Hephaestus, I wonder from whom you inherited such genes, for you emerge into this world shrouded in darkness." While both Zeus and Hera possess fair complexions, could it be that Hera was exposed to too much sunlight during your birth? Nevertheless, despite Hephaestus's dusky skin, which did not immediately reveal him as a handsome progeny like Zeus, he remained a child of pleasing features. A stark contrast to the later mythological narratives that depicted him as extraordinarily unattractive, often regarded as the ugliest of the Olympian deities. Furthermore, the tale of Hera abandoning Hephaestus, resulting in his subsequent physical disability and lameness, never transpired. Instead, under the auspices of the nature goddess Roimus, Hephaestus was destined to flourish into a healthy child. It is said that Hephaestus, being the innate god of forging, would surely find camaraderie among the Cyclopes. It appears that once he matures, I must recruit him to serve as a blacksmith for a time. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Hephaestus, his divine nature as a god of forging has already captured the attention of Roimus, marking him as one of her chosen developments. After bestowing blessings upon Hephaestus, Hera, still somewhat weakened from childbirth, lay down to rest with her son. Meanwhile, Rhea, having bid farewell to the busy Zeus, strolled leisurely with her grandmotherly grace upon the sacred mountain, engaging in conversation about the recent intriguing events that had unfolded. Their discussions meandered from the recent marriage of Hades to the discord that seemingly erupted between Poseidon and Hestia, a rift that had rendered the atmosphere between the siblings quite tense. Rhea felt compelled to intervene and inquire directly with the two deities involved. Yet she gleaned no clarity regarding the truth of the matter from their responses. As their dialogue continued, Rhea suddenly recalled something, adopting a tone imbued with mystery, and began to recount to Rhea the peculiar tale that had recently circulated among the gods. Upon the vast expanse of the earth, a concealed cave has taken center stage in the fervent discussions among the Olympian deities. It is said that at the stroke of midnight, eerie infant cries emanate from within the cave, a haunting sound that persists until the arrival of the goddess of dawn. This phenomenon has drawn the attention of several audacious gods who ventured to investigate, yet curiously, they found no anomalies within the cave. As time passed, the whispers surrounding this enigma only intensified, evolving into a widely circulated mystery among the divine. After listening to Rhea's account, the spark of curiosity ignited within Lotus. Residing far from the sacred mountain by the Lotus Lake and having recently been absent from any social gatherings, she was blissfully unaware of this long-standing rumor that had circulated among the gods. This realization made Lotus feel as if other deities were surfing the waves of modernity while she remained trapped in an archaic era, reminiscent of days when one would inquire if another were a GG or MM, determined to catch up with the times. Lotus promptly inquired about the precise location of the mysterious cave from Rhea, yearning to become a trailblazer among the deities and the first to unravel this unresolved mystery. "Dear Rhea, could you kindly divulge the exact whereabouts of this cave spoken of in hushed tones? I wish to uncover the truth behind this extraordinary enigma." Rhea nodded gently and proceeded to share the specific coordinates of the peculiar cave with Lotus. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Lotus bid farewell to Rhea, her spirit alight with excitement as she transformed into the intrepid detective Lotus, embarking on a journey that, in a previous life, would surely have inspired a series of investigative programs, ultimately revealing a shocking truth. As the afternoon sun cast its bright rays upon the earth, the light failed to penetrate the depths of the dense forest where the enigmatic cave lay hidden. A chilling wind howled intermittently from within, brushing against Lotus, who stood at the cave's entrance. "BRR, it's quite cold. This cave indeed possesses an atmosphere reminiscent of those urban legends from a bygone era. But now, it is my turn to shine as the great detective and unveil the truth behind it all." Renowned as a walking treasury of wisdom, Lotus strode fearlessly into the depths of the enigmatic cave, eager to unveil the source of the infantile wailing that echoed within. Contrary to her expectations, the cave was not as profound as she had anticipated. After traversing less than 100 steps, she reached its terminus. Peering to her left and right, Lotus discovered no peculiarities, save for an indescribably foul odor emanating from the earth beneath her feet. What was this scent that so pervaded the air? Akin to a living biochemical weapon? Surely, even the mightiest deity would struggle to endure such a stench. Overwhelmed by the noxious fumes, Lotus retreated from the cave, greedily inhaling the fresh air outside. Thus, Her initial foray into the cavernous depths concluded in disappointment. Aside from the olfactory assault, there was little of intrigue within. However, as Rhea had mentioned, the eerie cries would only manifest at the stroke of midnight. Perhaps it was only during the night that she could uncover any clues. Undeterred by her initial setback, Lotus recognized that even the most astute detective could not unravel every enigma with a singular judgment. Therefore, she resolved to await the arrival of nightfall, intending to re-enter the cave when the haunting wails returned, in search of their origin. Chapter 103. The gas canister skilled in whistling a thick darkness enveloped the sky as Nyx ushered the world into her shadowy realm. The luminous moon hung high. Its light, though not as intense as that of the sun, was sufficient to pierce the veil of night and illuminate the depths that belonged to Erebus. Amidst the densely woven thickets, the usually early-to-bed Lotus fought against the encroaching drowsiness, stifling yawns as she stood atop a great tree outside the mysterious cave, waiting for the anticipated cries to resonate. Time flowed slowly as Hypnos wielded his divine powers, rendering the once clamorous world into a profound silence. It was within this stillness that the ethereal cries, resembling those of an infant, intertwined with the howling winds, emanated from the depths of the cave, shattering the tranquility that should have enveloped the night. After a prolonged vigil, Lotus was suddenly gripped by the chilling wails, sending shivers down her spine. Indeed, the sudden emergence of such cries in the dead of night was quite unnerving, reminiscent of sound effects from a horror film. Initially startled by the haunting sound, Lotus soon acclimated to the eerie atmosphere it conjured. The essence of nature enveloped her, allowing her form to meld seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Save for herself, no other presence could detect her slightest trace. At any moment, in any place, the illustrious detective Lotus was resolute in her pursuit of justice. Drawing inspiration from a beloved classic children's animation from a past life, she crafted a resounding slogan for herself. After resoundingly proclaiming this striking slogan in her heart, the illustrious detective Romies once again ventured into the cave that had been explored in daylight, embarking on her second journey of investigation. Within the pitch-black cavern, following the intermittent sound of weeping, Romies deliberately slowed her pace, taking careful steps while utilizing her divine power to probe the surroundings. However, much like her previous exploration, she found nothing out of the ordinary along her path, let alone any sign of life. It was perplexing. Despite the audible cries, she could sense no trace of vitality. This unsolved mystery indeed possessed an air of enchantment, explaining why so many deities had previously failed to uncover its secrets. Continuing onward, Romies came to a halt as she reached the innermost depths of the cave. Standing upon the foul-smelling earth, she shielded her sense of smell with her divine power and began to scan the area meticulously, leaving no stone unexamined. The weeping echoed continuously within the cavern. Through her acute hearing, Romies discerned that the sound emanated from a nearby corner. Regrettably, whether through careful observation with her eyes or feedback from her divine scanning, she could not locate the source of the cries. Could it be that this lamentation arose from a natural phenomenon rather than an unknown creature? Perhaps it was merely a sound produced by the friction of wind and stones, resonating at some peculiar frequency. With no tangible leads, Romies resorted to scientific principles from her past life to rationalize this extraordinary occurrence. Though her mind was still laden with questions, the absence of any valid clues compelled her to concede that her inaugural investigation had ended in failure. Yet, just as she intended to retrace her steps, a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding space caught her attention. Detected by the divine web she had cast to envelop every corner, she swiftly turned to the source of the sensation and observed a pebble, neither large nor small, trembling slightly as if touched by an unseen force. Found you. Radhis immediately concentrated all the divine power permeating the cave's interior into the area where the anomaly had just occurred. The long-absent Eastern Qinglian treasure flag soared from her backpack like a shooting star, its patterns of azure lotus flowers shimmering subtly. She swiftly established a rudimentary enemy-trapping formation, locking down the space that emitted the disturbance. The unknown creature that inadvertently revealed itself by making a noise was utterly unprepared for the presence of a detective goddess within the cave. Startled by the sudden appearance of the azure lotus patterns, it dashed away with utmost speed, desperate to escape the evidently perilous area. However, its calculations were ultimately in vain. As it propelled forward, it collided intimately with the boundary set by the treasure flag. The sound of a solid impact echoed as the creature was momentarily dazed, its disguise failing under the disorientation, revealing its true form. In the eyes of Radhis, who was vigilantly monitoring the movements within the formation, a creature appeared completely black. its fur glossy and radiant like a lump of coal. She approached swiftly, identifying its species from its head, a cat. The formation created by the Qinglian treasure flag began to constrict, transforming into a cerulean chain that securely bound the plump black cat. Rada squatted down, employing her adept cat-catching skills to grasp the creature by the nape of its neck, lifting it off the ground. Subsequently, the black cat, recovering from its dizziness, engaged in a staring contest with Radhis, its golden eyes wide open. Eventually, unable to contain itself, the cat emitted a sound that was incongruous with its hefty physique. Meow? At that moment, Rothus's heart surged with tumultuous waves, upon realizing that the sorrowful wail resembling an infant's cry belonged to the rotund black cat. She recalled her previous life as a devoted cat owner. A ludicrous thought crossed her mind. Could the cat's cries be a sign that it had entered an indescribable phase? Attempting to attract a mate? Meow, Radhis addressed the hefty feline, adhering to an unspoken rule in the realm of cats in Huaxia when encountering a nameless cat. One simply refers to it as Mimi. She pondered whether this universally effective naming convention also applied in the world of Greek mythology. Meow? The black cat responded to Rothus's voice, indicating that this naming method was indeed applicable in the Greek mythological realm. You can understand me, can't you? Given the cat's nearly perfect ability to conceal itself, Radhis was certainly not naive enough to assume it was an ordinary feline. It must be a divine beast, akin to Bai, one that had existed since the dawn of the world. Meow? The black cat nodded, indicating its comprehension of Romi's words. Receiving a valid response, Romis embarked on an intimate dialogue with the hefty figure before her, resembling a black gas canister. Chapter 104. Enlisting the little piggy outside the cave. The large gas canister was blissfully indulging in crispy fried fish snacks, having never tasted such exquisite delicacies before. It was instantly enamored with the delectable tidbits that Romis had brought along. One might wonder how the black cat, previously deep within the cave, suddenly appeared outside alongside Romis. This can be traced back to Romis witnessing the valiant deeds of this peculiar feline. Within the cave, utilizing her innate divine ability to communicate with animals, Romis began conversing with the black cat in the language of cats. Through her inquiries, she unraveled several key pieces of information about this extraordinary creature. Firstly, it was evident that this large piggy cat possessed remarkable stealth capabilities. Even while being held by Romis, it could conceal its form, evading her perception. Were it not for the tangible weight in her hands, Romis might have doubted if she held anything at all. Secondly, this cat was solitary, having never encountered a fellow feline since its birth. As it matured, it followed a natural progression, leading it to emit mating calls in the dead of night. Lastly, regarding its origins, the piggy cat was unaware of when or where it had come into existence. However, through its descriptions, Romi surmised that it likely emerged after the arrival of 5 primordial deities, during the interim before Uranus ascended to the throne of the gods. Upon concluding her inquiries, Romis released the black cat, yet did not immediately withdraw the bindings of the Eastern Green Lotus banner. Once liberated, the black cat, unable to contain itself, promptly relieved itself in Romis' presence. Observing the cat scratching the earth beneath its paws, treating it as a litter box, Romis finally understood the source of the enchanting aroma that had momentarily overwhelmed her senses. Realizing she was barefoot atop its excrement, Romi swiftly enveloped the freshly buried cat in divine energy and hastened out of the cave without a backward glance. Summoning fresh water, she cleaned her feet thoroughly and then attended to the bewildered gas canister, giving it a thorough cleansing as well. Only then did Romis deactivate her olfactory shield and take a deep breath of the surrounding fresh air. The painful memories thus concluded, Romis gazed at the contented, plump cat and was reminded of her beloved orange tabby who had ascended to the feline heavens. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously asked the black cat, Mimi, "Would you care to accompany me to my temple? There, you shall find an abundance of delightful fish snacks." Under the culinary temptations orchestrated by Ramtiz, the ravenous black cat, unmistakably a glutton, was swiftly captivated, meowing fervently in agreement to relocate to the Xiyan pavilion. Cradling the fluffy creature in her arms, Ramtiz affectionately scratched its chin, bestowing upon it a melodious name, Little Black, in harmony with the photographic companion, Little White. Having successfully unraveled an unsolved mystery and unexpectedly acquired a solid gas canister, Ramtiz ascended into the sky, cradling Little Black with satisfaction, soaring towards the direction of the Xiyan pavilion. Within the courtyard of the Xiyan pavilion, Ramtiz, now reinstated as the caretaker in the realm of Greek mythology, activated her long-dormant artisan deity powers to craft a plush cat bed woven from vines, cushioned with a soft deer hide mat. Subsequently, she fashioned a series of toys, including yarn balls and feather wands, and even constructed a cat climbing frame beside the red maple tree in the courtyard for Little Black's amusement. Having resided in a humble cave, Little Black had never experienced such regal treatment. It succumbed to the gentle environment that Ramtiz had created, seamlessly adapting to this newfound haven. The family of Little White in the Xiyan pavilion, intrigued by the distinctly different black fur of Little Black, quickly forged a bond with it, frolicking throughout the courtyard in joyous abandon. Thus, the family at Xiyan pavilion welcomed another member, bringing the total, including Ramtiz, to 15. Ramtiz was thoroughly content with this arrangement, having grown up in an orphanage and always cherished the vibrant life of a large collective. One morning, while playfully engaging with Little Black and wielding a feather wand, Ramtiz was suddenly greeted by the familiar tune, Big-faced cat, loves to eat fish. The long-absent classmate, Little M, gradually materialized before Ramtiz, who wasted no time seizing the feather wand and playfully brushing it against Little M's body. "Ah, Xiaoxi, don't do that, it tickles." "Ha ha." Little M erupted into hearty laughter, while the oblivious Little Black found itself utterly perplexed. Just as it was enjoying its playtime, it witnessed Ramtiz brandishing the amusing stick and waving it at the air, meowing in confusion. Confounded, the little black creature began to call out to Romies, hoping to capture its attention. Upon hearing the creature's cries, Romies paused its playful scratching of Xiyan, employing divine power to manipulate the cat teaser, which then activated its automatic function, dancing and swirling in a captivating manner that drew the little black one's focus. Seizing the opportunity to embrace Xiyan, whom it had not seen for quite some time, Romies indulged in affectionate interactions. Xiyan, having been deprived of Romies' magical touch for a protracted period, submissively allowed Romies to toy with its delicate wings. After relishing this long-lost thrill, Xiyan recalled the purpose of its arrival. "Xiaoxi, cease your actions. Xiyan is here to issue a task." Romies obediently halted its ministrations, patiently awaiting Xiyan's forthcoming directives like a well-behaved child. Task: the elixir of immortality. The moon goddess Changxi has reincarnated as a human named Chang'e, who unexpectedly, with the shamanic figure Hui, also reincarnated. However, Chang'e consumed the elixir of immortality from the Queen Mother of the West, thus transcending mortality and forever parting from Hui. Despite knowing the enmity between shamans and spirits, the awakened Changxi still yearns to be with Hui for eternity. Please assist Hui in obtaining the elixir of immortality, allowing this pair of star-crossed lovers to unite. Reward: random exquisite innate spiritual treasure, innate spiritual root laurel tree. Chapter 105. A brainstorming session on the elixir of immortality. Chang'e and Hui's quest for the elixir appears intertwined with the myth of Selene and Endymion. Upon reading the task description, Romies immediately thought of Selene, the moon goddess, who had once portrayed Chang'e during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Furthermore, given that Selene and Endymion epitomize a pure celestial mortal romance, the mortal Endymion cannot escape the grasp of Thanatos, the god of death. Thus, seeking the elixir for Endymion aligns perfectly with the current task. Oh dear, how ironic it is to be tasked with something so personal. Without a moment's hesitation, Romies, an ardent supporter of the romantic endeavor, decisively accepted this intimately connected task. "Xiyan, I shall undertake this mission. The task has been accepted. Xiaoxi, strive diligently to fulfill this mission. Xiyan will silently cheer for you in the system space." As Little M, tasked with a mission, bid farewell to Ramtiz amidst a celestial glow of sanctified golden light, it gently fluttered its tiny wings and gradually vanished into the horizon. Although this task had been accepted, it would be rather imprudent to approach Selene and Endymion directly with the proclamation of delivering them the elixir of immortality. Moreover, I am currently faced with a paramount dilemma, the quest for the fabled potion of eternal life, for the blissful existence of Selene and Endymion. Ramtiz commenced a mental search for the precious treasure that could bestow humanity with everlasting vitality and perpetual youth. Initially, Ramtiz contemplated the possibility of crafting a longevity pill akin to the one bestowed upon Chang'e by the Queen Mother of the West, utilizing her own cauldron of creation. Regrettably, her lack of knowledge in alchemical arts rendered her efforts rather haphazard, as she was oblivious to the specific formula for the elixir. Thus, after discarding this first notion, Ramtiz continued her contemplations, Soon, a familiar name surfaced within her thoughts, the 3 golden apples previously gifted to her by the goddess Hera. Alas, they had long since been pressed into juice and distributed among her family at the Qinglian pavilion. To her knowledge, Hera had exhausted her stock of golden apples, and the one held by the 100-headed dragon Ladin had long been digested. Currently, her only recourse for obtaining golden apples lay in the hope of waiting for the golden apple tree, which had recently borne fruit and was yet to blossom, to yield its harvest once more. If all else failed, she mused, she could hasten the ripening of the golden apple tree with the water from the fountain of life. A few weeks of irrigation should suffice to achieve this goal. With this contemplation, Lotus mentally noted this time-consuming plan as a potential alternative for moments of desperation. The third idea that flickered in Lotus's mind was that of Hebe, the goddess directly associated with eternal youth and vitality. As the goddess of youth, Hebe's blessings would be tantamount to the effects of the elixir. Unfortunately, as Hephaestus, the eldest son of Zeus and Hera, had just been born, the appearance of their youngest daughter, Hebe, remained uncertain. Perhaps only the 3 fates, the Moirai, could truly know. With 3 impractical ideas weighing heavily upon her, Lotus inevitably succumbed to a wave of despondency. Nevertheless, for the sake of Selene, she rallied her spirits and resumed her search for a more feasible solution. As she pondered, Lotus suddenly tapped her forehead, a moment of realization dawning upon her. I have been led astray by the descriptions of the system. The system's focus on seeking the elixir for He had inadvertently directed Lotus toward the pursuit of rare treasures, thus neglecting the fact that she could directly address the issue from its very source. In that universally renowned tale, Journey to the West, the illustrious son Wukong once wreaked havoc in the underworld, altering the sacred death register of the 3 realms. He expunged the names of his monkey descendants from this ledger, rendering them extraordinary beings beyond the realms and the 5 elements. As the current custodian of the death register, Lotus could emulate the methods of the great sage by erasing the name of Endymion from the ledger. Consequently, the ageless Endymion would attain true immortality. As for eternal youth, that was a simpler endeavor. By bestowing a natural blessing, the ceaseless vitality of nature could circulate within Endymion, preserving his youthful visage indefinitely. Indeed, when one finds themselves at a dead end, unexpected solutions often emerge. With a feasible plan in mind, Lotus beamed with delight. Although she could, with a mere thought, erase Endymion's name from the death register without a trace, thus fulfilling her task, she refrained from doing so. After all, this matter pertained to the rules of the underworld and Endymion's own wishes. She could not unilaterally dictate his fate for her own purposes. Therefore, she resolved to seek Endymion's counsel first and obtain the consent of Hades, the supreme ruler of the underworld, before proceeding with any alterations to the ledger. Moreover, this matter also involved Selene's affections, and she deserved to be informed as well. Contemplating this, Lotus quickly devised a plan. She decided that on this night, during Selene and Endymion's clandestine rendezvous, she would orchestrate a chance encounter to inadvertently discover their relationship. Through a series of clever maneuvers, she would ultimately place the decision regarding Endymion's immortality into their hands. With the general framework of her plan in place, Lotus abandoned food and drink, reclining anxiously on a chaise in the courtyard, eagerly awaiting the arrival of night. Dear Nyx, could you not hasten your emergence? I can hardly contain my anticipation. As night fell, Lotus, ever vigilant of the sky, noticed the moon's steady progress suddenly pause for a brief moment before resuming its course. While other beings might overlook such subtle oddities, Lotus, having witnessed the celestial dance firsthand, understood that this was the signal of Selene's descent to Earth for her meeting with Endymion. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Lotus followed the memory of the location to the serene valley where Selene and Endymion were to meet. Concealed behind a grand tree, she observed the romantic pair lying side by side on the grass, counting stars. Taking a deep breath, Lotus embraced her theatrical instincts, ready to set the stage for her chance encounter. In an unexpected turn of events, the clandestine romance was inadvertently exposed. Leaning down, she whispered sweet secrets into Xiaobai's ear, ensuring that only the 2 of them could hear. As Xiaobai gently nodded in understanding, Lotus, fully prepared, snapped her fingers to unveil this unforeseen encounter. Suddenly, the urgent calls of a deer shattered the romantic atmosphere conjured by Selene and Endymion. Rising from the grass, Selene followed the sound and was taken aback to see a familiar figure frolicking joyfully across the meadow. It was the majestic deer from the Luadi family. How did it end up here? Before Celine could recover from her astonishment at spotting Xiaobai, another familiar voice echoed from afar. Xiaobai. Stop. I can't catch up with you. It was Luadi C's voice. What was happening? The sudden turn of events left Celine bewildered. In her view, the ever-running Xiaobai seemed to have sensed her presence, suddenly brightening up and charging directly toward her. Oh no. Realizing that Xiaobai was approaching, Celine, who was entangled in a secret romance with Endymion, quickly reacted. If this continued, Luadi C, chasing after the deer, would undoubtedly discover Endymion's presence, with divine power enveloping her. Celine swiftly pulled the still confused Endymion along, attempting to escape under the all-pervasive moonlight. However, she underestimated Xiaobai's speed. Before she could cast her divine spell, Xiaobai had already appeared behind her, unexpectedly and enthusiastically gripping the hem of her dress. Meanwhile, sensing Celine's attempt to flee, Luadi C accelerated her pace. Almost at the moment Xiaobai seized Celine's skirt, Luadi C materialized before the pair of clasped hands belonging to Celine and Endymion. Xiaobai, I finally caught you. Oh, Celine, what are you doing here? And who is this human man beside you? Luadi C feigned ignorance, her face adorned with a look of feigned shock. This was disastrous. Seeing herself and Endymion exposed before Luadi C, Celine's mind raced as she desperately sought an excuse to defend herself. Yet, in this critical moment, her thoughts seemed to falter, as if her brain had momentarily crashed, and she could conjure no plausible reasoning. Even worse, Endymion, eyeing the unfamiliar Luadi C, straightforwardly asked, Dear Celine, is this goddess your friend? Unlike the formalities typically exchanged among deities, anyone in Luadi C's position could discern the unique significance embedded within Endymion's affectionate address. So, you two know each other. Celine, you have managed to keep this from the gods for so long. Lotus feigned a sudden realization then, with an expression that conveyed complete understanding, addressed Celine, as the truth unraveled before her eyes. Celine let out a deep sigh and resolved to no longer conceal her relationship with Endymion. She turned to Lotus and said, Lotus, since you have discovered my secret, I shall no longer hide it. This individual beside me is my beloved Endymion. As our romance has not been made public, I kindly ask you to keep this matter confidential. On the soft, verdant grass, a space that was once exclusively for the tender couple now found itself occupied by Lotus, the uninvited third wheel, alongside Xiaobai, a strikingly conspicuous white figure amidst the lush greenery. After listening to Celine recount the journey of her encounter, acquaintance, and eventual love with Endymion, the head of the Sea faction, Lotus, could not contain her fervent outburst of excitement within. However, in the interest of her own plans, despite her inner turmoil, Lotus managed to maintain a composed demeanor. She slightly furrowed her brow and feigned concern as she addressed Celine, saying, My dear Celine, hearing about your love story with Endymion has truly moved me. Yet, forgive me for being a bearer of cold water, Celine. Have you considered the insurmountable dilemma that may arise from your divine nature in a romance with a mortal? What dilemma? Celine, who had encountered no obstacles in her love for Endymion, gazed at Lotus in confusion. At present, you and Endymion are so perfectly matched and blissfully happy. Your love is as rich and fragrant as the finest wine. However, Celine, unlike you, the immortal deity, humanity is destined to wither. Before long, Endymion will age. His taut skin will lose its firmness, and his dark hair will turn to silver. When you behold his aged visage, will your love for him endure? Moreover, even if your affection remains unwavering, Endymion cannot escape the clutches of fate. He will ultimately succumb to the scythe of Thanatos, and in the end, he will be reincarnated, erasing all memories of your bond and becoming a new soul altogether. Thus, your love is fated to be ephemeral. Lotus's stark realism rendered Celine and Endymion speechless. Enveloped in the throes of newfound love, they had yet to ponder the future that lay ahead. Lotus's revelation struck them like a thunderbolt, compelling the young couple to engage in a grave and earnest contemplation of their circumstances. After a prolonged silence, the handsome youth Endymion finally spoke. Celine, Rhodes is absolutely correct. I shall inevitably face the ravages of aging and death. Perhaps my presence alongside you may not be a boon for either of us. No, Celine exclaimed passionately upon hearing Endymion's words. Regardless of how you may change or whether you remain in this world, I, Celine, shall love you for eternity. Tears glistened in the eyes of the enamored couple, and witnessing this touching scene, Rhodes felt a surge of emotion as well, for she had come to alleviate the difficulties faced by these young lovers. After calming her own excited heart, Rhodes gently stated, "Dearest Selene, Endymion, I possess a method that can render your love everlasting, allowing the mortal Endymion to attain immortality and eternal youth." Though driven by her mission, Rhodes sincerely considered the plight of the couple. Having witnessed numerous tragic outcomes in the love stories between mortals and immortals, she yearned for Selene and Endymion to achieve a blissful happy ending with her assistance. Chapter 107. Another shocking union in the divine realm. Rhodes began to articulate the plan she had long envisioned, and upon hearing her words, the previously despondent Endymion and Selene were instantly illuminated by a glimmer of hope. Almost as soon as Rhodes finished speaking, both Endymion and Selene simultaneously voiced their unwavering agreement to the changes Rhodes proposed for Endymion's fate. With the principal parties in accord, Rhodes's task had successfully progressed halfway. Her next endeavor was to secure the consent of Hades, the lord of the underworld. In the depths of the underworld, Selene, the moon goddess, who had never set foot in this realm of lost souls, anxiously followed Rhodes into the imposing hall of Hades for the sake of her love. There, under the puzzled gaze of Hades and the curious eyes of Persephone, Selene succinctly explained the extraordinary circumstances surrounding her romance with Endymion. Once Selene had finished her account, Rhodes seized the moment to elaborate on the true nature of the heavenly reversal of fate she intended to enact. After absorbing the explanations from both Selene and Rhodes, Hades, seated upon his divine throne, fell into contemplation. Lowering his gaze, he began to weigh the pros and cons of this matter. The seemingly simple act of striking a line through the death ledger concealed numerous interests and hidden risks. As the ruler of the underworld, he was compelled to consider many factors. As Hades contemplated in silence, Persephone, who had recently ascended to the throne of the underworld, could no longer restrain herself. She descended from her regal seat and grasped Selene's hand, engaging her in an intimate discourse regarding the intricacies of their shared affection. As a fervent admirer of the astute Rhodes recognized the unmistakable smile of camaraderie upon Persephone's face, signaling her evident enthusiasm for Selene's narrative, thereby joining the ranks of her devoted followers. While Persephone was engrossed in lively conversation, Hades, having pondered deeply from his divine seat, arrived at a momentous decision. "Dear Rhodes and Selene, in deference to the goddess of reincarnation, Anastasia, I acquiesce to your proposed alteration regarding the lifespan of Endymion. However, let it be known that this shall be the first and only occasion upon which the span of human life may be modified." Upon hearing Hades' consent, Selene's initial expression was one of sheer astonishment, swiftly followed by a bewildered contemplation prompted by the sudden mention of the enigmatic goddess of reincarnation, who had previously stirred whispers yet faded into obscurity. In her heart, Selene mused, could this mysterious goddess have learned of my affair with Endymion and offered her assistance? As Rhodes, the very embodiment of the goddess of reincarnation, discerned the implications behind Hades' words, she recognized the sacrifice of a favor once owed for the establishment of the cycle of rebirth in the underworld. Yet, she believed that facilitating a legendary union between celestial and mortal realms was a worthy endeavor. "Thank you for your support, Hades. I vow henceforth to refrain from any further modifications to the Book of Life and Death," Rhodes expressed with gratitude, exchanging a knowing glance with Hades, who nodded in response. Divine energy coursed through Rhodes' fingertips, and from across the river of souls, the Book of Life and Death soared into her grasp. In the presence of the other three deities, her thoughts summoned forth a rustling of pages, the book flipping to the page inscribed with Endymion's name. Endymion, human, lifespan 82 years, a peaceful end. With a stroke of her finger, Rhodes dipped the quill into black ink, and Endymion's name was enveloped in darkness, ultimately vanishing from the book. Henceforth, he would be the first mortal in the annals of Greek mythology to possess eternal life. With this pivotal act accomplished, Rhodes and Selene bid farewell to the king and queen of the underworld and returned to the valley, bearing the joyous tidings to the anxious Endymion, who paced restlessly in anticipation of their return. As the goddess of nature, Rhodes, I bestow upon this individual an everlasting blessing. The vitality of nature shall flow endlessly within him, granting him the gift of eternal youth. A deep green divine light penetrated the brow of Endymion, leaving behind a fleeting mark resembling a blue lotus upon his forehead. Blessed by Rhodes, Endymion felt an inexplicable connection with his surroundings. The vibrant life force that continually flowed through nature was now gradually and subtly merging into his being. He sensed each pore of his skin radiating the vitality of youth. Immortality and eternal youth were bestowed upon the fortunate Endymion in succession. A notification of task completion echoed in Lotus's ears, gazing at the young couple before him. Tightly embraced and weeping tears of joy, a sweet smile graced Lotus's face. On the day following Endymion's attainment of immortality, the gods of Olympus were greeted with a revelation that left them utterly astounded. The moon goddess Xiyan was to enter into matrimony with a mortal man named Endymion. As the sacred and ethereal goddess of the moon, Xiyan had attracted numerous admirers among the deities. Thus, the sudden announcement of her impending nuptials rendered many of her devoted followers petrified and heartbroken. Although among this throng of suitors were those with malevolent intentions, seeking to disrupt this union, it is worth noting that Xiyan, one of the 12 principal gods, was no fragile entity. Furthermore, Hera, the goddess presiding over marriage, would not permit such a transgression. In this day and age, every divine or mortal couple entering marriage through the proper rites would receive Hera's protection, for she abhorred all acts that sought to undermine the sanctity of matrimony, whether it be the indiscretions of either spouse or malicious external interference. Such actions would incur Hera's inexorable wrath, and through her efforts, marriage gradually became a symbol of holiness and fidelity. Within the courtyard of Xiyan Pavilion, accompanied by the pulsating rhythms of electronic music and a kaleidoscope of lights, Lotus deftly maneuvered her frame to retrieve her reward, a random innate spiritual treasure. The Western Plain Cloud Banner, from the claw machine. As the banner materialized, enveloped in a mystical aura and fragrant with an otherworldly scent, she stored it within her system's backpack. With this acquisition, Lotus had now collected 45 out of the 5 elemental banners. Only the central yellow banner remained for her to achieve the grand completion of the 5 elemental banners. As the extraordinary phenomenon produced by the Western Plain Cloud Banner dissipated, Lotus shifted her gaze to another newly acquired innate spiritual root, the laurel tree. In one corner of the courtyard, the laurel, resplendent and radiating a gentle luminescence, stood proudly. Upon surveying her surroundings, Lotus discovered that within this modest courtyard, 3 innate spiritual roots had already been planted: the Huang Zhong Li, the marriage tree, and the laurel. It is noteworthy that in the primordial world, possessing even a single innate spiritual root was considered an immense stroke of fortune. Aside from their unique properties, the ability of these roots to autonomously absorb spiritual energy, harmonize the ley lines, and enhance the feng shui could transform a barren area into an extraordinary sanctuary. With 3 innate spiritual roots and the presence of Xiaobai and Xiaohong, who could be regarded as innate spiritual beasts, along with my own nature as a walking treasury of spiritual treasures, it seemed that Xiyan Pavilion could indeed be considered a rare haven, perhaps rivaling the 3 celestial islands of the East Sea. Lotus mused with pride in her heart. After indulging in a moment of self-congratulation, she gently caressed the cool, jade-like laurel tree before her and murmured, "By the way, aside from the tale of Wugong chopping the laurel, it seems this tree has little involvement in other legends. I wonder what its true efficacy might be." With these thoughts in mind, Lotus began to examine the system's annotations regarding the laurel tree. The lunar laurel, born from the essence of the moon, it possesses a spiritual root that can autonomously generate the innate energy of the moon. It blooms once every millennium, producing 356 flowers, their fragrance wafting for miles, invigorating the spirit and dispelling obstacles. It can also be brewed into divine nectar, capable of purifying the corporeal body, reshaping the physical form, and alleviating myriad toxins. Divine nectar, Lotus murmured softly, reflecting on the system's description. It appeared to be yet another excellent ingredient for brewing, and unlike certain spiritual roots that take eons to blossom, this one would flower after merely 1,000 years. Truly splendid. Undoubtedly, at this moment, she was unabashedly criticizing another spiritual root that, despite being nourished daily by the spring of life, had only managed to produce a few diminutive flowers. Lotus had transformed the stone platform that housed the life vial. Now, a continuous stream of life-giving water flowed forth. One stream nourishing the yellow-leafed pear, while the other directed its course towards the laurel tree, hastening the blooming of its flowers. Having resolved the placement of the laurel tree, Lotus turned her gaze towards the 2 large baskets brimming with persimmons. It was now the season governed by the autumn goddess, Ceres, a time when persimmons ripen beautifully. As is well known, persimmons are not a fruit that can be consumed all at once, and Lotus certainly could not devour all the persimmons before her in one sitting. Instead, she aimed to transform these fruits into a traditional delicacy of China, sweet and delectable dried persimmons. The process of making dried persimmons is both traditional and requires patience, involving key steps such as peeling, drying, and pressing. In her previous life, During her childhood, Rochus often assisted the old director in drying persimmons around the Mid-Autumn Festival. Thus, she was quite knowledgeable about the craft. One of the most crucial factors in determining the quality of dried persimmons is the selection of raw materials. Therefore, Rochus specifically instructed the nymphs to harvest persimmons that were plump, with flat or slightly raised tops, at a ripeness of 7 to 8 tenths. This selection ensured that the flesh of the persimmons was firm, with just the right amount of juice, preventing spoilage or excessive liquid loss during the drying process. Dragging a basket of persimmons before her, Rochus did not employ her divine powers. Instead, she seated herself on a stone bench in the courtyard, grasping a simple, unadorned fruit knife crafted by the one-eyed giant during his leisure time, and patiently began to peel the persimmons. Time always seems to fly when engaged in labor. By the time Rochus had finished processing both baskets of persimmons, the morning sun had transformed into a radiant afternoon. Seizing the splendid sunlight, Rochus began to thread the peeled persimmons with cotton string or fine twine, suspending them among several spiritual roots that she had repurposed as drying racks. Generally, these persimmons require several weeks of drying, benefiting from the movement of air and the warmth of the sun, while also necessitating regular turning throughout the process. In the realm of Greek mythology, there exist numerous methods to alleviate the burden of time. A pair of diminutive hourglasses, no larger than 2 fingers, was retrieved by Lotus from her system's backpack. These were charming trinkets bestowed upon her by the goddess of time, Rhea, during her previous visit to the sacred mountain to celebrate Hephaestus's birth, intended to accelerate the passage of time in certain areas. Initially, Lotus had sought these hourglasses to hasten the results of Huang Zhongli, only to discover their ineffectiveness on innate spiritual roots. Consequently, she had relegated them to the depths of her storage, forgotten until yesterday when rummaging through her backpack sparked the idea of employing these hourglasses on time-consuming culinary endeavors, such as winemaking and the persimmons she aimed to transform today. Designating the persimmons as the target for enhancement, Lotus gently crushed the hourglass in her hand, and the mysterious powers of time manifested instantaneously. In mere seconds, the once plump and juicy persimmons had transformed into a texture that felt firm on the outside, yet tender within. Satisfied, she removed the perfectly dried persimmons and carefully compressed them using a wooden board. She then aligned 2 pieces with their tops touching, the calyx facing outward, and arranged them atop a winnowing basket, proceeding to the final and most crucial step of the persimmon cake-making process, the frosting. Unlike the abundant sunlight required for the initial drying, the frosting demanded a cool, airy environment. Thus, Lotus placed the basket filled with persimmons in a shaded, well-ventilated area before utilizing another hourglass to accelerate the passage of time. Within seconds, a crystalline frost descended upon the compressed persimmons, their vibrant yellow hue now adorned with a delicate layer of sugary frost, successfully birthed in Lotus's hands. Gently lifting a piece of the persimmon cake, she held it to the sunlight, captivated by the translucent flesh glimmering beneath the gentle illumination, adorned with a fine frost reminiscent of early winter snow. Unable to resist, Lotus swallowed hard and brought the persimmon cake to her lips. Upon tasting it, she was first greeted by the subtle coolness and sweetness imparted by the frost, awakening every taste bud on her tongue with a sweetness that was delightful yet unobtrusive. As the soft persimmon cake gradually melted on her palate, she discerned faint strands of fiber entwined within, adding layers and complexity to the texture, a perfect equilibrium of tenderness without excessive stickiness. In contrast to the overt and intense sweetness of confections, the persimmon cake offered a warm, lingering sweetness, infused with the unique fragrance of the fruit and the essence of nature's sweetness, slowly permeating Lotus's heart. As the cake melted in her mouth, all of Lotus's worries and fatigue seemed to dissolve alongside the sweetness, leaving only a profound sense of joy and contentment. Chapter 109. Cerberus's dental dilemma. A mournful wailing resonated continuously from the ancient bronze gates of the underworld, emanating from the 3 formidable heads of Cerberus. The central head displayed a vividly expressive countenance of grievance, exclaiming, "Oh, my teeth ache terribly. I have always said one must maintain cleanliness. Look at us. Myself and the 3rd head are unscathed. This is the consequence of your negligence in hygiene." The leftmost head of Cerberus spoke without a hint of emotion. It remarked that, although the honey cakes were delectable, both it and the eldest had consistently maintained the practice of cleansing their teeth with pure water daily. Each time it was the turn of the middle head, it had slacked off, and now it was finally regretting its negligence. The rightmost head, in agreement with the eldest, joined in the admonishment of the middle head. "Oh, I recognize my error. My teeth truly ache unbearably. Please, you must devise a solution. The eldest let out a resigned sigh, maneuvering its body to temporarily abandon their charge of guarding the gates of the underworld, and sprinted towards the nearby Soul Ferry Bridge. At the toll booth of the Soul Ferry Bridge, the frantic Cerberus frightened away numerous wandering souls. Xiyan, who had been seated, rose and leaned forward, curiously inquiring, "Cerberus, why have you neglected your duty at the gates of the underworld to come here? Dear Xiyan, we urgently need your assistance." The eldest, controlling Cerberus' body, briefly explained their predicament. After listening to the three-headed dog's tale, Xiyan paused momentarily, stroking his chin in contemplation before responding, "Poor Cerberus. While I would dearly love to assist, I must confess I lack the expertise to remedy toothaches. For now, you should return to the gates. I shall inform Hades, the lord of the underworld, to come and aid you." Thus, upon Charon's report, Hades immediately conceived of a suitable candidate to resolve the matter. In due course, the lovely Ricus reappeared at the gates of the underworld. Observing the lamenting Cerberus before her, she mused, "So, even monsters can suffer from toothaches," and turned to Hades, questioning, "Why is it that I am the first you think of when it comes to treating toothaches? Why do you presume I can resolve this issue?" "Because, Ricus, you have not only assisted the underworld in overcoming numerous challenges but have also aided many deities on earth. Even the discord between Demeter and myself was resolved through your intervention. Everyone recognizes you as a compassionate deity. Therefore, I am confident you will adeptly address Cerberus' dilemma," Hades declared with conviction. Ricus silently rolled her eyes at Hades, unaware that, despite her youth and beauty, she had already established a reputation among the Olympian gods as a benevolent matron. "Very well, since I am here, I shall give it a try." Ricus sighed resignedly. "Cerberus, which of you is suffering from a toothache? Open your mouth and let me see." The middle head of Cerberus obediently opened its gaping maw, and an overwhelming stench immediately wafted through the air. "No, middle head, your breath is truly unbearable." The other two heads could not help but speak up. As the source of the foul odor was nearest to them, they were immediately overwhelmed, disoriented by the stench. Upon smelling the noxious odor that assaulted her senses, Rhoda skillfully dulled her sense of smell. She then began to scrutinize the menacingly sharp teeth before her, ultimately discovering the source of the affliction at the very end of a decayed tooth, which was darkened and rotten, with swollen gums. The condition of the tooth was appalling. It was evident that extraction was imperative. Although Rhoda lacked experience in dental procedures, she knew that a tooth in such a state surely warranted urgent removal. With a sturdy length of hemp rope in hand, she tied a knot and skillfully cast it, ensnaring the decayed tooth with precision. Hades observed Rhoda's actions with curiosity, while the unfortunate second head, feeling the tight grip on its tooth, could not help but inquire, "Despite the pain, Goddess Rhoda, what are you about to do?" "What I intend to do is quite mysterious," Rhoda replied cryptically, seizing the moment while Cerberus was entirely focused on her. She infused her divine power into the rope and pulled forcefully backward. A piercing scream erupted from the central head of Cerberus as the decayed tooth was forcibly extracted and fell to the ground. Once the offending tooth was removed, Rhoda conjured a ball of light imbued with the essence of vitality and hurled it directly into the mouth of the second head, which was wide open and howling. The moment the orb entered Cerberus's mouth, the life-giving energy began to spread, and the profusely bleeding wound from the violent extraction healed instantaneously. Along with this miraculous recovery, the previously unbearable stench from the second head's mouth was replaced by a refreshing aroma of nature. With the wound healed and pain dissipated, the second head ceased its cries, extending its tongue to taste the spot where the rotten tooth had been. With a childlike innocence, it exclaimed, "Wow, it doesn't hurt anymore. Goddess Rhoda, you are truly remarkable." "Thank you for your praise," she replied. Rhoda graciously accepted Cerberus's praise, nodding in satisfaction at her medical skills as she lifted the veil over his sense of smell. After extracting a decayed tooth, the diligent Rhoda began to inquire whether Cerberus was aware of the cause of his dental discomfort, wishing to prevent a recurrence of the issue. When asked about the source of his pain, the second head displayed a hint of embarrassment, while the first head bluntly revealed the reason behind the ailment. It turned out that Cerberus had an insatiable sweet tooth, a trait that had somehow permeated the human realm. Consequently, mortals would place honey cakes within the coffins of the deceased to placate Cerberus, ensuring that souls could pass through the gates of the underworld without hindrance. The second head, both fond of food and oblivious to hygiene, not only devoured the majority of the honey cakes, but also neglected to maintain regular oral hygiene, leading to the onset of cavities. Upon hearing the first head's account, Rodhis nearly burst into laughter. During her endeavor to compile a comprehensive bestiary of Greek mythological creatures, she had already discerned that the middle head was somewhat unkempt, yet she had not anticipated such a lack of cleanliness. With a tone of earnest admonition, Rodhis advised Cerberus, "In the future, you must not only reduce your consumption of honey cakes, but also diligently oversee the cleanliness of the most unhygienic second head. Hades, the lord of the underworld, will reward or penalize you based on your daily sanitation practices." "Huh, how is this my concern?" Hades exclaimed in disbelief, while Rodhis regarded him with a playful smirk, intent on delivering a small measure of retribution to the god who had unwittingly invited trouble upon himself. Chapter 110. Hestia's oath. Having just increased Hades's daily workload, Rodhis returned to the surface through a tunnel. Before she could steady herself, she noticed that the once azure sky had been shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, and dense moisture began to envelop the earth. As the goddess of nature, she instantly detected an unusual aura amidst this atmospheric shift, recognizing that such phenomena were not of natural origin, but rather the handiwork of a deity. As Lotus prepared to investigate the events that had transpired during her brief absence, she sensed a formidable wave of divine energy radiating from the vicinity of Mount Olympus, expanding outward in all directions. Had two deities engaged in conflict? Filled with curiosity, Lotus hastened toward the sacred mountain. At the foot of Olympus, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, where Poseidon, the god of the sea, wielding his trident, was locked in a fierce battle with Hestia, who held a glowing lantern. The clash of water and fire created a dense mist of white vapor that obscured the figures of the combatants, leaving the observing gods to gauge the ferocity of the fight through the flickering red and blue lights shimmering within the fog. What could have caused this strife between the siblings, who shared a bloodline? To understand this, one must delve into the wedding of Zeus and Hades. As one of Rhea's 6 children, Poseidon found himself the only bachelor among the 3 brothers after the unions of Zeus with Hera and Hades with Persephone, stirring within him an undeniable longing for love. Encouraged by his brethren, Poseidon embarked on a quest for love, setting his sights on none other than his elder sister, the goddess of the hearth, Hestia. Her gentle and nurturing demeanor struck a profound chord within Poseidon's heart, particularly due to the absence of maternal affection he had endured since childhood, a consequence of Cronus' actions. However, the affections of a suitor were met with indifference. Upon learning of Poseidon's feelings, Hestia resolutely rejected the advances of her younger brother, harboring no thoughts beyond the familial bond dictated by blood. Undeterred by her firm dismissal, Poseidon, buoyed by an inflated sense of self, concluded that Hestia merely found his romantic overtures lacking in grandeur. Thus, he resorted to orchestrating a series of serendipitous encounters, showering her with flowers, gems, perfumes, and an array of lavish gifts. Nevertheless, Hestia, who had never entertained romantic notions towards Poseidon, found his incessant presence in her life increasingly vexing. During yet another unplanned meeting, she candidly expressed that a romantic relationship between them was impossible, urging him to seek companionship elsewhere. Once again rebuffed, Poseidon's heart ignited with fury, feeling that his efforts for Hestia had been in vain. Consumed by rage, he approached her with the intention of forcefully kissing her. Witnessing Poseidon's audacity, Hestia was far from defenseless. She swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face, igniting a fierce confrontation between the two deities. By the time Rhea's arrived, the base of Mount Olympus was teeming with onlookers, and she quickly located her acquaintance, the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, amidst the crowd. "Dearest Mnemosyne, what transpired here? Which 2 deities have engaged in battle?" she inquired. "Ah, dear Rhea's, I am uncertain of the particulars. I have heard it is a dispute ignited by Hestia's rejection of Poseidon's affections." Lotus let out a gasp, taken aback to discover that the combatants were none other than Hestia and Poseidon, the sibling deities. She could hardly fathom that the origins of this conflict lay in a failed courtship. In that moment, she recalled a prior conversation with Rhea, the goddess of time, who had mentioned that Hestia and Poseidon were recently embroiled in some undisclosed discord, which had now come to light. As Lotus was lost in her thoughts, the battle between Hestia and Poseidon intensified, the arena seemingly expanding toward the gathering gods. The onlookers, reluctant to involve themselves in the siblings' quarrel, cautiously retreated a few steps to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Zeus, the king of the gods, though present at the scene of the clash, found himself at a loss regarding the private matters of his brother and sister. Thus, he chose to blend into the crowd of spectators, becoming a silent observer. Thus, this fierce and unyielding confrontation persisted for an entire day and night without a resolution in sight. Lotus, unfazed by the tumult around her, produced her own small stool and indulged in the delightful snacks she had prepared, effectively assuming the role of a dedicated onlooker. The enticing aroma of her treats soon captivated the attention of other deities, who, witnessing Lotus' impromptu feast, could not help but swallow in anticipation and began to solicit snacks from her. With an ample supply of goodies at her disposal, Lotus generously shared, creating a peculiar scene at the foot of Olympus. On one side, Hestia and Poseidon engaged in a fervent battle, while on the other, a throng of gods, led by Lotus, savored their snacks, engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. On the dawn of the third day, this monumental battle finally drew to a close, culminating in a stalemate between Poseidon and Hestia. Although Hestia did not triumph over Poseidon, she made a profoundly impactful declaration following the conclusion of this fierce struggle. "O will of the world, heed my vow. I am Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. Here, I make my solemn pledge. I shall remain a virgin for all my days, a sacred maiden. And any deity daring to transgress this oath shall face the wrath of the world's consciousness." After enduring Poseidon's relentless torment, Hestia resolutely decided to become the first virgin goddess of the Greek realm, bidding farewell to the entanglements that had plagued her. Chapter 111. The harmonious bond of twin siblings. The reverberations of Hestia's vow to remain a virgin may have been unforeseen even by her. Following her proclamation, which left the Olympian gods in astonishment, numerous goddesses, who were either indifferent to love or beleaguered by relentless suitors, flocked to join Hestia's cause. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, and the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, both pledged to become sacred virgin goddesses. After much contemplation, the goddess Leto's daughter, known as Apollo, also aligned herself with Hestia. Despite presiding over marital unions and being the lunar matron of the Greek mythos, Leto had never pursued love herself. More intrigued by the sweet romances of others than her own, she found it preferable to embrace the identity of a virgin goddess, thereby severing any unwanted romantic entanglements. Aside from the significant matter of virginity, another topic of great interest among the deities was the vacancy of the position of the 12 Olympian gods. Ever since the sun god Helios was deposed from his divine throne, his seat had remained unoccupied. Many ancient deities endowed with formidable powers sought to claim this exalted position. Yet ultimately, it fell into the hands of a new deity, Apollo, the god of light, the offspring of the night goddess, Leto. During the period of Helios' punishment, Apollo, whose divine essence partially overlapped with that of Helios, began to seize the power of the sun with the assistance of Leto, ultimately achieving significant gains. Thus, the world came to recognize two deities as embodiments of the sun: Helios, the source and incarnation of the sun, symbolizing the eternal day in the sky and representing the physical sun, and Apollo, the embodiment of solar radiance, who brings light to the world and symbolizes the spiritual essence of the sun. Having successfully appropriated a portion of the sun's essence, Apollo officially assumed the vacant position of chief deity left by Helios, becoming the 12th god among the Olympians. Apollo's triumph propelled him into the limelight of the divine realm, and Leto, who had previously deemed him a frivolous character, began to perceive him in a different light. Despite his notorious charm, Apollo exhibited considerable ambition. Little did she expect that merely 3 days later, she would have an unexpected encounter with this recently vibrant god, marking her first glimpse of Apollo amidst the conversations of the deities. On this day, Leto had just returned from the temple of Demeter, the goddess of grain and harvest, having taken over the responsibilities from her predecessor, the agricultural deity Krios. Her primary purpose was to procure seeds of various crops from Demeter. To Leto, Demeter's temple resembled a Noah's Ark dedicated to plants, where seeds of every crop in the world could be found, sparing her the trouble of searching for them individually through nature's guidance. Having successfully obtained seeds of wheat, rice, corn, and other crops, along with a generous bounty of mature grains gifted by Demeter, Leto hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way home, intending to cultivate her own field by the Lotus Lake. However, as she journeyed halfway, the distant sound of melodious music halted her steps. What is this enchanting melody? She wondered. In the realm of Greek mythology, while many deities excelled in archery, swordsmanship, combat, and craftsmanship, few possessed mastery over music, Even the other beings were similarly inclined, with only the sirens, dwelling deep in the ocean, renowned for their exquisite singing. The unexpected strains of music piqued Leto's curiosity, prompting her to alter her course towards the source of the sound. As the melody grew more melodious in her ears, she finally beheld its origin, a strikingly beautiful pair of male and female deities, their features remarkably similar. A young man, adorned with resplendent golden locks, leans against the trunk of a tree, delicately plucking the strings of a harp nestled in his embrace with his slender fingers. Beside him, a celestial goddess with silvery hair gracefully plays a melodious flute, harmonizing with the enchanting notes of the harp, together weaving a celestial symphony. As the final notes of the flute fade into silence, Lotus, who has been captivated by their performance, cannot help but applaud, her clapping drawing the attention of the divine duo. They set aside their instruments and turn their gaze towards her. "Forgive my audacity, esteemed deities. I am Lotus, the goddess of nature. I was unexpectedly drawn to your ethereal melodies and found myself entranced by your harmonious performance. Might I be so fortunate as to learn your names?" Lotus inquires politely, a smile gracing her lips. "Nature goddess," the silver-haired deity exclaims. "You are the revered creator of humanity, the teacher of Zeus, the artisan of garments and perfumes cherished by goddesses, the benevolent and helpful Lotus, who commands considerable respect among the divine." As she hears the cascade of titles bestowed upon her by the silver-haired goddess, Lotus cannot suppress a slight smile, accustomed to her own self-praise. She feels a blush creep upon her cheeks at the unexpected accolades, nodding in quiet acknowledgement. "Esteemed goddess Lotus, greetings," the silver-haired goddess exclaims with enthusiasm, pulling her astonished golden-haired brother closer. "I am Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and this is my brother, Apollo, the god of light." Lotus is momentarily taken aback upon learning their identities. She had not anticipated standing before the illustrious twins of Greek mythology. "Greetings, esteemed Lotus," Apollo responds. A warm and magnetic voice emanated from Apollo as he rested his hand on Artemis's shoulder. Together, they bowed in reverence to the venerable deity, Romus, who, in comparison to their youthful selves, could be regarded as an ancestral figure among the divine. Upon hearing Apollo's captivating voice for the first time, Romus instantly comprehended the chaotic entanglement of her romantic fate. She believed that as soon as Apollo spoke, countless goddesses would secretly yearn for him. Moreover, in contrast to her brother's mature and composed demeanor, if not for Artemis's prior explanation, Romus might have assumed that the vivacious Artemis was the younger of the two. Dispelling her thoughts, Romus graciously waived the formalities owed to Apollo and Artemis, transforming into the sole audience of their divine concert. She gently closed her eyes, comfortably leaning against the trunk of a tree, and leisurely listened to the melodious duet of Apollo's lyre and Artemis's flute, akin to the harmonious flow of mountain streams. Chapter 112. The fluffy white bun. Since that fortuitous encounter, Romus unexpectedly forged a delightful friendship with Apollo and Artemis. She frequently received invitations from the musically inclined siblings, becoming the exclusive listener of their concerts. This experience ignited a desire within Romus to learn a musical instrument. However, after attempting to play Artemis's flute and producing a horrifying cacophony reminiscent of sawmill sounds, she promptly abandoned the idea. Lacking the innate musical talent, she resolved to quietly enjoy the performances of Apollo and Artemis instead. On a serene morning, blessed with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine, Romus ventured to an open space near Lotus Lake to commence her arduous labor. Under the influence of her divine powers, the chosen plot of land erupted with a resonant rumble as the soil rolled like waves, exposing the nutrient-rich earth beneath. "Let me see what I should plant first," Romus mused, rummaging through her system's backpack to examine the seeds acquired from Demeter. It shall be wheat and rice." As a daughter of Huaxia, having longed for the fragrant rice and fluffy white buns, Romus couldn't help but reminisce. Thus, she decisively chose to cultivate these two staple crops, representing the essence of the southern and northern regions of her homeland. Dividing the tilled land, she sowed the water-loving rice seeds in the section nearest to Lotus Lake, while the drier side was reserved for wheat. Once the seeds were sown, Romus invoked her natural powers to stimulate their growth. Under her potent catalyst, the recently planted seeds seemed to be pressed by an acceleration button, completing the entire cycle of germination, rooting, growth, flowering, and fruiting in mere minutes at astonishing speeds. Gazing upon the heavy rice stalks and the golden wheat ears bowing under their own weight, Romus could not suppress the joy of the harvest that blossomed upon her face. The divine scythe effortlessly severed the ripened rice and wheat in swathes. Robust and muscular, the one-eyed giants were summoned by Rotus to serve as temporary laborers, adjusting their stances. They grasped a handful of rice stalks or wheat ears in each hand and commenced their vigorous swinging. At that moment, the little black creature, having just buried its foul remains by the Lotus Lake, was captivated by the giant's actions. It plummeted into Rotus's embrace with the precision of a missile, curiously observing the giant's endeavors. Rotus, struck by the impact of the little black creature, felt a sharp pain in her chest, nearly choking on her own breath. Little black, you ought to consider your weight. Henceforth, do not leap onto me without my consent. Grasping the scruff of its neck, Rotus delivered a stern admonishment. Yet the little black creature remained oblivious to its misstep. Instead, it innocently emitted a mew with its naturally melodious voice. As if to plead its case, what does my weight have to do with your frail constitution? Observing the little black creature's feigned innocence, Rotus was tempted to deliver a resounding slap to its ample rear. Fortunately, the sound of rice and wheat grains cascading from above intervened, sparing the little one from her wrath. Under the tremendous strength of the Cyclops, the distinct grains of rice and wheat fell from the harvested plants. Romes hastily set down Little Black and, wielding her divine powers, separated the mingled rice and wheat grains into two piles. In less than no time, two mounds resembling small hills appeared beside the Cyclops. "My dear Romes, what purpose do these crops serve?" inquired the Cyclops with curiosity. As a purely carnivorous creature, it could only distinguish between pork, beef, and lamb, and thus failed to comprehend these novel agricultural products that were so unfamiliar to them. "Why, they are destined for delicious meals," Romes replied with a smile. Subsequently, amidst the Cyclops' inquisitive gazes, she utilized her divine powers to transport the two heaps of grains into the courtyard. With practiced ease, she activated a fully automated integrated stone mill, sending the rice grains flowing into the mill. As they were rapidly ground, a rhythmic crunch echoed, and plump, lustrous rice grains cascaded into the wooden barrel beneath the mill. While the rice was being industriously processed, the wheat grains were not left idle. Romes retrieved a mortar and began a dual-thread operation. Under the vigorous pounding of the wooden pestle, the wheat grains shed their hard outer shells. Romes summoned clear water to pour into the mortar, allowing the lightweight husks and impurities to float to the surface, while the heavy yellowish-white grains sank to the bottom. By this time, the rice grains had completely shed their husks. Romes then directed the idle stone mill to grind the hulled and soaked wheat grains into flour. Storing the rice grains in her system backpack, which possessed everlasting freshness, Romes set her sights on crafting fluffy, soft white buns that day. She personally mixed the freshly milled wheat flour with clear water to knead it into a dough, placing it in a warm area to ferment naturally. Under the influence of the ambient temperature, the dough gradually expanded, developing bubbles on its surface and exuding a faint sour aroma. This was the essence of traditional yeast fermentation. Romes tore off a piece of the fermented starter and placed it into a wooden basin, adding warm water to dissolve it. She then continuously incorporated wheat flour into the basin, stirring as she added, adhering to the principle of adding water to flour and flour to water. With the dough's moisture and softness adjusted to perfection, Romes embarked on the most labor-intensive phase, kneading the dough. The principle of achieving a shiny dough, a clean basin, and spotless hands, known as the three gleams, was central to the process. Under Romes's deft hands, a smooth and lustrous dough formed within the wooden basin. The polished dough was set aside for its first fermentation. While waiting, she began to kindle wood, pouring clear water into a stone pot, and placing a wooden steamer atop the pot, preparing for the subsequent steaming process. After a period of fermentation, the dough's volume expanded to twice its original size. Resembling a balloon, Romes gently pulled apart the fermented dough, revealing a perfect honeycomb structure within. This is my first attempt at fermenting dough, and I didn't expect it to turn out so well. I truly am a little genius," as Romes extolled her own virtues. She retrieved the well-fermented dough from the wooden basin. After thoroughly kneading it to expel excess air, she divided it into small portions, each shaped into round balls or formed into the traditional steamed bun shape. Extinguishing the flames beneath the stone pot, Romes carefully placed the molded dough onto the steaming rack, ensuring the water temperature was just right for the second fermentation. Once the dough had risen again, she rekindled the fire, and amidst the bubbling sounds, white steam billowed from the steamer. In approximately 15 minutes, the unique aroma of the dough began to waft through the courtyard. With eager anticipation, Romes gently lifted the lid of the steamer, revealing a pot of steaming, fluffy buns before her eyes. Hooray! A resounding success. I proclaim myself the goddess of culinary arts in ancient Greece. Chapter 113, Palace in Distress. Every member of the Xiyan pavilion relished a large white bun, thoroughly enjoying the experience. As the salivary amylase worked its magic, Romies savored the subtle sweetness, and upon sipping a warm bowl of tomato egg drop soup, her face radiated pure bliss. Just as everyone was engrossed in their delightful feast, an unexpected visitor joined the gathering at Xiyan Pavilion. The newcomer was a familiar friend of Romies, disguised as Pallas, the wise goddess Athena who resided in the realm of mortals. After enjoying a sumptuous meal in Romies' sanctuary, Athena strolled alongside her by the Lotus Lake, explaining the purpose of her visit. Dear Romies, to be frank, I have recently encountered a rather perplexing situation in the human world, Athena sighed, instantly capturing Romies' attention. My dear Athena, this piques my curiosity. What kind of trouble could possibly stump a goddess of wisdom like you? Romies inquired, for she believed that Athena, the embodiment of knowledge, was an omniscient force, impervious to any challenge. Alas, it is not that I lack a solution, but this matter pertains to humanity, and I would prefer not to wield my divine status to overpower the less powerful. Athena elucidated the circumstances to Romies. It turned out that Pallas, through her relentless teaching of weaving skills to women, had gained considerable fame, her reputation spreading to other cities where her exploits were celebrated, earning her the title of the foremost weaver in the human realm. However, this prestigious title brought Pallas considerable trouble. A young maiden named Arachne, upon hearing of Pallas's accomplishments, boldly declared that Pallas was merely a figurehead, asserting that she, Arachne, was the true master of weaving techniques. This conversation swiftly reached the ears of Pallas. However, as a divine being, she displayed remarkable tolerance and chose not to engage in trivial matters concerning humanity. Thus, Pallas refrained from responding and continued her devoted path of instruction. Regrettably, while Pallas remained silent, Arachne interpreted this as a sign of Pallas's insecurity, which emboldened her further. Arachne not only spread slanderous remarks about Pallas but also established her own weaving classes, eager to compete with Pallas. Pallas recognized that although Arachne's words were harsh, her initiative to teach weaving to the public was, in essence, a commendable endeavor, and she chose to exercise patience. Yet, Pallas's repeated forbearance only fueled Arachne's audacity, culminating in her brazen arrival at the city where Pallas resided, directly challenging her to a contest to determine who was the supreme weaver. Note: the tale of Arachne originates from Ovid's Metamorphoses and is associated with the Roman goddess Minerva, rather than the Greek goddess of wisdom, Athena. However, subsequent interpretations, akin to the myth of Medusa, have erroneously attributed this narrative to Athena, placing the blame on her. While this adaptation draws from that story, it seeks to vindicate Athena. Upon hearing Athena's account, Romies was struck with disbelief. She had not anticipated that this young woman named Arachne could be so egotistical and arrogant. It was indeed a testament to Athena's benevolence that she tolerated such a foolhardy character. Had Romies herself been subjected to such slander, she would have confronted Arachne without hesitation. So, Athena, what are your intentions? Do you wish to engage in this contest? Romies inquired, her heart inclined towards supporting Athena's participation. Indeed, Romies, should we not resolve this matter through competition? I fear Arachne will continue to bring me endless vexation. My desire is to remain a goddess dedicated to instructing women in the mortal realm, rather than becoming entangled in this continual strife, Athena affirmed with a nod. I have come to seek you today precisely for this contest. I wish for you, as the original goddess of weaving and master of the craft, to serve as the judge in my competition with Arachne, thereby bringing this matter to a conclusion. Moreover, in the interest of fairness, I prefer to conceal my true identity and compete under the guise of the mortal Pallas, Athena elaborated. My dear Athena, I wholeheartedly support your decision. This is indeed the most prudent course of action to resolve this predicament, Romies remarked with admiration in her gaze. I have personally witnessed your dexterous hands and weaving prowess, which rivals my own, and I possess unwavering confidence in you. Even employing only human skills, you are deserving of the title of the greatest in the realm. Thank you for your kind words, Romies. May this situation find a satisfactory resolution, Athena replied. After agreeing with Lotus to arrive punctually at the competition venue 3 days later to serve as the judge, Athena bid farewell to Lotus, transforming once more into the human form of Pallas, and returned to the city-state, accepting the provocation from Arachne. The fleeting 3 days passed swiftly. and a grand textile competition was ceremoniously held in the central square of the city-state. This contest, touted as the battle for the title of the world's foremost weaver, not only drew the citizens of the city-state but also attracted individuals from other city-states, all eager to witness the formidable clash between Pallas and Arachne. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the goddess Romis, appearing in her true form, gracefully descended from the heavens upon her steed, a magnificent white deer. This divine visage evoked immediate associations with the revered image of the progenitor of humanity within the sacred realm. Good heavens, it is the progenitor of mankind. The goddess of nature, Romis, an elder exclaimed with fervor. The spectators, initially gathered to witness a competition, were utterly astounded to behold the arrival of their ancestral figure. They fell to their knees, chanting Romis's name, transforming the event into an impromptu gathering of her devoted admirers. Chapter 114. The Grand Weaver-esque Competition, Part 1. Though exalted as the progenitor of humanity and a prominent deity among the 12, Romis was accustomed to veiling her presence, rarely revealing her divine self before mortals. Thus, she was unprepared for such a monumental display of reverence, reminiscent of a superstar amidst a fan meeting. In this grand setting, the once relaxed form of Rhodius immediately tensed, abandoning her languid posture to sit upright on the back of her steed, a pristine white creature. With a carefully crafted, perfect smile, she raised her hand towards the kneeling crowd, signaling them to rise. "Let us dispense with these formalities, my dear children," Rhodius's gentle voice resonated. As the creator of humanity, she was accustomed to referring to them as her offspring. "Today, I have come to the realm of humankind for the textile competition between Pallas and Arachne. I shall serve as the judge, determining the victor among these two exceptional artisans." "What? The goddess is officiating. My heavens, what a stroke of fortune." Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the assembly. At this moment of heightened anticipation, Pallas and Arachne approached Rhodius. As the challenger, Arachne had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the goddess as their judge. Initially taken aback, she soon found herself consumed with pride and confidence. She resolved to exert herself to impress this progenitor of humanity, believing that if she could win Rhodius's favor, her renown would transcend the confines of human society and echo throughout the world. In stark contrast to the exhilarated Arachne, Pallas, the goddess of wisdom, maintained her composure. After bowing to Rhodius, she took her place at the weaving loom, awaiting the commencement of the contest. Once Arachne had also settled in, Rhodius, as the appointed judge, announced the rules. "This textile competition will employ a best-of-3 format. For each round, I shall declare a theme, and both Pallas and Arachne must weave beautiful fabrics that reflect this theme. The creations will then be evaluated by all present, including myself. Each individual may cast their vote for their favorite piece, while my opinion shall carry the weight of 10 votes. The contestant with the most votes will be declared the winner of that round." Adhering to the principle of art serving the people, Rhodius established a public judging system for this contest, ensuring that the outcome was not solely at her discretion, but largely dependent on the judgment of the masses. With a grand gesture, she distributed red and blue flags to each individual present, red representing Arachne and blue representing Pallas, allowing them to express their preferences through the display of their flags. With the rules articulated and the materials successfully distributed, Rhodius swiftly announced the theme for the first round, life. In this round, Rhodius wished for Arachne and Pallas to weave a tapestry depicting their daily experiences, confident that these fabrics, which would vividly reflect scenes of life, would be well within the capabilities of both Athena, a longtime inhabitant of human society, and Arachne, a human by nature. The general populace would be able to discern the merits of each creation with ease. I declare the first round of the competition officially open. At the command of Lotus, the rhythmic clatter of the loom began to resonate throughout the square. Pallas and Arachne, armed with their shuttles, deftly wove back and forth through the warp and weft, crafting intricate patterns according to their creative visions. "Go, Master Pallas, you are truly remarkable. Arachne, you are the pride of our city-state." Amidst the cacophony of cheers from the gathered crowd, 2 skilled weavers swiftly completed their respective creations. As the rhythmic clattering subsided, 2 exquisite tapestries depicting scenes of human life unfurled before the onlookers. Pallas, who lived among women, had woven a serene tableau of 4 women gathered by the riverside in the early morning, engaged in laughter and the mundane task of beating cloth. Each detail of this fabric mirrored real life so closely that it elicited gasps of admiration from the audience. In contrast, Alcyone, perhaps spurred by the presence of Latte, sought to prove her worth by crafting a bustling market scene within a mere span of time. While Pallas's tapestry featured a handful of figures, Alcyone's depiction was teeming with life, vibrant and animated. Yet, the sheer magnitude of her endeavor resulted in a significant oversight. From a distance, the work appeared remarkably intricate. But upon closer inspection, many faces were rendered in a blurring mosaic, disconnected from the other sharply defined figures, as though they belonged to a different layer altogether. Due to Alcyone's critical miscalculation, the outcome of the first round was unmistakable. Pallas triumphed with overwhelming superiority. This result incited Alcyone, who had belittled Pallas, to grit her teeth in frustration. The first round was a lapse on my part, Pallas. Just you wait. I shall not allow you to prevail in the subsequent contests. As Latte clapped her hands, the raucous crowd fell silent once more, and she announced the theme for the second round: nature. The theme of the first round of the competition revolved around life, which belongs to the realm of humanities. In contrast, the second round presented by Romies focused on nature, the very essence of human existence. The connection between nature and human life is undeniably profound, and she believed that Pallas and Arachne would excel in this domain. As anticipated by Romies, both contestants delivered remarkable interpretations of the theme of nature. Pallas wove a scene depicting the dawn, with golden sunlight cascading over the water, reflecting a dazzling shimmer. Arachne, having learned from previous lessons, meticulously crafted a piece inspired by a night sky adorned with twinkling stars and a luminous moon. After careful observation, the public judges provided their scores, and unsurprisingly, both exquisite works received identical high marks. This outcome meant that the decisive power rested in Romies' hands. As the goddess of nature, Romies undoubtedly possessed the most authoritative voice regarding natural scenes. After weighing her options, she deemed both pieces equally compelling. However, due to the similarities between Pallas's work and her previous piece, she cast her 10 votes in favor of Arachne, thus declaring Arachne the victor of the second round. Upon learning of her victory, Arachne cast a scornful glance toward Pallas, a smile of triumph gracing her features. The current standing was a tie, with both Pallas and Arachne having secured 1 point each, making the third round a pivotal moment for determining the ultimate champion. Chapter 115. The Greatest Weaving Competition, Part 2. I hereby announce the commencement of the third round. Following the previous themes of life and nature, Romies has chosen a vibrant and expansive topic that bridges both realms: love. Love is a broad theme, transcending the affection shared between partners. It spans across ages, species, and time. Love is omnipresent in this world, allowing for a great deal of creative freedom. Confronted with this profound theme, both Arachne and Pallas, who were poised to contest for victory, did not rush into action. Instead, they fell into contemplation. After a considerable period of reflection, Pallas was the first to approach the loom, gracefully setting her shuttle in motion. Arachne followed suit, commencing her own creation just 5 seconds after Pallas began. As time elapsed, the nimble hands of both contestants flitted about the loom like butterflies in flight, weaving intricate patterns as the warp and weft intertwined. The final masterpieces of these two master weavers gradually took shape on the loom. Pallas's creation candidly depicted a scene centered on maternal love, a mother tenderly gazing at her swaddled child, gently rocking her arms as if cradling the infant. Her lips slightly parted as she hummed a soothing lullaby. In the tender embrace of swaddling blankets, the child's eyes gently close, and a smile graces their lips, as if they have already succumbed to the sweetest of dreams within their mother's warm embrace. The tapestry of Arachne, however, is woven around the theme of love between men and women. A handsome youth tenderly caresses his beloved's cheek with one hand, while the other delicately tucks a dewy rose behind her slightly flushed ear. The maiden, with a bashful demeanor, lowers her gaze, her downcast eyes brimming with profound affection. As the judge, Rodi scrutinizes the work of Pallas with meticulous attention before examining Arachne's masterpiece with equal care. She cannot help but acknowledge that both pieces are unparalleled works of art. Similarly, the assembled crowd, acting as judges, finds themselves perplexed. After a considerable time, only a few sporadically raise their flags to declare their decisions. This conundrum plunges the audience into silence, rendering the textile contest at an impasse. As the chief judge, Rhodes must intervene to resolve the stalemate and determine the final outcome of this competition. She surveys the troubled faces of the onlookers, glances at the confidently poised Arachne, and then at the gentle, smiling Pallas, before articulating an unexpected yet widely accepted resolution. I declare that in the third round of the competition, Arachne and Pallas have tied. Rhodes announces to both contestants. Thus, each shall be bestowed the title of the world's finest weaver, for their textile skills are of the highest caliber among humanity. Rhodes' decision is met with cheers from the crowd, who have attentively witnessed the 3 rounds of competition and wholeheartedly agree with the outcome of the tie. They believe that this battle will ensure that the names of Pallas and Arachne will be immortalized in the annals of human history. However, just as the crowd erupts in applause and celebration, a sharp voice pierces through the jubilant atmosphere, startling Rhodes. I contest this outcome. The purpose of this competition was to determine a victor over Pallas. I shall not accept this so-called tie. My weaving skills far surpass those of Pallas and are the strongest in existence. Rhodes is taken aback by Arachne's arrogance, and upon hearing her words, a frown appears on her face. Yet, she speaks to Arachne in a composed tone. Arachne, the result of this contest was not determined solely by me. The assembly has unanimously acknowledged this final tie. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, your weaving skills are indeed on par with those of Pallas. You are already among the elite of humanity. Why must you insist on surpassing Pallas? Esteemed goddess Rhodes, while I hold you in great respect as the progenitor of humankind, I believe your words reflect a bias towards Pallas. It is well known that there can be but one champion in the world. If you acknowledge my weaving skills as the pinnacle of human achievement, then why must I be equated with Pallas? My dear friend, do you truly comprehend the language of mortals? Considering her own status, Rhodes forcibly suppressed the impulse to strike Arachne, silently rolling her eyes at Pallas. Just as she was about to engage in a debate, Pallas spoke first. Arachne, since you care so much about victory, I shall no longer conceal my identity. With a brilliant radiance, Pallas shed her disguise, revealing herself as the goddess of wisdom, Athena. I am Athena, the goddess of wisdom. As a mere human, your weaving skills already rival my divine prowess, which signifies that you are indeed the strongest among humanity. You need not relentlessly pursue me for this vanity. The revelation of Athena's identity stirred the hushed audience once more, especially the women who had spent countless days with her. They were astonished to discover that the woman who had taught them their craft, appearing no different from an ordinary person, was in fact a goddess. Arachne, taken aback by this unexpected twist, gaped in disbelief, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Pallas is actually a goddess. This means you must have cheated using divine power during our contest. Yet here I stand, a mere mortal who has woven with my own hands, far surpassing you. A goddess. Silence, Arachne. Rhodes glared furiously at Arachne. Having conversed with Athena before, she knew well that Athena had not cheated. The competition had relied solely on human skill, devoid of any divine assistance. Do not speak such arrogance. Humph, Goddess Rhodes, this implies you are already aware of Athena's identity. You two deities are conspiring to deceive humanity. A thick cloud of darkness suddenly enveloped the city-state skies. Arachne's repeated provocations had pushed Rhodes to the brink of tolerance. If she did not discipline this arrogant mortal, what face would she have before the 12 main gods? Arachne, you shall pay dearly for your hubris. Thick vines erupted from the ground, piercing through Arachne's chest and suspending her in midair. It was the first time Rhodes had truly unleashed her wrath. Chapter 116. The satisfied client. Rhodes's fury terrified the onlookers, who promptly fell to their knees, beseeching the goddess to quell her anger. Even Athena, who had always perceived Rhodes as kind and had never witnessed her wrath, was genuinely startled. At this moment, Arachne, suspended by the vines, was left with a faint breath, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the brink of death. The current state is that Arachne has not perished, her vitality still lingers. With a mere gesture from Lotus, she could instantly revive from her near-death condition, brimming with life once more. However, Lotus refrained from such an act, for Arachne's repeated provocations and her disdainful remarks were a blatant affront to both her and Athena, as well as to the divine. With the removal of the vines sprouting from the earth, Arachne's body crashed heavily to the ground, her breath extinguished, ultimately paying the ultimate price for her own hubris. Oh, Arachne, you were destined to be the most illustrious weaver among humanity. Yet it is your arrogance that has led to this dire circumstance. With a sigh, Athena approached Arachne's lifeless form. And as her soul had yet to be taken by Thanatos, the pensive goddess granted her a sliver of hope. Since you cherish weaving so dearly, let it be your eternal pursuit. Accompanied by Athena's divine magic, Arachne's body transformed into a diminutive spider, swiftly ascending to the treetops to commence her intricate web weaving among the branches. Lotus, having witnessed Athena's transformation of Arachne, uttered no words, her previously cheerful demeanor now tarnished. She left the kneeling humans in silence and allowed her companion, the white creature, to leap into the vast skies above. What was meant to be a glorious weaving contest ended in tragedy, revealing Athena's divine identity, rendering her unable to dwell among mortals. Yet, having experienced enough of human life, it was time for her to bid farewell to the mortal realm and return to the Olympian gods. After the two deities departed, the humans cautiously rose to their feet. Though the calamity was entirely of Arachne's making and had little to do with the others, they sought to erase the unfavorable impression left upon Lotus and Athena. In the days that followed, they held grand rituals to seek forgiveness from the two goddesses, but that is a tale for another time. Amidst the soft, white clouds, the white creature, aimlessly wandering with Lotus, occasionally emitted gentle chirps, attempting to soothe Lotus, who was clearly in a somber mood. Lotus discerned the meaning within those chirps and smiled softly, stroking the creature's fur as she tenderly remarked, "It's all right, just a fleeting emotion. How about we play a game of bungee jumping, my dear white friend?" The little white creature emitted a sound of confusion, while the enigmatic rod is upon her back revealed a mysterious smile. It is unknown what rod is whispered into the ear of the little white creature, but suddenly, the once ethereal white deer, gliding among the clouds, altered its course and plummeted towards the earth. The roaring wind resonated in Lotus's ears as the little white creature, gaining speed, seemed destined for an intimate encounter with the ground. Just at that moment, the little white creature abruptly lifted her head, drawing a stunning arc through the air mere inches from the surface, and soared back into the sky. In response to this exhilarating spectacle, both Lotus and the little white creature could not contain their excited cries, and soon the little white creature replicated the feat, initiating a new dive. Through the exhilarating thrill of bungee jumping, Lotus had cast aside her melancholic disposition, once again embodying the carefree spirit of a true optimist. After indulging in a few more rounds of extreme sports, her companion, the diminutive creature known as Xiyan, sensing the shift in Lotus's mood, resumed its tranquil pace and began soaring toward the Xiyan pavilion. However, before Xiyan could travel far, Lotus, perched upon its back, suddenly detected a powerful surge of divine energy emanating from a nearby location, evidencing that a deity was embroiled in a fierce battle. "Xiyan, head that way," Lotus instructed, pointing toward the source of the divine fluctuations, her curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. As Lotus approached the tumultuous battleground, she was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar silhouette, Apollo. The magnificent god with whom she shared a bond through music stood valiantly among the fray. Grasping a gilded bow, Apollo deftly maneuvered through the air, releasing arrows that whistled through the atmosphere. His adversary was a colossal serpent, its size dwarfing even the monstrous python from Lotus's favorite disaster film, Anaconda, by 4 or 5 times. This immense creature was adorned with iridescent scales, glistening in hues that could only be described as a stunning black with multicolored brilliance. "Goodness! Could this be the legendary 7-colored devourer?" Lotus exclaimed, her astonishment growing as she beheld the serpent, which boasted scales the size of shields, evoking thoughts of a renowned mythical species. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. As she shifted her gaze from the fierce confrontation between Apollo and the gigantic python, Lotus noticed another equally massive creature nearby. This one, however, was pristine white and appeared more divine, yet lay languishing on the ground, its life force rapidly waning. Is this white serpent friend or foe? Lotus pondered, her comprehension limited as she had not witnessed the events unfold in their entirety. Was the nearly lifeless white serpent an ally of the black python, or did it belong to Apollo's faction? Had the two serpents engaged in battle, prompting Apollo's intervention to aid the white serpent? Or had a clash between the black and white serpents left the latter gravely wounded? After entertaining various scenarios in her mind, Lotus resolved that it would be prudent to inquire directly with the parties involved. Just as she prepared to join Apollo in his struggle against the black python, she witnessed the enormous creature seize the opportunity during one of Apollo's arrow releases. With remarkable agility, the python evaded the projectile, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a noxious cloud of dark venom towards Apollo. Unprepared for the assault, Apollo was momentarily blinded by the searing pain, and the black python seized the moment, delivering a powerful tail swipe aimed directly at him. "What? Is this cheating? The python can spray poison as well." As Romes was still reeling from the shock of the giant python's venomous mist, she quickly realized that Apollo was at a disadvantage. Without a moment to ponder, She hurled 3 supreme defensive treasures towards him: the Eastern Azure Lotus banner, the Western Plain Cloud banner, and the Southern Xiyan water control banner, all to aid him in fending off the python's assault. The 3 banners, upon reaching Apollo's side, immediately formed a fundamental formation. When the python's tail struck the formation, it produced a thunderous sound, accompanied by a hissing cry from the serpent's maw. Retracting its tail in agony, the python curled up on the ground. Natural energy surged into Apollo's eyes, mending the effects of the serpent's poison. With Romes' assistance, the debilitating effects on Apollo were dispelled, and he was restored to clarity. The first sight that greeted Apollo, once his vision returned, was Romes' figure. He couldn't help but softly utter her name. Romes nodded gently, then gestured for Apollo to observe the python, which was now rolling helplessly on the ground due to the recoil. "This is the perfect opportunity, Romes. Let us join forces and slay it," Apollo exclaimed, his spirits lifted at the sight of the suffering python. Having battled this formidable beast for quite some time, he would not let this rare chance slip away. He swiftly drew his golden bow, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Though Romes was still trying to grasp the situation, she understood that the giant python was undoubtedly part of the enemy ranks. Without further ado, she summoned the natural divine staff, which had yet to demonstrate its might since its inception. Countless divine lights surged into the staff, and immense divine power began to coalesce at the lotus atop the staff. Small orbs of light, akin to marbles, erupted from the center of the lotus, expanding like balloons until they transformed into enormous spheres of light, their terrifying pressure distorting the surrounding air and creating visible ripples. "Go," Romes commanded, as the luminous sphere above her descended like a meteor towards the groundbound python. At that moment, Apollo's attack followed closely behind. The terrifying light arrows, almost igniting the air around them, intertwined with Romes' glowing sphere, both ultimately striking the python. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled, dust billowed, and startled birds took flight. When the smoke cleared, a circular pit with a radius of 20 meters and several meters deep had formed at the site where the python once lay. The once vibrant creature now lay lifeless, its scales shed, leaving only raw flesh and blood. Having vanquished the python, Romes finally seized the opportunity to voice her lingering question. "Apollo, what is the story behind this black, giant python and the white one not far from here?" Her inquiry prompted Apollo to act without hesitation. He promptly led Romes to the side of the ailing white python. "Delphona, are you all right?" Upon observing the white, giant python's lack of response, Apollo swiftly turned to look at Rotes, hoping she might rescue the creature known as Delphona. Rotes gently nodded, placing her hands upon the smooth scales of the python. A natural divine energy flowed ceaselessly from her fingertips into Delphona's body, mending its wounds. In a mere instant, the previously unresponsive Delphona stirred to life, its golden slit-like eyes opening as it began to writhe, gradually rising from the ground. "Thank you, Rotes," Apollo expressed his gratitude upon witnessing Delphona regain its vitality. As he affectionately caressed the python, he recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that this region was known as Delphi, and both Delphona and a black giant python named Python were native divine beasts of Delphi. Apollo arrived in the region of Delphi under the guidance of his grandmother, the radiant goddess Phoebe, who presided over the Oracle of Delphi. He sought to establish a temple dedicated to himself. The white serpent, Python, served as the guardian of the oracle, and Phoebe intended to pass this esteemed oracle on to her exceptional grandson, Apollo. Consequently, Python exhibited a remarkable affinity toward the newly arrived Apollo, taking it upon itself to assist him in locating a suitable site for the construction of his temple, ultimately leading him to a site of great auspiciousness. Apollo was thoroughly satisfied with this location, just as he was preparing to commence the building of his luminous temple. The lurking Python launched a sudden attack on both Python and Apollo. Much like the eternal struggle between light and darkness, Python and Apollo had been adversaries since their inception. After Python assumed the responsibility of safeguarding the oracle, it became intent on slaying Python to seize the oracle's extraordinary power. The unexpected assault left the unprepared Python severely wounded, prompting Apollo to swiftly grasp his weapon and engage in combat with Python. However, due to Python's formidable body, shielded by impenetrable scales, Apollo's assaults did not yield the desired effect, resulting in a stalemate between the two. What transpired next was something that Romes witnessed firsthand. Upon hearing Apollo's account, Romes recalled the name Python, recognizing it as a notably infamous serpent within the realm of Greek mythology, though he held no specific memories of its exploits. Setting aside the now-deceased Python, Romes became intrigued by the oracle of Delphi that Apollo had mentioned. It was said that the stone tablet inscribed with the phrases "Know thyself, nothing in excess," and "To swear an oath is to invite disaster," possessed prophetic powers that could unveil fate, marking it as a relic of destiny. However, this artifact appeared to be a treasured heirloom of Apollo's lineage, and Romes felt hesitant to express his desire for a closer examination. As Romes pondered the oracle, Apollo turned to Python's lifeless body and invoked a divine spell. In a mere moment, a magnificent temple, gleaming with golden brilliance and radiating an ethereal light, emerged from the remains of Python, replacing the deep pit left behind. Awakened from his reverie, Romes marveled at the transformation of Python's corpse into a temple, inwardly reflecting, "Indeed, Apollo possesses a certain flair akin to mine. He understands the value of repurposing and not squandering precious resources." The Temple of Light has officially been completed, and a look of joy illuminated Apollo's face. Beside him, Delphona suddenly sprang into action, first expelling an apricot that gently touched Apollo's forehead. It then coiled around the stone pillars at the entrance of the temple, gradually coming to rest and transforming into a lifelike stone sculpture, seemingly destined to guard the Temple of Light for eternity. But that was not all. A radiant beam suddenly emanated from the now stone Delphona, and an ancient stone tablet, exuding an aura of antiquity, appeared abruptly before the temple. "This is the Delphic oracle," Apollo exclaimed in astonishment, having previously witnessed this treasure in the hands of a seer. He immediately recognized the ancient stone tablet for what it truly was. "So this is the Delphic oracle," Romes murmured. "Is this not akin to the divine artifacts often depicted in fantasy novels of my past life? Were it not for the palpable ancient essence it emanated, this Delphic oracle would appear to be nothing more than an ordinary stone slab lying by the roadside." As Romes quietly commented, the manifested Delphic oracle spun elegantly, merging seamlessly into the entrance of the Temple of Light crafted by Apollo. The three maxims were inscribed on either side of the entrance and above it, reminiscent of couplets in Chinese culture. Could this be the reason my grandmother urged me to come to the Delphi region? Apollo pondered, gazing at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a delightful fragrance that wafted toward Apollo and Romes. As a child of the East, Romes was all too familiar with this scent, for it heralded the arrival of autumn when the laurel trees lining the streets would bloom with yellow and white flowers, their rich aroma uniquely characteristic of laurel blossoms. In unison, she and Apollo turned their gaze toward the source of the fragrance, only to discover that a lush grove of laurel trees had sprouted in the very spot where blood had recently been spilled. Inhaling the floral scent, Apollo gazed with delight at the sprawling laurel trees and, with a smile gracing his face, declared, "Henceforth, the laurel shall be my sacred tree, and the laurel blossom shall be my sacred flower." Upon the utterance of Apollo's words, a grove of laurel trees began to sway gracefully, and a sacred laurel crown suddenly materialized above the forest, soaring to rest upon Apollo's resplendent golden locks. This was a splendid gift from the laurel, now transformed into the divine tree of light, bestowed upon Apollo. Witnessing this coronation of Apollo by the laurel, Lotus was suddenly beset by a peculiar thought. Given that the laurel tree had become Apollo's sacred emblem, with the laurel tree in her courtyard, imbued with primordial roots, not sprout legs and scamper to Apollo's temple? In truth, Lotus's concerns were unfounded, as a being not native to this world, the lunar laurel from the primordial realm would not be swayed by Apollo's influence. It remained contentedly in her courtyard, basking in the life-giving waters, blissfully extending its branches. Unexpectedly entwined in Apollo's temple-building endeavors, Lotus politely declined his invitation to stay as a guest, bidding farewell to Apollo as she mounted her steed, returning to her azure lotus pavilion. After confirming that her lunar laurel tree had not exhibited any anomalies due to Apollo's influence, Lotus felt a considerable weight lift from her heart. She then turned her attention to the long-blooming yellow loquat. With the passage of time, the clusters of little yellow flowers on the loquat had finally begun to show signs of change. Their size was diminishing, the petals were developing creases, and alterations were occurring in the stamens. All of this signified that the loquat was on the verge of bearing fruit. Splendid! Following this trend, it would not be long before I could savor the fruits of the loquat. Divine energy flowed from Lotus's palm into the life-giving vessel, which had transformed into an automatic irrigation device. She recalibrated the vessel's flow rate, hastening the release of the life-giving spring water to meet the current irrigation needs of both the loquat and the laurel tree. Having completed these tasks, the idle Lotus began to check on what her companions at the Blue Lotus Pavilion were busily engaged in. As usual, the 6 nymphs, oh no, they should now be referred to as deities, were diligently attending to their respective orders. After enduring a lengthy period of order processing, 6 nymphs have successfully shone brilliantly in the realms of textiles and perfumery, achieving the pinnacle of craftsmanship within these domains. They have been formally bestowed with the divine titles of Textile Goddess and Perfume Goddess. Although these titles signify only a faint divine power, they are 1,000-fold superior to their previous status as mere nymphs, indicating that they have successfully crossed the threshold into divinity, joining the ranks of the Olympian gods. After surveying their meticulous work with satisfaction, Lotus made her way to the abode of the Cyclopes by the Lotus Lake, eager to observe their daily forging rituals. 3 towering Cyclopes, while guzzling large barrels of fine wine, swung their mighty hammers, relentlessly striking the divine artifacts before them. Although Lotus believed that drinking could hinder their progress, the wine-loving Cyclopes found that imbibing while forging ignited their fervor, thus commencing what Lotus dubbed the wine-forging method. Ingenious deities from various corners of the world gathered rare and exquisite wines for the Cyclopes, hoping they would swiftly forge their own divine weapons. Bidding farewell to the now intoxicated Cyclopes, Lotus approached the small family of 4, the Little Whites. Since their current orders were still in production, the 3 large beings had no transport duties, opting instead to languidly recline in the shade, eyes closed in restful slumber. Observing their relaxed state, Lotus retrieved a wooden-toothed comb she had crafted from her system's inventory, settling beside the 3 large creatures to groom their silky, snow-white fur. As the wooden comb glided through their coats, the 3 large beings emitted contented coos, transformed into a realm of bliss under Lotus's skilled hands. With her renowned technique, the soul-stirring and sorrowful comb, she rendered them utterly enraptured, their forms melting into pools of soft, pliable clay. Once the grooming was complete, Lotus applied her specially formulated fur oil to their coats, ensuring that both the 3 large beings and the curious Little White enjoyed a splendid fur care session. Ultimately, among the members of the Xiyan Pavilion, only the large black gas canister, known as Little Black, remained untouched by Lotus's tender ministrations. Due to the exquisite cuisine at the Xiyan Pavilion, the already plump Little Black Cat, affectionately known as Chubby Pig, has unknowingly gained even more weight. Consequently, Rosathus had no choice but to devise a daily weight loss regimen for him, necessitating his completion of aerobic exercises by climbing the cat tree each day. When she gently lifted the relaxed and yawning Little Black Cat from his cozy nook, Rosathus, under the guise of measurement, subjected him to a thorough examination, ultimately concluding that Chubby Pig had not lost weight. Rather, his waistline seemed to have expanded further. Thus, Rosathus began to pat the Little Black Cat's rear, encouraging him to commence his exercise on the cat tree. Although the lethargic Chubby Pig appeared to employ his seemingly magical ability to become invisible to evade this workout. Upon hearing Rosathus mention that he would no longer receive delectable treats if he failed to comply, he obediently transformed into an agile little porker, bounding up and down the cat tree. Chapter 119. The Adorable God. Little Aries sunlight filtered through the lush branches of the Huang Hongli, casting a warm glow over the courtyard of the Xiyan Pavilion. At this moment, Rosathus leaned over a wooden table, holding a brush with utmost concentration, diligently depicting intricate designs. After the final stroke was applied, she carefully lifted a palm-sized piece of yellow paper adorned with mysterious patterns in red cinnabar, parting her lips to gently blow dry the ink. Once the red cinnabar had completely dried, the divine essence of fortune swirled within her soul, imbuing the yellow paper with the power of good luck. A golden light danced across the surface of the paper, prompting Rosathus to exclaim joyfully, "It's done." Little genius Rosathus has achieved perfection once again. After all, on her first attempt, Rosathus had crafted a talisman capable of bestowing luck upon its bearer. How could this not bring her joy? You may be curious about the sudden emergence of her talisman-making skills. It traces back to a long-ago reward from the system's Underworld Transformation Project, which granted her the random skill of talisman crafting. It was from this that she learned the intricate method for creating these spiritual talismans composed of complex circles and lines. However, since receiving this reward, Rosathus had not attempted to create any talismans until recently, when an acceleration hourglass made by Rhea using the power of time inspired her. She realized she could infuse her divine essence into the talismans, producing a batch of disposable charms that could be easily utilized. These talismans could serve as thoughtful gifts or be sold as exclusive merchandise of the Xiyan Pavilion. Thus, inspired by her idea, Romy successfully crafted a talisman of fortune. followed by a series of other enchantments, such as a craft talisman to enhance manual dexterity, a nature talisman to summon the forces of nature, and a vitality talisman capable of instantaneously healing wounds. Interestingly, these charms bore a striking resemblance to the scrolls previously gifted to her by the goddess Hecate. Gazing at the array of yellow talismans spread before her, Romies was suddenly reminded of the convenient scrolls provided by the goddess of magic. She decided to select 5 of each type of talisman, carefully packaged them, and personally journeyed to the underworld to present them to Hecate. At that moment, Hecate, serving as the high judge in the underworld, was diligently occupied with the judgment of souls and had no time to host Romies. After bestowing her offerings upon Hecate, Romies swiftly returned to the Qinglian pavilion. There, she sorted the mystical Eastern talismans according to their divine attributes, labeling them with thoughtful instructions for use. She entrusted a portion of these talismans to her 6 subordinate deities, instructing them to include 1 or 2 talismans as complementary gifts with each order, thus introducing the existence of these charms to the pantheon and expanding her market. It was only through the experience of the gods that the convenience and efficacy of the talismans would become apparent, creating vast opportunities, particularly with the fortuitous talisman that influenced mysterious destinies, destined to become a bestseller. As Romies pondered these possibilities, she continued to create another batch of talismans, stowing them in her system's inventory as stock. Even if they remained unsold, they could serve her own needs. Having concluded her creation of the talismans, Romies stretched languidly and summoned her companion, Xiaobai, directing her to fly towards Mount Olympus. She sought to visit her dear apprentice, Zeus, and Hera, to meet their second child, the god of war, Ares. From the once swaddled infant, Ares had grown into a tall, imposing figure, over 2 meters in height, curiously gazing with his crimson eyes. Captured in the hands of Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging, Romies mused inwardly, so this is the infamous, bloodthirsty god of war from myth. Who would have thought he looked rather adorable as a child? This soft and cherubic appearance seems more befitting of a cute god title. Gently poking Ares' chubby cheek elicited a chorus of giggles from him. After indulging in playful moments, Romies entrusted him to Hephaestus, who had transformed into a doting brother upon Ares' birth. The towering giant carefully received his younger brother from Romies, wearing a tender smile that created a striking contrast to his formidable stature. Observing Hephaestus cradling Ares, Romies suddenly had a thought, her eyes lighting up as she recalled a classic joke from her past life. Dear Hephaestus, I have heard that you excel in the art of forging. May I inquire about your profession? Embracing Ares, Hephaestus nodded thoughtfully and replied softly, Indeed, esteemed goddess Rotius. As the god of forge, my prowess in metallurgy is unparalleled across the realms. Is that so? Rotius responded with a cunning smile. Hephaestus, within my temple reside 3 Cyclopes, offspring of Uranus and Gaia, who are exceedingly skilled in the art of forging. The divine thunderbolt wielded by your father was crafted by their hands. Truly? Hephaestus's expression shifted to one of intrigue upon learning of others who share his fervor. Seizing the opportunity, Rotius continued, Certainly, perhaps during your leisure, you could visit my temple and engage in discourse about forging techniques with the Cyclopes. Thank you, goddess Rotius. Hephaestus expressed his gratitude, unaware that he had unwittingly walked into a cunning trap. In a few days, I shall pay a visit to your temple. Welcome, welcome. Rotius beamed, her smile revealing the extent of her manipulation over Hephaestus. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, she took her leave to seek out her diligent disciple, Zeus, and inquire about his recent endeavors. Within the pantheon, Zeus, engrossed in reviewing reports laid before him, heard a sound and looked up to see Rotius, whom he had not seen for quite some time, entering the divine hall. Dear teacher, it has been ages. Have you had the pleasure of visiting the delightful young Ares? Zeus rose to greet her with a warm embrace. It has indeed been a while, Zeus. I just came from young Ares, Rotius replied with a radiant smile. Releasing her hold on Zeus, as a concerned mentor, she inquired, How have you been? Is everything well? Have you encountered any insurmountable troubles lately? Chapter 120. The candidate list for divine envoys recently. The realm of gods has remained quite tranquil, devoid of any significant events. Thus I have not faced any major challenges. Zeus patiently responded to Rotius's inquiries. However, there is one matter that has been troubling me these past few days. I find myself at an impasse. Since you are here, perhaps you could assist me in making a judgment. Oh, what is it? Rotius asked, curiosity piqued. She had not anticipated that the omnipotent king of the gods would grapple with a dilemma. In essence, this matter appears straightforward. yet its execution proves to be somewhat challenging. Zeus began, I seek to find a divine envoy who can embody my will and convey messages to the other gods. An envoy? Rotius gazed at Zeus, puzzled. With so many deities in Olympus, do you not have a favored choice in mind? It is precisely due to the multitude of deities that I find myself in this dilemma, sighed Zeus. Choosing among such a plethora of divine beings for one who possesses remarkable swiftness, eloquence, clarity of expression, and a sense of responsibility is no simple task. Upon hearing Zeus's words, Rhodes began to mentally sift through the gods that met his criteria. Soon, a goddess's name emerged from the pantheon, becoming her foremost recommendation. Dear Zeus, what do you think of Asteria, the goddess of shooting stars? She is renowned for her speed, and I believe that few deities can surpass her in swiftness. Moreover, she is incredibly gentle and patient, making her an exceedingly suitable candidate. Indeed, Asteria perfectly aligns with my requirements, Rhodes continued. I have had the pleasure of visiting her. Zeus nodded. As his initial choice mirrored Rhodes's, he too held Asteria in high regard. However, due to Asteria's existing duty to summon the radiant night sky, she graciously declined the additional role. Rhodes acknowledged this, understanding that the star goddess, belonging to the realm of Nyx, must fulfill her nightly obligations to illuminate the world. An extra divine task would undoubtedly burden her. With Asteria eliminated from consideration, Rhodes resumed her mental search for other suitable deities. After some time, she thought of several candidates that fit the bill. What about the children of Eos, the goddess of dawn? Or the gods of the four winds who symbolize the cardinal directions? As embodiments of the wind, they already bear the responsibility of delivering messages. Upon hearing Rhodes mention the wind gods, Zeus stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the north wind, Boreas, is too tempestuous. The east wind, Euros, is overly soft-hearted. The south wind, Lotus, often accompanies darkness and storms. As for the west wind, Zephyrus. Zeus lightly nodded. Zephyrus might indeed be a commendable choice. Let us provisionally include him on our short list. Subsequently, Rhodes proposed numerous lists of deities, yet each was ultimately dismissed by Zeus. This indicated that, at present, only Zephyros had caught Zeus's attention. It seemed Zeus was not mistaken. Indeed, the task of selecting a divine messenger proved to be quite taxing. Despite presenting a multitude of candidates, only Zephyros had temporarily passed the scrutiny. Rhodes silently contemplated the overwhelming nature of the selection process, which nearly caused her mental faculties to falter. As a modern-day traveler, she resolved to abandon the needle-in-a-haystack approach and began to delve into her memories of the past, pondering which deities had served as divine messengers in Greek mythology. In the midst of her reflections, the image of a youthful figure swiftly emerged in her mind. How could she have forgotten Hermes? His most renowned feat was, after all, serving as the messenger of Zeus. As Rhodes's eyes sparkled at the thought of Hermes, a crucial question arose before she could recommend him to Zeus. In the original mythos, Hermes was the offspring of Zeus and the goddess of rain and storms, Maya. Given her own existence as a butterfly with the power to alter the world, the very presence of Hermes remained an uncertainty. After a moment of hesitation, Lotus tentatively inquired of Zeus, Zeus, are you aware of a deity among the gods named Hermes? Hermes, the king of gods, Zeus, began to search his mind for this name. Are you referring to the child of the goddess Maya, the goddess of storms, and the god of mockery, Momus? Confirming through Maya's name, Lotus could not help but murmur to himself, so this Hermes is indeed the offspring of that god notorious for his penchant for condemnation and slander. Momus, the child of Nyx, the goddess of night, as the deity presiding over mockery, condemnation, and satire, frequently appeared adorned with a mask of derision. He was also the guardian of writers and poets, possessing a profound mastery of the art of rhetoric. After silently marveling at the origins of Hermes, Rhodes addressed Zeus, saying, Indeed, this is the very Hermes. What do you think of him as your divine messenger? Hermes, the deity of commerce, thievery, and herding, is said to have possessed a pair of winged sandals since his birth, perfectly inheriting the eloquence of Momus while holding the divine office of rhetoric. Through memory, Zeus recalled Hermes' lineage and suddenly realized that this little-known god remarkably met his requirements. Master, you truly are remarkable for having thought of this deity, whom I am not particularly familiar with. Zeus gazed at Rhodes with admiration, while Rhodes, under Zeus's penetrating gaze, coughed awkwardly. At that moment, just as Zeus was quite pleased with Hermes, he suddenly recalled something and hesitated, saying, however, according to other deities, Hermes seems quite adept at cunning and trickery. I fear he may not effectively convey my will. I believe I must test him to ascertain his true character before making a final decision. That is indeed a valid point. After all, Hermes bears the office of a thief, and his divine qualities certainly warrant scrutiny. Although Rhodius knew from past memories that Hermes was the best candidate for Zeus's divine messenger, she too held reservations about this legendary silver-tongued god. Thus, a subtle test for Hermes quietly commenced within the pantheon. Chapter 121. Hermes' trial. In the afternoon, Hermes leisurely reclined beneath the cool shade of a tree, chewing on roots while humming an unknown tune. Before him, a flock of pristine white sheep grazed slowly on the grass, a testament to his role as the god of herding. An eerie disturbance flickered through the air as a stooped old crone, leaning on a cane, appeared in the meadow where Hermes lay. The visitor was Rhodius, the nature goddess, who had come to assess Hermes through the use of her 72 transformations. Her primary aim was singular: to determine whether Hermes could be relied upon to serve as a bridge and conduit between the gods and their sovereign. With a rough plan in mind, Rhodius approached the shaded area where Hermes, with closed eyes and a gentle hum, lay. At last, I have encountered someone, she thought to herself. Young man, might you be willing to assist me with a task? Startled, Hermes sprang up from the ground, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the seemingly ordinary human who had inexplicably materialized beside him, evading his perception with ghost-like silence. Oh dear, I frightened you. Did I? My sincere apologies, Rhodius, in her guise as the old woman, said with a warm smile. No harm done, dear lady. You mentioned needing my assistance. May I inquire what task you require of me? Hermes, having observed nothing unusual in either direction, dismissed his earlier concerns as mere distractions born from his leisurely demeanor. His thoughts then wandered back to the elderly woman's plea for assistance, prompting him to inquire, with genuine curiosity, what she required of him. Ah, young man, she began. I have prepared a meal for my son who resides in a nearby city-state, but alas, my frail legs have failed me, and I could only manage to travel part way before becoming unable to proceed. If I were to wait until I could reach my son's home, the food would surely spoil. Therefore, I beseech you, with your nimble legs, would you be so kind as to deliver this basket of provisions to my son? Rhodius removed the basket she had slung over her arm, lifting the floral cloth that covered it, inviting Hermes to peer inside. As he leaned closer, an enchanting aroma wafted up to him, compelling him to swallow hard. Rhodius, disguised as the old woman, secretly chuckled to herself, well aware that the food was imbued with her own subtle enhancements. Young man, are you listening to me? Called Rhodius, as Hermes, momentarily lost in the delicious scent, was jolted back to reality by her persistent urging. He regarded the kindly visage of the elderly woman, then glanced at the basket in her hands. Ultimately, he nodded in acquiescence to her request. Very well, dear lady, he replied, since you seek my aid, I shall oblige. However, I must ask that you keep an eye on my flock of sheep while I undertake this task. Fear not, they are gentle creatures and will not stray. Thank you ever so much, Rhodius exclaimed, gratefully covering the basket once more before handing it to Hermes. Thus, in exchange for tending to his sheep, Hermes relinquished his shepherd's staff to Rhodius and set forth toward the distant city-state, the basket filled with delectable food in hand. Once Hermes had departed, Rhodius, shedding her disguise, smiled faintly. With a subtle flick of her fingers, the enticing aroma that had been securely covered began to seep through the gaps into the air. Let us see if young Hermes can resist this temptation and fulfill my request, she mused. Golden wings appeared on Hermes' sandals, and under the influence of his divine power, he soared forward at a speed that surpassed the wind. As he flew, the familiar, alluring scent erupted once more into his senses, burrowing into his very core and causing his stomach to rumble in protest. My goodness, the food prepared by this old woman is simply irresistible. I can hardly contain myself. The gnawing hunger within Hermes compelled him to halt his steps. He raised the basket high before him, greedily inhaling the tantalizing aroma emanating from within, exclaiming in delight. How delectable it was. A thought began to sprout in Hermes' mind. Surely, if I were to stealthily indulge in a morsel of this food, the oblivious son of the old woman would be none the wiser. However, after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately resisted the temptation and quickened his pace towards the city-state. After all, a promise made must be upheld. This is a fundamental principle of commerce. It seemed that hastening to deliver the basket into the hands of the old woman's son was the only way to escape this overwhelming temptation. Though he was the protector of thieves, Hermes, whose primary role was the god of commerce, adhered to the principle that integrity is the soul of trade. Since he had made a commitment to the old woman, he was bound to be honest and trustworthy. Meanwhile, Romis, who observed this scene through the omnipresent foliage, nodded gently. Yet, she did not relent. Instead, she amplified her divine power, causing the contents of the basket to emit an even more mouth-watering fragrance. Although Romis intensified her efforts, Hermes ultimately prevailed, relying on his belief in the laws of commerce to withstand the intensifying temptation. Nevertheless, the tantalizing aroma was not without effect. A journey that would typically take him 5 minutes with his winged sandals stretched to 3 times that duration, as he found himself stopping frequently along the way before finally arriving at the city-state where the old woman's son resided. Following Romi's guidance, Hermes soon caught sight of a prominent house within the city, its golden roof gleaming brilliantly under the sun. He halted before the entrance and rapped on the wooden door. Inside, the son of Zeus, transformed into Romis, opened the door. Hermes, eager lest he lose control, promptly handed over the basket to Zeus, stating, "Greetings. This is the delicious food your mother prepared for you from another city-state. Due to her limited mobility, she entrusted me with delivering it to you." Zeus lifted the floral cloth covering the basket, confirming the ample contents within, and a mysterious smile graced his lips. He expressed his gratitude to Hermes and, under the pretext of a reward, presented him with a lustrous jade stone. Chapter 122, Romis, a broad call for cat dieting methods. As Hermes accepted the seemingly valuable jade from Zeus, a sense of unease began to rise within him, while soaring towards the location of the sheep with his winged sandals. He pondered quietly to himself. Something felt amiss. The old woman's sudden appearance, the aroma of food that could tempt even a deity, this unusual jade stone. Something was awry. It seemed I have fallen into the snare of some god. Devoid of the intoxicating aroma of the enchanted sustenance from Rhodius, Hermes, regaining his senses, immediately discerned that something was amiss. With neither cherished treasures upon him nor enmity with the deities, he pondered how such an occurrence could transpire. Filled with profound perplexity, he hastened back to the meadow where his flock resided, only to be astonished to find that the elderly woman he had identified as a certain goddess had vanished, leaving only her solitary shepherd's staff leaning against a tree trunk. Hermes quickly counted his sheep, discovering that not a single one was missing. Oddly, his flock remained intact, and he had encountered neither danger nor loss, merely a fruitless journey. Could it be that the goddess sought only to toy with him? As Hermes contemplated the motives behind the actions of the old woman, a jade stone bestowed upon him by Zeus suddenly soared from his grasp into the air, transforming before his astonished gaze into an oracle. Hermes meticulously read the entire oracle, initially displaying disbelief that swiftly morphed into uncontainable joy. Good heavens! The king of the gods, Zeus, had appointed him as his divine messenger. It is worth noting that as a relatively obscure deity among the Olympians, to suddenly receive the favor of the divine king and be granted a role of considerable esteem, even among the greater gods, was a source of immense delight for Hermes. After settling his flock, Hermes eagerly donned his winged sandals and, armed with the divine message, soared towards Mount Olympus to report to the king of the gods, Zeus. Within the grand hall of the Pantheon, the illustrious goddess Lotus, standing alongside Zeus, greeted the hastily arriving Hermes with a warm smile, proclaiming, "Congratulations on passing the test." Dear Hermes, taken aback by the unexpected presence of the renowned goddess and her enigmatic words, Hermes found himself momentarily at a loss. Nonetheless, he respectfully bowed to both Zeus and Lotus. Zeus, in high spirits after resolving the issue of the divine messenger, waived Hermes' formalities and began to elucidate the entire situation to the perplexed god. Upon hearing the king's account, Hermes could not help but inwardly muse, "How fortunate I am that I did not fall into the trap laid by the goddess Lotus and disturb that basket of provisions. Otherwise, I would have missed a splendid opportunity." Thus, with his magical sandals, Hermes transformed from an obscure figure into a celebrated entity among the deities, frequently traversing between the earth and the divine mountain as a bridge between Zeus and the gods, becoming a striking feature of the Greek mythological landscape. Having resolved the divine messenger's dilemma, Lotus bid farewell to Zeus and returned to her sanctuary, the azure Lotus Pavilion. To her astonishment, merely 3 days later, the god of fire and forge, Hephaestus, could no longer restrain himself and paid her a visit. "Esteemed goddess Lotus, I beg your pardon for my unannounced arrival. Please accept this gift I have crafted for you." the esteemed Hephaestus, referred to as a giant by Hermes, carefully bent to pass through the grand entrance of the Lotus Pavilion, then stood upright in the open courtyard, presenting a gift he had crafted for Hermes. Upon receiving Hephaestus's offering, even the worldly Hermes could not suppress her astonishment, for this deity of fire and forge had fashioned an exquisite set of luxurious jewelry for her. It is known that Hermes seldom adorned herself with such fineries. On rare occasions, she would embellish her hair with a couple of lotus flowers to distinguish herself for significant events. Thus, confronted with such opulence, adorned with an abundance of gemstones, a smile involuntarily graced Hermes's lips. She warmly invited Hephaestus to take a seat and treated him to delightful pastries and tea. As they conversed, the honest and earnest Hephaestus could not mask the gleaming urgency and anticipation on his face. Understanding his thoughts, Hermes smiled gently, decisively concluding their dialogue and leading Hephaestus to the giant's cottage by the Lotus Lake. Coincidentally, the one-eyed giants were busily forging the divine artifacts commissioned by the gods. Upon witnessing the industrious giants at work, Hephaestus was instantly captivated, and before Hermes could introduce him, he eagerly produced his tools and joined their ranks, engaging them in conversation. "Ah, I seem to have become invisible. Shared interests indeed foster camaraderie. Hephaestus is sure to bond splendidly with the one-eyed giants." Observing the lively exchange between Hephaestus and the giants, Hermes felt a pang of neglect and offered a resigned smile. With no opportunity to contribute to the forging conversation, she opted to quietly withdraw to the courtyard, seeking solace with her feline companion, Little Black. As Little Black reclined comfortably in his cat bed, Hermes was taken aback. "Have you gained weight again?" she exclaimed. "Meow?" Little Black looked up at her with innocent, wide eyes, mewing pathetically. Ever since establishing a weight loss regimen for him, Hermes had diligently supervised Little Black's aerobic exercises daily, and during her absence, the diligent butler, Ellis, had continued this oversight. To her surprise, Little Black's weight had only increased during this time. "Well, Little Black, it seems we must devise a new strategy," Hermes declared, poking his plump belly. "From this day forth, I am confiscating all your treats. Henceforth, aside from regular meals, you shall no longer indulge in crispy fish snacks or pan-seared chicken breast. Meow, meow, meow." Upon hearing these words, the little black cat sprang from its cozy nook, emitting a series of protestations. However, its incessant objections were swiftly deemed invalid by Hermes, who, with the utmost concern for the cat's health, resolved to ensure it undertook a serious weight loss regimen. In Chapter 123, The Weeping Little God of Love Eros. Within the courtyard of the Xiyan Pavilion, the incessant creaking echoed, a testament to the determined efforts of the little black cat as it ran on the meticulously crafted wheel designed by Hermes, all in pursuit of a successful weight loss plan. Beneath the tree of fate, Hermes, adorned in a resplendent traditional red dress, deftly manipulated a red embroidered ball, connecting the threads of fate for destined souls inscribed in the Book of Relationships. Ah, yet another splendid union. The feeling of love blossoming into fruition is simply delightful. As Hermes completed another pairing, she sighed contentedly, preparing to continue perusing the Book of Relationships when the red embroidered ball, which had been obediently resting in her hand, suddenly exhibited peculiar movements. What is happening? Why does the divine essence of love resemble a light bulb? Hermes gazed in astonishment at the ball, now transformed into a radiant orb pulsating with red light. Lost in contemplation, a subtle wave of energy began to ripple across the globe. Through the red embroidered ball, Hermes unexpectedly sensed a previously dormant force of love awakening with remarkable vigor, its potency multiplied manifold. Whether it was Gaia in the Earth Temple, Nyx and Erebus in the underworld, or Tartarus dwelling in the endless abyss, each smiled upon discovering this unusual phenomenon spreading throughout the world. As Hermes perceived this miraculous scene, her thoughts immediately turned to a pivotal figure, Aphrodite. Could it be that Hermes, gazing at the self-suspended red embroidered ball, was witnessing the return of Eros, the primordial god of love, to this realm? Hermes' conjecture was not unfounded. At that very moment, within the resplendent temple of love and beauty amidst a sea of roses, Aphrodite lay weakly upon her bed. Beside her, the resurrected Eros surveyed this familiar yet strange world with a gaze entirely different from that of his infant form. "Ah, at last, I possess my own body." Remaining within Aphrodite's form was utterly suffocating. With a gentle grasp of the chubby little hand and a flutter of the delicate white wings behind him, Eros's face radiated with a blissful joy. Aphrodite, who had always reveled in revelry and festivities, organized an extravagant banquet to celebrate the birth of her little god of love, captivating the attending deities in endless astonishment. Particularly taken aback were Aphrodite's suitors, who could scarcely fathom that their beloved had quietly welcomed a child into the world. They were left speculating about which fortunate god had captured Aphrodite's affections. Among the invited, the goddess Lotus displayed a knowing expression upon receiving the invitation, and she rarefied her attire, donning the exquisite jewelry bestowed by Hephaestus. Prepared to attend the festivity honoring Eros's birth, she deemed it essential to adorn herself splendidly for a banquet hosted by the goddess of beauty. At the event, Aphrodite, the enchanting hostess clad in a deep crimson gown, glided gracefully among the assembled deities with a wine goblet in hand, her smile radiant. When approached with subtle inquiries regarding the father of Eros, she met each question with a mysterious smile, deftly steering the conversation back to her own narrative. In a secluded corner of the banquet, Lotus found herself in the company of the long-absent moon goddess Selene. As they savored delectable delicacies, they engaged in hushed conversation. "My dear Lotus, did you know that upon receiving Aphrodite's invitation, I was utterly taken aback? Who would have imagined that this passionate goddess had a child?" Selene exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. Well aware of the underlying truths, Lotus exhibited no such surprise. However, feigning intrigue, she replied with an agreeable demeanor, "Indeed, Aphrodite's unexpected revelation is quite astonishing." Leaning closer, Selene whispered to Lotus, "Who do you suppose the father of Aphrodite's child might be?" In her heart, Lotus mused that it was irrelevant who the father was, for it was Eros himself who had chosen her as his mother. She then answered Selene's inquiry ambiguously, "Perhaps it is some exceptionally handsome god." As time slipped by amid their light-hearted exchanges, the banquet reached its zenith. Aphrodite was set to formally introduce her mysterious son, Eros, to the assembly of gods. With golden hair and azure eyes, Eros pouted, appearing reluctant as Aphrodite cradled him in her arms before the gathered deities. A breathtaking smile blossomed on Aphrodite's exquisite visage as she gently proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, allow me to present my beloved child, the little god of love, Eros." A resounding applause erupted from the assembly, and Lotus, curious to behold the legendary fifth primordial deity, watched with intrigue. Yet, at the heart of the storm, Eros could not suppress his inner tumult, silently pleading, "Hurry and take me back to our chamber, Aphrodite." "Oh dear, how mortifying! Where shall I hide my aging visage?" Clearly, Aphrodite was oblivious to Eros's inner thoughts as she proudly cradled him and approached the assembly of gods, eager to showcase the cherubic appearance of the little god of love. Upon reaching the side of Romus, she stirred an immediate reaction within him. What a rare opportunity! Here stands a bona fide primordial deity. If I do not seize the chance to tease him in his infantile state, such an opportunity may never present itself again. With this in mind, Romus discreetly extended a finger and, amidst Eros's incredulous gaze, poked his plump, soft cheek, exclaiming, "Eros, you are simply adorable." "Romus, what are you doing? You're finished. I shall remember this transgression." Eros, nestled in Aphrodite's arms, erupted into a resounding wail, mentally noting Romus for his audacity. Fully aware of the truth, yet still daring to lay hands upon him. "My dear Eros, why have you suddenly begun to cry? Do not weep. I shall take you back to your chamber at once." The sound of Eros's cries filled Aphrodite with immediate concern, prompting her to bid a hasty farewell to the assembly and retreat to the room, placing him gently into his designated cradle. Meanwhile, the instigator of this disrespectful act towards the primordial god, Romus, laughed heartily under Selene's bemused gaze, exclaiming with delight, "Eros turns out to be quite the little crybaby." Chapter 124. The astonishingly handsome deity with a buoyant spirit. After successfully teasing Eros, Romus commenced her interactions with the surrounding divinities. By the time she returned from the grand birth celebration, it was already deep into the night. After a brief ablution, she nestled into her warm bed, drifting into a realm of delightful dreams. The golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window, gently awakening Romus. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she stretched luxuriously and opened her door, only to be met with a peculiar sight. In the courtyard, 6 minor gods were chattering animatedly around a wooden table, occasionally punctuated by bashful giggles and playful laughter. Intrigued by the scene, Romus transformed into an eager bystander and mingled with the group of minor gods, urging, "Quick, quick! What delightful tales are you sharing so early in the morning? Do tell." The chief deity, Elis, first indicated the blushing face of Belial, then spoke conspiratorially. Belial has secretly harbored feelings. She has encountered a stunningly handsome mortal. What? Romus exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like a hungry wolf, scrutinizing Belial, who was now playfully striking Elis. Quietly, she retrieved a red embroidered ball from her system bag. Oh, chief deity, do not heed Elis's fanciful words. I was merely taken aback by the extraordinary beauty of that human male. I have not fallen for him. Belial hastily offered an explanation for herself. And through the feedback from the divine essence of fate, it was evident that Lotus did not perceive the auspicious thread of love upon her. Alas, I had thought that the first member of our Qinglian pavilion to find a partner would soon emerge. Lotus felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet her curiosity was piqued regarding the extraordinary human man that Belial had spoken of. If I were to name the most handsome human I have ever seen, it would surely be Endymion. However, he is currently entangled with Selene, and certainly not the individual Belial had witnessed. Lotus mused silently. Thus, driven by her curiosity to behold the handsome figure, Lotus, along with the 5 divine beings including Elise, followed Belial to the location where she had fortuitously encountered the dashing human, poised to await his arrival. Perched upon the sturdy branches of a grand tree, the divine essence of the 7 sisters concealed their forms, as they playfully frolicked while observing the earth beneath them. After an hour had passed, the much-anticipated handsome man had yet to appear, leading the eager gods to feel a sense of frustration as they contemplated departing and awaiting another opportunity. Just as they were about to rise, the perceptive Lotus sensed a human male approaching slowly towards the grand tree where they were concealed. Hush! Lotus placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Do not speak. The handsome figure that Belial had longed for was finally making his entrance. Instantly, the previously boisterous divine beings fell silent, their hearts brimming with anticipation as they gazed into the distance, watching the figure draw nearer. Under the collective scrutiny of the divine, the visage of the human man gradually came into view before the eyes of Lotus and her fellow deities. In the gentle embrace of the morning light, a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly the softest brushstroke of dawn, approaches with a graceful demeanor. His stature is upright, akin to a resilient pine, embodying both strength and elegance. Each step he takes emanating an indescribable charm. His visage resembles a meticulously crafted work of art, exuding an ethereal holiness through the serene expression upon his brow. With thick, elongated eyebrows that arch delicately, he possesses the ability to touch the softest corners of one's heart. His deep-set eyes, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky, shimmer with wisdom and kindness, ensnaring all who gaze into them. His straight nose adds a touch of gallantry to his otherwise gentle countenance, while his lips, akin to newly blossomed petals, are soft and vividly colored, and a mere hint of a smile from him can render the surroundings utterly eclipsed. His hair, as dark as obsidian, catches the sunlight with a subtle sheen, cascading casually over his forehead, bestowing upon him an air of nonchalance and spontaneity. As a gentle breeze stirs, his locks dance lightly, enhancing his ethereal presence with an ineffable classical beauty. Ah, a divine presence graces the earth. How extraordinarily handsome he is, surpassing even the allure of Endymion. Truly a veritable incarnation of Aphrodite. Just one glance leaves the enchanting Lotus utterly captivated, and she comprehends at last why Belial has been so infatuated with this human man. His beauty eclipses that of many deities renowned for their handsomeness. Lotus believes that should the goddesses of Olympus behold him, they would undoubtedly pursue him with fervent passion. Under the captivated gazes of Elis and 5 other deities, the nameless handsome figure gradually strolled away from beneath the great tree, disappearing into the distance. It was not until a considerable time later that Elis and the other gods emerged from their reverie, immediately engaging in a flurry of animated chatter. Oh my! How strikingly handsome he is! My heart nearly leapt from my chest, exclaimed the red-haired Cynthia, clutching her bosom in a state of rapture. Indeed, I wonder what this human's name is. It must be as beautiful as his visage, agreed the golden-haired Elis. If only I could gaze upon this handsome man every day, my spirits would surely soar, mused Nelia, her eyes morphing into heart shapes. I must say, the way you all behave hardly resembles deities. You appear more like infatuated mortals. Utterly entranced, remarked Ratiz, unable to suppress her critique, though she too was taken aback by the man's appearance. Her worldly experience kept her from succumbing to the same wild obsession as Elis and the others. How can you say such a thing, my lord? Who does not appreciate beauty? Such an eye-catching handsome man is bound to capture everyone's heart, retorted the blue-haired Doris, her flushed cheeks gaining the agreement of the other 5 deities. All right, I concede that you have a point, Ratis sighed, shaking her head in resignation. However, he has already departed, so let us not linger in our infatuation. Come, let us return home. Having glimpsed the handsome figure, the 6 deities, under Ratis's urging, reluctantly committed the location of their observation to memory before departing back to the Qinglian pavilion. Chapter 125, The Struggle for Human City-States. Thus, after a day spent in idle waiting, the starstruck Ellis and the others finally discerned the name of the handsome figure from the human realm, Narcissus. When Ellis revealed this name to Ratis, a particularly intriguing expression graced her features, for this name resonates profoundly within Greek mythology, known even to those unfamiliar with its tales. Narcissus's story is an utter tragedy. He ultimately drowned, enamored by his own reflection in a lake, and transformed into a cluster of white daffodils. The genre known as narcissistic literature in later writings is derived from his tale. Who would have imagined that this human was Narcissus? What a delightful surprise! Lotus murmured to herself, pondering the fact that, as the most renowned beautiful youth in the realm of Greek mythology, she should have anticipated this. Although she was already aware of Narcissus's ultimate fate, Lotus chose not to disclose this tale to the 6 deities under her command, nor did she entertain any thoughts of rescuing Narcissus. After all, her encounter with him had been but a fleeting moment, devoid of any profound connection. After informing the 6 deities to be cautious regarding their interactions with Narcissus, Reese cast the matter aside, for she had more pressing affairs to attend to. Today marked the convening of the Council of the 12 Olympian gods. Following a brief period of preparation, she mounted her steed, the little white horse, and made her way to Mount Olympus. In stark contrast to the previous atmosphere of amicable discussions and light-hearted banter, today's assembly of the gods was charged with tension, as they were to address the conflict between the goddess of wisdom, Athena, and the god of the sea, Poseidon. Following the initial sacrifices to the deities at Olympus, the act of offering tributes to the gods gradually evolved into a significant tradition within human society. The diverse pantheon worshipped by various city-states led to the formation of alliances based on the principal deities revered by their inhabitants, with some even adopting the names of these gods to designate their cities. This phenomenon reflects a mutual selection between humanity and the divine. The deities chosen as the patron gods of a city-state not only claimed nominal sovereignty over their domains, but also bore the responsibility of providing their citizens with appropriate blessings and protection. The conflict between Athens and Poseidon emerged within this broader context. In the southern reaches of the world lies a coastal city inhabited by humans, primarily dedicated to the worship of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom. The differing allegiances to their respective deities have led to a division among the city's inhabitants into 2 factions, each yearning to name the city after their chosen god. Soon, both Athena and Poseidon became aware of this contention through the fervent prayers of human offerings. As the sovereign of the ocean, Poseidon was resolute, asserting that this coastal city fell within his dominion. Conversely, Athena, who had a cordial relationship with Hestia due to her virginity, harbored no fondness for Poseidon and was unwilling to relinquish the loyalty of the city's populace. Thus, a confrontation between the 2 deities ensued, each vying for control over the city. Within the pantheon, the 12 principal gods, alongside Athena, the central figure in this dispute, gathered around a round table to engage in fervent discourse regarding the matter. Athena, do not overstep your bounds. As the king of the sea, I rightfully claim authority over this coastal city. By what justification do you oppose me? Poseidon exclaimed vehemently, directing his ire towards Athena. Before Athena could respond, Hestia, who shared an aversion to Poseidon, interjected, Poseidon, since when did human cities become delineated by their geographical locations? As one of the primary deities revered in this city, Athena possesses the right to negotiate its ownership with you. How dare you, Hestia? Poseidon erupted, rising in fury and pointing an accusatory finger in her direction. Hestia speaks truthfully, Poseidon, this is not your unilateral domain. Fairness and justice shall favor the wise, Athena retorted, her tone laced with sarcasm. Consequently, a heated debate ensued among Athena, Poseidon, and Hestia. As an observer, Romes watched the escalating exchange with a discerning eye. Forming her own conclusions, Poseidon was indeed overly domineering, The ownership of the city should be determined through some form of contest between him and Athena, rather than his presumption of sole authority. Silence. As the three deities continued their unending dispute, Zeus felt compelled to intervene and regain control of the situation. He glanced first at the flushed Poseidon, then at the composed Athena, contemplating how to resolve the impasse. Ultimately, Zeus directed his gaze towards the two creators of humanity, his mentor Hermes and the visionary prophet Prometheus. Given that Prometheus was Athena's father, Zeus could not allow him to mediate the issue. So he instead sought assistance from his teacher. Understanding Zeus's silent plea, Hermes nodded gently after a brief moment of contemplation, signaling her willingness to assist him. Upon receiving feedback from Lotus, Zeus promptly addressed the assembly. Poseidon, Athena, you both possess your own justifications for believing that this city-state should fall under your dominion. Yet you refuse to entertain the notion of shared governance. Therefore, I deem it imperative to summon one of humanity's creators, the goddess of nature, Lotus, to render the final verdict for you. In that moment, the gaze of all the deities present turned towards Lotus, under the watchful gaze of the divine deities. Lotus calmly spoke, Athena and Poseidon, the allegiance of the city-state is not a matter solely determined by the gods, ultimately. It must rest upon the will of the people of the city-state. Thus, I have conceived an idea. What idea? Before Lotus could finish, Poseidon, unable to contain his eagerness, interrupted her with an inquiry. Casting Poseidon a silent glare, Lotus continued her thought. In the spirit of fairness and responsibility towards humanity, Poseidon and Athena, each of you shall present a gift to the people of the city-state. Whichever deity's gift garners the greater affection from the populace shall claim the allegiance of this city. Chapter 126. The colorful little M. I too endorse Lotus's proposal. As the direct stakeholders in this matter, the choices of humanity must be the paramount consideration. The far-seeing Prometheus, one of the creators of humanity, readily concurred with Lotus. With the voices of the two creators echoing in agreement, the other deities also expressed their support. Though Poseidon harbored considerable discontent, he refrained from voicing it at that moment, letting out a huff before storming away to prepare for what he deemed an unnecessary gifting ceremony. Poseidon's abrupt departure marked the conclusion of the divine assembly. Yet, as Lotus exited the pantheon, a whimsical lullaby, audible only to her, began to play in her ears, utterly incongruous with the world around her. Little swallow, dressed in floral attire, comes here every springtime. I asked the swallow why it comes, and the swallow replied, here. The spring is the most beautiful. Accompanied by the song of the little swallow, a newly adorned and vibrant little M appeared before Lotus. However, before little M could boast, Lotus swiftly seized it and whisked away to a secluded corner, mindful of the numerous deities present, as she wished to avoid being discovered and labeled as the solitary, self-talking goddess. In the tranquil nook of the divine mountain, Lotus, taken aback by little M's flamboyant appearance, could not help but inquire, so, little M, what inspired you to don the vibrant floral coat of the Northeast? Indeed, little M's new attire featured the popular and striking classic red and green floral coat of the Northeast. That's because during my recent bouts of boredom, I stumbled upon a documentary about the human world of your past life in the system space, and I was unexpectedly charmed by this delightful outfit. What do you think, little X? Don't I look incredibly handsome in this attire? Although Lotus longed to remark that little M's floral coat surprisingly suited it, exuding a charmingly silly vibe, she hesitated to associate it with handsomeness. However, under the adorable and expectant gaze emanating from little M's screen, Lotus could only, with a twinge of insincerity, affirm, yes, our little M is the most handsome. Oh dear, little X, you are so blunt, you might make someone shy. After engaging in a delightful exchange of banter with little M, an unexpected turn of events led to new system tasks being assigned to Lotus. Dear Xiaoxi, the system task has been dispatched. Please check your inbox. Task: the contest of incense since humanity ascended to the role of the celestial sovereign. Formidable beings from the primordial realm have flocked to the mortal world in pursuit of merit, only to inadvertently discover the path of incense and devotion. Thus, the contest of incense unfolded within the human realm, leading to the establishment of countless temples, making humanity a sought-after entity. However, this contest has also birthed numerous conflicts, with many powerful beings engaging in fierce battles over the incense, vying for supremacy. As a being of immeasurable merit, you are tasked with mediating this contest and establishing the rules governing the path of incense. Task reward: Exceptional innate spiritual treasure, special note. Host may designate substantial merit and considerable incense devotion. ISNT this reminiscent of the conflict between Athena and Poseidon over the city-state? Upon hearing the task description, Lotus was astounded, as she had already set the rules for the contest between Poseidon and Athena, indicating that she had effectively completed half of the task. Little m. I shall accept this task. Since I have already made significant progress, there is no reason to decline such a generous opportunity, especially with the possibility of designating an exceptional innate spiritual treasure as a reward. This is precisely what my plan for collecting the 5 directional banners has been missing. All right. The task has been accepted. Xiao, give it your all to complete the mission. Thank you, charming little m. Suddenly, a vibrant red northeastern handkerchief materialized from the air, landing atop little m's head. In the midst of Lotus's astonishment, little m twirled the handkerchief with its tiny wings before vanishing into thin air. This exit was undeniably imaginative. 3 dark lines appeared on Lotus's forehead, rendered silent by little m's antics. In such a situation, who could possibly refrain from commenting? In the bustling coastal city-state located to the south of the world, all the inhabitants gathered in the grand central square. For today marked an extraordinary occasion of great significance, the determination of the rightful deity of the city-state. Departing from her usual elegant demeanor, the goddess Athena appeared first in the skies above, adorned in battle armor, eliciting reverent kneels and jubilant cheers from her devoted followers. Yet, before Athena could descend from the heights, colossal waves surged forth from the distant sea, heralding the arrival of Poseidon, the Sea King, who rode the tumultuous waters into the realm of mortals. His emergence was met with exuberant cries from those who worshipped him, creating a swell of fervor not only between the 2 divine beings, but also among the populace of the city-state. Following the appearances of Athena and Poseidon, the proposer, Lotus, arrived riding a divine stag, assuming the role of arbiter to witness the climactic battle for the city-state. Her presence ignited a stir within the throngs of onlookers, and with a gentle voice, she beckoned the tumultuous crowd to quiet down. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Poseidon and Athena, signaling them to present the gifts they had prepared for humanity. With unwavering confidence, Poseidon was the first to unveil his offerings. He brandished his trident and struck the ground, causing an unending stream of pure spring water to erupt from the earth. From the surging waters emerged 10 magnificent steeds, their robust forms leaping forth, raising their front hooves and letting out resounding whinnies to the sky. Dear mortals, he proclaimed, these 10 magnificent horses are my gift to you. They have been bestowed with my blessing, possessing the power to conquer all in battle. With these steeds, you shall become the mightiest city-state in the realm of humanity. The specter of war and discord gradually began to manifest. Conflicts among various city-states might arise from the competition for resources or perhaps merely over trivial matters. Poseidon, the god of horses, keenly perceived this reality and bestowed upon the people of a particular city-state the assurance of victory in battle, seeking their favor. Undoubtedly, when Poseidon's magnificent steeds appeared, a lively discussion erupted among the onlookers, as the tangible benefits stirred many hearts. However, Lotus displayed a contemplative expression upon witnessing Poseidon's gift. The offering of horses was indeed far beyond her expectations. Lotus mused silently, having anticipated that, as the Lord of the Seas, he would present gifts related to the fishing industry to this coastal city. As Lotus quietly pondered Poseidon's gift, the wise goddess Athena regarded Poseidon, who exuded confidence in that moment, with a smile. Initially uncertain about the competition among the coastal city-states, she felt a surge of assurance upon witnessing Poseidon's offering. Suddenly believing she had an 80% chance of success, she could not help but marvel at the unconventional thinking of the sea god. In response to Athena's enigmatic smile, Poseidon misinterpreted it as a show of false bravado and could not help but mock her. What do you say, Athena? Upon seeing my gift that heralds victory, are you not utterly convinced of your defeat? I advise you to concede directly, for there is no need to present the gifts you have prepared, lest you embarrass yourself. Under the unabashed mockery of Poseidon, Athena maintained a smile, refusing to let his words incite her anger. After all, to bicker with a fool would be beneath her dignity as the goddess of wisdom. Turning her attention away from Poseidon, she faced the assembly of humanity and, with a graceful gesture, cast a seed upon the soil. The seed swiftly penetrated the earth and began its ascent in mere moments. A robust and flourishing olive tree emerged in the heart of the city square. The goddess of nature, Rhodius, immediately recognized it as an olive tree. An olive tree, indeed, was an unexpected choice. Was Athena perhaps advocating for the principles of sustainable development? Rhodius's speculation was not far from the truth, as Athena addressed the bewildered crowd, explaining, "This is my gift, an olive tree symbolizing prosperity and peace. This olive tree, blessed by my hand, will not only yield a bountiful harvest, but will also reproduce rapidly. The olives can be consumed directly, pickled, or pressed into oil, creating marketable goods. You can wholly rely on this olive tree to foster economic growth. Engage in trade with neighboring city-states, cultivate relationships, and bring wealth and tranquility to your lives." As a deity who had long resided among humanity, Athena understood the paramount importance of material foundations for human existence. This coastal city primarily depended on fishing for sustenance. Yet the instability of their catch often led to economic fluctuations, resulting in a less than affluent lifestyle for its people. Furthermore, as the neighboring city-states also relied on fishing, they lacked commodities to engage in trade. In light of this situation, Athena, having conducted a thorough examination of the city's needs, conceived the idea of introducing a long-lasting economic crop, an olive tree, which was versatile and easy to cultivate. This relatively rare crop would effectively aid the citizens of this coastal city in achieving a life of happiness. As Athena's words resonated, nearly every heart among the populace was swayed towards her. Compared to Poseidon's approach, which necessitated incessant battles to acquire resources, Athena's method of cultivating patiently and engaging in peaceful trade offered a more favorable path to prosperity and a life of abundance. Observing the crowd's burgeoning inclinations, Rhodius prepared to unveil the final act of this contest for the human city. "Dear humanity, both Poseidon and Athena have bestowed their gifts upon you. Now it is time for you to make your ultimate choice. If your heart leans towards the magnificent steeds offered by Poseidon, please stand to my left. If you favor the olive tree granted by Athena, kindly take your place to my right." Under the command of Rhodius, the throng of people began to stir, and Poseidon, exuding an air of assuredness, marched directly to Rhodius' left side, brandishing his trident and proclaiming loudly, "Come forth, my subjects, for I know I am your ultimate choice." The crowd continued to move, and Rhodius cast yet another disdainful glance at Poseidon, losing count of how many times she had rolled her eyes at him. "I must say, dear sir, your confidence is rather excessive. One must recognize that those who uncork champagne prematurely often face a painful rebuke." As Rhodius had anticipated, the moment of reckoning soon arrived. Initially, several individuals stood by Rhodius' left side, but soon, silence enveloped the area. In stark contrast, hundreds of supporters stood uniformly on Athena's side, creating a vivid juxtaposition against Poseidon's scant group of followers. "What? This is impossible, it cannot be," Poseidon exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing the final outcome, while Athena, having anticipated this result, wore a triumphant smile. Thus, the contest between the two deities culminated in Athena's resounding victory, securing the ultimate claim to the city-state. Despite Poseidon's vehement refusal to acknowledge the result, he was compelled to accept this bitter truth under the weight of Rhodius' authority and the pressure from the other principal deities. After presiding over the competition, Rhodius returned to the heights of Mount Olympus, where she summoned Prometheus, and together they sought out Zeus to discuss the establishment of concrete rules for future occurrences, using Athena and Poseidon as case studies. Ultimately, after deliberation among the three deities, a straightforward set of regulations was established regarding the patronage of city-states by the principal deities. 1. The deity receiving the most offerings within a city-state shall be deemed its primary deity, also known as the guardian, thereby securing dominion over that city and providing protection to its inhabitants. 2. In cases where the offerings to several deities are nearly equal, the outcome shall be determined through gifts, guided by the judgment of the populace. 3. Once the primary deity is established, other deities may still cultivate their faith within the city-state, but shall no longer challenge the authority of the primary deity or interfere in the city's affairs. 4. Should the citizens wish to replace their primary deity, a consensus of over 80% of the populace is required, during which time the primary deity must refrain from intervening in the people's decision-making. The establishment of these 4 rules provided clear guidelines for the guardian deity system of city-states. Rhodius' subsequent task was successfully completed in alignment with these regulations, leading her to the moment she cherished most, the reward time. Chapter 128. the five elements, and the grand formation of heaven and earth. In the forest near the divine mountain, Romies had enveloped the area entirely within her divine domain and began to silently call out the name of Little M. Little M, do not be idle in the system space. My task has been completed. Hurry and bestow upon me my reward. A flurry of hasty and chaotic sounds erupted. As the unprepared Little M was summoned by Lotus, it had neither the beloved background music of nursery rhymes nor any sparkling entrance effects arranged for itself, resulting in a rather clumsy emergence from the system space. Oh dear, Xiaoxi, you are rather impatient, aren't you? I, Little M, am still unprepared. Well then, let us not dawdle. I am relying on that exquisite innate spiritual treasure to fill my progress on the 5 directions banner. Very well, the task reward is being dispensed. Please check, host. Little M swiftly distributed the system reward, and in an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed, revealing an enormous treasure chest akin to those found in the dungeons of the hero's world, appearing before Lotus. Gazing at the radiant treasures spilling from the chest seams, Lotus rubbed her hands together, filled with anticipation, and approached the mysterious chest to open it. In that moment, countless spiritual treasures cascaded forth like celestial maidens scattering flowers, each adorned with a shimmering golden name. Oh, how splendid it would be if I could gather all these treasures, immersed in a sea of spiritual gems. Lotus could not help but entertain a few wicked thoughts, yet she knew the system would never grant her such an opportunity. With her keen eyesight, Lotus casually swept her gaze and swiftly located her target, the central Xiyan Huang banner among the myriad of treasures. Xiyan Huang banner, dear treasure, please turn around. In a playful spirit, Lotus recited the activation incantation from the Battle of the Gods, a phrase once uttered to a companion. Please pause. You and I are fated in the West, one of the 3 great spells belonging to the treasured Xiyan flying knife of Leodoran. As Lotus's voice echoed, the chosen central Xiyan Huang banner leisurely floated into her hand, immediately conjuring a multitude of golden lotuses around her, manifesting the banner's power to repel all evils and render her impervious to all forms of harm. Ah, the cherished treasure I have longed for. With you, I can establish the grand formation of the 5 elements in the 5 directions. Lotus, brimming with excitement, kissed the Xiyan Huang banner and happily stowed it away into her system bag. Speaking of which, my southern Lady Yingguang banner, serving as a vessel for benevolent corpses, still resides with Anastasia. It seems I must make a trip to the underworld to reclaim my treasured banner. At long last, the intrepid Ramdas, having successfully gathered the complete collection of the 5 flags, utilized the key to the underworld to expertly rend a rift in the void, thus stepping into the sacred core of the netherworld. There, at the reincarnation platform, Anastasia, embodying the cycle of reincarnation, diligently oversaw its operations. Suddenly, a familiar aura permeated from the outside, and she instantly recognized that her true self, Ramiz, was the visitor. Although Anastasia and Ramiz were 2 halves of the same entity, sharing a deep connection, out of respect for her counterpart, she refrained from constantly monitoring Ramdas's affairs, leaving her unaware of the purpose of Ramdas's visit that day. In a flash, Anastasia appeared outside the cycle, and Ramiz swiftly closed the distance between them. Anastasia, I have gathered all the 5 flags. We only lack your southern flag of fiery light to unleash the grand formation of the 5 elements. Upon hearing Ramdas's declaration, Anastasia's heart swelled with joy. She promptly retrieved the southern flag of fiery light from her possession and handed it to the ecstatic Ramdas. Quickly, Ramdas, let me witness the true nature of this legendary supreme defensive formation. Under the eager gaze of Anastasia, Ramdas wasted no time and simultaneously summoned the other 4 treasured flags from her system pouch. The moment the 5 flags converged, an ethereal aura began to dance upon each banner, drawing them towards their respective cardinal directions: east, south, west, north, and center. Without the need for Ramdas to utter any incantations, the 5 flags simultaneously radiated blinding brilliance, prompting Anastasia to swiftly harness the power of reincarnation to shield against the overwhelming spectacle. Azure lotus, golden lotus, mist, flame, and dark water intertwined in the air, transforming the reincarnation platform into a breathtaking display. After each of the 5 phenomena manifested in turn, the 5 flags withdrew their brilliance, enveloping Ramdas in an invisible grand formation. This manifestation of the grand formation of the 5 elements appeared effortlessly, requiring no commands from Ramdas. Quickly, Anastasia, Strike with all your might and test the power of this supreme defensive formation. All right, Ramtes, be cautious. The mysterious power of reincarnation materialized in Anastasia's hands, gradually coalescing into a luminous sphere imbued with devastating annihilation energy, with her silver hair billowing under the force of this overwhelming pressure. The reincarnation goddess fixed her violet gaze upon Ramtes, who stood at the formation's center. With a decisive thrust of her hands, she unleashed a strike capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth towards Ramtes. Boom! Anastasia's attack collided with the formidable array of the 5 elements in 5 directions. Yet it did not produce the thunderous sound that Lotus had envisioned. Following the dull thud, she observed within the formation that Anastasia's full-strength strike began to be transformed and diminished by the pervasive, formless energy that permeated the array. In mere moments, not only did Anastasia's assault fail to breach the grand formation, but it was also transmuted into the purest essence of energy, thereby augmenting the power of the 5 elements in 5 directions array. Astounded by this turn of events, Lotus could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It seemed that with the protection of this immense turtle shell, she would become an invincible entity within this realm of Greek mythology. Coupled with her other protective artifact, the Qian Ding, her defensive capabilities were indeed maximized. However, she pondered whether the legendary creator deity, Chaos, could dismantle the 5 elements in 5 directions array. In a moment of self-assured invincibility, Lotus's thoughts began to drift, and she found herself contemplating the prospect of encountering the primordial deity, Chaos. Within the mysterious depths of the world, a surprising yawn echoed across the vibrant nebulae. How peculiar! In all these centuries, she had never yawned before, yet today, it seemed as though some divine being in the universe might be secretly yearning for her. Chapter 129. Caring for the Empty Nest Elder. Tartarus, having witnessed the might of the 5 elements and 5 directions array, Lotus retracted the remaining 4 treasure flags and returned the Southern Flame flag to Anastasia. After all, she had no immediate use for such a grand formation. It was wiser to entrust the Southern Flame flag to Anastasia for future needs. Anastasia, I almost forgot. Lotus suddenly recalled something and hurriedly retrieved a stack of various talismans she had previously crafted during her leisure time. These talismans, which I made in my spare moments. Perhaps you can find a use for them. Anastasia curiously accepted the talismans from Lotus. Upon sensing the diverse divine auras emanating from them, she nodded in approval. What wondrous talismans! Perhaps I could bestow them upon the deities of the underworld? Of course, how you choose to utilize them is entirely at your discretion. After exchanging gifts, Lotus bid farewell to Anastasia. Having just accomplished a significant task, she found herself with some leisure time and decided to reconnect with her friends from the underworld. However, her first venture was neither to the soul-crossing bridge guarded by Xiyan nor to the judgment platform of Hecate, but rather to the endless abyss, a place renowned as the most terrifying in Greek mythology, accessed through a key bestowed by Tartaros, the god of the abyss. Upon her arrival at the Temple of the Abyss, Lotus knocked on the grand door. As the absolute sovereign of the abyss, Tartaros had already sensed her presence through the tremors of the portal and promptly opened the temple doors. Just as Lotus stepped across the threshold, a deep voice filled with unmistakable joy resonated. Dear Lotus, upon sensing that life force so out of place in the abyss, I knew it was you, my old friend. Come to visit. Greetings to you, esteemed Tartaros. It has indeed been far too long, Lotus replied with a smile, bowing respectfully to the god of the abyss. Tartaros descended from his lofty throne and approached Lotus. We are well acquainted by now. Let us forego such unnecessary formalities. It is a rare delight to have you here. Come, let us explore the abyss together, eager to share in this rare companionship. Tartaros eagerly took Lotus by the hand and led her to a chasm adorned with a towering ancient tree. Oh, what an abundance of fruit this tree bears in this layer of the abyss, Lotus exclaimed, gazing upward at the lush canopy laden with numerous heavy fruits. However, through Tartaros's explanation, Lotus soon discovered that these were not fruits at all. Each was a living soul, bound in grotesque positions reminiscent of the Hanged Man tarot card. Their limbs twisted behind them, and their heads dangling downward from the branches of the grand tree. What do you think, Lotus? This new design for my layer of the abyss is rather splendid, is it not? Tartaros inquired, his dark red eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing the supreme primordial deity before her, whose eyes shone with the eagerness of awaiting pup-seeking praise, Lotus promptly responded, Indeed, Tartaros, your imagination is ever so boundless. While expressing her thoughts aloud, Rotus could not help but internally critique Tartarus. Indeed, Tartarus appeared to be even more reclusive than Hades, as he had never been seen upon the earthly realm. It was no wonder he exhibited such warmth towards a rare visiting deity like herself. Just as Rotus anticipated, Tartarus seized the opportunity to engage her in conversation, leading her on a lively journey filled with endless topics to share. Through Tartarus's revelations, Rotus learned of the progeny of Nyx, the goddess of the night, the goddess heiress of discord, the god of destruction and decay, Chaos, the goddess of sorrow, Oasis, the goddess of desire, Phylides, and the god of decay, Eurynomos. This formidable assembly of deities, seemingly terrifying, had been conscripted by Nyx to labor in the abyss, becoming Tartarus's trusted aides, embodying the chief enforcers of each layer of the abyss. Even as Rotus prepared to take her leave, Tartarus's stream of words showed no signs of abating. Upon hearing of her impending departure, a look of melancholy washed over his countenance, evoking in Rotus the sensation of visiting an elderly recluse. After promising Tartarus that she would return to visit him soon, the mood of this primordial god brightened considerably, and he escorted Rotus to the threshold connecting the abyss to the underworld. In that place, 300 armed giants lay sprawled before the bronze gates, deep in slumber. The establishment of the labyrinth of rhymes had significantly diminished the workload of the Cyclopes. Furthermore, with scarcely any deities visiting the abyss, the Cyclopes found themselves with little to do, aside from receiving the souls of the damned who had been cast into the abyss from the underworld. Thus, they often opted for a prolonged slumber, while Tartarus, well aware of the abyss's languid nature, turned a blind eye to their idleness. Without disturbing the slumbering giants, Rhymes retrieved a stack of talismans from her system bag and presented them to Tartarus, believing these charms might offer the old recluse some amusement. After departing the abyss, Rhymes sought out the goddess of night, Nyx, and the god of darkness, Erebus. Unfortunately, this loving couple was not present in the underworld's temple, according to the temple's guardian. Lampades, it seemed they had ventured off to some secluded corner of the world for a romantic interlude. Sighing at the evident affection shared between Nyx and her consort, Rhymes made her way to the palace of Hades to visit another couple with whom she enjoyed a close relationship, Hades and Persephone. Upon entering the palace, however, Rhymes was instantly petrified as she stumbled upon an intimate scene between Hades and Persephone, who were blissfully unaware of her arrival as they exchanged passionate kisses. Feeling as though she had unwittingly consumed a mouthful of dog food, Rhymes quietly retreated from the palace, yet a mischievous and infatuated grin adorned her face. How sweet! How delightful! Hades and Persephone are truly adorable. What am I to do? I cannot help but ship them, silently betraying her previous allegiance to another couple. Rhymes embraced her newfound enthusiasm for Hades and Persephone. Immersed in this blissful reverie, she traversed the plains with a lovesick expression, ultimately arriving at the underworld's busiest and most fearsome locale, the Judgment Platform. Chapter 130. Hecate's journey to take a disciple before the Judgment Platform. Hecate, having concluded her current tasks, exhibited no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, she was filled with eagerness, ready to depart the depths of the underworld for the vast expanse of the earth. At that moment, Rhymes appeared before the Judgment Platform, halting Hecate's hurried steps. My dear Hecate, you seem rather rushed. Where might you be headed? Oh, dear Rhymes, I never expected such a busy individual to take the time to visit the underworld. Hecate exclaimed, turning around to reveal her delight as she approached her dear friend Rhymes, taking her hand to reminisce. I've just concluded a hectic period, allowing me the opportunity to visit the underworld and catch up with everyone, Rhymes replied warmly, bestowing a friendly kiss upon Hecate's cheek. So, what were you just about to do? Ah, that is a secret for now, but since you are here, why not accompany me to the earth? Hecate spoke with an air of mystery, her enigmatic demeanor piquing my curiosity. It seems I must accompany you on this journey. Rhodeus linked arms with Hecate, and the two dear goddesses, laughing and teasing, stepped through the portal summoned by Hecate, arriving upon the earth. Upon emerging from the portal, Rhodeus was not greeted by vast expanses of land or lush greenery, but rather by an endless expanse of azure waters, indicating that they had arrived at some island amidst the sea. Moreover, judging by the abundance and density of the island's vegetation, Rhodeus was certain, without the need for any additional perception, that this was a secluded island, entirely untouched by humanity, which had now become the most populous race in the world, scattered across the globe. Thus, Hecate, what purpose brings you to this desolate isle? In light of this scene, Rhodeus inquired with curiosity, even with her extensive knowledge. She could not fathom Hecate's intentions for this journey. I must tell you, Hecate leaned closer to Rhodeus, whispering softly into her ear. I have come to this deserted island to take on a disciple. A disciple? Rhodeus displayed a look of astonishment. It was known that, apart from the well-known relationship between herself and Zeus, she had not heard of any other master-disciple connections in the current world. The revelation that Hecate intended to take on a disciple indeed startled her. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, I never expected you, Hecate, to seek a disciple. Pray tell, which fortunate deity or mortal has captured the favor of our goddess of magic? In response to Rhodeus's inquiry, Hecate did not provide a direct answer, instead stating, Follow me, and you shall find out. She led Romes to a humble wooden cabin nestled deep within the layers of forest on this remote island, where Romes encountered a mysterious goddess with ebony hair and dark eyes. The natural forces swiftly cloaked her presence from Hecate, and under Romes's curious gaze, Hecate finally revealed the identity of this unfamiliar goddess she wished to take as her apprentice. Her name was Circe, the daughter of the sun god Helios and the goddess of burning, Perseus. The tale of her life is rather intricate and convoluted, so allow me to recount it to you gradually. Through Hecate's narration, Romes learned that following the events involving Phaeton, Helios fathered 3 children with Perseus, one of the 3,000 oceanic goddesses. They were named Circe, Eats, and Pasiphae. Eats inherited his father's dominion over the sun, possessing the divine power to bring forth light. However, his moderate divine strength rendered him unable to contest with the formidable Apollo in the realm of illumination. Thus, Helios entrusted several city-states under his guardianship to Eats, who in turn relinquished his pursuit of divine status and consolidated these cities into a kingdom named Colchis, where he reigned as a true king among mortals. Tragically, much like his brother Phaeton, Circe was born with insufficient divine power, leaving her in a rather precarious position. Initially, she resided in Colchis alongside her brother Eats until he sought a mortal husband for her. As a goddess, Circe naturally rejected this unbidden arranged marriage. Hence, she made a bold decision. On her wedding night, she poisoned her husband and retreated to the solitary island of Aiaia, the very island where Romes and Hecate now find themselves. Unlike Phaeton, who was content with his humble origins, Circe refused to accept her fate and continued to pursue power. Faced with the difficulty of breaking through her divine limitations, she chose an unconventional path to achieve her goals. She resolutely abandoned her quest for divine power, aspiring instead to surpass certain mid-tier deities without relying on divine strength. Her source of power became the magic of Hecate. Circe took a different route, emulating Hecate's sorcery, studying, and creating a myriad of wondrous enchantments. Additionally, she excelled in the art of herbalism, cultivating an array of magical plants. With her dazzling array of sorcery and peculiar magical herbs, Circe ultimately transcended her limitations, emerging as a sorceress of mid-tier divine power. Upon hearing Hecate's tale, Romes could not help but exclaim, I must say, while Circe's act of poisoning her fiancé is somewhat audacious, her journey is truly inspiring. She is the first goddess proficient in the craft of sorcery that I have encountered, aside from you. No wonder you are inclined to take her as a disciple. Indeed, Hecate replied. Hecate nodded gently upon hearing the exclamation from Romes. In the realm of magic and sorcery, Circe is undoubtedly the most gifted deity I have ever encountered. After sharing the tale of Circe with Romes, Hecate gestured for Romes to lift the veil of concealment. She intended to formally reveal herself before Circe and commence the long-prepared initiation ceremony for her apprentice. At that moment, Circe was meticulously tending to the myriad of enchanting magical herbs she had cultivated near her wooden abode. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the tranquility, prompting her to look up. And to her astonishment, she discovered 2 unfamiliar goddesses standing upon this isolated island, scarcely touched by other deities or mortals. Chapter 131. Charon's Golden Fortune. Upon encountering the 2 goddesses, Circe immediately adopted a defensive stance. However, as she scrutinized them further, her wary expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Among the 2 deities, although she did not recognize the goddess with emerald eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes, she was well aware of her idol, Hecate, the judge of the underworld and the goddess of magic and spirits, one of the 12 principal deities of Olympus. The kettle slipped from Circe's shocked grasp, clattering to the ground as she promptly bowed in greeting to the 2 goddesses. I honor you, esteemed Hecate, and to this unfamiliar goddess. I am Circe, the daughter of the sun god Helios and the goddess of burning, Perseus. although Circe was unfamiliar with the other goddess. She surmised that her association with Hecate signified a status and identity not far removed from her own. Thus, she held Romis in high regard as well. "My dear Circe, please rise," Hecate said with a warm smile, extending her hand to indicate Romis beside her. "Allow me to introduce you to the nature goddess, Romis." The name of the nature goddess resonated within Circe, for she had indeed heard of the illustrious Romis among the pantheon. Her astonishment at Hecate's presence reached new heights. Nevertheless, what Circe could not foresee was that her astonishment was far from over. "My dear Circe, my primary purpose for visiting from the island of Aia in the underworld is singular. May I have the honor of becoming your mentor on your path of sorcery? Would you be willing to accept me as your teacher?" Upon hearing Hecate's words, Circe felt a wave of euphoria wash over her, nearly causing her to faint from sheer happiness. She could scarcely believe that this little-known goddess had captured the favor of Hecate, granting her the opportunity to become her apprentice. The unexpected turn of events left Circe's mind in a whirl, rendering her momentarily speechless. Observing Circe, who appeared dazed by joy and remained silent for an extended moment, Romis could not help but smile knowingly. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "Dear Circe, if you do not respond to Hecate soon, she may very well retract her earlier offer." The words of Romis acted as a catalyst, reviving the dormant Circe with an almost instantaneous response. "Yes, I would be honored, esteemed goddess Hecate, to be your apprentice." Thus, seizing an unforeseen opportunity, Circe promptly packed her cultivated magical herbs and potions, departing from her long seclusion on Aia Island to accompany her mentor Hecate to the underworld, embarking upon a profound exploration of sorcery. Meanwhile, Romis returned to the underworld, bidding farewell to the mentor-student duo, and soared towards the Soul Fairy Bridge, intending to visit Xiyan, the ferryman of the Styx, whom she had not seen for quite some time. At that moment, Xiyan reclined comfortably in his toll booth, observing the myriad souls seeking passage across the bridge, each dutifully depositing a silver coin into the wooden box as payment for their crossing. "Ah, with this influx of souls, it seems I shall have a profitable day," Xiyan mused, noting that nearly 90% of the tolls would line his own pockets, with the remaining 10% handed over to Hades as the underworld's communal expenses. "Dear Xiyan, it appears you are living quite the leisurely life. I envy you, lying here while a steady stream of silver coins flows into your coffers." Romis's voice echoed in Charon's ears. He immediately rose to greet the goddess who had improved his circumstances, exclaiming, "Dear Romis, it has been too long. You grow more radiant with each passing day. Do not jest, for my tranquil existence is entirely thanks to your imaginative transformations." Xiyan replied, "Alas, I cannot deny it. Your sweet words truly warm my heart," Romis said, embracing Xiyan warmly. She then settled into the toll booth, reminiscing with him. As they conversed, Romis observed the passing souls and marveled, "Xiyan, has the number of souls in the underworld not increased exponentially? It seems to me that the count has multiplied several times since I last saw." "Indeed, Romis," Xiyan explained patiently. "The relentless growth of the human population has led to a daily surge in souls. What you see now is merely a fraction at times. The number of souls can be several times greater. However, with your magnificent Soul Fairy Bridge, even the most substantial influx of souls can be accommodated, albeit with occasional congestion as they queue to deposit their coins, and some ill-mannered souls may even attempt to cut in line." Rodas nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Indeed, I have not given this situation sufficient consideration. It appears I must optimize the flow of our team." With a newfound resolve, Rodas began to refine the queuing method. Divine energy surged within her palms, and soon, 2 identical wooden boxes rose not far from the coin-operated box. The 3 boxes stood in parallel, separated by a reasonable distance, which Rodas established as multiple entrances for the purpose of managing the queue. Subsequently, serpentine barriers, commonly seen in amusement parks and stations, sprang up amidst the crowd. These curvaceous barriers effectively mitigated the occurrence of queue jumping and rendered the line more orderly and rational. "This should improve the situation considerably," Rodas remarked to Xiyan, who was curiously observing the serpentine barriers. Xiyan responded by giving Rodas a thumbs up. Unable to contain his admiration, "You truly have a knack for problem-solving, Rodas. I cannot fathom how your mind works. If it were up to me, I would never conceive such a solution." Flushed with embarrassment from Xiyan's praise, Rodas quickly bid him farewell and proceeded to the final stop of her journey through the underworld, the gateway guarded by the 3-headed Cerberus. Under Rothus's urging, the nervous Cerberus, who had once suffered from a toothache, opened his large mouth wide. After a thorough inspection of his dental health, Lotus nodded, prompting a sigh of relief from Cerberus. Well done. It seems that under Hades' supervision, you have been attentive to your oral hygiene. Do remember to maintain it in the future, Cerberus. The three heads of Cerberus nodded earnestly, with the main subject of concern promising never to repeat past mistakes. Chapter 132. The Mightiest Sage Under the Heavens. Quest commencement. Having visited both the underworld and the abyss, a satisfied Lotus returned to the Xiyan pavilion, only to discover that Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, had erected a house beside the abode of the Cyclopes, evidently intending to reside there long-term. Hephaestus, have you truly decided to leave the divine mountain and settle here with me? Indeed, Lotus. I wish to establish my home beside your temple, and I hope you will consent to my request for crafting divine artifacts alongside the Cyclopes. Of course. You are most welcome. Lotus expressed her heartfelt sentiments, as Hephaestus, who had been under her watchful gaze since childhood, willingly surrendered himself to become one of her devoted subordinates, much to her delight. Soon, a welcoming bonfire celebration for Hephaestus unfolded seamlessly within the Xiyan pavilion, where members gathered to savor exquisite roasted meats and fine wines. The ultimate outcome was that Lotus, alongside 6 divine attendants, the 4 members of the Xiaobai family, and Xiaohong, collectively managed to vanquish a roasted wild boar, while 3 Cyclopes and Hephaestus devoured 6 wild boars, astonishing even the self-proclaimed foodie Lotus. She had not anticipated that Hephaestus's presence would cause the culinary expenses of the Xiyan pavilion to soar once more. At dawn, the sun god Helios, still in a metaphorical state of confinement, piloted his solar chariot across the sky. After a prolonged struggle to emerge from the confines of her blankets, Lotus finally roused herself. Before she could even contemplate her breakfast choices, the recently departed Xiyan abruptly materialized before her from the system's space. Unlike previous occasions, Xiyan eschewed the familiar tunes of children's songs, instead opting for a grand orchestral score, prompting Lotus to surmise that a significant event was imminent. Indeed, as she had anticipated, Xiao's words left Lotus in a state of astonishment. Ding ding ding. A joyous announcement. Congratulations to Xiaoxi for accumulating enough merit to meet the system's standards and qualify for the issuance of the ultimate task. Xiao's proclamation plunged Lotus into deep contemplation, evoking memories of a prior conversation with the head of the Fortune Management Bureau before her transmigration. In disbelief, she exclaimed, Xiao, you don't mean that the ultimate task entails me becoming a saint, do you? Bingo. Congratulations to Xiaoxi for guessing correctly. The system is now officially issuing the ultimate task. Please check for details. Ultimate task: to become the most powerful sage beneath the celestial Tao. The sage, enduring through countless tribulations, remains indomitable, entwined with the threads of cause and effect yet untouched by them. In the present world, the celestial Tao manifests, yielding 6 exalted positions of the primordial golden immortal, of which 5 have already emerged, leaving only the final position awaiting a fated individual. As the host bound to the most powerful sage system under the celestial Tao, this 6th individual is none other than the protagonist. The system shall bestow upon the host a wisp of primordial purple energy, hoping that the host will soon unravel the mysteries and successfully ascend to the primordial golden immortal, thus achieving the status of the most powerful sage beneath the celestial Tao. Note: this task has no time limit. May the host achieve success swiftly. Task rewards: title of the most powerful sage beneath the celestial Tao, a random innate treasure, vast merits, and the activation of an exploration mode. Upon reading the task description, Lotus gasped in astonishment. After traversing the realm of Greek mythology for so long, she was finally at the threshold of becoming a sage of the celestial Tao. Based on her extensive experience in the Greek mythological world, she discerned that the sages of the primordial realm were essentially equivalent to the original gods, implying that her goal was to become the 6th original god, following the love deity Eros. Having digested this formidable task, Lotus's attention was drawn to the exploration mode mentioned in the task rewards. Curiously, she inquired of Xiao, what does this exploration mode entail? Ah well, Xiao is uncertain too, as this is an additional expansion pack provided by the director. Perhaps we shall only uncover its mysteries when Xiaoxi ascends to become a sage of the celestial Tao, Xiao replied. I see, Lotus nodded. Then let us jointly undertake this ultimate task and fulfill the promise we made before our journey began. She remembered vividly Xiaoyim's promise to assist her in becoming the most powerful sage beneath the celestial Tao. That's the spirit, Xiaoxi. I adore your confidence. I believe you will surely succeed. Task acceptance successful. The primordial purple energy has been automatically granted. A wisp of enigmatic, smoke-like purple aura gradually merged into Lotus's third eye, revealing a long-hidden azure lotus pattern that intertwined with the purple primordial energy, ultimately transforming into a gently glowing azure lotus. Primordial purple energy, the foundation of the great Tao, is a manifestation of the purest essence amidst heaven and earth, imbued with the wondrous laws of the universe. It is a rare treasure fervently sought after by countless powerful beings in the primordial realm. A wisp of primordial purple energy, once unexpectedly acquired by the Red Cloud Taoist in the Purple Cloud Palace, became the object of fierce contention among the mighty, culminating in the tragic demise of Red Cloud. Quietly contemplating the primordial purple energy now entwined with her soul, Lotus spent half a day endeavoring to comprehend its significance. After all, the once exceptionally gifted three pure ones had long been stymied at the threshold of sainthood. How could she, newly endowed with primordial purple energy, expect to fathom its depths immediately? With no significant gains, Lotus withdrew her thoughts. After sharing some encouraging words with little M, she bid farewell to her and returned to her bed. Closing her eyes, she began to immerse herself in her own world. The notion of becoming a primordial deity seemed to be no trivial matter. The 5 original primordial gods of Greek mythology were creations of the primordial entity Chaos, each possessing the innate realm of a primordial god. Now, as a latecomer, I aspire to stand alongside them, and merely contemplating this endeavor sends my hair into disarray. Furthermore, there exists an uncomfortable dilemma. The primordial purple chi is the foundation for sanctification in the Great Desolation. But I wonder if it retains its efficacy in the realm of Greek mythology. If it turns out to be futile, it would be disastrous. Alas, I was quite elated when I first accepted the task, but upon reflection, it has proven to be quite troublesome. No, I must not dwell on such thoughts. I need to restore my beautiful mood. Feeling increasingly agitated, Lotus sprang from her bed and dashed to the wooden table in the courtyard, retrieving a series of prepared delicacies from her system backpack. Today, I shall transform my worries into appetite. Let the feast begin. Chapter 133, A Winter-esque Flame. Yet in the realm of Greek mythology, lazily reclining on a bench in the courtyard, Lotus began to ponder the tales of the Great Desolation. Let me reflect. Niwa attained sanctification through her monumental virtue of creating humanity. Zhundi and Xiyan achieved theirs through the establishment of grand aspirations. The 3 pure ones each founded the paths of humanity, interception, and elucidation, all significantly intertwined with virtue. It appears that virtue is an indispensable element in the journey to sanctification. Might my path to becoming a primordial god also hinge upon this so-called virtue? Virtue serves as the positive feedback of the heavenly way, which, when transposed to the realm of Greek mythology, necessitates adherence to the will of the world and the promotion of its development. It seems that I have indeed stumbled upon a profound insight. It appears that my subsequent endeavors should focus on orchestrating a grand event that compels the world-s will to recognize me and personally bestow upon me the throne of a primordial god. With this initial concept in mind, Lotus finally felt a sense of tranquility. After all, creating a stir is something I excel at. With the basic framework constructed in her mind, a relaxed Lotus found herself with ample time to seek out activities that brought her joy. What constitutes a joyful pursuit? You ask? Why, perusing the Book of Fates, of course. Retrieving the Book of Fates from her system backpack, the inquisitive Lotus began to investigate if there were any recent romantic developments among the deities. With the revival of Eros, the power of love in the world had become remarkably vibrant. After merely flipping through 3 or 4 pages, Lotus discovered many familiar deities had established romantic connections. How delightful! I revel in witnessing familiar faces in love. As Lotus smiled blissfully, she continued to turn the pages of the Book of Fates. After reviewing 4 or 5 more pages, 2 unexpected names suddenly caught her attention: Apollo and Hyacinthus. Wait a moment. Hyacinthus is a man. Lotus was indeed taken aback. She recalled that Apollo's previous romantic interests were exclusively female, indicating his staunch heterosexuality. Little did she expect that he would one day embrace a different inclination. This astonishing revelation piqued Lotus's curiosity, prompting her to swiftly retrieve the red thread of fate. Upon inspection, she discovered that the bond between Apollo and Hyacinthus had grown profoundly, clearly indicating that they had been in a passionate relationship for some time. Yet, this was not the end of the story. The human named Hyacinthus In addition to being intertwined with Apollo, also possessed a darkening red thread of fate that connected him directly to the west wind god, Zephyros. Could it be? This was turning into a tale of a love triangle among three men. The west wind god was on the brink of love turning to jealousy. Through the threads of fate, Radha discerned the intricate relationships among these three protagonists, igniting her insatiable curiosity. Determined to witness this extraordinary Greek mythological romance, she stealthily flew to the Temple of Light in Delphi, hoping to encounter Apollo. However, her efforts were in vain. According to the guardian of the temple, Delphina, Apollo had not returned to the sanctuary for nearly half a month. Was it possible that Apollo was spending every day in the company of his young lover? With this thought, Radha eagerly used her divine powers to connect with the book of life and death residing in the underworld. Through the relational chart within the book, she learned that the charming Hyacinthus, adored by both gods, was Apollo's demigod, the son of Clio, the muse of history, and King Pyrrhus of Macedonia. The muses were dear friends of Radha's, and Clio was the child of Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. As Radha silently critiqued Apollo for straying from his subordinate, she set her course toward the human kingdom of Macedonia, feeling a strong premonition that she would surely encounter Apollo and Hyacinthus there. Her instincts proved correct. Before even approaching the kingdom, she spotted Apollo frolicking in a meadow with the beautiful youth, whom she had never met but had nearly unraveled his secrets. Enveloped by the natural ambience, Radha concealed herself behind a large boulder, peering out to observe the playful interactions between Apollo and Hyacinthus. My goodness! This was the first same-sex couple she had ever witnessed in the realm of Greek mythology, and they certainly appeared to be a delightful pairing. The familiar smile of the ant once again graced the face of Romes. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept across her cheeks, and in her focus on Apollo and Hyacinthus, she realized that she was not the only observer in this scene. The other male protagonist, Zephyros, was also present. The west wind, with its hidden wings, lurked within the omnipresent breeze, casting a grimace at the affectionate Apollo and Hyacinthus. Damn Apollo! Why has it come to this when I was the one who loved first? For the first time, I have feelings for someone. Someone with whom I could forge a lifelong friendship. It was a rare convergence of two joyous events, a time that should have been dreamily blissful. But why has it ended up like this? Concealed in the shadows, Romes used her keen perception to overhear Zephyros's mutterings. So, it was Zephyros who first captured Hyacinthus's heart, only for Apollo to suddenly intervene and steal his beloved? Good heavens, what a thrilling plot twist. In that moment, she felt as if she were watching an ancient moral drama unfold. Meanwhile, Apollo and his beloved Hyacinthus were engaged in a game of discus. As Apollo hurled the golden discus, Hyacinthus joyfully chased after it, and upon its landing, the youth's face lit up with admiration, exclaiming, "Once more! Once more! Apollo! You are truly magnificent!" Receiving such praise from his beloved, Apollo displayed a tender expression, retrieving the discus in his hand before assuming the standard throwing stance once more. Launching it powerfully into the sky. In Apollo's grasp, the heavy discus soared through the air like a feather, while Hyacinthus sprinted after it, eagerly anticipating its descent. At that moment, Romes overheard Zephyros darkly declare, "Since I cannot have him, I will simply destroy him. Forgive me, my beloved Hyacinthus." A sudden gust of wind erupted, causing the heavy discus to make a sharp 180-degree turn, hurtling directly towards the unsuspecting Hyacinthus. Realizing the imminent danger, Romes acted without hesitation and hurled the ancient bronze cauldron. The archaic vessel shot through the air like a meteor, colliding with the heavy discus, producing a tremendous sound of impact. With a deafening clash, the noise subsided, revealing the cauldron steadfastly guarding Hyacinthus, while the discus, redirected by Zephyros's tempest, buried itself deep into the earth, 20 meters away. Hyacinthus! As Apollo finally comprehended the unfolding events, he rushed forward and embraced his beloved, who was trembling in fear. After confirming that Hyacinthus was unharmed, a weight lifted from Apollo's heart, allowing him to exhale in relief. Having already utilized the Xiyan Kuanding, the concealed Rhodius ceased her pretense. Harnessing her divine power, she forcibly locked onto Zephyros, who was attempting to flee upon sensing danger. Countless vines surged from the ground, ensnaring Zephyros's wings that conjured fierce gales. Subsequently, Rhodius brought the bound west wind god before Apollo and Hyacinthus. "Rhodius, what brings you here?" And Zephyros, "What is the meaning of this?" Apollo exclaimed in astonishment. Unfamiliar with the Xiyan Kuanding, he was unaware that this treasured artifact, which had saved his beloved's life, belonged to Rhodeus, nor did he grasp that these events were the machinations of the West Wind god. Zephyros. I believe it is best for you to explain this matter yourself, Rhodeus declared, releasing Zephyros from his restraints. Once liberated, Zephyros shook his wings, casting a guilty glance at Hyacinthus in Apollo's arms before turning his accusatory gaze towards Apollo. Apollo, all of this is your doing. I knew Hyacinthus first, yet you have stolen my beloved. Upon hearing Zephyros's words, Apollo was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. It was you, Zephyros. You sought to bring harm to Hyacinthus. He swiftly turned to his beloved, cautiously inquiring, Hyacinthus, is what Zephyros said true? To everyone's astonishment, Hyacinthus shook his head and replied, No, Apollo, I do not know this deity named Zephyros, much less have any affection for him. Zephyros, flushed with embarrassment from Hyacinthus's declaration, could only stammer repeated you, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The suddenly convoluted narrative left even the onlooker Rhodeus bewildered. She had anticipated a typical love triangle, yet the situation concealed deeper, unknown complexities. Zephyros, calm yourself and clarify the story of your acquaintance with Hyacinthus. Otherwise, none will discern the truth, and the chaos will only intensify. Frustrated, Zephyros forced himself to suppress his anger upon hearing Rhodeus's words. He shot a fierce glare at his rival Apollo before casting a gentle glance at Hyacinthus. Lost in profound recollection, it had been an unexpected encounter that led him to meet the unforgettable Hyacinthus. The West Wind, known for bringing a gentle warmth to the world, had fortuitously come across Hyacinthus slumbering beneath a tree during the course of his duties. The striking beauty of Hyacinthus had captivated Zephyros's gaze completely. He gazed quietly at the youth before him, whose lips were slightly upturned in a faint smile, as if he had just emerged from a delightful dream. A sudden impulse to tease the boy surged within him. Mischievous winds seemed to act upon some mysterious command, playfully slipping through the loose sleeves of Hyacinthus, and then darting like a nimble serpent between the boy's fair neck. This unexpected tickle instantly shattered Hyacinthus's sweet slumber. He instinctively scratched at his neck, a look of bewilderment clouding his drowsy face as he murmured, How strange. Why do I suddenly feel so itchy? Concealed in the wind, Zephyros could barely contain his laughter, his expression reminiscent of a lovesick youth. From that moment on, Zephyros fell hopelessly in love with Hyacinthus, becoming utterly entangled with the beautiful boy. Each morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight gently caressed the vast earth, Zephyros would eagerly summon a soft breeze, carefully placing a radiant flower, glistening with dew, at the window of the boy's room. He would then swiftly hide, filled with joy as he awaited the delighted exclamations that would erupt from Hyacinthus upon discovering this special gift. Whenever that melodious laughter rang out, as sweet as silver bells, the corners of Zephyros's mouth would involuntarily lift, his gaze brimming with boundless affection and adoration. Yet this blissful connection was shattered by the appearance of Apollo. I shall never forget the day I stumbled upon you two kissing, my heart shattered into countless pieces. Is it truly you who has been leaving flowers at my window each morning? Hyacinthus said incredulously in Apollo's embrace. I always thought it was a beautiful bird bringing me such gifts. Upon hearing Zephyros's tale and Hyacinthus's astonishment, Lotus covered her face with her hand. Her forehead creased with frustration. Seriously, brother, this doesn't resemble love at all. It's merely unrequited affection. The boy doesn't even know you exist. My heavens. You seem to be lost in your own fantasies. Zephyros, this is nothing but your one-sided sentiment, yet it threatens the life of Hyacinthus. I cannot forgive your actions. Since you harbor such disdain for me, let us engage in a true battle. Apollo released Hyacinthus from his hold, gazing sternly at Zephyros as he drew forth his golden bow, divine power coalescing into an arrow, its icy tip aimed directly at the west wind. Zephyros. Very well, Apollo. I have been displeased with you for quite some time. Prepare to face my wrath. The gentle breeze, under the command of Zephyros, gradually transformed into a fierce beast. A violent wind sweeping across the plains, lifting the verdant grass and leaves into the air, charging directly towards Apollo. Rhodeus, I entrust you with this. An arrow imbued with the vast divine power of light soared from Apollo's golden bow, dispersing the raging winds that assailed him and piercing towards the wings of Zephyros. Is it really happening so suddenly? Why are we fighting all of a sudden? Casually extracting a treasured banner from his system's inventory, the clouds coalesced into a barrier, encircling Rhodeus and Jacinthus to withstand the might of the two deities. After inquiring whether Xiyan desired a light snack, Lotus munched on his treat. Observing the fierce clash between Zephyros and Apollo, occasionally gasping at their intense collisions. Chapter 135. The Disappearance of Thanatos. This war, ignited by love and situated between the god of the west wind and the god of light, undoubtedly concluded with the resounding victory of Apollo, whose formidable divine power reigned supreme. You have lost, Zephyros. As the victor, I possess the right to demand a promise from you. I wish for you to never appear before Xiyan again, nor to inflict harm upon him evermore. The defeated Zephyros complied with Apollo's request, pledging before the will of the world. With a final greedy glance at Xiyan, he clutched his shoulder, which bled profusely from the arrow's wound, and silently turned away. With the protective western cloud barrier dissipated, Xiyan collapsed into Apollo's embrace. Apollo, kissing Xiyan's forehead, then turned to Lotus and said, "Dearest Lotus, you not only shielded Xiyan from Zephyros' wrathful onslaught, but also ensured his safety. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude." Though Apollo harbored doubts about Lotus' sudden appearance and his timely rescue of Xiyan, he chose not to delve into these matters, content to know that Lotus' actions stemmed from goodwill. Lotus nodded, smiling at Apollo and Xiyan. "There is no need for thanks, Apollo. I shall not intrude upon your tender romance any longer. I will take my leave." Sated from his voyeuristic indulgence, Lotus ascended towards the horizon under the gazes of Apollo and Xiyan, who immediately commenced a passionate kiss once he departed. What a captivating tale this is. Zephyros, consumed by unrequited love and hatred, Apollo, fighting for his beloved, and the innocent, beautiful youth Xiyan. If this story were to be placed upon the novel platforms of my past life, it would surely ignite a fervor. My monthly earnings could easily surpass 1,000 yuan. With a touch of embellishment, adapted into a melodramatic idol drama, the viewership would undoubtedly skyrocket. Soaring alone through the vast expanse of the sky, Lomis was finally liberated to express the thoughts that had previously eluded her. Encountering such a melodramatic tale awakened her spirit of critique to its fullest extent. Thus, in a surge of inspiration, she began to envision how to adapt this narrative into a captivating idol drama, all the while engaging the fully automated navigation system, allowing the omnipresent winds to carry her towards the Xiyan pavilion. In the ensuing days, apart from sleeping and dining, Lomis devoted herself to contemplating a singular question: how to leverage her unique strengths to stir up some excitement. In the realm of Greek mythology, Lomis believed that her most significant achievement thus far was the establishment of reincarnation, a development that directly propelled the progress of the world. This endeavor elevated the reincarnated Anastasia to the pinnacle of formidable power, even granting her the strength to contend with primordial deities upon the land of the reincarnation platform. Therefore, her standards for orchestrating events were undoubtedly aligned with the principles of reincarnation. Only in this manner could the world promise her immense benefits that would facilitate her ascension. As she pondered these thoughts, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Lomis, leading her to conceive the boldest idea she had ever entertained: the abyss of Tartarus. The realm of the underworld created by Gaia's Earth, Nyx, and Erebus seemed to present an intriguing opportunity. If she succeeded, it would be unreasonable for the consciousness of the world not to bestow upon her the title of a primordial deity. Growing increasingly confident in the feasibility of her audacious plan, Lomis commenced her preparations with fervor. However, despite her burgeoning ideas, she possessed no experience in such daring undertakings. Thus, she could only navigate this uncharted territory step by step. In the ensuing days, Lomis transformed into a scientist, employing her divine powers to conduct small experiments within her courtyard, striving to achieve the desired outcomes. Immersed in the sea of experimentation, she paid little heed to the recent developments in the divine realm until she received momentous news from Anastasia, the goddess of reincarnation residing in the underworld. The god of death, Thanatos, had vanished. Upon receiving this revelation from Anastasia, Lomis was initially taken aback, assuming it was merely a prank orchestrated by Thanatos. After all, he was not only a deity of immense power, but also an integral part of the world's fabric. How could he possibly disappear without a trace? Yet, the reality was far from her assumptions. The god of death, Thanatos, was indeed missing, leaving behind not a single clue. Even Hades, the god of the underworld, personally drove his chariot to the surface in search of the elusive Thanatos, yet he found no trace of the Grim Reaper. The disappearance of Thanatos resulted in an overwhelming increase in the workload for his brother, Hypnos, the god of sleep. Consequently, souls destined for the underworld formed long queues. And numerous living dead began to emerge upon the earth, individuals whose lifespans had expired, yet their souls lingered within their bodies, unable to journey to the underworld, forced to continue their existence within their deceased forms. This chaotic state prompted the rarely seen gods of the underworld to emerge en masse, each taking on the task of soul harvesting previously managed by Thanatos, thereby alleviating the situation somewhat. However, compared to the ease with which the Grim Reaper could reap a multitude of souls with a mere wave of his scythe, the underworld deities found the task of collecting souls to be exceptionally arduous and inefficient, leading Hades into a state of unprecedented turmoil. In light of the Grim Reaper's predicament, Zeus urgently convened a council of the Olympian gods. The 12 deities gathered atop Mount Olympus to deliberate on how to temporarily rectify the current chaos and locate Thanatos. Apollo, the god of light, addressed Hades, stating, "Hades, I have consulted the Oracle of Delphi and received a prophecy indicating that Thanatos is currently situated in the east of the world, yet I cannot ascertain his precise location. I can only surmise that he has deliberately concealed his presence. But why would Thanatos do such a thing? I find it utterly perplexing." Furrowing his brow in confusion, Hades replied, "I had intended to seek the counsel of Nyx, the goddess of night. But I am unaware of the corner of the world where she and the god of darkness are secluded in their own realm." Suddenly, Rotius interjected, "Hades, when was the last time Thanatos was seen? What was he intending to do? Did anything seem amiss?" After listening to the descriptions provided by Apollo and Hades, she believed that a thorough investigation from the beginning was necessary. "Let me think. Thanatos was last seen in the underworld approximately 10 days ago. As per usual, he was guided by the Book of Life and Death, intending to ascend to the surface to harvest a batch of souls whose time had come." Chapter 136. The Grim Reaper bound by chains. Upon hearing Hades' account, Rotius furrowed her brow, gently closed her eyes, and concentrated, using her immense divine power to commune with the enigmatic Book of Life and Death in the underworld. Moments later, a radiant light flickered, and a list of souls whose demise was imminent on the day of the Grim Reaper's incident appeared in her hands. Rotius made 11 copies of the list and distributed them to the other 11 Olympian gods present. "Gods, we currently lack more valuable leads. The only course of action is to investigate Thanatos' whereabouts. Perhaps we may uncover some clues. This list may indeed be our sole hope of locating the Grim Reaper." Upon receiving the list, the 11 deities nodded in unison. And then the supreme god Zeus commanded that all the souls mentioned therein be equally distributed among the 12 gods present. Each deity was to visit the souls enumerated on the list, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of Thanatos in the process. Upon receiving her designated portion of the list, Rytis wasted no time. She promptly departed from Mount Olympus to commence her mission. Time was of the essence. Should the god of death remain elusive, chaos would inevitably ensue in the world. Let me see. The first soul listed is the fortunate Chinkos, a mortal residing in Athens. Following the instructions on the list, Rytis returned to the coastal city of Athens, now under the protection of the goddess Athena. It did not take long for her to locate the residence of this Chinkos. In a brightly lit room, a middle-aged woman sat in one corner, skillfully carving patterns onto a clay pot with specialized tools. Nearby, on a wooden bed, a child of 7 or 8 slumbered peacefully beneath the warm rays of sunlight. It seemed evident that they were the wife and child of Chinkos. As Rytis stealthily entered the abode, she surveyed her surroundings. The remnants of honey cakes on the hearth, along with a recently placed, modest statue of Hades, allowed her to ascertain that the soul of Chinkos had already been reaped by the scythe of death. This indicated that Thanatos was still dutifully performing his role. My suspicions were not misplaced. As long as I, along with the other deities, continued to investigate the list, we would undoubtedly uncover the critical juncture of these unforeseen events. Thus, Rytis methodically examined the status of the souls listed, and as dusk approached, she finally stumbled upon an unusual soul. Sisyphus, the king of Corinth, had perished from old age at the age of 75. Why does this name sound so familiar? Gazing at the name of Sisyphus, Rytis felt an unexpected sense of recognition, although her mind offered no particularly vivid recollection of this king. Nevertheless, she adhered to her original approach and journeyed to the kingdom of Corinth. "Your Majesty, it is now time for dinner," announced a humble servant clad in a simple robe, bowing slightly, his voice imbued with reverence as he addressed Sisyphus, who sat upon a resplendent throne. However, to her astonishment, this king, who should have peacefully passed into the realm of the dead, arose with remarkable agility from the throne that symbolized power and glory. He strode purposefully toward the dining hall with a vigorous gait. His complexion was rosy and radiant. His eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an aura of robust life, devoid of the pallor and frailty one would expect of a deceased individual. Such a vibrant appearance was beyond imagination for someone who had been fated to die. This was the first soul that should have perished but remained alive. The dereliction of Thanatos seemingly began here, and his disappearance might very well be inextricably linked to this king. Concealed in the shadows, Rhys gazed silently at the departing figure of Sisyphus, her thoughts igniting like a whispering specter, trailing closely beside him to observe his every movement. However, as time slipped by, Sisyphus exhibited an overall demeanor that seemed entirely ordinary. Rhys discerned nothing unusual. Could it be that I have misjudged? Is there no connection between him and Thanatos' disappearance? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she dismissed her servants, while Sisyphus, lying in bed, suddenly arose. He retrieved a dimly lit candle from his bedside and approached the bookshelf in his chamber. Sisyphus extended his hand, searching among the shelves, and a faint click resonated as a concealed door slowly creaked open beside the bookcase. Startled, Sisyphus scanned his surroundings with vigilance, inspecting his bedroom meticulously before he raised the candle and stepped into the dark passageway. Rhys, having followed him closely, swiftly slipped through the hidden door. Indeed, there was something amiss with Sisyphus. As she trailed him down the pitch-black corridor, after traversing an indeterminate number of steps, Rhys finally reached the depths of the hidden chamber. Through the flickering candlelight, she was astonished to behold Thanatos, the god of death, whom the deities had long sought in vain. The swaying flame cast erratic and eerie shadows across the dim chamber, and the striking figure of Thanatos sat quietly upon a wooden chair, resembling a sculpture forgotten by time. His hands were bound by heavy shackles, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the gloom, akin to the fetters of fate that constrained this harbinger of death. Thanatos, my dear friend, I have come to visit you once more, Sisyphus's resonant voice echoed, a smirk playing upon his lips as he approached the imprisoned god with the candle held aloft. Suddenly, a blinding green light illuminated the dark chamber, enveloping Sisyphus as he advanced toward Thanatos, causing him to weaken abruptly and collapse to the ground, momentarily losing consciousness. Disguising her presence, Rhys materialized before Thanatos, regarding the shackled god with a perplexed expression. Thanatos, what is the meaning of this? Are you not aware that the world has descended into chaos due to your sudden dereliction of duty? It is you. Rhys, how could you have found me? Thanatos exclaimed in shock, taken aback by her unexpected appearance, having not anticipated that he could still be discovered by her, despite being stripped of all his divine power. After the initial surprise, the clanking sound of chains echoed as Thanatos raised his shackled hands, offering a wry smile to Rhys. Dearest Rhys, it is not that I wish to remain here. Rather, I find myself ensnared by the cunning of a certain human known as Sisyphus. Chapter 137. The Humans Who Defeated the Gods, a Trap? Rhys's voice was laced with confusion. Indeed, I must confess that Sisyphus is the most astute human I have ever encountered. Thanatos' gravelly voice reverberated in the dim chamber. Through his narration, Rhys gradually grasped the entirety of the situation, prompting her to exclaim, "So that is why Sisyphus' name seems so familiar to me." 10 days prior, while diligently fulfilling his duties, Thanatos approached Sisyphus' bedside, wielding his scythe, a tool capable of reaping all souls. The king, startled from his dreams, was initially taken aback by the sight of the stranger before him and instinctively attempted to call for his guards, only to discover that his cries were utterly futile. As he gradually regained his composure and recognized the scythe in Thanatos' hand, enlightenment dawned upon him, and a glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. Esteemed god of death, have you come to escort me to the realm of the deceased? Indeed, Sisyphus, your time has come. Please accompany me to the underworld to face the judgment of Hecate. Just as Thanatos' scythe was poised to descend, Sisyphus urgently interjected, "Wait." In the perplexed gaze of Thanatos, Sisyphus spoke earnestly, "Esteemed death, the dawn is soon to arrive. May I implore you to allow me to feel the warmth of the sun one last time before you take my soul, as the first rays of sunlight grace the earth?" Sisyphus's request momentarily stunned Thanatos, for it was the first time he had encountered such a plea in his long tenure of reaping souls. Upon consulting the ledger of life and death, and discovering that Sisyphus was the last name inscribed, the benevolent Thanatos nodded in agreement, deeming the request not overly demanding. Thank you, esteemed death, Sisyphus exclaimed, his face alight with exaggerated joy upon receiving Thanatos' consent. As they awaited the dawn, Sisyphus eagerly engaged Thanatos in conversation, recounting the myriad experiences of his life. Even the divine Thanatos could not help but admire Sisyphus's vast knowledge. Through the course of their delightful discourse that night, they grew increasingly acquainted. It was not until the goddess of daylight, Hemera, unveiled her mother's veil and the goddess of dawn, Eos, scattered the morning light across the sky that Sisyphus paused his narrative and sincerely addressed Thanatos. Esteemed death, may I be permitted to undertake one final act before my demise? Delighted by their engaging conversation, Thanatos nodded, as he had no objection to granting a little more time. From a treasure chest beneath his bed, Sisyphus retrieved an exquisite bracelet and presented it to Thanatos. Esteemed death, this bracelet was meticulously crafted by a skilled artisan, symbolizing my boundless respect for you. Might I be fortunate enough to witness you donning it? As Thanatos accepted the bracelet, admiring the intricate engravings depicting rituals of worship and veneration, he was filled with a rare delight, eager to adorn it upon his wrist. The moment the bracelet encircled his wrist, the once reverent Sisyphus suddenly revealed a sinister grin of triumph. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that even a deity could fall prey to a mere mortal? Realizing something was amiss, Thanatos hastily summoned his divine powers, only to find them as inert as the Dead Sea, no matter how hard he tried. Not a sliver of strength could be mustered. What have you done to me, Sisyphus? Thanatos queried incredulously. Ha ha ha, young god of death. This bracelet was crafted specifically to thwart you. It embodies the tears of mothers who have lost their children, the sorrow of lovers separated, and the bitterness of countless despondent souls. While it holds no power over ordinary mortals or other deities, for you, the god of death, it serves as an unbreakable shackle, sealing away your very essence. Enjoy your new plight, dear death. Rest assured, in gratitude for the eternal life you have bestowed upon me, I shall treat you as a cherished guest. Upon hearing Thanatos' narration, Romes cast a surprised glance at the unconscious Sisyphus lying on the ground. From a human perspective, she would unhesitatingly give a thumbs up to Sisyphus for his audacious defiance against the gods. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, she found herself aligned with the divine. Summoning vines to bind Sisyphus securely, Romes grasped Thanatos' hand and began to explore ways to unravel the mystical handcuffs. The mechanism of these bracelets bore a striking resemblance to the gem bestowed upon me by Tartarus, which encapsulated all the hatred of the abyss. Romes mused silently. Consequently, as the saying goes, every cause must have its effect. Your retribution is me. This phrase, a popular meme from her past life, unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. For, in a certain sense, Sisyphus had indeed harnessed the malevolence of death to confine his own power, rendering him utterly human. The most effective counter to malevolence is, without a doubt, benevolence. How fortuitous that she was a goddess of fortune from ancient Greece. The essence of her divine identity swirled deep within Rome's soul, and radiant light, akin to the hues of dawn, flowed from her palms, gradually eroding the accumulated resentment within the handcuffs. In mere moments, the hatred amassed by Sisyphus from countless mortals towards death dissipated like the melting snow of early spring. With a crisp crack, the restraints binding Thanatos shattered like a fragile web, and the immense divine power surged back into the Reaper's form. Now rejuvenated, Thanatos shook his shoulders and unfurled his resplendent wings. Thank you, Romes. Although my time imprisoned by Sisyphus has been the most leisurely of my existence. As the god of death, I must contribute to maintaining the world's order. It is now time to address the chaos upon the earth. With a flash of divine light, the liberated Thanatos ascended into the sky, wielding his scythe. As he soared, the souls that should have long since departed for the underworld, yet lingered in the realm of the living due to the absence of their reaper, were drawn into his scythe. Meanwhile, in the dim chamber, Romes unceremoniously shoved Sisyphus into her system's backpack, knowing full well that his actions would necessitate judgment from the god King Zeus. Chapter 138. The Sisyphus who moves the boulders surrounded by divine radiance. The majestic Olympus loomed over the pantheon, a sanctuary meant solely for the gods. Yet, in an unprecedented turn of events, a mortal entered this sacred space, none other than King Sisyphus of Corinth, who had conspired to imprison the god of death. While Thanatos busied himself rectifying the backlog of work incurred during his 10-day absence, Romes, possessing knowledge of the truth, took up the mantle of the primary accuser in this divine abduction case. Zeus and esteemed gods present, the events concerning Sisyphus and Thanatos transpired as I have just recounted. Now, let us render a judgment. As the defendant in this event, Sisyphus exhibited no signs of fear when confronted by the illustrious 12 Olympian gods. On the contrary, emboldened by his previous triumph over death, he stood with an air of arrogance, seemingly looking down upon the deities present. The assembled deities were instantly engulfed in fury, with Hades being the first to voice his discontent towards Sisyphus. Impudent mortal, not only did you devise a scheme to imprison Thanatos, sowing chaos throughout the realm, but you now remain unrepentant, scornfully disregarding the presence of the gods. You deserve to be cast into the endless abyss of Tartarus. Over the course of 10 days, Sisyphus's actions had caused immense troubles for the ruler of the underworld, aggravating his duties and significantly tarnishing the reputation of the netherworld. Following Hades was Hecate, the goddess of magic and specters, who proclaimed that Sisyphus must pay a grievous price for his transgressions. However, she asserted, I believe he should not be relegated to Tartarus, but rather punished here in our realm, thus appeasing the wrath of the gods. Hecate, usually calm and amiable, expressed her indignation, fully aware of the torment endured by the underworld deities over the past 10 days. She would not show mercy to the architect of this chaos, Sisyphus. Ultimately, after deliberation among the gods, a punishment specifically tailored for Sisyphus was pronounced through the voice of Zeus, the king of the gods. Sisyphus, since you so fervently desire immortality, I shall grant you this honor. The initial words from Zeus's mouth rendered the self-satisfied Sisyphus momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the offended deities would not be so benevolent. The 12 Olympians, how could you possibly be so kind? Speak plainly. Zeus, what punishment do you intend for me? No need for such roundabout speech. At Sisyphus's audacious declaration, Rhadamanthus cast him an admiring glance, recognizing the true nature of defiance in the face of impending doom. Unfazed by Sisyphus's brashness, Zeus continued, however, as the price for your immortality, you shall be tasked with a labor in the underworld. There lies a mountain, neither high nor steep, and your duty is to push a colossal boulder from its base to its summit. Should you succeed, not only will you enjoy eternal life, but you shall also return to the surface, reclaiming your kingship and indulging in wealth and splendor once more. Is it truly that simple? Sisyphus replied with a sardonic tone. You will comprehend everything upon your arrival, Zeus responded coldly. With the judgment concluded, Hades could no longer contain his wrath and descended from his throne. Seizing Sisyphus by the collar as one would a fledgling chick, he summoned his fiery skeletal steed to convey them back to the underworld. Upon arriving at the place of punishment, Sisyphus gazed at the mountain before him, towering thrice his height, yet gently sloped, lost in contemplation. With a mere gesture of divine power from Hades, Sisyphus found himself compelled to approach the immense boulder, extending his arms to commence the arduous task of pushing it. To his astonishment, despite its formidable appearance, the stone felt as light as a basket of cotton. With a mix of skepticism and determination, Sisyphus endeavored to propel the boulder up the mountain. As he made his way, step by laborious step, and with the summit merely a stride away, his doubts began to dissipate. Could it be that Zeus's words were indeed true? Filled with newfound hope, Sisyphus summoned all his strength to push the boulder upwards. Yet, before he could revel in his impending triumph, the goddess of rebirth, Anastasia, gently exhaled, bestowing upon him the essence of reincarnation. In an instant, both the boulder, now on the verge of reaching the peak, and the ecstatic Sisyphus vanished, as if the preceding events had never transpired. He found himself once again at the foot of the mountain, his memories reset by the force of reincarnation. Thus, Sisyphus became ensnared in an endless cycle of futile labor. Each time he approached success, it was met with an unending restart. This fruitless and despairing toil was the punishment Zeus had decreed for him. Even granted the gift of eternal life, Sisyphus's existence would be consumed by this ceaseless and hopeless endeavor. Within the temple of Nyx, the goddess of night, having learned from Anastasia of her excursion with Erebus to the realm of mortals, Nyx returned to the underworld. No sooner had she set foot in the temple than the figure of Rhodius appeared behind her. Dearest goddess Nyx, I seek your counsel on a matter of great importance. Accepting the exquisite, indescribable wine offered by Nyx, which she had previously encountered during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Rhodius set it aside and, without granting Nyx a moment to respond, proceeded to solicit her assistance. Oh, my dear Rhodius, what is it that you require my help with? Inquired Nyx, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, I wish to understand how you conceived the underworld at the dawn of creation, Rhodius replied, her visit motivated by her ambitions of ascendance to sainthood. After days of fruitless experimentation, Rhodius realized that solitary efforts would yield no results. She needed to seek wisdom from a predecessor. Nyx was the first to come to mind, not only due to their amicable relationship, but also because, in light of the matter concerning reincarnation, Nyx had previously promised her that she could seek assistance from her and Erebus during times of difficulty. Thus, Rhodius boldly approached Nyx to inquire about a secret known only to her and a select few primordial deities. Chapter 139. Nyx's Special Brew, How to Create the Underworld. The sudden inquiry from Rhys caught Nyx off guard. She scrutinized Rhys for a moment, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. Dear Rhys, encountering you invariably leads me into unforeseen circumstances. I believe that in this vast world, there exists no other deity bold enough or even inclined to pose such a question to me. Rhys offered no reply to Nyx's words. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips as her bright, sparkling eyes fixed upon Nyx with unbridled anticipation. Under her gaze, Nyx let out a resigned sigh and continued, Very well. I can hardly withstand your persistence. I shall refrain from inquiring about the intent behind your question. As per usual, I trust you will keep all that I am about to disclose in strictest confidence. Without hesitation, Rhys extended her right hand and mimed a zipping motion across her lips, signaling her vow of silence. Observing this, Nyx nodded and began to recount a tale scarcely known to other deities. After the great chaos succumbed to slumber, the world lay in desolation. Alongside 4 other primordial gods, I carried forth the will of chaos into the void, embarking on the journey of creation. Gaia was the first to manifest as the earth, laying the foundational stone of existence by dividing the primal light from the dark. As I and Erebus were intrinsically tied to the darkness, we ventured to the shadowed side of the earth, commencing the creation of our own realm. In the abyss of darkness, Erebus reigned supreme, wielding his formidable power to cleave through the void. Thus, I transformed into the night and entered the chasm opened by Erebus, enveloping every corner of this space with my essence, securing it and forming the nascent realm of the underworld. In the end, Erebus manifested as darkness and approached me. Together, we devoted 3 days to expanding the underworld with divine power until it reached a size that satisfied us, ultimately becoming the realm in which we now reside. In essence, the underworld is a diminutive world created upon the foundation of the primordial night and darkness shared by Erebus and myself. Upon hearing Nyx's narrative, Rhodius posed another inquiry. Dearest Nyx, which step do you believe was ultimately significant in the creation of the underworld? Nyx tapped her slender fingers against the armrest, contemplating for a moment before responding. Stability and support. I believe the most crucial aspect lies in finding a source of strength to sustain the ruptured space, allowing it to remain in a state of permanence. Only with a stable foundation can everything that follows come to fruition. At this juncture, Nyx paused and continued. My dear Rhodius, while I previously mentioned not prying too much, I cannot suppress my curiosity. Your sudden barrage of questions regarding the creation of the underworld. Do you harbor intentions of your own? Indeed, dear Nyx, Rhodius nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Nyx's expression shifted to one of knowing affirmation. I must admit, Rhodius, your thoughts never cease to astonish me, Nyx remarked, and then, in the spirit of thorough assistance, she relinquished her memories of the underworld's creation, presenting them to Rhodius in a compact form. In that case, Rhodius, let me witness the wonders you can bring to the present world. Dearest Nyx, I am grateful for your generous gift, Rhodius replied, receiving Nyx's memory package with appreciation for the selfless aid provided by the primordial deity. Subsequently, with her newfound treasures in hand, Rhodius rose to bid farewell. Just as she turned to depart, Nyx caught sight of the exquisite wine left unattended beside her and called out, Wait, Rhodius. You almost forgot to savor this fine vintage I painstakingly crafted. Halting in her tracks, Rhodius stiffly turned around, slowly approaching the deliberately overlooked goblet of wine. Under Nyx's radiant smile, Oh dear, I've been discovered. Yet, Nyx has aided me so much, I suppose I shall indulge in this venture. In the gentle gaze of Nyx, tears welled in the eyes of Rhodius as she downed the enigmatic wine in one gulp. Upon returning from the underworld to the Xiyan pavilion, Rhodius dashed to a corner of the courtyard, bending over as she began to retch uncontrollably. The weaving Ellis paused her work, hurriedly approaching Rhodius and gently patting her back. My lady, what ails you? Are you feeling any better? After a prolonged bout of nausea, Lotus finally regained her composure and, with great difficulty, addressed Ellis. "Bring me water. Hot water." In a flurry, Ellis heated some icy spring water in a stone pot, and once it reached a pleasantly warm temperature, she quickly presented it to Lotus. As the warm water slid down her throat, Lotus felt rejuvenated. She tenderly caressed her still somewhat burning stomach and couldn't help but reflect, "Goodness. Nyx's brewing skills have evidently advanced. I wonder what science and craft she infused into this cocktail concocted from the waters of the River of the Dead." Although the previous side effect of tears has dissipated, the sensation of burning throughout my body is far more distressing. Fortunately, as the goddess of nature, I possess abundant vitality and remarkable recuperative powers. Had it been another deity, they might have fainted before Nyx. Once I have a feud with another deity, I shall certainly request a glass of exquisite wine from Nyx on their behalf. Having regained her senses, Lotus scooped up the passing little black cat and reclined on a long bench in the courtyard. Meow. The bewildered little black cat, under Lotus's command, began to knead her abdomen lightly. The soft, furry paws rhythmically pressed against Lotus's stomach and under the skilled massage technique of the little black cat. The lingering discomfort in her belly finally vanished. Placing the little black cat on her chest and affectionately rubbing its plump belly, Lotus, having endured much, decided to take a restful nap before contemplating other matters. The bright sunlight filtered through the dense foliage of the yellow-leaved plum trees, casting a warm glow upon Lotus as her steady breathing filled the air, gradually lulling her into a dream. Meow. Sensing that the gentle hands kneading its belly had ceased, the little black cat rolled off Lotus and stood up, pawing at her arm, as if inquiring why she had stopped the delightful massage. Chapter 140. Shatter, O Boundless Void. In the celestial realm governed by Zeus, countless stars, radiating with resplendent brilliance, flitted past Romes like swimming fish, traversing the temple of Asteria, the god of stars. Nestled in a remote corner of the heavens, she leapt over the eternal sun, resembling a crimson iron orb, and the moon, which softly glimmered with the sun's reflection. At last, Romes arrived at the terminus of the sky within the world of Greek mythology. Taking a deep breath, she enveloped herself in divine power and stepped forward. In an instant, the vibrant hues that had surrounded her vanished, leaving only a stark monochrome before her. This signified that Romes had entered the most enigmatic realm of the Greek mythological cosmos, the boundless void. According to the night goddess Nyx, this vast expanse was the very essence of the great primordial deity Chaos. The void, an incarnation of chaos, tightly encircled the Greek mythological world as if it were his own progeny. It was said that his consciousness lay in a prolonged slumber within this emptiness, recuperating the immense divine power expended during creation. With a tenfold acceleration, Romes reviewed the memories imparted by Nyx, calming herself as she adjusted her breath to reach her optimal state. For today, she aimed to undertake a monumental task, to forge a new realm within this world that could rival the underworld, earth, and abyss created by the primordial gods, serving as the final stepping stone on her path to elevation. Her first task was to rend open a pocket in the void before her, establishing the foundation of this new world. Recalling Nyx's scholarly notes, the jade bracelet adorning her fair wrist emitted a faint luminescence, and in an instant, a magnificent staff imbued with the essence of nature appeared in her hand. Nature's staff, I entrust everything to you. As her most formidable weapon of attack, Romes placed all her hopes upon the staff, for, as Nyx had warned, the void that embodied chaos was not easily breached. She retrieved her treasured 8 treasures pill to prepare herself, and, with a soft exclamation, unleashed the torrent of divine power from within, channeling it through her right hand into the gem atop the staff. Determined to shatter the void in one decisive blow, she was ready to exhaust all her strength. As the divine energy surged into the nature's staff like a mighty flood, the staff transformed from its gentle, jade-like glow into a colossal light bulb, illuminating the monochromatic world before her. Sensing that her seemingly boundless divine power was nearing depletion, Romes swiftly raised her hand, directing the staff's tip towards the void ahead. Go. At the pinnacle of the divine staff, the jade lotus unfurled in an instant, emitting a beam infused with formidable power from the gem at its core, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the darkness, soaring directly into the void. A thunderous roar echoed as the laser cannon unleashed by Lotus collided with the void, producing a tremendous sound. A violent wave radiated outward from the point of impact, distorting the very fabric of space, causing ripples to emerge in its wake. Web-like fissures swiftly crept across the void before Radha's, and with a crisp sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the seemingly indestructible void fractured under Rothas's full-force strike, creating a 5-foot-wide rift akin to a shattered mirror. Xiyan Kuanding, Radha's proclaimed, simultaneously placing the 8 Immortals' 8 treasures pills into her mouth. While summoning the supreme defensive treasure, the Xiyan Kuanding, from her system backpack, the ancient bronze cauldron instantly entered the rift she had created in the void, expanding as it moved, swiftly transforming into a mountain-sized entity, continuously enlarging the space that could originally accommodate merely a boulder. Esteemed by Radha's as a turtle shell, the Xiyan Kuanding withstood the endless pressure of the void, relying on its indomitable hardness to entirely carve out a vast space within the rift, sufficient to house 2 or 3 towering mountains. Fortunately, even if I lack other things, treasures abound. Radha's mused, "My dear Xiyan Kuanding, you have once again rendered me invaluable service." Sensing her divine power rapidly replenishing with the aid of the pills, and witnessing events unfold as she had anticipated, a joyful smile graced Rothas's face. Yet, she was aware of the folly of premature celebration. It was not the time for her to bask in self-satisfaction. Seated cross-legged, she closed her eyes and focused on her breath, her body levitating amidst the endless void. She entered a meditative state, having completed the most arduous step. What she needed now was patience and composure, awaiting the restoration of her divine power to its peak. "My dear Radha, given the current state of affairs, it may not be my turn to emerge just yet." The gentle voice of the reincarnation goddess Anastasia resonated in Radha's mind. As Rothas's benevolent corpse and soul vessel, as well as her most formidable reserve force, Anastasia was prepared to take over at any moment. "Dear Anastasia, I am grateful for your assistance. Lotus has thoroughly prepared for the endeavor of creating a miniature world. She has envisioned it countless times in her mind and conducted numerous experiments. Moreover, she has devised a contingency plan for herself. Should any unforeseen mishap befall her true self, the goddess of reincarnation, Anastasia, who shares her essence, would instantaneously take over her consciousness, allowing her physical form to escape the void and return safely to the earth." Fortunately, the scenarios Lotus feared did not manifest. Everything progressed smoothly, and thus Anastasia had no opportunity to intervene. "Lotus, we are intrinsically one, so there is no need for gratitude. I shall withdraw my consciousness for now. Should you require my presence, I will appear at any moment." Anastasia's gentle voice echoed in Lotus's mind, gradually fading away. At that moment, Lotus's nearly depleted reservoir of divine power was replenished, restoring her to her most formidable state. "Now, it is time to enter the temporarily stabilized void space of the Xiyan Cauldron and forge a world uniquely my own." Sitting cross-legged, Lotus opened her eyes and slowly rose. Her gaze fixated on the rift in the void before her, and she stepped into it. Chapter 141. The initial form of the miniature world stepping into the rift. Standing before the colossal bronze cauldron that had grown to the size of a mountain, Lotus murmured to herself, "Nyx once said that establishing a foundation and support is the most arduous part of creating a miniature world. Yet, I find this step to be the simplest of all. Fate has indeed favored me. No one expected I would gather the legendary 5 elemental flags before taking this step. Indeed, the source of power Lotus would employ to sustain this miniature world is not the primal forces of nature, nor the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xiyan Cauldron, currently stabilizing the space. Instead, she intended to use the grand array of the 5 elements, anchored by the 5 innate flags. Heaven is composed of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the earth encompasses the 5 directions: east, west, south, north, and center. These 2 aspects complement each other, forming a grand array of heaven and earth, where the energies of the 5 elements flow ceaselessly. What is particularly remarkable is that the grand array of the 5 elements can convert external energies for its own use. Any attack directed towards it will instead nourish the formation. This attribute alone establishes the grand array of the 5 elements as Lotus's primary choice for sustaining her world. Why do I say this? This is due to the terrifying force of annihilation and the incessant pressure inherent in the boundless void created by chaos. Counteracting this power has emerged as the most formidable challenge in the endeavor to forge a small world. Yet, for the heavenly 5 directions and the 5 elements formation, this peculiar circumstance has transformed into an innate advantage. The oppressive force of the void can be harnessed by the formation and converted into energy for its operation. Coupled with the ceaseless power of the five elements, this supreme defensive formation not only effectively supports the spatial structure but also evolves into a true perpetual motion machine, serving as an inexhaustible source of energy for this realm. Now, it is time for the five elemental banners to showcase their might. Go forth and reveal your power to this void. The banners in 5 colors, green, red, white, black, and yellow, soared from the system's inventory, encircling Rotis with an air of jubilance as they gracefully revolved around her. Subsequently, the 5 elemental banners positioned themselves in their corresponding directions east, south, west, north, and center within this void. A faint yet discernible green lotus pattern rose from the east, transforming that side into a vast ocean of lotus blossoms, signaling the arrival of the eastern green lotus banner and the diffusion of the vibrant essence of wood. A blazing flame morphed into the vermilion bird, crying out in the sky as radiant red light surged forth, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. This was the manifestation of the southern flame banner. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves echoed, and the abundant moisture caused the recently elevated temperature to plummet. The northern water control banner appeared directly opposite the flame banner, an unexpected harmony between these traditionally opposing forces. White clouds emerged following the sound of water, their rich fragrance rapidly enveloping the western expanse, transforming it into a world of pristine whiteness. This was the display of power by the western pure cloud banner. At last, golden lotuses blossomed forth from the center of the space, where the Xiyan cauldron resided, radiating a brilliance that gilded the surface of the bronze cauldron, transforming it into a golden vessel. This was the capability of the central yellow banner. As the 5 elemental banners took their positions, the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth began to materialize from the west, east, north, south, and center respectively. Following the natural order of the 5 elements, metal generates water, water nurtures wood, wood fuels fire, fire creates earth, and earth begets metal. The energies commenced their harmonious circulation among the banners, with the 5 elements of heaven and the 5 directions of earth fully aligned. A grand formation instantly enveloped the entire space. At this moment, Rotis began to channel divine power into the heavenly 5 directions and the 5 elements formation, a long-awaited culmination of her efforts. Under her command, the scope of the grand formation incessantly expanded, enveloping not only the current space but also extending outward. Beneath the formidable power of this supreme defensive array, the pressure emanating from the void proved utterly insufficient. Before it could even exert any pressure on the formation, it had already begun to retreat, consistently yielding and spreading backward. With the aid of the grand formation, the space forcefully conjured by the Xiyan steadily expanded, ultimately reaching nearly half the size of the realm depicted in Greek mythology. At this juncture, the perceptive Rotis decided to cease her endeavors, refraining from further utilizing the grand formation for expansion. However, despite the seemingly vast expanse of space she had created, its essence was akin to a hollow facade, a paper tiger, vast yet desolate, inhabited solely by chaotic void energies, which evidently fell short of gaining the recognition of the world's will. Fortunately, Rotis had anticipated such an occurrence, having envisioned it countless times in her mind. She retrieved all the 9 heavens soil, an added bonus from the Xiyan from her system's inventory, intending to utilize it as the cornerstone of this nascent world. With a gentle breath, she released the shimmering 9 heavens soil from her grasp, allowing it to randomly scatter across the lower strata of her burgeoning realm. Accompanied by Rotis's divine command, the scattered soil, invisible in the skies above, swiftly elongated in response to the winds, and within mere moments, a continuous expanse of land emerged beneath her feet, serving as the foundation for the genesis of life. Much like the sandbox games played in her previous life, the terrain began to undulate under her guiding hands, forming mountains, basins, plains, and hills, culminating in a diverse landscape. Rotis silently mused, feeling an uncanny resemblance to Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth at the dawn of creation. Although she acknowledged that the land crafted from the 9 heavens soil could not rival the primordial earth formed directly by the goddess herself, it had nonetheless reached an acceptable standard. Subsequently, she extracted the life vial bestowed by Gaia, unleashing a continuous flow of life-giving spring water from the heavens, transforming it into a vibrant, nourishing rain. Rotis further summoned the primordial power of the nature deity, her form fracturing like light particles. as she became an embodiment of pure natural essence, directly merging with the earth formed from the nine heavens soil. Under the dual blessings of the essence of nature and the fountain of life, this desolate land began to manifest vitality. Tendrils of green emerged from the earth, while lush forests unfurled like a carpet across the landscape, and a vibrant sea of colorful flowers bloomed. Chapter 142. The Birth of the Human Realm. The sky, the earth, rivers, and flora. As the breath of nature surged within this miniature world, the grand array of heaven and earth, embodying the five elements, commenced its dance of mutual generation and restraint, catalyzing the entire process of natural evolution. The entity known as Lotus, reconstituted and suspended in the sky of this realm, gazed down upon the thriving land below. True, this world could not rival the grandeur of the main realm, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the underworld crafted by Nyx and Erebus. The sky appeared somewhat rudimentary when compared to the earth. However, Lotus lamented, for she had yet to grasp any divinity associated with the heavens. Surrounded by this boundless expanse, which lacked a spirited essence and resembled a mere backdrop, Lotus shook her head in resignation. Nevertheless, her current achievements were already remarkable, and despite certain imperfections, they fell within her acceptable limits. With the construction of the miniature world complete, her original divine plan, which she had named, had progressed to 90% completion, with success tantalizingly close. Yet, this remaining 10%, though seemingly minor, was critical to Lotus's ascension to primordial divinity. After all, only with the acknowledgement of the worlds would her endeavors hold true significance. Taking a deep breath, Lotus began to rally herself within, proclaiming, "Little genius Lotus, you can surely achieve this." After firmly establishing her conviction in a rather naive manner, Lotus chose what she believed to be the most striking pose, extending her arms in an embrace of the world. With a solemn voice, she began to utter a weighty oath to the supreme will of the universe. "O exalted consciousness of the cosmos, heed my vow. I am the creator of humanity, the goddess of nature, Lotus. In this contemporary world, where gods and mortals coexist, albeit in temporary harmony, the inevitable erosion of divine authority and the neglect of reverence among humans will lead to chaos and calamity. Therefore, as a member of the Olympian pantheon and the progenitor of humankind, it is my duty to seek a path of coexistence between gods and mortals. Today, I shall carve out a new realm from the boundless void, a domain named the realm of humanity, a sanctuary for humankind. In this world, mortals shall take center stage, and no deity may descend in their true form to disrupt the lives of humans. Should they enter, they must manifest as avatars. Henceforth, let there be a separation between gods and humans, forging a shared era of tranquility." The conception of the realm of humanity was inspired by the recent tumultuous encounter between Sisyphus and the grim reaper Thanatos, where a mere mortal nearly plunged the world into chaos. This revelation prompted Lotus to recognize the urgent need for balance between gods and humankind to prevent such occurrences from re-emerging. Thus, seizing the opportunity to ascend to a primordial deity through the creation of microcosms, Lotus resolved to emulate the celestial, terrestrial, and human templates of the primordial world, establishing a dedicated realm for human existence within the Greek mythological landscape. Before long, Lotus's oath, henceforth known as the proclamation of the realm of humanity, began to resonate throughout the cosmos. Her voice traversed the skies, caressed the earth, delved into the oceans, descended into the underworld, and echoed into the abyss, capturing the attention of all beings within the Greek mythological realm, who turned their gaze toward the distant void. Across the world, countless deities paused their endeavors, striving to comprehend the profound significance embedded within Lotus's solemn vow. In this moment of profound anticipation, a colossal eye abruptly materialized before Romes. Confronted by the world's will, which would soon dictate her success or failure, Romes felt her palms clench in anxiety as she swallowed hard. The dark pupil rotated, scrutinizing Romes from head to toe, before casting its gaze upon the surroundings, taking in the state of the human realm. Subsequently, the immense eye gradually dissipated, vanishing entirely from sight. What is happening? Could it be that I have failed? The sudden disappearance of the world's consciousness plunged Romes into a state of panic, compelling her to brace for the worst. Perhaps the timing for her ascension was not yet ripe. Just as despair began to cloud her thoughts, a tremendous rumble echoed, and Romes felt her newly forged human realm beginning to shift. It departed from the void, traversed the sky, and ultimately settled between the vast ocean of Oceanus and the boundless expanse of the heavens. Then, under Romi's watchful gaze, an unprecedented transformation unfolded. A deluge of seawater surged in from the edge of the human realm, swiftly submerging the once lush land by 70%. Countless marine creatures accompanied the flood, settling into this new world. Simultaneously, the sky, which Romi's had once deemed as a mere curtain, transformed into something vibrant. Clouds, soft as cotton candy, began to fill the horizon. The sun, moon, and stars each relinquished a fragment of their primal power, infusing this realm-esque sky with their essence. As the tumult subsided, the previously invisible world consciousness re-emerged, bestowing upon Romi's a belated, yet critically significant gift. Deep within her soul, the dark green nature divinity and the enigmatic fortune divinity suddenly shattered into fragments, coalescing into two pools of yellow and green liquid. Concurrently, from the depths of the underworld, the midwifery divinity within Anastasia's soul uncontrollably traversed space, entering Romi's body and undergoing a similar liquefaction process. The green, yellow, and white liquids intertwined, forming a pale blue orb of light, which gradually began to take on a spindle-like shape. At that moment, Romi's true essence, the power of the 12th grade creation Azure Lotus, manifested. A faint purple glow adorned her smooth forehead as the patterns of the Azure Lotus emerged, and the essence of creation, imbued with a trace of sanctity, seamlessly merged into the shaping orb of light. Ultimately, a radiant purple light supplanted the pale blue orb, giving birth to a new divinity exuding terrifying power. From the depths of Romi's soul, in the instant the divine essence manifested, in the profound depths of the underworld, Erebus, seated upon his throne, froze in expression, while Nyx set down her silver chalice, revealing a fond smile towards the void. In the boundless abyss, Tartarus, who was orchestrating punishments, suddenly paused, incredulously casting his gaze into the infinite emptiness. From the ancient temple of the Earth Mother, Gaia, slowly awakened from her slumber, unable to suppress a sigh that only she could hear. In the temple adorned with roses, the loved deity Eros lay upon the bed, his expression frozen, his cherubic face marked with profound astonishment. Within the enigmatic temple of fate, the three Moirai goddesses exchanged glances, releasing a resigned sigh. Fate had once again been rewritten, and soon they would have much to attend to. Chapter 143, Astonishing. I am actually the primordial saint, with a connection of divine consciousness. The identity of the new divine essence became apparent, and an expression of utter astonishment illuminated the face of Ratiz. Creation. It is indeed the essence of creation. Creation, the nurturer of life. Creation, the harbinger of fortune. Creation, the architect of the natural world, and nature itself. By some mysterious design, the domain of creation corresponded precisely with Ratiz's divine essences of childbirth, fortune, and nature, which was the key to her successful synthesis of the essence of creation. Perhaps the gears of fate began to turn when I fortuitously acquired the 12th grade creation Green Lotus as my foundational root, paving a broad path for my future. Observing the essence of creation that was now continuously choosing within her soul, Ratiz could not help but exclaim, "Perhaps this is the true blessing of the Bureau of Fortune Management." At that moment, a tingling sensation spread throughout Ratiz's entire being, a signal she recognized from previous experience as a harbinger of ascension. In an instant, the boundless reservoir of divine power within her began to compress and shrink, ultimately returning to its primal state, transforming into a small, luminous droplet of transparent water. Yet, though diminutive, this droplet, at the behest of her will, could morph into a ceaseless torrent or an endless ocean, ensuring that Ratiz would never again face the embarrassment of depletion. This signified that she had formally attained the status of a primordial golden immortal, successfully ascending to the original divine realm of Greek mythology, becoming the sixth primordial deity in the current world, aside from Gaia, Tartarus, Erebus, Nyx, and Eros. How splendid! I have finally succeeded. All my hard work during this time was not in vain. I have now ascended to the pinnacle of the Greek mythological world. Ratiz could no longer contain her exhilaration. Her right fist clenched tightly, and she let out an exuberant cheer. However, reflecting on her ascent, she pondered whether it was fair to consider herself both a sage of the heavenly Tao in the primordial realm and a primordial deity from Greek mythology. Could it be that she had transformed into the legendary primordial sage? No, she rejected that title, as it evoked images of a middle-aged man akin to the Yuanshi Tianzuan of the primordial world. Even in this moment of triumph, Radis could not resist her penchant for self-deprecation, humorously critiquing her dual identity that spanned both the primordial and Greek realms. Is this truly the human realm of legend? How breathtaking! Grateful is Radis, for we now have a new abode. Suddenly, a cacophony interrupted Rothus's thoughts. Following the sound, she discovered that the establishment of the human realm had prompted the world's consciousness to relocate humanity, now regarded as divine, along with kingdoms, city-states, cultivated crops, and livestock to the realm she had just created. As she surveyed this new domain, Radis was struck by a revelation of extraordinary beauty. With the addition of the ocean, the once contiguous land was now divided into 7 segments by the azure waters. This unexpected configuration, 3 parts land to 7 parts sea, mirrored the continents and oceans of the blue star she had once inhabited. Dear family, a tremendous shock. Is this perhaps the will of destiny? I have unwittingly established a world identical to Earth within the Greek mythological realm. Brilliant golden light cascaded from the heavens, and the long-awaited joy of the world's consciousness resonated within every living being. The rare gathering of 4 primordial deities, alongside Eros cradled in Aphrodite's arms, convened upon Mount Olympus. Gazing at Radis, who had just ascended as the 6th primordial deity, descending gracefully from the sky. Beloved Radis, while I anticipated your grand endeavors, I had not foreseen your immediate leap into primordials. This truly delights me. The goddess of night, Nyx, who was aware of Rothus's plans, was the first to approach, enveloping the newly descended Radis in a warm embrace and expressing her heartfelt admiration. Congratulations on joining our ranks, newly elevated goddess of creation, Radis. The god of darkness, Erebus, approached Radis with a smile, extending his blessings. Once Nyx released Radis from her embrace, the long reclusive god of the abyss, Tartarus, took her place, enveloping Radis in a bear hug. Dear Radis, I have always believed that your wisdom would lead you to great achievements, and I am astonished that your success has arrived so swiftly. Please accept my sincere blessings. At last, the earth goddess Gaia, with a smile in her eyes, approached Radis and gently took her hand, declaring, "It seems I have found a worthy guardian for the vessel of life." Congratulations, dear Radis. Once the 5 primordial deities had finished their pleasantries, the majestic King Zeus stepped forward, his voice, surprisingly devoid of the solemnity he presently exhibited, whispered into Radis's ear. Beloved mentor, congratulations on your successful ascension. Now I, Zeus, too, am a deity backed by primordial powers. Subsequently, Radis became akin to a tourist attraction, continuously receiving blessings from various deities. Initially, she responded graciously to each one, but as the number of well-wishers became overwhelming, she succumbed to exhaustion, adopting the persona of a simpleton, feigning a smile while repetitively expressing her gratitude. After Radis had graciously acknowledged the final deity's blessing, King Zeus joyfully proclaimed that a grand feast would be held 3 days hence upon Mount Olympus to celebrate the birth of yet another primordial god. Once Radis, having played the role of a simpleton for far too long, regained her freedom, she swiftly executed a clever escape, employing the art of transformation to assume the likeness of her dear companion, the moon goddess Selene. Thus, she extricated herself from the throng of gods and departed Mount Olympus, soaring towards the Xiyan pavilion. At this moment, as a newly ascended primordial deity, her heart yearned most to reunite with her friends at the Xiyan pavilion, for they were the family she had cherished in her heart. Chapter 144. Oh, Huangjong Li, how we have longed for you. Before Radis could approach the Xiyan pavilion, a blinding golden light instantly engulfed her vision, followed by an enticingly sweet aroma that wafted into her nostrils, stirring her appetite. It was Huangjong Li. As Radis drew closer, she discovered that the once verdant canopy of Huangjong Li in the courtyard had transformed into a brilliant golden hue. 9 plump, golden fruits emblazoned with the characters for Huangjong had replaced the 9 lotus-like blossoms, radiating a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the skies surrounding the Xiyan pavilion with resplendent hues. Heavens! The Huangjong Li, which had languished for so long, had finally borne such succulent fruit. Could this be a congratulatory gift for my ascension to the realm of primordial deities? As the ethereal figure of Lotus descended from the heavens and stood beneath the golden-leaved tree, her companions from the Xiyan pavilion turned their attention to this newly ascended primordial deity. As the saying goes, when one achieves enlightenment, even the fowl and hounds ascend to the skies. They too felt a sense of shared glory. The small black creature, known as the gas can, was the first to leap into Lotus's embrace. After adjusting to a comfortable position, It began to emit its signature chirps, meowing softly while occasionally brushing its fluffy tail against Lotus's neck. Seeing this delightful scene, the other three favored companions were unwilling to be outdone. They surrounded Lotus, chattering joyfully and nuzzling against her slender calves. Even the typically dignified Xiaobai shed her usual composure, briskly approaching to affectionately rub her head against Lotus's arm, extending her tongue to tenderly lick the deity's fair skin. As the focal point of affection for the five divine beasts, the plush fur of Xiaobai and the gas can made Lotus feel as if ants were crawling over her, inducing an irresistible tickling sensation that prompted her to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how ticklish. Please stop. Ha ha ha, don't do that. The six divine beings who had accompanied Lotus the longest, while harboring a desire to embrace their goddess, felt somewhat hesitant to approach due to the vigorous antics of the five divine beasts. Instead, they stood alongside the Cyclops and Hephaestus, watching the joyful scene unfold with smiles of delight. After a brief commotion, the ever-itchy Lotus hurriedly retrieved some snacks from her system backpack, enticing the gluttonous Xiaohong and the three large ones away. She then affectionately patted Xiaobai's head in gratitude, adhering to the principle of sharing equally. Lotus beamed as she warmly embraced each of the remaining 10 members, who reciprocated with heartfelt blessings for her. Once the celebrations concluded, Lotus turned her gaze toward the lush branches of the Huanghongli tree, where 9 diminutive fruits, no larger than a palm, contrasted sharply with the tree's towering stature. With a delicate bamboo basket retrieved from her system backpack, Lotus waved her right hand, channeling divine power into a blade, and instantly plucked the 9 ripe Huanghongli fruits from their branches, letting them fall into her waiting basket. Gazing at the fruits nestled within, Lotus could not suppress a swallow. The plump, yellow orbs appeared irresistibly delectable. Setting the basket upon a wooden table, she called her companions to gather around, contemplating how to distribute the precious 9 fruits. Let me count. Hephaestus, Xiaohong, Xiaobai, Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi, Xiaosan, Elise, and myself, totaling 16. It seems that half a fruit each should suffice, with 1 remaining for reserves. Placing 1 Huanghongli into her system backpack, Lotus wielded her divine power to slice the remaining 8 fruits in half, fairly distributing half of each succulent flesh to every member. As she beheld the juicy, vibrant yellow flesh revealed by the cuts, Lotus, who had anticipated tasting the Huanghongli since its cultivation, could no longer contain her eagerness. She took an immediate bite of the fruit in hand. In that instant, the abundant juice flowed forth like nature's purest nectar, gently cascading between her lips and teeth. A marvelous blend of sweet and sour flavors erupted in her mouth like a burst of fireworks. A subtle tang first graced the palate, akin to the gentle morning breeze of early summer caressing one's cheek, infused with a crispness that invigorated the spirit of Lotus. This was soon followed by an imperceptible sweetness, reminiscent of a rainbow appearing in the sky after a rain, quietly enveloping each taste bud claimed by acidity, bestowing boundless joy and satisfaction. The balance of sour and sweet was impeccably exquisite, neither overly tart to provoke a frown nor excessively sweet to induce weariness. Rather, this equilibrium left an enduring aftertaste of delight. Simultaneously, beyond the delightful flavor profile, a warm current flowed slowly down Lotus's throat into her being, rendering both her body and spirit in a state of exhilarating clarity. This was indeed the legendary effect of the Huanghongli, said to bestow upon the fortunate one who partakes of it the instant elevation to the status of a transcendent deity. However, Lotus, already a grand celestial being of the primordial realm, found the fruit's influence rather negligible, merely augmenting her divine power slightly. Thus, it was the enchanting taste of Huanghongli that left a more profound impression upon her. Of course, this was merely Lotus's personal sentiment. The other members of the Qinglian pavilion held a different perspective. After consuming half of the Huanghongli, the 6 deities, including Elise, initially marveled at its delightful flavor, only to be astonished by the rapid surge of divine power within their bodies. In mere moments, those who once possessed feeble divine strength transcended into the realm of moderate power, becoming pillars of strength within the Greek mythological world. Likewise, Hephaestus, who previously wielded moderate power, stepped directly into the threshold of formidable strength. The 3 one-eyed giants, unencumbered by hierarchical divisions, felt every cell in their bodies brimming with vitality, their muscles tightened, and their strength magnified. Similarly, the 5 divine beasts, Xiaobai and Xiaohong, found their fur glistening with newfound luster, their innate abilities miraculously enhanced, achieving a qualitative leap. Now, not only did Rodius ascend successfully, but with the aid of Huang Zhongli, all members of the Qinglian Pavilion ascended to greater heights. This momentous occasion prompted Rodius to internally exclaim, "Ah, how fortunate I am as a leader. My employees have all received promotions and raises. A feat unrivaled by those who merely paint dreams." Chapter 145. The king enamored with statues on the following day after her successful ascension to the primordial deity, Rodius. While savoring the sweet and tangy grape juice through her homemade straw, reclined in the warm embrace of the sun, allowing herself a moment of tranquility. A brisk wind whistled by, causing the crimson maple leaves to drift gracefully from their branches, carpeting the courtyard in a tapestry of red and yellow. As the temperature continued to drop, the autumn goddess, Calypso, presided over the waning season, heralding the imminent arrival of the winter goddess, Selene, who would soon take her place, sealing away the vitality of the earth. Lazily stifling a yawn, Rodius contemplated rolling over for yet another indulgent respite when, suddenly, an idea struck her. She sat up abruptly from her lounge chair, patting her head in bewilderment, murmuring to herself, "Wait, I have indeed become a celestial sage. So why has little M not yet appeared to bestow my rewards? Is it once again shirking its duties within the confines of the system space? It certainly seems to be in character." Without delay, Rodius began to call out in her mind, "Little M, come forth and dispense my rewards. Do not hide away in the system space napping." Just as her internal lament concluded, the slothful little M appeared before her, indignant, exclaiming, "You speak falsely, little X. For I have not been idle." "Is that so? Having spent considerable time with you, little M, I find your words hard to believe. If you are not being lazy, then why have my task rewards not been credited?" "Humph, that is because you, little X, have yet to complete your task. How can you blame me?" "What?" Rodius's face contorted in confusion. "That cannot be. I have ascended to the rank of celestial sage. How can I be deemed incomplete in my task?" Then, prompted by little M, Rodius accessed the system task panel and scrutinized the task description earnestly. The sage endures countless tribulations without perishing, entangled in cause and effect, yet untouched by desires. May the host soon unravel the mysteries and successfully ascend to the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, achieving the status of the mightiest sage beneath the celestial path. As she read on, Rodius finally discerned a long-overlooked blind spot. "Wait, are you saying that simply ascending to the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal is insufficient? I must also become the most powerful sage under the celestial path to fulfill the current task." "Indeed, little X, you speak rightly. The ultimate goal of the task is to become the most powerful sage. As you have not yet achieved that status, you cannot complete this ultimate task. Is that so?" Rodius's lips twitched in disbelief. "The most powerful? Are you implying that I must confront the other 5 primordial deities, challenging them with the declaration, 'I am far superior to you'? If you do not believe me, let us engage in a decisive battle. Then, I would have to triumph over each of the 5 primordial deities to claim the title of the mightiest?" Well, little M swayed from side to side. "I do not possess the answers. How to become the strongest is a journey you must explore on your own." As little M returned to the system space for a rejuvenating slumber, Lotus, who had just been basking in the joy of ascending to a primordial deity, suddenly wore a furrowed brow. "Alas, what a dreadful task this is. Must I truly challenge each of the other primordial gods one by one? No, absolutely not. If I were to win, that would be one thing, but if I were to lose, I would suffer great humiliation. I cannot allow this to happen." Lotus shook her head vigorously, casting aside this terrifying notion. After a brief mental storm, she found herself devoid of other thoughts and resorted to her reliable method of indifference. After all, what is meant to come will eventually arrive. With no thoughts in mind, perhaps inspiration would strike her in a few days. Lost in a state of apathy, Lotus ceased to ponder the matters of the most powerful saint and chose instead to close her eyes, embracing a brief respite. However, having recently undergone a mental whirlwind, her thoughts remained taut, and despite closing her eyes for an extended period, sleep eluded her. Instead, a cacophony of chaotic ideas surged forth in her mind. Consequently, she decisively sat up from her reclining chair, seeking distractions to divert her attention. She retrieved the Book of Fates from her system backpack, which chronicles all earthly romances. Eager to discover any recent gossip concerning love, as she perused the pages, Lotus's expression froze, suspecting her eyes were deceiving her. She rubbed them vigorously and looked again at the Book of Fates. To her astonishment, the results remained unchanged, and disbelief washed over her face. "Goodness, I have witnessed heterosexual homosexual, and every form of romance. But what on earth is this about a love affair with a statue? This human named Pygmalion must be a severe case of objectophilia. The pairing of the human male Pygmalion with the maiden statue Galatea in the Book of Fates left Lotus unable to contain her incredulity. This romance is utterly outrageous. I must investigate this matter in person. Although, as the creator of the human realm, Lotus possessed the privilege of bypassing the divine decree that required deities to enter the human world through avatars. She was reluctant to become the first to violate the very principles she had established. Thus, she fabricated an avatar for herself and cast it into the human realm to seek out the objectophile Pygmalion. Before long, Lotus's avatar materialized in a human kingdom known as Cyprus, where Pygmalion was the reigning king. As she stealthily infiltrated the resplendent palace, having just located the royal chambers, Lotus was immediately confronted with an astonishing and eye-watering scene. There stood Pygmalion, passionately embracing the ivory-carved maiden statue before him, his face alight with obsession as he leaned closer to the statue's lips, initiating a prolonged kiss. Ah, my eyes. Someone save me. Lotus could not suppress the roar within her heart. She hastily closed her eyes and slipped away from Pygmalion's chamber. Despite her extensive experience, she had never encountered such a peculiar obsession. However, as a young and affluent king, Pygmalion surely had numerous admirers. Why, then, did he fixate on a mere statue? Troubled by this perplexing question, Lotus resolved not to withdraw her incarnation just yet. Instead, she intended to linger in the mortal realm, seeking to uncover the true tale behind Pygmalion's affection for the statue. Chapter 146. Pygmalion's PTSD. The dense blackness consumed the sky, and the mortal realm, sharing the same heavens with the pantheon of gods, descended into an extended night. Good night, dear Galatea, may you have sweet dreams. Pygmalion gazed tenderly upon the youthful statue before him, bestowing a gentle good-night kiss upon her forehead. He then shed his outer garments and reclined upon his bed, gradually surrendering to the realm of dreams. Having followed Pygmalion throughout the day, Lotus revealed herself beside the ivory-carved figure of the maiden. Observing the king, now lost in slumber, she began to murmur softly. Pygmalion's devotion to this statue was profound. Aside from his necessary duties, he devoted nearly all his leisure hours to the company of Galatea. He treated her as if she were a living being, confiding his innermost thoughts, sharing meals together, and even tenderly assisting her with her adornments. Such a phenomenon was truly remarkable. It evoked in her a sense reminiscent of the tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio. Though Lotus still struggled to comprehend Pygmalion's obsession, after witnessing his interactions with Galatea throughout the day, she could not deny the sincerity of his affections. He had wholly embraced this inanimate object as his companion. That being said, since even the marriage registry bore the names of Pygmalion and Galatea, it implied that this extraordinary union of man and statue was indeed fated. Perhaps I could lend them some assistance, Lotus mused, glancing from the sleeping Pygmalion to the exquisite statue of Galatea. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in her mind, but before she could act on it, she needed to further explore the narrative of Pygmalion and Galatea. A faint violet divine light emanated from Lotus's fingertips, penetrating Pygmalion's brow. Instantly, the king's memories unfurled before her like a film reel. Setting the playback speed to tenfold, Lotus began to sift through the lengthy fragments of memory in search of the moment that ignited Pygmalion's affection for Galatea. Upon completing her review of Pygmalion's recollections, Lotus discovered that his obsession was neither innate nor a sudden awakening. Rather, its roots lay in a form of post-traumatic stress disorder stemming from his experiences with human women. When Pygmalion was still a young and handsome prince, his father, the aged king of Cyprus, was fervently devoted to finding a suitable wife for his beloved son. He frequently organized grand matchmaking ceremonies throughout the kingdom, inviting not only the daughters of noblemen, but also common maidens, ensuring that every eligible unmarried woman had the chance to meet Pygmalion. These incessant matchmaking events, which began with Pygmalion's hopeful anticipation, gradually transformed into a source of profound dread whenever the subject of matchmaking arose. Unable to endure the ceaseless pressure any longer, Pygmalion approached the old king to express his aversion to these matrimonial pursuits, asserting that there was no woman in Cyprus who captured his heart, and earnestly beseeching the king to cease these so-called marriage ceremonies. However, the old king failed to comprehend Pygmalion's sentiments. He believed that since his son could not find love within Cyprus, he should extend the search to neighboring kingdoms and city-states, convinced that with more encounters, Pygmalion would inevitably discover a beloved companion. Under the relentless pressure of the aging king, the hapless Pygmalion was compelled to meet several young women from neighboring realms. Each encounter was devoid of genuine interest, for his heart was solely preoccupied with the desire to escape. Ultimately unable to endure the situation any longer, Pygmalion secluded himself within his chamber, fasting and refusing to partake in sustenance, until the old king acquiesced to his request to cease the matchmaking endeavors. The doting king, eager for his son's happiness, granted Pygmalion's wish, and thus, until the king's untimely demise, Pygmalion never entertained the notion of matrimony. Instead, he devoted his entire passion to the art of sculpture, gradually elevating his creations from simple figurines of small animals to life-size statues. His fervor for his craft eventually birthed a secret aspiration, resulting in the creation of the exquisite statue of Galatea. This masterpiece encapsulated all of Pygmalion's vitality and ardor, leading him to fall irrevocably in love with her from the moment of her inception, envisioning her as his eternal companion. Emerging from Pygmalion's memories, the goddess Rhodopis found herself pondering the implications of the sudden revelation she had just experienced. Perhaps Pygmalion's desires differed from her own. What if he merely wished to spend his life with the statue? Was it not a grave error on her part? It seemed prudent to ascertain his true sentiments. With this thought, Rhodopis summoned her divine powers and ventured into Pygmalion's dreamscape. Unsurprisingly, she discovered that, apart from Pygmalion himself, only his beloved Galatea occupied his dreams. In this ethereal realm, however, Galatea was no longer a mere cold statue, but a living, breathing woman, nestled in Pygmalion's embrace as they sat together upon a verdant garden terrace. Witnessing this tender scene, Rhodopis wielded her divine influence to animate Galatea within Pygmalion's dream. And a melodious, gentle voice emerged from the maiden's lips, saying, "Pygmalion, how I wish to become a true woman. How I long to feel your warmth in the real world and frolic joyfully by your side." Upon hearing these words, Pygmalion, who held Galatea in his embrace, found himself momentarily entranced, murmuring softly, "Indeed, how wonderful it would be if you were a living being. Then I could relinquish my royal status without hesitation and journey alongside you through this enchanting realm of humanity." It appears that Pygmalion still harbored hopes for Galatea's revival, which would allow him to boldly pursue his desires. Returning from the depths of his dreams to the tangible world, Lotus gazed upon the statue of the young maiden before him, a smile gracing his lips. The divine power of creation manifested in his hands as blessings from the goddess of creation flowed into Galatea's form. The ivory statue of the maiden began to undergo a miraculous transformation. The initially frigid and rigid surface of the ivory gradually became soft and elastic. Slowly, the supple texture intensified until it ultimately transformed into skin as delicate and warm as that of a newborn, imbued with a rosy hue. At that moment, the young maiden's fingers stirred slightly, signaling her awakening from slumber. Subsequently, a pair of ocean blue eyes gradually opened, revealing an innocent curiosity akin to that of a newborn child. Chapter 147. The First Olympian Games. Pygmalion. Awaken, awaken. The maiden gently shook the arm of the slumbering Pygmalion. Although she had just come into existence in this world, she retained all the memories from her time as a statue, lost in a blissful dream of intimacy with Galatea. Pygmalion was roused by the sensation of her gentle movements. As he opened his drowsy eyes, he was met once more with the beautiful visage of Galatea from his dreams. "It seems I am still dreaming. Could this be the legendary dream within a dream?" he murmured, still not fully conscious. Just as he intended to close his eyes and drift back to sleep, Galatea firmly pressed her lips against his. The soft sensation of her lips and the warmth of her breath brought Pygmalion to complete awareness. He supported Galatea's shoulders, springing upright in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, this is not a dream. Galatea, you have come to life." "Yes, Pygmalion, I am now like you, a creature of flesh and blood." Tears streamed from Pygmalion's eyes as he embraced his beloved tightly, greedily savoring the warmth that contrasted starkly with the coldness he had previously known. Hidden in the shadows, Lotus observed the couple's intimate exchange, a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt gracing her lips. With a flick of her garments, she withdrew, concealing her accomplishments and returning to the tranquility of the courtyard at Xiyan Pavilion. Reclining on a chaise longue and gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky, Lotus could not help but smile, exclaiming with heartfelt joy, "How wonderful it is to have played the role of love's guardian, witnessing the blossoming of a happy couple and performing a good deed. Truly, I am remarkable." Subsequently, Lotus slowly rose from her reclining chair and returned to her chamber. where she reclined upon her plush bed, embarking on her journey into a realm of sweet dreams. In the days that followed, Pygmalion resolutely enacted the vision he had dreamt of, relinquishing his royal throne. He embarked on a journey across various nations with Galatea, a being whose success among mortals was a gift bestowed by an unknown deity. Although this nomadic life starkly contrasted with his previous existence, it was, paradoxically, the most joyous and liberating period Pygmalion had ever experienced, simply because of the love and companionship of Galatea, no matter the activity or destination. His heart brimmed with profound happiness. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and nearly all the deities of Olympus received an invitation from Zeus, the king of the gods, to converge upon Mount Olympus for a grand banquet in celebration of the ascension of Hermes. Remarkably, even Tartarus, who typically resided in the depths of the abyss, made an unprecedented appearance at the gathering. As the central figure of the soiree and a newly ascended primordial deity, Hermes naturally attracted significant attention. Almost every god fixated their gaze upon her, seizing every opportunity to approach her for conversation whenever she had a moment to spare. This resulted in Hermes, who typically reveled in feasting and indulging at banquets, conversing incessantly at her own celebration without partaking in any sustenance. Ultimately, she summoned her beloved disciple, Zeus, to serve as a shield, feigning conversation with him while discreetly making her way toward the food. As Hermes engaged in dialogue with Zeus, the other gods, though eager to join the discourse, hesitated to intrude, deterred by the deference due to the king of the gods. Thus, Hermes finally found the leisure to sit at the table and savor a few delectable morsels. "My dear Zeus, how is it that I have never realized your utility before? With you by my side, the other deities are deterred from approaching me. You cannot imagine how much I have conversed this evening." Zeus, receiving Hermes' praise, merely twitched his lips in silent exasperation. "My dear teacher, while you are at ease, have you considered my plight? Simply sitting here, I can feel countless eyes upon my back, urging me to conclude our conversation swiftly. Oh, come now. As the king of the gods, you are accustomed to being the center of attention. Does it truly matter this time? Besides, they are merely watching you. They daren't act against you. So please, be my human shield." In response to Zeus' complaints, Hermes, having just devoured a succulent piece of perfectly roasted beef, waved her hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, "After all, it is my beloved disciple. If not now, then when?" Seeing that Lotus had no intention of letting her off the hook, Zeus immediately began to brainstorm, determined to devise a clever strategy to extricate himself from the eye of the storm. Thus, an intriguing competition was successfully initiated under the auspices of the king of gods, Zeus. To maximize the allure and captivate the attention of the deities, Zeus reluctantly offered several of his cherished artifacts as prizes for the victors of the contest. Indeed, the promise of such lavish rewards successfully diverted the attention of the gods away from Lotus and Zeus, prompting them to eagerly raise their hands to participate in the competition. The first contest was titled Wine as Arrows, wherein the participating deities were to use a drop of wine as an arrow, aiming to sink a cup floating in a basin of water situated 20 meters away, without the aid of divine power. In an instant, the skilled archer Apollo, the god of light, and his sister, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, promptly registered to compete. Following closely behind them, 8 other deities, including the god of the west wind, Zephyrus, the god of the south wind, Notus, and the moon goddess, Selene, also signed up, indicating that the champion of this inaugural contest would be chosen from these 10 divine participants. With a command from Nike, the goddess of victory, the wine as arrows competition commenced seamlessly. Meanwhile, Lotus, having successfully distanced herself from the fray due to the game, gazed at the 10 deities involved in the contest, momentarily rendered speechless. At that very moment, an extraordinary idea sparked within her clever mind, one that could help her secure the title of the most formidable sage beneath the heavens and fulfill the task mandated by the system. Chapter 148. King Zeus engages in role-playing. Becoming the most powerful sage under the heavens, the system did not specify the exact domain in which this supremacy must be demonstrated. Was it my preconceived notion that led me to believe that the strongest must be determined solely through physical combat, forgetting that other means could also achieve this goal? Hee. The little genius Lotus has once again unraveled the conundrum presented by the system. Now it is time for my performance. With a sudden inspiration, while the attention of the assembled deities was fervently devoted to the intense competition unfolding between Apollo and his peers, Rhodeus stealthily approached the mighty Zeus from behind. She gently prodded his arm and whispered, "Dearest Zeus, I beseech you to assist me. For the theme of the second round of the contest, please adhere to my suggestion." Upon hearing Rhodeus's words, Zeus initially displayed a look of perplexity. Although he was unsure why Rhodeus had suddenly taken an interest in the contest and wished to dictate its theme, he was a dutiful disciple who listened to his mentor. Thus, he obediently nodded in acknowledgement. After discreetly manipulating Zeus to alter the theme of the second round, Rhodeus began to search among the gathered deities for the remaining 5 primordial gods. Her gaze first fell upon the cherubic Eros, who, with his delicate white wings, hovered in midair, fervently shaking his tiny fists as he cheered for the competing gods. "Go, go, aim true." Before Eros could finish his encouraging words, he felt a firm grasp on his arm, and his body was uncontrollably pulled backward. When he awkwardly turned to see the culprit, he discovered it was none other than the beloved Rhodeus, the harbinger of love. Pouting, Eros exclaimed, "Dearest Rhodeus, what are you doing? I was cheering for the gods in the competition. Why are you pulling my arm?" Observing the childlike demeanor and words of Eros, Rhodeus felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. However, in order to evade his playful wrath, she suppressed her amusement and softly replied, "Dearest Eros." The thrill of cheering among the spectators pales in comparison to the exhilaration of participating in the contest. "I have already decided to enter the second round. Why not join me?" "Me? Participate too?" Eros hesitated for a moment, but as the rousing cheers of the onlooking deities filled the air, he ultimately nodded in agreement to Rhodeus's invitation. After all, despite his reluctance to admit it, the childlike essence he had acquired in his current form made him yearn to be the center of attention. After successfully enlisting the playful Eros, the god of love, to her cause, Rhodeus subsequently sought out Nyx, the goddess of night, who was indulging in leisure with her husband, Erebus, the god of darkness. Upon receiving Rhodeus's invitation, the couple, known for their love of merriment, readily acquiesced. In contrast, Gaia, the goddess of the earth, exhibited a look of astonishment at Rhodeus's unexpected proposal, for she had long been regarded as a symbol of dignity and authority, with few deities daring to invite the formidable Earth Mother to partake in frivolous pursuits. After contemplating for a moment, Gaia, with a smile, graciously accepted the invitation, eager to experience the revelry of the gods. As for Tartaros, the god of the abyss, a perennial recluse burdened with social anxiety, he expressed a reluctance to present himself before the assembly of deities. However, after much persuasion from Rhodeus, whose eloquence was unmatched, Tartaros ultimately succumbed to her entreaties and found himself reluctantly participating in the second round of the games. Soon, the competition, where wine served as the arrow, concluded with Apollo, the god of light and the finest archer in the Greek pantheon, emerging victorious. After the grand ceremony of awarding prizes concluded, the mighty Zeus promptly announced the commencement of the second round of the game, themed Draw and Guess. Indeed, it was upon the special request of the illustrious artist that the divine King Zeus orchestrated this game, a contest in which she had once excelled in her previous life, achieving an astonishing record of 25 consecutive victories at a corporate event. She was confident that her ample experience would enable her to dominate this game, distinguishing herself among all participants and successfully fulfilling the system's decree of becoming the strongest sage beneath the heavens. O divine beings, should you wish to partake in this round, please raise your hands to register, proclaimed Zeus, elucidating the rules of the game to the assembled gods. No sooner had his words resonated than 6 hands were raised high in unison, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment from the onlooking deities. This was due to the fact that, apart from the concealed identity of the little god of love, Eros, the other 5 were none other than the most formidable entities in the realm of Greek mythology, the revered primordial gods. The participation of these primordial deities rendered the other gods, who had initially shown great interest in the game, hesitant to register for fear of competition. Consequently, the contest ultimately transpired exclusively among the 6 primordial gods, including Artis. In his role as the questioner, Zeus took to the stage, embodying the actions to be mimed, beckoning the 6 participating deities to face him, while the subjects of the draw and guess game were displayed behind the contestants. This round consisted of a total of 10 questions, and at the conclusion of all rounds, the divine being who answered the most questions correctly would emerge as the ultimate victor. Thus, with a decisive command from Zeus, 5 resplendent golden characters materialized in the air above the backs of Artis and her fellow contestants, announcing the first question, Aphrodite. In the audience, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, was initially at a loss for words upon realizing that the first question pertained to her. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. But as the thought of the king of gods, Zeus, imitating her crossed her mind, her interest was piqued, and she eagerly anticipated his performance. Before long, amidst the astonished gazes of the other deities, they witnessed Zeus, who usually presented himself with an air of authority, now alluringly swaying his graceful waist. His eyes sparkling with mischief, he playfully tousled his flowing, radiant golden locks, delicately placed his fingers to his lips, and let out a soft giggle before blowing a grand kiss toward the 6 participants. Faced with Zeus's Oscar-worthy performance, the 6 primordial contestants fell into silence. Even Rhodeus, who prided herself on her understanding of her disciples, took a considerable amount of time to process the scene, though the answer had already crystallized in her mind. Aphrodite. The answer was Aphrodite. Chapter 149. The strongest sage under the heavenly path achieves success. Correct. Congratulations to Rhodeus for earning a point. Upon hearing the correct answer, Zeus instantly reverted to his usual dignified demeanor, solemnly announcing that Rhodeus had earned a point, as if his recent portrayal of Aphrodite had never occurred. Having secured the lead, Rhodeus secretly mused about Zeus. I never imagined my dear eldest disciple possessed such a side. Yet, it makes sense. He presents one face before me and another before the pantheon. He seems to revel in the joy of such performances. As the second question was about to commence, participants were urged to prepare. Golden letters once again rose behind Rhodeus and the others, prompting Zeus to transform once more, akin to a Xiyan opera performer changing faces. His expression shifted to one of indifference, tinged with an underlying melancholy. He gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. His eyes filled with sorrow before lowering his gaze to the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Which deity could this be? The appearance of this melancholic young prince bore a striking resemblance to another introverted counterpart. Could it possibly be him? With this thought in mind, Rhodeus opened her mouth, ready to utter her conjectured name. But alas, the goddess of night, Nyx, interjected, calling out loudly, "The answer is Hades." Unfortunately, Lotus sighed quietly, and Zeus promptly declared that Nyx had scored a point, bringing the score to a tie of 1-1 between Lotus and Nyx, while the other 4 primordial deities remained scoreless. The game of charades was in full swing, with Zeus entering a state of performance befitting an Oscar-winning actor, showcasing a plethora of remarkable skills. Soon, the 9th question was discerned by Eros, altering the score once again. Lotus surged ahead with a commanding lead, boasting 4 points, while the night goddess Nyx closely followed with 3 points. The earth goddess Gaia and the little god of love Eros each secured a single point, leaving the underperforming god of the abyss, Tartaros, still without any points. Only one question remained, signifying that the champion of this round would emerge from either Lotus or Nyx. Should Nyx secure this final point, an overtime match would ensue. However, if Lotus or any of the other deities claimed it, the championship would be firmly within Lotus's grasp. I declare the final question revealed. With that proclamation, Zeus immediately assumed a serious demeanor, standing still and silent, eschewing any prior theatrics. The contestants exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss for direction. What was happening? Why was Zeus so immobile? Which deity was he embodying? Lotus pondered, contemplating if he was channeling Hephaestus, known for his reticent nature. Just as Lotus was deep in thought, the night goddess Nyx boldly stated her answer. The answer is Kronos. Observing Zeus's demeanor, Nyx recalled the former second-generation king of the gods, the silent tyrant Kronos. However, Zeus shook his head, indicating the answer was incorrect, and resumed his authoritative expression, gazing at Lotus and the other deities. Despite Nyx's failure, Lotus gleaned a hint from her response, sparking a connection in her mind. She scrutinized Zeus intently and confidently declared, "Zeus, the answer is you yourself." This unexpected response drew curious gazes from the other contestants towards Zeus, who then removed his stern facade, revealing a smile. Indeed, I was portraying none other than myself. The answer to the final question is Zeus. With that, Lotus added another point to her score. Thus, the game of charades came to a close, with Lotus correctly answering half of the questions and winning the championship with an undeniable lead of 5 points. As Zeus wore a grimace of pain while handing over the prize, Lotus discreetly distanced herself from the gods, fervently registering for the 3rd round of the gaming competition, seeking refuge in a secluded corner atop Mount Olympus. The divine power of creation surged, and Rhodeus's essence melded seamlessly with the cosmos. Her innate ability to disguise herself as a primordial deity elevated to new heights. Even if she were to speak aloud at that moment, the other passing deities would only perceive the sound of the wind. Having successfully concealed her presence, Lotus began to summon the little M in her mind, eagerly wishing to ascertain whether her suspicions were correct and if the task mandated by the system had been accomplished smoothly. At her call, little M soared out of the system's realm, shimmering and appearing before her. Dearest Xiaoxi, what prompted you to summon me? Wait, Xiaoxi, you have completed the ultimate task. Upon the conclusion of the competition, little M was summoned by Lotus. Thus, it was only after reappearing before her that it received the notification of task completion from the system. Xiaoxi, you are truly remarkable. You have swiftly triumphed over the other saints, emerging as the most formidable saint under the heavenly Tao. Clearly, little M was unaware of the true circumstances, believing that Lotus had accomplished the task through sheer force. Lotus, not revealing the truth, responded, "Thank you for your kind words, adorable little M. May I now receive the system's rewards?" "Of course, Xiaoxi. The system rewards have been dispensed. Please check." Subsequently, Lotus was taken aback to see the flamboyant words the most powerful saint under the heavenly Tao shimmering with vibrant colors appearing above her head. She instantly realized that this ostentatious display was the title reward included in her reward package. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? I certainly do not wish to carry such a thing around. It resembles the glaring titles of wealthy players in online games from my previous life, which are utterly blinding. Her desire to critique surged at once, and she promptly addressed little M. "Little M, please tell me, can this title be concealed?" "Xiaoxi. Simply by silently invoking the command to hide the title, it will automatically vanish. But why would you want to conceal such a splendid title? Wearing it showcases your regal aura." Ignoring little M's penchant for ostentatious tastes, Lotus immediately concentrated and invoked the concealment of the title, successfully hiding the glaring accolade that had dazzled her 24K titanium alloy eyes. Chapter 150. The System Delivers a Bell. Beneath the concealed grandeur of the celestial principles, the most exalted title of saint was bestowed upon Lotus as the reward system stirred with renewed vigor. A cascade of golden light descended from the heavens like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, transforming Lotus's vision into a resplendent ocean of gold. She immediately recognized this as the pivotal moment of the task's reward. The arrival of the innate treasures was imminent. A majestic clarion call resonated through the air, harmonizing with the shower of golden light, instantly creating an atmosphere of solemnity, grandeur, and sanctity. Subsequently, with her keen perception, Lotus sensed several powerful energies concealed within the golden rain. She swiftly pinpointed the source of this energy and beheld several supreme treasures of the primordial world, now shimmering in and out of sight amid the golden radiance. For magnificent swords, gleaming with a chilling light, rotated slowly in a particular rhythm, their sharp blades emanating an overwhelming aura of death that nearly rendered Lotus breathless. These were the legendary swords, Xiyan, 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 and Xiyan, capable of forming the unparalleled formation known as the Xiyan array, which could only be breached by the four saints themselves. Beside the four swords, a pitch-black divine spear, enveloped in a terrifying crimson aura, soared gracefully through the air. Lotus immediately recognized it as the god-slaying spear, a remarkable artifact she had glimpsed in the points store of her faction, valued at 10,000 points. Shifting her gaze to the right, she beheld a mysterious Taiji diagram emanating an aura of chaotic energy, featuring the black and white yin-yang fish, once possessed by the Taiji Laozi of the Three Pure Ones. Ah, these are indeed extraordinary treasures. I wonder which innate supreme treasure the system will bestow upon me first. The four swords of Xiyan would suffice. Yet I feel a certain affinity for the Taiji diagram, Lotus mused silently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she observed the top-tier innate treasures darting through the golden light like fish. Why was she particularly drawn to these two artifacts among so many? Firstly, due to the Xiyan formation's unique characteristic that could only be breached by the four saints. If Lotus were to acquire it, she would undoubtedly become the most formidable entity in the realm of Greek mythology, even possessing the power to contend with the chaotic deity Chaos. Secondly, the enigmatic Taiji diagram, embodying the primordial yin-yang principle, with its energies flowing in a perpetual cycle, possessed the ability to transform the five elements and unravel the mysteries of the heavenly path, encompassing a myriad of phenomena. Not only did it share similarities with her divine nature, but it was also closely related to the reincarnation divinity of the goddess Anastasia, further fueling her interest in the Taiji diagram. Just as Lotus was lost in her endless reverie, a deep, resonant chime, imbued with an ancient essence, filled her ears. She instantly displayed a look of astonishment, Could it be that the system has granted me that treasure? As she had anticipated, following the conclusion of the 9 chimes, an ancient bell, even larger than Lotus herself, descended slowly from the golden light, landing heavily upon the ground. This bell, radiant in dark yellow, though immense, was exquisitely crafted, adorned on its exterior with celestial symbols of the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the 4 totems of earth, water, fire, and wind. Its interior revealed the mountains and rivers, the myriad beings of the primordial world subtly appearing within. Faint multicolored lights shone across the heavens, while the majestic might of chaos reverberated throughout the universe. This was Lotus's first impression of the Chaos Bell, also known as the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was the companion treasure of the leader of the demon race, Dong Huangtai. After the last battle between the Wu and the Lich, it vanished from the world, following the death of Dong Huangtai. Legend has it that the Chaos Bell possesses boundless mysteries and infinite creation, capable of altering the powers of time and space, unraveling the secrets of the heavenly path, refining the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind, and even imprisoning time and suppressing space, repelling any attack from treasured weapons and disregarding the damage from all divine spells. This magnificent artifact embodies both offense and defense. By merely placing it atop one's head, one can attain an invulnerable state. Ahem, this system truly excels, bestowing upon me such a remarkable gift. And not only can I not reproach it, but I must also express my gratitude. Nevertheless, to speak of it, first came the supreme defensive treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, followed by the ultimate defensive array, the 5 elements array of heaven and earth, and now, this all-encompassing chaos bell that melds both offense and defense. In a certain sense, I have indeed become a collector of tortoise shells. I now undoubtedly stand as the most resilient deity in the entire realm of Greek mythology. This reminds me of an anime I adored in my past life, where I, akin to the female lead, invested all my points into defense due to an overwhelming fear of pain. I have transformed into an innate tank-like sacred body. Once the silent musings of Roshis concluded, she gently raised her hand and infused the chaos bell with divine energy. The towering bell began to spin gracefully, shrinking to the size of a palm, perfectly settling into Roshis's hand. With utmost care, she stowed the chaos bell into her system backpack as a bountiful reward of merit inundated her, gradually flowing into her being. Now, as a true immortal of merit, Roshis has amassed an astonishing level of virtue. Even without attaining sagehood in the primordial world, the merit within her alone could ensure her safe passage through terrifying tribulations, free from causation and karmic entanglements. With titles, artifacts, and merits all dispatched, the final reward remains, a special expansion pack for self-exploration mode, the nature of which even little M is unaware. Now, only the self-exploration mode awaits, and I am on the cusp of unveiling its true form. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the ultimate task. Self-exploration mode is now installing. Please wait. Ding. Installation complete. Self-exploration mode has been unlocked. The host may consult the system panel for details. Following the system's instructions, Roshis opened the transparent system panel, eagerly anticipating this reward from the ultimate quest. Countless imaginings filled her mind. What exactly does this self-exploration entail? Is it akin to the open-world exploration games of my past life, emphasizing unlocking illustrations, collecting, and freely triggering quests? Or does it literally mean unlocking all locations within the realm of Greek mythology, allowing me to teleport to any corner of the world, sparing me from long journeys? With a heart full of anticipation, Lotus extended her finger and touched the exploration button located beside her system backpack. Instantly, a vast map unfurled before her eyes, and several straightforward rules emerged in her mind. What a delightful surprise this was. Chapter 151. The birth of a demigod. The complete map of the Greek mythological world slowly revealed itself to Lotus like an exquisite scroll. It encompassed the land, oceans, skies, as well as the realms of humans, the underworld, the abyss, and the boundless void, even including the mysterious space of the nebula. Not a single corner was left uncharted. Through the rules provided by the system, Lotus realized that the map's utility extended far beyond mere navigation. Now, any location Lotus had previously visited would be marked with anchor points, allowing her to traverse space at will and be instantly transported to her desired destination with a mere thought. Moreover, this map functioned similarly to a dynamic map in a magical world, be it deities, monsters, or humans with whom she had crossed paths. She could input their names into the search box located in the upper right corner of the map, revealing their positions and movements. This map served as the foundation for the exploration mode. Henceforth, the system would no longer assign tasks to Lotus based on the world's progression. Instead, she would trigger events randomly through her own explorations, interactions with other beings, and similar actions, thereby obtaining tasks related to her exploration sites or conversation partners, which would yield system rewards. Furthermore, Lotus could unlock corresponding illustrated guides by collecting samples of plants and minerals, documenting images of divine beasts and animals, or crafting artisanal products, thereby enriching the current world's database and earning achievement rewards. It felt as though she were working for the Bureau of Good Fortune, as this was undoubtedly akin to a part-time role as a data curator. Those system achievements were practically her salary. Lotus mused silently. However, despite her complaints, she found herself thoroughly intrigued by this novel mode that resembled playing a game. Her passion for collecting had always been strong. Otherwise, she would not have authored a comprehensive guide on the collection of Greek mythological monsters. As she closed the map and prepared to exit the exploration system, she suddenly noticed an additional button labeled More in the lower right corner of the interface. Oh, what is this button? She mused, for the system rules had not mentioned it at all. With an abundance of curiosity, Romies promptly clicked the More button, only to find herself immobilized as if turned to stone. Before her lay an extensive list of worlds she had perused on her tablet prior to her journey, including the long-desired primordial world. However, the icons representing these realms appeared dimmed, each adorned with a lock symbol, instantly signifying that they remained inaccessible. In stark contrast, the icon for the Greek mythology world not only occupied the pinnacle of the list, but also boasted a dynamic CG display, accompanied by the unlocking progress indicator reading 62. Did this imply that once she fully unlocked the Greek mythology world, she could traverse to other realms and embark on a new adventure? Indeed, as Romies surmised. Through the insights provided by Little M, she discovered that this additional exploratory expansion pack was a system enabling her to freely traverse other worlds, a special privilege bestowed upon her by the director of the Fortune Management Bureau. Although Romies' initial traversal mishap was entirely her own doing, the director graciously offered her compensation, granting her the opportunity to explore further worlds. Each time she completed the exploration of a world, she would earn the right to unlock the next, creating a cyclical journey through various celestial realms. Filled with gratitude for this unexpected revelation from the director, Romies found herself humming a classic tune, eager to express her appreciation. Now, she could hardly contain her excitement to embark on travels across other worlds. For an extended period, Romies found herself captivated by the unlocking of the compendium and the initiation of quests. This engagement was not solely motivated by her desire to swiftly traverse to the next realm. Rather, the exploration system imbued her experience with a refreshing novelty and joy, elevating her previous leisurely pursuits, once limited to mere gossip, into a new echelon of delight. As she roamed the world, however, significant transformations unfolded among the human populace residing in the mortal realm, heralding the emergence of a novel race known as the demigods. Demigods are extraordinary beings that surpass ordinary humans, yet remain just shy of the divine threshold. Their inception is inextricably linked to the regulations established by Romies for the mortal realm. Given that deities can only descend to the human world in avatars, and their powers are further curtailed by the will of the world, it becomes exceedingly challenging for these divine beings to effectively govern their kingdoms or city-states. Consequently, some astute gods devised a solution. They encouraged the union of their avatars with humans, resulting in the birth of a new race, the demigods. Flowing through the veins of demigods is the essence of divinity, granting them the ability to traverse freely between the mortal and divine realms. Since they have yet to breach the divine threshold, they can wield their full powers in the human domain, often eclipsing the capabilities of certain mid-tier deities' avatars, which are constrained by limitations. In this context, the goddess of wisdom, Athena, made a remarkable discovery. Many humans with ancestral ties to divine bloodlines, or those who had previously received divine blessings could, through specific rituals, significantly increase their chances of activating the divine power within their blood, thus returning to their ancestral roots and becoming demigods themselves. As a result, the population of demigods in the mortal realm steadily grew, with many serving as the emissaries of deities. With the presence of these representatives, The gods no longer needed to descend into the human world frequently. They could simply monitor the affairs of the mortal realm from a distance, managing their respective kingdoms and city-states with greater ease. Among these demigods, there exists a notably famous figure named Perseus, the grandson of King Acrisius of Argos. His lineage had previously received divine favor, allowing him to successfully undergo the rite of passage to become a demigod. Perseus gained renown by accomplishing an astonishing feat. As a demigod, he ventured alone into the realm of the gods and slew the infamous Gorgon, Medusa. Chapter 152. The Cunning Perseus. The three Gorgon sisters, residing at the edge of Oceanus where it meets the realm of night, share a lineage with the kraken slain by the hero Polydectes. They are the progeny of the sea monsters Phorcys and Ceto, unlike their monstrous relatives. The Gorgon sisters possess human forms, adorned with strikingly beautiful faces. Were it not for their serpentine hair, one might hardly recognize them as fearsome creatures. However, despite their slender physiques that suggest fragility, their combat prowess is formidable. Even sea monsters much larger than themselves find them to be formidable adversaries, a testament to the sisters' extraordinary ability to petrify any living being with their gaze. Among the sisters, the youngest, Medusa, possesses the most exceptional petrifying power. This may stem from the fact that her sisters, Stheno and Euryale, are immortal, while Medusa's body is akin to that of mortals, bestowing upon her a more potent gift. The question arises, why would the demigod Perseus, residing in the human realm, willingly embark on a perilous journey to the divine realm to confront a creature with which he has no connection? The answer lies in his lineage. Perseus's grandfather, King Acrisius of Argos, was a devoted follower of the sun god Apollo. At the moment of Perseus's birth, Acrisius received an oracle from the Delphic temple of Apollo, foretelling that he would meet his demise at the hands of his own grandson. Terrified, Acrisius cast the newborn Perseus into a wooden chest and abandoned him to the vast ocean, leaving his fate to chance. Fortuitously, the waves carried the infant Perseus to an island, where he was found and raised by Dictys, the brother of the island's king, thereby becoming a member of the royal family of Polydectes. Initially, Perseus led a carefree life until one day when a priestess of Athena discovered the divine essence flowing within him. Following a sacred ritual, he was embraced as a demigod within Athena's circle. With his newfound status, Perseus's popularity soared among the people, inciting the jealousy of King Polydectes, who feared that Perseus might usurp his throne. As his 50th birthday approached, Polydectes devised a cunning plan to eliminate Perseus. He specifically summoned Perseus to the palace, deliberately expressing that the gifts he received were rather mundane and lacked any semblance of novelty. What he truly desired was the legendary head of one of the Gorgon sisters. Should Perseus manage to procure the head of any one of the sisters, his lifelong wish would be fulfilled. Unaware of the cunning scheme orchestrated by his nominal uncle, Perseus, lacking any knowledge of the Gorgons, readily acquiesced to Polydectes' request. Armed with only basic weaponry and a satchel, he set off towards the realm of the gods without a moment's hesitation. Upon reaching the divine realm, however, the once confident Perseus found himself momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty. It dawned on him that he was utterly ignorant of the Gorgon sisters' appearances, abilities, and, most critically, their whereabouts. A wave of doubt washed over him, prompting thoughts of retreating to the mortal world to consult the priestess at the temple of Athena for information regarding the Gorgons. Yet, pride held him back. He did not wish for King Polydectes to discover his carelessness. Thus, Perseus steeled himself and commenced a aimless wander through the divine realm, hoping to encounter a nymph or deity who might possess knowledge of the Gorgon sisters. Fate, however, had other plans. Just as Perseus was on the verge of abandoning his pride and returning to the mortal realm, he serendipitously crossed paths with a goddess who would prove immensely helpful, Rothes. The diligent goddess engaged in unlocking various illustrations. On that day, our goddess Rothes was crouched in a dense thicket, diligently sifting through the underbrush with her hands. "Ah, there you are. A mere mushroom, easily within my grasp." Rothes promptly activated her exploration system to scan the vibrant red-capped, white-stemmed mushroom before her. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the fly agaric mushroom. The current progress of the mushroom illustration is at 82. Hooray. I've collected 80%. Only the final 20% remains to complete my mushroom compendium," Rothes exclaimed with excitement as she gazed at the fly agaric. A curious thought crossed her mind. Although this mushroom is toxic, with my primordial divine body, consuming it should pose no issue, right? No. Rothes shook her head. Toxic mushrooms should not be consumed recklessly. I must set a good example for everyone. Banishing the peculiar thought from her mind, the invigorated Rothy stood up, preparing to swiftly make her way to the next location for exploration. Just then, she noticed a suspicious-looking man stealthily approaching her from a distance. Rothy's let out a sound of confusion, her keen perception immediately revealing the unusual aspects of this strange man. The divine blood courses through the veins of humanity. Is it not intriguing that he might be one of the recently burgeoning demigod lineage among mortals? As the sovereign of the human realm, Rothes knew of the existence of these demigods. However, she had been preoccupied with her endeavors in the divine realm, striving to unlock the compendium, and had yet to behold a demigod in person. Yet, this particular demigod appeared rather suspicious. What could his intentions possibly be? Just as Rothes pondered this, the demigod seemed to sense her awareness and awkwardly approached her, introducing himself. Greetings, esteemed goddess. I am the demigod Pascius, hailing from the mortal realm. Rothes softly repeated his name, Pascius, and then, with a warm smile, replied, Hello, dear Pascius. Pray tell, what brings you, as a demigod of the mortal realm, to the divine realm so unexpectedly? You seem rather disheveled. Have you encountered some troubles? Upon hearing Rothes' inquiry, Pascius lowered his gaze to his mud-stained attire, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as he replied, Esteemed goddess, I have indeed faced some challenges. I wonder if you are familiar with the Gorgon sisters? The Gorgon sisters? Rothes mused internally, recognizing them as the infamous snake-haired Medusa and her kin. Why would this demigod be inquiring about the whereabouts of the Gorgon sisters? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Medusa, Pascius, could it be that he is the legendary hero who vanquished Medusa? Chapter 153. The enthusiastic sister distributing divine artifacts, curiously gazing at the demigod Pascius, who bore no resemblance to a hero. Rothes gently nodded and spoke, Indeed, I have heard of the Gorgon sisters. They are among the many creatures birthed by Phorcys and Ceto. Is that so, goddess? Upon hearing Rothes' acknowledgement of the Gorgon sisters, a radiant smile illuminated Pascius' face, and he eagerly began to inquire about everything concerning them. Rothes patiently answered all of Pascius' questions, but then, puzzled, she asked, Pascius, why are you so interested in these 3 Gorgon sisters? I would think they, residing across the vast ocean, would have little direct connection to the mortal realm. That is because I wish to claim the heads of the Gorgon sisters as a gift for my uncle's birthday. With unwavering confidence, Perseus proclaimed his intentions. It was only upon hearing his grandiose declarations that Rothes became fully convinced that this demigod, clad in attire reminiscent of a beggar, was indeed the hero who had slain Medusa. Observing the half-god wielding a simple iron sword and devoid of any armor, yet radiating an aura of supreme self-assurance, Rothes could not suppress a soul-piercing inquiry, setting aside the fact that 2 of the Gorgon sisters possess immortality. Their 3 pairs of terrifying, petrifying gazes render them far more formidable than many deities. Perseus, do you truly believe you can withstand their elusive, petrifying attacks and claim their heads? Upon hearing the unmistakable skepticism in Rothes' voice, the earlier bravado that had filled Perseus dissipated. He awkwardly touched his nose, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he stammered, I suppose, perhaps, it might be possible. A deep sigh escaped Rothes' lips. As the saying goes, know thyself, know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. She could not fathom the source of confidence from this unprepared demigod. With a resigned shake of her head, Rothes quietly opened her system backpack and retrieved a large shield. This shield was a prized possession she had won during a game of charades on Mount Olympus. Interestingly, this shield held an indirect connection to Rothes, as it was forged from the horns and wool of the goat goddess Amalthea from the island of Crete, possessing the power to purify all negative effects. Then, under Perseus' astonished gaze, the warm-hearted Rothes of Olympus presented the divine shield to him, saying, Dear Perseus, this shield possesses the ability to cleanse all negative effects. If you hold it before you, it will protect you from the Gorgon sisters' petrifying attacks. I bestow this shield upon you, hoping that your battle will proceed smoothly. What? For me? Perseus exclaimed in shock, struggling to comprehend why this goddess, whom he had only met briefly, would suddenly grant him such a seemingly invaluable artifact. Instinctively, he recoiled, evading the shield she offered, yet his gaze remained fixated upon it. Rest assured and accept it, Perseus. Upon your success, take this shield to the mortal realm as a token from me to humanity. Rothes smiled, recognizing his hesitation. After much deliberation, Perseus finally accepted the shield, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed goddess. I am unaware of your true name. Might you share it with me? When I return to the mortal realm, I shall honor you properly." My name, Lotus, instantly revealed a playful expression upon my face. "I am the progenitor of humanity, the creator of the mortal realm, the goddess of creation, Lotus. As for offerings, I deem them unnecessary." No sooner had Lotus uttered these words than Perseus stood gaping in astonishment, frozen in place. As a being of the human realm, he was well aware of the exalted name of the primordial goddess of creation, Lotus. Anticipating Perseus's reaction, Lotus chuckled with satisfaction. Having performed a good deed and left her mark, she promptly opened the map of the Greek mythological world and teleported to her designated next exploration site. It was not until a considerable amount of time had passed that Perseus emerged from his shock, turning his gaze toward Lotus, only to find that the primordial deity had vanished. "Good heavens, I have encountered such a revered goddess and received her gift. Today is indeed my fortunate day," he exclaimed, lifting the divine shield before him. Having learned from Lotus the whereabouts of the Gorgon sisters, he immediately changed direction and hurried toward the shores of Oceanus, the boundary between the sea and the night. The goddess of dusk, Hesperides, spread the brilliant twilight across the sky. Medusa waved farewell to her sisters, Sisyphus and Euryale, who were off to hunt for their dinner. As the friliest of the trio, Medusa rarely participated in the hunts. She preferred to stay home and await her sisters' victorious return. After watching her sisters depart, Medusa turned back to their dwelling, beginning to prepare the other ingredients for their evening meal. Unbeknownst to her, a figure concealed behind a massive rock on the nearby mountain was observing their every move. With the two immortal snake-haired sisters gone, only the relatively weaker Medusa remained. Indeed, it was an opportune moment, and whether I would succeed hinged upon this very instance. Having monitored the Gorgon sisters for 2 whole days, Perseus contemplated. Since arriving at their abode, he had been seeking an opportunity to slay them, ultimately setting his sights on the vulnerable Medusa. Taking a deep breath, Perseus, wielding the divine shield gifted by Lotus, leaped down from the mountaintop with the agility of a cheetah, making not a sound. He stealthily approached the entrance of Medusa's cave and slipped inside. Chapter 154. Halt. Please, cease your fighting. Though Perseus bore the label of being somewhat dim-witted as bestowed by the goddess Lotus, one cannot deny his innate combat prowess, which is truly unparalleled. As if he were born solely for the art of battle. Even while brandishing the exceptionally heavy and grand shield, Perseus felt no strain in his arms nor discomfort in his hands. He was able to stealthily navigate the cavern, drawing closer to the figure of Medusa, who was preoccupied with her culinary preparations. Observing the Gorgon before him, whose serpentine hair was the only indication of her monstrous nature, Perseus mused silently. This legendary sister of the Gorgons appears rather ordinary, bearing no resemblance to the terrifying beast of folklore. It is indeed surprising that such a seemingly delicate and beautiful woman could be a merciless killer. While privately, Perseus believed that Medusa, with her frail physique, posed no threat to him. He did not underestimate her. After all, the revered goddess Lotus had warned that the infamous petrifying gaze of the Gorgon sisters was a peril that even many deities could not evade. Fortunately, he possessed the divine shield gifted by the goddess, and he silently praised the greatness of Lotus, with gratitude for Lotus still resonating in his heart. Perseus raised his shield and unsheathed the razor-sharp sword he had brought from the mortal realm, cautiously approaching the unsuspecting Medusa from behind, preparing for a stealthy strike. Regrettably, his plan for a surprise attack ultimately faltered. Just as he was within a mere meter of Medusa, the serpents that adorned her head, sensing the anomaly in their surroundings, emitted a hissing sound. This warning caused Medusa, who had been diligently working with her ingredients, to whirl around. Upon encountering the intruder, her terrifying eyes immediately radiated an eerie green light. Startled by this sudden confrontation, Perseus quickly withdrew his sword and shielded himself with the massive divine shield, leaving no gap exposed. Crafted with utmost care by Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, the shield displayed its formidable power. At the moment Medusa's petrifying gaze met the shield, a soft halo emanated from its surface, thoroughly purging the negative effects of her attack. Upon witnessing the astonishing failure of her once formidable petrifying gaze, Medusa was taken aback, her composure shattered by a predicament she had never encountered before. In her desperation, she realized that apart from her petrification attack, she possessed no other viable means of offense. Yet, Surrendering to fate was not an option. Recovering her wits, she swiftly pivoted, seizing a cleaver intended for preparing ingredients, and charged at Perseus. The clash of the cleaver against the divine shield resonated with a metallic clang. Yet Medusa's assaults were as ineffective as stones cast into an abyss, failing to provoke even the slightest ripple. Meanwhile, despite Medusa's inability to land a blow, Perseus was equally thwarted in his attempts, paralyzed by the dread of her petrifying gaze. He dared not reveal himself beyond the sanctuary of his shield, resorting instead to thrusting his sword blindly from behind it. Alas, these aimless strikes met only empty air, each one evading Medusa's serpentine grace. Thus, within the confines of the cave, an eerie tableau unfolded. The fierce combat between Medusa and Perseus appeared to be a whirlwind of dazzling maneuvers, yet after prolonged engagement, neither bore a single wound. Were Athenian Tysius present, he would undoubtedly invoke a classic line from his past, exclaiming, "Cease. You must cease your futile struggle. Your blows cannot slay one another." Realizing the futility of their exchange, Perseus's mind began to race. He recognized that this stalemate could not persist. A plan began to take shape. He needed to pinpoint Medusa's location and deliver a decisive strike. Thus, from his concealed position behind the shield, he initiated his scheme. His first instinct was akin to that of a tortoise, emerging briefly to gauge Medusa's position before retracting once more. However, this notion quickly faltered. As soon as half his face peeked from behind the shield, those glowing green eyes locked onto him, forcing him to withdraw hastily. Undeterred by his initial failure, Perseus began to scrutinize the cavern's surroundings, seeking any objects that might aid him. As he observed, he suddenly noticed the flickering light of the torches reflecting off the smooth surface of his shield. An epiphany struck him, and a look of delight illuminated his face as a brilliant idea crystallized in his mind. With careful deliberation, he adjusted the angle of his shield, and at the precise moment, he beheld the fearsome visage of Medusa, her head crowned with writhing serpents, eyes aglow with malevolence, and wielding her cleaver in a frenzied dance. Now was the moment. As Medusa raised her blade, poised to strike, Perseus swiftly emerged from behind his shield, eyes tightly closed. He thrust his sword forward, aiming precisely at the spot he had just marked. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, and from the resistance felt at the sword's tip, Perseus realized his strike had been successful. Seizing the moment, he withdrew the sword and thrust it forward once more. The sound of the blade entering flesh continued to resonate, and as Perseus, still with his eyes shut, sensed the stillness before him, he retreated behind his shield, reopening his eyes. Utilizing the reflection from the temple, he observed Medusa's condition. No longer did she exhibit her former ferocity. Her serpentine locks lay limp, resembling wilted vegetables, and blood poured from several gaping wounds in her abdomen, transforming her into a grotesque figure of crimson. Ultimately, unable to sustain herself, Medusa staggered and collapsed, her breath extinguished. Witnessing this, Perseus cautiously approached her, aligning himself to sever her head with his sword. He then knelt down carefully, removing his garment to wrap Medusa's head meticulously, ensuring not a single gap was exposed. After all, he was uncertain whether the lifeless Medusa's legendary petrifying gaze would still hold its power. Having successfully claimed Medusa's head and completed his mission, Perseus, in high spirits, began his exit from the cave, eager to return to the human realm and present this extraordinary gift to his uncle, Polydectes. Chapter 155. The unexpected death of Eurydice. Unbeknownst to Perseus, shortly after his departure, the returning huntresses, Sisyphus and Euryale, caught wind of the potent scent of blood emanating from the cave. Rushing inside, they discovered the dismembered remains of their younger sister, Medusa, letting out anguished cries. The two sisters unfurled their golden wings and, guided by the lingering essence of Medusa, pursued the direction in which Perseus had fled. Simultaneously, by a mountain stream, Rhodes, who had recently encountered the handsome human Narcissus, inadvertently triggered a random quest upon discovering the flower that bore his likeness. It was a poignant reminder of the whims of fate. A once beautiful youth had met his demise through his own self-adoration. Yet, fortuitously, he had left an indelible mark upon the world. Reflecting on Narcissus's fate, Rhodes successfully unlocked the Narcissus flower's entry in his compendium, splashed his face with the clear stream water, then slowly rose to open the system map, contemplating his next teleportation point. At that moment, a frantic voice called out from nearby, "Eurydice, don't frighten us. Please wake up." The urgency in the tone interrupted Rhodes's thoughts. leaving him puzzled as to the source of the commotion and the nature of the apparent calamity. Curiosity ignited within Romethys as she closed the open system map and began to soar towards the source of the sound. As she drew nearer, she discerned a pallid nymph leaning steadfastly against a massive stone, flanked by 4 other nymphs, whose anxious cries emanated from their lips. What has transpired? Romethys alighted beside the nymphs, voicing her inquiry. One of the nymphs, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Romethys, hurriedly beseeched her, "Esteemed goddess, please save Eurydice. She has collapsed and has yet to awaken." Romethys, employing her divine power, scanned Eurydice's form, and, shaking her head with a sense of resignation, lamented, "It is too late. Her soul has already departed to the realm of the dead, and I am powerless to intervene." Unlike the immortal deities, the nymphs, though birthed by nature and endowed with longevity and a modicum of divine power, ultimately faced the inevitability of death. Romethys observed that Eurydice had been deceased for some time, her demise caused by the wounds inflicted by the venomous serpent that had bitten her leg. Had she only just passed, Romethys might have wielded her creative powers to save her. Alas, her soul had already been claimed by the god of death, Thanatos. Romethys, adhering to the rules of the underworld, could not contravene them to rescue this nymph, a stranger to her. Oh, poor Eurydice. You must swiftly choose a fitting place to lay her to rest. Allowing her to return to the embrace of the earth, Romethys gently spoke to the 4 grieving nymphs, unsure of how to console them in their time of loss. With a sigh, Romethys prepared to depart when she was suddenly alerted by the system's voice. Host has triggered a random quest, the path of Eurydice's resurrection. Please decide whether to accept this quest. A voice of uncertainty echoed within Romethys, for this was the first time she had encountered a random quest during her explorations. Strangely, this quest differed from all previous assignments issued by the system. It bore no description whatsoever. Was this akin to crossing a river by feeling the stones? How could she ascertain whether to accept it without knowing its purpose? Romethys vented her frustrations at the system, yet the mechanical exploration system offered no replies as charming as Little M. After much deliberation, Romethys resolved to accept this enigmatic quest, deducing that it must pertain to Eurydice's soul and the underworld. Just as she contemplated this, a figure stumbled into her line of sight. No, Eurydice. A figure of tragic beauty lay lifeless upon the ground when a man, driven by despair, emitted a heart-wrenching wail. He rushed towards her, disregarding all else, as if unable to comprehend the finality of her death, fervently shaking her shoulders. Nymph, weeping beside him, gazed upon the man and, through her sobs, implored, "Do not succumb to such despair, Orpheus. Eurydice has departed for the realm of the dead. Let her rest in peace." "No, I cannot accept this reality," Orpheus cried out. "Just this morning, she was alive and well. How could she have suddenly crossed into the underworld?" His voice fell to a whisper. "To the underworld. I shall venture there to seek my Eurydice." In a daze, Orpheus gently laid Eurydice upon the grass and turned to the nymph, beseeching, "Please, take care of Eurydice's body. I will descend into the underworld to bring her back." Upon hearing Orpheus' fervent plea, the nymph, Rhodopis, could not restrain herself from speaking. "Orpheus, while I empathize deeply with the plight of you and Eurydice, the souls of the departed cannot return to the land of the living. This is an unalterable decree of the underworld." It was only then that Orpheus, consumed by thoughts of Eurydice, noticed Rhodopis. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and without hesitation, he knelt before her, bowing his head to the ground. Trembling, he implored, "O great goddess Rhodopis, I beseech you, assist me in retrieving Eurydice's soul from the underworld. If you grant me this boon, I shall serve you faithfully for all eternity." Orpheus' fervent display startled Rhodopis. Never before had she encountered such a profound spectacle in her time traversing the realm of Greek mythology. She reached out to lift the kneeling Orpheus, but he remained steadfast as if rooted to the earth. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Rhodopis acquiesced, saying, "Orpheus, the laws of the underworld are beyond my power to alter. The best I can do is guide you to the realm of Hades, where you may plead your case before the Lord of the underworld. The outcome, however, is beyond my control." Having accepted the random task concerning Eurydice and recognizing Orpheus as its pivotal figure, Rhodopis resolved to assist him. "Thank you, goddess Rhodopis." Upon her words, Orpheus ceased his prostrations, rising slowly to meet her gaze, his face alight with hope. Chapter 156. Orpheus' final song. A dark chasm leading to the underworld gradually opened in the sky, as Rhodopis, now accompanied by a rejuvenated Orpheus, stepped through the fissure, arriving before the grand palace of Hades. Orpheus, this is the palace where Hades and Persephone reside. I can accompany you no further. Whether you can rescue your beloved Eurydice now rests solely upon your own fortune. Lamenting deeply, Orpheus turned to the revered goddess, Rhymes, and proclaimed, I have come to understand. Esteemed Rhymes, that I shall exert every effort to rescue my beloved wife, Eurydice. Should I fail, I shall not return to the realm above. I willingly embrace the role of a deity in the underworld, forever to accompany Eurydice. After uttering this unexpected vow that even moved Rhymes, Orpheus fixed his resolute gaze upon the imposing halls of the underworld, inhaled deeply, and began to advance slowly. Observing Orpheus's retreating figure, Rhymes could not help but exclaim, Ah, the depths of love. Orpheus's profound devotion has taken me aback, stirring within me a touch of emotion. I can only wish him success in swaying Hades and retrieving his lost wife. With a gentle shake of her head, Rhymes followed Orpheus's path into the familiar yet daunting palace of the underworld. As Orpheus stepped into the realm of Hades, the god of the underworld, along with his queen, Persephone, were engaged in a discussion about their forthcoming rendezvous when they cast perplexed glances upon him. Hades, suppressing his smile, sat upright with an imposing demeanor and spoke in a grave tone, To the unfamiliar deity who intrudes upon my sanctum, reveal your identity. What brings you to my domain uninvited? Esteemed lord of the underworld. Orpheus knelt upon the cold stone floor, imploring, I beseech you, save my wife. He then recounted the entire tale, while Rhymes, arriving later, gleaned the story of Orpheus and Eurydice from his words. It became evident that Orpheus was no mere obscure deity. He possessed a notable lineage. He was the offspring of Rhymes' friend, Apollo, the god of light, and Calliope, one of the 9 muses governing poetry and eloquence. Orpheus inherited his father's musical prowess, which endeared him to Apollo, who gifted him a 7-string lyre. When Orpheus played, even the fiercest beasts would listen intently, and the seemingly lifeless stones could not help but tremble with emotion. Eurydice, too, was captivated after fortuitously hearing Orpheus's enchanting melodies. She fell hopelessly in love with this exceptionally gifted deity. Fortunately, Eurydice's affections were reciprocated. After boldly confessing her feelings, Orpheus joyfully accepted her proposal of courtship. Following a period of mutual affection, they were united in an everlasting bond through the marriage rites officiated by Rhymes. That very morning, Eurydice had ventured out with her beloved nymph companions to gather wild herbs, while Orpheus awaited her return at home. Bored, he began to play the 7-stringed lyre, but unexpectedly, as he strummed, a string snapped, and an inexplicable pang of anxiety surged within Orpheus's heart. Disturbing thoughts flooded his mind, prompting Orpheus to set out in search of his beloved wife, only to discover that Eurydice had succumbed to the venomous bite of a serpent, her soul having departed to the underworld. O esteemed Hades, lord of the underworld, I implore you to show mercy upon this ill-fated couple. My love for my wife is boundless, and I beseech you to allow me to retrieve Eurydice's spirit from the earth. Without her, my existence is devoid of all color. Upon hearing Orpheus's heartfelt plea, Hades, though moved by his profound devotion, recognized that the laws of the underworld could not be so easily altered. His gaze shifted toward Rhadamanthus, who had appeared silently behind Orpheus. It was clear to Hades that Orpheus's arrival was intertwined with Rhadamanthus, leading him to express his predicament. Understanding Hades's unspoken thoughts, Rhadamanthus responded with a knowing glance, indicating her intention to refrain from intervening in the matter between Orpheus and Eurydice, leaving the decision solely in Hades's hands. Acknowledging her response, Hades sighed as he looked down at Orpheus, who knelt in the temple, and said, Orpheus, I fear I must disappoint you. I cannot grant you Eurydice's soul. She must abide by the rules of the underworld and face the judgment of Hecate. I beseech you, mighty lord of the underworld, whatever it may cost me, I am willing to pay. Orpheus insisted, refusing to lose hope. At that moment, Persephone, the queen of the underworld, spoke up, Dear Hades, even if Eurydice cannot return to the land of the living, surely she may be allowed one final meeting with Orpheus. I believe this does not contravene the rules of the underworld. Rhadamanthus nodded in agreement with Persephone's suggestion, recognizing its merit. Hades, let this couple share one last moment together. It would surely ease Orpheus's longing. Ultimately, though Orpheus could not save his wife, he was granted the opportunity to see her one last time. His legs numb from kneeling for so long, he staggered behind Hades, Persephone, and Rhadamanthus to the place where Eurydice's spirit resided. Upon seeing his beloved wife, Orpheus disregarded his aching limbs and rushed forward to embrace Eurydice's soul, weeping uncontrollably. "I am utterly helpless, Eurydice. I could not save you, and all I can do is watch you fade away." With tears streaming down her face, Eurydice shook her head gently and reassured, "Orpheus, I once thought I would never see you again. Now that I have the chance to behold you in the realm of the dead, I find myself content. I do not yearn to return to the land of the living, Orpheus. My sole desire is to once more hear the enchanting melodies of your lyre. Let your music accompany me as I rest in eternal slumber within the underworld." "Of course, my beloved Eurydice," Orpheus replied, wiping away his uncontrollable tears with his garment. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he retrieved the seven-stringed lyre gifted to him by Apollo from his bosom. "My wife, my one true love, allow me to offer you my final composition." Chapter 157. The plea of the weeping goddess in the distant realm of Huaxia, a pipa player, with downcast eyes, strummed her strings in a lingering melody, expressing the boundless sorrows of her heart, evoking tears from every listener, as the rain-soaked robes of the Sema of Jiangzhou bore witness. In the present-day realm of Greek mythology, within the depths of the underworld, Orpheus poured forth his lament through his lyre, each note imbued with the anguish of separation. The souls of the departed were filled with compassion, and even the shadowy night of the underworld resonated with sorrow. The plaintive strains of Orpheus's music flowed from his fingertips, reverberating throughout the underworld, stirring an inexplicable sadness in the hearts of every being who heard it, mingling with their intermittent sobs to amplify the atmosphere of grief to its zenith. Among those most profoundly affected stood the deities Rhadamanthus, Hades, and Persephone, who were engulfed in their own tears, tightly embracing one another in search of solace. Two streams of tears cascaded from the corners of Rhadamanthus's eyes, as vivid memories of a past life surfaced. The kind visage of the benevolent old headmaster, the joyful laughter of companions, the vibrant scenes of earthly markets flashing before her, each memory adding to her well of tears. A soft, mournful sound emerged from the river Cocytus, which had once flowed serenely, now boiling and churning. From its depths, a goddess with dark hair and sorrowful eyes rose slowly, soaring toward the source of the music. As the final note lingered in the air, Orpheus, overwhelmed by grief, set aside his seven-stringed lyre and cradled the tear-streaked face of Eurydice, bestowing upon her a gentle kiss, encapsulating all his emotions within that tender moment. At that instant, the goddess born from the river of lamentation descended gracefully from the heavens, her gaze fixated on Orpheus as she spoke with a voice laden with sorrow. "Your lamentations have resonated within Cocytus, giving rise to my existence. Stranger, can you reveal the origin of this profound sorrow that even the tears of countless souls can touch?" Wiping his tears, Orpheus recounted the tale of his love for Eurydice. Upon hearing his story, the newly born goddess of lamentation turned to Hades, saying, "Esteemed Hades, it is thanks to Orpheus's music that I have come into being. Might you, in consideration of my presence, fulfill Orpheus's wish and allow this sorrow to dissipate from the world?" Hades, already moved by the enchanting strains of Orpheus's lyre, found his resolve wavering further upon the plea of the goddess of lamentation. Although a newly born deity, she was far older than Hades, as the river Cocytus had existed since the dawn of the underworld. Ultimately, Hades clenched his teeth and made a decision he would not regret. "Orpheus, I grant your request. You may bring Eurydice's soul back to the realm of the living." "Truly? Thank you, O goddess of lamentation, Lord Hades." The unexpected turn of events transformed the profound sorrow etched on the faces of Eurydice and Orpheus into astonished joy, as they ultimately moved Hades with their love. Having recovered from her earlier grief, Rhys, upon hearing Hades' final decree, gently nodded and smiled. The poignant strains of Orpheus' music, reminiscent of their past, stirred her compassion, leading to a lavish idea. Should Hades remain unyielding, she contemplated offering the last yellow plum from her system's inventory to Eurydice. Consuming it would allow her to transcend her nymph identity and attain divinity, freeing her from the shackles of death. However, Hades eventually acquiesced, rendering her intention unnecessary. "Orpheus, while I have granted your request, you must tread carefully, personally guiding the soul of Eurydice out of the underworld. Remember, you must not look back at her until you have completely crossed the threshold of the underworld. She belongs to you. Should you glance back too soon, she will be condemned to remain in the underworld forever." Hades' words reminded Rhys of a similar belief in her homeland, where wandering souls, while returning to the realm of the living, would hear various alluring voices from behind, compelling them to never turn back, lest they become part of the dead. I understand. Esteemed Lord of the Underworld. With that, Orpheus took Eurydice's hand and bowed solemnly to Hades, Persephone, the weeping goddess, and Rhys. I shall forever cherish the kindness of the divine. Should I be of any service, I will give my utmost effort. Thus, hand in hand, Orpheus and Eurydice embarked on their journey back to life. Orpheus gazed straight ahead, resolute in his focus, while Eurydice closely followed her husband, remaining silent to avoid distracting him. Unbeknownst to the couple, Rhys trailed behind, attentively watching their every move, ready to protect them. After all, she had not forgotten that the random quest she triggered was named the Return of Eurydice. This suggested that their journey might not be entirely smooth, prompting Rhys to stay close and avert potential mishaps. As Orpheus held Eurydice's hand, they traversed the Judgment Platform, the soul-crossing bridge, and the dark path between the bridge and the gates of the underworld, all under the curious gazes of wandering souls, navigating smoothly without incident. However, just as they neared the destination of their journey, the gates of the underworld, guarded by the three-headed Cerberus, Orpheus suddenly felt an emptiness in his grasp. He could no longer sense Eurydice's presence. Eurydice, why have you released my hand? Orpheus, filled with confusion, called out but received no response. His tone grew increasingly urgent. Eurydice, why do you ignore me? Please, say something. As he awaited his beloved's reply in vain, a sudden anxiety gripped his heart, compelling him to turn and verify whether she remained present. Indeed, those embroiled in their dilemmas often find themselves blinded to the truth, while observers see clearly. In this moment, Rhodes perceived an entirely different scene. Orpheus appeared as though he were bewitched, shouting desperately at Eurydice behind him. Yet, no matter how Eurydice might respond, Orpheus seemed oblivious, relentlessly pressing for answers. This, it seemed, was the crux of their current ordeal. Rhodes silently mused as she observed Orpheus beginning to turn, and swiftly employed her divine power to send her voice whispering into his ear. Awaken, thou who art shrouded in illusion. Your divine melodies can pierce through this beguiling fallacy and guide you back to reality. At the sound of Rhodes' invocation, Orpheus halted his turning motion. Suddenly aware of the deception that had ensnared him, he retrieved his seven-string lyre, and as its melodious tones filled the air, a gentle, warm light emanated from the strings, dispelling the shadowy debuff that had clouded his being and restoring him to the realm of reality. Only then did he hear Eurydice's anxious calls from behind him. He immediately reassured her, "Dearest Eurydice, I am unharmed. I nearly succumbed to the illusion, but thanks to the benevolent goddess Rhodes, I have been freed." "Grateful am I to the goddess Rhodes," Eurydice replied. "Orpheus, do you know your actions startled me greatly?" With her husband restored to his former self, her heart, once heavy with worry, gradually settled. The couple intertwined their fingers once more and approached the looming gates of the underworld. As they passed through the ancient, weighty bronze doors and beheld the terrifying three-headed dog Cerberus, Orpheus finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Cerberus, already instructed by the Lord of the Underworld, made no attempt to hinder the devoted pair. With a curious gaze, the creature observed their receding figures and pondered aloud. "Tell me, what is this thing called love? Why does it wield such formidable power that even Hades, the Lord of the Underworld, is moved by it?" "You foolish beast," came the reply. "How can you ask us? We know not the answers either. With three heads sharing a single body, you have never tasted the sweetness of love, and yet you expect us, who have experienced its warmth, to enlighten you." At the moment when Orpheus and Eurydice's feet officially touched the earth, Eurydice's soul began to dissipate. However, in a surprising turn of events, her lifeless body, under the watchful eyes of several nymphs, abruptly sat up. Eurydice's resurrection signified the successful completion of Romes's task. A mechanical system notification chimed in Romes's ears, who had just emerged from the underworld. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task, the return of Eurydice's soul. The system rewards have been automatically dispensed. Please check your inventory." Unlike the previous tasks that boasted extravagant effects upon reward distribution, this additional exploratory system's method of dispensing rewards was rather unadorned. A sound reminiscent of a microwave signaling completion punctuated the air, and an irregularly shaped puzzle piece materialized abruptly before Romes. "This is my reward?" A mere fragment. Accustomed to the lavish rewards bestowed by Little M, Romes was taken aback by the stinginess of the exploratory system. With a bemused expression, she reached out and accepted the enigmatic piece. World Puzzle, a specialized item for unlocking the exploratory system's open world. Collecting 10 pieces of the world puzzle allows the host to freely unlock their desired world once the current world's progress reaches 100%. No longer constrained by the system. Goodness, it requires 10 pieces to utilize this fragment. Thankfully, the system didn't adopt a petty approach with coins, diamonds, or points. Nevertheless, this world puzzle proved to be quite useful. With it, she could designate her next destination rather than be subjected to the system's arbitrary choices, avoiding worlds she found unappealing. As Romy stowed the world fragment in her system backpack, a new idea sparked within her: to slow down the progress of unlocking the compendium while increasing the frequency of random task triggers. It seemed she would need to wander the earth more often, keeping an eye out for peculiar events, and partake in social gatherings to see if she could glean some benefits from the deities, acquiring random tasks in the process. While Romy's pondered her forthcoming actions, a particularly familiar voice resonated from the sky not far off. "I beg you, let me go? You two have been chasing me for 3 days and nights. Don't you need to eat? Aren't you exhausted?" The voice belonged to Perseus, the demigod hero who bore a striking resemblance to a beggar. What is he doing here? Romy's mused, stroking her chin. Her divine power enveloped Romy's emerald green eyes like a tranquil lake, expanding her vision as she gazed towards the distant sky. There, she beheld Perseus. His upper body completely bare, with tattered trousers adorning his lower half, desperately clutching a tightly wrapped bundle as he flew forward, panting heavily. Behind him, 2 Gorgon sisters, their heads adorned with serpents and golden wings sprouting from their backs, extended their razor-sharp claws in relentless pursuit of the fleeing Perseus. Intriguingly, each time these 2 harpies seemed poised to close in on Perseus, he would surge forward with a sudden burst of speed, creating a safe distance between them, thus maintaining a precarious yet effective equilibrium. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Perseus had indeed secured the head of Medusa. Although he claimed to have been chased by the Gorgon sisters for 3 days and nights, looking quite disheveled. His recent vigorous shout and sudden acceleration suggested he was not in dire need of assistance. Contemplating this, Lotus resolved to rise and depart, but was halted by the unexpected sound of a system notification chiming in her ear. It seems that just as one wishes to doze off, fortune smiles upon them. My apologies, Perseus. I should not have referred to you as a beggar, for you are indeed my stroke of good luck. Congratulations, host, for triggering a random quest. The numerous trials of the unfortunate Perseus. Please decide whether to accept this current task. Naturally, I shall accept. Dear Perseus, allow this goddess to assist you in returning safely to the realm of mortals. After the system undertook the task as instructed by Lotus, she hesitated no longer and extended a helping hand to Perseus, who was being relentlessly pursued by the Gorgon sisters. The divine power of creation surged into Perseus' being, and in an instant, he melded seamlessly with the sky, his form vanishing before the 2 Gorgon sisters. This unforeseen transformation caught the sisters off guard. They scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance, their serpentine hair probing the air for any trace of him, yet failed to detect even a hint of Perseus' presence. Damn it! How could that demigod, who killed our sister, simply disappear? Sisyphus exclaimed in frustration. Eurydice shook her head, equally perplexed. After a moment of hesitation in the sky, the sisters conferred and decided upon a direction they believed Perseus might have fled, continuing their pursuit. Unbeknownst to him that he had successfully evaded the harpy-esque chase with Lotus' assistance, Perseus continued to fly determinately through the skies. Suddenly, Lotus materialized directly in front of him, startling him into an acrobatic halt mid-air, nearly sending him plummeting down. Really, this is too much of a fright, he thought. Lotus swiftly harnessed her divine power to stabilize him and spoke. Perseus, the Gorgon sisters pursuing you have gone far. You are now safe. Upon hearing Lotus' words, Perseus, belatedly realizing he had received her aid once again, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, kind goddess Lotus. Your assistance is always so warm and timely." Chapter 159. The statue of the maiden by the shore. After accepting Perseus' thanks, Lotus feigned a farewell. Once he departed, however, she stealthily followed in his wake, intending to clear any obstacles this unfortunate demigod might encounter along the way. Although Lotus wished to directly teleport Perseus back to the mortal realm of the kingdom of Polydex, her astute understanding of the task's nature revealed that the completion of the mission rested not on delivering him to his final destination, but rather on overcoming the challenges he faced en route. Great chaos, may the poor Perseus not encounter insurmountable difficulties. I certainly do not wish to exhaust myself in aiding his escape. Rhodes silently prayed to the creator god. Whether Chaos heard her or not was another matter entirely. Perhaps it was indeed Chaos who heard Rhodes's plea, for until Perseus reached the boundary between the divine and mortal realms, he encountered no further trials or tribulations. It shouldn't be this simple, should it? If it is, I must express my profound gratitude to the great god Chaos. Rhodes mused as she followed Perseus, reveling in the rare occurrence of such an uncomplicated task. Crossing the threshold between the realms of gods and mortals, Perseus, filled with the joy of triumph, began to fly towards the island that housed the kingdom of Polydectes. Lotus, disinterested in the trivialities, descended directly into the human realm, leisurely trailing behind Perseus. However, as Perseus soared past the coastal expanse, his fortunes seemed to have waned, and the long-absent obstacle finally reared its head. A lifelike statue of a maiden stood majestically upon the shore, her visage so strikingly realistic and beautiful that it compelled Perseus, who had caught an inadvertent glimpse, to halt his advance and descend gently from the sky, intending to admire the exquisite statue up close. To his astonishment, as he approached, he heard a woman's plea emanating from within the statue, leaving him utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, Lotus had already discerned the secret of this statue. It was not carved from stone, but was a living woman transformed. What on earth is this? I have only encountered Galatea, who wished to become human from a statue, but I have never seen a maiden wishing to transform from a human into a statue. This reminded Lotus of Galatea, who was now traversing the world with Pygmalion. Pray tell, have you encountered some misfortune? Perseus inquired of the maiden statue, which continued to emit cries for help. Upon hearing Perseus's voice, the voice from within the statue became noticeably agitated and urgent. Stranger, I implore you to save me. I did not choose to become this way. I am a living human being. Without hesitation, upon hearing her words, Perseus summoned his divine power to rescue the maiden before him. Yet his strength proved insufficient to lift the curse. It was Lotus, acting in the shadows, who lent him assistance, enabling the maiden, once encased in stone, to revert to her human form. Sensing something amiss, Lotus suddenly regarded the liberated maiden with a grave expression. This was the power of Poseidon. Cursed Poseidon. What scheme is he concocting, targeting a mere human? Just as Lotus pondered this, the rescued maiden, tears streaming down her face, began recounting her harrowing tale to Perseus. Her name was Andromeda, a princess of the kingdom of Ethiopia, and her tragic fate stemmed from her mother's careless words. Cassiopeia, who adored her daughter, was fervent in praising her beauty, once declaring that Andromeda surpassed the Nereids, the sea nymphs, in loveliness. Little did she know, her boastful words reached the ears of the 50 Nereids, who, enraged, implored Poseidon, the god of the sea, to exact retribution upon the self-proclaimed beautiful Andromeda. Poseidon acquiesced to their demands and conveyed a prophecy to the king of Ethiopia. Either the kingdom would be submerged by floodwaters, or Andromeda's life would be sacrificed to restore peace to the realm. The helpless king ultimately chose to offer his daughter's life for the safety of his people. Weeping alongside the queen as they witnessed their daughter transformed into a statue by Poseidon's divine power, placed upon the shore, awaiting the monstrous sea creature's consumption. Upon learning of these events, Perseus, who had already fallen for Andromeda, confidently proclaimed, "Dearest Andromeda, I am Perseus, the demigod from the kingdom of Polydectes. Do not fear. I shall vanquish the beast sent by Poseidon and ensure your safety." "Really, Perseus?" Andromeda gazed at him in admiration, leaving a shy kiss upon his cheek. Meanwhile, the observing Remes silently scoffed. "Oh, Perseus, your confidence is rather misplaced. Do you truly believe that, as a mere demigod, you can triumph over the creature dispatched by Poseidon?" Nonetheless, Remes expressed dissatisfaction with Poseidon and the Nereids' actions, noting, "While I understand their grievance towards Andromeda's offense, it seems excessively harsh to demand her life." There were numerous ways to resolve this matter, yet they chose the most extreme path. And Poseidon, I can only assume he agreed to their pleas without consideration of reason, swayed by their charm. Chapter 160. The malicious male lead next. Remes witnessed a rather cliché yet classic heroic rescue narrative unfold before her eyes, relishing the spectacle as she munched on snacks while watching Perseus engage in battle with the sea monster. The creature sent by Poseidon was a colossal whale capable of stirring tempestuous waves. However, due to the constraints of the mortal realm, this creature of moderate divine power could only exert less than 1/3 of its strength. For a moment, The whale, usually victorious in the divine realm, found itself evenly matched against Perseus, who could unleash his full might, with neither side giving ground. Foolish child, Remes thought. If only you would show the whale the head of Medusa you defeated, this would all be over, rather than exhausting yourself in battle. Could it be that Perseus intended to deliberately showcase his prowess before Andromeda? In a moment of carelessness, Lotus revealed the truth. Perseus had indeed contemplated using the head of Medusa to swiftly conclude the battle. However, in his quest to win the heart of the fair maiden, he preferred to prolong the conflict rather than end it instantaneously, for such valor would better display his courage. I underestimated you, Perseus. Yet this resembles a courtship ritual in the animal kingdom. After enjoying some fried chicken nuggets, Lotus opened a packet of homemade crispy, wavy potato chips. Nevertheless, in the vast ocean, the Leviathan possessed a clear advantage. If Perseus continued in this manner, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage due to exhaustion. Let me ponder a way to assist him. Perhaps a touch of subterfuge would suffice. I apologize, little whale. The power of creation surged in Lotus' palm, and the realm connected to her will receive its directive, commencing a quiet transformation of the waters inhabited by the Leviathan. The tumultuous waves gradually calmed, and the seabed's gradient softened. Just as the whale creature leapt from the depths, its massive form lunging toward Perseus, the water beneath it receded at an exaggerated speed, revealing the ocean floor. With agility, Perseus darted to the side of the whale, while the colossal creature made intimate contact with the exposed sand, producing a thunderous sound akin to an earthquake. Deprived of the ocean's support, the beached Leviathan's strength diminished significantly. Although Perseus was unaware of why the water had so abruptly retreated, he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, raising the sword still stained with Medusa's blood and plunging it directly into the creature's blowhole. His powerful strike ruptured the Leviathan's innards, blood gushing forth like a fountain from its wound, just as Perseus prepared to strike again and capitalize on his advantage. Lotus commanded the waves to pull the ailing whale back into the depths of the sea. Little whale, you too are a hapless worker under Poseidon's command. I shall not permit your life to end here. Channeling her divine power, Lotus healed the Leviathan's wounds and transported it back to the realm of the gods. The sudden disappearance of the whale left Perseus bewildered, yet at that moment, Andromeda, now completely safe, rushed to embrace him from behind, captivated by his valiant display of bravery on her behalf. Thus, beneath the golden hues of the setting sun, Perseus and Andromeda shared a tender kiss upon the beautiful shoreline. Ah, yet another pair of star-crossed lovers has emerged, stowing away her half-eaten chips. Lotus produced a red embroidery ball and deftly tied a firm knot in the bond that had darkened between them, binding their fates together, wishing them a harmonious union for 100 years. Subsequently, Perseus returned to the kingdom of Ethiopia with Andromeda, who, in her surprise at reuniting with her king and queen, recounted the tale of her rescue and expressed her profound love for Perseus, wishing to wed him. The queen, Cassiopeia, who had been engulfed in deep remorse for sending Andromeda away, unhesitatingly granted her long-lost daughter's request. Thus, a grand welcome banquet, accompanied by an engagement celebration, was held in the Ethiopian kingdom. As Perseus, slightly inebriated from the fine wines, animatedly narrated his encounter with Medusa to the assembled nobles, an unexpected intruder stormed into the feast, none other than Phineus, a fervent suitor of Andromeda. No, I shall not consent to this union. Andromeda belongs to me, Phineus bellowed. And with a flourish of his right hand, a throng of armed soldiers burst through the entrance, encircling the nobles present. If the king does not bestow Andromeda upon me, I shall slay everyone here, Phineus declared disdainfully, surveying the crowd with arrogance. What an antiquated trope from a bygone romance. Phineus, you malicious second lead, possess a rather alarming lack of self-awareness. With those soldiers you summoned, a mere finger from half-god Perseus could easily vanquish them, remarked the accompanying goddess, Rhodes, unable to suppress her derision as she regarded Phineus with an expression that suggested he was doomed. Ha! Is this truly the best you can do? At the sight of this spectacle, a tipsy Perseus could not help but laugh aloud. He leaped atop the dining table and, from his elevated position, addressed the assembly. Those who are friends of mine, close your eyes. He produced the package containing Medusa's head, and the nobles, having just heard of Perseus' triumph over the Gorgon, complied, shutting their eyes in belief. Only the followers of Phineus gazed at Perseus with bewilderment. After granting the assembled crowd approximately 30 seconds to react, he decisively tore away the cloth that concealed Medusa's head. In an instant, those captivating, enchanted eyes emitted a sinister green light, transforming all who dared to gaze at them into stone statues. All right, now everyone may open their eyes. When Andromeda opened hers, she beheld that Phineas and the soldiers he had summoned had all turned to stone. The recovering king promptly commanded that these statues be displayed in the central square of the kingdom, allowing the populace to witness the fate of those audacious enough to challenge him. Due to Phineas's intrusion, the evening's festivities were curtailed. However, the king made a vow to Perseus that on the morrow, he would wed Princess Andromeda in a ceremony blessed by the entire nation. Chapter 161. The future high priestess of Rotius, Perseus, basked in the celebratory salutes, flowers, and the goodwill of countless citizens as he and Andromeda successfully concluded their wedding ceremony, thus binding themselves as lifelong companions. Following the ceremony, undeterred by the revelry, Perseus led his new bride to his homeland of Polydectes. The triumphant return of Perseus astonished King Polydectes, who had presumed him doomed and had already celebrated with champagne. The king awkwardly regarded the package containing Medusa's head that Perseus presented, his voice trembling as he said, "Congratulations on your safe return, Perseus. You were truly valiant. As for Medusa's head, I believe it is best left in your care, for you alone are worthy of such a trophy." King Polydectes' refusal left Perseus bewildered. He could not fathom the king's sudden change of heart. Had he not insisted on receiving Medusa's head as a gift? Why, now that it was in his possession, did he reject it? Unable to reconcile this contradiction, Perseus ultimately returned Medusa's head to his embrace. He then bid farewell to King Polydectes alongside Andromeda before proceeding to meet his adoptive father, Dictys. After their departure, the countenance of King Polydectes darkened instantly. He decisively enacted his contingency plan, summoning a servant to retrieve the poison he had long prepared. "Cursed Perseus, this time I shall ensure your soul descends to the underworld." Gazing at the solitary drop of green, sinister liquid within the glass vial, a malevolent smile crept across Polydectes' face. Though seemingly scarce, this drop was the result of an exorbitant expenditure, for it contained the fabled venom of the terrifying monster, the Hydra. A mere drop was sufficient to cause the demise of a demigod. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was witnessed by Rhodius. Perseus had indeed encountered an abundance of misfortunes. The narrative had shifted from a romantic saga to one of palace intrigue, rendering it rather amusing. It was no wonder the system had labeled the quest as Unfortunate Perseus. Within the palace of Dictys, Andromeda joyfully accepted a splendid set of jewelry gifted by her father-in-law when a servant sent by Polydectes approached her. "Esteemed Perseus, this is a fine bottle of exquisite wine, bestowed upon you by King Polydectes in recognition of your heroic exploits. Please accept it." Upon receiving the wine from the servant, Perseus conveyed his gratitude to King Polydectes through the servant. Meanwhile, his adoptive father, Dictys, wore a contemplative expression, being Polydectes' biological brother. He understood his sibling all too well and was acutely aware of the long-standing enmity between Polydectes and Perseus, instilling within him a sense of caution regarding the wine. As the reception banquet commenced, and the harmonious trio enjoyed their meal, Perseus opened the royal gift of wine, intending to partake in its revelry. However, Dictys intervened, halting Perseus' pouring. "Dear Perseus, this wine, bestowed by the king, is exceedingly rare. I believe it would be wiser to preserve it rather than consume it. I possess a more suitable vintage for today's feast." He then dispatched a servant to fetch an aged, exquisite brew from his cellar as a substitute. Observing this scene, Rhodius silently nodded. In contrast to Perseus, his adoptive father displayed far greater wisdom. Nevertheless, the lingering presence of the Hydra's venom remained a peril. "It would be my duty to destroy it. Perseus, oh Perseus, you have indeed incurred a considerable debt to me." A sudden gust of wind swept across the dining table. However, curiously, the food upon it remained untouched. Only the exquisite wine, dispatched by King Polydectes, was toppled to the ground by the force of the wind. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and as Perseus beheld the scene in terror, the fine wine, upon meeting the earth, emitted a hissing noise, instantly corroding a large hole into the ground. Even the slow-witted Perseus grasped the cunning ploy of King Polydectes. Just as he was about to storm towards the palace to confront the king, he was halted by Dictys. Though Dictys shared in the anger towards his brother's actions, he ultimately held steadfast to their fraternal bond. Thus, he said to Perseus, "Perseus, you have now found a companion, and my greatest wish has been fulfilled. With my brother's current deeds, the kingdom of Polydectes no longer holds any ties for me. Let us depart from Polydectes and seek out your true parents." Under the persuasion of Dictys, Perseus ultimately spared King Polydectes. After packing his belongings, he, accompanied by Andromeda and Dictys, arrived before the temple of the goddess Rhea, the divine creator of humanity. Almost every kingdom and city-state boasts a temple dedicated to Rhea, commemorating the gifts she bestowed upon mankind. Placing fresh lotuses, specially crafted incense, and an abundant array of fruits and vegetables before the statue of the goddess, Perseus knelt, clasped his hands, and began to pray, "Esteemed goddess Rhea, in your benevolence, could you aid me once more? Would you reveal to me the identities of my biological parents?" Standing beside Perseus, Rhea directly communicated with the Book of Life and Death in the underworld, and promptly imparted the results into Perseus's mind. "Your mother is Princess Dana of the Argos kingdom, and your father is the valiant knight, Perseus." As the prayer concluded and Rhea's oracle manifested within him, joy illuminated Perseus's countenance, deepening his reverence and adoration for the goddess. He silently vowed to become the high priest of Rhea's temple in gratitude for her kindness. Thus, Perseus embarked on a quest to find his kin. Accompanied by his adoptive father Dictys and his wife Andromeda, they traversed mountains and rivers, ultimately arriving at the kingdom of Argos. Upon seeing Perseus, Queen Dana was overcome with tears, while King Perseus embraced him, shedding heartfelt tears of joy. It was revealed that after Perseus's departure, his grandfather, King Acrisius of Argos, tormented by the oracle's prophecy and fearing for his life, had vacated the throne, passing it to his son-in-law, Perseus. After ascending the throne, Perseus and Dana had tirelessly sent emissaries in search of Perseus, yet all efforts were in vain. Now, with their long-lost son returned, the emotional reunion nearly overwhelmed them. Chapter 162. The 12 Labors of Heracles. To celebrate Perseus's return, King Perseus organized a 7-day athletic competition aiming to bring joy to the entire nation. However, this sporting event inadvertently led to an unforeseen incident. In a discus-throwing competition, the restless Perseus could no longer contain his eagerness and decided to participate. As a demigod, his strength was astonishingly formidable, even without the use of divine power. The discus he hurled soared beyond the confines of the arena, inadvertently crashing into the onlookers. The incident unfolded so suddenly that even Lotus, who was observing the contest, failed to react in time, resulting in the tragic death of an elderly man beneath the weight of Perseus's discus. To make matters more absurd, this elderly individual was none other than the former king, Acrisius, who had previously sent Perseus away. After evading his fate for over 20 years, Acrisius ultimately succumbed to the prophecy foretold by Apollo, meeting his demise at the hands of his own grandson. This unexpected ethical turn of events left Lotus in profound contemplation. However, alongside the death of the old king, a system notification unexpectedly echoed in her ears, indicating the successful completion of the arduous task she had undertaken for the ill-fated Perseus. A fragment of the world gradually descended into her grasp, marking her progress in collecting these fragments at 210. Despite the task's completion, Lotus had no intention of returning to the divine realm. Instead, she chose to remain in the mortal world. The ordeal with Perseus had imparted a revelation by involving herself in the exploits of the illustrious heroes of ancient Greek mythology. She could undoubtedly trigger random tasks associated with each hero, a far swifter approach than aimlessly searching. With this thought in mind, Lotus promptly established a mental link with the mortal realm, acquiring a comprehensive list of all demigods within it, intending to seek her next target through this means. The number of demigods in the mortal realm surpassed her expectations. As she scanned the densely packed list of names, a familiar one caught her eye: Heracles. Was this not the very hero she had eagerly anticipated, destined for a fierce confrontation with the multi-headed dragon Ladon, the guardian of the golden apples? Indeed, it was decided. Heracles, await my arrival. Although Heracles held the esteemed title of demigod, he was not faring well compared to Perseus. An unfortunate incident during the ritual to awaken the divine blood within him had plunged the newly anointed demigod into a state of chaotic frenzy. In this chaotic state, Hercules inadvertently ended the lives of his wife, Megara, who sought to bless his ascension to demigod status, along with their 3 children. Once Hercules regained his senses with the help of a priest, he was consumed by unbearable grief over his heinous act of killing his wife and children, wandering in despair, accompanied by guilt. Ultimately, burdened by the remorse for his family's demise, Hercules accepted the 12 impossible tasks decreed by his father-in-law, King Creon, embracing this self-imposed punishment to torment both his body and spirit, seeking a semblance of psychological solace. However, at this juncture, Romes was unaware of the preceding tale. When she located Hercules, he stood at the threshold between the divine and mortal realms, poised to undertake the first of his 12 labors, slaying the Nemean lion. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random quest, Hercules' 12 impossible tasks. Due to the extensive duration and diverse nature of this quest, the system has enhanced the rewards. Upon completion, the host will receive 3 fragments of the world. Please decide whether to accept this quest. What? 3 world fragments for a single task? It seems I have indeed found the right person. Hercules, rest assured, I will assist you in completing these 12 tasks. With the successful acceptance of the quest, Hermes began to accompany Hercules on his journey to the divine realm. During their travels, Hermes unexpectedly discovered that Hercules was perusing a book she knew all too well. Her very first masterpiece, the comprehensive monster compendium of Greek mythology. The Nemean lion, offspring of Typhon and Echidna, appeared as a colossal lion, with tough skin and formidable defenses. Impervious to blades and immune to both fire and water. Listening to Hercules' murmurs, Hermes couldn't help but think to herself, I never expected. I never imagined. Out of the mere 20 copies of the compendium I printed, Hercules possesses one. What a serendipitous encounter. Since we are so fated, I ought to offer you some assistance. Observing Hercules clad in equipment even more meager than that of Perseus, Hermes had a sudden inspiration. She retrieved a colossal hammer from her system's backpack, one that even her original divine form found cumbersome to wield. Crafted by the Cyclopes, this hammer, which had failed to find a buyer, had finally encountered a worthy master. I believe this future demigod of strength will certainly be able to wield this hammer, which weighs as much as a small mountain. Now, let me ponder on how to present a gift to Heracles. The cunning Rhodeus, not wishing to reveal her true identity before him, decisively donned her disguise, embodying the image of an old woman who frequently appeared and vanished in the mortal realm. She placed the mighty hammer within a tranquil lake and, transforming into the elderly figure, hobbled towards the direction of Heracles, engaging in an unanticipated encounter. Young demigod, where are you headed? Heracles, engrossed in perusing the monstrous compendium authored by the goddess of creation, looked up to see a kindly old woman smiling at him, her identity shrouded in mystery. Which divine entity might you be? He mused, for in his knowledge of the Olympian gods, there were scarcely any deities resembling an old woman. Despite his perplexity, Heracles responded courteously, I am on my way to slay the Nemean lion, a scourge upon the land. The Nemean lion? A truly ferocious beast. Rhodeus feigned an aged voice. Dear young demigod, I fear that your strength alone may prove insufficient to contend with it. Gazing at Heracles, she continued, however, our meeting today is indeed fortuitous. Allow me to guide you. Beneath the depths of a nearby lake lies a formidable artifact crafted by the Cyclopes. With its aid, you shall possess the prowess to confront the Nemean lion. Could this be the lake spoken of by the enigmatic deity? Heracles beheld the seemingly bottomless waters with a skeptical expression, uncertain of the truth in the divine words. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the emerald depths, disappearing from sight. After swimming for nearly 15 breaths, he indeed discovered a massive hammer embedded in the silt at the lake's bottom. The deity had not deceived him. This must be the legendary artifact. Heracles extended his right hand, gripping the hammer's handle, but found it exceedingly heavy, resisting his single-handed attempt to extract it from the mire. Thus, he employed both hands, summoning all his strength, and at last, the hammer began to yield, slowly freeing itself from the silt, until it was finally drawn forth entirely. Beholding the extraordinary weapon in his grasp, a look of elation spread across Heracles' face. This hammer exuded an impressive aura, indeed fitting for him. He was profoundly grateful to the mysterious deity for this boon. With the mighty artifact in tow, Heracles swam back to the surface, only to discover another unexpected revelation upon reaching the shore. The divine hammer possessed the remarkable ability to alter its size at his whim. He promptly transformed it into the size of a mallet, subsequently securing it with a rope and fastening it to his back. After traversing the rugged terrain for half a day, the scenery before Heracles began to shift. The dense thickets gradually vanished, giving way to a landscape strewn with the bleached bones of countless animals. Heracles understood that he had indeed arrived at the lair of the Nemean lion. After he had taken several dozen more steps, he immediately beheld, not far away, a terrifying lion-like creature, its size akin to that of a small mountain. At that moment, it was leisurely extending its barbed tongue to groom its tough, armored fur. Having successfully located his target, Hercules wasted no time. He swiftly removed the hammer from his back and resized it to a more manageable form. He then raised the heavy hammer and swung it down towards the Nemean lion from behind. The lion, engrossed in its grooming, suddenly felt a chill along its spine. Instinctively, it adjusted its posture and rolled to the side. Thud! Hercules' massive hammer missed its mark, striking the ground with a thunderous impact, sending up a colossal cloud of dust. The Nemean lion, having narrowly evaded this perilous strike, swiftly turned its head towards Hercules, extending its claws as hard as steel, baring its immense jaws. And crouching to gather strength, it lunged fiercely at Hercules. After the initial attack had failed, Hercules promptly adjusted his stance, raising the divine hammer once more to strike at the approaching Nemean lion. Under the assault of this divine hammer, meticulously crafted by the one-eyed giant, even the Nemean lion, renowned for its imperviousness and formidable defenses, visibly succumbed to the impact, with significant indentations marking its flesh where the hammer struck. This indicated that the divine weapon could effortlessly breach the lion's formidable armor. The lion's once proud pelt lost its efficacy, foreshadowing its inevitable demise. After a protracted battle, amidst the cheers of the skyward cheerleader, Rhodeus, the colossal hammer of Heracles descended upon the lion's head, extinguishing the life of this once mighty beast in its final moments of despair. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, Heracles promptly skinned the lion, donning its remarkably resilient hide as armor. The lion's head became a helmet, resting upon his brow. Observing Heracles' primitive yet practical attire, Rhodeus nodded approvingly. Indeed, Heracles displayed far more acumen than Paisius, demonstrating resourcefulness by repurposing the fallen creature to gain an advantage. With the first seemingly impossible task accomplished, Heracles swiftly retrieved the monster compendium from his breast, seeking details about his next target, the nine-headed Hydra. This posed a significant challenge, as the Hydra possessed the ability to alter its surroundings, residing in a lake formed from its own venom. Although the Nemean lion's pelt might provide protection against the Hydra's venomous fangs, a single drop of its poison could spell doom for him. What could he possibly do? In the celestial realm, Romes, upon learning that the second mission target was Hydra, began to contemplate how she could assist the evidently unprepared Heracles in overcoming the beast. Let me ponder, she mused, opening her system backpack to search for suitable antidotes. As she rummaged through her belongings, she stumbled upon a long-forgotten elixir nestled in the corner of her bag, the concentration pill. Oh, is this not the reward for my very first task in the realm of Greek mythology? It possesses the power to dispel all negative effects. How fortuitous that it should come in handy now. It seems I am making good use of what was once deemed useless. Having discovered a useful item, Romes transformed once more into an elderly woman and appeared before Heracles. Ah, young demigod, congratulations on your triumph over the Nemean lion. The sudden appearance of Romes startled Heracles, who, upon recognizing the benevolent deity who had aided him, immediately responded, "Esteemed goddess, it is through your assistance that I was able to conquer the Nemean lion. Might I know your name, so that I may offer my gratitude and devotion?" Young demigod, I wish to remain anonymous, and I seek no offerings. Your heartfelt gratitude is sufficient for me to know, Romes replied kindly. She then presented the concentration pill to Heracles, stating, "This pill has the efficacy to counteract all poisons. I believe it will prove useful to you." As Heracles reached out to accept the pill, he intended to express further thoughts, but to his bewilderment, the goddess in her elderly guise had vanished once more. What a mysteriously elusive goddess she is. How did she know of my struggles with Hydra's venom? Could she be one of the fabled Moirai, the three fates? Chapter 164. The Hydra falls to flames regardless of whether this goddess was indeed the enigmatic Moirai. Heracles, now in possession of the concentration pill, embarked on his journey toward the lair of the nine-headed Hydra. Meanwhile, Romes, trailing behind in the sky, found herself increasingly bored and could not resist a playful thought. In many fantastical novels of my past life, there are inexplicable old men who bestow techniques, secrets, and elixirs upon the protagonists. Is my relationship with Heracles not akin to this? I suddenly feel like an auxiliary intelligence guiding a protagonist on their journey. However, is it not also true that Heracles serves as my intelligence? His completion of tasks directly benefits me, allowing me to acquire rewards. It seems we are indeed utilizing one another. No, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement, a symbiotic relationship. While Romes was preoccupied with her thoughts, Heracles had already arrived at the lair of the nine-headed Hydra, a realm entirely distinct from the ordinary world above, steeped in toxic essence. Unlike the commonplace flora, The vegetation in the Hydra's habitat boasted intensely vivid hues, unequivocally signaling their lethal nature. The air, too, was no longer clear and pristine. It was saturated with noxious mists of various colors, enveloping the darkly purple lake where the Hydra resided in an ethereal, yet perilous aura. Confronted by this treacherous domain, Heracles promptly retrieved the potent elixir gifted by Romes and swallowed it. According to her, this potion would render him immune to toxins for a single day, after which its effects would dissipate. Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the deep purple lake, fortified against poison, Heracles took a deep breath and plunged into the water, heading towards the Hydra's stronghold. Upon spotting the colossal creature nestled at the lake's bottom, even the prepared Heracles felt a momentary jolt of fear. Fortunately, the Hydra remained in slumber, unaware of his approach. Seizing the opportunity, Heracles raised his mighty hammer and struck one of the Hydra's central heads. With a resounding thud, that head was reduced to mere pulp, awakening the creature from its dreams. Startled, the Hydra opened its eyes, and its remaining 8 heads gaped wide, revealing sharp, venomous fangs as they lunged at Heracles. Yet, instead of retreating, he stood his ground, and the Hydra's fangs, which seemed capable of easily piercing flesh, clashed against the Nemean lion's hide that adorned his armor, producing a metallic clang. Realizing that this audacious intruder was clad in the skin of its fallen brother, the Hydra understood its fangs were futile against such protection. In response, it swung its massive tail at Heracles while instinctively activating its innate abilities. As Heracles narrowly evaded the colossal tail, he was startled to see that the head he had shattered was sprouting flesh, and astonishingly, 2 serpentine heads emerged from the severed stump. This unexpected turn of events took Heracles by surprise, prompting a flurry of thoughts as he contemplated how to confront this formidable foe capable of regenerating its heads. After enduring a fierce struggle that spanned numerous rounds, the astute mind of Heracles suddenly conceived a brilliant strategy. He swiftly turned his body and valiantly swam towards the lake shore, observing its prey attempting to flee. The Hydra promptly gave chase, undulating its robust form in an S shape as it pursued Heracles onto the lake's banks. Upon reaching the shore first, Heracles immediately raised his divine hammer, calibrating his strength, and struck down upon a massive boulder by the lake's edge. The collision of the rock and the hammer ignited dazzling sparks, which cascaded onto the toxic flora, transforming the lakeside into a blazing inferno. Once he had completed his preparations, the Hydra emerged from the water, its 10 heads breaking the surface, disregarding the surrounding flames as it fixated on Heracles and lunged towards him. Observing the scene from above, the clever Rhodius marveled at the audacious actions of Heracles, who battled the Hydra. With her profound understanding of the creature, she quickly grasped Heracles' intentions. A fire on the mountain, a steel wall within. Young Heracles, we all share the responsibility of preserving our environment. Such acts of arson are misguided. Yet, your ingenuity shines through. Employing flames to thwart the regeneration of the Hydra's heads is indeed a testament to your cleverness as a hero. Heracles' strategy aligned perfectly with Rhodius' astute deductions. After several rounds of fierce combat, the massive yet cumbersome Hydra revealed a vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Heracles plunged the divine hammer into the flames, observing with satisfaction as the fire clung to its surface. He then struck the Hydra's exposed head with great force. The resounding impact echoed, and one of the Hydra's heads was crushed into a pulpy mass. The flames scorched the severed neck, stifling its regenerative abilities, and indeed, no new head emerged from the charred wound. As the fire spread, the inferno expanded further. Protected by the impenetrable hide of the Nemean lion, Heracles felt no discomfort. However, the Hydra writhed in agony from the relentless heat, which hindered its ability to regenerate. It soon contemplated retreating back into the water. Yet, Heracles would not grant it that reprieve. He circled behind the creature, wielding his hammer with relentless determination, impeding its escape towards the lake. Thus, through the combined ferocity of Heracles' onslaught and the engulfing flames, the Hydra's 10 heads were systematically obliterated, and this notorious beast met its demise. After the creature's death, Heracles extinguished the surrounding flames with the lake's water and proceeded to dismantle the Hydra's body, submerging the divine hammer in its blood to imbue it with potent enchantments. As the venomous blood of the Hydra gradually stained the divine hammer a peculiar shade of green, it signified that the weapon had become tainted by the creature's poison. Witnessing the spectacle of Heracles' ineptitude, Rhys sought to devise a plan. She stealthily approached the decapitated body of the Hydra, quietly retrieving a crystal vial to fill it with the creature's toxic blood. The potential horrors of an artifact tempered with Hydra's blood intrigued her. Once she fulfilled Heracles' task, she would seek out the Cyclops and Hephaestus to experiment with it. Chapter 165. The approaching hero to slay the dragon. As Rhys journeyed towards Mount Serenia, she indeed found herself perplexed by Heracles' third task. This seemingly insurmountable challenge entailed the live capture of the golden-horned, bronze-hoofed Serenian hind, a creature intricately linked to her dear friend, the huntress goddess Artemis. This hind was one of the 5 sacred deer captured during Artemis' inaugural hunt, which she had released back into the wild, designating them as her guardian beasts. Heracles' reckless attempt to seize the hind would undoubtedly displease Artemis, inciting conflict between them. Should Apollo, her overly affectionate brother, intervene, Heracles would find himself in dire straits. It seemed prudent for Rhys to consult Artemis beforehand. With such thoughts in mind, Rhys paused her pursuit of Heracles and instead made her way to the concealed hunting temple nestled within the deep woods. "Esteemed Rhys, what brings you to my abode?" Artemis exclaimed with surprise upon the arrival of her visitor. Since Rhys ascended to primordial divinity, she had not encountered the elusive goddess. "My dear Elle, there is no need for formalities," Rhys replied warmly, embracing the huntress goddess, and together they entered the sacred temple at Artemis' invitation. As Artemis meticulously presented her cherished wines, fresh fruits, and smoked venison to entertain her esteemed guest, Rotius, he, without hesitation, lifted a goblet of fine wine and eagerly stuffed a slice of smoked venison into his mouth. After savoring the exquisite delicacies hosted by Artemis for a while, Rotius, undeterred by her surroundings, candidly articulated her purpose for visiting. "Dearest Elle," she began, "a demigod from the mortal realm is tasked with accomplishing 12 impossible feats, one of which involves capturing your beautiful red deer. I have come specifically regarding this demigod's undertaking." As she spoke, Rotius retrieved a silver divine bow from her system pack, undoubtedly a masterpiece crafted by the Cyclopes. "I intend to use this bow to atone for the actions of that demigod. Rest assured, once the demigod returns to the mortal realm to fulfill the task, I shall promptly return the red deer to you, utterly unharmed." Artemis, eyeing the extraordinary bow in Rotius's hands, felt a flicker of desire, as she was in need of a suitable weapon. Upon hearing Rotius's promise, she eventually nodded in agreement to Rotius's request. "My dear Rotius, your assurance brings me comfort. However, I must inquire why you are inclined to assist this demigod from the mortal realm?" Instantly grasping Artemis's implication, Rotius vehemently denied, "I am not. I did not. Do not say such things. I merely admire the accomplishments of that demigod and harbor no ulterior motives. Moreover, Elle, let us not forget that I, like you, have sworn to remain a maiden." It was only upon Rotius's reminder that Artemis recalled their shared allegiance to the sisterhood of maidens, and she felt a pang of embarrassment for her earlier, misplaced thoughts, promptly offering an apology to Rotius. Rotius, for her part, chose not to dwell on Artemis's slip of the tongue and readily forgave her. After successfully establishing their agreement, Rotius took her leave and returned to the side of Heracles. At that moment, Heracles was breathlessly pursuing the red deer, which was steadily increasing the distance between them. As Artemis's guardian beast, the red deer was indeed no ordinary creature. It possessed astonishing speed and remarkable endurance, akin to Rotius's own swift companion. Thus, it would be no small feat for Heracles to catch up with it. In the ensuing 5 days, Remes watched with unflagging interest as Heracles, relentless in his pursuits, endeavored time and again to chase the elusive hind, only to be thwarted by exhaustion each time. Although Remes could offer assistance to Heracles, having already resolved the considerable dilemma posed by Artemis, she chose not to intervene further in the matter of the hind. After an arduous stalemate lasting 7 days, Hercules ultimately emerged victorious, skillfully employing a self-made trap to capture the relentless golden hind. Having successfully tamed the creature, Hercules rode it onward, his next endeavor being the long-anticipated acquisition of the golden apples desired by Rhodes. The golden apples had been relocated by Hera from Mount Olympus to the idyllic valley discovered by Rhodes. Thus, apart from Zeus, Hera, Rhodes, and the multi-headed dragon laden guarding the apples, no other deity knew the whereabouts of the apple tree. Consequently, Hercules found himself perplexed, grappling with the challenge of locating the fabled tree before devising a strategy to confront the vigilant dragon. What am I to do? I have no idea where the golden apple tree lies. Should I venture to Mount Olympus and inquire directly with the king of gods, Zeus, and Queen Hera? No, that would be folly. If they learn I seek to steal the apples, I would undoubtedly be cast into Tartarus as punishment. Just as confusion enveloped Hercules, The wise old woman of Rhodes reappeared, presenting him with a map detailing the hidden location of the golden apple tree, much to Hercules' astonishment. Follow the map's guidance, Hercules. I believe you shall succeed in obtaining the golden apples under the watchful eyes of the dragon Laden. Chapter 166. The unilateral domination of the Chinibu dragon guided by the map provided by Rhodes. Our hero Hercules embarked on a new quest, diligently seeking the marked location. Due to the remarkable concealment of the golden apple tree, Hercules spent 3 to 4 days locating the site circled in red on the map. As he gazed upon the narrow entrance barely wide enough for a single person, a question arose in his mind. How could such a constricted passage accommodate the grand apple tree and the fearsome multi-headed dragon Laden? As a native Greek unfamiliar with the hidden paradise, Hercules could not fathom the wondrous world that awaited beyond the entrance, where he would discover a vast expanse after traversing but a few steps. Nonetheless, he reasoned that the benevolent deity who had aided him multiple times would not deceive him. With this thought in mind, the brawny Heracles sidled sideways, squeezing himself through an entrance that seemed impossible for his robust frame to navigate. Pressed against the stone wall, he groped forward for several dozen meters, until his top body suddenly relaxed as the path ahead began to widen. Turning his form, he advanced another several steps, ultimately arriving at a hidden valley, resplendent with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. In the heart of the valley stood a tree, resplendent in golden hues, radiating a dazzling light. Yet, more striking was the sight of a colossal dragon, its massive form entirely gilded and adorned with a multitude of heads. Coiled beneath the fruit-laden tree, lost in a deep slumber, this formidable creature was none other than Laden, the 100-headed dragon, who had entered into a labor contract with Hera through the machinations of the cunning goddess, Rhodes. At the time of each golden apple's ripening, Laden, who is now more than twice his original size, is able to partake in the fruits of his labor. His golden scales have grown increasingly resilient, significantly enhancing both his defensive and offensive capabilities. In the present moment, he might be considered the most formidable being among the progeny of Typhon and Echidna. Faced with this terrifying multi-headed dragon, the first thought that arose in Hercules' mind was to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. He gazed at the plump golden apples dangling from the branches, then shifted his attention to the thunderous snores emanating from Laden, swiftly devising a plan for theft. Tensing every muscle in his body, he held his breath and began to move stealthily. What should have been a mere 30 steps turned into 70 or 80 as Hercules carefully maneuvered around to position himself behind Laden. Fortunately, the slumbering dragon remained oblivious to his presence. Just as Hercules concentrated his divine energy to strike the nearest golden apple, the thunderous snoring abruptly ceased, and hundreds of cold, slitted eyes instantaneously locked onto his form. Daring thief, you audaciously attempt to pilfer the golden apples from the esteemed tree of Zeus and Hera. Fortunately, the astute Lord Laden has detected your presence. Surrender at once, and perhaps Lord Laden will grant you mercy. Hidden in the shadows, Rhodes covered her face upon hearing Laden's proclamation. Was it not astonishing how this melodramatic dragon had not altered in temperament over time, but rather seemed to become increasingly entrenched in his theatricality? What appeared to Rhodes as a jest, however, weighed heavily on the discovered Hercules. Under the oppressive aura of Laden, Hercules felt as if he were petrified, his body stiffening against his will as he stood rigidly in place. Seeing that Hercules offered no resistance, Laden assumed he had cowed him into submission and nodded with satisfaction. How about that? You are indeed awed by the presence of Lord Laden. You seem quite obedient, therefore. I shall overlook this transgression and grant you a reprieve. I command you to depart within 10 seconds, lest the fearsome Laden hear you. Hercules, disregarding all else, summoned every ounce of strength to extricate himself from the clutches of the formidable dragon. He swiftly turned and fled from the hidden valley. It was only upon reaching the narrow entrance that Hercules collapsed, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. He had never anticipated that the 100-headed dragon, Laden, would prove to be several times more powerful than the 9-headed Hydra, an adversary far beyond his current capabilities. In truth, the Hydra's might far surpassed that of Hercules, who should have engaged in a fierce battle against it. However, thanks to the concentration potion bestowed upon him by the N.C. Rhodes, he was able to withstand the Hydra's most lethal weapon, the venom. Coupled with the invulnerable hide of the Nemean lion, the formidable hammer forged by the Cyclopes, and the astute battle strategy of fire, Hercules managed to slay the Hydra. Now, faced with this 100-headed dragon, Hercules found himself without even a moment's opportunity to raise a hand, leaving him with little hope of conquering Laden. Rhodes, having long anticipated a valiant battle between hero and dragon, shook his head gently as he observed Hercules being relentlessly overwhelmed by Ladin. It became evident that the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Ladin, possessing the might of a deity of higher realms, was not a foe Hercules could contend with. My hopes for victory seemed destined to be dashed. I am left wondering what means Hercules might employ to secure the golden apples guarded by Ladin. Regaining his composure, Hercules began to contemplate how he might circumvent Ladin to successfully procure the golden apples. He retrieved the compendium of Greek mythological creatures compiled by Romes and began to peruse it earnestly, fond of all things glittering. Hercules stroked his chin as he pondered the countless treasures within the dragon's lair. Perhaps I could exploit this character trait of his to momentarily control Ladin. In the midst of Lotus' perplexed gaze, Hercules, who had gradually begun to sketch the outlines of his plan in his mind, promptly set his scheme into motion. He meticulously observed the surrounding terrain and ultimately arrived at a cavern nestled within a nearby mountain range. As he beheld the glimmers of gold emanating from the rocky walls, Hercules brandished his mighty hammer and commenced a vigorous excavation. Transforming into a gold miner, Hercules wielded his hammer with ferocity, turning the cavern into a chaotic upheaval. Although the scene appeared tumultuous, the shimmering gold hidden amidst the rubble and stones unmistakably attested to Hercules' success in his quest for gold. After clearing the debris, he gazed upon a mound of gold that resembled a small mountain, a smile gracing his lips. With such a bountiful treasure as bait, he was certain that the 100-headed dragon Ladin would soon take the hook. Chapter 167. Ladin trapped in the lure of wealth. The full moon hung high, its luminous rays illuminating the earth shrouded in darkness. Under the veil of night, Hercules stealthily returned to the secret valley where the golden apple tree resided, laden with an abundance of gold. Under the enchanting influence of the shimmering sleep powder from the god of slumber, Hypnos, the lethargic dragon Ladin succumbed early to a delightful realm of dreams. Fortunately, Ladin was in a state of slumber, which facilitated my actions. Hercules mused silently. With utmost caution, he delicately extracted a piece of gold from the mountain of riches he bore on his back and began arranging it upon the ground. Before long, a trap that appeared exceedingly dubious was set. Suspended in midair, Rhodes observed Hercules' rudimentary contraption with skepticism, questioning, is such a flawed trap truly effective? Yet, considering the greedy nature of the second-rate dragon, he mused, I truly believe he might take the bait. Just as Rhodes silently mocked Ladin, Hercules commenced his subsequent maneuver. He deliberately picked up a piece of gold and hurled it to the ground, producing a resounding clatter before swiftly retreating into the shadows. The sound of the gold crashing to the earth swiftly roused the slumbering Ladin, who opened his multitude of eyes simultaneously and immediately spotted the scattered gold pieces glimmering faintly in the dark. Goodness, is this still a dream? How could such an abundance of gold appear so suddenly? Ladin extended his massive claw, picking up a piece of gold, the weight in his palm confirming the reality of his situation. Cautiously, Ladin's myriad head scanned the surroundings, yet fortunately, he did not detect the concealed Hercules. Once assured there was no danger, all of Ladin's eyes transformed into gleaming orbs of wonder, and he promptly rose to gather the gold. Meanwhile, Hercules, who had been hidden for a considerable time, revealed himself. Noting that the ensnared Ladin had strayed a distance from the golden apple tree, he swiftly maneuvered to the base of the precious tree. Gazing at the golden apples within arm's reach, Hercules swallowed nervously, gathering his divine power into a sharp blade, which he used to sever the golden apple from its branch. With precision, he reached out to catch the falling apple firmly in his grasp. Having achieved his objective, Hercules had no time to celebrate. He retreated swiftly, once again cloaked in shadows. Oblivious to the unusual happenings behind him, Ladin remained engrossed in collecting gold. After gathering at least 30 pieces, he finally arrived at the trap's end, a dazzling mountain of gold. Which deity bestowed such a magnificent gift upon Ladin for his diligent guardianship of the golden apple tree? It has been ages since I beheld such a bounty of gold. Due to Ladin's unwavering vigilance over the golden apple tree, he found himself devoid of any leisure time to scavenge for various glittering treasures, resulting in his little vault lacking new acquisitions for quite some time. Upon beholding the mountain of gold, he disregarded all caution and clasped the apples to his chest, a blissful, foolish grin illuminating his face. Ladin's behavior was precisely what Heracles had hoped for. He began to stealthily make his way along the shadows towards the valley's entrance, ultimately slipping away unnoticed with the golden apples from this secretive veil. Observing the entire episode, Rhymes was left speechless by Ladin's antics. She had not anticipated that mere gold could so swiftly diminish his intellect, and cause him to forget his primary duties. It seemed necessary for me to have a word with Hera, suggesting that she provide Layden with some employee training to prevent such occurrences in the future. As Heracles emerged from the narrow passageway into the valley, he could no longer contain his excitement and, with clenched fists, let out a triumphant cheer. The successful theft of the golden apples indicated that only one of the 12 seemingly insurmountable tasks remained for him to tackle in the realm of the gods, retrieving the guardian of the gates to the underworld. The fearsome three-headed hound, Cerberus. Finding a suitable campsite, Heracles kindled a fire, and by its flickering light, he perched upon a large stone and reopened the comprehensive compendium of Greek mythological monsters in his possession. I must commend the goddess Rhymes. This compendium has been immensely helpful. It has enabled me to triumph over the Nemean lion, the nine-headed hydra, and to successfully ensnare the 100-headed dragon, Layden. Upon discovering that Cerberus' weakness lay in melodious music, Heracles could not help but express his admiration for the author of this invaluable tome, Rhymes. Unbeknownst to him, the very goddess he praised was seated beside him, reveling in his accolades with a satisfied smile. Ah, young Heracles, you certainly recognize the brilliance of my compendium. It is indeed an essential item for any adventure. Once I conclude this task, I must arrange for additional copies to ensure that everyone can benefit from such a remarkable resource. After indulging in her self-praise, Rhymes retrieved the key to the underworld from her system pouch and opened the passageway leading to its entrance. Eager to greet her beloved Cerberus and the lord of the underworld, Hades, suddenly appearing before the bronze gates, Rhymes startled the three-headed hound, who, mistaking her for an inspector of cleanliness, immediately spoke up. Goddess Rhymes, I assure you I have been attentive to my hygiene lately. I no longer suffer from issues of decay. Acknowledging the hound's words with a nod, Rhymes gently patted each of Cerberus's fluffy heads, saying, "That's splendid. Do remember to maintain this diligence, dear Cerberus." Seeing the second one nodding like a garlic clove, with a smile gracing her lips, Lotus shifted her tone, stating, however, "I have not come this time to assess your well-being, but rather to extend a warm greeting to you all." Under the watchful gaze of Cerberus's 3 bewildered eyes, Lotus elaborated on the situation concerning Heracles. In a few days, a demigod from the mortal realm would arrive in the underworld, with the intent of bringing you back to the world of the living. I fear that his actions may incite some unnecessary troubles, hence my early warning. However, there is no need for you to be anxious, nor should you deliberately ease his way. Simply act as you usually would. Whether he succeeds depends solely on his own capabilities. Chapter 168. The enchanting voice of Heracles having concluded negotiations with Cerberus, Lotus reappeared in the throne room of Hades, where he found the lord of the underworld entwined in affectionate exchanges with Persephone. Upon seeing Lotus again, Hades was taken aback, as it had not been long since their last meeting concerning Orpheus. He had not anticipated Lotus's frequent visits to the underworld of late. Noticing Hades's expression, Lotus waved his hand in resignation and recounted the tale of Heracles and his impending actions towards Cerberus. After listening to Lotus's account, Hades nodded and replied, "Esteemed Lotus, I am already aware of the situation regarding Heracles. However, the guardianship of the gates of the underworld is a heavy burden. Once his task is complete, I kindly request that you ensure he returns Cerberus promptly." "I understand, Hades. It is settled then." Observing Hades and Persephone, fingers intertwined, Lotus chose to quietly depart the underworld, returning to the bustling realm of Heracles. Lacking Lotus's convenient portals to the underworld, Heracles was compelled to journey to the farthest western reaches of the world, to the side of the White Tiger Pillar, one of the 4 pillars of heaven, which bordered the entrance to the underworld. Riding the red doe of the huntress he had previously rescued, Heracles spent an entire day reaching the deep chasm that led to the underworld. There, apart from him, stood Thanatos, the personification of death, who had just collected a large number of souls and was preparing to return to the underworld. Thanatos regarded the furtive Heracles with caution as he prowled near the entrance. Just as he was about to confront him, he felt a powerful force locking onto him, followed by the familiar voice that resonated in his ear. "Long time no see, dear Thanatos." As the binding force dissipated, Thanatos turned, slightly astonished. "It has indeed been a while, Lotus. Ever since your ascension, I have scarcely glimpsed your presence." Listening to this sentiment, reminiscent of Artemis's words, Lotus touched his nose, pondering, "Unbeknownst to me, I have seemingly become invisible among the gods. Yet, one cannot blame them for such thoughts, after all. I have been preoccupied with unlocking achievements across the world, leaving little time for social engagements." Lotus gently shook her head, resolutely deciding to present herself more frequently before the pantheon of gods in the time to come. She then began to elucidate the 12 seemingly insurmountable tasks to Thanatos, who evidently regarded Heracles with suspicion. How audacious of this demigod to contemplate the abduction of Cerberus. Just as Thanatos expressed his astonishment, Heracles, who had been observing the entrance to the underworld for quite some time, boldly stepped into the terrifying chasm that seemed intent on engulfing him. His form soon emerged within the realm of the dead. Upon entering the underworld, a chilling sensation surged up Heracles' spine. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the countless souls orderly queuing to pass through the gates of the underworld, many of them clutching honey cakes wafting a sweet aroma. His target, the formidable three-headed hound Cerberus, stood proudly, its 3 pairs of blood-red eyes surveying the souls below. Should any ill-mannered spirits attempt to cut in line, Cerberus would emit a deep, menacing growl. This posed a dilemma. Although he was aware that music was Cerberus' weakness, the throng of souls made it unwise to act impulsively, as such a disturbance could plunge the underworld into chaos, a responsibility he was ill-equipped to bear. It seemed prudent to wait for a moment when no souls were present to execute his plan. Moreover, even if he were to successfully capture Cerberus, he would need to return swiftly to the realm of the living and subsequently return the beast to the underworld, lest he become a pariah himself. Indeed, one must commend Heracles for his intellect. He understood that Cerberus' abrupt disappearance would wreak havoc upon the underworld, and he had no desire to incur the wrath of Hades, the sovereign of the dead. Thus, he commenced a protracted wait, the duration of which was lost on him, until the line of souls gradually dissipated. Once the last soul had passed through the bronze gates, Heracles sprang into action, his senses heightened. He retrieved a bamboo flute from his breast and raised it to his lips. However, the celestial melody he envisioned failed to materialize, replaced instead by a cacophony that was 100 times more grating than the sound of sawing wood. Observing Heracles' every move, Lotus and Thanatos grimaced as the discordant notes reached their ears, hastily covering them with their hands. Cerberus, tormented by the unbearable noise, curled upon the ground, burying its 3 heads within its body in a desperate attempt to shield itself from the cacophony. After 5 or 6 seconds of fruitless effort, Heracles, realizing he lacked the musical finesse, set down the bamboo flute amidst the expectant gazes of Lotus and Thanatos. He turned around, relieved to find only Cerberus as his sole audience. Acknowledging that his direct performance had proven ineffective, Heracles swiftly activated an alternative strategy. He took out a leaf from his bosom, a precious specimen he had specially gathered a few days prior, inscribed with the enchanting melodies of the nymphs. Under the activation of Hercules' divine power, the melodious voices recorded within the leaves began to resonate at the entrance of the underworld. This harmonious sound, in stark contrast to the earlier cacophony, could only be described as celestial music, rendering Cerberus entranced, as if listening to the strains of divine melodies. And he gradually succumbed to slumber. Seizing this opportune moment, Hercules bound Cerberus with ropes and, employing sheer strength, hoisted the beast upon his back, thus making his way out of the underworld's entrance. Observing Hercules' successful abduction of Cerberus, Rhodeus could not suppress her urge to comment. Pray tell, Hercules, knowing all too well the inadequacy of your musical prowess, why did you not release the nymph's song from the very beginning? Must you inflict such auditory torment upon me? This slight, I shall remember. Unbeknownst to Hercules, who was hastening towards the mortal realm, Rhodeus had inscribed his name in her ledger, foreseeing that he would soon encounter unforeseen misfortunes as a consequence of this dismal performance. Chapter 169. The heroine Rhodeus at the boundary where the divine realm meets the mortal world, clad in the hide of the Nemean lion. Wielding a hammer imbued with the venom of the 9-headed Hydra at his waist, and bearing the thunderous Cerberus upon his back, Hercules, accompanied by the guardian of the hunt, the sacred stag, and cradling the precious golden apples, arrived gracefully in the human domain. Rhodeus, having been both astonished and entertained by Hercules' peculiar appearance throughout their journey, ceased her torrent of critiques and followed him into the mortal realm. Rhodeus remained steadfast in her mission. Once Hercules successfully delivered the task to King Creon, she would swiftly liberate the unfortunate stag and Cerberus, returning them to the divine realm. Hercules' arrival sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom, particularly with the presence of Cerberus, whose fearsome visage caused many who dreaded death to scream in terror. Even King Creon, who had devised these 12 seemingly insurmountable tasks with the intent of ensuring Hercules' demise, was left speechless upon witnessing the 3-headed dog, the sacred stag, and the golden apples. He had not anticipated that his former son-in-law would triumphantly complete 5 of the tasks. Upon meticulously verifying the records, King Creon reluctantly marked off the 5 tasks that Heracles had accomplished on the parchment scroll detailing 12 assignments. Now, he could only hope that the remaining 7 challenges in the realm of mortals would prove formidable enough to confound the formidable Heracles. At the very moment Creon completed his review, the divine power of Remes surged forth, and the golden horned stag alongside Cerberus was swiftly dispatched back to the celestial domain by her decree. As for the golden apple, Remes did not reclaim it. For when Heracles pilfered the fruit, she had already communicated with its rightful owner, the goddess of marriage, Hera. Hera, in her magnanimity, generously bestowed the golden apple upon the astute and valiant Heracles. Observing Creon's acknowledgement of his completed tasks, Heracles lingered no longer in melancholy. He promptly set forth to confront the remaining 7 challenges that awaited him. Thus, he had yet to capture the Erymanthian boar, clean the stables of Augeas, eliminate the monstrous birds by the shores of Lake Stymphalus, tame the rampaging bull, subdue the man-eating centaurs, steal the belt of Hippolyta, and seize the cattle of Geryon, each task laden with its own formidable trials and tribulations. In the ensuing month, Rhodius accompanied Heracles as he traversed the farthest reaches of the world. Her persona as the sagacious N.C. crone garnered increasing reverence from Heracles, to the extent that the demigod would incessantly inquire about her esteemed name whenever she manifested. Eventually, wearied by his relentless questioning, Rhodius revealed her true form before him. Upon discovering that the one who had been aiding him was the divine creator of the human realm, the illustrious goddess Rhodius, Heracles prostrated himself before her in deep veneration. This reverence culminated in Heracles following in the footsteps of Perseus after the successful completion of 12 formidable tasks, embarking on a mission to propagate the teachings of Rhodius among mortals. Having guided both Heracles and Perseus, Rhodius earned the title of the Mother of Heroes. However, having successfully acquired 3 shards of the world, bringing her halfway to the goal of 10, Rhodius expressed her discontent upon hearing her new title. What is this? Mother of Heroes? Me? The youthful and enchanting goddess could hardly fathom being labeled as a matron. I am far from old enough for such a designation. Reluctantly, she accepted the title, which had already gained considerable currency among mortals, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce to a name that belied her youth. In pursuit of swiftly completing the task concerning the shards of the mobile world, Rhodius hastened to embark on a new series of encounters with heroes. This time, her target was Jason, the valiant leader who had gathered numerous heroes in search of the fabled Golden Fleece. Jason, the son of Ezon, the king of Iolcos, was destined to inherit the throne. Yet, his uncle, Peleus, seized the opportunity amidst turmoil to usurp Ezon's reign and secure the throne of Iolcos. When the grown Jason approached his uncle to reclaim his rightful kingship, Peleus feigned compliance but claimed that the Golden Fleece, now safeguarded by King Aetes, belonged to their family. He asserted that only upon Jason's successful retrieval of their lost treasure could he reclaim his throne. Thus, the young Jason began to rally the demigods of the human realm, hoping that, with their assistance, they could journey to the kingdom of Colchis to seek the Golden Fleece bestowed by the messenger god Hermes. Fortuitously, Jason's call resonated with many demigods, including Heracles, who had accomplished the 12 seemingly impossible tasks and participated in the quest. Moreover, he awakened the ancestral bloodline of the wind god, elevating himself to yet another demigod in the human realm. Soon, the ambitious Jason constructed an indomitable vessel, the Argo, and set forth with the heroes on their quest for the Golden Fleece. The successful Reese, having obtained a task from the system, followed in the footsteps of Jason, stealthily residing aboard the vessel. O great goddess of creation, the progenitor of humanity and the luminous patroness of heroes, Reese, we beseech you to heed our prayers. We implore you to grant us safe passage to the kingdom of Aetes, that we may find the fabled Golden Fleece. Under the leadership of Heracles, dozens of heroes gathered on the deck, directing their prayers towards an ever-blooming lotus flower that Heracles carried with him, beseeching the great goddess Rhodius. Unbeknownst to them, the very deity they sincerely prayed stood silently beside them, observing their every gesture with a hint of bemusement. Well, Heracles, I concede that you are indeed a competent priest, remarkably efficient in your evangelism. Yet, have you ever inquired whether I, myself, am willing to accept these devotees? I truly have no desire to be the matron of heroes. Regrettably, these demigods could not hear Rhodius's lament. She could only watch helplessly as vibrant streams of fervent wishes flowed from the earnest prayers of the demigods into the depths of her divine essence. Very well. I choose to disengage. Do as you will. Chapter 170. The heroes' sorrow at the beauty's pass, including Xiyan. 50 heroes aboard the Argo commenced their voyage across the boundless sea. After 7 days of gazing upon the endless expanse of azure waters, they finally beheld land for the first time since their journey began. According to the map, this island was named Lemnos. After the resurrection of his late wife Eurydice, Orpheus transformed into a wandering minstrel, accompanying her on various adventures. Upon hearing the name of Lemnos Island, a mysterious expression immediately crossed his face. Under the curious gaze of Romulus and the other demigods, Orpheus strummed his lyre and recounted the legends of Lemnos Island. Once upon a time, the island of Lemnos was an ordinary isle. However, due to the disrespect shown by its women towards Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty among the 12 Olympians, they were cursed. The women began to emit an unbearable stench, perceptible only to men, which drove the island's men to abandon their wives, seeking solace and revelry on the shores of the neighboring Thrace. Ultimately, the women united and extinguished the lives of the men who had forsaken them, transforming Lemnos into a veritable realm of women. The former princess, Hypsipyle, ascended as the sovereign of this matriarchal society, leading her compatriots in a grand sacrificial rite to appease Aphrodite, ultimately securing her forgiveness. Yet, due to their infamous reputation for slaying their husbands, news of their deeds spread across the surrounding islands. Consequently, even after the stench had dissipated, no man dared to set foot on Lemnos. In the 5 years that followed their self-imposed curse, not a single male was seen upon the island. After hearing Orpheus's tale, both the other heroes and Rhadamanthus fell into an eerie silence. Truly, Lemnos embodies a simple yet fierce spirit. The eradication of all men is indeed a remarkable feat, making it the only matriarchal society I have ever witnessed. It is uncertain whether this island harbors a river akin to the one described in Journey to the West. Otherwise, how might the population here sustain itself? While Ramas pondered the issue of procreation on Lemnos Island, the heroes contemplated whether to anchor at this notorious isle, fearful as they were of its ominous reputation, as recounted by Orpheus. After a period of deliberation, Captain Xiyan ultimately resolved to dock at Lemnos Island. On one hand, his decision was driven by the need to replenish their resources. On the other, these heroes, hailing from the land, found prolonged maritime sojourn somewhat disconcerting. Thus, the prospect of a temporary respite was most welcome. The Argo gradually approached Lemnos Island, and the island's female inhabitants soon took notice of the imposing vessel. Queen Hypsipyle swiftly assembled a battalion of women armed with sharp spears along the shoreline, poised to greet this great ship, uncertain of its intentions. As the 50 valiant demigod heroes disembarked from the Argo, the residents of Lemnos, who had not laid eyes on men for quite some time, were instantly captivated. Queen Hypsipyle, shedding her earlier hostility, commanded her soldiers to lower their weapons and approach the heroes with a warm smile. Initially apprehensive due to the island's notorious tales, the heroes, upon witnessing the queen's cordial welcome, reciprocated with friendly gestures. Thus, they made their way into the city amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. As night fell, a grand welcoming banquet was held in the kingdom of Lemnos, where beautiful maidens ceaselessly presented the heroes with an abundance of exquisite food and fine wine. As the saying goes, heroes have a hard time resisting the allure of beauty. The residents, having not encountered men for so long, did not miss the opportunity to engage with these heroes. Soon enough, many found themselves unwittingly ensnared in tender embraces, tasked with the vital duty of ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Such an unseemly spectacle even caused Ramtas, seasoned by numerous trials, to blush with embarrassment. She discreetly retreated to the Argo, seeking solace among heroes like Orpheus and Heracles, who remained unclouded by the charms of beauty. The melodious strains of Orpheus's lyre effectively drowned out the seductive murmurs that surrounded them, allowing Ramtas to focus on the mission at hand, the quest for the Golden Fleece. Observing the current state of affairs, she grew increasingly concerned about the progression of their undertaking. It was evident that many of the demigod heroes summoned by Xiyan were struggling to resist the temptations of allure. Should they linger too long on this island, they might succumb entirely, forgetting the very purpose of their journey. With this troubling thought in mind, Ramtas unexpectedly conveyed a prophecy to Heracles, who was at that moment engaged in prayer. The essence of her prophecy was unmistakable, to caution Heracles and the others against being entranced by beauty. With great urgency, they set forth in pursuit of the Golden Fleece. The high priest Heracles, elated by the divine oracle of the goddess Remes, immediately sought out Xiyan, who had remained aboard the Argo. "Xiyan, come quickly, the goddess Remes has delivered us a prophecy," Heracles exclaimed, zealously conveying the oracle's message. Coincidentally, Jason had also been contemplating the very matter at hand. The Oracle's pronouncement provided him with reassurance. He promptly summoned the remaining heroes aboard the Argo, urging them to retrieve their companions from the idyllic realm, intending to depart Lemnos Island that very night. However, the harsh reality struck Jason like a blow. Many of the heroes expressed their reluctance to embark on the quest for the Golden Fleece, preferring instead to revel in the pleasures of Lemnos. Consequently, within just a few hours, the once crowded assembly of 50 dwindled to a mere 38, signifying that 12 heroes had opted to abandon the expedition. Faced with this predicament, Jason could only shake his head in resignation, subsequently setting sail with those who chose to accompany him. The demigod heroes who remained in the land of the daughters made significant contributions to the flourishing of Lemnos, their offspring with the island's women being known as the Minions. Chapter 171. The Enchanted Princess Medea. The re-embarked heroes of the Argo, akin to the disciples of Tang Sung in Journey to the West, commenced their own Greek version of trials and tribulations. The second island where the Argo docked was a small isle off the coast of Phrygia, inhabited by the Dolians. The king of the Dolians, Sisychos, warmly welcomed these distant champions. Unexpectedly, during their stay on the island, they were beset by the attack of 6 armed giants from a neighboring isle. Though these giants bore the title of giants, they were vastly inferior when compared to Reme's Cyclopes or the 100-armed guardians of the abyss. Before the 6-armed giants could wreak havoc upon the island, the demigod heroes, under Jason's command, swiftly vanquished them, forcing them to flee in disarray. Following their victory, the Argonauts resumed their journey. However, in a twist of fate, as the demigods slumbered soundly, a contrary wind swept the Argo back to the small island of the Dolians. Under the heavy veil of the night, the Dolians failed to recognize that it was the Argo, which had departed early that morning. King Xiyan, mistaking it for an imminent threat, unhesitatingly led his troops in a preemptive strike. Awakened by the sudden assault and bewildered by the unfolding situation, the heroes quickly retaliated. Just as this inexplicable skirmish was about to escalate into chaos, the omniscient Rosites, witnessing the confusion, invoked her divine powers to disperse the clouds that obscured the moonlight. As the silvery beams illuminated the scene, both parties recognized each other and promptly laid down their arms, sharing awkward yet courteous laughter. Thus, this grand blunder was exquisitely resolved by Rosites. Having bid farewell to the Dolians, the Argo set sail and, after 5 days, arrived at the third island of their journey, inhabited by the Mythologians. Here, the demigod heroes once again faced the peril of diminishing their ranks. Once the Argo had anchored safely, the remaining heroes stood guard nearby, while Heracles and his foster son, Hylas, ventured onto the island in search of fresh water. At the moment Hylas was drawing water, the river nymphs, captivated by his beauty, made a bold move, seizing his ankle and dragging him into the depths of the river. Unfortunately, Hylas was not particularly skilled in swimming, despite his formidable strength. He found himself powerless against the nymphscript. Is it possible that the nymphs of the mortal realm could be so audacious? To see a man and seize him without hesitation was utterly terrifying. This shocking scene startled Rosites, who was attentively monitoring the hero's movements. She summoned her divine might to incapacitate the brazen nymphs and rescued Hylas from the brink of drowning. Heracles, come quickly. Your foster son awaits your resuscitation. The divine message resonated within the mind of her high priest, Heracles. Upon hearing of Hylas's peril, Heracles promptly abandoned the leather bag he had just filled and dashed towards the river with a speed surpassing the wind. Ultimately, through Heracles' timely intervention, Hylas regained consciousness. After filling his vessel with water, Heracles swiftly returned to the ship alongside Hylas, recounting his harrowing experience to Jason. Consequently, the vigilant Captain Jason promptly commanded the departure from the island inhabited by the fierce nymphs. Next, the Argonauts encountered the formidable son of Poseidon, King Amycus, who compelled all who ventured into his realm to engage in boxing matches. Fortuitously, among the Argonauts was the valiant boxer Polydeuces. A fierce contest soon erupted between Polydeuces and Amycus, culminating in Polydeuces delivering a blow that struck Amycus in a most vulnerable area. As the king held in agony, Polydeuces seized the moment to land another punch, tragically resulting in Amycus's demise. Witnessing the king's death and fearing Poseidon's wrath, the heroes resolved to set sail immediately, for they found themselves upon the open sea, entirely within Poseidon's dominion. Should the sea god unleash his fury, they might share the same fate as the Argo, sinking into the depths of the ocean. As the Argo sailed at full speed, the heroes assisted King Phineus of Thrace in driving away the Harpies, thereby earning their passage through the Symplegades, the clashing rocks. They also rescued the 4 sons of Princess Xiyan of Colchis from a maritime disaster in the Black Sea. And with their aid, they successfully reached Colchis, where they encountered King Aetes and Princess Medea, hidden in the shadows. The sorceress Circe caught sight of Princess Medea and was struck by a familiar visage, that of her companion Hecate's disciple, the enchantress Circe. Medea and Circe appeared as if they were cast from the same mold. It was no surprise, for Circe was her aunt. Moreover, if my intuition serves me correctly, it seems that the magical essence of Hecate flows through Medea, indicating that the princess has indeed followed in her aunt's footsteps, embracing the art of sorcery. Indeed, the circumstances unfolded as Romes had surmised. Despite the discord between Circe and her brother Aetes, who had orchestrated her marriage, he held a profound affection for Medea, who had exhibited magical prowess from a tender age. Under her guidance, Medea embarked upon the path of sorcery, ultimately becoming a priestess of the temple of Hecate. However, Aetes' disdain for Circe extended to his daughter Medea, whose close ties with Circe he found irksome. Yet, out of respect for the goddess Hecate, he refrained from expressing his discontent. Similarly, Medea harbored little fondness for her father, who, despite possessing moderate divine power, chose to live as an ordinary king and willingly relinquished his divinity due to the constraints of the mortal realm. Thus, the father and daughter seldom encountered one another unless absolutely necessary. Today, Medea's unexpected appearance within the royal palace was prompted by her celestial observations the previous night, during which she divined the arrival of the Argonaut heroes, prompting her to extend a warm welcome. Upon meeting King Aetes, Jason conveyed his purpose for visiting. The king's countenance darkened upon learning that Jason sought the Golden Fleece. Nevertheless, he did not hastily dismiss Jason's request, recognizing that the hero was accompanied by numerous demigods. After a moment of contemplation, Aetes proposed 3 formidable challenges: to yoke 2 fire-breathing bulls to a plow for tilling the fields, to sow the teeth of a dragon, and to vanquish the giant warriors that sprung forth from those teeth. Chapter 172. The fortuitous Jason. Is this the hero Jason, who bears the omen of our fateful union? Alas, he does not align with my preferences. It appears that we are fated to be star-crossed. As Aetes assigned challenges to Jason, the sorceress princess Medea observed Jason's demeanor and resolutely rejected the celestial omen that foretold their union. Naturally, Rhadamanthus, the lunar matron, discerned the fragile bond between Medea and Jason had been severed, realizing instantly that one party had forsaken the connection. Undoubtedly, it was the magically adept Medea who possessed the power to do so. It seemed that young Jason's romantic fortunes were decidedly bleak. With a smile gracing her lips, Rhadamanthus regarded Jason, who had accepted the 3 trials set forth by Aetes, and gently shook her head. The trials were scheduled for the following day, and today, Aetes had organized a grand banquet to welcome the demigod heroes who had traveled from afar. Rhadamanthus, having long been deprived of earthly delicacies, concealed her form and mingled among the guests, indulging in the feast. Amidst the clinking of goblets, Medea, holding a cup of wine, gracefully navigated through the crowd and approached the somewhat inebriated Jason from behind, whispering softly into his ear, "Dearest Jason, the 3 trials set by my father are not easily conquered, yet I can assist you in triumphing over them. Might you be inclined to engage in a collaboration with me?" Collaboration? The sudden whisper from Medea turned Jason to face her. He beheld the enigmatic princess, cloaked in shadow and radiating an aura of mystery. Raising his goblet, he replied, "Of course, I am most willing. Pray, what are your terms, princess?" Early the next morning, Jason and his companions gathered at the fields outside the city, where 2 bulls, adorned with crimson hides and exhaling flames, lay watchfully, their gaze fixated on the unexpected intruders. King Aetes and Princess Medea arrived, flanked by soldiers, and with Aetes' command, the trials directed at Jason officially commenced. Before the astonished gaze of Heracles, Jason declined the impenetrable hide of the Nemean lion that had been lent to him. Clad merely in simple armor and wielding an iron plow, he approached the fire-breathing bull without any preparation. As Jason brandished the plow to ensnare the beast, the enraged bull opened its maw and unleashed 2 orbs of searing fire. Strangely, Jason did not flinch or evade. He allowed the blistering fireballs to engulf him. The gathered heroes gasped in disbelief, and Heracles tensed, ready to rush in to rescue Jason at a moment's notice. In that instant, a figure emerged slowly from the flames. It was Jason, who had withstood the bull's fiery onslaught unscathed. The bull's most formidable attack had lost its potency, rendering it a mere ordinary beast of greater strength before Jason. Reluctantly, it was eventually forced to be bound by Jason with the plow, and under his command, it commenced its work in the field. Jason's successful completion of the first trial elicited cheers from the onlookers, while the countenance of King Itez darkened slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her defeated father. Medea's lips curled into a triumphant smile, for it was evident that Jason's fearlessness towards flames stemmed from her own cunning. On the night they forged their alliance, Medea had tirelessly concocted a potion that granted immunity to fire, dispatching a raven under the cover of darkness to deliver the elixir along with several treasures to Jason, thus setting the stage for the spectacle that unfolded. Soon, under the command of the visibly displeased Aethes, Jason embarked on his second trial. He buried the pristine dragon's teeth in the furrowed earth cultivated by the fire-breathing bull, then produced a vial from his garments. Before the assembled crowd, he uncorked the vial and poured its contents over the dragon's teeth. Under the influence of the potion, the soil concealing the dragon's teeth erupted with a dazzling brilliance, as giant warriors, armed and formidable, began to emerge from the earth. King Aethes, casting a fierce glance at his daughter Medea, who had long been at odds with him, snarled, "Medea, I knew this was all you're doing." With a sardonic tone, Medea retorted, "Dear father, without concrete evidence, do refrain from making baseless accusations." She dismissed his piercing gaze with a composed smile, focusing instead on Jason's every move. The giant warriors quickly turned their attention to Jason, preparing to launch an assault. Yet, at that moment, Jason produced a magical stone, adorned with strange runes, from his bosom. Medea has provided Jason with an abundance of tools. I wonder if this is a test aimed at him, or rather a challenge for Medea herself, remarked Rhodius, marveling at Medea's lavishness. Jason cast the enchanted stone among the giant warriors. Soon, the runes illuminated, and the giants, seemingly enchanted, began to turn on one another. Meanwhile, Jason stood leisurely, awaiting the outcome of the trial. As the last two giants fell to each other's weapons, Jason effortlessly completed the 3 trials set forth by Aethes. "Esteemed king, I have successfully passed the 3 trials. Might I inquire if you are now willing to relinquish the golden fleece to me?" Jason addressed the grim-faced Aethes with courtesy. "Obtaining the golden fleece requires prior arrangements. I shall send someone to retrieve it for you tomorrow. For today, you should rest well," Aethes replied through gritted teeth, then abruptly rose, sweeping his cloak, and strode into the gates of the kingdom without a backward glance. "Congratulations, Jason," Medea said as she rose from her seat and approached him. "However, based on my understanding of my father, he will not simply surrender the golden fleece. It appears we must embark on a small adventure tonight. I hope that once our endeavor succeeds, you will honor the agreement we made." "Indeed, Medea. It shall be a pleasure to collaborate." Jason extended his right hand and shared a tacit handshake with Medea. As the contented Medea departed, the Argonauts quickly gathered around Jason, eager to inquire about the gossip surrounding him and the princess. Chapter 173. The sorceress queen Medea. A heavy darkness enveloped Calchas as King Aethes, draped in an enormous black cloak and wielding a flickering lantern, trudged toward the location of the golden fleece, his expression grim. His intention was to secretly relocate the treasure left by Hermes, ensuring it did not fall into the hands of Jason and his companions. Unbeknownst to Aethes, his devoted and affectionate daughter Medea had already allied with Jason and arrived at the sacred grove of Ares ahead of him, where the golden fleece lay. Deep within the grove, the resplendent golden fleece shimmered atop a marble pedestal, guarded by a colossal golden dragon that lay watchfully, surveying its surroundings. The dragon bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Layton. Could it be a descendant of his? Observing the guardian dragon, Medea was reminded of the similarly golden Layton, and amusingly noted that both dragons were tasked with protecting treasures that gleamed like gold. "Dear Jason, this is the dragon that guards the golden fleece. I shall temporarily subdue it, and you can seize the fleece while I do so," Medea whispered to Jason, who nodded in understanding. Medea first produced a collection of earplugs and handed them to the bewildered Jason. Then, she retrieved a vial of shimmering potion from her robe, uncorked it, and consumed its contents in one swift motion. A gentle purple glow emanated from her being, and before Jason's astonished gaze, she boldly approached the dragon without pretense. The moment Medea appeared, the dragon rose from the ground, lowering its body and adopting a menacing stance towards the unexpected visitor. "Put in the earplugs, Jason," came Medea's voice, prompting him to comply without hesitation. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. A melodious song, imbued with enchanting power, emerged from Medea's throat. The previously irritable dragon was instantly entranced by the siren-like melody, dropping its guard and transforming into a docile creature, bowing before Medea. Even the primordial deity, Rhodes, found himself momentarily stunned by the allure of Medea's voice, taking 3 seconds to regain his composure. It seemed that the potion had granted Medea a fleeting gift akin to that of a siren. One must acknowledge that Medea was indeed a formidable master of potion-making. Upon discovering the unusual behavior of the dragon, Xiyan immediately sprang into action. He leapt gracefully, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, and landed precisely before the stone pedestal that housed the golden fleece. As Xiyan tucked the precious fleece into his cloak, Medea began her retreat. Just as the dragon regained its senses, Medea ceased her enchanting song and vanished into the dense forest, following Xiyan. Not long after their departure, the tardy Eats suddenly realized that the treasured golden fleece had completely vanished. He hastily roused the bewildered dragon, who informed him of a cloaked figure that had recently visited. "This is terrible. It must be that accursed Xiyan. I shall not allow you to escape the kingdom of Colchis." Enraged, Eats turned and sprinted toward the palace, intent on commanding his soldiers to apprehend the heroes of Argonauts. However, upon reaching the palace, he was taken aback. Thanks to the collaboration of dozens of demigod heroes, the palace guards had surrendered without a fight. To his dismay, his most detested daughter, Medea, was seated upon the king's throne, looking down upon Eats, who was panting from his frantic run. "Dear father, it seems you have grown old. This kingdom requires a fresh influx of vitality. Colchis shall be revitalized under my reign." "You," Eats seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Medea. He instinctively sought to unleash his divine power, only to realize that he was no longer a deity of moderate strength, but an ordinary mortal. "Do not be angry, father. Rest assured, as your beloved daughter, I shall provide you with the finest treatment." The power of magic converged in Medea's hands, and amidst Eats' reluctant cries, he was transformed into a grunting white pig. Thus, in exchange for the golden fleece, Medea successfully overthrew Eats' rule with the assistance of the Argonaut heroes, ascending as the new queen of Colchis. Under Medea's leadership, Colchis flourished, while diligently developing the kingdom. She also embraced her identity as a priestess of Hecate, formally imparting the secrets of magic to her people, in contrast to the well-known divine powers. This marked the first genuine emergence of the arcane arts into the broader public consciousness. Gradually, Colchis became renowned as a magical realm, nurturing a multitude of witches and wizards. Meanwhile, the Argonaut heroes, having successfully acquired the golden fleece, embarked on their journey homeward. Whether it is the hand of fate, the hero of Argos, but recently embarked on his journey home, encountered the sirens, the key sea nymphs who aided Xiyan in his successful quest for the golden fleece. With the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a bird, the sirens perched upon the rocks, serenading with enchanting melodies. Even the demigods could not resist such a lethal allure, and the Argo, disobedient to commands, drifted closer to the sirens. Sensing an abundance of prey, the sirens prepared for a sumptuous feast. Just as Orpheus was about to intervene, the musically gifted bard managed to free himself from the siren's seductive song, awakening instantaneously. Observing his companions ensnared in a stupor, Orpheus swiftly produced his 7-string lyre, opting to combat music with music. The lyre, which had once moved the entire underworld and birthed the goddess of lamentation, once again unveiled its astonishing power in Orpheus's hands. The melodious strains flowed from the strings, permeating the surrounding air, and instantly forged a barrier of music that shielded against the sirens' enchanting voices. With the aid of the enchanting melodies, the heroes of Argo gradually awakened from their stupor. Xiyan, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the sirens, promptly seized the ship's helm, steering the vessel away from the treacherous sea nymphs and resuming their predetermined course. Chapter 174. To the most beautiful goddess. After enduring a lengthy voyage of 40 days upon the sea, the Argo at last docked at the port of Ierka. Xiyan, having triumphantly secured the golden fleece, eagerly made his way to the royal palace to pay his respects to the current king of Ierka, his uncle Peleus. Little did Peleus, who had set the task for Xiyan, ever dream that Xiyan could indeed procure the golden fleece from King Eats, who commanded a fearsome dragon. Now, gazing at the fleece presented by Xiyan, Peleus fell into a profound silence. "No, I cannot relinquish the throne so easily. I must devise another obstacle for Xiyan." With this thought, a cunning scheme resurfaced in Peleus's mind. "My dear Xiyan," he began, "I recall another matter. In the depths of the underworld, there is said to bloom a flower of immortality. He who consumes this flower shall attain eternal life, thus enabling you to govern Ierka more effectively, allowing me to entrust the throne to you with confidence." Remes, who was well acquainted with the underworld, rolled her eyes in disbelief. How could she be unaware of the existence of such a flower? It was evidently a ruse to coax Xiyan into a perilous adventure in the underworld. Similarly, upon hearing Peleus's contradictory words and his insistence on sending him to the underworld, even the most obtuse Xiyan could deduce that this was Peleus's nefarious plot. He clearly had no intention of passing the throne to him. Possessing the experience of aiding Medea in overthrowing Eats, Xiyan promptly resolved in his heart to feign compliance, responding, "Of course, Uncle Peleus. I shall venture into the underworld to seek the flower of immortality." Peleus, upon hearing Xiyan's genuine agreement, wore a smile more radiant than that of any flower, saying, "My beloved nephew, may you remain in the underworld forever." Internally, Peleus cast a vile curse upon Xiyan, yet he feigned concern, adding, "Xiyan, you must be weary from your journey. Take a few days to rest. There is no rush regarding your trip to the underworld." Xiyan nodded in acknowledgement and then bid farewell, exiting the palace. Rather than returning to his own abode, he made his way back to the Argo, where he began to conspire with the numerous heroes who had yet to depart, planning to use force to reclaim the throne that rightfully belonged to him. Observing Xiyan finally embarking on the correct path, Remes nodded in approval. Should Xiyan's coup succeed tonight, her own mission would be accomplished smoothly. Soon, the hour grew late, and the diligent high priest Heracles led the heroes in a customary prayer to the great goddess Remes before battle, beseeching her for the success of their endeavor. Remes, not one to be stingy, invoked her divine essence, bestowing abundant fortune upon the heroes. Under the cloak of night, a formidable demigod hero stealthily infiltrated the royal palace, incapacitating all the night guards. Subsequently, they gathered before the chamber of the slumbering Peleus. Xiyan unsheathed his gleaming sword, brazenly pushed open the door, and approached Peleus's bedside. "My dear uncle," he declared, "today marks your demise, as well as the dawn of my new life. This day shall remain etched in my memory forever." Without rousing the sleeping Peleus, Xiyan plunged the sharp blade into his uncle's chest, delivering a fatal blow, and Peleus perished in his dreams. With the current king deceased, Xiyan, as the rightful heir of the former King Xiyan, lawfully ascended to the throne of Iolcus. He forged an alliance with the kingdom of Corinth and wed the beautiful daughter of King Creon, Glossy, embarking on a life replete with both love and power. As Xiyan's tale concluded, he acquired 2 fragments of the world, while the number of fragments in the possession of Rhodes had risen to 7. This indicated that she required at most 3 tasks, or at least 1, to successfully gather the keys necessary for her to choose the next world. However, with the recent dearth of heroes available for her use, Rhodes continued to unlock her collection while frequently manifesting in both the divine realm and the mortal realm, seeking opportunities to trigger random tasks. After a month of this relentless pursuit, Rhodes unexpectedly received an invitation, one that heralded the wedding of the renowned sea goddess Thetis and the demigod Peleus, fathered by the benevolent Nereus, who had sired 50 sea nymphs. Rhodes was no stranger to Peleus, for he was one of the heroes aboard the Argo. This inaugural wedding between a mortal hero and a divine goddess was indeed a grand affair, with nearly all deities in attendance. Even the elusive primordial gods received invitations through various channels orchestrated by Nereus. The vibrant scene perfectly aligned with Rhodes's aspirations, as she yearned for such a social occasion to potentially trigger tasks. Without hesitation, she accepted the invitation to the wedding, thereby becoming the most prominent figure at the event. The lively ceremony unfolded in the ocean as anticipated, and Rhodes's presence elicited a momentary surprise among the assembled deities. Yet, not wishing to overshadow the newlyweds, Rhodes graciously declined toasting requests from various gods, maintaining a serene smile as she sat in a position of honor, amidst the melodious sound of trumpets. The enchanting Thetis and the handsome Peleus gracefully entered, solemnly pledging their vows in accordance with the wedding ceremony established by the goddess Remes. As the ceremony concluded, the couple embraced and shared a kiss amidst resounding applause. At that moment, Remes produced a red embroidered ball, bestowing her blessings for a harmonious union upon the beloved newlyweds. However, few noticed that a goddess, uninvited, had stealthily infiltrated the banquet. She was Eris, the daughter of the goddess of night and the god of darkness, who presides over discord. Considering that weddings are places of joy, Thetis and Peleus had chosen not to extend an invitation to this goddess of strife, a decision that would ultimately provoke Eris's ire. Displeased by their omission, she resolved to introduce an element of chaos into their marriage. From her bosom, Eris retrieved a golden apple inscribed for the fairest of goddesses, a treasure she had procured from her mother, Nyx. Ah, vile Peleus and Thetis, this is your punishment for daring to overlook me. With precision, Eris cast the golden apple at Thetis's feet. Curiosity piqued. The sea nymph bent to pick it up. Reading the inscription, "To the fairest goddess?" This phrase acted as a key, unlocking the latent discordant power concealed within the golden apple, which instantly cast a shadow over the joyous celebration. Chapter 175, The Dilemma of Power, Wisdom, and Beauty. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and nearly all the goddesses' gazes turned towards the golden apple in Thetis's hand. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, smiled coyly and made her way towards Thetis. Yet, our esteemed goddess of creation, Remes, remained untouched by Eris's influence. Instead, she cast a discerning glance, her gaze locking onto the discordant goddess hidden among the crowd. It appears I have come at the right moment. I have stumbled upon a significant event. If my memory serves me correctly, this golden apple cast by Eris is the very catalyst for the legendary Trojan War. As Remes pondered this revelation, Aphrodite had already seized the golden apple from Thetis's grasp. How intriguing! To the fairest goddess, is this not a gift intended for me, the goddess of beauty? Which admirer seeks to win my favor in such a manner? Just as Aphrodite reveled in her delight, the queen of the gods, Hera, approached her, her expression shifting as she beheld the golden apple in Aphrodite's hand. How could this golden apple possibly find its way to Thetis's wedding banquet, and why is it inscribed? In the shadows, Eris, having cast her spell, smiled subtly upon noticing Hera's approach. She intensified the output of discordant energy, instantly ensnaring Hera, who had been questioning the origins of the golden apple. Suddenly, Hera shifted her tone, casting aspersions upon Aphrodite. Is it truly so, Aphrodite? How can the fairest of all goddesses unequivocally be you? Am I the exalted queen of the gods, not worthy of the title of beauty? Upon hearing this overt challenge, Aphrodite turned to face Hera, and in their gaze, the seeds of conflict began to take root and flourish. In this atmosphere thick with tension, the goddess of wisdom, Athena, swiftly discerned that something was amiss. She promptly placed herself between Aphrodite and Hera, striving to alleviate the discord between these two formidable goddesses. Yet, unbeknownst to her, even Athena's keen intellect failed to recognize that this tumult was incited by the goddess of discord, Eris. Instead, her intervention only served to fuel the already fierce atmosphere. The essence of discord enveloped Athena, and what began as a dispute between Aphrodite and Hera gradually escalated into a confrontation among the three supreme goddesses. The instigator, Eris, observing that the three goddesses had taken the bait, withdrew the oppressive atmosphere surrounding the marriage and focused her efforts on intensifying the conflict between Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena. The power of subtly inciting tension, as opposed to direct confrontation, proved to be truly remarkable. Eris, a descendant of the primordial deities Nyx and Erebus, wielded her influence to sway three equally powerful goddesses. As the quarrel among the three goddesses grew increasingly intense, Rhodes, patiently awaiting the activation of her random task, rose from her seat. Rather than aiding Hera or the others, she chose to align herself with Eris, intending to further the discord. Cease this bickering, Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena. Your squabble serves no purpose but to diminish your dignity before the pantheon. Since you are so invested in determining who is the fairest, let us appoint a judge to decide this beauty contest. Rhodes surveyed the gathered guests, seeking an unfamiliar face to adjudicate the dispute among the three goddesses. Perhaps by the hand of fate, her finger fortuitously pointed to Paris, the prince of Troy, amidst the crowd. You there, mortal? By your discerning gaze, determine which among Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena is the fairest of them all. Fear not, you may express your judgment boldly and justly, for I shall ensure your safety from any wrath of the goddesses. Suddenly called upon, Paris was taken aback. He had merely been invited to the wedding of his friend, Peleus, and had not anticipated becoming embroiled in this contest of beauty. Under the influence of Eris, the three goddesses turned their gazes toward Paris, a singular thought rising unbidden in their minds. If force could not compel, then let us entice with promises of reward. Mortal, choose me as the fairest, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power. Hera, one of the supreme rulers of Olympus, offered her most potent asset, authority, as an enticement. Excessive power may invite peril, but a wise mind is the foundation of endurance. Choose me, and I will grant you boundless wisdom. Athena scoffed at Hera's words. As the goddess of wisdom, she unequivocally chose to wield intellect as her allure. Upon hearing the exchange between Hera and Athena, Aphrodite revealed a triumphant smile. As the goddess of love and beauty, she was acutely aware of the overwhelming power of physical allure over mortals. After all, Even deities are not immune to the charms of beauty. Disregard their words. What joy can wisdom and power bring compared to the ecstasy of beauty? Seize the day, mortals. Choose me, and I shall bestow upon you the most exquisite woman on earth. Faced with the tantalizing offers presented by the three goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, Paris gritted his teeth and ultimately succumbed to the allure of beauty, declaring Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, as the victor. The golden apple cast by Eris returned to Aphrodite's grasp, and she raised it high above her head to proclaim her triumph in this contest of beauty. The spotlight of the wedding feast of Thetis and Peleus was thus stolen by this beauty contest, achieving Eris's intent to sow discord. She withdrew the discordant power she had cast upon the three goddesses and departed the banquet. It was only after the festivities concluded that Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, now clear-headed, realized they had been ensnared by the machinations of a certain deity. The three goddesses, who had been in fierce contention just moments before, now united to investigate the lingering traces of discord. Soon, the astute Athena detected the unmistakable scent of Eris' strife. Upon identifying the culprit, the three goddesses sought her out for an explanation, and after engaging in a fierce battle with Eris, they chose to swallow their grievances out of respect for Nyx and Erebus. However, despite the beauty contest being Eris's scheme, Aphrodite had already promised Paris a reward, and it would not do for her to renege. Thus, she began to orchestrate a union between Paris and the most beautiful woman in the mortal realm, the current queen of Sparta, Helen. Henceforth, the Trojan War was set into motion, and Romes activated her long-anticipated quest. Valued at 3 shards of the world, the War of Troy. Chapter 176. The grievous Menelaus. Congratulations, host, for triggering the random quest, the War of Troy. This task is a faction battle. The host may freely choose to join either the Trojan or Spartan faction. How rare it is that the usually taciturn exploration system has uttered such a lengthy proclamation. Nevertheless, even with my limited knowledge of this conflict, I am well aware of the infamous Trojan horse. Thus, I shall undoubtedly choose to ally with the victorious Spartan faction. Congratulations, host, for joining the faction, Sparta. Once your faction achieves ultimate victory, this quest shall be deemed complete. Having selected her faction, Romes observed that Aphrodite, who had promised Paris his reward, was now taking action. Under the influence of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, the seeds of affection were quietly sown in Helen's heart. The queen of Sparta, already a married woman, began a profound and lingering infatuation that lasted for a fortnight. Paris's image continually graced Helen's dreams, igniting within her a fervent curiosity. Captivated by his every gesture, she found herself irrevocably enamored with this handsome and valiant figure from her dreams. Oblivious to the reality of Paris's existence, Helen felt no guilt for her burgeoning feelings. She remained devoted to her husband, Menelaus, while entering a dreamscape that belonged solely to her and Paris. Seeing that the seeds of love she planted had taken root, Aphrodite incited Paris to journey to Sparta. Thus, Paris, in his capacity as the Prince of Troy, embarked on a friendly visit to Sparta accompanied by his companion, Aeneas. King Menelaus graciously hosted a banquet in honor of the distant visitor. Upon encountering Paris at the feast, Helen, who was linked to Menelaus by the arm, was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that the man who haunted her dreams was indeed a tangible presence. Menelaus, sensing his wife's unusual demeanor, attributed it merely to her nervousness, harboring no suspicions. Days later, as Menelaus departed for the island of Crete on business, he instructed Helen to extend a warm welcome to their esteemed guest, Paris. Once Menelaus had left, Paris began orchestrating serendipitous encounters with Helen. The allure of their shared dreams, coupled with Paris's charm and wit, rendered Helen hopelessly enamored. Ultimately, she forsook all for the sake of love and eloped with Paris. Thus commenced the war between Troy and Sparta. Observing the severance of Helen's bond with Menelaus, while witnessing the deep entanglement of her fate with Paris, the celestial figure of fate whispered softly. Upon returning to Sparta after attending to all matters, the distraught Menelaus discovered that not only had his treasury been plundered, but his beloved wife had also absconded with another man. Driven to reclaim his honor, Menelaus resolved to wage war against Troy at any cost. However, he did not allow rage to cloud his judgment. Instead, he engaged in a year-long preparation for war, enlisting troops and strategizing meticulously. At his behest, the illustrious figures of Argos, such as Diomedes, the son of King Tydides, Palamedes, the offspring of King Oebalus, Idomeneus, the grandson of King Minos of Crete, and Philoctetes, the loyal companion of Heracles, rallied to the Spartan cause. Among them was even the sea nymph Thetis, accompanied by her child with Peleus. 3 months after their wedding, Thetis gave birth to a son, whom she named Achilles, born a demigod. Achilles inherited his father's martial prowess and his mother's unparalleled beauty. However, at the moment of Achilles' birth, Thetis' father, the kindly Nereus, learned from the fates that Achilles was destined to perish in battle. In a desperate bid to safeguard her firstborn, Thetis beseeched the river goddess Styx, ultimately securing the opportunity for Achilles to be immersed in the waters of the Styx. Grasping the infant Achilles by his ankle, she plunged him into the icy, unyielding waters, which enveloped him, nearly suffocating him. Yet, despite his cries and pleas, Thetis urged him to endure, for this was his only means of defying fate. Under the forging influence of the waters of the river Styx, Achilles acquired an invulnerable and immortal physique. However, unbeknownst to both Thetis and Achilles, the manner in which he was immersed in the river left a singular vulnerability in his otherwise impervious form. The scene shifts back to Menelaus, who, after a year spent gathering his forces, finally issued the command to assault Troy. He led an army of 100,000, comprising both heroes and soldiers, along with 1,186 ships, assembled at the harbor of Aulis, and commenced their pre-battle prayers. Their chosen object of devotion was none other than the goddess of creation, Rhoetus, renowned as the divine mother of heroes. It is worth mentioning that this suggestion came from Philoctetes, a friend of Heracles. "O great goddess Rhoetus, please heed my prayer. I beseech you to bless my army with victory in the impending war against Troy. Should I be fortunate enough to receive your favor, I shall offer you countless rare and exquisite treasures once the battle concludes." Unbeknownst to the crowd, Menelaus's prayer gracefully ascended to Rhoetus, who stood before him at that very moment. Was this a stroke of luck? Indeed, even without your supplication, I, the one entrusted with this task, would ensure your triumph. The power of creation gathered before Rhoetus, who, having ventured into the realms of fate through her providential prowess, gazed into the ancient and enigmatic river of destiny, beginning to glimpse the future of this war. Thus, having gleaned insights from the river of fate, Rhoetus gently nodded, contemplating how best to convey this knowledge to Menelaus. Amidst the astonished gazes of the assembled crowd, 10 azure lotuses blossomed upon the surface of the Aulis harbor. As a gentle breeze swept through, 9 of the lotuses gradually withered into wisps of smoke, leaving only the final lotus to radiate a magnificent light. This was the divine oracle of the goddess Remes. Recognizing that the lotus was the sacred flower of Remes, Menelaus immediately grasped the significance embedded within these 10 blossoms and began to contemplate their profound meaning. Chapter 177. Dispelling the misfortune of Menelaus at that moment, a mysterious figure shrouded in a hood emerged from among the crowd. He gazed at the last remaining azure lotus and began to interpret its message. The oracle conveyed by the goddess Remes was as follows: "Our war with Troy shall endure for a full decade, and after 9 years of siege, only in the 10th year shall we successfully conquer Troy and achieve victory in this conflict." Hearing this, Menelaus turned to look back, only to discover that it was the renowned seer Calchas who spoke, and he was filled with immense joy. He instantly embraced Calchas' interpretation and began to lead his forces forward. Invisible, Remes nodded in approval upon witnessing someone accurately decipher her oracle. She regarded the enigmatic Calchas with admiration, recognizing the remarkable nature of his craft. Indeed, he had conveyed her intent with precision. It was no wonder that they were said to be the closest to the divine. Over 1,000 warships surged forth like a ferocious sea beast across the azure expanse, leaving trails of frothy white waves in their wake. Shortly after setting sail, the helmsman of the leading vessel announced that they had arrived at Troy, bringing the ship to anchor at the shore, with the other vessels following suit. Just as Menelaus intended to command his soldiers to arm themselves for disembarkation, Remes let out a resigned sigh from the heavens. "Menelaus, could you not find a more reliable helmsman? This is not Troy. It is clearly Mysia, ruled by Telephus, son of Heracles." After all, Heracles was one under her protection. To avert a tragic misunderstanding, Remes wielded her divine power to bring Telephus to the shore. Suddenly transported from the palace to the coastline, Telephus was greeted by the briny sea breeze, his expression one of bewilderment. He lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, soon noticing the soldiers disembarking from the ships. What is happening? An enemy attack! An enemy attack! At that moment, Telephus had no time to ponder how he had come to be there. He shouted at the top of his lungs while sprinting toward the palace. Just then, Philoctetes, a dear friend of Heracles, heard the familiar voice and looked up, Recognizing the figure of Telephus, he immediately halted Menelaus, disbelief etched across his face. Esteemed Menelaus, this is not Troy. I see before me the son of my friend Heracles, Telephus, and he is the king of Mysia. The words of Philoctetes left Menelaus, who had already prepared for battle, utterly bewildered. He promptly summoned the helmsman and examined the map upon which the helmsman relied, only to discover that the helmsman had mistakenly read the map upside down, resulting in their failure to reach Troy and instead arriving at a location entirely unrelated to their quest. Upon realizing the truth, Menelaus chastised the helmsman sternly, commanding the soldiers to return to the ship immediately. He swiftly replaced the helmsman, regrouped, altered their course, and embarked on their journey along the correct route. However, scarcely had they set sail when the once clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dense, ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously, golden lightning danced amidst the clouds, and a torrential downpour ensued, swiftly followed by howling winds, heralding a terrifying storm upon the vast sea. Menelaus's forces found themselves utterly disoriented amidst this tempest. The unforeseen and insurmountable circumstances left Menelaus in a state of utter disarray, until the wise prophet Calchas reappeared, reminding him that he could dispel the storm through prayer to the gods, thus awakening him to the possibility of salvation. In the swaying confines of the modest cabin, a simple altar was set, and as the candlelight flickered to life, Menelaus began to pray once more to the goddess Rhode, who had previously responded to his supplications. His prayer stirred Rhode from a brief slumber, and she soon realized that Menelaus's forces were engulfed by the terrifying storm. How can it be that Menelaus faces such misfortune even before reaching Troy? I merely rested for a moment, and he encounters yet another obstacle. Truly, he is remarkably unfortunate. She mused, perplexed by Menelaus's relentless string of calamities. In response to Menelaus's ill fortune, Rhode approached the bow of the ship and retrieved her long-unused staff of natural power. With her arms raised high, a surge of divine energy erupted from the lotus-carved tip of the staff, shattering the thick clouds into fragments. As the clouds dispersed, radiant sunlight bathed Menelaus's army in a golden glow, and the fierce winds transformed into gentle sea breezes, creating a serene and peaceful scene in stark contrast to the recent terrifying storm. Having accomplished this, Rhode bestowed her blessings upon the unfortunate Menelaus. May the fortunes of fate favor this man before me, dispelling the shadows that loom over his destiny, and may prosperity and luck accompany him for years to come. Unable to bear Menelaus's misfortunes any longer, Rhode directly conferred her blessings upon him. With the support of Rhode, the goddess of fortune, Menelaus faced no further hindrances on his journey, and his forces astonishingly reached Troy without incident. Before long, the Spartan army gathered before the walls of Troy, and under Menelaus's command, they commenced their assault on the city. The unexpected assault by the Spartan forces startled Paris, who had recently claimed his beloved. He hurried to inform his father of Helen's lineage. Upon learning that his son's newly wedded wife was none other than the Queen of Sparta, King Priam of Troy was consumed by rage. Though he had no desire to become adversaries with Sparta, the approaching army of Menelaus left him no choice but to prepare for a defensive battle. Fortunately, several attempts by Menelaus to breach the city walls ended in failure, and the Trojans remained confined within their stronghold, leading to a stalemate between the two factions. Through the oracle of Apollo, Menelaus was made aware that it would take 9 years to conquer Troy, and he remained patient, with direct assaults proving fruitless. He redirected his efforts towards the surrounding cities of Troy. In a twist of fate, the flames of war spread to neighboring realms, including Tenedos, Lesbos, Pedasus, and Lyrnessus, which fell to the Spartan forces and became their temporary encampments. Thus commenced a protracted and legendary war between Sparta and Troy. Chapter 178, Agamemnon's Wrath Against the God of Light. This conflict persisted for an unprecedented duration, culminating in a 9-year siege that drained immense resources, manpower, and materials. Leading the Spartan army, Menelaus finally reached the victorious 10th year foretold by the oracle of Apollo. During these 9 years, the increasingly bored Letitia cast aside Menelaus, only occasionally inquiring about his well-being, while she spent the majority of her time traversing the globe. After countless days and nights, Lotus finally advanced the progress of her exploration of the Greek mythological world to a perfect 100%. This signified that once the task of the Trojan War was completed and the final 3 shards of the world were acquired, she could immediately depart from the realm of Greek mythology and journey to the next world she had long yearned for. The decade-long period had elapsed, and Lotus's figure once again appeared on the battlefield where the armies of Troy and Sparta confronted each other. However, as she emerged within the Spartan camp, Before she could grasp the current situation, she unexpectedly sensed a unique divine aura belonging to Apollo, the god of light. Strangely, this divine power was not the gentle and illuminating force that Apollo had always exuded. Rather, it resembled the shadow of the sun, imbued with a chilling malice. As Apollo's divine energy swept through the Spartan soldiers, terrifying seeds of disease swiftly infiltrated their nostrils, taking root within their bodies, thus heralding the silent arrival of a dreadful plague. What was happening? Why was Apollo, seemingly unperturbed, entwining himself in the conflict between Sparta and Troy? Moreover, it appeared he had chosen to side with Troy. Apollo's abrupt intervention astonished Lotus, yet as a member of the Spartan faction, she could not passively witness the plague spreading unchecked. The divine power of creation surged from her hands, instantly dissolving the affliction that Apollo had secretly unleashed. Having resolved the situation, Lotus soon stood before the temple of the god of light in Delphi, seeking her long-lost companion, Apollo. Dear Apollo, what compels you to take such a keen interest in the war between Troy and Sparta, and to immerse yourself personally in this conflict? In response to Lotus's bewildered inquiry, Apollo, who had been playing his lyre, set it aside and slowly recounted the unfolding events. It turned out that during this battle, Agamemnon, the commander of the Spartan forces, had captured the daughter of Apollo's priest, Chryses. Desperate to rescue his daughter, Chryses approached Agamemnon, hoping that he would spare her for the sake of Apollo's favor, offering a substantial ransom in return. To his dismay, the other heroes in the army, upon hearing the news, urged Agamemnon to comply. However, he remained obstinate, not only insulting Chryses but also declaring that he would make Chryses' daughter a slave for life. Agamemnon's insult towards Chryses was, in essence, an affront to Apollo himself. Consequently, when the enraged Chryses prayed to Apollo, the deity swiftly responded to his priest's plea, intending to unleash a plague upon the Spartan forces to ensure they paid the requisite price. Upon learning of the circumstances, Lotus was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a foolish leader as Agamemnon would dare defy a priest who represented the divine. I understand now, Apollo. I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. As night descended, the goddess Lotus imparted her divine revelation into the dreams of Menelaus. Upon learning that his chosen commander had dared to offend Apollo, the radiant god among the 12 Olympians, and that his army had narrowly escaped a dreadful plague, Menelaus was seized by a cold sweat, nearly soaking the bedding beneath him. In just a few days away from leading my forces, Agamemnon has managed to embroil me in such a grave predicament. Due to the ongoing hostilities and the cooling weather, Menelaus had unwittingly succumbed to a chill, confining him to bed and depriving him of the vigor needed to oversee military affairs, which he had entrusted entirely to Agamemnon. Rising from his bed, Menelaus donned his armor without hesitation, unsheathed his sword, and made his way to Agamemnon's tent, only to unexpectedly encounter Achilles loitering before it. Achilles, why do you linger at Agamemnon's tent at this late hour? Upon recognizing the arrival of King Menelaus, Achilles, who had been wearing a troubled expression, brightened momentarily and recounted the news he had gleaned from the oracle regarding the priest Chryses seeking restitution for his daughter. Esteemed King Menelaus, Agamemnon's actions will surely provoke the wrath of Apollo. We must return Chryses' daughter before Apollo's fury is unleashed. In truth, Apollo's anger had already been kindled. Yet thanks to the intervention of the goddess Lotus, they had been granted a slender chance of reprieve. Menelaus reflected solemnly, then nodded to Achilles, asserting with a commanding presence, I have come precisely for this matter, Achilles. There is no need for concern. Having uttered these words, Menelaus entered Agamemnon's tent, following a vigorous reprimand. A bruised and battered Agamemnon was expelled from the tent. Menelaus then summoned all members of the army to witness Agamemnon's disheveled state. Agamemnon's disrespect toward Apollo nearly plunged us into peril. Thus, I hereby revoke his command and declare that he shall face severe punishment. Menelaus cast a cold gaze over every individual present and continued, Furthermore, from this moment forth, I prohibit my forces from taking captives of women, the elderly, or children. I demand the immediate release of all enslaved individuals previously claimed. Under the command of Menelaus, the spirit of the army underwent a remarkable transformation. He personally escorted the daughter of Chryses to the temple of Apollo to offer apologies to both Chryses and the god Apollo. Ultimately, Chryses forgave the well-mannered Menelaus, and Apollo relinquished his intentions of vengeance against the Spartan forces. With Agamemnon's command stripped away, the brave and cunning Achilles was appointed as the new leader of the Spartan faction. Under his guidance, the Spartan army, which had endured 9 arduous years, rallied once more and commenced their offensive against Troy. Chapter 179, The assisting hand of Aphrodite. The Spartan and Trojan armies clashed fiercely, while the goddess Leto hovered above, observing the two factions from her elevated vantage point, akin to ants in her sight. In this intense battle, her primary focus was on the conflict between Menelaus, driven by a vendetta over stolen love, and Paris, as well as the duel between their respective leaders, the demigod Achilles and Hector, Troy's foremost warrior. Paris, concealed behind his shield, seized the moment to hurl a spear at Menelaus. The glimmering projectile shot toward Menelaus's face but merely struck with a clang against the shield, failing in its deadly intent and falling to the ground. Paris's assault did not breach Menelaus's defenses. Undeterred by his initial failure, Paris quickly raised his shield for protection, seeking another opportunity to attack. However, Menelaus, unlike the inexperienced youth Paris, was a seasoned king who had weathered countless battles and understood the rhythm of combat. Paris's attack revealed his position on the battlefield, prompting Menelaus, filled with enmity for Paris, to respond in kind. He launched his own spear at Paris with lethal intent. The spear spun through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, exhibiting a power that starkly contrasted with Paris's prior assault. Faced with such a fierce attack, Paris had no time for contemplation and instinctively raised his shield to protect himself. With a resounding thud, Menelaus's spear pierced through Paris's shield. Fortunately, the shield mitigated the spear's force and altered its trajectory, leaving only a white mark on the armor of Paris's left shoulder, where it had originally aimed for his heart. Having narrowly escaped death, Paris felt a wave of trepidation. His pallor betrayed his anxiety, and his legs trembled as he struggled to breathe. Yet, realizing that remaining exposed would render him an easy target for Menelaus, he quickly composed himself and concealed his figure among the ranks of the army. While Menelaus sought the hidden Paris, the battle between Achilles and Hector had reached a fever pitch. Both warriors bore countless scars, their armor and shields exhibiting various degrees of damage. The incessant clatter of metal echoed as Achilles and Hector, each wielding a gleaming sword, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Although the outcome remained uncertain, the goddess Thetis had already determined the victor in her celestial domain. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of time before Achilles, the offspring of a goddess and endowed with divine lineage, triumphed over Hector, a mere mortal. As the battle progressed, Achilles grew increasingly formidable, while Hector began to falter under the strain. In the end, the demigod Achilles, bolstered by superhuman strength and divine power, vanquished Troy's greatest warrior, severing Hector's head from his body. The death of Hector invigorated the morale of the Spartans, causing the Trojan forces to retreat in disarray. At that moment, Menelaus brought forth joyous news, having successfully captured Paris, the one who had shamed him. Menelaus, triumphant in his capture, did not intend to kill Paris outright. Rather, he sought to turn him into a prisoner and inflict upon him the most heinous of punishments. With a sense of vindication coursing through him, Menelaus dragged Paris toward the Spartan camp. Witnessing Hector's demise and Paris's capture, Thetis believed the war was nearing its conclusion, yet she pondered. How curious it is that this battle has unfolded so smoothly. Could it be that the legendary conflict of the wooden horse will not come to pass? Before Thetis could finish her contemplation, the battlefield erupted with unforeseen developments. A rosy divine power enveloped Paris, whisking him away to Troy, while Menelaus, oblivious to the transformation of Paris' arm into straw, continued to drag him along. Before Thetis stood the revered figure of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, who bowed gracefully and spoke in a gentle tone, "I did not anticipate your involvement in this mortal strife." In response to the courteous Aphrodite, Thetis returned the gesture. Albeit perplexed, "Dear Aphrodite, I too did not foresee your intervention to save Paris." Aphrodite sighed softly. "You are aware that the discord between Paris and Menelaus was instigated by my own hand. Paris, after all, is entangled in my affairs. Thus, I resolved to intervene and rescue him." The reasoning behind Aphrodite's actions was not lost on Thetis, though she had been swayed by Eris, the goddess of discord. To promise Paris her favor, she recognized that his current plight was intricately linked to her own past transgressions, and her desire to rectify her earlier mistakes was understandable. However, "Thetis, I see you align yourself with Menelaus," Aphrodite observed. As Romes nodded, Aphrodite displayed an expression of understanding and continued to express her stance. "Rest assured, Romes, I do not stand with the Trojans, nor do I wish to be your adversary. I merely intervene to rescue Paris this time. What direction this war takes thereafter is of no concern to me. Dear Aphrodite, I comprehend the intentions behind your actions, and I shall not cast blame upon you. Ultimately, I too am but a biased observer, offering only minimal assistance to Menelaus." With her sentiments articulated, Romes smiled and bid farewell to Aphrodite. her mind drifting to the image of the now young god of love, Eros. Ah, indeed, if I am to depart from this world, it would be prudent to inform the other 5 primordial deities, including Zeus, to avert any unnecessary complications, whilst also ensuring that members of the Xiyan pavilion, such as Little Black and Little White, receive due care. Thus, Romes' thoughts swiftly vacated the battlefield, turning instead to the proper management of affairs following her departure. Upon returning to the camp, Menelaus discovered, to his dismay, that the Paris he had been holding had inexplicably transformed into a scarecrow. In a fit of rage, he unsheathed his sword and mercilessly hacked the effigy to pieces. Chapter 180. Romes, critiqued by the fates witnessing the death of their commander Hector, the Trojan forces promptly retreated, opting to return to the city for defense. The Spartans, having incurred some casualties themselves, chose not to pursue, but rather withdrew to recuperate. After a night of rest, buoyed by the tremendous honor earned from slaying the enemy leader, Achilles issued a command, and the Spartan warriors, fierce as tigers, commenced the siege of Troy. Conversely, in Troy, Hector's demise led to Paris and Helen receiving a severe reprimand from the old King Priam. Regret was futile now. Priam had no choice but to seek further allies. Through sacrifices and prayers to Ares, the son of Zeus, and Hera, the deity of war, the Trojan camp ultimately gained the support of Ares' daughter, Queen Penthesilea of the Amazons, along with 12 valiant Amazon warriors. Priam also summoned his other son, the demigod Memnon, child of the dawn goddess Eos, to serve as commander. With the arrival of reinforcements, Troy reopened its gates and prepared for a direct confrontation. The presence of 2 demigod foes on the battlefield slightly unnerved Achilles. However, due to the meticulous preparations made by her mother, Thetis, the invulnerable Achilles remained unfazed by the assaults of Penthesilea and Memnon. Like a human meat grinder, he wielded his massive sword, relentlessly harassing both warriors. Realizing that their attacks were futile and that they were accumulating numerous scars under Achilles' chaotic onslaught, Penthesilea and Memnon were compelled to resort to flanking tactics, no longer daring to confront Achilles head-on. In such a desperate predicament, Penthesilea and Memnon ultimately fell short against Achilles, nearly meeting their demise upon the battlefield. Fortunately, Achilles refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for he was acutely aware that behind them stood the formidable war god Ares and the goddess of dawn, Eos. He had no desire to incite further chaos in this conflict. However, just as Achilles relished in his mercy towards Penthesilea and Memnon, a glimmering arrow, propelled by an unseen force, hurtled towards him. Hearing the ominous whistle of the projectile slicing through the air, Achilles smirked disdainfully, confident in his invulnerability. He boldly raised his chest, awaiting the arrow's arrival. To his astonishment, the arrow, initially aimed at his heart, veered unexpectedly due to the wind, tracing a peculiar arc before striking at his ankle. Rather than the anticipated sound of metal clashing, a sickening squelch echoed as the arrow pierced flesh and bone, sending searing pain through his ankle, causing him to widen his eyes in shock and collapse to the ground. Even Paris, who had stealthily launched the arrow, was taken aback. The valiant Achilles had met his end in such an undignified manner. How could this be? Was Achilles not invulnerable? Why did he succumb to my arrow? Paris gazed in disbelief at the fallen Achilles, yet despite his confusion, the vengeance for his deceased brother Hector brought a smile to his face. Observing Achilles' demise, Rhodes discerned the underlying truth. She sensed the inexorable power of fate woven into Paris's arrow. It was evident that destiny itself had orchestrated these events. I wonder if Thetis ever anticipated that the very ankle she had grasped would become Achilles' fatal flaw. Rhodes shook her head gently. Descending from the heavens to the side of Achilles' still-warm body, she prodded him lightly, channeling the essence of creation into his being. To express gratitude to Thetis and Peleus for initiating her final task, and to apologize for turning a blind eye to the discord sown by the goddess Eris at their wedding, she declared, "From this moment forth, your fate shall be rewritten by my hand." As the life force surged within him, Achilles, whose soul had yet to depart, felt as though he were enveloped in warm spring water, blissfully numb, before losing consciousness entirely. Rhodes, her divine energy pulsating, transported the resurrected Achilles to Thetis, far across the celestial seas. In the shadowy realms of the underworld, within the enigmatic temple of fate, the Moirai sisters beheld the altered destiny of Achilles, who was meant to perish, rendered speechless. Alas, our plight is truly lamentable. We are perpetually overwhelmed with tasks, and now we must tidy up the mess for that esteemed primordial deity. Ah, well, I have grown accustomed to it. Has the goddess Rhodes, unbound by fate, ever ceased to create disturbances? Well then, Lachesis, Atropos, do not forget that the goddess Rhodes also treads upon the realm of fate. Be cautious that your discourse does not reach her ears. Should the goddess Rhodes come to us, I shall not offer my assistance." The words of Clotho silenced the chattering Lachesis and Atropos in an instant. Rather than indulging in idle gossip, it would be prudent to contemplate how to continue the tale of Achilles' destiny. "Very well, my dear sister. As you command, great goddess Clotho." As Paris approached the battlefield to collect the fallen, he was taken aback to discover that Achilles' body had mysteriously vanished, leaving him utterly perplexed. Strange, Achilles' body was just here. How could it have disappeared so suddenly? Could it be that the Spartans have taken it? Although Paris suspected the body had been returned to the Spartan forces, it was during this ceasefire that Menelaus found out that his newly appointed commander, Achilles, had completely vanished. Achilles' disappearance nearly threw Menelaus into disarray. Fortunately, the seer Calchas offered him a solution. "Noble king, do not despair. I foresee that Philoctetes will be the key to victory in this war." Guided by Calchas, Menelaus immediately ordered that Philoctetes be appointed as the new commander of the Spartan army. Philoctetes did not disappoint, and in yet another battle, he wielded the divine bow gifted by his friend Heracles to inflict grave wounds upon Paris, the source of all troubles. This time, without the intervention of other deities, Paris could not withstand the fatal blow and succumbed to his wounds upon the battlefield. The death of Paris brought great joy to Menelaus, and Odysseus within the ranks transmitted good news. He had devised a strategy to conquer Troy. Chapter 181. The divine performance worthy of an award from Rhodes. In the days that followed, under Menelaus' leadership, the Spartan camp exhibited an unusual restraint, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. This left the Trojans on edge, fearful of a sudden Spartan assault. However, the apprehensions of the Trojans were unwarranted, for the entire Spartan army was diligently engaged in the depths of the forest, tirelessly felling trees and transporting timber, intent on constructing a colossal wooden horse, an ingenious stratagem proposed by Odysseus. The legendary conflict of the Trojan horse was imminent. Would the Trojans be able to see through this clever ruse designed to lure them away from their defenses? However, according to the memories of my past life and my glimpses into destiny, it seems that the Trojans have grown complacent. Rhythmus, perched upon a sturdy branch, sipping her specially crafted milk ale, gazed with great interest at the bustling army below. The impending arrival of the Trojan War signified that her decade-long wait was finally approaching its ultimate conclusion. Under the unwavering unity of the Spartan army, a colossal wooden horse capable of accommodating thousands was erected in the forest within a mere span of 3 days. Menelaus gazed upon the horse, his countenance adorned with a triumphant smile. On the following morning, upon rising, he observed the Trojan warriors of the Spartan army, only to be astounded by the inexplicable disappearance of the Spartans, who had long been their watchful adversaries, as if they had vanished into thin air. Upon receiving this news, King Priam promptly dispatched scouts to investigate the enemy camp, only to learn that the Spartans had seemingly departed by ship, leaving behind a massive, enigmatic wooden horse at the site of their encampment. The scouts' reports left Priam perplexed. He speculated that perhaps the death of Paris had quelled Menelaus' fury, prompting the Spartans to retreat. However, he remained uncertain of the validity of this notion. Thus, with a spirit of inquiry, King Priam led thousands of Trojan warriors toward the remnants of the Spartan encampment. After a thorough search, they discovered, just as the scouts had indicated, that not only had the Spartan soldiers and their belongings vanished, but also the 1,000 great ships anchored along the coast were nowhere to be found. Witnessing this, King Priam exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. After all, the Spartans' withdrawal was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events for the beleaguered Trojans. Soon, having completed their investigation of the deserted site, Priam's gaze fell upon the enormous wooden horse left by the Spartans. "Esteemed king," one of his advisors remarked, "surely this wooden horse left by the Spartans harbors no good intentions. We should set it ablaze." "Indeed, my king, I too concur with the notion of destroying the horse. Yet, before we incinerate it, why not cut it open and discover whether it conceals anything of significance?" Just as the Trojan soldiers were offering counsel to Priam, several of them escorted a bound Spartan soldier before him. "Report to the king. We have found a Spartan soldier who overslept and missed the chance to board the ship." Priam approached the captured Spartan, coldly pressing his sword against the soldier's throat, lifting his head to demand, "Spartan, reveal to me the purpose of the wooden horse you left behind. If you speak the truth, I may spare your life. Please, do not slay me, King of Troy." The Spartan soldier trembled, his voice quavering. "This horse is a gift intended for the goddess Rhea." Upon hearing her name from the Spartan's lips, Rhea was momentarily at a loss for words before she began to admire the soldier's performance. Truly, he was a remarkable captive, chosen by Menelaus himself. His fearful expressions and trembling voice were so authentic that she almost felt inclined to award him a small golden statuette. Oh! The unexpected mention of the name of the goddess Lotus caused Priam to momentarily pause. Is what you say truly the case? Is this indeed a gift for the goddess Lotus? Certainly, certainly. My life is now in your hands. How could I dare to deceive you? Furthermore, I possess a secret. King Menelaus left this wooden horse behind specifically for you to destroy, thus invoking the wrath of the goddess Lotus upon Troy. Observing the earnest expression of the Spartan soldier and understanding that he sought to barter information for his own safety, Priam found himself inclined to believe the soldier's words. However, just as he contemplated how to deal with this indestructible wooden horse, the priest Laucoin emerged from the crowd. Addressing Priam, he stated, "Esteemed king, this horse is not a symbol of the goddess Lotus, and I have never heard of her particular fondness for such a construct. I urge you to disregard the soldier's claims. We must swiftly destroy this suspicious horse." Laucoin's words successfully ignited doubts within Priam's heart. Having recently begun to trust the Spartan soldier, he now found himself wavering once more. Ultimately, he could not help but heed the counsel of his priest and commanded the soldiers to burn the wooden horse. As the plan faltered and the Trojan soldiers advanced with torches, the Spartan soldier was consumed by anxiety. To prevent his hidden allies from being burned alive, he prepared to reveal himself and warn them, when suddenly the previously clear sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Strangely, the rain did not touch the ground but instead converged upon the torches held high by the Trojan soldiers, extinguishing the flames entirely. With the disappearance of the fire, the sky returned to clarity. Behold, King Priam, this is indeed the anger of the goddess Lotus. Witnessing this miraculous event, the Spartan soldier wasted no time in attributing it to Lotus. However, this time, the Spartan soldier spoke the truth, for the deluge that extinguished the torches was indeed orchestrated by Lotus herself. While this wooden horse bore no connection to me, I must concede it as a gift for the sake of Menelaus's victory. As for Laucoin, who had just advocated for the horse's destruction, he was left utterly terrified by this extraordinary spectacle, compelled to acknowledge that the horse was genuinely under divine protection. Thus, in order to avoid inciting the wrath of the goddess Lotus, Priam ordered that the wooden horse be brought back into the city, declaring that on the morrow, he would present the horse to the great goddess Lotus on behalf of the Spartans. Chapter 182. The enchanted wooden horse's transformation. Due to the sudden withdrawal of the Spartans, the atmosphere in the kingdom of Troy that night became remarkably unusual. After a decade of relentless conflict, the Trojans finally embraced a long-awaited moment of respite, and the entire nation reveled in a joyous celebration. In the streets and alleys, people raised barrels of exquisite wine, drinking heartily with elation. Their faces radiated joy and excitement as they sang exuberant and fervent songs. The melodies rose and fell like a tide, seemingly releasing the pent-up pressures and sorrows accumulated over the past decade. As time slipped away, the night deepened. Yet the fervor of the gathering showed no signs of waning. It was only in the late hours that the revelers, slightly intoxicated, exchanged farewells and returned home to bask in the sweet dreams of victory. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil and harmonious night, a Spartan soldier, captured by the Trojans and mockingly dubbed a Thespian by Lotus, quietly embarked on a mission of self-rescue. He maneuvered his hands, bound tightly by rough ropes, and painstakingly retrieved a razor-sharp blade from his waist. The faint moonlight filtered through the window and illuminated him as he gritted his teeth, fully concentrating on slicing through the ropes. After considerable effort, the bonds were finally severed, and he successfully freed himself from his constraints. Trojan folk, today marks your doom. The liberated Spartan soldier's lips curved into a subtle, yet meaningful, and slightly mischievous smile. He then produced a slender wire from his waist, and, with the finesse of a magician, skillfully manipulated the delicate metal to easily pry open the formidable, rusted lock of his cell. Today, all Trojans were ensnared in a revelry, with even the guards tasked with watching over the prison unable to resist the allure of merriment, joining in the festivities. Thus, the Spartan soldier's stealthy escape went unnoticed by a single soul. Guided by the dim moonlight, the Spartan soldier cautiously navigated through the shadowy alleys, successfully arriving at the colossal wooden horse situated at the heart of the town square. Surveying his surroundings, he found an eerie silence, devoid of any figures. Once assured of safety, the Spartan took a deep breath, slowly extended his right hand, and gently pressed his palm against the massive form of the horse. His fingers then began to tap rhythmically. First, 3 rapid knocks followed by a brief pause, before executing 5 more taps in a specific cadence. This seemingly simple gesture was, in fact, a meticulously prearranged signal. As the final tap echoed into the night air, a series of faint clicks suddenly resonated, and the thick abdomen of the wooden horse slowly opened a small aperture. One by one, figures swiftly emerged from this opening. These figures, agile and well-trained, were the Spartan soldiers who had concealed themselves within the horse for an entire day. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate and empty square was suddenly filled with a throng of Spartan soldiers, their presence coalescing into a formidable force. Once the soldiers had regrouped, the Spartan who had feigned capture promptly reported the current situation to the commander. The Trojans, reveling in their festivities, had succumbed to a deep slumber, rendering them as vulnerable as lambs awaiting slaughter. Victory in this war was imminent. Upon receiving this intelligence, the commander nodded and swiftly commanded the soldiers to ignite torches at the city gates, signaling to King Menelaus that the war had commenced. Indeed, the Spartan army led by Menelaus had not strayed far. After the Trojans had completed their reconnaissance, the 1,000 ships promptly turned back, returning to Troy, where they lay in ambush amongst the nearby thickets, awaiting the signal from the soldiers hidden within the wooden horse, ready for a coordinated assault. Warriors, seize your weapons. Storm the palace, reclaim Queen Helen, and capture King Priam of Troy. At the commander's behest, the Spartan soldiers, who had been poised for action all day, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the kingdom of Troy. Noticing the torches ablaze outside the city gates, Menelaus gestured grandly, leading his troops towards Troy. Awakened from their slumber by the blinding flames and the cacophony of battle cries, the Trojans soon realized that their world had turned upside down. King Priam had become a prisoner of Menelaus, and the treasures of the Trojan palace, including those pilfered from Sparta by Paris, had fallen into the hands of the Spartans. Moreover, Helen, who had eloped with Paris, was bound and brought before Menelaus. My dear Helen gazed at her former beloved, and a complex expression graced Menelaus's face. I never imagined that one day you would betray me and abandon me, he lamented, sighing as he lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Helen, I offer you a chance. If you confess your enduring love for me, you shall remain the queen of Sparta, my beloved wife. Yet, to Menelaus's dismay, Helen shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, Menelaus, even if Paris is dead, he remains the one I love most in this world. I cannot deceive my heart. I no longer harbor even a spark of affection for you. Hearing Helen's heartfelt confession, Menelaus's expression darkened, while the goddess Rhodes displayed a look of astonishment. For, according to her intuition, the seed of love that Aphrodite had planted in Helen's heart had long since withered away with Paris's demise. Yet, Rhodes had not anticipated that, devoid of Aphrodite's influence, Helen still loved Paris deeply. Since you have made your choice, I shall send you to the underworld to reunite with Paris. With a sharp clang, Menelaus drew his sword from his waist and plunged it fiercely into the spot where Helen's heart lay. Struck by the blade, Helen's face betrayed no anguish. Instead, it bore a smile of liberation as she repeatedly whispered Paris's name. As the goddess of dawn, Eos, spread the first light across the sky, the war between Sparta and Troy reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Menelaus did not slay King Priam but set sail with the treasures of Troy. The plundered city, stripped of its wealth, was inevitably destined for decline and eventual ruin. Chapter 183. Setting sail. Towards the next world. 3 shards of the world, radiating a soft glow, danced in the palm of Lotus. Her lips involuntarily curled into a smile as she eagerly retrieved the 7 world fragments she had obtained earlier from her system backpack. When all 10 fragments converged, they were drawn together by an immense gravitational force, initiating their fusion. In the end, a complete golden card, approximately the size of a former bank card, materialized before Lotus. This was the key to unlocking the next world. The moment had finally arrived. It was time to bid farewell to the denizens of the Greek mythological realm. With her exploration of the Greek mythos now at a full 100%, coupled with the key to the new world, Lotus's mission in this realm could be declared complete. First, I must inform the other primordial deities of the current situation. It's quite a conundrum. I am uncertain how to convey this news to them. Lotus lamented, scratching her head in distress. Subsequently, for beams of divine light emanated from her hands, flowing into the underworld, the abyss, and the temple of Aphrodite. She then set off towards the temple of the earth goddess, Gaia. What? You plan to leave this world? In the ancient temple hidden beneath the verdant sea, Gaia gazed at Lotus in disbelief, her exclamation echoing as the sudden news nearly overwhelmed her mind. Indeed, dear Gaia, I find myself at a loss as to how to explain my circumstances to you. I can only tell you that I do not belong to this world. Rather, I am an unexpected visitor from beyond, akin to an interstellar explorer. In the future, I shall venture into diverse realms to experience their unique cultures and customs. Oh my. Lotus, you have truly kept all of us gods in the dark. Gaia, still reeling from her shock, exclaimed once more. At that moment, the night goddess Nyx, the god of darkness Erebus, the god of the abyss Tartarus, and the now youthful god of love Eros, all arrived at the temple of the earth goddess. Dear Lahiz, you summoned us to the earth temple in such haste. What has transpired? Nyx anxiously gazed at Remis and Gaia, her expression filled with inquiry. Meanwhile, Gaia, who was privy to the truth before the other primordial deities, rose from her divine throne. Her interest piqued as she observed the four bewildered primordial gods, eagerly anticipating their astonished reactions. Remis wore a smile, her voice gentle, yet her words bore the weight of a stone upon the hearts of the four primordial gods, including Nyx. The intricate information contained in Remis' statement took the four deities a considerable time to fully comprehend. You, Remis, are indeed an outsider, Nyx exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes fixed on Remis, as one of the primordial gods who had spent the most time with her and understood her best. Nyx had never detected a hint of this revelation. Indeed, Remis replied, finding amusement in the shocked expressions of the four primordial gods, and she continued with a modest request. I hope that, for my sake, you will provide some protection to the members of the Xiyan Pavilion when I depart from the realm of Greek mythology. I fear that after my departure, they may face bullying from the other deities. As soon as Remis finished her plea, Nyx, embodying the spirit of a protective elder sister, excitedly responded, Dear Remis, rest assured, under my guardianship as the goddess of night, they shall encounter no perils. The other four primordial gods nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to look after Remis' kin. Seeing that the primordial gods were so accommodating, Remis bowed deeply in gratitude and offered them 2/3 of her treasures from her small treasury as a token of appreciation. Once Remis bid farewell and set off towards Mount Olympus, the 5 primordial gods gathered at Gaia's temple immediately descended into fervent discussion. Even Tartarus, the usually reticent god of the abyss, joined in, for what Remis had revealed was nothing short of astonishing. Bathed in sacred radiance atop Mount Olympus, Remis gracefully glided into the pantheon. Zeus, who had been engrossed in the documents on his table, lifted his head upon hearing her approach. As he recognized Remis, he instantly rose from his throne and embraced her warmly. Dear teacher, do you still remember you have a disciple named Zeus? Just think. How long has it been since you last visited me? In response to Zeus' playful reproach, Remis smiled noncommittally. She had been preoccupied with various tasks lately and had indeed not visited Olympus for quite some time. How could I forget my most esteemed disciple, Zeus? Rada surveyed the figure of Zeus before her, increasingly resembling a divine monarch, a proud smile unconcealed upon her visage. After exchanging pleasantries, Rada recounted her imminent departure, delighting in the astonished, petrified expression of Zeus, unable to suppress a giggle. Well, Zeus, I must now bid farewell to my friends at the Xiyan Pavilion. So I shan't linger here any longer. You must strive diligently, achieving great feats for the gods of Olympus. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting upon my return. With a fond reminiscence of Zeus's cherubic childhood, Rada playfully poked at his now chiseled features, denying him the chance to respond before vanishing from Mount Olympus and appearing within the confines of the Xiyan Pavilion. A grand bonfire feast unfolded in the courtyard. And amidst the clinking of cups, a somewhat tipsy Rada rose, a smile gracing her lips as she raised her goblet to announce her impending departure. My dearest family, though I am filled with reluctance and already nostalgic for the moments we have shared, I must bid you farewell. Tomorrow, I shall journey beyond the realm of Greek mythology, embarking on my interstellar voyage. But fret not, this farewell is but temporary. I shall certainly return. The once lively bonfire gathering fell into an eerie silence upon Rothus's declaration. Tears cascaded down the cheeks of the 6 nymphs, who had recently ascended to moderate divine power, and soon their sobs swelled like a rolling snowball, enveloping the entire courtyard. Oh, great deity, do you abandon us? Please, do not leave us behind. Faced with such a scene, Rada felt her own sorrow stir within her. Initially, she had intended to bid farewell joyfully, but emotions proved beyond her control, and before long, she too was weeping. Ultimately, the farewell festivities came to a close amidst a cacophony of embraces and tears. At dawn, the resplendent morning light painted the sky in a vibrant tapestry, and the members of Xiyan Pavilion, exhausted from a night of weeping, inevitably succumbed to slumber. Yet Radis rose at that moment, tenderly caressing the faces of each member, and gazing at them in their dreams, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she whispered, "Now, it is truly time to say goodbye. May you all be safe and joyful upon my return." Opening the system interface, she retrieved the precious golden card, inhaling deeply as she silently intoned, "System, activate the world key." The world key was successfully engaged, detecting that the current world's exploration progress had reached 100%, granting the host the freedom to select the next world to traverse. Gazing at the emergent exploration system panel, Radis unhesitatingly selected her original target among the myriad of worlds. "It is you that I have chosen, the Primordial World." Chapter 184. Extra. The Grand Adventure in the Primordial World, Part 1. Under the relentless obstruction of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, the colossal giant who had labored to create the world could no longer endure and collapsed within the very realm he had forged. Upon his demise, his body underwent a profound transformation. His left eye became the sun, while his right eye metamorphosed into the moon. His exhaled breath transformed into pure white clouds and flowing winds. His voice resonated as thunderous roars. His limbs and form solidified into the 4 cardinal directions and 5 sacred mountains of the earth. His blood flowed forth as rivers and seas. Additionally, 3 streams of ethereal essence from the spiritual platform cascaded upon the mighty Mount Bujo, formed from his spine, while 12 droplets of his essence fell into the land that was born from his very being, thus officially unveiling the primordial world. On Mount Bujo, within the crystalline spring, a tender, dew-kissed azure lotus swayed gracefully in the breeze, one of the 12 lotus pedestals born from the 36 azure lotus seeds that nurtured the great Pangu. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the heart of the azure lotus, only to retract swiftly within mere seconds, vanishing into thin air. As the golden radiance dissipated, the extraordinary azure lotus faded from sight, replaced by a breathtakingly beautiful woman garbed in ethereal robes adorned with subtly shimmering azure lotus patterns. Her lake-like emerald eyes slowly opened, and the newly named Razith, now overwhelmed by curiosity, surveyed her surroundings, ultimately unable to suppress a radiant smile. "Oh, how wonderful! I have finally arrived in the primordial world I have long yearned for. Yet, as I enter this new realm, I can no longer be called Razith. I must bestow upon myself a name befitting this world. What shall it be?" Contemplating her chin in thought, she brainstormed a myriad of ancient-sounding names: Chinke, Wimping, Yinji, Miaolian. A plethora of names flooded her mind, leaving her, who often struggled with choices, momentarily indecisive. In the end, she cast aside all the names that had come to her and resolved to revive her long-forgotten original name, Xiyan, reflecting on the tales of the primordial novels she had read in her past life, where protagonists proclaimed their identities to the heavenly Tao upon their arrival in a new world. She pondered whether she should follow suit. With this thought in mind, Razith, no, she ought to be called Xiyan now, lifted her gaze to the heavens and, reminiscent of the Greek myths where mortals vowed to the will of the world, addressed the omnipresent heavenly Tao. "Heavenly Tao above, from this moment forth, there shall be no more goddess of creation, Razith, only the azure lotus Taoist, Xiyan." As Xiyan's voice faded, a beam of golden light entered her brow, and she felt an unprecedented liberation from all resistance, a sensation of unparalleled clarity. It was evident that the heavenly Tao of the primordial world had acknowledged her identity. "Thank you, dear Tao of heaven. You truly are a benevolent entity." As Xiyan bowed deeply towards the sky, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Once all was concluded, she stepped upon the water, emerging from the clear spring that had nurtured her. A sweep of her divine consciousness revealed that, at this moment, she had attained the strength of a quasi-saint upon her transformation, despite her cultivation being temporarily sealed. In truth, her power remained that of a primordial great Luo golden immortal. It seemed I had inherited the might of the Greek mythological realm. How humanized the system is. This spared me the need to begin my cultivation anew. Yet, I pondered how my strength had been constrained to the pinnacle of formidable divine power, equivalent to the quasi-saint peak of the primordial chaos. When would the shackles binding my abilities be lifted? Just as Lotus was deep in thought, the familiar melody of a classic children's song suddenly echoed in her ears. "Where is spring? Where is spring? Spring is in the eyes of little Xiyu," reflecting red flowers and green grass, along with the singing little M. "Tada." Little M made a dazzling entrance. "Xiyu, it's been so long since we last met. Have you missed me?" "Hee, congratulations on finally arriving in the primordial world. Now little M can truly showcase her talents." A radiant sphere with tiny wings appeared before Xiyan. Seeing her long-lost chatterbox friend, Xiyan couldn't help but smile, extending her hand to embrace little M. "Oh, how I've missed you so much. You have no idea. That exploration system is truly miserly with words, not uttering a single wasteful phrase. You, our dear little M, are the most adorable, willing to chat with me." "Oh, of course. The exploration system is merely a supplementary package. How could it compare to my officially intelligent system, numbered M2333, produced by the Bureau of Fortune Management?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, little M, who was nuzzling against Xiyan, suddenly recalled something important and spoke again. "I almost forgot. Little Xiyu. There is something you must be aware of. The spiritual treasures rewarded by the system that relate to the primordial world cannot be used in the current realm. However, rest assured, the artifacts left behind from your previous world are still usable, and once you leave this world, the temporarily sealed spiritual treasures will automatically be unsealed." Upon hearing little M's reminder, Xiyan opened her system backpack and indeed found that the spiritual treasures, including the Qian Kuanding and the red embroidered ball, had turned gray and were no longer selectable. Yet, the life vial bestowed by Gaia and the nature staff crafted by the one-eyed giant remained freely accessible. Summoning the nature staff in bracelet form, she adorned her delicate wrist with the jade-like bangle. After bidding farewell to little M, who returned to the system space, Xiyan commenced her initial exploration of the primordial world. Her sole objective was clear: to seek out usable, innate spiritual treasures. After all, her own treasures were sealed. But now was the dawn of creation, and many renowned spiritual treasures were unclaimed. If not now, then when? Allow me to ponder. Atop the majestic Mount Buzhou lie treasures such as the gourd vine employed by Nuwa in the creation of humanity and its progeny. Alongside the wondrous primordial banana tree adorned with 4 verdant leaves, steeped in the essence of earth and fire. "Ah, my precious ones, I, Xiyan, seek to forge a bond with you." With the extraordinary perceptive abilities inherited from the divine essence of creation, Xiyan, meandering through Mount Buzhou, swiftly discerned the exceptional gourd vine, a source of numerous primordial spiritual treasures. Alas, the 7 gourds adorning the vine remain in their infancy, scarcely larger than her thumb, leading Xiyan to abandon the notion of taking the vine with her. "How diminutive they are. I shall wait until you mature before I establish a connection with you." Xiyan silently inscribed her presence upon the stone wall near the gourd vine, proclaiming herself the first to discover this primordial gourd spiritual root. Fortunately, although the gourd vine had yet to bear mature fruit, the legendary primordial banana tree had already sprouted 4 lush green leaves. After careful selection, she ultimately chose to gather a water-attributed banana leaf. "Though I yearn to claim you all, one must not be so greedy. And this water attribute aligns seamlessly with my abilities. Truly, it is perfectly suited for me." Chapter 185, Side Story, Adventures in the Primordial World, Part 2, Through Her Perception. Xiyan thoroughly scanned every nook and cranny of Mount Buzhou. Beyond faintly sensing some nascent life forms, she could find no other valuable spiritual treasures. The treasure-hunting expedition at Mount Buzhou had to be temporarily concluded. Xiyan reduced her magical banana fan, capable of summoning winds and rains, to the size of a hand fan, leisurely fanning herself as she departed from her birthplace, Mount Buzhou. However, unbeknownst to her, scarcely had she traversed 500 miles from the mountain when she unexpectedly became embroiled in a conflict. A cerulean dragon soared through the skies, its robust water column erupting forth to strike a golden Qilan racing across the ground. "Ha ha ha, golden Qilan, yield to me, Ao Xian. Together we shall cultivate the harmonious path. How splendid it would be. Bah, you lecherous dragon, indulge in your fanciful dreams. Even if I were to perish, I could never stoop to such disgrace. Humph, golden Qilan, since you resist gentle persuasion, do not blame me for resorting to force." Thick mists of water coalesced in the dragon's maw, evidently preparing for a fearsome attack. It is said that dragons are inherently lecherous. Little did I know that upon my birth, I would witness such a scene of abduction. Xiyan concealed herself among the clouds, intently observing the pursuit between Ao Xian and the golden Qilan. Based on her perceptive awareness, she quickly discerned that the dragon and the Qilan both belonged to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, the Qilan bore signs of dark blood at the corners of its mouth, evidently afflicted by a potent poison, which rendered it unable to withstand the aggressive advances of Ao Xian. Although such scenes were commonplace for Xiyan within the realm of Greek mythology, as a daughter of the righteous Chinese heritage, she could not remain a passive observer, allowing the golden Qilan to fall into Ao Xian's grasp. just in time. She thought to test the power of the banana fan. The fan in her hand instantly resumed its original size. With a gentle flick directed at Xiyan, countless droplets of corrosive water coalesced into a water dragon, roaring fiercely as it surged toward him. To her surprise, before the terrifying water dragon could make contact, Xiyan, having anticipated her move, swiftly employed his innate water manipulation abilities to render the corrosive liquid formless. Alas, I was careless, having forgotten that dragons are naturally adept at controlling water. The failure of her initial assault left Xiyan feeling inwardly vexed. Fortunately, though her attack had missed its mark, it succeeded in obstructing Xiyan's pursuit of the golden Xiyan, which seized the opportunity to transform into a streak of light and flee into the distance without looking back. Realizing that the beauty he was so close to capturing had escaped, Xiyan was instantly consumed by rage. He spiraled in the sky, turning toward Xiyan's location, and bellowed, "Who dares to sabotage Xiyan's endeavors, lurking in the shadows like a rat? If you have the audacity, reveal yourself. I shall flay you alive." "Oh, is that so? Let us see if you possess such capability," Xiyan replied with a mocking smile, revealing her true form. With her peak quasi-saint prowess, she was a formidable entity in the primordial world, unafraid of Xiyan, a mere dragon of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Unexpectedly, as Xiyan revealed herself, Xiyan, who had been fuming with rage, suddenly brightened with excitement. He approached Xiyan, whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial being, and said eagerly, "I wondered who was obstructing my endeavors. I did not expect to encounter such a lovely young lady. Since the golden Xiyan has fled, why not take her place and become my esteemed companion?" Observing Xiyan's lecherous demeanor, Xiyan could not help but roll her eyes. She had no desire to engage in further banter with this lascivious dragon. Instead, she summoned the nature divine staff, crafted by the one-eyed giant. A terrifying aura emanated from the staff's pinnacle, firmly locking onto Xiyan. Under this overwhelming pressure, Xiyan struggled to breathe. And it was only then that he realized the person before him was not unlike the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan, a powerful being of quasi-saint status. "Predecessor, allow me to explain," Xiyan stammered, drenched in cold sweat. However, Xiyan feigned ignorance as a verdant beam of light surged forth from the Lotus pedestal atop the divine staff, piercing into Xiyan's spiritual platform and swiftly eroding his primordial spirit with the relentless passage of time. Stripped of his essence, the dragon god plummeted from the sky, while in the distant East Sea, a candlestick symbolizing all beings of the Dragon Clan above the realm of the Luo Jin Xiyan extinguished a flame. It is often said that dragons are treasures in their entirety, and I cannot help but think that Xiyan's body would make exquisite material for forging. Alas, my Qinkuan cauldron is rendered inoperative. Without that automated assistant for refining, I fear I would not be able to create anything of worth with my own limited abilities. With a clear understanding of her limitations, Xiyan promptly placed Xiyan's lifeless form into her system backpack for preservation, pondering its potential utility in the future. Just as she prepared to depart and continue her journey, an aged yet robust voice suddenly resonated from behind her. "Fellow Taoist, please halt." This famed phrase from the future rooted Xiyan's foot to the ground. However, she quickly realized that the Fengshen list had yet to manifest and that the creator of this phrase, the illustrious Shen Gongbao, had not yet been born, indicating that this statement had not yet revealed its formidable potency. Thus, filled with curiosity, Xiyan slowly turned around, only to be greeted by an elder clad in Taoist robes. His hair white, yet his visage youthful. "Greetings, venerable elder. May I inquire as to the reason you called for my pause?" Scanning the old man with her divine sense yielded no response, akin to a stone sunk in the ocean, startling Xiyan. While pondering the identity of the elder, she maintained a facade of calm as she posed her question. "Ah, I beg your pardon for my abrupt intrusion," the elder chuckled heartily, stroking his white beard. "I am the Hongjun Taoist of Yujing Mountain. Might I ask how you are addressed, young friend?" "You are Hongjun Laozu." The elder's self-introduction astounded Xiyan. As the patriarch of the Taoist sect and the leader of the Xian men, Hongjun, who ultimately merged with the heavenly Tao, was undeniably one of the most formidable entities in the primordial world. Even in her previous life as the goddess of creation, she could scarcely claim to withstand several exchanges against him. "Oh, young friend, you are acquainted with me?" Hongjun was somewhat perplexed by Xiyan's astonished demeanor. Having recently departed from Yujing Mountain to venture into the primordial realm, he had not anticipated that someone would recognize his name, let alone refer to him as Laozu. Coughing to mask her slip of the tongue, Xiyan hastily cleared her throat and awkwardly shifted the topic. I am called Xiyan, a wandering loose cultivator. Venerable Hongjun, you have yet to clarify why you called for my halt. Perceiving the tension etched upon Xiang's countenance, Hongjun merely chuckled, refraining from further dwelling on the previous topic. Instead, he stroked his beard and articulated his intent. Young friend Xiang, I witnessed your prowess in vanquishing that azure dragon with but a single strike. Yet, the power you wield diverges significantly from the methods I have cultivated. Hence, my curiosity compels me to engage you in a discourse on the way. Not at all. Xiang quickly gestured dismissively at Hongjun's words. What I employed was merely an original cultivation technique of my own making, hardly worthy of comparison to esteemed methods. I would be most grateful, however, if you could impart some guidance to your junior, as a Greek deity who had never practiced the cultivation arts of the primordial world. Relying instead on Ascension through divine essence to enhance her strength, Xiang felt unworthy to debate with a future ancestor of the way. Was this not an obvious revelation of her identity? To avoid exposing the divine power within her that was incongruous with the primordial realm, she hastily redirected the conversation towards Hongjun, transforming his proposal for discourse into a request for mentorship. It appeared that this young friend Xiang harbored some secrets. Nevertheless, Hongjun, seasoned and discerning, chose not to press her further. Observing Xiang, whose origins and strength eluded his comprehension yet who could effortlessly slay a great Luo golden immortal, he ultimately nodded and spoke. I find your strength to be on par with my own, and while I cannot claim to offer guidance, I would be willing to share my self-developed cultivation method with you. In the primordial realm, fate held great significance. Since fate had brought him to encounter Xiang today, Hongjun felt it was a serendipitous connection and resolved to generously share the insights he had gleaned over the years from the treasured creation disk, the Three Corpses cultivation method. For mutual exploration, it is a privilege for me to hear your teachings, Xiang expressed, her face alight with joy at Hongjun's willingness to enlighten her. She seated herself directly on the ground, her eyes sparkling with eagerness for knowledge as she gazed at Hongjun. Without delay, he too settled on the ground and began to speak slowly. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Heaven and earth are indifferent. All things are mere fodder. There exists a primordial chaos, birth before heaven and earth, accompanied by Hongjun as he elaborates from the shallow to the profound. In an instant, extraordinary phenomena arise. Brilliant golden light erupts, and golden lotuses spring forth from the earth. Celestial maidens scatter blossoms, dragons soar, and phoenixes dance. Ethereal sounds resonate, heralding the changing seasons. Xiyan, who had never practiced any cultivation methods, listened in rapt fascination, her eyes tightly shut. In that moment, she resembled a black hole, ready to absorb all the knowledge she heard, eagerly weaving in her insights amidst the teachings. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as Hongjun uttered his final word, a cascade of golden light descended from the heavens, with 80% entering Hongjun's being, while the remaining 20% found its way to Xian's brow, awakening her from her trance. This was the merit bestowed by the Tao in response to Hongjun's inaugural sermon. To her astonishment, she had also received a share. Not only did she hear the Taoist teachings, but she also gained a considerable amount of merit, a double blessing. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to realize that countless birds and beasts had gathered around her, all bearing expressions of reverence, bowing deeply to Hongjun before reluctantly dispersing. What began as a simple discourse with a young friend unexpectedly transformed into a sermon for all beings, and she had garnered merit from the Tao, truly a remarkable event. Hongjun's sermon lasted a full 3,000 years, based on his conjectures about Xiyan's level of understanding. He only briefly touched upon foundational aspects such as transformation and qi cultivation, focusing instead on the profound realization that severing the three corpses of good, evil, and self would lead to the attainment of supreme divine powers. Though Hongjun provided scant explanation of the basics in the current primordial era, cultivating methods relied heavily on individual exploration, with few great beings willing to share their insights as generously as he did, thus drawing countless creatures to pay their respects. Thank you, Senior Hongjun, for your guidance. I am eternally grateful, Xiyan said, bowing deeply, her gratitude sincere. Through this teaching, she had unexpectedly grasped the cultivation method. With diligent organization and practice, she could completely conceal the divine power stemming from her divinity and instead harness the cultivation of the primordial realm. Hongjun also returned the bow, saying, "Why the thanks, my young friend?" Through this discourse, I have gained a deeper understanding of the methods I created and identified many areas for improvement. In this regard, I owe my insights to your presence as well. Thus, an unexpected bond formed as both Hongjun and Xiyan parted ways after exchanging pleasantries, each returning to consolidate their respective gains. Hongjun returned to his sanctuary on Yujing Mountain, while Xiyan, born from the unyielding, suddenly realized that she had yet to establish a formal foothold within the primordial realm. As a powerful being on the cusp of sanctity, how could she lack her own sanctuary? It was time for her to seek out those unclaimed blessed lands and hidden paradises. After much contemplation, Xiyan ultimately resolved to journey towards the East Sea. Harboring boundless fantasies about the famed immortal mountains of Palai, Yingzhou, and Fazhang, if she could successfully locate even one of these legendary peaks, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. With her heart brimming with anticipation, Xiyan summoned the clouds and mist, embarking on her expedition eastward. Unlike the realm of Greek mythology, the earth formed by Pangu dwarfed Gaia's embodiment by several magnitudes, which led Xiyan to spend a full century before reaching the East Sea, now governed by the Dragon Clan. Time in this primordial world is truly undervalued. During my sojourn in the realm of Greek myths, even 4 or 5 years felt interminable, whereas here, a mere journey often spans thousands of years. Hovering above the East Sea, Xiyan immediately activated her formidable perception abilities, swiftly detecting an anomaly amid the vastness of the ocean. Curiously, this location seemed capable of shielding my senses. It must be the innate formation of the legendary sacred mountain at play. It appears my path to enlightenment is within reach. Chapter 187. Epilogue. Grand Adventure in the Primordial World, Part 4. The white, misty clouds churned over the azure sea. As Xiyan advanced, her figure swiftly engulfed and vanished within the fog above the ocean. It seems this is indeed the mountain's protective formation. If I can breach this array, I should gain dominion over this place. Amidst the ever-changing mists, Xiyan found herself utterly lost, pondering her predicament. However, she had never systematically studied the art of formations. How was she to break through this array? With a sense of helplessness, Xiyan walked in a straight line, glancing east and west, hoping to uncover the core of the formation. Yet, after a considerable time had passed, not only did she yield no results, but she also found herself back at her starting point. Well, it seems my hopes of outsmarting this formation have been dashed. I must resort to brute force. Lacking any clues to dismantle the array, Xiyan chose to abandon all subtlety. She resolved to wield her peak quasi-saint strength to see if she could force an exit from this mountain-guarding formation. In her hands appeared her most formidable artifact, the Divine Staff. Immediately, a terrifying beam of purple light erupted from the tip of the staff, dispersing the dense fog that surrounded her and revealing the true visage of the divine mountain. Indeed, brute force proved to be the swiftest and most effective method. As she beheld the celestial cranes taking flight, the skies ablaze with colorful clouds, and the land dotted with spiritual roots and herbs as if they were free for the taking, it was clear she had stumbled upon a veritable paradise. Xiyan couldn't help but smile, her face radiating the joy of newfound fortune. With her remarkable perceptive abilities, Xiyan quickly located the core area of this celestial island, an ancient stone tablet. Upon infusing it with her divine power, the tablet suddenly blazed with light, revealing 2 resplendent golden characters inscribed upon its surface. Pringlai. This was none other than the illustrious Pringlai Island, the foremost among the 3 immortal islands. Xiyan had initially thought that merely discovering Fangzhong and Yingzhou would be a stroke of incredible luck. She never anticipated that she would directly uncover the most spiritually enriched and expansive of the 3 islands, Palai. Having successfully gained control over Palai Island, Xiyan promptly restored the operation of the mountain-guarding formation that she had breached, and then began to inventory the treasures within her domain. What a marvel! The 3 light divine water, what a treasure! 1, 2, 3, 21, 22, 58, 59, 60. A staggering 60 innate spiritual roots. Wait, the 12th rank pure world white lotus. My precious relative. After counting all the treasures upon Palai Island, Xiyan collapsed to the ground in bliss, truly embodying the epitome of wealth within the primordial world. No, no. I cannot allow these treasures to cloud my judgment. I must remain steadfast in my resolve and diligently cultivate my skills. Amidst the alluring temptations of countless treasures, Xiyan remained steadfast in her primary mission, to assimilate the profound techniques imparted by the venerable Hongjun and to forge a unique path of her own. Thus, she seated herself upon the 12th grade pure world white lotus, a cherished relative endowed with the ability to purify all worldly matters and cleanse the human spirit. Free from the clutches of distracting thoughts, and began her contemplation. Time seemed to accelerate, racing away as 4 millennia slipped by in the blink of an eye. At last, Xiyan emerged from her meditative state, slowly opening her verdant eyes, reminiscent of tranquil lake waters. Her fair hands danced gracefully like butterflies flitting among blossoms, and streams of ethereal light converged before her, gradually taking the shape of a tome under her guidance. Success. With a gentle utterance, the book, having previously existed as merely an illusion, solidified into reality. The 6 shimmering characters, Qinglian Zhao, Hua de Fa, boldly adorned the cover, representing the exquisite technique Xiyan had comprehended over the span of 4,000 years. With the technique complete, it was time to start anew. She needed to recommence her cultivation of this primordial path. Taking a deep breath, Xiyan resolved to remain true to her essence and began her closed-eye cultivation once more. Given her own peak quasi-saint realm, her progress was swift. In merely 500 years, a cerulean auspicious cloud materialized above her head, heralding the resplendent emergence of 3 golden flowers representing heaven, earth, and humanity. With the energies converging and the 3 flowers atop her crown, Xiyan successfully transcended the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, she rose slowly after 5 centuries of focused practice. Taking a moment to stretch her limbs, having been seated for what felt like centuries, she mused, "Fortunately, I am a cultivator. Otherwise, I would have surely suffered from a herniated disc." On the White Lotus, Xiyan performed an entire set of radio calisthenics, her right hand forming intricate seals. In no time, 3 innate spiritual fruits flew before her, transforming into golden liquid that flowed into her mouth. Delightful indeed, with a tangy sweetness that quenched her thirst. After invigorating her body and satisfying her cravings, Xiyan settled back into a cross-legged position, preparing to strive for the threshold of quasi-sainthood. It is worth mentioning that in the realm of Greek mythology, I adeptly combined soul artifacts with the path of severing the 3 corpses, successfully eliminating the benevolent corpse of the goddess of reincarnation, Anastasia. This path of severing should not pose much difficulty for me. As anticipated, being an experienced individual, Xiyan, in a mere 300 years, utilized the pure world White Lotus, the banana fan, and her true form, the transformative green lotus, to sever the benevolent, malevolent, and self-corpses, smoothly reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. With divine powers already at her disposal, she further cultivated the techniques of the primordial world. Now within her, 2 paths of cultivation had ascended to the quasi-saint pinnacle. These 2 realms do not merely add together in a simplistic manner. She now stood unafraid even before a saint. Yet, she pondered when she might ascend to the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal stage. Would it require waiting for Hongjun, the ancestor of the primordial realm, to attain sainthood first? Xiyan could distinctly sense that as her power approached the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal realm, she unexpectedly encountered chains akin to divine authority, leading her to question whether her strength's true potential could only be unlocked once Hongjun, the foremost being of the primordial world, achieved sainthood. Nevertheless, it seemed that within the entirety of the primordial realm, few could match her prowess, perhaps only Daozu Hongjun, and Mozu Luo Hu, and innate deities like Yang Mei Dao Ren could contend with her. Thus, her ascension, whether realized or not, seemed of little consequence. Chapter 188, Side Story, Great Adventure in the Primordial World, Part 5. Just as Xiyan reveled in her potential ascension, the protective array of Penglai Island suddenly emitted a warning signal. She quickly directed her gaze toward the enigmatic misty formation, observing a peculiar jade slip seemingly lost, endlessly circling within the array. Curious, she delicately moved her fingers, causing a gap to open in the protective formation. The jade slip, as if sensing something, hurriedly flew through the opening, ultimately arriving before Xiyan. A faint glow flickered, and a familiar voice reached her ears. "Young friend, please come to Yujing Mountain. I have a matter to request." To her astonishment, it was a message from Ancestor Hongjun. Xian's mouth fell agape in surprise. "My goodness, Hongjun is truly formidable, capable of locating me within the vast primordial world. Such a feat is no ordinary divine ability." Having never considered herself capable of such automatic navigation, Xiyan was thoroughly astonished by Hongjun's prowess, but soon fell into contemplation. How strange. If Hongjun is so powerful, why would he seek assistance from me? Although Xiang felt perplexed, her profound friendship with Hongjun, coupled with their shared destiny of imparting wisdom, led her to cast aside her thoughts and depart from Penglai. Following the guidance of the Jade Slip, she journeyed towards Hongjuan's sacred abode, Yujing Mountain. As she soared across the vast primordial land, a thick stench of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Xiyan were embroiled in chaos, transforming the landscape into a battlefield. Little did she realize that during her retreat, the calamity of Longhan had escalated to such an extent. It seemed that the ultimate confrontation between the Dao ancestor and the demon ancestor was imminent. Could it be that Hongjuan sought her counsel for this very matter? Only upon entering the vicinity of Yujing Mountain did Xiyan snap back to reality, and she soon found herself enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, a testament to the sanctity of the Dao ancestor's domain. May I inquire if the esteemed visitor is Senior Xiyan? I have been sent by my master to welcome you. Came a youthful voice, sweet and innocent. Before her stood a young boy clad in a Taoist robe, with a fair complexion and a cherubic face, bowing respectfully. What an adorable little fellow! He somewhat reminded her of Zeus in his childhood. Xiyan couldn't help but feel a fondness for the boy before her. With a gentle smile, she nodded and replied, I am indeed Xiyan. I would appreciate your guidance. Please, right this way, Senior. Under the guidance of the courteous little being, Xiyan quickly arrived at a palace atop Yujing Mountain, known as Zixiao Palace, where she encountered Hongjuan, who was meditating on a cushion. Master, Senior Xiyan has arrived. The boy's words roused Hongjuan from his deep contemplation. With a warm smile, he rose from the cushion and nodded at Xiyan, saying, My young friend has finally come. He then turned to the boy and instructed, Haotian, go and fetch a few peaches of immortality for our guest to quench her thirst. As you command, Master, replied Haotian, scampering off to the back mountain. Xiyan, however, gazed at his retreating figure, her thoughts in a state of turmoil. Could this be the future Supreme Emperor of the Heavenly Court, the illustrious Jade Emperor? It was astonishing to think that the Grand Jade Emperor had once been so endearing in his youth. Noticing Xiyan's unwavering attention on Haotian's departing silhouette, Hongjuan inquired, My young friend seems quite intrigued by my disciple Haotian. Realizing her lapse in composure, Xiyan quickly turned her head and smiled, saying, I merely find this Haotian boy remarkably charming, and at such a tender age, he already possesses the strength of a celestial being. Surely, he is destined for great fortune in the future. Hongjuan, unaware of Haotian's impending fate, took her words as a blessing for his disciple and did not dwell on it. He then gently brushed his whisk, conjuring a cushion behind Xiyan. Do not stand idly, my young friend. Please take a seat. Xiyan graciously settled upon the cushion. After Haotian returned with the peaches, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, Xiyan savored the fruit while listening intently as Hongjuan began to speak. Do you know of the immeasurable calamity? Seeing Xiyan momentarily taken aback before she nodded lightly, Hongjuan stroked his beard and continued, The first immeasurable calamity, the long-on catastrophe, has commenced. Currently, the dragon, phoenix, and Xiyan clans are locked in relentless conflict, staining the wilderness with blood. Yet, beneath the surface of their mutual slaughter lies a sinister mastermind, the demon Rahu, orchestrating it all. I have summoned you here in hopes that we may join forces to confront Rahu and put an end to this terrifying calamity, sparing more lives from suffering. Realizing her suspicions had been confirmed, Xiyan felt a surge of emotion. Under Hongjuan's expectant gaze, she declared, I am willing to accompany you into this calamity and contribute to the well-being of all living beings. Excellent. I, Hongjuan, have indeed not misjudged you. Please allow me to pay my respects. As Hongjuan intended to bow before her, Xiyan was startled and immediately rose to hold his arm, exclaiming, Master, you must not. After a considerable struggle, Xiyan and Hongjuan once again settled upon the mat, at which point Hongjuan commenced to elaborate on the specifics of Luo Hu. This Luo Hu is indeed a formidable fiend, having cultivated the path of slaughter, intent on utilizing the chaos among the dragon, phoenix, and Xiyan clans to forge his own path to enlightenment. Not only does he possess the peak strength of a quasi-saint, but he is also equipped with numerous spiritual treasures. Among these are the fearsome god-slaying spear, a defensive treasure known as the 12-petal destruction Black Lotus, and 4 swords capable of forming the extermination of a mortal's array. Hongjuan's invitation to Xiyan was precisely for the purpose of addressing this extermination array. Its terrifying power is indeed extraordinary, and it would be exceedingly difficult for me alone to dismantle it. Hence, I have summoned my companions, the Taoist of Yin and Yang and the Taoist of Heaven and Earth, along with you, my young friend. Together, we shall each confront one of the swords. And only then can we hope to break this extermination array. The once mighty dragon, phoenix, and Xiyan clans, who once reigned supreme over the primordial world, now lay in ruin, with the dead and wounded scattered about, bearing little resemblance to their former grandeur. The leaders of these clans, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the beginning Xiyan, have all perished in this tumult. However, a horrific black mist continually emanates from their corpses, flowing toward the distant west. In the west, Luo, who sits greedily upon the 12-petaled black lotus, absorbing the relentless tide of slaughterous energy, which propels his quasi-saint pinnacle cultivation toward a breakthrough. As he nears the threshold of the primordial golden immortal realm. Foolish clans, you fancied yourselves the sovereigns of heaven and earth. Yet little did you realize that you have become mere sustenance for my ascension, he cackled, just as Luo, who reveled in his triumph. For streaks of light descended from the east, landing before him. Luo, who, for your selfish ambitions that have wrought suffering upon countless souls, I, on behalf of the primordial heavenly Tao, shall confront you. The resounding voice of Hongjun echoed, but in response to his proclamation, Luo, who merely scoffed. Oh, Hongjun, do spare us your lofty rhetoric. We both know that in this calamity, we are the last ones destined to face judgment. With that, Luo, whose gaze swept over the remaining three standing beside Hongjun. Upon seeing Xiyan, his eyes lingered momentarily. Hongjun, where did you find this assistance? Not a single elder like yourself, but a frail woman instead. I suggest you surrender while you still can, lest you lose your life. Fiend, you go too far. In the face of Luo, whose derision, before Hongjun could respond, the Taoist of Yin and Yang could no longer contain himself and unleashed his innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, hurling it towards Luo, who, observing this, Hongjun and the Taoist of heaven and earth summoned their spiritual treasures, while Xiyan brandished the banana leaf fan and conjured the pure Yin divine water to assault Luo, who, unfazed by the combined onslaught of the four quasi-saints. Luo, who called forth his innate weapon, the god-slaying spear, to counter the spiritual treasures of Hongjun and the others, while simultaneously employing the 12-petal black lotus to ward off the pure Yin divine water unleashed by Xiyan. Is this the extent of your abilities? Due to his mastery of the path of slaughter, Rahu, on the verge of touching the threshold of sainthood, effortlessly deflected the initial assault, remaining unscathed while not hesitating to hurl scorn at Hongjun and his companions. Rahu, if you wish to fight, then fight. Must you chatter so incessantly? Can you not remain silent? Overwhelmed by Rahu's ceaseless taunts, Xiyan could no longer contain her fury and unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. Summoning the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus obtained from the Isle of Palai, she unleashed its innate power, which instantly radiated blinding light, purging the annihilative aura emanating from the Black Lotus and breaching Rahu's defenses. Before Rahu could fully comprehend the ineffectiveness of the 12th rank Black Lotus beneath him, Xiyan seized the opportunity to strike, wielding the Nature Divine Staff in a vigorous barrage of attacks. As the smoke from her onslaught dissipated, Rahu's once proud demeanor had vanished. He was now marred with numerous wounds, dark malevolent energy flowing relentlessly from his body. Who is this woman? How can her assault so profoundly counter my path of slaughter? A torrent of bewilderment surged within Rahu as he felt the weight of Xiyan's divine powers pressing down on him. Witnessing Rahu's predicament, Hongjun, Xiyan, and the Yin-Yang Taoist wasted no time in launching their first wave of attacks. After enduring 2 or 3 more intense exchanges, it became evident that Rahu was being thoroughly suppressed by Xiyan and her allies. Realizing his disadvantage, Rahu abandoned all restraint and summoned the 4 swords of extermination: the sword of killing immortals, the sword of trapping immortals, the sword of eradicating immortals, and the sword of slaughtering immortals, along with the extermination array. Soon, a formidable formation materialized on the battlefield, and Rahu's figure melded into its depths. Humph. I did not anticipate your capabilities, but this extermination array is not to be trifled with. If you dare, enter the array and seek me. However, Hongjun had long been prepared to counter the extermination array. He turned to Xiyan and the others, saying, "Fellow Taoists, with the extermination array now active, let us proceed according to our prior arrangement and dismantle it together." Agreed, replied Xiyan Taoist and Yin-Yang Taoist in succession, while Xiyan gently nodded, stating, "Very well. I shall enter the array first." Confident in her divine protection and mystical prowess, Xiyan bravely volunteered to take on the role of vanguard. The 12th rank Pure World White Lotus steadfastly shielded her as she wielded the Nature Divine Staff, gracefully making her way to the location of the slaughtering immortal sword. The moment Xiyan stepped into the array, She was met with a torrent of fierce sword energy capable of effortlessly severing the 3 flowers atop the heads of great Luo golden immortals, accompanied by the haunting cries of souls in torment. Such a loquacious one, and one who dabbles in tricks and illusions, Rahu's assessment of Xiyan plummeted yet another notch. As the white lotuses rose from her lotus pedestal, they swiftly purified the sword energy that was laced with wails of the damned before her. This 12th rank pure world white lotus is indeed a cherished ally, a true nemesis to Rahu. The pure white lotus not only restrains the destructive black lotus but also counters the sword chi of the extermination of immortals, achieving 2 remarkable feats that make Xiyan increasingly enamored with it. Now, let me ascertain the whereabouts of the extermination sword. Observing the incessant onslaught of sword energy, which is continuously dissolved by the pure white lotus, Xiyan quickly discerns a pattern. She promptly raises the natural divine staff, and, as another wave of sword energy approaches, launches her attack into the void. With a resonant clang, one of the 4 swords of extermination, the extermination sword, descends from the ether at Xiyan's feet. Bending down, she picks up the sharp celestial sword, caressing its blade as she murmurs, "Now that the extermination array has been breached, it is up to Hongjun, Qianquan, and the Yin-Yang Taoist. Possessing extraordinary strength and treasures, Hongjun, Qianquan, and the Yin-Yang Taoists soon dismantle the extermination, absolute immortal, and entrapment arrays in succession. As the extermination array collapses, Luahu suffers severe damage, blood gushes from his mouth like a fountain, and he reappears before Xiyan and the other 3. "Luahu, my friend, you are now but a dying ember. Do not resist futilely. Surrender quietly." Cough, cough, old Taoist Hongjun. "It may be too early for you to say such things. I have a grand surprise awaiting you." No sooner had Lu spoken than a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from the western lands. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hongjun shouted, "Not good. Luahu intends to detonate the spiritual veins of the western earth." Chapter 190. Side Story. The Great Adventure in the Primordial World, 7. Before Hongjun could finish his warning, the celestial treasure, the creation jade disc, appeared above his head. Just as he prepared to activate the power of the creation jade disc to protect the western lands, someone moved even faster, Xiyan, who was already well-versed in the developments of the primordial era. The 12-petal pure white lotus hovered above the western lands, purifying the murderous intent hidden within the various spiritual veins of Luhu. Streams of life essence flowed gently from the life treasure vase, transforming into a nurturing rain of creation that calmed the agitated spiritual energy. Having once quelled the chaos caused by the sky god Uranus and the sun goddess Sun Phaeton, Xiyan was immensely familiar with such scenes. With her experience, she had long been prepared to act at a moment's notice. Under the formidable alliance of the pure white lotus and the life vessel, the chaotic forces unleashed by Rahu began to yield to a tranquil resolution across the western lands. In this moment, Hongjun activated the creation jade disc, while the 2 Taoists of Yin and Yang summoned their treasured artifacts, the universe cauldron and the Taiji diagram. Through their collective efforts, Rahu's plan to annihilate the West ultimately dissolved into a mere illusion. Curse it! How could this be possible? How could this be? Faced with the utter failure of his meticulously laid traps, Rahu was engulfed in unprecedented panic. He found himself devoid of any opportunity for redemption. "No, I cannot fail like this. I must devise a plan. I must find a way." Forcing himself to regain composure, Rahu began to orchestrate his final scheme amidst this great calamity. "The great doubt prevails, and I, Rahu, shall now transform into a celestial demon, establishing a demonic sect. From henceforth, as the doubt diminishes, the demon shall rise, and vice versa." As Rahu's words resonated, a terrifying black aura erupted from his being. With a thunderous explosion, he shockingly chose to self-destruct at that very moment. This is disastrous. The self-detonation of a peak quasi-saint was unimaginably catastrophic. Hongjun hastily shielded himself with the creation jade disc, while Xiyan, who had quelled the turbulence in the spiritual veins above, swiftly protected her form with the white lotus and retreated to a distance. However, the suddenness of the event left the Taoists of Yin and Yang with no time to evade, and they were completely obliterated alongside Rahu's explosion. As the billowing smoke began to clear, the site where Rahu had once stood was left in ruins, with several spiritual veins damaged. Fortunately, the primary spiritual veins of the western lands remained unscathed. At that moment, the recently retreated Hongjun and Xiyan returned to the scene of devastation. Observing the barren ground and the artifacts left behind, the god-slaying spear, the destructive Black Lotus, the Universe Cauldron, the Taiji diagram. And the sword of immortal execution, Hongjun could not help but shake his head. Alas, it is I who have brought calamity upon my fellow Taoists. The Taoists of Yin and Yang. Hearing Hongjun's lament, Xiyan bowed in respect towards the direction where the two Taoists had perished, honoring those who had fought valiantly by her side. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light descended from the heavens, with 4/10 of it flying into Hongjun's hands, while the remaining 6/10 soared directly towards Xiyan's brow. This was the heavenly Tao's reward for their successful resolution of the immense calamity, preserving the Western lands and sparing the lives of countless beings. As Xiyan and Hongjun collected their merits, Hongjun turned to Xiyan, gazing at the treasures before them. My young friend, these artifacts are now unclaimed. It is time to divide them. Since you have contributed the most, you may choose first. Xiyan nodded, reluctant to feign modesty, for before her lay some of the most exquisite treasures in the primordial realm. Senior, I shall not be greedy. I will take the Universe Cauldron and the 12th grade destructive Black Lotus, the Qiankuan Ding. Undoubtedly one of the most cherished treasures employed by Xiyan in the realm of Greek mythology, stands as her foremost selection. The 12th grade destruction Black Lotus, being a relative of hers, complements her collection, with the White Lotus and her own essence, the Green Lotus, now in her possession. She only lacks the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus and the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus to successfully gather the 5 Great Lotus platforms. Although Xiyan harbors a keen interest in the indomitable sword of extermination, which can only be wielded by the Four Saints, she is not one who excels in swordsmanship. As an embodiment of creation, she finds the sword's aura of slaughter distasteful, thus opting to leave it to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Upon witnessing Xiyan's selections, Hongjun waved his hand, enfolding the lethal treasures, the god-slaying spear, the sword of extermination, and the Taiji diagram, into his sleeve. While this was indeed the choice of his young companion, it felt somewhat inequitable for the humble Taoist to acquire such an abundance of treasures. Therefore, he decided to bestow upon her some spiritual treasures he had previously gathered on Earth. In a display that astonished Xiyan, Hongjun produced 36 sea-calming pearls, the Eastern Green Lotus treasure flag, the Wind and Fire mat, the 9-colored rainbow garment, and other treasures, placing them into her embrace. Gazing at the luminous treasures nestled in her arms, Xiyan couldn't help but muse. I once believed myself to be wealthy, yet Hongjun surpasses me in opulence. Just how many treasures does he conceal? Thus, this division of spoils concluded amicably, with both Hongjun and Xiyan feeling thoroughly satisfied. After bidding farewell to Xiyan, Hongjun, having successfully navigated the Great Tribulation, resolved to return to his sacred grounds and contemplate the next realm of the primordial golden immortal. Meanwhile, Xiyan, who had been in seclusion for an extended period, did not intend to return to Palai Island just yet. Instead, she altered her course, setting her sights on the infamous abyssal Blood Sea, believed to have emerged from the navel of Pangil. Her objective was clear: the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus birthed within that Blood Sea. As the figures of Hongjun and Xiyan vanished completely in the western continent, the figures of Jane and Zhuanti emerged, confirming that no further danger loomed. Brother, that was truly terrifying. Thankfully, with the assistance of those two venerable elders, our Western spiritual veins have barely endured, escaping total annihilation by Luoho. Indeed, dear brother, we must diligently cultivate and strive to transcend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, so that we may possess a measure of self-preservation in this perilous primordial chaos. The heavy stench of blood surged into Xiyan's nostrils, causing her stomach to churn violently, compelling her to numb her senses. As she gazed upon the boundless sea of blood beneath her, she murmured to herself, "So this is the blood sea of the Netherworld. I wonder if the ancient ancestor of the Nether River, famed for its endless blood sea and immortal river, has been born yet. I sincerely hope not, for I fear I may have to entangle myself with him over the fiery red lotus of karma." Chapter 191, Side Story, Adventurous Journey in the Primal World, Part 8, the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus descended, radiating a brilliant light that warded off the corruption of the Blood Sea. Xiyan, akin to Moses parting the sea, wielded her powers to carve a passage through the vast blood expanse. Navigating through the sanguine depths, Xiyan, drawing upon the unique connection to her lotus platform, swiftly located the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus. However, at that moment, the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus was not alone in the Blood Sea. Beside it pulsated a blood fetus exuding a foul odor, guarded by two shimmering swords that circled it protectively. Sensing the life force developing within the blood fetus, Xiyan pondered silently, Surely the life within this blood fetus is none other than the renowned Azura Lord, the ancient ancestor of the Nether River. Oh, great ancestor of the Nether River, please do not hold it against me. The fiery red lotus is a cherished relative, and I must implore you to part with it. Whether or not the still-forming ancient ancestor could hear her, Xiyan expressed her apologies softly and decisively took the 12th grade fiery red lotus. The moment she grasped the red lotus, a familiar warmth surged through her heart, and without the need for any refinement, the 12th grade fiery red lotus acknowledged her as its master. Well then, my journey through the blood sea ends here. Farewell, ancient ancestor of the Nether River. Xiyan politely bid farewell to the blood fetus before soaring out of the vast blood sea, using her powers to seal the blood sea once more. Having successfully gathered for Lotus platforms, Xiyan intended to seek the final 12th grade golden lotus when she suddenly recalled that this golden lotus was currently in the possession of the grand ancestor Hongjun. During the third sermon at the Zishu Palace, Hongjun would bestow the golden lotus upon the two saints of the West. Oh dear. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? Had I known earlier, I would have asked Hongjun for the golden lotus when we divided the spoils. Now that Hongjun was in seclusion at Yujing Mountain, striving to attain the saintly realm, he would surely have no time for her. It seemed she would have to seek alms from the two saints of the West during the third sermon at the Zishu Palace. As Xiyan resolved her thoughts, a sudden yawn escaped the lips of the enigmatic figure wandering the vast western lands. An inexplicable sensation of emptiness enveloped his heart, leading him to ponder, how curious. Why do I feel as though I have abruptly lost something? Time in the primordial chaos is unrecorded, and the duration of its passage remains unknown. On this particular day, as Xiyan successfully unearthed the legendary treasure known as the Falling Treasure Golden Coin from the region of Wui Mountain, an overwhelming radiance burst forth, casting a terrifying majesty across the entire expanse of the primordial world. I am Hongjun, having attained the fruit of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. In a millennium, I shall impart my teachings within the purple cloud palace beyond the heavens. All those fated may come to listen. With the resonance of Hongjun's voice, the shackles that had confined Xiyan's cultivation began to loosen, heralding her imminent return to her original realm. Hongjun had finally achieved sanctification. I cannot miss such a momentous occasion. This is a perfect opportunity to encounter those illustrious figures of the primordial realm. Embracing the spirit of camaraderie, Xiyan stowed the falling treasure golden coin into her system backpack and soared directly towards the realm beyond the heavens. Within this celestial domain, the chaotic energies capable of eroding the powers of a Daluo Golden Immortal permeated the surroundings. However, for Xiyan, who possessed the Qiankuan cauldron, this posed no obstacle. She inverted the Qiankuan cauldron atop her head, walking freely as if in her own abode, meandering through the boundless expanse. Interestingly, this realm beyond the heavens bore a striking resemblance to the infinite void of Greek mythology. Yet, it seemed rather inconsiderate of the old sage Hongjun to merely mention the Purple Cloud Palace without providing specific directions. How am I to navigate this vast chaos? As Xiyan grumbled, traversing the directionless space of chaos, she inadvertently stumbled upon the entrance to the Purple Cloud Palace after what felt like no more than a brief instant's worth of time. Gazing upon the resplendent palace ahead, her emerald eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, this Purple Cloud Palace appears far more magnificent than it did on Jade Capital Mountain. I too shall construct a splendid palace on Penglai Island. Senior Xiyan, a youthful voice disrupted her musings. She looked up to see Xiyan, whom she had met previously, bowing respectfully before her at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. I had anticipated your arrival, esteemed senior, and have been awaiting you here for quite some time. Unable to resist the urge, Xiyan reached out to pinch the plump cheeks of Xiyan, who then guided her into the Zishu Palace. Before her eyes stood a majestic platform, undoubtedly the place where Hongjun would soon deliver his teachings. In front of this lofty dais were 6 shimmering cushions, prompting Xiyan to mutter softly. These 6 cushions must determine the rightful owners of the 6 sacred positions. As she herself was of the saintly realm, Xiyan did not intend to seize this opportunity for sanctification, and she made her way towards a seat at the back of the cushions. However, Xiyan, who had been leading her, suddenly spoke up. Senior Xiyan, your position has already been arranged by the master. Please, follow me. Thus, Xiyan was led by Xiyan to a vacant spot at the upper left corner of the 6 cushions before the platform. Xiyan mentioned that, as Xiyan possessed the innate spiritual treasure of the wind and fire cushion, he would not provide her with an additional one. Listening to Xiyan's words, Xiyan could only pull at the corners of her mouth in silent exasperation, simultaneously lamenting Hongjun's stinginess. She retrieved the wind and fire cushion that Hongjun had previously gifted her from her system bag and placed it beneath her, silently taking her seat in this conspicuous position. It felt as though she was particularly conspicuous in this spot, but she resigned herself to it, reasoning that since this was arranged by Hongjun, she would obediently sit here. Soon, the grand doors of the Xiao Palace opened once more, and the three purities, under Xiyan's guidance, took their seats on the first three cushions. Once settled, the eldest among the three purities, the venerable Taiji Laozi, suddenly paused, turned his head, and with a curious gaze, regarded Xiyan. He spoke, "I am Taiji Laozi, and these two are my younger brothers, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian. We three brothers have attained enlightenment on Kunlun Mountain. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed senior?" Laozi's penetrating gaze scrutinized this mysterious female cultivator, whose realm he could not discern, nor did he sense any flow of magical power from her. He surmised that her strength surely surpassed that of the three brothers. "I am the Qinglian Taoist from Penglai Island in the Eastern Sea. You may simply call me Xiyan," she replied. Upon finally encountering the renowned three purities of the Honghuang world, Xiyan could hardly contain her excitement. Yet she maintained an air of profundity and tranquility to uphold her goddess-like image, due to their inability to fathom Xiyan's depth. Coupled with the fact that only the four of them occupied the Xiu Palace, the three purities engaged in casual conversation with her. Surprisingly, as they conversed, a camaraderie blossomed among them, with Tongtian nearly divulging all his secrets to Xiyan. As they engaged in casual conversation, the voice of Hao Tiantongzi resonated once more, followed by the graceful entrance of a striking pair into the Xiao Palace. The man at the forefront momentarily paused upon noticing Xiyan's position, before swiftly redirecting his gaze to the six cushions in the front row. With a gesture of his right hand and rapid calculations performed with his left, he soon turned to the woman behind him and instructed, "Sister, hasten to take a seat upon the front cushion." The woman nodded gently, complying with her brother's command as she settled beside Tongtian, while the man chose a seat on the second row. "Brother, why do you not sit beside me?" In response to his sister's inquiry, the man shook his head, sighed deeply, and replied, "It is destined. I, Fushi, share a connection yet lack fate with these six cushions." Fushi's words drew the attention of the three clear ones and Xiyan, with the three clear ones pondering the potential mysteries of the cushions, while Xiyan became increasingly intrigued by the name Fushi. This was indeed the legendary figure who established the primordial 8 trigrams and mastered the art of divination. After appraising Fushi, Xiyan shifted her gaze to the woman seated elegantly upon the fourth cushion. If that was Fushi, then this must surely be Enhua, the very progenitor of humanity. At last, I have encountered the true essence of our human ancestor. As one of the primordial ancestors in Greek mythology and a master of the path of creation, Xiyan's role closely mirrored that of Enhua in the Pangu world, endowing her with an innate fondness for Enhua. Thus, she enthusiastically greeted both Enhua and Fushi, inviting them to join her discourse with the three clear ones. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony erupted from outside the Xiu Palace, and Xiyan beheld formidable figures such as Kuanping, Emperor Jun, Tai, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun. Most astonishingly, she spotted the once familiar figure of the old ancestor of the underworld river among the crowd. To her surprise, he had ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The last time she encountered him, he was merely a pulsating blood fetus amidst the sea of blood. She wondered if he still recalled the fiery red lotus of karmic flames. The appearance of the underworld river stirred a sense of unease within Xiyan, for she had, in his presence, seized one of his accompanying spiritual treasures. In no time, the once empty Xiu Palace was overflowing with people, heralding the imminent arrival of Hongjun as teachings. At that moment, two sorrowful voices echoed from outside the palace, as a stout and a slender figure stumbled into the Xiu Palace. "Brother, how terribly unfortunate. We have journeyed from the far west, enduring countless hardships to reach this Xiu Palace, only to find ourselves arriving too late and with no good positions left." "Indeed. Dear brother, it seems heaven does not favor us from the west." Faced with the harmonious exchange between Xiyan and Juani, Xiyan, seated at the forefront, could not help but tug at the corners of her mouth. In her previous life, while perusing ancient novels of the primordial world, she had retained vivid memories of these two adept practitioners of the autumn breeze from the west. Now, under the influence of her butterfly wings, the spiritual veins of the western lands remained intact. Though not as vast and bountiful as the east, they were certainly rich in resources. It was unexpected that the two saints of the West still appeared in such a pitiable state. The lamentations of the two Western sages drew the attention of the 3,000 guests from the Purple Cloud Palace, yet few believed their nonsensical claims. Only the kind-hearted Xiyan, seated on the last golden mat, revealed a gaze filled with sympathy. "Dear friends from the West, do not be disheartened. If you do not mind, please join me here," he offered. Before his words could fully resonate, Xiyan and Xiyan had instantaneously teleported to Xiyan's side. "In that case, I shall not be courteous. Thank you, Xiyan Taoist," Xiyan replied graciously. Xiyan promptly seated herself upon the sixth mat, while Xiyan, with a smile, waved his hand and sought out his friend Xianyuansi, settling beside him. With Xiyan now having a place, Xiyan was left awkwardly standing alone. The two Western sages exchanged glances, swiftly redirecting their ire towards the nearby Kunping. "You, creature of the wet and hatched, how dare you occupy such a prominent position? Move back at once." Xiyan and Xiany's words ignited the fury of Kunping, who had been seated upon the fifth mat. Rising in indignation, he was about to engage in a debate with the two from the West when Xiyan, with remarkable speed, plopped down in the very spot that had belonged to Kunping. "You scoundrel!" Kunping exclaimed, incensed at the usurpation of his seat. He began to gather his magical power, intent on teaching the two a lesson. Just then, the voice of Xiyan resonated. "In the Purple Cloud Palace, how can one engage in conflict? The discourse is about to commence. I kindly ask everyone to take their seats." Confronted by Xiyan's admonition, the begrudging Kunping realized he could not afford to offend this foremost sage's attendant. Reluctantly, he reined in his magical energy, casting a fierce glare at Xiyan, and the kind-hearted Xiyan before storming to the rear to take his seat. Having witnessed this delightful spectacle, Xiyan secretly applauded within her heart. As a member who thrived on the excitement of intrigue, she was thoroughly delighted to experience such a renowned scene from the primordial realm firsthand. She could hardly wait to see the furious expression on Kunping's face upon discovering the connection between the sage's position and the mat. Ding ding! The melodious sound of bells rang out as Xiyan appeared before the high platform alongside a young maiden, exquisitely carved from jade. Together, they proclaimed, "We humbly welcome the Tao ancestor Hongjun." In an instant, all present held their breath, gazing with reverence at the elevated dais. A flash of rainbow light illuminated the scene, revealing Hongjun clad in a white Taoist robe upon the platform. Hongjun lifted his gaze and swiftly swept it across the crowd, pausing for a few seconds longer upon seeing Xiyan. "Strange indeed," he mused. "I have attained sanctity, yet I am still unable to perceive the depth of Xiyan's cultivation. She truly remains an enigma." Chapter 193, Epilogue, The Great Adventure in the Primordial World, Part 10, 3,000 years have swiftly passed, and the inaugural sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace draws to a close. As the final word escapes Hongjuan's lips, the atmosphere within the palace remains enveloped in profound silence. The attendees, enraptured by the teachings of the Tao ancestor, find themselves unable to extricate from the experience. Their expressions vary dramatically. Some are filled with mirth, others with deep sorrow or melancholic contemplation, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Amidst the assembly of 3,000 guests in the purple clouds, only Xiyan, who had previously attended Hongjuan's teachings, opened her eyes as if nothing were amiss. Rising from the comfortable cushion of wind and fire, she indulged in a leisurely stretch, awakening her stiffened limbs that had lain dormant for 3 millennia. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed that the others remained ensnared in a daze, prompting her to mutter quietly to herself, "All present are inebriated, yet I alone am awake. Does this not render me particularly out of place?" After her silent musings, Xiyan lifted her gaze, only to collide with Hongjuan's sparkling eyes filled with mirth. "Dear Xiyan," he began, "since our last discourse, I have further refined my practice. Pray tell, what insights have you garnered from this session?" Despite her inclination to confess that she had discerned no notable difference, the weight of decorum compelled her to nod in feigned delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, I have reaped considerable rewards." "Splendid." Upon the conclusion of their pleasantries, the 3 pure ones, descendants of Pangu, simultaneously opened their eyes, being the first to awaken apart from Xiyan. Soon thereafter, as if toppling dominoes, Inhua, Xiyan, Zhuinti, Kunping, and Dijuan followed suit, rousing one after the other. Observing that all had regained consciousness, Hongjun nodded in Xiyan's direction, uttering a parting remark about returning to the purple clouds after a millennium. Before vanishing from the elevated platform, standing nearby, the attendants Xiyan and Yaotai promptly initiated the farewell protocol, ushering the 3,000 guests out of the purple cloud palace. Xiyan, esteemed elder, halt. Just as Xiyan prepared to take her leave upon a cloud, Laozi called out to her, inquiring whether she would be willing to impart her wisdom and engage in discourse with the three of us. Positioned closest to Xiyan and Hongjun, the three pure ones had discerned the subtle exchanges between her and the Tao ancestor, leading Laozi to conclude that Xiyan must be an old acquaintance of the Tao ancestor, possessing a cultivation level not far removed from his own, thus igniting his desire for enlightenment. In response to Laozi's request, Xiyan, who had created the Qinglian method of transformation, was no longer the unqualified interlocutor of Ur. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement to the three pure ones' invitation for discussion, eager to forge a benevolent connection with these future sages. Unexpectedly, the brother and sister duo of Fuxi and Enhua, passing by, overheard the conversation and joined in the request to partake in the discourse. Thus, this assembly of 7 individuals summoned their treasures, departing from the outer heavens. And at Enhua's enthusiastic invitation, arrived at her sanctum atop Mount Buzhou to commence their philosophical exchange. 3 golden flowers blossomed from the auspicious clouds, radiating resplendent light. And the subtle essence of creation flowed among them, infusing an air of mystery. Seated in a meditative posture, Xiyan began to practice her path of transformation, utilizing the 3 flowers atop her head. The 6, comprising the 3 pure ones, Enhua and Fuxi, were soon enveloped in the depths of her teachings. A century passed, and as Xiyan concluded her demonstration of the path of transformation, Laozi, roused from his reverie, displayed an expression of realization. Indeed, when Xiyan expounds her teachings, it is akin to the Tao ancestor imparting wisdom. Before we knew it, we were drawn into her realm. This suggests that my earlier conjectures may hold some truth. After pondering silently for a moment, the master dispelled all distractions, nodded to the crowd, and followed Xiyan in demonstrating his principle of non-action on the auspicious cloud. Thus, one person expounded the teachings for a century. As 7 centuries elapsed, the 7 individuals, who had all gained wisdom, gradually rose and collectively made their way towards the Xixiao Palace, preparing to attend Hongjun's second sermon. In the course of this sermon, as it neared its conclusion, Hongjun tantalizingly introduced the most intriguing path to sanctification. He merely alluded to it in passing, without delving into details, clearly reserving a more thorough discussion for the third sermon. Hongjun certainly knows how to pique one's curiosity. Fortunately, I have already attained the realm of a sage. Otherwise, like the others, I would be consumed by an insatiable itch, akin to ants crawling beneath my skin, yearning to uncover what follows. After the conclusion of the second sermon, Laozi extended an invitation to Xiyan for a dialogue. And this time, in addition to the 7 from the previous discussion, Xinyuanzi and the pair of friends, Hongyun, were included. During this dialogue, Xiyan was fortunate enough to savor one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit. Its succulent, sweet, and crisp flavor was strikingly familiar. It reminded me of the cucumbers from my past life. Yet, the sweet and sour plums I cultivated in the realm of Greek mythology were far more delectable. Following the ginseng fruit tasting, the final dialogue at Xixiao Palace commenced. Unlike before, as soon as Hongjun appeared, he began speaking to himself. His words akin to an enigmatic tome, incomprehensible to many, excluding the exceptionally gifted individuals such as the 3 pure ones in Yuhua. It appeared that a staggering 70% of the 3,000 guests at Xixiao Palace struggled to grasp the essence of Hongjun's discourse. Consequently, the assembly was starkly divided into 2 camps. 1, a flustered group, scratching their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend yet too intimidated to move. The other, a serene cohort, eyes closed and smiling, fully immersed in the profundities of Hongjun's teachings. As Hongjun concluded his final words, Laozi, undisputedly ranking first on the leaderboard aside from Xiyan, an anomaly, promptly inquired, "Might I ask, Daozu, how can we attain the state of Hunyuan?" Laozi's question caused all present to perk up their ears, including Xiyan. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun responded, "The method to achieve sanctification is threefold. The first is to validate the Tao through strength, the second is through the accumulation of virtues, and the third is the method I devised, known as the slaying of the 3 corpses. By relying on spiritual treasures to sever the good, the evil, and the self, one can attain Hunyuan. Then may I ask, Daozu, how many sacred positions exist under the heavenly Tao?" The diligent student Laozi queried once more. 9 is the limit. Therefore there exist 9 sacred positions beneath the heavenly Tao, Hongjun replied. Dare I ask, among us, who is capable of achieving sanctification? Jun, seated in the third row, suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming as he focused intently on Hongjun, hoping to hear his name. There are 9 sacred positions, and among my disciples, 6 shall attain these sacred titles. The 3 pure ones, having transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit and bearing the merit of creation, are destined to achieve sanctification. Nuwa too shall encounter great opportunities in the future and likewise attain sanctification. 3 pure ones, Nuwa, I wish to establish the Xiyan men. Would you be willing to become my disciples? Chapter 194. Side Story. Adventures in the Primordial World, Part 11. Upon hearing that Hongjun was willing to accept them as his personal disciples, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa were instantly filled with uncontainable joy. Before a second had passed, they eagerly accepted, fearing that Hongjun might change his mind. Meanwhile, the guests from Xiyan in the back row cast envious glances at the 4, among whom were some perceptive individuals who, noticing the 6 radiant Lotus seats, began to suspect a certain pattern. Seeing that the 4 had been granted sacred positions and had become Hongjun's personal disciples, the Western figures Xiyan and Juanti hastily sought to assert their presence. Please, thou ancestor, have pity on us, your humble disciples from the distant West. Hongjun cast a calm glance at Xiyan and Juanti, pondering for a moment before he spoke. Xiyan, Juanti, you too shall have great fortunes in the future and may also attain sainthood. However, your destinies do not lie within my Xiyan men, but rather in the side paths. Thus, I wish to accept you as my nominal disciples. Do you consent? We are willing. Xiyan and Juanti exchanged knowing smiles and promptly bowed deeply to Hongjun. Among the 9 revered sacred positions in the world, 7 had already been allocated, and the remaining individuals gazed at Hongjun with a mix of anxiety and hope, yearning to hear their names. However, after acknowledging the 6 he had just appointed, Hongjun suddenly fell silent. He first smiled and nodded at Xiyan in the lower right, who, bewildered, returned his smile with a broad grin. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, 6 strands of purple energy swiftly descended into the foreheads of the 6 newly designated saints. This was the primordial purple energy, the foundation for attaining sainthood. Only those who possessed it could become saints. After speaking, Hongjun produced another strand of purple energy. Then, under the tense gazes of the crowd, he let it drop and declared, Heavenly transformation, for 9s, remove 1. This is the variable. Let us see each of your fortunes. The cast-off primordial purple energy slowly rotated in the air, and everyone held their breath, praying for it to fall into their hands. Having already anticipated the developments, Xiyan watched the expressions of those present with great interest, thinking to herself, everyone desires this immense opportunity. I wonder how their expressions will change when the purple energy lands in Hongjun's hands, just as she had imagined. The once leisurely primordial purple energy suddenly accelerated and flew directly into Hongjun's forehead. In an instant, all eyes were fixated on him, and many revealed predatory gazes. However, at the center of the storm, Hongjun remained oblivious to these ominous signals. Instead, he bore a foolish grin due to his sudden stroke of good fortune. His close companion, Zenyuanzi, observed his demeanor and the covetous glances around them, letting out a long sigh before casting a fierce glare at the onlookers. Hongjun truly was innocent in thought. But in this vast primordial world, how could one survive without a bit of cunning? No wonder he ultimately met such a tragic fate. As Xiyan silently lamented in her heart, Hongjun unexpectedly revealed several astounding treasures. With a grand gesture, a few radiant spiritual artifacts materialized before him. I have traversed the primordial wilderness and collected numerous treasures. Now I shall distribute them among you. Here they come. Xiyan whispered to herself. It was time to sit in a row and share the fruits of their labor. The 12th grade merit golden lotus must be mine. The treasures summoned by Hongjun immediately redirected the attention of the crowd away from Hongjun. With a flick of his left hand, a spiritual artifact exuding mysterious chaotic energy flew into the hands of Taiji Laozi. This was one of the 3 supreme treasures created from the divine axe wielded by the great Pangu during the creation of heaven and earth, the Taiji diagram. Next, with another gesture, an ancient divine banner landed in the hands of Yuqing Yuanshi, which was the 2nd treasure, the Pangu banner. Another artifact, the Chaos Bell, was currently in the possession of Tai. Thus, I bestow upon you the indomitable 4 swords of the extermination of immortals and the extermination arrayed diagram. Hongjun's words instantly caused an uproar among the 3,000 Xiyan disciples, as the title of indomitable 4 saints was indeed formidable. It was known that the three pure ones were originally one, and with the addition of this extermination array, the three of them would become nearly invincible in the realm. Disciples expressed their gratitude to the master. After distributing the gifts to the three pure ones, Hongjun turned to his only female disciple, Nuwa. I wish to present you with the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidery ball. They are most fitting for you. Ah, my precious red embroidery ball. Now that it has fallen into another's hands, is it not a form of betrayal to me? Xiyan gazed longingly at the red embroidery ball cradled in Nuwa's arms. Sensing Xiyan's intense gaze, Nuwa looked up in her direction, revealing a puzzled expression, as she was somewhat bewildered by the sudden attention from her senior. As the presentation for his direct disciples concluded, Hongjun turned his gaze toward his two named disciples. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly produced a shimmering 12th grade Lotus platform. This is the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus. Now, wait. Before Hongjun could finish, Xiyan, who had been longingly thinking of the Merit Golden Lotus, boldly interrupted him. Her voice immediately captured the attention of everyone present, who were left astounded by the audacity of this unnamed individual to interrupt the words of the patriarch. However, the reality was rather surprising. Hongjun not only remained unperturbed by the interruption but, instead, a smile graced his lips as he raised an eyebrow in interest and turned toward Xiyan, saying, I wonder what prompted you to speak up, dear friend Xiyan? Listening to the affectionate tone of Daozu towards Xiyan, the 3,000 Zixiao disciples almost unanimously elevated her status in their hearts to a level second only to that of Daozu himself. After all, even with his own disciples, Hongjun had never exhibited such amiability. Senior Hongjun, I have just experienced an inexplicable sensation, sensing a profound connection with this 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus. Might I request that you bestow this lotus upon me? In return, I shall offer another spiritual treasure as compensation to the two Dao friends from the West. Teacher, that is unacceptable. Shiyuan's voice had scarcely faded when Zhuan-Ti immediately voiced his opposition, unwilling to relinquish the spiritual treasure that rightfully belonged to the West. However, before he could finish speaking, Xiyan reached out and covered Zhuan-Ti's mouth, humbly and respectfully proclaiming, since this golden lotus is fated to be with the senior, both Zhuan-Ti and I are naturally willing to make this painful sacrifice to fulfill the senior's wish. Xiyan gently pulled Zhuan-Ti and bowed slightly in Shiyuan's direction, at which moment he was reminded of the awe-inspiring battle between Hongjun and Luo Ho, where the figures of the elder and the younger stood tall in his memory. Chapter 195, Side Story. Adventures in the Primordial World, 12. As time reverted back to before the first sermon in Zixiao Palace, Xiyan, having seized the red cloud and the Kuenping mat, quickly drew attention as he settled in the front row, directly beneath the podium, where he noticed Shi Yuan's figure. Who is this Dao friend? What grants her the boldness to sit so distinctively in the front row? Moreover, there is an inexplicable familiarity about her silhouette. Just as Xiyan was deep in thought, Daozu Hongjuan's sudden appearance abruptly interrupted his musings. He quickly cast aside his speculations about Shi Yuan and redirected his focus to the profound teachings being expounded by Hongjun. Returning to the present, as Shi Yuan opened her mouth to request the golden lotus from Hongjun, Xian's mind was suddenly struck by a thunderous realization, awakening an unforgettable memory. Shi Yuan's figure began to merge with that of the younger of the two saviors from the West, gradually receding into the distance. It was she. She was the very elder who had defeated Luo Ho and saved the Western continent. Realizing Shi Yuan's true identity, Xiyan promptly covered Zhuan-Ti's mouth, who was about to boast unreservedly. Though he too coveted the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus and sensed the unique opportunity it represented for him. Shi Yuan was the one to whom all beings in the West owed a great karmic debt. How could the astute Xiyan dare to contend with her? A brilliant idea struck him. He wished to resolve their shared karma through this matter. Moreover, Senior need not exchange it for another spiritual treasure. Let this golden lotus be a gift from Zhuan-Ti and me to you. Xian's words left Shi Yuan quite taken aback. She looked quizzically at the renowned duo of Autumn Wind brothers. To her astonishment, the usually stingy Xiyan was so generous, not only offering the golden lotus that pertained to her future path, but also asking for nothing in return. Truly perplexing. Truly perplexing. Unbeknownst to her, the intention behind the gesture from the Western figures of causality was lost on Xiyan. However, since they were willing to bestow a gift, it was indeed a fortuitous circumstance for her, especially considering that the spiritual treasures she possessed were all meticulously selected by her, and she was currently troubled over what to exchange for the golden lotus. Yet, the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, well versed in the path of causality, immediately discerned the intention behind the gesture to repay causality with the golden lotus upon hearing the words of Xiyan. Thus, he gracefully acquiesced to Xiyan's wish. Dear friend Xiyan, now that Xiyan has spoken, this golden lotus shall belong to you. The 12th grade golden lotus gently descended into Xiyan's hands. Due to their bloodline connection, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within her. Furthermore, those lotus pedestals she had stored within her system bag began to react, radiating a dazzling brilliance within the confines of her bag. With her magical essence circulating, Xiyan suppressed the tumult within her heart and swiftly placed the golden lotus into her bag. Aware that it was the impulse of the 5 lotus pedestals to return to their ancestral roots, merging into the 36th grade chaotic blue lotus that nurtured Pangu. Thank you, esteemed senior Hongjun and fellow Taoists Xiyan and Zhuanti. Xiyan smiled as she nodded to the 2 revered figures, having accomplished her objective. She returned to sit upon the windfire mat, awaiting the grand unfolding of the subsequent treasure allocation drama. With the allocation of the golden lotus concluded, Hongjun produced the demon-subduing Vajra pestle, the plain cloud realm banner, the tranquility beads, and other treasures, bestowing them upon Zhuanti and Xiyan. Thus, Hongjun generously gifted his 6 disciples with extraordinary spiritual treasures, eliciting envious glances from the other guests of Zixiao. Noticing the envy among the onlookers, Hongjun smiled faintly and spoke again. In addition to these spiritual treasures, I have placed numerous other treasures I previously collected upon the treasure allocation cliff outside Zixiao Palace for your self-selection. Now that the 3 lectures have concluded satisfactorily, I shall take my leave. Zixiao Palace will henceforth be closed to visitors. As the final words left Hongjuan's lips, his figure gradually faded from the high platform. The 2 young attendants, Hao Tian and Yao Zi, opened the grand doors of Zixiao Palace, initiating the farewell mode. Unexpectedly, as soon as the doors of Zixiao Palace swung open, those eager guests, coveting the treasures on the treasure allocation cliff, transformed into a whirlwind, rushing forth toward the cliff before Hao Tian and Yao Zi could utter a word. Meanwhile, as an enthusiast of spiritual treasures, Xiyan had already shattered the jade talisman in her hand before the palace doors opened, teleporting to the treasure allocation cliff. A special privilege granted to her by Hongjun before his departure. Dear friend Xiyan, there are many fine treasures I previously collected at the treasure allocation cliff. You may utilize this jade talisman to gain the advantage and be the first to select a few. Hongjuan's kindness towards her surpassed that towards his disciples, a testament to the bond forged through their previous camaraderie and shared discourse. Standing proudly before the treasure allocation cliff, Xiyan couldn't help but murmur to herself. After expressing her gratitude to Hongjun, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Seizing the opportunity while the others were still on their journey, she began to meticulously select the treasures displayed atop the treasure dividing cliff. Oh, what a beautiful vase! Is this the legendary jade bottle of sheep fat? It would make a splendid flower vase back on Palai Island. And this rope is so dazzling. Could it be crafted from pure gold? My apologies, dear father. But I shall take this golden cord. It will pair perfectly with my 9-colored feathered attire. Ah, this feeling is so familiar. It belongs to the power of reincarnation. Perfect. I shall gift this reincarnation realm to Anastasia. In light of this, why not select some suitable spiritual treasures for the family at Xiyan Pavilion? This purple gold hammer should be quite fitting for the one-eyed giants. This purple gold bell would be just right to hang around Little Black's neck. And this luminous ethereal ribbon seems perfect for Little White. It would allow them to embody the 9-colored deer. After a period of careful selection, over 30 treasures found their way into Xiyan's possession. At that moment, the other members of the Zixiao sect hurriedly arrived, unaware of the true circumstances. They could only marvel at Xiyan's remarkable speed before they began to sift through the spiritual treasures that had already been plundered by her. In comparison to others showcasing their unique abilities, the 6 future saints, endowed with spiritual treasures by Hongjun, found the process remarkably effortless. A purple gold bridge extended from the black and white Taiji diagram, directly securing dozens of spiritual treasures, which then descended into the Taiji chart. An ancient Panga banner unfurled, and 100 treasures gracefully fell into the embrace of Yuanshi. Meanwhile, Xiyan, having taken a clandestine approach, stood aside with her arms folded, keenly observing the various methods employed by the individuals in their treasure gathering. It was only after the last member of the Zixiao sect took away the final treasure from the treasure dividing cliff that Xiyan, having been influenced by countless tales of the primal wilderness, turned her gaze towards the solitary cliff. In those tales, the protagonist ultimately claimed the treasure dividing cliff. Should I not also give it a try and see if it conceals some formidable treasure? Chapter 196. Epilogue. Adventures in the Primal World. 13. Casting a glance around and finding no one in sight, Xiyan silently extended her thieving hand toward the treasure-dividing cliff. This aura is chaos. Indeed, this cliff is a relic from the chaos. Xiyan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Just as described in the tales of the primal wilderness, this cliff is an ancient treasure left behind when Pangu cleaved chaos to form the new world. It is said that this chaos stone is an excellent material for crafting. When I return to the realm of Greek mythology, I must have the one-eyed giants and Hephaestus upgrade my nature god staff using it. With the exquisite refining materials in her possession, Xiyan smiled like a blooming flower. While Hongjun, stealthily observing the surroundings of Thimbao Cliff, could not help but smile as well. Indeed, Xiyan, my dear friend, is blessed with immense fortune. Having discovered a treasure deliberately left behind by the old Taoist, having departed from the celestial realm and returned to the familiar world of Hongwang, Xiyan felt an inexplicable sense of security as her feet touched the earth. After growing accustomed to the Greek mythological world and lingering in the ethereal celestial realm, she found herself somewhat unsettled. Perhaps it is because the earth serves as the cornerstone of the Greek mythological universe, where the gods are accustomed to the grounded sensation. And the palace of the deity king is not situated in the heavens, but upon Mount Olympus. In contrast, the practitioners of the Hongwang world tend to favor the ethereal experience of riding the clouds. The teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace concluded successfully. And now the Hongwang realm is poised to enter an era where quasi-saints abound and Deluo is regarded as insignificant. I wonder if my cultivation is nearing its unsealing. Furthermore, the war of witches and demons is set to commence, and humanity is on the brink of stepping onto the historical stage. The Hongwang world is destined to become increasingly fascinating. While we are still in this transitional phase, I must promptly address the crucial matter of merging the 5 Lotus platforms with their essence. My esteemed mother, the beloved 36th grade creation Blue Lotus, I am on my way to find you. With this thought in mind, Xiyan summoned the clouds and mist, directing her flight towards Palai Island. However, before she could traverse a few hundred miles, a shadowy vapor enveloped her unexpectedly. Accompanying this humid presence was a formidable earth energy, reminiscent of the earth goddess Gaia. Realizing the significance of this overwhelming force, Xiang's eyes sparkled with insight as she immediately soared towards the source. It cannot be mistaken. The legendary scene of Kunping attacking Hongyan is about to unfold. Indeed, as Xiang surmised, due to Hongyan yielding his position to Kunping, who unexpectedly lost his chance at sanctification, harbored seeds of hatred against the benevolent Hongyun in his heart. Moreover, the primordial purple energy, capable of granting sanctification, intensified Kunping's enmity towards Hongyun, igniting jealousy within him. This accursed Hongyun, he surrendered his saintly status to another yet still secured a chance at sanctification, leaving me with nothing but despair. I shall never forgive him as long as I live. As the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace concluded, Kunping eagerly launched an assault on Hongyun. His motives were twofold: to unleash the pent-up hatred within him and to firmly seize the foundation of sanctification that lay within his grasp. Little did he know, the renowned and inseparable companion of the primordial era, Zenyuanzi, stood steadfastly beside Hongyun, thwarting Kunping's ambush. Nevertheless, with the situation having escalated, Kunping could not simply relent. Without hesitation, he conjured the ethereal mist of the underworld and initiated his attack. In the face of Kunping's ferocious onslaught, Zenyuanzi remained composed and unruffled. A hefty tome materialized before him, enveloping both himself and Hongyun in a protective embrace of earthy yellow, rendering Kunping's efforts utterly futile. This tome was none other than Zenyuanzi's innate spiritual treasure, one of the illustrious 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity. The Earth Book, born of the primal membrane of the earth. How dare you, scoundrel? Kunping, with me here. You shall not harm Hongyun in the slightest, Zenyuanzi declared with authority. Humph. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to face my wrath. A colossal shadow loomed over the sky as Kunping transformed into his true form, that of the Great Rock, launching yet another wave of chilling attacks. The expanse of the rock's back stretches for thousands of miles. When enraged and soaring, its wings resemble clouds descending from the heavens. Indeed, Zhuangzi did not deceive me. The form of this great rock surpasses even Typhon, wielding the power to obscure the sky and sun. Hidden in the shadows, Xiyan murmured to herself. However, while Kunping may be grand, he cannot breach the defenses of the Earth Book. Clearly, the turtle shell method prevails. Indeed, Zenyuanzi exhibits my own style. As the possessor of a defensive treasure in the form of a turtle shell from Greek mythology, Xiyan held Xinyuanzi's defensive strategy in high regard. Yes, indeed. While the enemy remains still, so shall I. If the enemy moves, I shall remain unmoved, embodying a demeanor of calm and composure. As Kunpeng and Xinyuanzi engaged in their offensive and defensive dance, Han Yun, the instigator of this conflict, was not idle. Even as the well-meaning individual he was, he sensed the palpable animosity emanating from Kunpeng. Thus, as the first cloud between heaven and earth, he began to harness his innate gifts. "Brother, we must depart," Han Yun suddenly bellowed to Xinyuanzi, enveloping both of them in a radiant crimson light as they swiftly retreated towards the direction of Xinyuanzi's Wuzhuang temple. Attempt to flee? Not on my watch. Witnessing the red cloud and Xinyuanzi escape, the Kunpeng immediately flapped its wings and pursued the direction in which they fled. Although the transformation of Kunpeng into a giant bird boasted astonishing speed, it ultimately could not match the evasion technique of the first cloud in the world, the red cloud. It seemed that the benevolent red cloud had successfully eluded disaster this time. Having observed the entire battle, Xiyan swiftly analyzed the current situation. Having enjoyed the spectacle, she glanced towards the departing figures before turning her cloud head and hastening towards the direction of Palai Island. The red, white, black, and gold lotus platforms spun rhythmically in the air. Xiang focused her mind and attentively gazed at the 4 lotus platforms that shared her origin. "Dear relatives, you must bless me with success." As soon as Xiyang's words fell, a powerful surge of magical energy enveloped the 4 lotus platforms. Under her refining, their forms gradually disintegrated, revealing the essence of their source power. Go. A cerulean light flew from the center of Xiyang's brow into the sky, joining the ranks of the source power of the 4 lotus platforms. This was the primordial force of her own 12th grade creation, Azure Lotus. Under the catalysis of Xiyang's magic, the 5-colored orbs of light gradually coalesced, slowly transforming back into their original form, the seeds of the creation Azure Lotus. Chapter 197. Extra. Grand Adventure in the Primordial World, 14. With the lotus seeds formed, the next task was to reshape the creation Azure Lotus with immense magical power. A torrent of magical energy surged from Xiyang's body, conjuring an illusory lotus pod. The floating 5-colored seeds instantly fell into it, and the ethereal lotus pod took on a tangible form, as if everything had reverted to the moment of their original birth. Seeing this, Xiyang's expression brightened, and she increased the output of her magical energy. 1 petal, 2 petals, translucent azure lotus petals sprouted from the side of the lotus pod. The still-forming lotus platform swiftly ascended from the 2nd grade to the 4th, 12th, and 18th grades, akin to a rocket. Once the lotus platform reached the 36th grade, akin to the creation Azure Lotus that nurtured Pangu, Xiyang exerted her strength once more, intending to transform the illusory lotus platform into a true entity. However, before she could act, dense dark clouds suddenly enveloped Penglai Island. Accompanied by rumbling thunder, the purple-gold Zixiao divine thunder rapidly coalesced within the clouds. Oh no! The Heavenly Tao does not permit the rebirth of the creation Azure Lotus. Oh dear, Heavenly Tao, please do not strike me. I will cease immediately. As the ominous purple lightning was about to strike, Xiyan decisively halted the flow of her magical power. Without her mystical enhancement, the ethereal lotus petals began to wither instantly, and the multicolored lotus seeds scattered from the pod, reverting to the form of the 12th-grade lotus platform. Upon sensing Xiyan's withdrawal, the Heavenly Tao also ceased the impending retribution, and the dark clouds enveloping the sky above Palai dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only Xiyan, who felt the weight of the divine punishment, and the myriad aquatic beings inhabiting the Eastern Sea were aware of the harrowing events that had just unfolded. Grateful for the mercy of the Heavenly Tao, Xiyan clasped her hands together in gratitude, expressing her heartfelt thanks for the opportunity to continue her existence in the primordial world. Having narrowly escaped a fate of demise, she immediately bowed in reverence to the Heavenly Tao, and after that harrowing experience, she resolved to temporarily shelve her ambition to reconstruct the Genesis Qinglian. She planned to reignite the creation project when she achieved a breakthrough to the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal stage. Startled by the Heavenly Tao, Xiyan decided to indulge in a restorative slumber to mend her wounded spirit. This sleep lasted a full 1,500 years, not due to her natural awakening, but because she was roused by a barrier she had previously set at Mount Buzhou. Exhaling a gentle sigh, Xiyan rose from her cloud bed, stretching leisurely. The gourds on Mount Buzhou were nearly ripe, and she was grateful for her foresight in establishing a barrier beside the gourd vines. Otherwise, she would have missed this splendid opportunity. After loosening her limbs, Xiyan immediately ascended on a cloud towards Mount Buzhou, having awaited this day of harvest for so long. Upon arriving at the lofty, cloud-kissing peak of Mount Buzhou, Xiyan had just descended from her cloud when she unexpectedly encountered a few familiar faces. To meet Senior Xiyan here at Buzhou is indeed a stroke of luck, exclaimed Laozi, the supreme elder of the three pure ones, as he bowed towards her with a smile. Indeed, I invited my fellow disciples from the three pure ones to discuss the Tao, and unexpectedly encountered Senior Xiyan, added Nuwa, clad in white feathered robes. It had been quite some time since Xiyan had seen Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa. Upon receiving their warm greetings, she responded with a smile, nodding toward the four. However, her thoughts were preoccupied with the realization that the gourd was destined to be intertwined with the three pure ones and Yuwa. Merely by convening for a discussion, they stumbled upon such a fortuitous event, truly a testament to the heavenly Tao's favor. While Xiyan mused to herself, a dazzling array of colorful lights suddenly erupted from the mountainside of Buzhou, prompting the three pure ones and Yuwa to recognize that a supreme spiritual treasure was emerging. Look at this radiant rainbow light. It must signify the birth of a spiritual treasure. Let us join in the excitement. With a smile, Xiyan addressed her four junior companions, expressing her eagerness to acquire new treasures. Good. Three pure ones, Nuwa responded, having knowledge of the precise location of the gourd vine. Xiyan effortlessly guided them to the valley where it resided, much to the astonishment of the four, revealing the 7 resplendent treasure gourds. This is indeed the innate spiritual root gourd vine. The well-informed Laozi, possessing the legacy of Pangu, immediately recognized the identity of the gourd vine. I see that the quality of these gourds must be extraordinary. Today, we have encountered great fortune. The vivacious Tongdian exclaimed joyfully, only to be met with a disapproving glance from Yuanshi due to his boisterous laughter. I see there are 7 gourds. Why don't we each take one, leaving the remaining 2 for other fated individuals? What do you think, my fellow Taoists? Nuwa suggested, her proposal receiving unanimous agreement from everyone, including Xiyan. As Xiyan was revered as a senior, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa exchanged glances, prompting them to allow her to select first. Xiyan, who had long awaited this moment, approached the gourd vine without hesitation, beginning her careful examination. Let me see. This purple golden gourd appears quite appealing. However, it seems to be the purple golden gourd Laozi uses for storing elixirs, so I shall not compete with my juniors for it, Xiyan mused while stroking her chin. Her gaze then shifted to the remaining 6 gourds. After some contemplation, she ultimately chose the 6th gourd among the 7 brothers, a purple-blue gourd. Once Xiyan made her selection, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa, after some politeness, each picked their desired gourds. As expected, Laozi chose the purple golden gourd, which contained the essence of true fire and the chill of profound ice, embodying a universe of its own with the ability to absorb all things and devour heaven and earth, although it unexpectedly became Laozi's container for elixirs. Yuanshi selected a purple-black gourd, which contained a semblance of chaos and held a trace of chaotic law. Tongtian acquired a purple-yellow gourd, rich with the power of water and fire loss. Nuwa was instantly enamored with a purple-green gourd, joyfully cradling it, which she would refine into the renowned banner that would summon all in the future. Chapter 198. Side Story. Grand Adventure in the Primordial World, 15. Once the 5 of them had completed their selections, unexpectedly, 4 uninvited guests arrived in the valley where the gourd vine was located. They were the companions, the demon kings Tai and Dijuan, along with the good friends of the Primordial, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun. In the end, Hongyun took away a purple-red gourd from the gourd vine, while Dijuan claimed the last purple-yellow gourd. At this point, the 7 brothers of the gourd, born from the 10 primordial spiritual roots, awaited their destined companions. Just as the others contemplated departing, Xiyan's gaze fell upon the gourd vine, which, having nurtured the gourds, was now depleted of spiritual energy. This gourd vine was indeed a remarkable entity. She recalled that it would become a sacred artifact of merit for Nuwa. Contemplating this, Xiyan turned her attention to Nuwa and was astonished to observe the goddess's evident interest in the gourd vine. Nuwa, seemingly compelled, stepped forward and seized the spiritual root that had fulfilled its purpose. Xiyan could not shake the feeling that this gourd vine held profound opportunities for her. Nuwa mused internally, and upon regaining her composure, she began to bid farewell to those around her with respectful gestures. Due to the limitations of her own realm and the failure of the Primordial Blue Lotus reconstruction plan, Xiyan, having nothing to occupy her time, chose not to return to Palai Island, but instead opted to wander the vast wilderness of the primordial world. Wherever Xiyan went, it was as if a tempest had swept through, leaving countless rare spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and treasures to be gathered into her system's backpack, which quickly filled the capacity. During this period, she also took part in several significant events amidst the primordial chaos. Firstly, the establishment of the Heavenly Court marked the initial signs of the calamity between the witches and the demons, heralding the commencement of the first great war between them. Jun and Tai led the demon clan to ascend the 33 heavens atop Mount Bujo, thereby founding the Heavenly Court of the demon race. By the will of heaven, I, Jun, and Tai hereby establish the Heavenly Court today to govern the primordial realm. Their bold declaration sent ripples of astonishment throughout the living beings of the universe. Xiyan gasped in disbelief at their audacity, exclaiming, "Goodness! How dare Jun and Tai claim dominion over the primordial world? Such immense consequences await." Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Tao affirmed Jun and Tai's proclamation, and thus the Heavenly Court of the demon race was officially established. However, at that moment, the 12 ancestral witches, birthed from the blood of Pangu and residing upon the earth, unleashed their furious roars towards the direction of the Heavenly Court. "You young ones, Jun and Tai, this world is fashioned from Pangu himself. How dare you demons presume to govern it? Such arrogance is beyond belief." Thus, the first great war between the witches and the demons erupted with great fervor, as the sons of the witch tribe clashed with those of the demon tribe, and the stench of blood began to permeate the primordial lands, provoking Xiyan's discontent. As the goddess of creation overseeing life and nature in the realm of Greek mythology, and a formidable practitioner of the laws of creation in the primordial world, Xiyan detested the countless souls and the bloodshed wrought by such calamities. Unable to bear the sight, she sent a message to the Zishu Palace while summoning the life treasure vase to condense sweet rain to alleviate the violence and bloodshed permeating the heavens and the earth. Ultimately, the first war between the witches and the demons was halted by Hongjun, and Xiyan, having purified the world, received the merit of divine light bestowed by the Heavenly Tao, observing the wandering souls of the witches and demons upon the earth. Xiyan could not help but sigh. As of now, the realm of the afterlife has yet to be established. These countless souls can only drift aimlessly between heaven and earth. When the day of reincarnation arrives, I shall surely guide you into the 6 paths of reincarnation and grant you the chance to be reborn. Secondly, the Heavenly Court, under the dominion of the demon clan, hosted the inaugural wedding in the universe, the grand nuptials of the demon emperor Jun and the goddess of the lunar star, Xiya. Invitations were sent to nearly all the prominent figures in the primordial realm, save for the witch clan. When Xiyan received the invitation from the demon envoy, she was quite taken aback. As someone with no prior connections to the demon clan, she had never expected Jun would extend an invitation, nor would he be able to ascertain her current whereabouts within the vast primordial expanse. While I harbor a genuine intrigue towards this monumental wedding, I am reluctant to entangle myself in the conflict between the witches and demons, wishing to maintain my distance from both factions. Thus, I resolved not to attend. With this thought, Xiyan retrieved several mid-grade innate spiritual treasures from her system pouch as a congratulatory gift for Jun's marriage, entrusting them to the 3 pure ones to deliver, and subsequently cast the matter from her mind. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. Following the conclusion of the wedding, the fortunate Hongyun, who had acquired the primordial purple chi, fell victim to an assault orchestrated by Jun, Kuanpeng, and the other formidable beings of the demon clan. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi, who had been inseparable from Hongyun, was delayed by Shiha at the Heavenly Court. Ultimately, outnumbered, Hongyun met a tragic end, while the tardy Xinyuanzi could only manage to preserve a fragment of Hongyun's lingering soul, with the primordial purple chi that rightfully belonged to Hongyun dissipating into the ether. Thirdly, aside from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the first sage of the universe was officially born. Enwa created a brand new race, the human race, within the primordial realm, and for this monumental act of creation, she ultimately attained the fruit position of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Xiyan witnessed Enwa's creation of humanity firsthand. As the human race came into being, the shackles that had bound her realm were shattered, allowing Xiyan to once again ascend to the dual sanctity of the original deity in Greek mythology and the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian in the primordial world. Little did I expect that the day of my cultivation's unsealing would coincide with the birth of humanity. Indeed, I share an inextricable bond with the human race. After attaining sainthood, Enwa ascended to the 33 heavens to establish her Taoist sanctuary, leaving the naive human race to curiously explore this entirely new world. As the progenitor of humanity in the realm of Greece, Xiyan could not bear to witness the current scene. Indeed, Nymph, the creator, had merely given life without guidance, fashioning humanity and then vanishing into the ether. Alas, as another primordial ancestor of humankind from a different world, I suppose I shall once again extend my aid to humanity. By the whims of fate, Xiyan assumed the weighty responsibility of educating mankind anew. She approached the newly born, naive humans, embarking on yet another journey of enlightenment. Chapter 199. Epilogue. A Grand Adventure in the Primordial World. 16. Unlike their counterparts in Greek mythology, the humans in the primordial world, though newly emerged, included several exceptionally talented individuals. Among them were Sui Ren, who invented the technique of friction fire, Yu Chao, who constructed shelters against the elements, and Zi, who discerned how to weave clothing from grass and animal hides. With the assistance of these three ancestral figures, Xiyan felt her burdens lighten significantly. Yet another thought surged within her mind. Oh, pitiful humanity, having just been born and yet to adapt to the ways of survival in the primordial world. You are soon to face the slaughter by the tribes of shamans and demons. Alas, such is the fate ordained by the heavens, and I cannot alter it. Only through this ordeal can humanity truly assume its role as the protagonists of heaven and earth. Gazing upon the slumbering humans before her, Xiyan sighed and shook her head in resignation. What I can offer may simply be to guide you towards a path of survival before this calamity descends. Thus, after a decade of companionship with humanity, Xiyan imparted her final revelation. O humans, migrate in diverse directions. Go forth to the shores of the eastern sea to multiply, to the foot of Mount Wanshou to flourish, to the western lands, and to the eastern wilderness of Kunlun. Only thus may you preserve a glimmer of hope. The shores of the eastern sea lie near her abode in Penglai, while Mount Wanshou is the site of Zheng Yuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple. The western lands are home to the revered figures of Zheni and Jiejing, and the eastern wilderness of Kunlun harbors the future saints, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Togtian. Each location mentioned by Xiyan is a haven of great power, and she trusts that these mighty beings will safeguard humanity amidst the impending slaughter by the tribes of shamans and demons. As the last word fell from her lips, Xiyan transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing before humanity. Similar yet distinct from the Greek mythological realm, the humans of the primordial world revered Xiyan as their faith, recognizing Nymph as the progenitor while bestowing upon Xiyan the esteemed title of the Holy Master of Humanity. A cascade of golden merit once more descended into Xiyan's hands. She tossed it casually, placing this merit within the auspicious clouds above her head. Xiyan harbored no intention of utilizing the amassed merit for any purpose other than to enhance her own appearance. When adversaries engage you in combat, unfurl your cloud of merit, and they shall be momentarily blinded by the dazzling golden light, deterred from confrontation. What a delightful thought! Inspired by this notion, Xiyan resolutely chose to become a true celestial being of virtue, intending to dazzle each adversary with a radiant brilliance of merit. Presently, Hongjun was preoccupied with unifying the heavenly Tao. Nymph had just attained sainthood and was busy establishing her palace, while the three pure ones and the two venerable figures of the West were fervently exploring the path to sanctity. It seemed that everyone was quite engaged, and I too must immerse myself in the endeavor of reshaping the primordial azure lotus. Having regained her sanctified status, Xiyan reinitiated the primordial azure lotus reconstruction plan. Silently, she departed from the chaotic world, arriving at the outer heaven, a realm untouched by the heavenly Tao and suffused with chaotic energy. Cloaked in the protective might of the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, the rampant chaotic energy posed no threat to her. After wandering for a while, she ultimately selected a remote corner far from the expanse of the primordial earth to commence her undertaking. Heavenly Tao. Oh, Heavenly Tao. Now that I have removed myself from the primordial earth, I implore you not to trouble me any further. Kindly attend to your union with the old man Hongjun, allowing me the peace to reshape my treasures. Before embarking on her reconstruction endeavor, Xiyan murmured softly in the direction of the primordial earth, then cleared her mind of distractions and summoned the 4 lotus platforms along with the primordial essence of her own azure lotus. Armed with prior experience, she swiftly reformed the ethereal body of the 36-tiered primordial azure lotus. The next step was to accomplish what had remained unfinished, transforming the ethereal into the tangible. Taking a deep breath, The magnificent power and divine energy unique to the dual saint realm surged forth from Xiyan, merging into the illusory embryo of the primordial azure lotus. Under her mystical influence, the first petal of the azure lotus blossomed into a corporeal form. Splendid. A promising start. I hope the subsequent steps unfold with equal ease. As Xiyan infused her power and divine energy, time slipped by unnoticed, and half of the ethereal lotus had solidified into substance. Yet, at that moment, the strength within her was nearly depleted. This primordial azure lotus is like a bottomless pit. If this continues, I shall perish before the lotus is complete. I must devise a means to replenish my strength. Realizing her predicament, Xiyan began to contemplate. Soon, her gaze fell upon the omnipresent chaotic energy of the outer heaven. Could this chaotic energy be transformed into my own power? It seems plausible. Let me experiment with it. Gently, Xiyan summoned a wisp of chaotic energy into her being, and the once tumultuous energy became as docile as a kitten within her. It swiftly transmuted into the most refined essence of energy. What a revelation! Why did I not think of this sooner? Upon discovering the source of power, Xiyan promptly began to actively absorb the chaotic energy. The grayish chaotic essence flowed continuously into her body, and gradually, the primordial blue lotus had solidified more than halfway. Only a final fraction remained before this treasure, which had once nurtured Pangu, would return to this realm. However, just at this critical juncture, a sudden sense of unease surged within Xiyan's heart, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries from humanity that echoed across the primordial land. This was dire news. The witch and monster clans had initiated a massacre against the human race. Xiyan cast a fleeting glance at the nearly formed primordial blue lotus, then turned her gaze towards the distant primordial expanse, ultimately gritting her teeth and making a decision. No, I have once illuminated the path for humanity. It is my duty to protect those who have migrated to the shores of the East Sea. This is the promise I made. Nevertheless, Xiyan felt a pang of reluctance. After all, the primordial blue lotus was on the verge of manifesting in her hands. If only there were a way to suspend time, allowing the lotus to linger in this moment, sparing her the need to start anew. As she pondered, an epiphany struck her. How foolish of me. I have a ready-made solution. While maintaining the half-formed state of the primordial blue lotus with her magical power, Xiyan quietly opened her system backpack. With a flash of white light, the unfinished primordial blue lotus occupied a slot within the backpack. How could I almost forget that this system backpack acts as a grand refrigerator, capable of pausing all time and space, preserving items in their original state? One must commend the ingenuity of the good Fortune Management Bureau. Having found a solution, Xiyan swiftly turned and accelerated towards the primordial land. She had to rescue the humans who were rightfully under her protection from the hands of the witch and monster clans. Once a land of exquisite talent, the primordial expanse was now shrouded in a thick veil of bloodshed. The monster clan, in their frenzy to forge the slaughter witch blade, began a brutal extermination of humanity to gather their essence. Similarly, the witch clan unleashed a massacre upon the human race, using their souls to create soul-destroying banners to obliterate the intelligence of the monsters. Above the boundless East Sea, one of the 10 monster saints, Xiyan, led a vast army of witches soaring through the skies, in search of human settlements thriving in this region. Lord Xiyan, according to intelligence from the rat monster, the humans reside along the eastern coast, but this area is under the jurisdiction of the dragon clan. Do you believe they will intervene to protect the humans? Hearing his subordinate's words, the inherently cunning Xiyan let out a derisive laugh. The dragon clan is a thing of the past. The current primordial realm belongs to us. The monsters, who would dare impede our grand army? Since the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the dragon clan has found itself in a precarious position. Now, apart from the azure dragon, who possesses the cultivation of a quasi-saint but cannot venture beyond the eastern lands, and the candle dragon, endowed with the ability to manipulate day and night, the dragon clan boasts no other formidable beings. Even the number of great Luo golden immortals is exceedingly scarce. Under the relentless advance of the demon army, the keen-eyed Xiyan swiftly discerned several small dark spots along the eastern coastline, which were none other than the abodes constructed by the human race. Brothers, the human encampment lies ahead. Follow my command. Show no mercy. Kill. The demon army roared their battle cry as they surged toward the humans. At that moment, the humans, engrossed in their labors, soon noticed the ominous swarm of demons rapidly approaching from the sky. This is bad. The demons are invading. Quickly, cast defensive spells. The chieftain of the tribe, Xiyan, immediately issued orders, and several practitioners in the crowd began to wield their powers, collaborating with the village elder to establish a defensive formation that enveloped everyone within its protective embrace. Ha ha ha, even in the face of death, you persist in futile resistance. I shall relish witnessing how long your makeshift turtle shell, crafted by a great Luo Jinxian and a few Jinxian, can withstand. As the foremost warrior of the demons, Xiyan mocked the humans. He was, apart from Baze, the only one among the 10 demon generals who had claimed a life and officially ascended to the quasi-saint realm. With his singular might, he could easily breach the rudimentary defenses the humans had hastily erected, yet he chose not to do so, relishing the thrill of the hunt and preferring to engage in a game of cat and mouse with the humans. Charge! A multitude of demon soldiers descended from the clouds, launching an assault on the humans' defensive shell. The clanging of weapons echoed across the eastern shore, and the dragonkin residing in the depths of the sea also detected the commotion on the surface. Within the resplendent dragon palace of the East Sea, several dragon elders convened to deliberate whether to extend aid to the humans. Due to the ambitions of Dejuan and Tai to devour the dragon clan and incorporate them into the celestial hierarchy of the demon race, they often exerted pressure on the dragons, inciting considerable discontent among them. Furthermore, the humans residing along the eastern coast frequently engaged in trade with the dragons, fostering a cordial relationship. Thus, based on these two factors, the dragon clan ultimately resolved to lend a hand to their neighbors. Consequently, a dragon of the great Luo Jinxian realm soared from the depths of the sea, embarking on a rampage against the demon army. Observing the unfolding scene after a prolonged interlude, the ghostly chariot summoned its weapon, a 6-foot-long fan of spiritual treasure, and prepared to join the fray. Although Xiyan had only claimed one life, he had already established a profound chasm between himself and the great Luo Jinxian. With his full-force assault, the reinforcements dispatched by the dragon clan were driven back relentlessly, and the humans' defensive formation lay in tatters. Huh, do you insignificant little catfish dare meddle in our demon affairs? Today, I shall ensnare both you and the humans in one fell swoop. With a powerful swing of his gem-encrusted fan, the very heavens shifted, and a fierce gale erupted from the sea, giving rise to formidable tornadoes that surged toward the humans and the dragon reinforcements. Chieftain Xiyan, witnessing the terrifying tempest, despairingly closed his eyes, lamenting, "The heavens are unjust. Why must my people endure such catastrophic calamity?" Just as Xiyan was on the verge of triumph, an ancient bronze cauldron descended from the heavens, effectively countering all the hurricanes summoned by him. "How dare you?" A voice, filled with fury, resonated through the skies as a figure clad in resplendent, multicolored garments appeared above the human realm. "The Eastern Sea's humanity is under my protection. How dare a creature with the head of a bird and the body of a deer wreak havoc in my domain? Splendid. It is the Holy Master. It is the Holy Master." Xiyan, who had just moments ago been engulfed in despair, erupted with joy while the inhabitants of the tribe knelt in reverence towards Xiyan, expressing their gratitude for her timely assistance. The Holy Master? A look of confusion crossed Xiyan's face. He had never heard of such a figure among the humans. However, he deduced that the massive cauldron summoned by the woman must be at least a superior innate spiritual treasure, for only such an item could withstand the hurricanes he had conjured. A formidable defensive spiritual treasure, indeed. A sinister thought flickered within Xiyan. He was far too dim-witted to recognize that Xiyan, capable of effortlessly revealing his true form, was undoubtedly far more powerful than he. "Ah, little lady, you certainly speak boldly. Allow me to advise you. Hand over your spiritual treasure promptly, or else you shall find that I, Xiyan, can be quite unforgiving." Emboldened by his quasi-saint status, Xiyan shouted at Xiyan with unwavering confidence. "However, I must say, you are quite beautiful. Should you consider becoming my consort, perhaps I might spare your life." Chapter 201. Extra. Adventures in the Primordial World. 18. Wait, this sounds vaguely familiar. I seem to recall a certain dragon I once dispatched uttering similar words long ago. Dear companions, could this be a universal template for villainous dialogue? Xiyan's words incited Xiyan's ire to the point of mockery, prompting her to silently ridicule him. "Become your consort? Just look at yourself, a grotesque creature with the head of a bird and the body of a deer. I would be startled into a fright if I encountered you on a midnight stroll. You. Xiyan was instantly flushed with rage, his eyes wide with fury as he wielded his banana fan with all his might. "Today, I shall show you what true devastation means." A tempest brewed, the heavens darkened, and a chilling aura enveloped the skies above the eastern sea. The intangible winds materialized into form, as ominous blackbirds surged towards Xiyan, leaving desolation in their wake. Such a breeze pales in comparison to the might of the father of all demons, Typhon. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, Xiyan was unperturbed by this bone-chilling wind. As she scoffed, she retrieved a water attribute banana fan from her system bag. You have a fan, and so do I. You summon the wind, and I shall bring forth the rain. Raising her fan, Xiyan first made a cheeky face towards Xiyan, then, imitating him, began to fan her treasure. Purine water. Go forth. The torrential rain cascaded down from the ominous clouds summoned by Xiyan, as if it possessed a will of its own. Instead of falling to the ground, the deluge transformed into a water dragon, charging towards the monstrous bird conjured by the sinister winds. A fierce battle of dragon and phoenix soon unfolded on the shores of the eastern sea. The howling winds propelled the avian creature into the air, slicing through the atmosphere like a razor, while the water dragon adeptly maneuvered to evade its attacks, drawing ever closer until it finally sank its jaws into the bird's back. The wind bird, struck by the pure-een waters, let out a piercing cry before dissipating into the horizon. Victorious, the water dragon pursued Xiyan, only to be dispersed by a single strike from the quasi-saintly Xiyan. Witnessing his invincible gale of desolation fall to Xiyan, Xiyan's expression darkened. And it was only then that he recognized her formidable strength. Who is this woman, so powerful? Am I truly to be defeated today? Surely. She must merely be at the level of a second-tier slayer. She can only wound me gravely, not claim my life. With this thought, the flicker of cowardice that had ignited within him swiftly dissipated, and as he surveyed his subordinates, a cunning plan took shape in his mind. Brothers, do not fear. How can a single woman prevail against us? Follow my commanded charge. At his command, the dark throng of demon soldiers surged forth, weapons drawn and spells unleashed, rushing toward Xiyan. Meanwhile, Xiyan discreetly began to gather his own powers, considering escape since confrontation seemed futile. But escaping would not be so simple. Though Xiyan's actions were subtle, Xiyan had long since anticipated his intentions. With a cold laugh, she wielded the colossal Qiankuan Ding against the minions, unleashing the mighty technique of Mount Tai pressing down, while simultaneously activating the gem bestowed upon her by Tartarus embedded within her nature god staff. A flash of dark light engulfed the scene, and just as Xiyan prepared to flee, he found himself frozen in place. Seeds of resentment burgeoned within him, engulfing every shred of rational thought, leaving only a singular, consuming desire to kill. A beast with the head of a bird and the body of a deer suddenly appeared above the demon soldiers. Before they could react, Xiyan indiscriminately unleashed chaos upon his own men. General Xiyan, what are you doing? No, stop. The wails of despair reverberated through the ranks of the demon army. And in a matter of moments, thousands of demon soldiers transformed into lifeless corpses at the hands of Xiyan, who had attained the quasi-saint realm. The sudden betrayal of Xiyan left both the observing human and dragon clans dumbfounded, while Xiyan, having savored this spectacle of mutual destruction, wore a knowing smile. I dare say if Emperor Jun and Tai were to learn of this treachery, they would certainly not let Xiyan escape unscathed. Let me indulge in the art of using others as pawns, for I have no desire to soil my own hands. As Xiyan withdrew the divine power of the grudge gem, the bloodied Xiyan collapsed amidst the corpses of his fallen kin, utterly losing consciousness. Farewell. Xiyan approached Xiyan, exerting force with her right foot, akin to a soccer kick, propelling the unconscious Xiyan high into the heavens atop the Mount Bujo, where the demon celestial court resided. Bravo! What a splendid shot! Having dealt with the demon incursion, Xiyan clapped her hands and turned her gaze towards the dragon reinforcements, who, despite their injuries, had proven to be of little use. She retrieved the life elixir, adorned with 5-colored gemstones. The vibrant waters of vitality surged forth from the bottle, transforming into a gentle rain that fell upon the gathered humans and dragons. In an instant, the injured were restored to health, while those unscathed found their lifespans unexpectedly extended. To the East Sea Dragon Clan, I express my gratitude for your timely assistance to the human race. In return, I shall bestow upon your clan a boon of fortune. Although the dragon reinforcements had not resolved the human crisis, Xiyan appreciated their courage to act under pressure during a dire moment. Possessing foresight into the future, she was more than willing to lend her support to the dragons. Thank you, esteemed elder. The revitalized dragon immortals immediately bowed in gratitude towards Xiyan. Although they were unfamiliar with her, they quickly recognized her formidable prowess, having effortlessly manipulated the quasi-saint Xiyan like a mere toy. They realized that she was at least a being of the three corpse-slaying realm, far surpassing their strongest, the Zhu Long and Qing Long. Chapter 202. Extra. Grand Adventure in the Primordial World, 19. After bidding farewell to the Dragon Immortals, Xiyan finally had the opportunity to gaze upon the human race she had painstakingly nurtured. Looking at the myriad human tribes, a smile of contentment graced her face. The trials faced by humanity were destined by fate, yet under my protection, you shall undoubtedly prevail. Once this calamity passes, the human race shall flourish anew. Thank you. Holy Master, we are grateful for your protection. Receiving the gratitude of the human race, Xiyan summoned the leader Yin and presented him with a jade tablet that would allow them to communicate at any time. She instructed him that should the East Sea humans encounter any peril, they could call upon her for aid. Having resolved the invasion of the demon race and ensured the safety of the East Sea humans, the experienced Xiyan left a fragment of her essence to guard Penglai, while her true self continued on to the outer heavens to fulfill the unfinished Genesis Blue Lotus reconstruction plan. As Xiyan departed from the vast wilderness, the heavenly court was in an uproar, stirred by the revelations of a rat demon who had narrowly escaped death, actually released by Xiyan on purpose, who exposed General Phalian's heinous acts to Emperor Jun and Tai. Is what you say true? General Phalian truly slaughtered his own kin? Tai exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept that the foremost warrior of the demon race could commit such an outrageous act. What I speak is utterly true. If your majesty does not believe me, you may use the river diagram and Luo book to deduce the events. Upon hearing the rat demon's suggestion, Tai and Emperor Jun exchanged glances and commenced their investigation. However, due to Xiang's status as a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal, combined with her prior disruption of the East Sea's heavenly secrets, Emperor Jun's deductions yielded a shocking revelation. The demon commander Phalian had suddenly turned against his fellow demons, causing the deaths of thousands at his hands. Observing Emperor Jun's suddenly ashen face, Tai realized the rat demon's words held truth. Brother, could it be that Phalian has committed such an incredible act because he is a spy sent by the Witch Clan? After a moment of silence, Emperor Jun replied, before establishing the 10 great demon commanders, I investigated their backgrounds and found no anomalies concerning Phalian. Although today's events are fraught with strangeness, my river diagram and Luo book do not err. The only course of action now is to capture Phalian to uncover the truth. Thus, Emperor Jun summoned the demon master Kuanping and the demon sage base, commanding them to capture Phalian at all costs. Unbeknownst to Emperor Jun, who was shrouded in darkness, Phalian had already been sent back to the 33 heavens by Xiang's hand. However, the effects of the grievance gem had left him in a state of confusion, unconscious and showing no signs of awakening. As the last vestiges of chaotic energy flowed into Xiyan, transforming into the purest essence, the Genesis Blue Lotus, an entity rejected by the heavenly path, officially returned to this world. Even though the heavenly path was aware of this occurrence and desired to intervene, it was currently in a crucial phase of fusion with Hongjun, and with the conscious assistance of the Great Tao, it ultimately could not prevent these events from unfolding. Gazing at her nominal mother, Xiyan, filled with excitement, lifted her trembling foot and stepped towards the Genesis Blue Lotus, sitting down in the center of the Lotus platform. This is the feeling. Exquisite. As Xiyan settled down, a vast surge of spiritual energy emanated from the primordial Blue Lotus, replenishing the energy she had recently expended. This energy was not the diminished essence found in the desolate world, but rather the authentic aura of chaos. Oh, as long as I remain seated upon the primordial Blue Lotus, even the formidable Hongjun, who embodies the Tao of Heaven, cannot breach my defenses. I have once again reclaimed the title of the tortoise-shell inheritor, and now I stand as the foremost in defense within the desolation. Overwhelmed with joy at her newfound treasure, a bold idea began to blossom in Xiyan's mind. With my dual powers, my strength already surpasses that of the saints and primal gods. If I were to harness the support of this primordial Blue Lotus, which nurtured Pangu, I might well reach the realms of chaos and the great god Pangu. The mere thought sends shivers of excitement through me. Unbeknownst to her, Xiyan had become ensnared in a fantasy, entirely unaware that the long silent Tao had quietly bestowed upon her a unique gift. Upon the desolate land, with the combined efforts of Kuanping and Bai Zhe, Phalian was finally captured. Still disoriented from his recent awakening, Phalian found himself bound and presented before Di Jun and Tai. Phalian, do you know your crimes? Your Majesty, what crime has Phalian committed? Observing Phalian's bewildered expression, Di Jun pondered, stroking his chin as he questioned, "You slaughtered the soldiers of the demon race in the East Sea, with thousands of your kin falling by your hand. What do you say to your transgressions?" "What?" Upon realizing the gravity of his actions, Fei Lian's heart raced. The image of Xiyan flashed in his mind. This must be the work of that human saint, just as he intended to explain himself to Dijun. The time bomb buried within his body by Xiyan detonated without warning. Hatred and thoughts of slaughter surged within him once more, and he let out a tremendous roar, causing the ropes binding him to turn dash. Kill, 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 with his last moment of clarity directed at Dijun. Fei Lian instinctively perceived him as his greatest adversary. He summoned his magical power, transforming into a hurricane that charged toward Dijun. Fei Lian's sudden outburst left the surrounding demons in stunned silence. As he drew near to Dijun, Tai Yi, who had remained silent until now, sprang into action. He summoned the chaos bell, and with a resounding boom, the rampaging Fei Lian coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. "Brother, Fei Lian's condition is most peculiar, as if someone has manipulated him. I concur with your sentiment. However, it is perplexing that the assailant could not even deduce my river diagram and Luo book. It is well known that only the two individuals from the Zixiao Palace and the Nuwa Palace possess the capability to interfere with the river diagram and Luo book. Yet, it is inconceivable that they would act against Fei Lian. This truly is a most curious affair." Tai, with his gaze lowered, fell into contemplation, while Emperor Jun regarded the writhing Fei Lian with an inscrutable expression. Ultimately, it was the Sage of Demons, Bai Zhe, who broke the silence. "Your Majesties, I perceive that Fei Lian has completely lost his reason and is now devoid of any utility. Since we cannot currently discern the identity of the mastermind behind this, why not exploit Fei Lian as a resource, allowing him to expend his last vestiges of energy for our demon clan?" Chapter 203, Side Story, The Grand Adventure in the Primordial World, Part 20. Thus, the deranged Fei Lian was utterly transformed into a war machine, dispatched by Emperor Jun to the territory of the Wu clan to engage in a horrific massacre. Accompanied by the two ancestral witches, Xianming and Tianwu, Fei Lian met his demise, becoming nourishment for the world. Concurrently, this act ignited the second war between the Wu and the Yao, with the slaughtering Wu sword and the soul-summoning banner displaying their formidable powers, resulting in countless lives lost from both the Wu and Yao clans during this conflict. Ultimately, Tai and Emperor Jun, wielding the Chaos Bell, held a slight advantage, poised to vanquish the 12 ancestral witches. However, at the brink of victory, the 12 ancestral witches unexpectedly merged to summon the formless yet tangible Pangu. The emergence of Pangu's true form incited chaos throughout the primordial realm. Hongjun, situated in the Zixiao Palace, could no longer remain idle and appeared on the battlefield of the Wu and Yao. Having fully integrated with the heavenly Tao, Hongjun effortlessly dispersed the Pangu form conjured by the ancestral witches, thus placing a temporary halt to this second war. Henceforth, the Yao would govern the heavens, while the Wu would preside over the earth, establishing a truce for 10 cycles of the Yuan. The figure of Hongjun gradually faded into the expanse of heaven and earth after leaving his decree. However, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly turned around and gently nodded at the void. This inexplicable gesture did not draw the attention of the beings in the primordial chaos, yet Xiyan, who had been noticed by Hongjun, was momentarily startled. It appears that there is no longer anything in the primordial world that can elude the perception of the venerable Hongjun. From the look he just cast, it is evident that he must have already discerned my reconstruction of the primordial lotus. Remarkably, the old sage still retained his consciousness, not having devolved into a mere tool of the heavenly Tao as described in previous novels. The unmistakable kindness reflected in Hongjun's eyes did not escape Xiang's notice. Previously, she had harbored concerns about whether Hongjun, aligned with the heavenly Tao, would pose a threat to her. Yet, it seems her worries were unfounded. She and Hongjun remain affectionate friends across the ages. During the truce between the Wu and the Yao, the primordial realm was not devoid of activity. Firstly, Taiji Laozu of the Three Purities established the teachings of humanity, attaining the status of Hunyuan Dao Yuo Jingxian. Subsequently, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian each established their own teachings, acquiring the esteemed status of saints. In the West, the two revered figures, Junti and Xiyan, grew discontented upon realizing that they were the last remaining saints appointed by Hongjun. Therefore, after deliberation, they devised a novel method of issuing verbal promissory notes, presenting 48 grand vows to the heavenly Tao in a bid to acquire merit, which successfully led to their elevation as saints. Thus began the era of saints in the primordial realm, where the great Luo was deemed less significant than a mere dog. And quasi-saints roamed freely. However, unbeknownst to the other 6 saints, aside from Hongjun, there existed Xiyan, a unique being who had long transcended the realm of the saints. During the time following the truce with the Lich King, Xiyan devoted 3 gatherings to achieving 100% completion of the exploration of the primordial world. The remainder of her time was spent in seclusion within the outer heaven, striving to ascend to a higher realm. Amidst the chaos, aided by the gifts bestowed by the Tao, Xiyan, seated upon the Genesis Blue Lotus, successfully reached the fruit position of the primordial Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal. Her power now stood on par with chaos from the realm of Greek mythology. Just as Xiyan was recuperating after her recent elevation, Hongjun, who had been in seclusion at the Purple Cloud Palace, unexpectedly came to visit. My young friend Xiyan, I did not anticipate that you would surpass me. Congratulations on your successful ascension, Hongjun said, bowing respectfully. Xiyan opened her eyes and rose to reciprocate her old friend's gesture, replying, "Thank you, esteemed senior Hongjun." After a friendly exchange of pleasantries, Hongjun candidly articulated the purpose of his visit. "Xiyan, my young friend, you have now ascended to the esteemed rank of Hunyuan Wijidi de Luo Jingxian. The heavenly Tao decrees that you must no longer descend to the primordial land with your true form, for this world cannot withstand your immense power." Upon hearing this divine pronouncement, Xiyan nodded in acknowledgement, having long made a decision in her heart. "Senior Hongjun, I comprehend the will of the heavenly Tao. Rest assured, I do not intend to return to the primordial land. It is high time for me to return home after my prolonged absence." "Oh, what do you mean by that, my young friend?" Xiyan's words left Hongjun perplexed, a rare look of confusion crossing his face. "Since I am to depart, I shall not conceal the truth from you, senior. In fact, I am not a native of the primordial world, but rather a traveler from another realm." "Oh, I see. That explains the peculiarities surrounding you." Hongjun stroked his white beard that cascaded to his chest, a look of enlightenment dawning upon him. "Since you have chosen to leave, I shall not detain you further. Consider this as my farewell gift." With a grand gesture, Hongjun uprooted the vast peach orchard within the Zixiao Palace, amalgamating it into a resplendent Lingzhen Pantao. "A Pantao indeed. How gracious of you, old man Hongjun. This Pantao would be a splendid addition to Qinglian Pavilion, where it can coexist with Huang Zhongli and Yuegui. Yet, if I take the Pantao, will the Heavenly Court's Pantao banquet be rendered impossible?" In a gesture of compensation towards Yaoqi and Haoyan, Xiyan did not hesitate to present a set of 36 Dinghai pearls and the original banana fan from her system backpack to Hongjun. "Please convey these 36 Dinghai pearls to Haoyan on my behalf, and this banana fan to Yaoqi. On behalf of Haoyan and Yaoqi, I extend my gratitude, dear friend." Hongjun nodded as he received the treasured items from Xiyan. Subsequently, under his watchful gaze, Xiyan activated the exploration system, returning to the very place where it all began. In the courtyard of Qinglian Pavilion, Xiaobai's family languidly rested in the shade of Huang Zhongli's tree. While Xiaobai was engaged in aerobic exercises under the supervision of the mightily ascendant Iris, the other 5 subordinate deities observed Xiaobai's antics, their laughter brightening the atmosphere. The rhythmic clanking of tools occasionally echoed from the humble abode of the Cyclops and Hephaestus by the Han-Dan Lake, and everything remained unchanged since Xiyan's departure. How nostalgic. Gazing upon her birthplace, Xiyan, now to be called Luo, wore a contented smile as she shed her vibrant garments and donned the iconic white gown adorned with azure lotus patterns. "Everyone, I have returned." Synopsis. After an unexpected demise, with the assistance of the Bureau of Good Fortune, Xiyan was granted an opportunity for rebirth. Without hesitation, she chose the primordial world, binding herself to the formidable Neo system known as Under the Heavenly Tao. However, an unintentional slip during the traversal process led to unforeseen events.